Family who understands. Chu Xinran unexpectedly found herself transported to a primeval forest after an accident on the bus. The next day, while searching for food, she was targeted by a gigantic wild boar, and she feared she would become mere pig fodder. Just as she was about to meet her fate, a handsome savior named Carlo appeared and rescued her. Carlo was fascinated by her belongings, and Xinran even considered making him shoes, though she had no skills in crafting. What on earth would she do next? I must tell you, at that moment, I was utterly stunned, with a singular thought racing through my mind. It's over, I'm doomed to become pig feed today. Before me stood the wild boar, an enormous creature, far larger than any domestic pig I had ever encountered, measuring at least 2 meters in length. Its tusks jutted out like daggers, and saliva dripped from its mouth as it stared at me with an intensity that made me feel like a freshly baked delicacy. That raw, primal hunger emanating from it was palpable, and even from several meters away, I could sense it. I was paralyzed with fear, my mind racing and my body frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Now, how did the story reach this juncture? It all began from the very start. Just a moment prior, I had been dozing on the bus, en route to visit the headmistress at the orphanage and the little ones. The next moment, there was a deafening crash, and the world spun around me. Everything went black, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I was no longer on the bus, but surrounded by towering trees, with shrubs taller than myself, and birds whose wings spanned half my size. My immediate reaction was confusion. What in the world was happening? Had I been transported through time and space by a bus accident? Truth be told, I had little to hold on to in the modern world, just the headmistress and the orphanage. I reasoned that, as the beneficiary of my accident insurance, she would receive a sum if I were to perish, which might sustain the orphanage. This thought provided me with a modicum of comfort. Yet, the dilemma remained. I was still alive, inexplicably situated in an unknown primeval forest. Calmness was imperative. I quickly rummaged through my large backpack, which I had filled with supplies for the children. Inside, I found a lighter, toothpaste and toothbrush, snacks and toys, and a down jacket for the headmistress. Most importantly, I uncovered 2 Swiss Army knives. It was as if I had received a beginner's survival kit. The sun in this bizarre place was merciless, blazing like a colossal fireball in the sky, and I felt as though I was being roasted alive. Armed with my knives, I hacked my way through the underbrush for what felt like hour 6 or 7, perhaps until I stumbled upon a massive tree hollow, large enough to serve as a 1-bedroom apartment. I cleared out the hollow and spread the down jacket inside. This would be my makeshift refuge. My arms and legs were scratched and bruised, but thankfully, I remembered some wild herb from my childhood with the headmistress. I managed to gather some bleeding stop herb along the way, crushed it, and applied it to my wounds, which proved quite effective. The night, however, was even more absurd. The daytime heat was unbearable, while the nights were frigid, with a temperature drop that could make one question their existence. Wrapped in my down jacket, I lay awake, listening to the cacophony of wild beasts outside, unable to find a moment of restful sleep. The following day, I ventured out in search of sustenance, burdened by the weight of 2 dark circles beneath my eyes. Fortune smiled upon me as I stumbled upon a red wild fruit, the size of a soccer ball, bursting with juiciness and sweetness. I also discovered a vast expanse of edible wild vegetables, each specimen remarkably large. As I immersed myself in the labor of gathering, I was suddenly startled by a distinct, labored breathing behind me. Upon raising my gaze, I was met with the sight of the colossal boar I had previously mentioned, its focus unwaveringly fixed upon its intended meal. In that moment, my mind raced with thoughts to run, but where? The surrounding wild vegetables towered above my waist, offering no trees to climb for refuge. Clenching my small military knife tightly, I braced myself to confront the beast, retreating slowly step by step. The wild boar advanced with a deliberate pace, as if playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. There was no time to linger. Resolutely, I feigned a move to the left as the creature lunged. I swiftly pivoted and dashed to the right. Despite its massive size, the beast was remarkably agile, instantly turning to pursue me. The sound of its labored breathing grew increasingly near, and in my panic I stumbled, crashing to the ground with a painful thud. As I lay there, I could see its sharp tusks poised to collide with my face, and in despair, I closed my eyes. In that critical moment, I heard a piercing cry from the boar. I opened my eyes in astonishment, witnessing a wooden spear striking true, embedding itself directly in the beast's eye. Moments later, a figure dashed forward like lightning, mounting the boar's back. Upon closer inspection, I was rendered speechless. It was a man, his silver hair flowing like a waterfall, strikingly handsome as if he had stepped straight from the pages of a comic book, his features chiseled like a sculpture. draped in a skirt of animal hide. His eight-pack abs and sculpted physique left me utterly awestruck. With one hand gripping the boar's tusks, he wielded a stone knife in the other, stabbing fiercely at the creature's head. The boar thrashed in agony, but he held on tenaciously, blood streaming from his hands, steadfast in his control. At last, the massive beast convulsed a few times before falling still. Having vanquished the boar, he approached me. Towering at nearly 2 meters, he resembled a mountain standing before me. He spoke, uttering a string of incomprehensible sounds in a language I could not decipher. We exchanged bewildered glances, each of us struggling to understand the other. Ultimately, I surrendered, pointing to myself and declaring Chu Xinran. After much effort, he managed to replicate a single word. Ran. Very well, ran it would be. I gestured towards him, and he uttered a word that resonated with a sound akin to callow. Callow, my savior. Noticing the blood still trickling from his wounds, I hastily retrieved my hemostatic herb, the spiny plant, from my bag and applied it to his injuries. The bleeding ceased swiftly, and Callow gazed at the herb with an expression of sheer astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. He chattered excitedly, and I surmised he was inquiring about the rarity of this remarkable plant. I quickly gestured, pointing to the vast patch of wild vegetables. Many over there, so many. Upon hearing this, Carlos' eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly tugged at me to go foraging. Before we set off, he expertly masked the scent of wild boar blood with a grass that emitted a pungent aroma, teaching me its name, masking grass. As I led him back to my tree hollow, he pointed out various objects, teaching me their names along the way. By the time we arrived at my abode, I had learned to articulate tree, grass, and sky. Once in my cozy nook, I retrieved my lighter to kindle a fire, leaving Carlo utterly astonished by the tiny flame that flickered before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. I intended to prepare a meal, but alas, I lacked a pot. After gesturing for some time, I managed to convey my need for a half-moon-shaped stone, which he could carve into a cooking vessel using his stone knife. However, the stone knife struggled against the rock, making little progress. Suddenly, I recall my Swiss Army knife. I promptly produced it and handed it to him. Carlo took it, and with a gentle stroke on the stone, it split open with a satisfying crack. The expression on his face was one of sheer exhilaration, his hands trembling with excitement. Once he had crafted a stone pot with the knife, he solemnly returned it to me. I shook my head and retrieved another knife, gesturing, "This is a gift for you. I have another one. Yours is better for you." Carlo was taken aback, but ultimately accepted my offering. He gazed at me with a serious expression, and though I could not comprehend his words, I sensed a vow forming in his heart to protect me. I decided to demonstrate the 30-plus functions of the Swiss Army knife, showcasing scissors, a wood saw, and a magnifying glass. Carlo watched in awe, his eyes wide like a child with a new toy. Once everything was prepared, Carlo pointed to the wild boar on the ground and mimicked drinking water. I instantly understood he intended to process the game by the river and fetch some water. Water! I could hardly contain my excitement, having survived on wild fruits for hydration since yesterday, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Seeing my enthusiasm, Carlo chuckled. He hoisted the hefty wild boar onto his shoulder while taking my hand with the other. Let me tell you, his hand was large and warm, and the moment he grasped mine, my heart raced like a drum. I could only reassure myself that he was merely concerned I might wander off. Yes, that must be it. As we approached the river, Carlo became noticeably alert, scouting ahead to ensure the area was safe before leading me across. Once at the riverbank, he began processing the wild boar while I hurriedly took out my toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, and towel, washing myself from head to toe. The sheer delight of being able to brush my teeth and wash my face was indescribable. Carlo watched with curiosity from the side. I handed him a spare toothbrush, squeezing toothpaste onto it, but he seemed bewildered. I stepped closer, taking the brush and helping him with his teeth. His gaze remained fixed on my face, causing me to blush fiercely. I quickly thrust the toothbrush into his hand, exclaiming, "Just like this, you do it." And then I scampered away. After he finished brushing, I handed him the towel. As he felt the softness of the fabric, a look of astonishment crossed his face, likely because he had never encountered something so luxuriously soft. I must share an astonishing discovery. This fellow was barefoot throughout. My dear friends, who truly understands the perils of such a wild terrain, strewn with stones and thorns, akin to an ultimate outdoor acupressure board? Remarkably, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever, as if he possessed feet of iron. My heart ached for him. I resolved to procure a pair of shoes for him. Without delay, I scoured the riverbank for quite some time and eventually stumbled upon a peculiar plant that resembled bulrushes, known for its exceptional resilience. Armed with a knife, I harvested a generous bundle and, with utmost seriousness, measured his foot using the ruler for my Swiss Army knife. Carlo gazed at me with childlike curiosity as I explained, "I am crafting you a pair of shoes that won't prick your feet." To my surprise, he seemed utterly bewildered, mistaking my endeavor for mere idle play with grass. He responded, "All right, just a moment, I shall prepare the innards." Astonishingly, despite our apparent linguistic disconnect, we managed to engage in a rather harmonious conversation. Yet, as lofty as my aspirations were, the stark reality was that I had no knowledge of how to weave grass sandals. I stood before the pile of grass, gesturing aimlessly for quite some time. What I made was less of a shoe and more like a bird's nest. I took it apart and reassembled it, only to take it apart again, leaving my hands with countless small cuts. When Carlo finished dealing with his prey and came over, he saw my hands and his face darkened instantly. He grabbed me with a serious expression, as if I had done something unforgivable. "What are you doing? Your hands are hurt," he said, wanted to pull me back to the tree hole, probably remembering that I had some band-aids in my bag. I was pulled up by him, and casually took that large handful of the fierce weapon, the wild grass, along with me, ready to go back and continue the struggle. Carlo looked at the grass. His brows furrowed so much they could squash a mosquito, but he still silently took it from my hands and held it for me. He carried the prey in one hand and the stone pot in the other, leading me back. Once we returned to the tree hole, I put aside the shoemaking for now and decided that I must first conquer his stomach with delicious food. Let us treat our hard-working comrade Carlo. Just as I was about to get started, he had already dug out my precious box of Band-Aids and covered my little scratches with layers upon layers. I tell you, my heart was bleeding. That was my last stock. But seeing him so nervous, I thought, well, let be just considered a love offering anyway. There are plenty of herbs in the wild that can stop bleeding. While waiting for the water to boil, Carlo efficiently knocked out a few stone bowls with his military knife. His efficiency was frightening. We first drank a bowl of hot water to warm our stomachs, and then it was my turn to perform. I cut a few pieces of fatty, oily meat from the tusked beast and tossed them into the stone pot to render the fat. As the temperature rose, the sizzling sound and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire tree hole. Carlo, smelling this, found the roasted meat in his hand suddenly unappetizing, his eyes fixed on my pot. Once the fat was rendered, I fed him a piece of golden, crispy crackling. Goodness! His eyes lit up immediately, that expression as if he had opened the door to a new world. He had never tasted anything so delicious. Seeing him enjoy it made me incredibly happy. I pushed an entire bowl of cracklings towards him to let him savor it slowly. Then came the main event. I poured the newly rendered lard into the pot, first stir-frying the meat of the long-eared beast, then adding the shepherd's purse, and finally, I pulled out my secret weapon, the instant noodle seasoning packet. I tell you, that thing is a magical artifact that delivers a dimensional strike from another world. After finishing one dish, I used the remaining meat and instant noodles, along with some wild vegetables, to cook a big pot of fragrant meat soup noodles. By the time I served the two dishes, Carlo's roasted meat was also ready. He tentatively tasted a bite of the stir-fried meat, and the next second, he froze. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief, probably thinking he could never understand how meat could be cooked so tender. I then served him a bowl of noodles. He slurped a mouthful and then started to wolf it down. The way he devoured, it was as if he might swallow his tongue. I looked at him, feeling quite emotional. He was probably thinking that if their tribe could have a bowl of hot meat noodle soup in winter, it would save so many lives from freezing to death. After eating a bowl of noodles, I was full and then stared in shock at Carlo's personal performance. I watched him clear out both huge pots of dishes and the soup I made, everything. After finishing, he still seemed unsatisfied and polished off a huge pile of meat he had roasted himself, a whole rabbit weighing over 10 pounds, 5 packs of instant noodles, and half of a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. Just like that, the two of us finished it all in one meal. At that moment, I just one thought, is this guy a human black hole? Carlo saw my astonishment and awkwardly wiped his mouth, probably worried he had scared me. After dinner, he conscientiously took everything to the river to wash while I cleaned up in the tree hole. When he came back, my persistent effort in the afternoon finally paid off. A pair of grass sandals was born. Although they were ugly, they were definitely wearable. I handed them to Carlo to try on, and he walked around in them a couple of times, looking at me with surprise. The emotion and tenderness in his eyes were almost overflowing. He said that after his mother passed away, no one had cared for him like this again. After dark, it really got cold at night. I wrapped myself in my down jacket, while he laid some dry grass at the entrance of the cave and prepared to sleep bare-chested. I was anxious. It was the middle of the night, sleeping by the wind opening, Wouldn't that freeze him? After hesitating for a while, I finally spoke up. I patted my down jacket beside me and stammered, "Carlo, why don't you come sleep here? It's big enough for 2 people." He shook his head, saying he wasn't cold, and told me to sleep peacefully. But how could I relax? I stubbornly held up the down jacket and looked at him. Seeing me like this, he sighed, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, as if he were making a significant decision. Then, let me tell you, what happened next completely shattered my worldview. Right in front of me, a living person, Duong, with a flash of light, he transformed into a giant, incredibly handsome silver lion. That physique, that majesty, I was completely stunned. My mind crashed, and my CPU was on fire. I should have been scared to death, but when I looked up, I happened to meet the eyes of the big lion. Surprisingly, there was no ferocity in those eyes. Instead, it seemed a bit aggrieved. It was as if it were saying, "Why are you so scared? Don't you like me?" My heart softened immediately. After all, this was Carlo. I mustered my courage and walked over, reaching out to touch his soft fur, tentatively calling out, "Carlo." The big lion's eyes instantly lit up, and then, unbelievably, he spoke, Ran. Well, a lion was speaking human language in front of me. I was already stunned. I quickly gestured for him to turn back, and he obediently transformed back into that silver-haired handsome guy. I grabbed him and asked what was going on. Through a series of gestures and broken words, I finally understood that I had crossed over to the orc continent. Here, the males could transform into beasts, while the females, called females, could not. In the end, he transformed back into lion form and lay beside me. Let me tell you, sleeping next to a fluffy, temperature-regulating big lion was incredibly comforting. I fell asleep instantly. Days passed by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had gone by. He went out hunting every day while I was responsible for cooking and building infrastructure. I made wooden bowls and stools with a military knife, and I even wove 2 sturdy baskets from vines. Most importantly, my language skills were forced out, and now I could communicate with Carlo without any issues. After being able to communicate smoothly, I also figured out the situation here. There are hot seasons, rainy seasons, and snowy seasons, and now it's the most difficult hunting season, the hot season. Carlo is from the lion-tiger tribe, and because the tribe was short on food, he had come alone to this dangerous forest to look for something to eat. He had been very worried about his people, and now that he saw I could communicate, he solemnly asked me if I would be willing to go back to the tribe with him. Can I not want to? I can't just spend my whole life as a savage in this tree hole with him. Plus, we're running out of salt. I nodded immediately. Carlo was incredibly excited. We packed up a bit, leaving behind those heavy stone pots and wooden bowls, traveling light. When we set off, Carlo transformed directly into a lion, letting me ride on his back. Let me tell you, riding a lion, how cool is that? The only problem was that the sun in this cursed place was too harsh. After a whole day, my face felt like it was being cooked, burning painfully. When we rested at night, Carlo noticed and felt so heartbroken, helplessly touching my face and blaming himself. For safety, we decided to sleep in a big tree at night. The next day I got smart and picked a few large leaves to put on my head, finally avoiding sunburn. After 2 days of traveling like this, we ran out of water, and Carlo took me to find a river. Just as I washed my face by the riverbank, suddenly a shadow sprang out from the bushes, heading straight for my face. At that moment, my mind went blank, and before I could react, I heard Carlo's thunderous roar beside me. He instantly transformed into a lion and pounced on it. The scene was ferocious. He used pure brute force to lock its throat, biting down hard on its neck, refusing to let go no matter how the beast struggled and attacked him. Slowly, the beast stopped struggling. Only then did Carlo change back into his human form. I tell you, I was nearly scared out of my wits and rushed over. Goodness, he was covered in blood, gore by that thing's horns. I didn't care about anything else at that moment. I slathered all the herbs I had in my backpack on him, tearing my own clothes to make a makeshift bandage. I asked him if he was okay, and he was still laughing, saying it was nothing, just a small injury, and even praised his luck for catching a big one today. At that moment, I wanted to punch him. Dude, you're practically a bloodied mess, and you're here, celebrating? In this wilderness, the smell of blood could attract an entire zoo. I quickly told him to rest while I ran off to gather a bunch of grass to cover up the smell, making sure to hide that sharp-horned beast completely. That night, we spent it up in the tree, and I didn't dare close my eyes all night. The next day, looking at this big guy that resembled a calf, I wondered how to handle it since Carlo was still injured. Then, an idea struck me. We had some vines, right? I made him a super large net right on the spot. Hey, wouldn't you know, it actually worked. Carlo dragged the net, and we headed towards their tribe, finally arriving before dark. I thought a tribe would at least be a small village, right? But to my surprise, they lived at the foot of a mountain. And one of them let out a lion's roar towards the valley, and there really was an echo. Before long, a dozen strong men rushed over, and the one leading them, a handsome guy with golden hair named Kevin, came up and started punching Carlo affectionately. They chattered away, and I didn't understand a word, but I could see Kevin's expression, a mix of excitement and fear. Then he turned around, saw that horned beast, and his eyes nearly popped out. When he spotted the net I had made, it was like he had discovered a new continent. After a moment, he finally noticed me. I was hiding behind Carlo, and this guy let out a sharp scream. "What the hell, Carlo? Where did you pick up this little female?" "Family," you know that look he had. It was as if I wasn't a person, but an SSR gold card. Carlo's face darkened, and he held me even tighter. The way those orcs looked at me was like hungry wolves, and my legs went weak. Carlo hurriedly asked a strong man named Darl where his dad and the priest were, and the guy dumbly said they were in the square. Once Carlo handed over the prey, he protected me as we walked inside. I told you along the way, everyone in the tribe looked at me like I was a monkey. When we reached the center of the square, a middle-aged man, probably his father, came up and scolded him harshly for going on an adventure alone. Carlo looked like a schoolboy who had made a mistake, lowering his head to apologize, saying there was no food left in the tribe, so he decided to take a risk. Seeing his pitiful expression, I quietly pulled his hand. As a result, his father sighed when he saw this and stopped scolding him. An old man nearby, who seemed to be a priest, was particularly kind and asked where I came from. Carlo translated for me, and wanted to make a good impression. I imitated Carlo's way of speaking and politely said to his father and the priest, "Hello, Dad." "Hello, Grandpa Priest." As soon as I finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Carlo, his father, the priest, and everyone else looked at me with a strange expression. Carlo quickly explained to me that was his real father, and I had to call him the clan leader or uncle. My face instantly turned red to the roots of my neck. It was an absolute social death moment. Fortunately, the old priest was nice, laughed it off, and even asked if I wanted to join them. What could I say? I nodded vigorously. The clan leader also asked me if I was an adult, and I thought to myself, I'm in my 20s, and here I am considered minor. Later, I learned that all the females here were over 1.8 meters tall, and at just over 1.6 meters, I really did look like a little bean. Then came the most critical part, choosing a temporary orc family to stay with. Without thinking, I pointed directly at Carlo. Let me tell you, the corners of his mouth were practically touching his ears. Next was a large-scale recognition event, where a cute girl named Amy pulled me aside to ask all sorts of questions. She was incredibly curious about my modern clothes, and even pinched my face, saying I had fair skin. Of course, with favorites come dislikes. A beauty named Lilith looked at me with a piercing gaze. Amy quietly told me that this girl was the tribe's #1 beauty, and my arrival made her feel threatened. I was really living in the tribe, and trouble was falling from the sky. Amy also introduced me to another shy girl named Nina. While we were chatting, several mothers came over to ask about the vine net I made, asking if I could teach them. Of course, I said yes, and I also recommended an upgraded version of the backpack. When Carlo came over, I was already getting along well with my new friends, and he visibly relaxed when he saw me adapting well. He even specifically told me that those weaving skills were mine, and I didn't have to force myself to teach if I didn't want to. I thought, what's the big deal? We're family now. I must help with skills. Carlo's younger brother, a little lion named Karen, was particularly cute after transforming into human form. I couldn't resist and pulled out a piece of candy from my bag to give to him. Wow, that kid had never eaten candy in his life. His eyes lit up. Seeing the other kids looking longingly, I decided to share it all. Watching them become so happy over a piece of candy made my heart ache. Just then, that Lilith came back to stir trouble, pointing at me and calling me an ugly freak. I hadn't even reacted yet when Amy and the others exploded, directly confronting her. Carlo's face darkened, warning her not to speak recklessly. Seeing that no one was on her side, Lilith stomped her feet in anger and ran away. The whole exchange was so fast that I couldn't catch what she was saying. I only understood that everyone was supporting me. At dinner, while roasting meat, I realized how poor they were. There was only a tiny bit of meat, and the elders and women were saving it for the young and strong orcs. It made me feel very uneasy. Then Carlo took me back to his home, which was just a cave. The place was bare, with only a stone bed. After tidying up for a while, the question arose, how were we going to sleep? He wanted to sleep on the ground, but I definitely refused. Wouldn't sleeping on that damp, cold ground give me arthritis? In the end, with no other options, we went back to the old routine. He transformed back into a lion, and I crawled under his belly for warmth. Let me tell you, lying there, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, living in a cave with no food. How was I going to get through this? I had to do something, but I couldn't rush it. I needed to start with the basics and first earn their trust. Yes, I would start by teaching them how to build some infrastructure. The next day, while Carlo and the others went hunting, I began my first step in the tribe's transformation plan. Before they left, the group of orcs was all gathered around the military knife in Carlo's hand, staring in awe. Kevin, unable to resist, touched it and immediately drew blood, scaring everyone. Carlo even demonstrated cutting a tree, and those orcs who had never seen such a thing nearly had their eyes pop out. A guy named Abel looked particularly unhappy. Kevin secretly told me that this guy was jealous of Carlo being reinstated as the hunting team leader. I woke up and found little brother Callo leaning by my bed, staring at me, saying I was sleeping in. My face turned red, and I quickly got up and handed him some bread. This kid is considerate and even thought about sharing with his friends. I took my toiletries to the riverbank, and to my surprise, everyone was already working, leaving me as the only idler. A few females watched me brush my teeth and wash my face as if they were watching a show, not even blinking. I had a sudden idea and deliberately took out my precious army knife in front of them and started carving wood. In no time, I produced a bowl, chopsticks, and a basin for them. The group of women looked astonished and gathered around to ask what it was. Once I explained, they immediately understood that it was much more convenient than grabbing meat with their hands. One of the women, who was strong, learned faster than me and produced items that were even more standard than mine. All right, I delegated the technical guidance. Then I took another group of people and started weaving baskets with vines. After I demonstrated how much stuff could fit in the basket on my back, the entire tribe's females went crazy. Even the team that had just returned from fruit picking joined in, and the atmosphere was lively, with everyone having one, igniting a wave of weaving frenzy. When Callo and the others returned, they saw a large-scale workshop scene. Callo came straight to me, standing there dumbfounded, watching me busy. As a result, his shoes caught the attention of a woman named Manda, who was the leader of the picking team and held significant weight in the tribe. She asked Callo, "What on earth are those on your feet?" Callo, with an extremely calm tone but a tail almost wagging in pride, replied, "They're made by Ran." I tell you, as soon as I said that, those girls' and sisters' eyes nearly turned green, and they all rushed over, bombarding me with questions about how to make this thing. Can I hide something? Of course not. I directly held a class on the spot, demonstrating it in no time. Hey, I have to say, these sisters are really skilled. They picked it up so quickly. Before long, the straw sandals they made were even sturdier than the pair I made for Carlo, and they had so many different styles. As soon as I saw it, I thought, wow, the first pair I made for Carlo is simply a poor version compared to others. I can't afford to lose face like this. I immediately sent him off to deal with the prey and secretly worked on an upgraded version for him. I took my precious jacket and cut it up, trimmed a piece of the thickest fabric, and sewed it into the soles of his grass shoes as insoles. This time, it had to be top-notch. After finishing Carlos, I thought about the chief, the priest, and Karen, one old bachelor and two without mothers. Having to go barefoot in grass shoes was just too pitiful. I had to arrange something. I took out some paper and a pen and asked Karen to take foot molds of his father and the priest. Goodness, that pen nearly burned out from all those little kids' excitement. They thought it was some magical tool. I didn't waste the leftover fabric either. I gave it all to Amy, who was watching me eagerly. That girl was so excited she nearly took off into the air, bouncing around and hugging me, leaving me both amused and helpless. Before dark, the entire lion tiger tribe had a pair of grass shoes each, all set. Everyone looked at me differently. Their trust in me shot up. Seizing the opportunity, I found Carlo and asked him to apply to the chief for me to be the head chef for tonight's dinner. Carlo really works efficiently. The chief and the priest agreed quickly. Dia, who was in charge of cooking in the tribe, was also a straightforward person and immediately gave me the main position without a second thought. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. All the females of the tribe came to watch, as if they were seeing some Western spectacle. They were curious, thinking cooking is just roasting meat. What more could I do? Hey, today I'm going to show you something amazing. I had Carlo help me carve out a few stone pots, and then I brought out all the wild vegetables I had gathered before. The first step was to render the pig fat. When the fatty meat of the boar hit the stone pot with a sizzle, let me tell you, the aroma was overpowering. It directly drew out the cravings of the entire tribe. Karen and those little kids surrounded the pot, and their mouths were almost watering like a river. Sister Xinran, what is this? It smells so good it makes my legs weak. While I was flipping the meat, I explained to them, this is called refining oil, and the residue is even tastier. Then, I took the entrails of the tusked beast to wash by the river. Dia and the others were stunned. Xinran, can this thing be eaten? I thought to myself, what nonsense. This is a feast. Stir-fried kidney, spicy hot pot, those are real dishes. Of course, I couldn't say that out loud, so I told them that this thing stir-fries wild vegetables. It's a must-try. Now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. The whole tribe was in an uproar. It turns out the organs are edible too. Oh my, how many treasures had they thrown away before? The chief immediately ordered that in the future, all organs must be collected during hunts. The oil was ready, and those golden crispy oil scraps. I shared them with Karen and her little ones. Each of them was so excited their eyes were almost popping out. They nearly got into a fight over the last bit. Who understands, family? This is just like the pork cracklings we had when we were kids. The taste of childhood. Seeing those big guys drooling, I officially started cooking. Chopped green onions, sauteed until fragrant, beast liver into the pan, a sprinkle of salt, toss in the wild vegetables, and serve. The aroma was incredible. The whole tribe fell silent. Everyone was staring intently at that dish. I first let the chief and the priest taste it. Then one plate of food went around the whole tribe, and everyone got a small piece. Oh, the expressions on those people's faces after eating, they almost swallowed their tongues. After that, it was simple. Wild vegetable meat soup, stir-fried meat with wild vegetables, and stir-fried mixed offal took turns coming out. I didn't want to be the tribe's only designated cook, so I directly brought Dia and the others over for a live cooking lesson. Luckily, everyone was quick to understand. That night, the whole tribe felt like it was New Year's, eating meat and drinking soup heartily. Especially that warm meat soup. It felt so comforting to drink. The females were particularly happy, finally not having to gnaw on roasted meat and red fruits every day. After everyone was full and satisfied, we gathered around the bonfire, and the atmosphere was amazing. Carlos sat next to me and quietly took my hand. I turned back and smiled at him, feeling that the firelight couldn't compare to the brightness in his eyes. I looked at those little kids who only knew how to play chase, and my heart ached for them. I went back to the cave and took out all the toys I had prepared for the orphanage. Little cars for the boys, dolls for the girls, and in an instant, I became the king of the children in the tribe. That kid Karen was especially attentive, calling me big sister and worried that I might be snatched away by other kids. Just as the crowd dispersed, the priest and Manda came to find me. Manda got straight to the point and asked if I wanted to join the harvesting team. Of course, I immediately agreed. I was just worried about not having the opportunity to explore the map. But then the priest was even more intense. He held up the wild spinach I'd found earlier and asked if it really could stop bleeding. I said yes, just crush it and apply it. The next moment, I was stunned. That old man, without saying a word, grabbed a stone knife and slashed his own arm. Damn, he's tough. I was so scared I nearly lost my mind and hurriedly smashed the wild spinach to apply it to his wound. You wouldn't believe it, but the bleeding actually started to slow down. The priest was so excited he was trembling, nearly in tears, saying that with this, the warriors in the tribe would die a lot less. Seeing him like that made me feel uneasy too, so I promised him I would help him find more herbs in the future. After they left, Carlos started making the bed. This straight guy insisted on spreading all the animal skins for me to sleep on while he slept on the bare stone bed. What could I do? I had to put half of it back. It's a joke. Who would hunt for me if I hurt my back? Once the bed was made, I asked him about salt in the tribe. He then told me that salt was traded with a tribe called the Sea Beast for prey, and it was extremely expensive. It took 2 wild boars to exchange for a small jar. When I heard this, I thought, well, there's nothing I can do for now. I'll just have to use it sparingly. The next morning, Kevin and the hunting team looked at me eagerly and asked if I still had that military knife. I didn't have it, but seeing the primitive stone tools in their hands, I decided to give them a gear upgrade. I had Carlo chop some wood and attach the sharp fangs of the beast to it. Wow, just like that, a new beginner's god-tier wooden spear was created. Kevin took one, jabbed it hard at a big tree, and it went in halfway with a whoosh, much more powerful than a stone knife. Then I mimicked the motion of using a bow and arrow. I only knew the principle behind it. Carlo was really impressive, experimenting by himself, stringing the beast's tendons, adjusting it a few times, and with a whoosh, the arrow was firmly nailed to the tree. The whole place erupted in cheers. I also made a simplified version of a meteor hammer, which is just a stone tied to a vine, specifically used to trip beast legs. The hunting team set off with their new weapon, excited and full of energy. The atmosphere was so lively that one might think they were going for a team-building event. After seeing them off, I joined the foraging team. I first made myself a straw hat for sun protection. As soon as Amy and the others saw it, they exclaimed, "Wow, it can be like this?" Instantly, everyone wanted one too, insisting on sticking colorful flowers all over them. Amy's was especially extravagant, with a head full of flowers. I almost thought a mobile flower bed had come to life. She was practically a walking attention grabber. Once we arrived in the wild, I was looking for wild vegetables while observing my surroundings. Suddenly, I discovered something interesting, a round, black object. Amy turned pale and grabbed me. Xinran, don't go near it. Black ones are poisonous. It's unlucky. I thought to myself, my goodness, what kind of feudal superstition is this? Whether it's toxic or not. Can't we just cut it open and take a look? I calmed her down and said I would just poke it with a knife. I grabbed the saber and moved closer, and with one slash, I saw the flesh inside, and it made me happy. Let me tell you, family, who understands this? These indigenous people actually call watermelon toxic black fruit. When I cut into it, that bright red flesh and that refreshing sweetness, it's simply amazing. I quickly tore off a piece and stuffed it into my mouth. That's the taste sweeter than first love. I immediately did a live eating broadcast for them and said, sisters, this thing is called black fruit. It's super sweet. Eating this in the hot weather is all about feeling cool to the core. Amy and the others were skeptical and took a bite, and the next second, their eyes were as wide as saucers. Goodness, one by one, they started munching on the melon as if they hadn't had water in ages. Amanda was so excited that she immediately sent more people to help me clear out this entire patch of melons. Even the old priest couldn't stop smiling. He'd come out looking for some bleeding-stopping prickly plant, but unexpectedly found freedom to eat melons. But that's not all. Let me tell you, my luck has been incredible since I arrived. Right next to the melon field, I pushed aside a patch of red fruit trees, and guess what I saw? A whole slope neatly stacked with a large patch of cabbages. Oh my gosh, stir-fried cabbage, pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli, cabbage dumplings. Suddenly, all the dishes started popping into my head, and my mouth was almost watering like a moat. I quickly called Mandala over, broke off a piece of a vegetable leaf for her to taste. She chewed a couple of times, and her expression mirrored mine, as if she had thought of some unparalleled delicacy. I told her that this thing could not only be eaten raw, but also tasted even better when stir-fried, and it could be stored for a long time. Now everyone in the picking team was going crazy. Half were picking melons, while the other half were chopping cabbage. The scene looked like people scrambling for New Year goods. Just as we were busy, Amy came bouncing over, holding a bunch of bright red wild fruits, asking me if they were edible. I took a look, and let me tell you, it felt like my DNA was activated. I grabbed her. Where did you find these? Hurry, take me there. My serious expression completely startled Amy, and she thought she had gotten into trouble. I followed her to a corner of the cabbage field, squatted down, and when I dug into the soil to check the roots, sure enough, I was so excited I almost gave Amy a shoulder throw. My dear, this isn't trouble. You've done a great job. This stuff is way more precious than food. The old priest came over too. I handed him the plant, my voice trembling. Grandpa Priest, this is called wild ginseng. Back in our place, it's the legendary wild 3-7. It can treat both external and internal injuries. When crushed and applied, it works better than any Yunnan Baiyao. The old man was so excited his hand shook, holding those few stalks as if he were holding a national treasure. He might not understand what internal injuries meant, but when I gestured, it was clear those people who looked fine but were actually deteriorating inside, the kind that wouldn't last a few days. He understood right away, probably having seen too many cases. But that wasn't all. While I was wandering, I discovered ginger. I explained to the priest that when people have a fever, it's not the beast god punishing them. It's because bad things have entered their bodies, and this can be boiled in water to drive the bad stuff out. The old priest was stunned, feeling like his decades of worldview were being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by me. This trip was simply a bountiful harvest, with food and miraculous medicines all in hand. On the way back to the tribe, I thought I should set something up for the sisters. I had them dig a big pit not far from the tribe, sharpen a bunch of wooden stakes to a point, and stick them all into the bottom of the pit. Then we covered it with leaves, and a simple trap was ready. Amy and the others were dumbfounded, saying my brain was too clever and that this was much easier than confronting prey head-on. However, I thought again, if one of our own fell in, wouldn't that'd be a disaster? So I casually made a little figure out of stones and sticks, something abstract. I told the priest, in the future, if you see this mark, avoid it. There's a surprise underneath. As a result, I jinxed it. Just as I returned to the tribe, there was no surprise, only a scare. The hunting team came back crying and shouting, with Carlo carrying one of their own, covered in blood. Kevin was there howling. Chief. Priest. Darl was gored by a tusked beast. I leaned over to take a look, and, good heavens, there was a big hole in Darl's stomach, with blood gushing out like it was free. Carlo said they had been trying to plug it with thorns for a long time, but couldn't stop the bleeding. Darl's buddy was quite tough. He lay there and started giving his last words, saying it was all his fault for being too reckless, and that dying was a punishment from the beast god. The people in the tribe were crying all around, and the atmosphere felt like a memorial service had already begun. I was furious at that moment. What are you crying for? Everyone get out of the way. Let the professionals handle this. I immediately ran back to get my precious mugwort, mashed it into a paste, and applied it directly to Dar's wound. You wouldn't believe it, the miracle medicine really worked. The bleeding stopped in no time. Although the bleeding had stopped, the old priest looked serious and asked me what to do next, saying that there had been cases where the bleeding stopped, but in the end, they all developed a fever and died. I shot him a glance and began giving orders. Carlo, get him onto the bed and wrap him up like a rice dumpling with the thickest animal skin. Gia, boil some water and get a towel for physical cooling. Change it when his forehead gets hot. Then I turned around to make ginger soup and mugwort soup. The whole process was smooth and left them all dumbfounded. Once the soups were down, I had done everything I could. The rest was up to him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Dar started to run a high fever like a furnace. Carlo stood there like a door god, completely still, his face as dark as the bottom of the pot. I knew he was taking all the responsibility onto himself. I kept watch as Gia's mother kept changing the towels. After a while, I reached out and touched Dar's forehead. Hey, the fever was gone. I breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I had saved his life. And now I just need to take good care of him. In that moment, the entire cave erupted. Everyone was cheering, and the way they looked at me was different, as if they were looking at a deity. The hunters, led by Carlo, were especially intimidated by me. Carlo immediately held a meeting with them, emphasizing that in the future, they must follow orders while hunting, and that individual heroism was not allowed anymore. That evening, to celebrate, I personally cooked stir-fried cabbage with meat slices. With the addition of ginger, the flavor was so delicious that they nearly licked the plates clean. Chilled watermelon was also on the menu, and they were all enjoying it immensely. Seeing them so easily satisfied and happy warmed my heart. However, the warmth lasted only 3 seconds before the little kids started fighting again. Carlo's face darkened as he went over, and it turned out it was Karen, his younger brother, along with a few friends fighting over the electric toy I had given them. Carlo immediately switched to drill sergeant mode, scolding the kids until they were in tears, saying that if they fought over toys now, they would fight over prey later, and that they needed to be united. I felt so heartbroken that I quickly went up to plead for them. Actually, I understood that this was my fault. There were too few toys, and they would definitely fight over them. So I decided to give them a wave of retro toy upgrades. I had Carlo help me cut a piece of wood, found 2 sturdy vines, and in no time, a simple swing was ready. I also had him find a thick piece of wood to make a seesaw. I made a long rubber band out of animal tendons and taught the little females how to jump rope and play with sandbags. Goodness. The whole tribe instantly turned into a large kindergarten. Even the older girls came over to join in the fun, and laughter echoed far and wide. The old priest and the chief watched from the side, sighing that I was the lucky star sent by the beast god. Carlo didn't say anything, just watched me from a distance, and his gaze made me feel a bit shy. That night, when I returned to the cave, I was reviewing today's traps with Carlo when he suddenly hugged me tightly, leaving me stunned and frozen in place. He buried his head on my shoulder. His voice muffled. Ran, thank you for saving Darl. My mother died like that back then, watching helplessly. He told me about his childhood. A beast tied where his mother was cut open to protect the tribe, dying right in front of him. I felt sad listening to him and could only hold him and pat his back. At that moment, I felt like we were particularly close. The next day, I took Amy and the others to check the traps, and guess what? There were 2 plump chickens inside. Amy called them goo-goo beasts. Haha, this trap really works. It caught prey, for sure. I taught Carlo how to set more traps when they went hunting. Then our foraging team moved to a different location. I tell you, I felt like a walking plant detector. Not far in, I saw a familiar leaf, and when I crouched down and dug up a big round thing, I was so excited I almost took off. Family, do you know what I found? Sweet potatoes. This incredible fortune has finally come to me. I immediately announced to Manda Aignan. This thing is called sweet potato. It's incredibly filling, and the key is it can be stored until winter. These 5 words were like a thunderclap, exciting everyone. This meant they wouldn't have to go hungry in winter. When I looked at the field of sweet potatoes, wow, it stretched as far as the eye could see. I made a quick decision. Manda Aignan, gather the people. Call everyone in the tribe who can breathe. Bring all the tools. Today we're going to dig it all out. Before long, the chief and the priest brought the old, the young, the sick, and the disabled. Oh no, everyone came, each with a basket, and the scene was bustling, even more spectacular than digging up cabbages earlier. Hope was shining on everyone's faces, and I joined in digging, feeling more grounded than ever. This feeling lasted until we completely cleared that field of sweet potatoes. Let me tell you, when the hunting team of strong men returned and heard we were digging for divine food, their eyes lit up, and without a second thought, They grabbed their tools and joined the digging army, doubling the efficiency on the spot. In the end, hundreds of pounds of sweet potatoes piled up in the tribe square. The scene was even more spectacular than a double 11 delivery station, and everyone was grinning from ear to ear. And guess what? On the way back, I felt like a walking plant radar. Hey, ISNT that chili? Wow, ISNT that star anise? I got so excited I was shouting, but when I turned around, I saw that these primitives only had eyes for sweet potatoes, thinking that was the only thing that could fill their stomachs. In my heart, I had one thought. Just wait, once I enhance your taste buds, you'll know what is truly worth in the world. Looking at the mountain of sweet potatoes in the square, I had a flash of inspiration. Hey, Carlo, come here. Help me out. Let us dig a big hole in the ground as cellar. Although I had only seen it on TV, I understood the principle. Without hesitation, Carlo called over a few strong guys, and with their muscles flexed, like human excavators, they quickly finished a spacious cellar. I went down to take a look, and I was so satisfied that I bragged to the chief. See, this is called scientific storage. From now on, we can store all the food for the snow season here. It won't spoil for a year. The chief's eyes widened, and he immediately decided, this is good. We need to dig more, definitely dig more. With the storage problem sorted out, it was time to showcase real skills. I washed a few large sweet potatoes and threw them all into the fire. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and Amy and the others screamed. Chu Xinran, what are you doing? That's food. How can you waste it? I just smiled mysteriously at them and said nothing. Just wait. Soon you'll witness a miracle. I then started preparing the 2 goo beasts I caught in the trap that morning, which are basically wild chickens. I ground the star anise into powder, chopped the chili into bits, and evenly rubbed it all over the chicken, giving it a full-body spa. Then I peeled a few sweet potatoes, stuffed them into the chicken's belly, wrapped it in large leaves, and covered it with a thick layer of mud. Hey, this is the ancestral skill of the beggar's chicken. ISNT, it coming together? Why toss the mud chicken into the fire? The first batch of roasted sweet potatoes was almost done. I used a stick to poke around and rolled out a few blackened things. Just as I was about to grab one, I yelped in pain. It was so hot, I almost broke into a dance. Carlo couldn't stand it anymore, walked over, picked one up, and with one strong hand, he cracked it open. The sweet potato skin was crispy and burnt, and the inside was golden yellow, soft and sweet, bursting with flavor, and the whole square seemed to be enchanted. Everyone turned to look. Aren't you burned? My words got stuck in my throat. Carlo shook his head. I glanced at his hand. Wow, that callus was so thick it could probably be used as an oven mitt. My question was just pointless. Little Karen was the first to be lured by the aroma, staring wide-eyed. I waved my hand and let him taste it first. After that first bite, the little guy's eyes widened. Sister Chu Xinran, this is even better than meat. The adults in the tribe saw this and decided to let the kids have it all. I couldn't take it anymore and saved a piece for Carlo, who was still being polite, saying I should eat. I shot him a look. I've tried it. You eat. There is plenty more behind. Only then did he relent and take it. Soon the second batch was ready, and now everyone got a share. The chief and the priest held the warm, roasted sweet potatoes, trembling with excitement, saying this stuff will fill you up and keep you warm in winter. No one will starve during this snow season. I wave my hand. Chief, think bigger. This is just the basic form of sweet potatoes. If we turn it into flour, that's food. From now on, we need to balance staple foods and side dishes for nutritional balance to stay healthy. Oh, let me tell you, when the word food came out, they were all confused, as if they were hearing a celestial scripture. In their minds, meat was everything. My words had opened a new world for them, and they looked at me with eyes full of thirst for knowledge. Just when they were still savoring the sweetness of the roasted sweet potatoes, I pulled out those 2 blackened mud lumps from the fire. In front of everyone, I knocked the mud shell open with 2 hard taps, then peeled off the leaves. Let me tell you, that aroma was 10 times more powerful than roasted sweet potatoes. The fragrant oil from the chicken, the spiciness of the chili, the unique aroma of the star anise, mixed with the sweet fragrance of the sweet potatoes, burst forth explosively. 2 chickens were simply not enough to share. Everyone got just a small taste, but it was enough. Kevin was eating with his mouth full of grease, shouting, wow, this goo beast meat is so little, but it tastes so good. From now on, I'm not hunting big game, just catching this. The other females also tasted the chili I gave them, and from then on, they couldn't get enough. They felt like dishes without chili had no soul. Only poor Darl, whose injury hadn't healed, could only stand by and smell, drooling with envy and jealousy. As I saw everyone looking eager for more, I realized the opportunity had come. I cleared my throat and suggested to the chieftain and the priest that we can't always rely on nature for our food. We need to pursue sustainable development. We could domesticate those goo beasts. In the future, they could not only serve as reserve food, but if I discover new plants, they could act as test subjects for toxicity, emphasizing scientific farming. Once I proposed this idea, the whole room erupted in applause. The chieftain excitedly slapped his thigh and said my mind was too sharp, and they had never thought of it before. The next day, Carlo led a team out, and the mission changed. Instead of aiming to kill, they sought to capture alive. I stayed in the tribe, working with the females to handle the remaining sweet potatoes. Preparing to make sweet potato flour, I instructed a few orcs to make several huge stone mortars and pestles. And then everyone started the laborious task of pounding the sweet potatoes. This work was really exhausting. After a short while, I felt like my waste was no longer mine. In the evening, Carlo and the others returned, bringing back several lively cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts. I was so happy that I tried to stand up, but then, ouch! I let out a painful cry, feeling as if my waist had snapped, and I was immediately hit with pain. What is expression management? It doesn't exist. Carlo was startled and rushed over to help me up, rubbing my waist while both feeling sorry for me and scolding me, saying, "Why did you have to show off? Couldn't this heavy work wait for me to come back?" After saying that, he directly pushed me aside to rest and took my place to start pounding the sweet potatoes himself. I took a long time to go check on those little guys. I instructed the people to set up a simple wooden fence to enclose them. Then, I had a bright idea and called over Karen's group of little kids to activate my persuasion mode. "Do you want to eat beggar's chicken every day?" The little ones nodded vigorously. "Well, I'm giving you a glorious and challenging task. Be the first ministers of the breeding department of our tribe. Take good care of them. And when they have babies in the future, we'll have endless meat to eat." Surprisingly, the kids' sense of responsibility surged instantly, and they patted their little chests, promising to complete the task. The entire tribe was mobilized, and by nightfall, we finally turned hundreds of pounds of sweet potatoes into pulp. I had them pour the pulp into wooden barrels to settle, and only then did we consider today as work done. That night, we had a bonfire party with stewed meat and roasted sweet potatoes. Everyone was exhausted, but had smiles on their faces. The next day, the sweet potato pulp was still settling. I went out with the harvesting team to wander around and discovered a patch of mushrooms under a big tree. They looked non-toxic, but I couldn't guarantee that, so I picked a few to take back. The couple of goo-goo beasts in the tribe had been hungry all day and finally started eating. I tossed in the mushrooms, and they hesitated for a moment, but then ate them. I observed them for a while. They were lively and jumping around, so I thought the mushrooms should be safe, but I kept it quiet to avoid anyone randomly picking and eating toxic mushrooms. By evening, the sweet potato pulp had settled well. I gathered everyone to pour off the clear water on top, leaving behind the white starch paste at the bottom, which we spread out to dry. I announced, "Family, once this dries, it will be sweet potato flour. Our good days are coming." The tribe erupted in cheers. But that night, Carlo was called away by the chief. When he returned, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. My heart sank for a moment. "What happened? Is there a problem?" He looked at me, his voice a bit heavy. "Ran, the salt in the tribe is almost gone. My father asked me to take people to the Sea Beast tribe to trade for salt." As soon as I heard it, my heart sank. Is it going to take a long time? The round trip would take about 2 months. 2 months. I was taken aback. What kind of international joke is this? I hadn't been separated from him since I came here, and now this sudden long departure left me feeling empty inside. I tossed and turned all night without being able to sleep. The next day, Amy and the others' words made my heart race even more. They said that now is the peak season, and the wild beasts on the road are the hungriest and hottest, making them the most aggressive. Carlo and the others are bringing so many prey to trade. They're practically moving targets, and it's incredibly dangerous. I was extremely anxious and ran to find Carlo. I told him I could make salt from seawater and asked him to take me with him, saying we wouldn't need to bring any prey, which would be much safer. But this guy, who usually listens to me, was as stubborn as a rock this time, absolutely refusing to let me go, saying it was too dangerous and that I should wait for him to come back in the tribe. I was furious and at a loss for what to do. With no other options, I had to think of another way. I started frantically digging and licking stones around the tribe every day, trying to put on a geological show to find a salt mine, but ended up finding nothing at all. On the night before Carlo was to leave, I asked him to help me move my stone bed against the wall, hoping that sleeping against the wall would give me a sense of security. Before moving it, I asked him to carve a few holes in the wall with his military knife so I could insert wooden sticks to hang animal skins. When he struck the wall, I noticed something unusual about the soil that fell down. It was white. My mind exploded with a ridiculous yet extremely tempting idea. I crouched down, grabbed a handful of the powder, and without hesitation, stuffed it into my mouth. Salty. Who understands this? Family. I was so excited that I jumped on Carlo, shouting, "Carlo, don't go. You don't have to leave. We're standing on a mountain of gold." "No, a mountain of salt." Carlo was completely disoriented by my outburst. Still looking dazed, I quickly had to make a few more cuts, and what fell down was all soil mixed with white crystals. Now I was 100% sure that the entire cave we lived in was a huge salt rock mine. The chief and the priest were urgently called over and also tasted it. Their expressions were as if they had won 5 million. The whole tribe was awakened in the middle of the night, all pumped up like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. The priest remained relatively calm, stating that this stuff was bitter and astringent, not comparable to the salt from the sea beast tribe. I waved my hand and smiled confidently, saying, "It's just a small scene, a technical issue. Tomorrow, Chu Xinran, will start an online class and teach you step by step what refined salt is." Early the next morning, I took all the people to work. I found an abandoned cave and had the orcs dig out a large pile of rock salt, while the females went to the river to fetch water. Then, I had them throw all the rock salt into the water to soak. Kevin scratched his head and asked, "Xiaoran, is that it? What about the salt?" I clapped the dust off my hands and smiled mysteriously. "This is just the first step, just wait. Once the rock salt has melted, the real show is just beginning. I tell you, this good show is simply seamless." As soon as the salt rock melted, I immediately called the women warriors in the tribe to get to work. Who understands what it means for family? To filter out the impurities in the brine. I gritted my teeth and directly donated my treasured pure cotton t-shirt. That was my last relic of modern civilization. I used it as a filter cloth again and again, filtering it once, twice, 3 times. After the filtered brine was left in a large wooden basin to sunbathe for a few days, a miracle happened. A layer of snow-white crystals appeared at the bottom of the basin. I scraped a little with my fingernail and tasted it. Hey, that's the flavor. Pure. Authentic. The people in the tribe gathered around, each one as excited as could be. Several burly orcs, strong as bears, cried on the spot like 200-pound children, muttering, "We have our own salt. We have our own salt." Goodness, you wouldn't know it was a large-scale brainwashing scene for a pyramid scheme. After the chief and the shaman tasted it, their expressions were more excited than winning 5 million. They said my salt was better than what the sea beast tribe sold. I knew perfectly well that the sea beast tribe probably just did rough processing and didn't understand fine filtering. So the salt they produced was bitter and astringent. Ours, however, was blessed with modern wisdom. How could it be the same? The method of making this salt immediately became the tribe's top secret. The chief gathered everyone together and swore to the beast gods, saying that anyone who dared to leak the method would face divine retribution. It was so solemn and serious that you wouldn't know it wasn't a group ascension ceremony. With the salt problem solved, Carlo no longer had to risk his life, and the heavy stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. Then, I tell you, my culinary DNA could no longer be suppressed. Without salt before, many good dishes couldn't be made. Now, with salt, I cleaned the pig's offal and beef trimmings, making a pot of spicy, fragrant mixed offal stew. At first, the people in the tribe were picky, but once they tasted it, their eyes lit up. I also made blood tofu with salt, and they looked at the sticky stuff with expressions of what is this dark cuisine, but ended up finding it delicious. The best part was that I taught them to make cured meat and jerky. This is a winter survival artifact. Cut the meat into strips, rub it vigorously with salt and spices, marinate for a few days, then hang it up to dry. As for the jerky, it's boiled with seasoning and then sun-dried. The flavor is incredibly chewy and fragrant, making people dizzy with delight. The chief tasted a piece and immediately decided to instruct all the females to work overtime, aiming to pile our jerky reserves into a mountain. One day, I saw that the sweet potato flour I had dried was almost ready, and I was planning to upgrade Carlo's breakfast setup. I tell you, watching him gnaw on that cold and hard leftover roasted meat every morning was painful for me. This is my man who fights against wild beasts. How could he eat so carelessly? So I got to work. The night before, I kneaded the sweet potato flour in a dough, and the next morning I got up early, rolled the risen dough into plump white buns, and placed them in my homemade grass basket steamer. When I lifted the lid and the steam rushed out with a sweet aroma, I tell you, after such a long time eating staple food again, I almost cried. I cut the steamed bun in half, stuffed it with the stir-fried meat, and paired it with a big bowl of hot sweet potato noodle soup, all wrapped up in a multi-layered fur-lined thermal bag. Perfect. Goodness. When Carlo took out this luxurious breakfast while hunting outside, he instantly became the most eye-catching person in the crowd. The orcs nearby could only gnaw on their dry jerky, their eyes turning green with envy, nearly drooling. The guy named Kevin was even more shameless, directly rushing over to cling to Carlo's leg begging for a bite. Carlo, Protective of his food, initially refused to share, but eventually, after being pestered, he gave him a piece. Kevin took a bite, his eyes nearly popping out, exclaiming that it was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. When he found out it was made from sweet potato flour, his jaw nearly dropped. The others saw the excitement and wanted to join in, but Carlo, with his keen sense of crisis, quickly stuffed the rest into his mouth without leaving any for them. By the time they returned from hunting, everyone in the tribe had a big steamed bun. I taught all the females how to make it, and now, our tribe square looked like a bustling market every day, not only drying salt and meat, but now also filled with bowls of dough waiting to ferment, all very organized. At dinner, I taught them how to make noodles, rolling the dough, cutting it, boiling it, and then topping it with cabbage stir-fried in the freshly made bacon sauce. It smelled so good that people couldn't help but linger. The orcs discovered that this dish was not only delicious, but also very filling. Before, they needed to eat a lot of meat to feel full, but now just 2 or 3 bowls of noodles would do the trick. At this point, the entire lion-tiger tribe truly understood the significance of food. Our dining table finally upgraded from a simple barbecue buffet to a civilized meal with staples and vegetables. But just when I thought life would continue to be this happy, a new crisis emerged. A huge crisis. I ran out of shampoo. Who understands family? After working all day, I was drenched in sweat and could only rinse with water. My hair felt sticky, and I felt like mushrooms were about to grow on my head, driving me nearly insane. I wandered around every day in search of a plant called soap pod, which is a natural cleanser. Then, my man, Carlo, turned out to be my savior. One day, he returned from hunting and mysteriously pulled out a pod-like thing from behind, asking if it was this. I took it, smelled it, and it was the right scent. I was so excited I almost jumped up and hugged him tightly. He said he found on a big tree deep in the forest, a very dangerous place. The next day, he brought back several large baskets. I immediately ran to the riverbank, used the soap pod to wash my hair, and it produced a lot of bubbles. After washing, it felt incredibly refreshing and had a faint plant fragrance. Amy and the other females saw this and rushed over like they had discovered a new world, leaning in to sniff my head, saying it smelled amazing. Now, all the females in the tribe went crazy, pestering their men every day to pick soap pods for them. Later, I heard Amy say that Lilith even went to find Carlo, asking him to help pick them, but Carlo completely ignored her. Making her so mad, she ran away crying. In the end, a custom spread throughout our tribe. Instead of giving flowers, orcs started giving soap pods to the young females. Just when things were peaceful for a couple of days, another problem arose. The hunting team hurriedly brought back a person. It was Abel. His arm was drooping limply. Clearly something had gone wrong. The chief's face darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately yelled at Carlo. "How can you be the captain? Didn't I tell you to avoid fierce beasts when you see them?" My anger flared up instantly, and the way he shifted the blame was more skilled than my cooking. Kevin quickly explained that Carlo had ordered a retreat at the first moment, but Abel stubbornly insisted on charging in for a one-on-one fight, and as a result, he got seriously hurt. Abel admitted it himself, saying he didn't blame anyone. The priest came over, touched his arm, shook his head, and said the bone was broken, and there was nothing he could do. The clan leader then placed his hopes on me, pleading for me to save Abel. I looked at Abel's unwilling face and then at Carlo, who was silent and full of guilt beside him. I spoke directly. "Abel, I told you last time that saving someone depends on luck. In the wild, you must listen to orders. Why won't you listen?" Abel sneered, but didn't respond. I knew in my heart that it was simply jealousy at play, wanting to steal the spotlight from my man. But what can I do? I can't just stand by and watch him die. I sighed and walked over, touched him, and had a rough idea. This wasn't a fracture. It was clearly a dislocation. I had Carlo hold Abel down firmly. Then I found the right spot, steeled myself, and went for it, lifting and twisting his arm. There was a sharp crack. Hey, guess what? It was back in place. Abel let out a muffled grunt from the pain. But he didn't even furrow his brow, which shows he is a tough guy. He tried to move his hand and found he had feeling in it. His expression was as excited as could be. I quickly told him not to move around, used animal skin for cold compress, and then made a simple triangular bandage to secure his arm, while also giving him a bunch of precautions. The way the people in the tribe looked at me changed from seeing this little female as very capable to thinking that I must be a deity sent by the beast god. This incident also served as a reminder for me. I suggested to the chief and the shaman that we could no longer live in the caves. It was cold and damp, which was really bad for the elderly and the injured, so we needed to build houses, the kind that are warm in winter and cool in summer. When everyone heard that we could be warm in the house during winter, Their eyes lit up. However, in the end, it was Carlo who had a clear mind. He said that it was currently the hot season, and building houses outside every day would make people overheat. So it would be best to wait until the rainy season to start the work. I also think he is right, and this matter is settled. The next day, Carlo had a rare day off, so he took Karen and me for a stroll near the tribe. Karen found a bird's nest, and after coming down, he directly smashed a bird egg and poured it into his mouth. I was stunned at that moment. Dude, isn't that a bit too primitive? I quickly stopped him and said, "Sister will make you something delicious." So the three of us gathered a bunch of bird eggs and went back, and I made a smooth bird egg custard and fragrant scrambled bird eggs. The little ones in the tribe went crazy over it. I don't know if it was due to the stimulation, but the few cuckoo beasts we raised actually started laying eggs the next day. From then on, the elders and children in the tribe could eat eggs every day. The elders would always decline, saying they wanted to save the good stuff for the younger ones. I heard from Amy that in the past, the elders in the tribe would walk into the forest to save food for the younger ones when winter came and never return. Who understand the family? I almost cried when I heard this. I told them, "You have worked hard for the tribe your whole life. Now it's time to enjoy life. Just talking isn't enough. I need to take some real action." I looked around and saw many elders in the tribe who had health issues from their hard work in their youth. Some couldn't walk well, and some couldn't even get out of bed. Is this acceptable? I directly pulled Carlo along and said, "Let us get to work." Zing zing dang dang. We first got walking sticks for the grandpas with mobility issues. I couldn't make wheelchairs for now, but people are still alive. I gathered Carlo, Kevin, and a few strong laborers and started a shared transportation service for the elderly, taking turns to carry the bedridden elders out to bask in the sun every day. Staying in that dark cave for too long, how could people not get depressed? I was afraid they might feel like a burden. So I found some light tasks like making rope and picking herbs for them to do. Guess what? These elderly folks suddenly seemed energized, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. They were eager to take on work every day, just to prove that they were still capable. After solving the elders' problems, I started thinking about food. Let me tell you, during this time, I was like a walking market in the tribe, and I struck gold again. Big radishes. These things, when paired with cabbage, are essential for winter. Without hesitation, I gathered people, started digging, and filled the cellar with baskets of them. To celebrate, I decided to prepare something special, giving these primitive people a little taste of Chinese cuisine, dumplings. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. I was mixing sweet potato flour on one side, while Carlo was chopping meat filling on the other, and his efficiency was even more impressive than my blender. A bunch of kids and females gathered around to learn, and what happened? The dumplings they made were all sorts of shapes. Some looked like flying saucers, some like wallets, and others were just bursting open like a bankrupt blind box. They were all covered in flour, looking like they were performing in a play. In the end, I didn't care anymore. As long as they could pinch them together, that was good enough. When the first pot of dumplings came out, the aroma was incredible. Everyone in the tribe had their eyes wide open. Guess who was the most exaggerated? Kevin. That kid ate nearly 200 by himself. 200. I was dumbfounded. Was that a stomach or a black hole? After filling up, we couldn't forget about mental civilization construction. I looked at those little rascals who just rolled around every day and had Carlo help me make a big toy, a pure wooden, handcrafted slide. Once it was done, the kids' eyes lit up and they lined up to rush up, sliding down with glee. Hey, to be honest, Carlo usually manages them strictly, but this time it really worked. No one cut in line. Looking at them, I thought these kids actually have it tough. In this world, if you're not strong enough, you'll be treated as someone else's lunch. So Carlo being tough on them is also for their survival, just as we were enjoying the good times. Trouble knocked on our door. One day, a few outsiders suddenly showed up, claiming to be from the neighboring herbivorous tribe. The leader, named Butte, came up crying while hugging our chief's leg, and it was quite a sight. He said their tribe was starving and begged us to help. I'll tell you, our chief Reese is just a nice guy, soft-hearted like cotton candy, and immediately sent someone to get food. I stood by, watching coldly, and felt something was off. Especially that Butte's son, named Andrew. His little eyes were darting around, and he didn't look like a good kid at all. When the food was served, those people devoured it like they were starving ghosts. After finishing, that Andrew wiped his mouth and even complained it wasn't enough. He said something like, "You guys in the Lion Tiger tribe are living so well. What's wrong with giving a little more?" I was really fired up at that moment. What do you mean by saying we live well? Haven't we fought hard for our hunting? Our chief actually hesitated a bit, and I thought this won't do. You can't have a bleeding heart here. I stepped up and confronted him directly. Hey, you can't say that. The food in our tribe is earned with the lives of the orcs snatched from the jaws of beasts. To my surprise, the guy yelled back at me, "Who do you think you are?" Damn. Carlo's face turned dark immediately, and he stood in front of me, his gaze sharp as a knife, scaring that guy back several steps. Our chief also realized what was happening and got angry. Old Man Butte quickly came out to mediate, and that's when his son finally shut up. In the end, the chief's heart softened, and he gave them 10 baskets of sweet potatoes and 2 large game animals. Did you think that was it? No. These guys took the stuff and didn't leave, just dawdling around. Finally, that Old Man Butte spoke up again, saying they were short on salt and wanted more. Let me tell you, that excuse was fake. Even our priest could tell something was off. Our chief, that good-hearted man, actually wanted to agree again. I was really exasperated, and at a critical moment, I had to step in. I immediately jumped in front of him, looking troubled, and said, "Oh, Chief Butte, to be honest, we're also short on salt. Look at all these sweet potatoes. We need salt to pickle them for storage. We were even thinking about where to borrow some." Wow. As soon as I said that, Butte's face turned green, fearing I would turn around and ask him for salt. And he grabbed his son and the stuff, running away faster than a rabbit. Once they left, our priest went into strict teacher mode, giving the chief a good talking to. Rice, when will you change this weakness of yours? They were here to test our resources, and you actually gave everything away. Have you forgotten the times we went hungry? Forgotten that all this food was earned with the lives of our children? Let me tell you, the priest's words hit hard, leaving the chief stunned, unable to say a word for a long time, and finally feeling ashamed, saying he was unworthy to be chief. Sigh. The chief is a good person, but he is just too kind-hearted. Later, the priest explained to me that when our tribe first came here, the herbivorous tribe helped us. So the chief always remembered that kindness. But that's not a reason to be taken advantage of. Anyway, after this incident, the chief finally woke up, feeling down for a while, but then became much more decisive in handling matters. A few days later, the rainy season arrived, and the rain was pouring down as if the heavens had opened. Carlo and their hunting team still had to go out every day, and it made me feel heartbroken. What if they got sick from being drenched in the rain? I was thinking about how to make them raincoats. Amy even said it wasn't convenient to hunt while wearing a raincoat. Hey, when she said that, it actually reminded me. I slapped my thigh and thought, let's make camouflage ponchos. We can weave them from green grass and vines, drape them over ourselves, crouch in the bushes, and blend right into the environment, achieving physical invisibility. Isn't that better than any special clothing? It can block the rain and serve as cover, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So we got to work right away. And soon everyone in the tribe had one. I made one for Carlo, and my brother Kalen made a mini version. Just then, I turned around and saw Nina secretly making one too, clearly sized for an adult orc. Amy, with her big mouth, exclaimed, "I know. She's making it for Kevin." Wow. Nina's face turned bright red all the way to her neck. It turns out these two have something going on. With the ponchos, going out became much more convenient. I want to check on our breeding farm, and wow, the first batch of Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts had given birth, and the numbers were growing. We were just waiting for Carlo and the others to catch some big ones to raise. That night, they indeed brought back a new species called the Mimi beast. When I looked at it, I realized it was just a sheep. Carlo looked disdainful and said the meat wasn't good. I laughed at that. It's just that you don't know how to cook it. Today, I'll let you see what hot pot lamb is all about. I had them slice the meat thinly and made a dipping sauce with various spices I found. Once the bone broth boiled, the meat slices were dipped in and then rolled in the sauce. Let me tell you, the flavor was incredible. The whole tribe went crazy for it. And that kid Kevin was right in there, having the most fun. After this meal, without me even having to say anything, the hunting team brought back a bunch of live sheep the next day, completely filling our newly built shed. Later, they also caught a few horned beasts, and when I saw them, I thought, isn't this just beef? Perfect for making beef jerky, and the little ones in the tribe were drooling over it. I was busy cutting grass for the newly arrived cattle and sheep when I saw Amy storming over, pulling Nina with her. She plopped down next to me, her face all puffed up with anger. I'm really furious. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew there was some gossip to hear, so I quickly stopped what I was doing and asked her, "What's going on?" I told you, Amy's little face was so angry. It looked just like a red Fuji apple. She lashed out at me, saying, "Who else could it be? That Lilith. She's just a seasoned pro in the workplace. As an outdoor worker for the picking team, she's just slacking off there, focusing on a companion-style picking." I said a couple of things to her, and she rolled her eyes at me, saying, "What is it to you? Family, who understands? Everyone in the tribe is working hard for love. So why should she be a hands-off manager and still want to share the same rations?" Wow, when I heard that, isn't this just the beginning of the drawbacks of communal living in primitive society? Someone is starting to take advantage. This could be a big deal or a small one. If we don't address it, there won't just be one Lilith in the tribe, but a whole bunch of them. When Carlo came back in the evening, I immediately told him about this. His brows furrowed into a shape, and he quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. He was right. It's like a game of dominoes. If one falls, the rest will follow suit. After we discussed it, we decided to hold a small meeting with the leadership. So we brought Carlo along and headed straight to the chieftain and the elder. Once I explained the situation, the two elders' expressions darkened. Carlo chimed in, "Dad, Grandpa Elder, if we don't put a stop to this bad influence, everyone will follow suit. And who will do the work?" Grandpa Elder nodded and said, "That's right. We must resolve the first case before the virus spreads." The chieftain thought simply and said, "Then I'll hold a meeting for everyone tomorrow and publicly criticize her." I quickly stopped him. "Uncle, criticism is necessary, but it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Where does this issue stem from? It's our distribution system. In the past, everyone was hungry and had no other thoughts, so they worked hard. Now that life has improved, people's minds have become more active. Think about it. If you work hard all day and someone else just lies down all day, but ends up with the same rewards, would you be happy? Over time, even the most diligent person will become lazy." The clan leader hesitated a bit, "But we've always done it this way. Times have changed, Uncle." I quickly gave him a lesson, explaining that before it was a survival model, and now it's a development model. Continuing with egalitarianism will only breed a bunch of lazy people. We need to take advantage of the fact that everyone is still simple-minded and quickly establish rules. Otherwise, if people's hearts scatter in the future, it will be hard to lead the team. After pondering for a long time, the clan leader felt this made sense and asked me, "So, Xinran, what do you think we should do?" I went straight to the point and said, "Clan leader, uncle, an esteemed elder, it's better to be flexible than rigid. We need reform." I immediately presented my three-step plan for labor distribution. First, the treatment of the elderly and children remains unchanged. The tribe will support them. Second, for the young people, if you want food, you need to exchange it for labor. You will earn work points based on how much you hunt or how many baskets of fruit you gather, with clear pricing. The standards will be set by the respected elder to ensure fairness and justice. Third, let's abolish the communal kitchen. Each family should have their own small kitchen. For elderly and children without family, the tribe will hire someone specifically to cook for them, and they will also receive work points as wages. I tell you, as soon as I said this, those three people, including Carlo, almost had their jaws drop to the ground. Their eyes looked like they were seeing an alien. They had never heard of such a way of doing things in their lives. Grandpa Shaman was so excited that his hands were shaking, asking me to explain it to him again. So I broke down and explained to them the original version of the modern enterprise KPI assessment system. The four of us stayed up all night and managed to come up with a basic framework for managing a tribe. The next day, the chief called a meeting for everyone and, in front of all the people, first exposed Lilith's laziness. Good gracious, that scene was simply a large-scale social death moment. Lilith was so pierced by everyone's gazes that she couldn't lift her head, and her parents' faces were also embarrassed. Then, the chief announced the new rules we had discussed all night. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Some people were unhappy, shouting that the old ways were just fine. The chief directly grabbed the microphone. "What is good about it? From now on, those who work more will earn more. Those who work less will earn less. And those who don't work will earn nothing. If you work more, you earn more. Isn't that fair?" Everyone whispered and discussed for a long time, and they realized, hey, this actually makes sense. Those who can do more work should earn more. This is just eating based on ability. So, this matter was passed unanimously. Finally, the chief made a definitive statement. "Lilith, as a negative example, you are punished to work for the tribe for a month without pay. In the future, anyone who makes a mistake will face corresponding punishment." Lilith was full of regret, wishing she could turn back time. Now she has completely become famous in the tribe. But it's infamy. Her parents were so angry that they pointed at her nose and scolded. "How dare you say you didn't slack off? Amina has testified against you. You've embarrassed your mother and me. If you keep this up, which orc would dare to want you?" Her mother also tried to persuade her kindly. But Lilith, instead of reflecting on herself, blamed everything on me. She thought that if I hadn't come, she would still be the first beauty adored by everyone. And Carlo would still be her #1 pursuer. Now it's all over. It's all my fault. Well, now she went to the picking team, and no one paid attention to her. The ones she used to bully, Amy and Nina, now looked at her with disdain. Nina, that naive girl, felt a bit guilty and thought maybe it was a bit too much. Amy directly confronted her. "Oh, come on. She deserves it. People don't change their nature easily. Do you believe she is not plotting something? You know, Amy is truly clear-headed. Lilith indeed worked honestly for a few days, and the other females, seeing her pitiful state, started talking to her again. As a result, she began to sow discord, intentionally or unintentionally whispering to others, "Look how comfortable Xinran is, just staying in the tribe every day." And what happened? She was immediately shot down. The other females retorted, "Lilith, why are you saying that? Xinran has found us so much food and taught us so many things. Don't you know that?" She still wouldn't give up, and a few days later, she tried to slander me from another angle. "Ah, our tribe used to be so good, and now it's all about everyone for themselves. We've become estranged. Isn't this all Chu Xinran's fault?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at her differently. "Lilith, have you forgotten who caused this in the first place? If you hadn't slacked off, would there be this rule now? How can you still blame Xinran?" Now, everyone saw her clearly. She was indeed incorrigible. The interpersonal relationships that had just warmed up instantly dropped to freezing point again. Nina also shamefully came to apologize to me, saying she was too naive and almost got tricked again, just when Lilith was making a mess of her self-directed drama. Let me tell you, an unexpected person started observing me secretly. Who? Abel. This guy is a pure power strategist. He is a stray orc adopted by the chief, and since he was young, he's been holding a strong desire to become the next chief. His biggest competitor is Carlo. Previously, the two of them could be considered evenly matched. But since I arrived, Carlo's reputation has skyrocketed, and Abel couldn't sit still. He realized that I was the key to breaking the deadlock. What did he decide to do? If he couldn't beat me, he would join me. Oh no, he decided to take the initiative and get close to me. One day, while I was struggling to carve wood with a stone knife to make a stool, Abel suddenly appeared, took the tools from me without saying a word, and started working diligently. I was stunned at the time. Later, seeing that I was struggling, I even lent him my military knife. He took the knife. His eyes lit up and asked if it could still be used. From that day on, Abel followed me like a shadow, helping me with whatever I did. As we got familiar, I found out that this guy is really smart and has very profound thoughts. Once, he even proactively suggested to me that the tribe's punishment system should be written into laws in advance so that there would be legal basis, and people would be more convinced. Good heavens, isn't this exactly what I was secretly discussing with the chief about the tribe's basic law? He actually thought of it himself. This person is definitely not simple. Carlo, that jealous guy, couldn't stand it. He saw Abel getting closer to me every day and directly exploded. After a hunting trip, Carlo confronted Abel head-on. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Carlo told him, "Stay away from her." Abel was so arrogant, sneering coldly. "Why should I? Is she your wife? Have you two paired up? As long as Xinran isn't paired up, why can't I pursue her?" Carlo was immediately furious and warned him not to have any wrong thoughts. Abel became more aggressive, directly provoking. "You have thoughts, but I don't? Carlo, you've always beaten me since we were kids. This time, I want to let you win. I tell you." In the next second, the two of them started fighting like they were in a scene from All In. It was a real fist fight. They just went at it. In the end, Kevin and the others rushed over and, after a huge effort, managed to pull the two apart. The clan leader and the priest heard the commotion and rushed over, fuming with anger. The clan leader pointed at Carlo and gave him a scolding, asking what was going on. Carlo kept his face dark and didn't say a word. When he asked Abel, Abel was quite articulate and cheerfully said, "It's nothing, clan leader. We were just having a friendly spar." The clan leader was so angry that he turned and left. As soon as I saw Carlo's mouth was all cut, I felt so heartbroken that I quickly ran over, touched his injury, and asked if it hurt. Let me tell you, the look I gave was full of blame as I shot a glare at Abel, thinking to myself, did you really have to hit so hard during spar? Abel was feeling so frustrated. He was hurt much worse than Carlo. That little brat Carlo was sneaky, always targeting the places that couldn't be seen, and he had internal injuries all over. And yet, I only felt sorry for Carlo. That little guy, I tell you, when I was helping him walk, he must have secretly raised an eyebrow at Abel, looking so smug. After this little episode, the big matter of the tribe was brought up, building houses. The rainy season was coming, and we couldn't keep living in caves. I thought it over and decided to build adobe houses for warmth. Plus, I had a big secret weapon. I told Carlo that we're not only building a house, but also going to set up a heated Kong inside. Carlo looked confused and asked, "What's a Kong?" I directly explained to him the power of our northern artifact. It's making a bed out of mud inside the house, with an empty space underneath connected to the outdoor stove. When you light a fire outside to cook, the hot air travels through the passage and warms the bed. I told him that if we could make this, we could wear short sleeves and eat ice pops inside during winter. Upon hearing this, Carlo's eyes lit up. If this works, no one in the tribe would freeze to death anymore. He excitedly told the chief and the shaman about it. And a few big guys were as excited as kids, gathering around me to start researching. Let's get to work. Carlo and the team clanged away and began building the first prototype house. The walls and beams were easy, but we got stuck on the crucial heated bed. The passage design was the problem. The hot air just wouldn't pass through, and after several failed attempts, Carlo was getting anxious. I was also feeling the heat. We studied the blueprints, my own sketch, for half a day, and finally I slapped my thigh and said, the passage needs to be more winding. It should be S-shaped, allowing the hot air to circulate more in the bed. This time, Carlo followed my new plan and created a winding passage with twists and turns, covering it with large stone slabs and sealing it with mud. Once the fire was lit in the stove, it didn't take long. It worked. When the first wave of hot air came from the bed, I was so excited I almost jumped up on the spot. I rushed out of the house shouting, "Come and see! It's warm! It's warm!" The entire tribe was buzzing with excitement. The small house was filled with people, and everyone touched the warm earthen bed as if it were a treasure, their expressions a mix of surprise and joy. On the day the house was completed, the tribe held a grand bonfire party. The chief publicly announced that this first house was mine. I couldn't accept it and quickly declined, saying that the chief, shaman, and the elders and children should live there first. In the end, the chief and the shaman moved in with Karen, with the experience from the first house. The subsequent ones went up like an assembly line. Rows of brand new earthen houses sprang up. By the time everyone moved into their new homes, the rainy season was more than halfway through. The tribe's food was piled high, and life was looking brighter and brighter. Carlo and I are still living in the same room. After moving in, I couldn't sit still and started a home revolution with everyone, arranging everything we could: wooden tables, wooden stools, wooden bowls, and wooden chopsticks. Now the tribe's life is very orderly, and the chief and the priest are smiling from ear to ear, praising that taking me in was the wisest decision they ever made. That little brat, Karen, has also become my little shadow, calling me Sister Ran every day, sticking to me even more than a Carlo. That night, after the chief and the others finished their meal and left, it was just me and Carlo in the room. While I was making the bed, I casually asked him, "Carlo, have you had a smooth hunting trip these past few days? Nothing happened, right? Nothing major," but Carlo hesitated as he spoke, his expression somewhat serious. "I tell you, recently the beasts in the forest have been acting really strange. What's going on?" I was puzzled too, since Carlo was still coming back from hunting every day with a full load. But Carlo looked serious and told me things were really off. He said the beasts outside were acting like they had taken gunpowder. Their tempers were extremely volatile. I tell you, even the sheep that usually wouldn't bother with a kick now charged at them like they were on adrenaline, eyes red with aggression. There was one time he almost got his head knocked off. At first, we thought it was just a coincidence, but when it happened every day, Carlo felt something was wrong. He squatted outside for several days observing and found that all the small animals had run off, leaving behind a group of big ones running around the forest like headless flies. He frowned and told me, "Ran, I suspect a beast tide is coming." Goodness, a beast tide. Just hearing those words made my hair stand on end. The elders in the tribe spoke of how terrifying this thing is, almost to the point of being a glitch. Without saying a word, we went straight to find the chief and the shaman. And guess what? The chief hesitated a bit, saying it had been years since we had a beast tide here, and the previous ones were always sudden attacks, never with a warning. Carlo shot back, "Dad, whether it's true or not, it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance, right?" The shaman chimed in, saying it's better to believe it might happen than to dismiss it. If it really comes and we aren't prepared, the tribe would be finished. Once the chief heard that, he agreed and immediately decided to prepare for battle. The news spread quickly, and the whole tribe was in an uproar. Family members were confused, just having moved into their new houses, still warming the seats. And now, facing an apocalyptic survival situation, everyone was chattering anxiously. The shaman quickly stepped in to calm everyone down, shouting, "Don't panic. It's just a possibility. Even if it really comes, knowing it in advance is our greatest advantage. As long as we prepare, we can definitely get through it." With those words, everyone finally calmed down. The chief immediately began assigning tasks, and the entire lion and tiger tribe moved like they were on fast forward. All the food, every last bit, was to be moved into the cellar. Everyone, with their livestock, was to retreat into the caves. The orcs, being strong, went outside to move huge stones to block the entrances, while we females were responsible for tidying up and then frantically making rations, anything we could make, like sweet potato buns and noodles. Before long, the entire tribe seemed to have been emptied out, with everyone hiding in 3 large caves. Carlo, feeling uneasy, took a few of the strongest orcs and became mobile sentinels outside, ready to run back at the slightest sign of trouble. Let me tell you, life in that cave was something else. It was pitch dark, relying on just a few torches for light. The entrance was blocked by a large stone slab, leaving only a few holes for ventilation. I crouched by one of those holes, peering outside, my heart racing. Who knew when that damned beast tide would come? When night fell, Callow and his patrol team returned, each one of them exhausted like dogs. I quickly handed them some roasted meat and steamed buns, feeling a pang of sympathy. He chewed on a bun and told me that the situation outside was getting worse. The horned beasts and tusked beasts had upgraded their combat power, charging at anything they saw, and those little creatures called goo-goo beasts were completely extinct. I told them that the wild animals we had in the cave were also going crazy, restless all day long, desperately try to break free from their ropes. As the night deepened, when the torches went out, all that filled the cave were the sounds of others breathing and an indescribable smell. Just think about it. Everything from eating, drinking, to relieving oneself happened in there. Even if the toilet was at the very back, the smell was unbearable. I lay beside Callow, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, feeling extremely restless. Days passed in this tense state, yet outside it remained calm, with nothing happening. People in the cave began to murmur, wondering if we were just scaring ourselves. I too crouched by the small hole, peering outside, feeling uncertain, but I still sensed something was off. The animals in the cave were still incredibly agitated. I was just thinking when suddenly, boom, that sound, let me tell you, was just like thousands of horses galloping right past your ears. Immediately after, I saw Carlo and the others running towards the cave like they were fleeing for their lives. My scalp was about to explode as I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Hurry! Open the door! Let them in!" A few orcs quickly moved the stone slab aside, just enough for Carlo and the others to rush in, scrambling. As soon as the stone slab closed behind them, Carlo gasped for breath and yelled, "They're here! The beast tide is here! Kevin, hold the door with the others." No sooner had he finished speaking than the roar from outside crashed in like a tsunami, shaking the entire cave. The little ones inside all cried out in fear, and the females turned pale with fright. I quickly hugged Karen, who was rushing into my arms, and loudly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. We're very safe here. Safe my ass." Although I couldn't see outside, the noise was like an 800x speed nature documentary. Countless wild beasts were rampaging, roaring, and destroying everything in the square. Then, they caught our scent and charged towards our cave. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact felt like it was pounding on everyone's heart. Carlo and the other orcs held the stone slab tightly, their faces turning purple. The force of the impact from outside grew stronger, and Carlo panicked, shouting, "Everyone transform into beast form. Use your bodies to hold it." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a roar and transformed into a majestic lion, while the other orcs followed suit, using their massive bodies to brace against the stone slab. Carlo's roar seemed to alert the other two caves, as roars echoed from there as well. The crazed beasts outside, hearing the commotion inside, became more excited, their eyes red and saliva dripping, crashing into the door even harder. But after transforming into their beast forms, Carlo and the others gained immense strength, and the stone slab remained steadfast. After crashing against this hard barrier for a while, the crazed beasts finally realized they couldn't break through and angrily dispersed to wreak havoc elsewhere. Only then did the people in the cave dare to take deep breaths. I touched my forehead, drenched in cold sweat. Carlo walked over, took my icy hand, and comforted me, saying it was all right now. I was allowed to peek through a small hole in the stone slab, and what I saw outside was something I would never forget in my life. There were fierce wild beasts everywhere, with blood-red eyes, completely devoid of reason, biting anything they encountered. The slides and swings I had made for the children were all smashed to pieces. The house we just built had its door smashed in, and a group of beasts rushed in, wreaking havoc. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass was left standing. Carlo pulled me back and said, "Don't look anymore. Things can be rebuilt, but the most important thing is that people are safe." This damn beast tide lasted for several days. Every day, they would crash against the door, making it so we couldn't even eat, just nibbling on some dry rations. However, under Carlo's command, everyone gradually calmed down from their initial panic, all of them holding onto a determination to get through this. Finally, one day, the sounds of crashing from outside stopped. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. Carlo was still uneasy and sent himself and Kevin out cautiously to scout. After a long time, they returned to confirm that the beast tide had indeed left. When we emerged from the cave and saw our home in ruins, everyone fell silent. But the sadness only lasted a moment. After the priest checked the cellar and shouted, "The food is fine," everyone suddenly came back to life. Amy was so angry she started cursing, and I patted her on the head. "It's okay. Being alive is better than anything. We can rebuild." "That's right, rebuild." Carlo took people to patrol the borders to prevent the beast from returning. The rest of us began to clean up the mess. The children cried about the slide being gone, and I patted their heads. "Don't cry. Sister Xinran will make you a bigger and prettier one." Once the children's laughter returned, the adults worked with even more vigor. We actually survived the beast tide. It was truly a miracle. By the end of the day, the tribe had more or less recovered. At night, we all gathered in the square, eating the dishes I cooked and drinking warm meat soup, feeling the happiness of having survived a disaster. Truly, being alive is wonderful. When I returned to the house at night, I spread out the animal skins I had hidden in the cellar back on the bed. Thankfully, they were all safe. Carlo had made them by hand, and if those beasts had torn them, I would have been heartbroken. I was mumbling to myself when Carlo laughed beside me, saying, "If they get damaged, it's okay. I'll make you another." "It's not the same." I got anxious and said, "Making another one won't be the same. These are all memories." Sigh. It's hard to explain this to such a straightforward guy. I quickly changed the subject and said to him, "Hey, this beast tide reminded me that our tribe's defenses are really weak, like a public restroom. Anyone can come and go as they please. We need to get some hardcore equipment." As soon as Carlo heard this, he became interested. "What do you mean?" At that moment, four words popped in my mind. Tower defense construction. I told him, "Look, let's surround the entire tribe, dig a deep and wide trench, and fill it with sharpened wooden stakes, leaving just one entrance and posting guards. Anyone who wants to come in has to ask those stakes for permission." Carlo's eyes lit up, and he spent the whole night discussing the details with me. The next morning, he gathered people and got to work. The efficiency was impressive. Soon, a massive circular trap trench surrounded the entire tribe, and the dense wooden stakes made people's scalps tingle. To prevent our own people from falling in, we also put up a wooden railing around the edge. I called all the little kids over and warned them with a stern face. "Remember, if anyone dares to come over here to play, there will be no share of the delicious food that Sister Xinran makes for them in the future." The little ones nodded their heads like they were grinding garlic, eager for treats. Just when things had calmed down for a few days, an uninvited guest arrived again. Goodness, as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears. The chief of the herbivorous tribe, Chief Butte, came knocking again with that annoying Andrew. They stood at the entrance of our newly built gate, their eyes nearly popping out at the sight of our traps and sentries. The orc guarding the gate stopped them according to the rules and went in to report. The chief's heart softened, and he let them in. As soon as Chief Butte saw Chief Reese, tears streamed down his face as he cried out that their tribe had been devastated by the beast tide. Half of their people had died, and all their food was gone. They couldn't go on living like this. I was also taken aback, realizing how lucky we are. Chief Reese immediately ordered someone to move the food without saying a word. As a result, Andrew, who had been silent all along, spoke up with a sarcastic tone. "Chief Reese, I see you have traps and gates set up here. Did you know the beast tide was coming all along? So you prepared in advance?" Chief Reese's face darkened, but he still patiently replied, "This was built after the beast tide." Andrew persisted. "So many of us have died, yet your lion and tiger tribe seems unaffected. Not a single person died, right? Did you know beforehand? If you did, why didn't you tell us? How can you be so selfish?" Just listen to that. It made my CPU almost overheat. He was blaming all the casualties in their tribe on us. And he even mentioned how they saved us back then, now accusing us of standing by while they die. The priest was furious and stood up to refute him, saying that any experienced hunter could see the anomalies before the beast tide. It was their own laziness and lack of observation. Andrew continued to morally blackmail us, and I couldn't hold back any longer. I stood up to confront him directly. "How could we have warned you?" Carlo was just suspicious at the time, uncertain. "If you want to tell you, would you believe him? What if nothing happened and you accused him of spreading rumors? What if it really came, and he ran into the beast tide while trying to notify you? Is his life not worth anything?" Andrew was momentarily stunned by my retort, but still stubbornly insisted. "I don't care. The fact is, we lost people, and not a single one of you died." Chief Reese sighed and asked him, "So what do you want?" Andrew scanned our tribe and boldly said, "You are living so well now, in such nice houses, with such strong defenses. We helped you before, so now, shouldn't you teach us how to do all this?" This was the moment the dagger was revealed. He was envious of our good life and wanted to take our technology for free. Chief Reese looked at Buter and asked if he thought the same. Buter remained silent throughout, clearly tacitly agreeing. Chief Reese closed his eyes in disappointment. knowing that these people were beyond saving. He seriously told Buter, "Out of consideration for our past friendship, I give you food every year. But our good life now is earned by our own hard work, not something you can take away with just a few words." Upon hearing this, Buter panicked, fearing a lack of future aid, and quickly apologized, saying he was momentarily confused. Reese waved his hand. He no longer wanted to listen. Andrew was still shouting that if we didn't help, we would be ungrateful and tarnish our reputation. I directly responded to him, "You greedy fools who think you can swallow an elephant. No one will dare to associate with you once this gets out." In the end, the chief of the Rice tribe was too lazy to say anything and simply had them escorted out. However, before they left, he still let them take the food he had prepared earlier as a gesture of goodwill. Once they were gone, the chief nervously asked us if we would blame him for giving them food. Both Carlo and I shook our heads, and I reassured him they lost so many people. Giving them some food is the right thing to do, Chief. He did nothing wrong. And guess what? That group of herbivorous tribes we kicked out was absolutely furious at the door. Let me tell you, the one who was causing trouble, named Andrew, is just a pure show-off. His dad Butte was so angry that he pointed at his nose and scolded him. "Your stupid idea, the provocation tactic? Now look, you've lost all face. How will you beg for food in the future?" But that kid was pretty stubborn, saying something like, "Look, we got the food, didn't we?" Ruisi is soft-hearted, so next time we'll just act pitiful, and he will definitely give us more. Goodness. I almost wanted to applaud him for making begging sound so fresh and refined. What a talent. After they returned, they even twisted the facts to their own people, saying our lion-tiger tribe is selfish and unwilling to share. Who understands us, the family? We kindly helped them, and they turned around and cursed us for being selfish? Pure farmers and snakes. Let's not talk about those ungrateful wolves. It's frustrating. Let me share some gossip from our tribe. My little best friend Nina, the goddess of pure love, had made a raincoat for Kevin, but she was so timid that she never dared to give it to him. Amy and I were cheering her on every day. We were more anxious than she was. One day, Amy insisted on being a wingwoman, so we went to find Kevin. Guess what I saw? Out of nowhere, another girl named Yuli, a beautiful girl in the tribe, was blushing and handing the raincoat to Kevin. That Kevin, let me tell you, his brain is just muscles. He's as dense as concrete. He took it happily and said, "Oh, thank you so much. The one my mom made got ruined. Now I won't get scolded." Yuli was so happy that he accepted it, and Kevin even asked her, "I was just going to pick red berries. Do you want some? I can bring you extra." I saw Nina's face turn pale all of a sudden, and she was trembling all over. The next second, she covered her face and ran away. I rolled my eyes and thought, come on, can't you tell? Amy hurriedly chased after her. Kevin, looking confused, asked me what's wrong with them. Why did they suddenly run away? What can I say? I can only say that you're a big fool. As a result, this guy completely didn't get it and turned to ask me, "Xiaoran, do you want to eat red fruit? I can help you pick some." I was really speechless. I asked him how many people he was planning to pick for, and he started counting on his fingers. Yuli, Karen, Kenny, my mom, Aunt Manda. Goodness, the central air conditioning isn't as charitable as you. Later, when I found Nina, she was hugging her knees and crying. I explained to her that Kevin is just a simple-minded guy. He treats everyone the same. Picking fruit for Yuli is no different from picking fruit for Karen. But Nina had already gotten stuck in her thoughts, crying that she was too introverted and unnoticeable. So Kevin would definitely not like her. Later, Amy told me that Nina also had a pretty tragic background. Her parents favored boys over girls, and after having a younger brother, they completely ignored her. The most outrageous part was that many years ago, during the Beast Tide, her parents were so busy running away with her brother that they forgot about her. It was the chief and the others who risked their lives to go back and rescue her. Since then, she had completely shut herself off. I was shocked to hear this. Her original family background was like a hellish start. However, the follow-up was quite funny. Yuli, thinking that Kevin was interested in her, found an opportunity to confess to him. As a result, she directly scared this wooden block Kevin into a daze, and he rejected her 3 times on the spot, quickly returning the raincoat, determined to stay single by his own strength. Well now, I found an opportunity to give Kevin the raincoat that Nina made. This fool thought I made it and was so happy that he pranced around, even running to show off in front of Carlo. Let me tell you, the way Carlo looked at him at that moment was like saying, "This kind of wealth, you can't even handle it." Who in the tribe doesn't know that Nina's stuff has a special mark? Only this fool was there enjoying himself. Not 2 days after this, more fun happened. That day I was just about to cook when I heard Karen crying like crazy outside. I ran out to take a look, and good grief. He had a sea urchin on his head. A spiky ball had just fallen on his head. Kevin and Kenny, those 2 troublemakers, were rolling on the ground laughing. I took that thing down and took a closer look. My DNA reacted. Isn't this a chestnut? I hurriedly had Kevin smash the stone open, and several round fruits rolled out. As soon as I said they were edible, Kevin's eyes lit up, and he shouted that he knew where to find more, pulling us to run outside the tribe. That place was simply a chestnut forest. Kevin, like a monkey, climbed up a tree and shook it, while we picked up the fallen fruits below. Later, Carlo and the others returned from hunting and joined us, and in no time we filled up a cellar. I made them boiled fruits and stewed a pot of meat from the cooing beast. The aroma was incredible. The people in the tribe went wild eating. After making a great contribution, that guy Karen got a bit carried away, running outside every day like a treasure-seeking mouse, picking up everything he hadn't seen before and insisting I identify whether it was edible. In the end, Carlo had to drag him over and give him a scolding before he settled down. Time flew by, and soon it was time to go to that exchange fair. I got excited as soon as I heard. Wasn't it just like a market day? Carlo initially didn't want me to go, but under my starry-eyed attack, he surrendered with the condition that I had to listen to him the whole time. Nina also wanted to go, but she was stopped by her strange parents, Sai. In the end, we gathered 10 orcs, including me and Amy, the 2 females, and set off. The journey was quite exciting. That introverted Abel had a long face the entire time. Why? Because he had a crush on me. Seeing me stick close to Carlo made him uncomfortable. As a result, Amy, the little clever girl, directly pestered Abel, asking him all sorts of questions. You wouldn't believe it, but that ice-cold expression of Abel actually showed some emotion. He was so annoyed but couldn't shake her off, which made me laugh. The next day, we took a break by a pond. Carlo and the others went hunting, while Amy and I stayed by the side. When I saw the decaying flowers and leaves in the water, I thought, isn't that a lotus? Doesn't that mean there's lotus root underneath? I stood up at that moment, rolled up my trousers, and was about to go into the water. Kevin was so scared that he lost his mind and stopped me. Don't move. Carlo will skin me alive if you do. What do you want? I'll go down and get it for you. I just described it to him, and without saying a word, Kevin jumped into the water to help me. Sure enough, he came up with several long, strip-like things. I had him stop after he caught enough for us to eat. After all, we need to think about sustainable development. I cleaned them up and was just about to peel them when Carlo came back from hunting and snatched them away, saying, "Let me do it, you don't touch this." I originally wanted to say that I was fine wrapped in animal skin, but he was so persistent that I ultimately had to let him handle it. I sliced the lotus root, blanched it in water, and then mixed it with the seasonings I brought. Those guys who eat barbecued meat every day had never tasted this before, and their eyes widened as they ate. They all said it was crunchy and refreshing, and really delicious. Kevin even lamented that our tribe didn't have a pond. I said it's fine, I can come back when I want to eat. After dinner, everyone took a break, and I huddled with Amy, while those orcs kept watch not far away. Let me tell you, after walking all day, my legs felt like they weren't even mine. Taking this opportunity, I quickly cornered Amy for some gossip. Hey, what is going on between you and Abel? You two have been stuck together all day. Something's up? But this girl played dumb, saying they grew up together. Isn't it normal to chat a bit more? I rolled my eyes in my heart. Normal my ass. Do you think I'm blind? Besides, just poor Darl. That silly boy's eyes when he looks at Amy are so obvious. Now it seems he's going to be heartbroken. After several more days of travel, we finally arrived before the exchange fair began. Wow, it was a sea of people, all the tribes were there, it felt like a market. Carlo found a spot to set up camp, and everyone claimed their own space, not bothering each other. When the fair officially started, we went in to explore. The ground was covered with animal skins, and there were all kinds of stone tools, prey, and all sorts of things. Carlo pointed to the area with the most people and said to me, "Look, that's the sea beast tribe, they sell salt." I was just curious when I heard a commotion over there. A big guy was shouting, "Wasn't it 5 animal skins for a jar of salt before? Why has it changed to 7 this year?" The manager of the sea beast tribe, looking like he never clocks in for work, rolled his eyes and arrogantly said, "If you think it's expensive, don't trade. There are plenty of people who want it." Damn, that attitude was something else. The big guy's face turned green with anger. But what could he do? They were the only ones with salt, so in the end, he reluctantly took out 14 animal skins for 2 jars. The manager was still there sneering. It was really something. Kevin leaned over and whispered to me, "These guys have always been like this, monopolizing the business, acting all high and mighty." Amy, fuming beside us, added, "Right? They always made it difficult for us when we came to trade for salt." Just then, that arrogant manager, named Joseph, spotted us. Let me tell you, his smile was more malicious than a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. He walked straight over to us, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this the famous lion tiger tribe? Carlo, Abel, Kevin, did you bring enough prey this year? Don't end up like last year, not even able to trade for a jar of salt. Kevin exploded on the spot. Joseph, you're full of it. Last year, you intentionally raised the price. Others needed 5 skins. You made us give you 10. Joseph just laughed heartily. I did it on purpose, so what? The salt belongs to us. I call the shots. Let me tell you, this year, if you want to trade for salt, it's 15 animal skins. Not a single skin less. Carlo, hurry up and go hunting, or you'll leave empty-handed. I was furious and just wanted to turn away from that disgusting face. But this guy actually turned his hostility towards me. He leered at me and said, "Hey, where did this little female come from? Not bad looking. Why are you hanging out with these poor folks? Come to our sea beast tribe, I promise you." Before he could finish, he let out a terrible scream. Carlo moved. Fast as lightning, I didn't even see clearly, and that guy named Joseph's face was already making intimate contact with the ground, pressed down by Carlo's hand. The people from the sea beast tribe quickly surrounded us, and Kevin and the others immediately stepped up, leading to a standoff. Joseph was on the ground screaming, "Carlo, are you crazy? Let me go. Don't you want to trade salt anymore?" Carlo's voice was so cold it could freeze shards of ice. "If you dare to speak nonsense to her again, I will make sure you can never speak again." Only then did he release his grip. Joseph scrambled back to his group, trembling with anger as he pointed at Carlo. "You wait for me. You guys from the Lion-Tiger tribe will never get a grain of salt in your life." Kevin mocked him on the side. "A defeated foe still dares to shout? Have you forgotten how you were beaten by Carlo in the last duel? If you don't want to trade, then don't. Do you think we care?" Our family members understood, and the surrounding tribes watching the commotion were secretly enjoying it. It seemed Joseph had offended quite a few people in the past. Later, I learned that this guy, along with his father, the chief of the Sea Beast tribe, had been arrogant for too long because of their salt. He was jealous when our tribe was still doing well, and after our tribe was severely weakened by the beast tide, he intensified his mockery. Once, he even insisted on dueling Carlo, only to be beaten to a pulp, which led to their grudge. I finally understood why Carlo didn't want me to come along to trade salt last time. It was just dangerous. But he was also afraid I would be bullied by this guy. This man truly bore everything himself. As this incident escalated, we attracted attention wherever we went. While I was browsing, I suddenly discovered a stall selling silk clothing. This was like high technology on the Orc continent. I quickly approached. The stall was manned by 2 females who seemed to be from the insect tribe. They said the clothing was woven from the silk produced when their tribes, orcs, transformed into silkworms. My goodness, how long would it take to produce a piece of clothing like that? I touched the smooth fabric, and Carlo directly asked how we trade. The older female cautiously extended her 5 fingers, 5 head, Fong beasts. "Okay, we'll trade at this time tomorrow," Carlo agreed decisively. The 2 females were so excited that they were almost in tears. I quickly pulled Carlo aside and, suppressing my anger, said, "Are you crazy? 5 head of Fong beasts. Just for this little piece of clothing? We don't have enough prey. Are you planning to stay up all night again?" Carlo looked at me seriously and said, "Your old clothes are worn out, and the animal skins are uncomfortable to wear. This piece of clothing is worth it, and it's not easy to make." As soon as I heard this, my anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a bittersweet feeling. Fine, 5 head it is. That night, Carlo indeed went out alone with a knife, and I urged him to be careful. As soon as he left, I pulled Amy to start weaving straw sandals. I noticed many people were interested in the shoes we were wearing during the day, so I decided to make a few pairs to trade for some supplies tomorrow. Kevin and the others wanted to help, but they were so clumsy that I ended up sending them all away. I waited and waited until the late hours of the night, and finally, Carlo returned, dragging 5 bloody tusked beasts behind him. My mouth dropped open in shock. This was too intense. The next day, we carried the 5 tusked beasts to trade and just happened to pass by the Sea Beast tribe stall. As soon as Joseph saw us, his tail shot up in the air, thinking we were coming to apologize. He smugly said, "What's up? Weren't you being tough? Now you're here, begging me with your tail between your legs? Carlo, if you kneel down and apologize to me, I might just reward you with a jar of salt." Guess what happened next? Carlo held my hand, didn't even glance at him, and simply walked past him. As Abel passed by, he let out a cold snort, self-indulgent. Folks, this was a slap in the face. The surrounding orcs burst into laughter, and Joseph's face turned as red as a monkey's, but angrily shouting from behind, "You little wildling, who are you talking about?" Abel hated being called that and immediately turned around to fight, but everyone held him back. We smoothly exchanged clothes with the insect tribe. They received their prey and thanked us profusely before hurriedly fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Carlo said they were afraid of other tribes robbing them on the way back. I was shocked to hear this. It turned out that the journey home after the exchange meeting was the most dangerous part. After getting our new clothes, Amy and I set up a small stall to sell the grass sandals and backpacks we made. Our goal wasn't to make money. We just wanted to create a facade, using these small items to trade for some scattered salt with other tribes. This way, we could hide the secret that we could make salt ourselves and also infuriate Joseph. Sure enough, when Joseph heard that we had traded for salt ourselves, he got so angry that he started smashing things in the camp. On the third day of the meeting, the atmosphere changed dramatically. A muscular man with an aura of 2 meters 8 approached with a large group. As soon as Joseph saw him, he rushed over like a lapdog, nodding and bowing. "Chief Jonathan, you're here?" I quietly asked Amy. "Who is this? Why such a big occasion?" Amy's expression changed, and she whispered, "The leader of the avian tribe, Jonathan. They are the most ruthless tribe on the Orc continent, capable of flying in beast form, and they specialize in robbing other tribes of their winter supplies. Many small tribes have been exterminated by them. The Sea Beast tribe is their backing, and they have to pay a large tribute of salt every year." I was listening when I saw Joseph's grandson actually pointing at us and complaining to Jonathan. I quickly pulled Amy down to keep her head low. Carlo, however, didn't hide. He just stared straight at Jonathan, showing no sign of fear in his eyes. Jonathan, with great interest, stroked his chin, and that look made my heart race. Back at the camp, I quickly said to Carlo that Jonathan clearly isn't a good guy. We should keep a low profile and not stir up trouble. Abel, unwilling to back down, shouted that we could just fight if it came to that, and Amy and I had to persuade him otherwise. As soon as the exchange meeting ended, we hurried back. However, I noticed that the route Carlo took was different from the way we came, and it was a longer way. Kevin was puzzled too, and Carlo simply said, "That road isn't safe." Later I found out that Jonathan and his group from the bird tribe had set an ambush right on the road we usually take, just waiting for us to walk into their trap. Luckily, Carlo was alert, and we avoided disaster. After almost 10 days, we finally returned to the lion and tiger tribe. As soon as we entered, Karen and her group of little kids all rushed at me. When Darl saw Amy, his eyes lit up, but Amy ignored him and ran straight after Abel, leaving Darl with an expression that made my heart ache. I finally managed to break free and was talking to the chief when I noticed a man and a woman with unfamiliar faces standing behind him. The chief slapped his forehead and introduced them as Luke and Lacey, wandering orcs who had passed by our tribe. Lacey had fainted from hunger, so he kindly took her in. The female named Lacey looked delicate but was quite articulate. She immediately said she had long admired me. But my radar went off instantly. I exchanged a glance with Carlo, both of us feeling a jolt in our hearts. Wasn't it too coincidental that these two showed up just when we were not around? This situation was definitely not that simple. Sure enough, early the next morning, this girl showed up right on time. I had just finished washing up when she floated in with an innocent look and said, "Xinran, we've been eating and drinking for free for so many days, and we really feel guilty about it. We want to do something for the tribe." I tell you at that moment, my internal alarm was ringing like an air defense drill. Wow, isn't this the classic green tea speech? Want to do something? My temple is small and can't accommodate such a big Buddha. I immediately started to play Tai Chi, saying, "Oh, I can't make that decision. It has to be arranged by the ancestors." As soon as she heard that, her little face instantly fell, looking all wronged, but the ancestors always let us rest. We really feel so ashamed. All right, stop. I quickly started to give her some motivational talk. Oh, health is the foundation of revolution. Taking care of your health is the greatest contribution to the tribe. Finally, I managed to persuade her to leave. Once she was gone, I immediately felt that something was even more off. The more eager they were to meddle in tribal affairs, the more it indicated that they had ulterior motives. I hurriedly reported this matter to the clan leader and the priest. The old priest is quite astute. He frowned and sensed something was off. But our clan leader? He's just a kind-hearted person, as benevolent as a bodhisattva, and thinks I'm overreacting. Xinran, if they want to work, it shows they are diligent. Who understands my family? My heart is almost shattered. In the end, I had no choice but to lay down the law until we figure out their backgrounds. All core technologies in the tribe, like salt production and food preparation methods, must be kept secret from them. Only then did the clan leader reluctantly agree. The following days were quite the spectacle. That Lacey treated our tribe like her personal garden, flaunting herself everywhere. Officially, she was Luke's female, yet she spent every day wandering around the tribe, especially around that clumsy Kevin. If it wasn't brother Kevin, I can't chop firewood today, it was brother Kevin. I can't carry water tomorrow. Kevin's straightforward mind was almost burnt out. He initially helped a bit, but later just gave up and said, "Go find Luke." Lacey then started her act of being weak and delicate, saying, "Oh, Luke is out hunting all day. I can't even see him." I was watching with Carlo. nearly suffocating from the tension. Not far away, Nina and Amy looked as black as the bottom of a pot. Amy tried several times to rush over and unleash her anger, but Nina held her back tightly. Now they had stirred up a hornet's nest. The females in the tribe were unhappy and directly formed a group to complain to Jia and Manda. What kind of fighting power did those two mothers have? They marched straight to the chief, saying, "Chief, are you going to do something about this? That Lacey has turned our tribe into a mess, and many young ones are about to fight over her." The chief felt overwhelmed. He said he'd talked to Luke, but Luke, being the taciturn type, only said that Lacey just liked making friends. The chief had no choice but to harden his resolve and go talk to Lacey. Goodness, as soon as he arrived, he saw Lacey cooing an orc, saying, "Wow, you're amazing. This backpack is so beautiful, and no one is willing to teach me." The chief turned pale, stammering for a long time, trying to gently remind her, "Lacey, you should rest more and not trouble other orcs, especially those who are already paired." Before he could finish his sentence, tears streamed down her face as if she were owed an Oscar. "Chief, I'm just a weak female. And Luke isn't here, what can I do?" The chief was completely at a loss, and by the time he returned, he was so worried that his hair was nearly turning white. That night, Carlo and I lay in bed reviewing the situation, and I was puzzled, wondering what she was after. Did she just enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by a bunch of men? Carlo frowned tightly and coldly uttered a few words. No matter what she asks after, she can't stay any longer. He was right. If this continued, the tribe would definitely face trouble. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Carlo suddenly said, "There's something very strange." I instantly felt energized. What's so strange about that? Luke, Carlo hit the nail on the head. In this whole situation, he has been too inconspicuous. As an orc from Lacey, he seems completely detached from it all. I pondered for a moment and thought, wow, this is really something. Laishi was acting like an invisible man out there, going out with the hunting team every day, not saying much, but working exceptionally hard, which earned him a good reputation among the orcs in the team. Isn't this just a perfect smokescreen? I immediately told Carlo, "You go hunting tomorrow, and keep a close eye on him. Let us see what he is really up to." After monitoring him for a few days, finally, the fox's tail was revealed. That day, I was processing the prey with Amy and the others in the square when the hunting team suddenly rushed back like an explosion. Before I could react, I saw Carlo grab Luke and throw him in the middle of the square like a little chick. Laishi screamed and rushed over. "What are you doing? Are you bullying us just because we're new? Carlo, what is going on?" The chief and the shaman also rushed over upon hearing the news. Kevin was so angry that his face turned red, and he yelled, "Chief, this guy's a spy." Saying this, he dragged over another unfamiliar orc who was beaten up badly, with his face bruised and tied up tightly. As soon as Laishi saw that person, his cries stopped abruptly, and his face turned pale. Carlo's voice was as cold as ice. During today's hunt, I noticed Luke sneaking deep into the forest, so I followed him. I found out he was secretly meeting with this orc. Boom! The crowd erupted. The chief's face turned pale, nearly losing his balance. He actually let 2 spies into the tribe himself. The shaman stepped forward to take charge of the situation, sternly questioning, "Speak. Who are you really? What do you want by infiltrating our tribe?" The captured orc's psychological defenses had already collapsed. He cried with snot and tears, "I'll tell you. Don't kill me. We are from the herbivore tribe. We were sent here by Chief Butter. Oh my God, it's actually them. We helped them so much before. This is just like the real-life version of the farmer and the snake." That orc spilled all the beans. It turns out their chieftain went back and described our place like paradise, and the people in their tribe were envious and jealous. So they sent Luke and Lacey to disguise themselves as wandering orcs, trying to steal our technology. Lacey was jumping around in the tribe, causing chaos, all to attract everyone's attention and provide cover for Luke, so he could secretly pass on what he learned. Carlo suddenly asked, "How much did you steal?" The orc shook his head. "We didn't steal anything. You're too well prepared. Everything Luke gave me was useless information." As soon as this was said, Lacey went crazy, pointing at Luke and screaming, "No way. I clearly gave you several methods to make things. Luke, you did this on purpose. Why did you do this?" Luke, who had been silent, finally looked up, his voice very low. "I said long ago that we shouldn't steal from others." It turned out he'd been threatened by the chieftain using his mother, which forced him to come, but he never intended to betray us from the beginning. With the truth out, Dia's mother was the first to scold. "I wondered why you were so shameless. Turns out you're a spy." The several orcs who had been captivated by Lacey were so ashamed they wished they could find a hole to hide in, lining up to apologize. In the end, we discussed and decided to expel these 3 from the tribe. Carlo coldly told Luke, Go back and tell your chieftain that our lion-tiger tribe has severed ties with the herbivore tribe. If you dare to come again, we won't show mercy." Luke quietly said sorry and left with the other two, looking dejected. To be honest, I admired Luke a bit. What a pity that he chose the wrong side. After this incident, the chieftain sincerely apologized in front of everyone, taking all the responsibility upon himself. Not only did no one blame him, but everyone comforted him. Even that iceberg, Abel, spoke up, saying that if it weren't for the chieftain taking him in back then, he would have been dead long ago. No one understands. It's like a steel tree blooming. The chieftain's eyes were red with emotion. However, after this incident, the chieftain felt he was getting old and started thinking about the next chieftain, and Carlo and Abel became the hottest candidates. After the storm passed, a new problem arose for me. I had no clothes to wear. The clothes I brought were almost worn to rags, and wearing animal skins every day was too rough. I described cotton to Carlo and asked him to keep an eye out while hunting, but after many days, there was still no news. One day, Carlo returned empty-handed, looking very dejected. I wondered if the cotton here grew differently from Earth. So I decided to go into the mountains with him the next day to expand the search range. Early the next morning, I specially steamed a big pot of buns. When we got to the wilderness, I divided the buns among Kevin and Abel. After distributing, I turned around and was stunned. Carlo's face was as dark as a pop bottom, and without saying a word, he pulled me in another direction. At that speed, I almost got dragged down. "Hey, slow down." I shouted several times, but he ignored me. I got anxious and grabbed him. "Carlo, what's wrong?" He turned his head away and mumbled, "It's nothing." A flash of inspiration struck me, and an outrageous thought popped into my mind. I cautiously asked, You wouldn't be angry because I shared the buns with them, would you?" He stiffened for a moment and stubbornly replied, "How is that possible?" I burst out laughing, took out an oil paper package from my own backpack, and stuffed it into his hand. "Here, this is for you. I saved the biggest portion for you. Those for them are just extras. Are you happy now, you stingy guy?" Carlo awkwardly touched his nose. His ears were red, and he still tried to hold back with his mouth. I'm not angry, but the steps pulling me forward were clearly much lighter. I was really charmed by him. We wandered in the woods for half a day, and just when I was about to give up, I suddenly saw a particularly strange tree with big, round yellow balls hanging from it. "What is this thing?" I asked Carlo to pick one down, and I tried to smash it open with a rock for half a day, but couldn't. Carlo took it, swung his knife hard, and then forcefully pried it open. I felt like I had just opened a blind box and found a hidden item. Inside that yellow hard shell, it was stuffed full of fluffy white cotton. I was so excited that my voice trembled. "Carlo, it's cotton. We found it." After finding the cotton, the whole tribe was in an uproar. We picked all the cotton balls and smashed them open in the square, drying them for several days. With this stuff, making quilts is easy. Just stuff cotton between two animal skins and sew them together. But making cotton clothes is difficult. There are no sewing machines here. It's all done by hand. The most skilled person in the tribe is Nina. She figured out a method to first shape the animal skins into clothes and then gradually stuff the cotton evenly before sewing it together. The cotton clothes she made were warm and fitted. Everyone started to follow her example. According to the tribe's rules, each family makes their own. Nina's hands are like a high-end sewing machine in the tribe, producing things quickly and well. And then there's me. My hands are probably meant for tearing things apart. I worked tirelessly to finish Carlo's cotton coat, and by the time it was done, I felt like my hands could be retired, covered in blisters and cuts. As for my own, no more, no more. I won't do it again. I'd rather not. After all, I still have a down jacket to make do with. When Carlo received the coat, his mouth was wide open. I swear, I could almost see his back molars. Seeing his silly expression made my injured hands feel worth it. I quickly hid them behind my back, afraid he'd see. And what happened? He discovered them that night. This guy looked at my hand injuries. His brow furrowed tight enough to squish a mosquito. He was so concerned, saying he would rather not have new clothes than see me hurt. I hurriedly pulled my hand back, laughing it off, saying it was nothing. After all, I would have to learn sooner or later. He even asked why I didn't make one for myself, and I said my down jacket was enough, but in my heart I thought, if I make another one, my hands won't be mine anymore, they'll be prosthetics. I thought this matter would just pass. Who knew? A few days later, that guy Carlo actually came up to me holding a new cotton jacket. I was shocked at the time. My first reaction was that it must be made by Dia's mother, his mom. But he didn't say anything, just stared at me and handed it over. I had a sudden thought, and my heart sank as I grabbed his hand. Goodness, sure enough, the holes on it, big and small, were even more exaggerated than mine. I told you at that moment I completely broke down. I touched his red and swollen fingers, and my nose felt sour, almost bringing tears to my eyes. Are you silly? Even if my hands are clumsy, they're still better than yours, right? It almost took half my life to do one thing. How much suffering did you go through? And he, on the other hand, acted as if nothing happened, looking at me with bright eyes. Just asking one question. Do you like it? What else can I say? I quickly put it on to try it out. And hey, don't say anything. It actually fits quite well. The stitching is all crooked, like a worm having a meeting, but it's sewn really sturdy. I told him I liked it. Liked a lot. This ugly cute cotton jacket instantly replaced my silk clothes and became my new treasure. Later, I heard from Nina that Carlo actually sneaked off to take a class with her just to make me this jacket. Nina said that Carlo looked very serious when he approached her, almost scaring her to death, as she thought she had done something wrong. After learning the whole story, Nina and the others teased me about it every day, saying Carlo is simply a pure love warrior, which made me blush every day. Just as the excitement over the jacket passed, there was more good news in the tribe. Blake's female, Linda, is pregnant. This is the first pregnancy since our tribe moved here, and everyone is overjoyed. In the past, we really couldn't get enough to eat, and the females were suffering, but now life is better, and there is finally new life. I went to see Linda with Amy and the others. That couple was so happy that you could smell the sweet scent of love from 800 meters away. But who would have thought that a few days later, something would happen? That day, we were working in the square when Linda stood up, rolled her eyes, and collapsed straight down. Amy and I were so scared that our souls almost flew away, and we rushed over to help her up. Suddenly, Amy cried out to me, pointing at what was under Linda. I looked down, and oh my, a large pool of blood, bright red and glaring, was flowing down her thigh. Seeing this, I tell you, my CPU was almost overheating, my mind went blank, and I could only instinctively shout, Amy, quickly go heat the bed and boil water. Dia and the others rushed over when they heard the news. When they saw the situation, their faces turned completely white, although they had assisted in childbirth before. Encountering such an emergency left them at a loss, and they could only leave it to fate. When Blake was called back, he completely broke down. A strong man, over 2 meters tall, suddenly knelt on the ground, crying and begging the women to save his wife. The scene made everyone around them shed tears. Fortunately, after a while, the bleeding stopped on its own. I kept pressing her philtrum, and soon Linda woke up. The first thing she said upon opening her eyes was to ask about the baby. When she saw that everyone was silent, her emotions became agitated. Just then, the shaman arrived, and he came over to check her wrist and belly. After examining for a while, he finally nodded and said, the baby is fine. It hasn't been lost. We all let out a sigh. That's when I remembered to ask Linda what she had been up to these days. And guess what? This girl is pregnant and still doing heavy work and getting in cold water, just like before. I was really anxious at that moment. My God, Linda, you're pregnant. You can't overwork. You can't touch cold water. These can lead to miscarriage. She looked confused and said they've always done this. That's when I realized they had no concept of this at all. All right, let's have an impromptu lesson. I started to explain everything about what to pay attention to during pregnancy and even during menstruation, such as keeping warm, resting, and avoiding cold foods. Dia's mother quickly called all the females in the tribe over to listen. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the cubs used to die so easily. It was all because of their own actions. Linda's situation turned out to be a false alarm. But for me, I was so tired of talking that my mouth was almost dry, thinking about that bite of white flour every day. I had already described what wheat looks like to Carlo, but I hadn't found any. I was about to give up. Then one day, Carlo rushed into the house like a gust of wind, holding up a few things in his hands, so excited he could hardly speak, saying, "Look, is this it?" I focused my eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this wheat?" I was so excited that I almost took off from the spot and quickly asked him where he found it. He said he saw a deer with antlers chewing on this stuff while hunting, so he followed the footprints and ended up discovering a large area of it. Hearing there was a large area made my mouth water, and my mind was filled with thoughts of buns, dumplings, noodles, and scallion pancakes. Without a second thought, we immediately rallied people and marched towards that field of wheat. When we arrived, I was stunned. It was truly an endless golden wave of wheat, with every stalk full of grains. Everyone got to work cutting wheat and transporting it, just like in a battle. By the time we moved all the wheat back to the tribal square, stacking it up like a small mountain, it was already dark. Everyone gathered around the pile of wheat, their eyes shining, unwilling to leave. I quickly told everyone to eat and rest first. Otherwise, they would be so excited they'd work all night. For the next 3 days, the entire tribe focused on one task, processing the wheat. We husked the grains, made winnowing baskets, removed the chaff, and finally spread the golden grains out on the square to dry. During this time, Carlo and I started working on a new invention, a stone mill. I relied on my vague memories for books, directing him with words and gestures while he chiseled the stones with a machete. The process was tough. Just getting the textures of the two grinding stones to align wasted several stone slabs. Finally, when Carlo attached the wooden handle and turned the stone, the first streaks of white flour flowed from the outlet, and I was so happy I jumped onto him. Kevin and the others stood by, mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in, looking at me as if I were a deity. I quickly waved my hands, saying this was all from our former tribe, and had nothing to do with me. As a result, they admired me even more, probably imagining my non-existent hometown as a place where gods reside. With the stone mill, we could produce as much flour as we wanted. I set aside some of the best grains for next year's seeds, and then painted a big picture with the chief and the others, saying that as long as we learned to plant and raise livestock, we would never go hungry again. Just look at their hopeful little eyes, filled with dreams of the future. With proper flour, the steamed buns and dumplings tasted absolutely amazing. I also used the wild scallions I had discovered earlier to make scallion pancakes. The aroma drew over the two little foodies, Karen and Kevin, early on. When I made the first pancake, they fought over it so fiercely that they ended up with bruises. I ended up giving it directly to Carlo. Watching their frustrated expressions was simply hilarious. One day, I discovered another treasure. I saw Karen and the others chewing on something long and stick-like, and when I asked, it turned out to be sweet. This was sugarcane. I loved eating this when I was a child. I followed the trail and found Darl, who was picking sweet cane for them. I saw an opportunity and quickly called Amy over, hoping to set them up. What happened? Darl blushed and couldn't even say a word when he saw Amy, which was so frustrating. I ignored him and took the sweet cane back, extracting the juice to use as sugar, preparing for a big project, making a cake. I asked Darl, the strong man, to help me whip the egg whites. His arms were like an electric mixer, and he finished it in no time. Without milk, I used the tribe's homemade steamer to steam it. Let me tell you, the moment the cake came out of the oven, the aroma instantly exploded throughout the place. A group of kids surrounded the stove, their eyes wide with excitement. I cut a big piece for them, and those little rascals attacked it like hungry wolves, finishing it off in no time, leaving not even a crumb behind. When Carlo and the others returned from hunting, Kevin came rushing over, drawn by the smell. Upon hearing that the cake was all gone, he was beside himself with frustration. Looking at Carlo, I felt a bit guilty, so I made another batch. This time I was more careful and grabbed a piece to hand to Carlo before Kevin and the others could dive in. He took a bite and then fed me a piece. Hey, I don't know what it was, but even though I made it, receiving that bite from him felt sweeter than anything. The cake quickly became the new favorite in the tribe, especially among the elders and children. They absolutely loved it. The weather grew colder day by day, and while the heated Kong made the inside warm, Carlo and the others spent longer and longer outside hunting, returning each day with fatigue and new wounds. I feel heartbroken just looking at it. Just like Amy and the others said, the food we have stored is enough to last us until next year, so why are we still working so hard? Amy sighed and told me, we are scared of being hungry, scared of the previous snow season. No matter how much food we have, we still feel uncertain. I finally understood that the kind of fear etched in one's bones cannot be erased by just a few hearty meals. I didn't say anything more, just quietly sat down next to Carlo, gently touching the new scars on his hand from today as hunt. He, however, acted as if nothing was wrong and even comforted me, saying that the injuries he had sustained from hunting in the past were much more serious than this. I told you, Carlo is just a big fool, but the others in the tribe are pretty much the same. As the weather gets colder, I asked Carlo, is the snow season really coming? He nodded and said that there are fewer wild beasts outside now, and you have to walk a long way to encounter one. As soon as I heard this, I looked at the people in the tribe, and good grief. They all seemed to be wound up like clockwork. The orcs went out hunting before dawn, and the females were busy from morning till night. The entire tribe was enveloped in a tense atmosphere of if we don't work hard now, we'll die. I thought to myself, this one do. The snow season hasn't even arrived yet, and they wear themselves out first. I directly confronted Carlo, saying, bro, I know stockpiling is important, but is this a 996 work schedule? This is a 007 situation. If we keep pushing like this, by the time the heavy snow blocks the mountains, half of the people will probably collapse from exhaustion. No way, we must take a break, a mandatory day off. Carlo thought about it and found it reasonable. So he immediately went to discuss it with the clan leader and the elder shaman. Guess what? It passed unanimously. Who understands my family? I, an ordinary worker, actually managed to implement a mandatory leave system in this alternate world. It's simply like being a workplace bodhisattva on the day off. Carlo was rare to be at home during the day. I was thinking of making him something delicious to replenish his energy when Kevin, Darl, and the others all showed up. Even that socially awkward Abe was dragged over by Amy. A few of the guys were whispering in the inner room while Amy, Nina, and I were preparing food in the outer room. I quietly asked Amy, "Wow, you actually managed to get that big Buddha ape to come?" Amy pouted, looking frustrated. "I had to exert a lot of effort to drag him here. Why does he always act so aloof? He doesn't fit in at all." Nina laughed, covering her mouth, and curiously asked, "Amy, are you an ape?" No, no, no. Amy's face turned red like a cooked shrimp, and she still tried to act tough, saying, "I just thought he looked so pitiful being alone, so I helped him out." I directly confronted her. "Really? Then who secretly made new clothes for Abel last time? And who cooked the meal and asked me to help deliver it?" Amy was at a loss for words as we cornered her, and she started tickling me. While we were messing around, Nina suddenly sighed and said softly, "Amy, I really envy you for being so brave in love and hate." "I can't do that." I suddenly stopped with Amy and looked at Nina. I asked her, "Are you really planning to keep this from Kevin forever?" Nina has done so much for Kevin, all of it sent through me, and that big fool still thinks it was me. Nina shook her head, her eyes a bit lonely. "Forget it. Being friends like this is pretty good. What if I say something and we can't even be friends anymore?" I looked at Kevin, who was still happily chatting with someone in the back room, and sighed to myself. Matters of the heart are truly complicated and tangled. After a lively meal, everyone seemed much more energetic after a day's rest. But the weather really is getting colder by the day. When I stepped outside and felt my head start to ache from the cold, I suddenly remembered, oh no, I forgot the most important gear, my hat and gloves. I quickly pulled Amy and Nina to find Ye's mother and called an emergency meeting, drawing out the methods for making hats and 5-finger gloves for them. I said, the gloves must be made with separated fingers. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to work. Let me tell you, Nina's hands are simply kissed by the gods. While I was gesturing, she listened to my description and soon crafted a pair of samples that looked exactly like what I had in mind. The leather was filled with cotton, making them warm and comfortable to wear. All the females gathered around Nina asking for advice, and seeing her surrounded by everyone with that confident and cheerful smile on her face made me genuinely happy for her. This girl has finally found her shining point. With Nina's help, I also managed to make a set of hat and gloves for Carlo. But just 2 days after finishing them, bam, the snow season hit. It was no joke how cold it was. I used to think that -10 degrees was tough. But here the cold felt like it could drill straight into your bones. I wore a cotton jacket and the full gear, but as soon as I stepped outside, I was still shivering, feeling like a walking popsicle. On the other hand, the rest of the tribe was much calmer. After all, they lived in warm brick houses and slept on cozy heated beds, which was like paradise compared to living in caves before. Carlo felt sorry for me, and simply wouldn't let me go outside. He wasn't afraid of the cold himself. He was reluctant to wear the cotton jacket I made for him and insisted on running outside in that thin leather outfit. I was so annoyed that I pulled him back and bundled him up from head to toe before letting him go. But I am stubborn. Seeing Amy and the others able to move around outside, even those little brats from Karen rolling in the snow, I felt I couldn't be so delicate and had to adapt. So I started pushing my luck, insisting on going outside several times a day, either to gather firewood or to get food from the cellar. And what was the result? I couldn't last more than 3 seconds. I underestimated the winter in this other world. After 2 or 3 days of this, I gloriously collapsed, burning up like a little red child, completely out of it. When I finally woke up, I felt like I had been thrown into a washing machine for a day and night. I opened my eyes and wow, Carlo's handsome face looked as haggard as if he had been up for 3 days and nights. His eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins, and his throat was hoarse like a broken gong. "You're awake?" His voice trembled. "You had a fever all day. If you didn't wake up, I would really go crazy." He carefully placed my hand against his face, and I realized just how scared this man had been while I was unconscious. In this world, where having a fever was like having one foot in the gates of hell, he was nearly on the brink of collapse. I weakly smiled and comforted him. "It's okay. I'm awake now, right?" My head was hurting so much that I felt it was going to split open. Carlo quickly fed me ginger soup and then told me to lie down. 2 warm hands gently pressed on my temples. His deep voice sounded in my ear. "Sleep. I'll massage you for a while." I fell asleep again in a daze. When I woke up the next day, the fever was gone and my head no longer hurt. But Carlo's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, clearly indicating that he had stayed up all night watching over me. I felt so sorry for him that I insisted he go to bed and sleep. He couldn't refuse me, so he lay down to rest after I finished breakfast. During the days I've been recovering, visitors have been coming nonstop. As soon as Amy and Nina arrived, Amy complained in front of me. "Xinran, you have no idea. Carlo didn't eat a single bite the day you were in a coma." I was almost dying of anxiety. I shot a glare at Carlo, who had just come in from outside. He knew he was in the wrong and quickly made an excuse to check on the fire and slipped away. Amy laughed at me. Not bad, Xinran. Even a tough guy like Carlo is quite afraid of you. I'm at a loss for words. It's not that he's afraid of me. He's afraid of me nagging him. We were chatting when an uninvited guest arrived, Abel. He came in with Carlo, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As soon as Amy saw Abel, she immediately forgot their past grievances and happily approached him. What brings you here? But Abel completely ignored her and walked straight to the foot of my bed, placing a few red fruits down. His voice, unusually soft, asked, "How are you? Feeling better?" I told you. The atmosphere instantly froze. Amy's face stiffened on the spot, and Carlo's expression was so dark it could drip water. Amy felt unhappy and deliberately said loudly, "Abel, you're really biased. Why are you only sending Xinran something and not us?" Abel didn't even look up and coldly replied, "You're not sick. Why should I send you anything?" Amy was choked and shouted angrily, "I even sent you so much food. Why are you so annoying? Those things I didn't want in the first place. You insisted on sending them. You." The two of them argued back and forth, directly fighting in my hospital room. In the end, Carlo could no longer tolerate it and darkly issued an eviction order. "If you want to argue, go outside. Juan needs to rest. Get out." Nina quickly pulled the still angry Amy away, and Abel exchanged a glance with Carlo before silently leaving as well. Once everyone had left, Carlo picked up the red fruit that Abel sent and was about to walk out, but I quickly called out to him, "Hey, don't throw it away. It's still a kind gesture." Carlo stopped, sullenly said, "I won't throw it away. You just recovered from serious illness and can't eat this. So I'll take it to Dad and Grandpa Shaman." After saying that, he left without looking back. I tell you, just as he left, Lilith's scent came up. It was simply fragrant like tea. She pointed at the pair of gloves in Carlo's hands, the ones I clumsily knitted for him, and started to mock him. "Carlo, look at those gloves on your hands. They're so ugly, right? I worked really hard on these. Just accept them, okay?" Goodness. Carlo's face was as cold as winter in 2025, and he directly replied, "I don't need them. Mine are just fine," pushing her back. This really broke Lilith's defenses. Can anyone relate? Her wronged little expression appeared in an instant, and she started to play the emotional card. "Carlo, what's going on with you? Weren't we a perfect match before? Did you change just because that Chu Xinran came?" I was inside the house, trying not to laugh, wondering if this girl had some kind of misunderstanding about herself. Carlo couldn't hold it in anymore either. His voice was so deep it could drip water. He directly raised his voice. "Lilith, in the past, you spread rumors about us in the tribe. I didn't bother with you because I saw you as a female. Today, I'll make it clear, my mate will only be Ran. No one else will do. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude." This was equivalent to tearing off Lilith's last shred of decency. All her little schemes, claiming that Carlo pursued and liked her, were nothing but her own self-directed monologue. Carlo hadn't even paid her any attention. She was so furious that tears welled up in her eyes, and she shouted, "Carlo, you're going too far." Then the most explosive part came. She actually went crazy, pointing in my direction, cursing me in the name of the beast god, saying things like why the beast god hadn't taken me away, cursing me to die a terrible death. Before she could finish her words, there was a loud slap. Carlo swung a hard fist right at her, stunning her. Let me tell you, I had never seen Carlo like that. His eyes were filled with ice shards, veins bulging, and his aura was like an S-rank alpha going all out. He stared at Lilith and said, word by word, "If you say another word, do you believe I can make you unable to speak for the rest of your life?" Lilith was so scared she was dumbfounded, probably thinking Carlo was about to tear her apart. But Carlo didn't give her that chance. He grabbed her by the nape of her neck and dragged her toward the chief and the shaman's house, like she was a sack of rice. Along the way, the whole village came out to watch the commotion, and Lilith was wailing, "Help! Carlo is going to kill me." Many people came forward to advise, but Carlo ignored everyone, exuding an aura that said, "Keep your distance." Some even ran fast to call me over. By the time I arrived, the scene was already chaotic. Carlo threw Lilith in front of the chief and the shaman, and her parents rushed over crying. Her mother hugged her and wailed, "Carlo, how can you treat Lilith like this?" Lilith also cried, "Mom, he wants to kill me." The chief was so angry his beard stood up, pointing at Carlo and demanding to know what happened. I quickly went over and grabbed Carlo's hand. He was trembling, showing how furious he was. He calmed down slightly, squeezed my hand, and then explained everything that had just happened to the chief, ending with, "She, in the name of the beast god, cast the most vicious curse on Ran. When those words came out, the entire place fell silent, except for me, who was still in shock, thinking, wasn't he just an insult? Why was it such a big deal? but everyone else's faces turned pale. Amy was the first to jump out, pointing at Lilith's nose and scolding her. How could you be so venomous? Even Dia's mother, who had been trying to mediate, joined in to accuse her of being ungrateful. Later, I realized that here, the beast god is the highest belief. Cursing someone in the name of the beast god is equivalent to splattering paint on someone's ancestral grave back home. It's a top-tier act of self-destruction that cannot be forgiven. The chief and the shaman's faces turned green with anger, and the usually gentle shaman grandpa was furious. Carlo directly said, "Dad, Grandpa Shaman, Lilith must be expelled from the tribe." As soon as those words were spoken, Lilith collapsed on the spot. Her mother cried and begged, saying it was so cold outside, expelling her would be sending her to her death. Many people in the tribe softened. After all, she was a female. But the chief was genuinely angry this time, saying, "She has made mistakes not once or twice. Every time she says she will change. Yet every time she repeats her mistakes. You don't know how important Xinran is to our tribe. If something happens to her, who will take responsibility?" Lilith cried and crawled to the chief, bowing her head and saying she acted impulsively and really knew she was wrong. Her father, an old hero of the tribe, also came out to plead, saying he would accept any punishment, just don't expel her. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on me. Her mother suddenly knelt down in front of me, crying and begging me to give her daughter a chance. I panicked and quickly helped her up. Lilith was also pulled over by her mother, crying and apologizing to me. "Sai, what can I do about this mess? I didn't believe in any beast god curse." Seeing her parents like that softened my heart, and I said to the chief, "Let it go. I'm fine. Don't expel her." Carlo's face next to me was as dark as the bottom of a pot, so I quickly squeezed his hand and whispered that it was okay. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything more. In the end, the chief decided that while she could avoid death, she couldn't escape punishment. Lilith was sentenced to chop firewood for the tribe for a month, and no one was allowed to help her. This matter finally came to a close. Her father looked at her with a look of disappointment, saying this was her last chance, and if she misbehaved again, no one would care about her life. Later, Amy and Nina especially came to comfort me, afraid I would take that curse seriously. Nina even nervously covered my mouth, saying I couldn't question the existence of the beast god. I realized that this belief was ingrained in their bones. By the way, speaking of Nina, there was finally some progress with her and Kevin. Amy and I gave her a big pep talk and finally persuaded her to stop secretly sending things. She gathered her courage and personally delivered a delicious meal to Kevin. Guess what happened? Kevin, that big straightforward guy, looked so excited, practically drooling over the food, and warmly asked Nina, "Is there anything you need my help with? Just say it. Let's just say." Kevin's thought process is truly a miracle in the world of single-celled organisms. Nina shoved the food to him, blushing, and ran away. Kevin, after eating her food, immediately ran to pile a huge stack of firewood at Nina's doorstep, emphasizing reciprocity and making sure he didn't take advantage. Nina looked at that pile of firewood, feeling both heartbroken and amused, but at least it counted as communication, no longer unrequited love. Kevin even foolishly ran to show off to Carlo, saying he could now eat good food every day. Carlo, having received my instructions, said nothing and just looked at him with a gaze that suggested he was an idiot, probably thinking about how thick-skinned this guy was. Life in the tribe continued in this noisy manner. One day, Curran came back after playing outside all day. His little face and hands were red from the cold, but he was particularly happy. I quickly let him soak in hot water. He told me it was his first time playing in the snow. In the past, during snow season, he would hide in a cave, cold and hungry, and several times he thought he was going to die. But now he could live in a warm house, eat enough, dress warmly, and go out to play. He felt very happy. I felt quite uncomfortable listening to that. When I went to bed at night, I told Carlo what Karen had said. He was silent for a long time, and then suddenly he hugged me tightly. I could feel his body trembling slightly, so I gently patted his back and asked him what was wrong. His voice was muffled as he said, "Do you know? I used to be very afraid of the snow season." He paused for a moment and then said, "My mom died because of me. She did it all to save me." I was shocked at the time. No wonder the clan leader's attitude towards him was so strange. It turned out that many years ago, during the beast tide, it happened to be in the snowy season. While his mother was fleeing with him and Karen, a beast ambushed them and pounced on the young Carlo. Without a second thought, his mother stood in front of him and received a deep gash on her stomach. By the time the clan leader arrived, it was already too late. He could never forget the scene from that day. The white, vast snowfield stained red with his mother's blood. He could still hear his father's anguished roar as he held his mother's lifeless body, along with the look his father gave him. a mix of pain and an indescribable expression. Since then, this incident became an insurmountable obstacle in his heart. His voice trembled. Not only can my father not forgive me, but I also cannot forgive myself. I was the one who caused her death. I felt my heart tighten, and I could only hold him, telling him over and over, "It's not your fault, Carlo. Really, it's not. Your mom loved you so much. She must have done it willingly. She exchanged her life for yours, hoping that you could live well." That night, we talked for a long time. I didn't know if he could truly let go, but at least he was willing to show me this deepest scar. To my surprise, a wave of troubles followed one after another. One night, there was suddenly a loud rumbling sound outside. It was so loud that I thought the Earth online server had exploded. Carlo reacted quickly and rushed out in a second. I hurriedly put on my clothes, grabbed a torch, and went outside, only to see the entire village gathered at the foot of the mountain, looking terrified at the large mountain behind us. Goodness, countless snow blocks were rolling down from the mountain. It looked like something out of a movie special effect, an avalanche. Fortunately, when we built our houses, I thought the ground at the foot of the mountain was uneven and moved the location a considerable distance away. Otherwise, with this, our entire tribe would have been buried alive. The snow kept falling heavier, and finally, Carlo discussed with the chief and decided to move everyone even further away. It was the first time in my life I had been out in the cold for so long. Even though Carlo wrapped me up like a dumpling, I was still shaking like a leaf, and my whole body was almost numb. After enduring until dawn, the avalanche finally stopped. Carlo quickly carried me back inside, started a fire, and gave me a big bowl of ginger soup, which helped me recover. Outside was a disaster. There was thick snow everywhere. The entrance to the cellar was buried, and some animal shelters had completely collapsed, with the animals inside either crushed to death or frozen stiff. Carlo and the orcs went out to clear the snow, while I, along with the females, dealt with the dead livestock, simply stewing a large pot so that everyone in the tribe could have a good meal of fresh, warm meat. During dinner that night, Grandpa the shaman, still feeling shaken, said it was fortunate we listened to my advice when building the houses. Otherwise, everyone would have had to feast in the snow today. Everyone nodded, looking at me with eyes full of gratitude. The next day, Carlo and the others cleared the snow at the cave entrance and specifically checked around the mountain to confirm that there wouldn't be another avalanche in the short term, which put everyone's minds at ease. But just as the avalanche issue was resolved, a new problem arose. The chief called together several core members for a meeting, looking troubled as he said to us, "The food in the tribe is being consumed faster than we expected. If we keep eating like this, we might run out of supplies before the snow season ends." Carlo frowned and said, "That's impossible. I checked before, and there should be a surplus of food." I thought for a moment and analyzed. It might be because it's too cold and the body needs more calories, so everyone is eating more. As soon as I finished speaking, the elder directly responded with a big comment, saying, "Why don't we just revert back to primitive society and eat 2 meals a day? Skipping lunch altogether?" I was so anxious at that moment. I said, "No way. What era is this? Still doing hunger marketing? 2 meals a day with such a long gap in between. Does the stomach have no pride?" Goodness, let me tell you, it gets even more outrageous. The guy named Abel, the one who had issues with Carlo last time, didn't even raise an eyebrow and said, "How about we cut the female rations in half?" I was furious at that moment. Who understands family? It's already 2025, and there's still such gender discrimination? I directly lashed out. Why is that? Females do less work. We don't raise children. We don't gather. We don't process prey. Are we all just living off photosynthesis? Doesn't what you said make the females in the tribe, who are busy every day, feel cold at heart? Abel was still stubborn, saying it was for the good of the tribe. What if the orcs don't have enough to eat and encounter danger? He said the females would definitely be willing to sacrifice. I was so angry I could laugh. I told him to stop with the moral kidnapping. Anyway, I'm the first one to disagree. We started arguing back and forth, and it looked like it was about to turn into a full-blown fight. It was Carlo, my idol, who pinpointed the core issue with just one question. He directly asked the chief, "Dad, I know how much food we have stored, and it shouldn't be consumed this quickly. Have you checked?" The chief looked confused and said he hadn't. So Carlo suggested we check the accounts, or rather, the food supplies. Once we did that, oh boy, all the problems came to light. And guess what? It was that we were eating too much. It was that some people started getting picky. Just when life was getting a bit better, they began to refuse this and that, tossing out the old food as soon as they got new supplies, pure leftover assassins. They treated the tribe's granary like a buffet. The chief was so angry that he called for a general assembly and criticized this behavior harshly. I also stepped up and made a big promise. saying everyone should hang in there a little longer, and once life gets better, I'd ensure everyone could have whatever they like to eat. Those who wasted food were quite aware of their mistakes and stood up to apologize, so this issue was finally put to rest. Later, Abel even came specifically to apologize to me, saying he was just a bit too anxious. I thought it over and decided to forgive him. It wasn't a deep-seated grudge. Just as we resolved our internal conflict, external troubles arrived. We were unaware that a bunch of troublemakers had set their sights on us. Meanwhile, in another place called the Bird Tribe, two traders, Butte and Andrew from the Herbivore Tribe, were busy reporting us to a hawkish tribe chief named Jonathan. Those two were fawning all over him, practically tattooing the words, "I'm a petty person," on their faces, going on and on about how much good food we had, painting our tribe as if it were a buffet, just waiting for someone to come for a free meal. When Jonathan heard this, it was clear he wasn't a good character. He gave a sinister smile and said, "All right, let us play with them." He directly sent people, letting those two traders lead the way, preparing to stir up some big trouble for us. We were still in the dark here, and I was busy cooking for Karen and the little ones. Suddenly, there was chaos outside. I ran out to see Carlo and Kevin had returned, each carrying someone on their back, frozen like ice sculptures. Once we got them inside and warmed them up, I recognized one of them as Luke, the orc from the Herbivore Tribe, and his mother too. Once he recovered, he dropped a bombshell on us. Their chieftain sold us to the Bird Tribe just to get some food. Their main force is already on the way. At that moment, the whole tribe was in an uproar, and the chieftain was furious, cursing himself for being blind back then. That simple-minded Abel was howling to confront them head-on. I quickly stopped him and said, "Dude, calm down. Just by the name, the Bird Tribe can fly. If we fight on the ground, they can throw stones from the sky. Aren't we just live targets? We're in a development phase. Confronting them head-on is just handing over our heads. This is called a strategic retreat, not cowardice." Carlo also supported me, saying it was true that it was the snow season, and even if we won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. What about the elderly and children in the tribe? It would be not worth the loss. In the end, everyone agreed, "Fine, let's hide for now. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late." So we sprang into action, everyone mobilized. We hid food, packed our belongings, and even brought along the sheep and the cuckoo beasts I raised. Carlo was clever and purposely left some meat and worthless belongings outside as a distraction. We moved in a grand manner to a few broken caves on the other side of the mountain. It was a disaster, both cold and dirty. Let me tell you, the wind was like a knife. I had never suffered like this in my life. At night, I was so cold my teeth were chattering. In the end, it was Carlo who transformed into a big lion and curled me up under his furry belly, and that is how I survived. But the next day, Carlo had to go back alone to keep watch and see when those bandits would come. He left feeling very uneasy, repeatedly reminding me to be careful. I said I was fine, but inside I was panicking. Without Carlo, my giant warm blanket, I was lucky that Karen, the little lion, came to keep me company. Holding onto that warm little fur ball, it wasn't so cold anymore. Carlo squatted outside the tribe for 3 whole days, and finally, one day, he heard movement in the sky. Goodness, it was a dark mass, all kinds of winged beasts landing directly in our tribe square. When they saw no one was around, the leader became furious, cursing and swearing that we had actually run away. Then they started rushing into the houses to loot. They brought out the meat and some furniture we had intentionally left behind, and I thought this trick really worked. But unexpectedly, after they finished looting, the cunning leader smiled and said they couldn't leave empty-handed, so they should smash everything here. Carlo watched from the shadows, helplessly seeing those beasts smash to pieces the houses we had worked so hard to build and the furniture we had made. His fists bled from clenching, but he could only endure, knowing that if he went out, we would all be finished. After those bandits left, Carlo waited a long time to confirm it was safe before coming back. As soon as he returned, he told us the people were gone. Everyone sighed with relief at the thought of going home. The days spent in the cave were not fit for humans. However, when we returned to the tribe and saw the devastation in front of us, everyone's heart sank. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. Those guys from the Bird Tribe are really something. Not only did they steal our food, but they also smashed our home to pieces. It was pure social revenge. Dia's mother looked at the mess and was so heartbroken that her eyes turned red. Fortunately, in the midst of all this misfortune, our hidden cellar was well concealed, and those feathered beasts didn't discover it, so not a grain of food was lost. With the chief's command, everyone set aside their sadness. As long as the people were safe and the food was intact, we could rebuild our home. The orcs started making furniture again with clanging sounds, while we females hurried to sort out the precious food in the cellar. After several days of hard work, the tribe finally regained some vitality. But this matter couldn't just end here. That night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, so I poked Carlo beside me. Hey, seriously? If we were to confront the bird tribe head-on now, what are our chances of winning? Carlo thought for a moment and honestly replied, slim. They fly in the sky while we run on the ground. We're just passively taking hits. Our ground combat is fierce, but we can't reach them at all. We're just living targets. As soon as I heard that, my heart sank. He was right. The Air Force attacking the Army was just a form of dimensionality reduction attack. We had to come up with a way to neutralize their air superiority. Carlo noticed my worried expression and added, actually, bows and arrows should work, but the problem is that when we shoot, we expose ourselves. We need something to protect us. Protection. My mind raced as I went through all the movies I'd seen and games I'd played. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. I sat up abruptly, grabbed Carlo's arm, and exclaimed excitedly, Carlo, we can make spears and shields. Spears? Shields? He looked confused. Yes. I began to gesture animatedly. A shield is just a big board made of wood or stone that we hold in front of us, so their attacks can't hit us. A spear is a long-range weapon, one for defense and one for offense. ISNT, that the most classic infantry combination. Let me tell you, Carlo is quite a character. Don't be fooled by his bulky frame. His fighting skills are absolutely top-notch. Just as I finished describing this, his eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he ran out in the middle of the night to gather materials. Before long, he returned with a set of stone shields and bone spears. The stone shield was heavy, but in his hands, it looked like a toy, and the spearhead of the bone spear was made from the sharp fangs of a beast, terrifyingly sharp. He swung it a bit, and it looked incredibly imposing. But you're too smart. This gear is definitely useful. However, just having equipment isn't enough. His combat skills need to catch up too. Then I got carried away. Who understands? I actually thought about teaching our tribe's top warrior how to fight. I told Carlo, I learned a set of martial arts before. It's really impressive. Let me demonstrate. Actually, it was just the military drills taught by the instructor during college training. And I had forgotten most of it, only remembering a few flashy moves. But I thought, since they usually rely on brute strength in fights, maybe I could win with some techniques. Carlo saw my confident demeanor and stifled a laugh as he nodded. I got into position, yelled, hey, huh, and charged in with great momentum, only for my soft little fist to be effortlessly caught in his hand. Want to try again? He said, his mouth curving into a wide grin. I feel underestimated, and I'm so angry that I retract my fist and try a different move. But the result is still the same. All my techniques seem like child's play in front of his absolute strength. No more fighting. Bullying. I angrily wave my hand. Carlo bursts out laughing at me and pats my head, saying, don't be angry, don't be angry. Your set of punches is actually very clever. It's just that you lack strength. Teach me, and I'll give it a try. Guess what happened? Carlo learned it after just one look. When he took his stance, it felt completely different. Each punch was accompanied by a whooshing sound, and the momentum was impressive. Even standing beside him, I felt a sense of intimidation. However, after a few moves, he stopped and said thoughtfully, this martial art is good, but it's too gentle. If we're really going to the battlefield, it needs to be more ruthless. I understood it in seconds. It was taught during military training, so how much harm could it cause? The next day, Carlo reported this to the chief, and everyone agreed to appoint him as the chief military instructor of the tribe. Carlo acted decisively, first leading Kevin, Abel, and a few core members to mass-produce a large number of spears and shields, ensuring everyone had a set. Then, in front of everyone, he had a fight with Abel, the second strongest in the tribe. What scene that was! Carlo used the boxing techniques I taught him, which he had improved. His moves were fast and fierce. All skill. Abel couldn't react at all and was taken down in just a few moves. Kevin and the others watched in shock. Carlo, what new technique is this? It's too fierce. Now, no one dared to challenge him. The entire tribe immediately entered a mode of intense training. Carlo divided all the orcs into 4 groups, with him, Kevin, Abel, and Darl each leading a team, practicing boxing and spear coordination every day. Even the older orcs, the females, and even the little ones joined in to learn. Carlo also took my advice and led everyone in running laps around the tribe every morning to build stamina. As a result, when we started running, it turned out that I was the one with the worst stamina in the tribe. Forget about the females. Even Dia and the others could run a few laps without breaking a sweat, while I was panting like a dog after just one lap. And I was laughed at by Amy and the others for a long time. However, I must tell you, problems arose. With such high-intensity training, the physical consumption was huge, and everyone's appetite surged. The speed at which our food supplies in the cellar were depleting was like a rushing river. The chief and Carlo were the first to notice something was off and began to quietly control food consumption. At first, I was oblivious until I noticed that Carlo had been eating like a cat lately, just tiny portions. I thought he had a poor appetite, but it had been like this for several days. That day at dinner, he only took 2 buns, and I directly pressed him down. "Carlo, tell me honestly, is there not enough food in the tribe?" At first, he wanted to hide it from me, repeatedly pushing food into my bowl. I got angry. "If you keep this up, I'm really going to be mad. Let's think of a solution together." Seeing my determined attitude, he sighed and told me the truth. It turned out that at this rate of consumption, the food we had worked so hard to store would last at most a little over a month. But there was still a full 2 months until the end of the snow season. Carlo also comforted me, saying he was used to being hungry and that I should eat more. I was almost in tears, grabbing his hand and saying, "No, being hungry is bad for your health. We will definitely think of a way." That said, it was freezing outside and there wasn't a single resource to be found. The people in the tribe gradually sensed something was wrong and began to quietly reduce their own food intake. During that time, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. We finished the last of our meat, and the flour and sweet potatoes in the cellar were dwindling day by day. I was so worried that my hair was almost turning white. That day, Carlo went out searching all day, and when he came back, he was covered in snow, and his hands were red from the cold. I felt so heartbroken brushing the snow off him, and to avoid worrying me, he changed the subject, saying, "When I came back, I saw that the river water had frozen solid." While I was rubbing his hands and nodding, hearing the words river water made my head buzz. A thought flashed through my mind like lightning. I suddenly grabbed him, my eyes wide open. "Carlo, are there fish in the river in front of our tribe?" "Fish? What is that?" "It's the thing that swims around in the water." I was really anxious. "Oh, you mean the spiny creature?" He suddenly realized, but then frowned again, saying that there are none in the river in front of our tribe. "However, there is a big river behind the mountain that is full of them. But those things are bitter and spiny, terribly unappetizing, and right now the river is frozen, so we can't catch any at all." I sighed in disappointment when I heard this, but immediately grasped the key point. It's not that it's not delicious, it's that your method is wrong. "Wait, you said you can't catch them because the river is frozen?" "Yeah." He looked at me as if it were obvious. I was just about to jump up, excitedly shaking his arm. No. It's precisely because the river is frozen that it's easier to catch." "Where is that river? Hurry, take me there." Carlo was taken aback by my sudden excitement, but seeing my determination, he perked up. He immediately called Kevin and a few of the strongest, and I asked them to bring more nets. A group of us set off towards the big river behind the mountain. When we arrived, I looked and thought, wow, this river is really big. The entire surface frozen like a giant piece of glass, very solid. Kevin was already eager to try. "Xinran, what do we do next? Are we supposed to smash the ice open and jump in a catch? What are you thinking? Jumping in on a day like this would turn us into popsicles." I shot him a glare and directed them to the center of the river, then told them to step back. I said to Carlo, "Carlo, use your knife to carve a hole in the ice, not too big, be careful, and make sure the ice doesn't crack." Carlo nodded and began to carefully chip away at the ice. We all stood on the shore, nervously watching. Let me tell you, I will never forget the scene that followed. The moment Carlo completely drilled through that hole, all of a sudden, countless fat and spiky beasts jumped out like crazy, scrambling to get out of that hole. They were bouncing around on the ice, exposing their white bellies, and before long, the ice was covered with a dense layer of them. We were all stunned, our mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Kevin rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe it, and said to Dar beside him, "Dar, pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Dar, being straightforward, pinched him hard, making Kevin yelp and jump up. "Xinran, you're simply a god." Kevin shouted excitedly at me, ignoring the pain. "What on earth is going on? How did the fish jump out by itself?" I was actually stunned, mainly because I was shocked by the size of these fish, which were several times larger than the fish on Earth. I cleared my throat and pretended to be calm as I explained. "It's probably due to the lack of oxygen under the ice. Once there was a hole, they all came out to breathe." Just how many fish were there? They kept jumping out nonstop. We waited for a long time and still couldn't see the end. In the end, there was no choice but for Carlo to find something to block the hole again. In just that short time, all the dozens of rattan nets we brought were filled to the brim, weighing at least over 100 pounds. When we carried this heavy haul back to the tribe, everyone was ecstatic. The entire tribe erupted in thunderous cheers. I had everyone put the fish in the square, and then Carlo brought a large group of orcs to head back to the river. I stayed in the tribe to teach everyone how to handle these spiny beasts. "Look here, this is called fish scales. They must be scraped clean, otherwise they'll taste bitter. And here, I demonstrated while recalling the times I helped the headmistress at the orphanage process fish. By the time Carlo and the others returned the second time, we hadn't finished processing the first batch because there were so many people this time, and they brought back even more spiny beasts. Goodness. The pile of spiny beasts looked like a small mountain. I was worried they would deplete the river, so I quickly told Carlo, "Buddy, we need to practice sustainable development. We can't catch them all." Carlo patted his chest and promised me he understood and would leave some behind. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who understands the family dynamics? I was just afraid these brothers, used to tough times, would get carried away and cause the species to go extinct. There were just too many fish. We worked all night and still couldn't finish. In the end, Carlo came up with a solution. He piled everything in the snow in the square, creating a natural icebox for people to take as needed, which was incredibly clever. Then it was mealtime. Let me tell you, Xinran's cooking was amazing. Just the simplest grilled fish, brushed with some seasoning and placed over the fire. The aroma wafted up immediately, making everyone's eyes nearly pop out and their mouths water. The first grilled fish was ready, and everyone took a bite. The next second, the whole tribe went wild. "Wow, this thing is so delicious," Amy shouted while eating, and that kid Kevin was even more outrageous after tasting it. He snatched the skewer and started grilling his own. Besides grilled fish, Xinran also made a big pot of fish soup. This one required some skill. Without enough spices to remove the fishy smell, it could easily turn into a culinary disaster. But who was Xinran? The soup she made was incredibly delicious. The few of us females tried to replicate it, but the fishy smell was so strong that it nearly drove me away. Xinran comforted us, saying it was okay and that we just needed more practice. I was so busy that I couldn't catch my breath. Carlo held me down and insisted that I have a bowl of hot soup with him first. We were enjoying it, taking turns with each spoonful, and the atmosphere was just right. Who knew that outside the tribe, Abner had started his emo time again? He was hiding by the river, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face clearly showing that he was unhappy. It was Amy who noticed he was missing and ran over to find him. Amy said, "Dude, what are you doing? Come back and have some fish soup. If you wait too long, Kevin the foodie will lick the pot clean." But Abner just shook his head, looking like he was completely indifferent to our happiness. He said he was useless, that all the credit belonged to me and Carlo, and that he, a grown man, was even worse than a female who was content. "I really can't believe it," Amy earnestly advised him, saying that everyone belongs to the same tribe. So who would care about that? But only Abel knew the little schemes in his heart. He was thinking about the position of the chief. Seeing Carlo's rising popularity, how could he not be anxious? In the end, he was reluctantly pulled back only after seeing Amy shivering from the cold. Originally, he thought that with so much food, they could get through this snow season peacefully. But then, just a few days into the good times, the alarm rang. The orcs patrolling outside rushed back, shouting at the top of their lungs, "The bird tribe! The bird tribe is attacking again." My heart skipped a beat at that moment. Carlo reacted quickly and commanded, "Old, young, female, all of you get inside." The others grabbed their weapons and formed a line. Everyone moved as if they had pressed the fast-forward button. I pulled Karen and hid inside with Amy and the others. Carlo glanced back at me, and his eyes said just 2 words, "Wait for me." Then he led the others to the front. Let me tell you, that scene was incredibly shocking. The orcs of the Lion-Tiger tribe split into 4 teams, holding their shields above their heads, instantly forming an impenetrable iron shell. In no time, the sky turned dark with a mass of birdmen circling like crows. Unable to find a place to land, they used to rely on sneak attacks, targeting the old, weak, women, and children, but now that we had all hidden away, they were completely at a loss. The birdman leader was up in the sky, anxiously circling around. Last time they came, they didn't fare well, and if they failed again, their chief would surely skin him alive. Finally, with his eyes reddening, he gave the order. "Forget it. Charge down. Capture 1, count it." Goodness. The sky was filled with birdmen diving down like dumplings. Our people were hiding behind the shields, waiting for them to get close. And as soon as they did, our spears went up, thrusting upwards. Those who reacted quickly managed to dodge, while those who were slow were immediately skewered, blood raining down like it was pouring. I held Karen tightly, my palms sweaty and my heart racing as if it were about to burst out of my throat. Those birdmen, driven by desperation, transformed completely into human forms and charged at us from the ground. This was exactly what we wanted. They were great in aerial combat, but on the ground, against us orcs who trained daily and upgraded our equipment, they were no match. The tide of battle quickly turned in our favor. But Carlo was incredibly fierce, single-handedly taking on several opponents and becoming a thorn in the enemy's side. Several birdmen swarmed to attack him. Just at that tense moment, the birdman leader, I tell you, played dirty. He suddenly transformed into a beast form, claws bared, and lunged straight at Carlo. Our building was right at the edge of the battlefield, and I saw it clearly, so scared that I screamed, "Carlo, watch out behind you." Carlo had already noticed, but while dealing with the opponents in front of him, he was waiting for that guy to make his sneak attack. But at that moment, only Nina sensed something was wrong. The birdman leader's gaze, damn it, wasn't on Carlo at all. He was looking at Kevin beside Carlo. His target was Kevin. Carlo realized it too, but it was already too late. The claw was just inches away from Kevin's back. In that critical moment, no one expected Nina to dash out of the house like a bolt of lightning, using her own body to shield Kevin behind her. I only heard a dull thud, and then warm blood splattered onto Kevin's face. Nina looked at him, smiled, and then slowly fell to the ground. Nina. My mind buzzed blank. 1 second she was squeezed next to me, and the next she was lying on the ground, motionless. The birdmen took advantage of our stunned state, transformed into birds, and flew away. Kevin was completely stunned, kneeling down to hold Nina, looking at the blood hole in her abdomen, helplessly shouting, "Nina, Nina, are you okay?" Tears fell like broken beads. He cried and pleaded with me, "Xinran, you must save her. She got hurt for me." I tried to calm myself down and touched Nina's wound. The wound was terrifyingly large, and the blood wouldn't stop. "Quick, let's get her inside first." The shaman brought some herbs to stop the bleeding, and it was temporarily under control, but the wound was too deep. Without stitches, there was no hope. I was so anxious I almost cried. I could handle small injuries before, but I had never seen anything like this gut-wrenching scene. When Kevin heard that there was a life-threatening situation, he collapsed on the ground. Nina's parents were crying uncontrollably beside us. Amy, in tears, grasped my hand and said, "Xinran, you must have a way, right?" Everyone was looking at me, and the only thought in my mind was, stitches. I told the shaman I needed to stitch it up, and he was taken aback, asking me how to do it. My hands were shaking. I've never done this before, but the shaman's gaze was exceptionally determined. "Xinran, there are no ifs. This is the only way. If you don't try, Nina will just have to wait to die." He was right. I took a deep breath, pulled out some fishing line from my precious backpack, which I had saved for my principal's husband's fishing. I had never had the heart to use it. I cleaned the wound with hot water, threaded the fishing line through a bone needle, and looked at the open flesh on Nina's abdomen, my hands trembling like I had Parkinson's. I glanced at Carlo, and he gave me an encouraging look. I gritted my teeth, trembling hands pierced the needle in, stitch by stitch, slowly sewing it up. The excruciating pain caused Nina, who was unconscious, to start struggling, letting out painful moans. Kevin rushed over to hold down her hands and feet, his voice trembling. "Nina, hang in there. It will be over soon." I was sweating profusely, but my hands couldn't stop moving. Finally, after finishing the last stitch, I felt completely drained and fell back. Luckily, Carlo caught me. "All right, it's done. Now we just have to see if she can survive the infection and fever." Kevin and Nina's parents were watching by the bedside, while Carlo forced me back into the room. I was so tired that I could barely keep my eyes open, and before I fell asleep, I clutched Carlo's shirt and reminded him to wake me up if anything happened with Nina. The next day, I woke up and immediately ran to check on Nina. Thank goodness, she woke up once during the night and didn't have a fever, and her wound wasn't infected. I breathed a sigh of relief, but something in my heart felt off. I secretly pulled the shaman aside and hesitated to ask him, "Grandpa Shaman, you can diagnose female fertility issues, right?" The shaman had a gossipy expression, as if he thought someone was pregnant. I shook my head and spoke with difficulty. "Yesterday, Nina was injured in the abdomen. The wound is deep, and I'm afraid it might have harmed her reproductive organs." The shaman's face went pale. He rushed back, felt Nina's abdomen, and checked her pulse, his expression growing increasingly grim. Finally, he sighed and shook his head at me. "I can't feel her reproductive ability anymore." "Xinran, you were right, Nina. May not be able to bear children in the future." I felt dizzy at that moment. Nina loves children so much. If she finds out this news, she will be devastated. I begged the priest to keep it a secret, but the priest said he had to tell Nina's parents. I should have stopped him right then. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would never have agreed, no matter what. As a result, when Nina's parents found out about this, they completely broke down. Her dad didn't say a word and rushed out in front of half the tribe, pinning Kevin to the ground and beating him up, shouting, "I'll kill you, you bastard. Nina's life is ruined because of you. She can never have children now. How do you expect her to live?" When Amy and I arrived, this was the scene we saw. People around were whispering and looking at Nina's family with sympathy, as well as at Kevin, who had been beaten and was defenseless. I felt a surge of anger rise to the top of my head. I had never lost my temper at elders before, but this time I really couldn't hold back. I shouted at them, "That's enough. Is there anything that can't be said at home? Do you have to make it public for it to be entertaining?" I had Carlo lift Kevin up and then called everyone into the house. After closing the door, the priest spoke first, complaining that Nina's dad was too impulsive. As a result, her dad exploded like a firecracker, pointing at Kevin's nose and shouting that he had ruined Nina's life and demanding to know what he planned to do about it. Kevin, with a face full of injuries, remained silent for a long time before hoarsely saying, "Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. I will take responsibility for Nina. Once she gets better, I will marry her." As soon as he said this, Nina's parents were satisfied. This was exactly what they were waiting for. But hearing this made me feel incredibly frustrated. I stepped forward, looking at Nina's parents, and said word by word, "This matter should wait until Nina wakes up and let her make her own decision. You cannot decide for her." Furthermore, I looked at them and said, "What we should be thinking about now is how to minimize the harm this incident will cause Nina. But what about you? You've stirred up such a ruckus that when Nina wakes up, how will she face the eyes of others?" Her dad was still unconvinced. "We're doing this for her good. Hasn't she always liked Kevin?" Goodness, with that one sentence, he revealed Nina's hidden feelings that she had kept for many years right in front of Kevin. Kevin froze on the spot, his eyes wide open. I was so angry that I almost laughed. "You think this is for her good? The feelings she has carefully hidden have been publicly exposed by you. The pain in her body has become known to the entire tribe. Nina is your child, not your toy. You cannot dictate what she should do." Then I turned to Kevin. "Wanting to take responsibility is your business. Whether Nina agrees or not is another matter. And I beg you, forget what you heard today and leave Nina some dignity." Kevin looked at me and nodded heavily. Finally, I sighed and looked at Nina's parents. "I just hope that in the future, when you do things, you can think more from Nina's perspective. If it had been Nina's brother who was in trouble today, would you still have made such a big fuss and exposed everything? It's not just the brother who is your child. Nina is too." As soon as I said this, I tell you, Nina's parents looked utterly embarrassed. Both ashamed and angry, like a color palette. It was quite a sight. They were hit right in the heart and couldn't say a word for a long time. To put it bluntly, they were just afraid that Nina would become a burden and affect their precious son's ability to find a wife, right? And they talk about being able to have it both ways. Their calculations were almost hitting me in the face, pretending to be such loving parents. These past few days, I've been so anxious about Nina that my mind feels like it's been stretched to the limit, and I haven't had a proper rest at all. Now, with everything that's happened, my head is buzzing and it feels like my CPU is about to overheat. I instinctively press my temples, and just then, I tell you, a savior arrived. Carlo supported me, looking so concerned, and when his gaze swept over Kevin, the temperature dropped to a chilling minus 18 degrees. He dropped a line, saying he would find me later and directly help me away. Nina's parents saw the situation, and their faces darkened even more. They warned Kevin a couple of times to remember his promises before slipping away. In the end, only Kevin was left standing there, all alone, looking battered and dazed, like a little dog abandoned by the whole world. The chief and the priest could only sigh as they watched him. What a mess. A heroic rescue turned into an ethical drama fit for prime time. Later, it was the chief who took charge and called a tribe-wide meeting, which finally quelled the situation. And everyone was tactful enough not to bring it up again. After a few days, the rumors in the tribe had died down, and Nina finally woke up. Not that hazy business of opening her eyes and then falling back asleep, but truly coming back to consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, Kevin bombarded her with questions like a rapid-fire machine. "You're awake? How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" He didn't stop. Nina took a while to gather herself before she saw the three of us by her bedside. Me, Kevin, and Amy. Amy couldn't hold it in any longer, bursting into tears and hugging Nina tightly, crying out that the beast god had protected her. After learning about the terrible things Nina's parents had done a few days ago, she had been stomping her feet in anger, constantly blaming me for not bringing her along, saying she would have scolded those two until they were reformed. Nina smiled weakly and first asked if the people from the bird tribe had been driven away and if everyone was all right. I quickly touched her forehead and was relieved to find she didn't have a fever. I told her, "Don't worry, we're all fine. Your only task now is to take care of yourself and not to stress about all that nonsense." With that, I brought over the warm soup I had been keeping ready. Kevin eagerly took it from me, displaying such enthusiasm as he prepared to feed her. Goodness, Nina's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and she kept waving her hands, insisting she could do it herself. But Kevin was determined and stubbornly said, You're not well yet. Be good, let me do it. Nina shot us a pleading look, and Amy and I exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. We found an excuse to slip away, leaving them some space. I mean, at times like this, one must have a bit of insight and be a qualified wingman. Once outside the room, Amy pulled me aside, worried. Xinran, do you think Nina could accept Kevin if she knew the truth? I sighed. This was a tough situation. Inside, Nina ultimately couldn't resist Kevin's insistence and let him feed her the soup. Kevin looked at her flushed face and probably regretted not realizing his feelings sooner. How could he have been so blind to such obvious affection? He fell silent for a long moment before seriously saying, Nina, thank you for saving me. Nina shook her head and replied, we're from the same tribe. It's only right. Don't feel burdened. The more she said this, the sadder Kevin's expression became. In the following days, Kevin seemed to have taken root by Nina's bedside, tending to her every need. Nina felt uncomfortable with it all and tried to push him away. But Kevin was as stubborn as gum on a shoe. No matter what she said, he wouldn't leave. With the meticulous care from both me and Kevin, Nina recovered quickly, and soon it was time to remove her stitches. I had given Nina a heads up beforehand. It might hurt a bit, just bear with it. Removing the stitches was indeed painful. No matter how fast I was, Nina still curled up in a ball, gritting her teeth and sweating profusely. Kevin was anxiously pacing beside her, only able to hold her hand tightly to give her strength. After the stitches were out, Nina's complexion improved a bit, and she smiled at Kevin, who had been holding her hand the whole time. I have to tell you, that smile made my heart skip a beat. Clearly smiling, but no matter how I looked at it, I felt it was filled with sadness. She must think that Kevin's treatment of her is purely out of gratitude. She feels secretly pleased, but also knows clearly that all of this is temporary. Once the injury heals, it's time for the curtain to fall and everyone to disperse. She's just greedily enjoying this last bit of connection. Sure enough, once Nina fully recovered, she started to worry about how to break the worst news to her. I had specifically warned her parents not to let anything slip while she was healing. Now this difficult task fell on me. After Nina's recovery, Kevin continued to come every day. Finally, one day, Nina had a serious talk with Kevin, telling him not to come anymore, saying that his life-saving grace had been repaid. Kevin had no choice but to come to me for advice. Xinran, when are you going to tell her? She won't even see me now. How about we just don't say anything and keep it a secret? No way. I immediately refused. How many people in the tribe know about this? You can deceive her for a moment, but can you deceive her for a lifetime? When she learns the truth from someone else, she'll hate you. Her parents are doing terrible things under the guise of doing it for her own good, and we can't do the same. I looked at Kevin and asked him seriously, Kevin, I hope you pair up with Nina because you like her, not out of some damn obligation. Do you understand? Kevin was taken aback by my question and stammered for a long time, unable to figure out what he really thought. I sighed, lost interest in him, and turned to find Nina. When I found Nina, she was lowering her head and sewing something. I told her to take a break, and she smiled and said it was nothing, just a thank you gift for Kevin. I looked at her and cautiously asked, Nina, during this time, are you happy? She kept her head down, smiling with remarkable sincerity. I am happy, but I know this happiness comes at the cost of my pain. I'm not greedy. Once I've healed, it should come to an end. Goodness, she thinks so clearly, and my next words are almost stuck in my throat. Xinran, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so hesitant? Nina looked at me curiously. I steeled my heart, gritted my teeth, and directly stated the most cruel consequence. Nina, this time you were injured, and it has left a consequence. You might not be able to have your own cubs in the future. What did you say? I watched in horror as the color drained from her face, and she collapsed onto the bed, unable to believe it, repeatedly asking me if I was joking. I could only shake my head sadly. In that moment, Nina completely understood. She sat there in a daze. The whole world muted around her. She wanted me to leave her alone for a while, so I had no choice but to step out. As soon as Kevin and Amy saw me outside, they rushed over. I explained the situation, and Kevin immediately wanted to go in, but I stopped him. Let her have some time alone. If you go in now, it will only make things worse. Inside the room, Nina was silently crying. She didn't regret saving Kevin, but why did it have to come at this cost? She had always felt unworthy of him, and now she felt she didn't even have the right to dream. Suddenly, she realized why Kevin had been taking care of her so much lately. It turned out he had known all along. He didn't like her. He felt sorry for her. Kevin stood outside for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and pushed the door open. He saw Nina crying and walked over to hold her hand. Nina, don't be sad. Let's be together. I don't care if you can have kids. Can we be together? At that moment, I wanted to rush in and punch him. Dude, what you're saying isn't I love you. It's I'm compensating you. Are you pitying me? Who understands this? Family? Just this one sentence silenced all of Kevin's preparations. He waved his hands in panic, but it only made things worse. No. It's because of me that it turned out this way, so You don't need to say anything, Nina interrupted him. This is my own choice, and I will bear the consequences. It has nothing to do with you. Just go, and don't come looking for me again. Seeing that Kevin wouldn't leave, Nina yelled at him for the first time, her tears flowing like pearls that had broken off a string. Just go. I don't want to see you again. Kevin was completely panicked, at a loss for what to do, and, in the end, he could only leave while looking back 3 times. When Nina's parents found out about this, they were furious, almost exploding on the spot. Her mother pointed at Nina's nose and yelled, "Are you crazy? Kevin wants you, and you still don't want him? In your current state. Who else would want you besides Kevin? Do you want me and your dad to support you for the rest of your life?" The words were as harsh as they could be. And guess what? Her younger brother, who had always been favored, stood up. Although he was small, he stood there with his neck out and said to their mother, "Mom, how can you say that about my sister?" Nina's mom was furious, but Nina calmly said, "Mom, if you think I'm a burden, I can move out and live on my own." Her brother immediately ran to her side and seriously promised, "Sister, don't listen to Mom. When I grow up, I'll take care of you." For the first time, Nina, who had been so downcast for days, smiled and patted her brother's head. It was the only bit of cyber comfort she had today. Seeing that neither soft nor hard tactics worked, their mother angrily slammed the door and left. After that, Nina shut herself in and didn't see anyone. I went several times before she finally let me in. I advised her to give Kevin a try. Feelings can be cultivated. In the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore and cried in my arms, heart-wrenchingly. How can I agree to him? I can't. Kevin doesn't really like me. He just wants to take care of me out of guilt. How can I be so selfish as to tie him to me? She cried. I hope that one day when he proposes to me, it's because he likes me, not because of responsibility and guilt. I held her, unable to say a word, only letting her cry as much as she wanted. From that day on, Nina and Kevin's roles were completely reversed. Previously, it was Nina who chased after Kevin, but now it was Kevin chasing after Nina. As the scene shifts, let's talk about those fools from the bird tribe. The guy leading them ran away with his defeated soldiers, trembling in front of their leader, Jonathan. He explained that the lion-tiger tribe had somehow acquired a new batch of equipment that could defend and attack, catching them off guard. After hearing this, Jonathan didn't rush to get angry. Instead, he became excited and said, "Oh, the lion-tiger tribe is interesting. It seems I need to meet them in person." After that, he called over those 2 useless ones, Butch and Andrew, and scolded them for providing false information, calling them 2 worthless idiots, and then kicked them out of the bird tribe without giving them any food. These 2 unfortunate guys returned to their tribe, and instead of being greeted with flowers, they were met by their nearly starving fellow tribesmen. When they heard that no food had been brought back, the entire herbivore tribe erupted in chaos, completely turning into a mess. The long snow season was finally coming to an end, and the weather was warming up day by day. I asked Carlo if there was no spring between the snow season and the hot season. Carlo nodded and said that the melting snow period was very short, and they had to hurry to hunt. I casually asked how Kevin was doing, and Carlo said he was the same as always, going to find Nina every day. Just as I was sighing, Carlo reminded me that the weather had warmed up and the bird tribe would definitely not let it go easily. So we needed to strengthen our defenses. His words suddenly woke me up, and I slapped my thigh. Oh no, Carlo, we need to plant wheat. If we don't plant it soon, we'll miss the season. I was so anxious that I was about to rush out. Carlo held me back with a firm grip, steady as a rock. I quickly explained the process of planting wheat to him, but inside I felt very uncertain. After all, it was all just talk. Seeing my nervousness, Carlo pinched the back of my neck gently and said in a soothing voice, "Don't worry, I'm here. If the planting fails, I can always hunt a few wild boars to take care of you. You won't go hungry." Hearing him say that instantly made me feel at ease. We immediately gathered a few orcs and went outside the tribe to find a large piece of land to start preparing for plowing. I told you, this job is not as simple as it seems. The first step, tools. I described what a shovel is to Carlo for quite a while, using gestures. Goodness, his hands-on ability is really strong. He quickly made 20 of them using stone chips and wooden sticks, and they looked quite decent. Then it was my turn as the agricultural commander to perform, only to mess it up. The ground was as hard as concrete, never plowed before, and no matter how hard I tried, that stone shovel wouldn't budge an inch. No one understands, in front of more than a dozen orc warriors, I, the commander, faced social death right there. In the end, Carlo couldn't stand it anymore, snatched the shovel from my hands, and with a strong push, he flipped a big chunk of soil. I quickly added, yes, just like that. Turn this whole piece of land over until it's well worked. These dozen or so orc brothers really have great strength, and they started working hard. But the speed was making me anxious. The ground was too hard, and the stone shovels were not sturdy. They broke after a while. As the day got hotter, I felt like we were running out of time. I directly approached the chief and the shaman, saying, "Uncle, Grandpa, can we get more people? This efficiency can't keep up." The chief hesitated, calculating in his mind. What if I can't plant this wheat, and the hunting team is fewer people? Wouldn't the tribe have to go hungry? At this critical moment, it was Carlo who stepped up. "Dad, listen to Ranran. I'll take care of the hunting and ensure the tribe has enough food." With his words, the chief finally nodded. With more hands, my mind became clearer, and I suddenly thought of a clever move. First, water the land to soften it before turning it over. Let me tell you, this was like the brain of 2025 finally coming online. Efficiency soared, and we finished in just a few days. Next came sowing, which was simple. Dig trenches, scatter seeds, cover them with soil, water them, and the whole process was complete. Then, I became obsessed. Really, I went to the field every day to check, like a restless spirit, constantly muttering whether the seeds had sprouted or not, unable to eat or sleep. In the end, Carlo couldn't take it anymore and issued a house arrest order, forbidding me from going to check. Hey, he could control my body, but not my heart. I immediately found Nina secretly and made her my eyes to scout the field for me. Nina strolled around the field and said there was no movement yet, then went to the river to fetch a bucket of water. On her way back, she bumped into Kevin. This guy, Kevin, when he saw Nina carrying a water bucket, insisted on helping. At first, Nina dodged him like he was a plague, saying no, she could manage on her own. Kevin looked so wronged, saying we are from the same tribe. What's wrong with helping out? Nina probably felt she was being a bit unreasonable, so she stopped refusing. Let me tell you, as the two of them walked back, the atmosphere was so silent you could hear their heartbeats. I'm really worried about Carlo, and just a few days later, Amy came rushing over like a little cannonball, gasping for breath and shouting, "Xinran, it sprouted. The wheat has sprouted." As soon as I heard that, my legs moved faster than my brain, and I dashed out to the fields. Oh my gosh, on that patch of black soil, rows of tender green shoots were popping up, simply too adorable. Everyone in the tribe ran over to take a look, as happy as if it were New Year's. What a double blessing. Over there, the wheat had just sprouted, and over here, Linda's belly was also making noise. Before long, I heard Blake's loud laughter coming from the house. Dia's mother came out to share the good news, saying she had given birth to a little orc. I hurried inside to take a look, and it nearly fried my CPU. What Blake was holding wasn't a human baby at all. It was a lively little brown lion. It was crawling all over him. I was completely stunned. My worldview took a tiny hit. But when I saw everyone around me so calm, I had to force myself to hold it together and pretend I understood. Linda and Blake insisted that I name the child, saying I was the savior. This task was too daunting. I looked at that little lion and then thought of those newly sprouted wheat seedlings, and one word popped in my mind. Hope. How about that? As long as there is hope, everything can be overcome. When they heard this, their eyes lit up. Hope. What a good name. The tribe seemed to be having a party every day these past few days, and then Amy rushed over to find me again. "Xinran, it's bad. Jonathan has come. That's the chieftain of the bird tribe, the one with the creepy gaze from the last exchange meeting." We ran to the square, and wow, he was acting like he was strolling through his own backyard, pointing and commenting on the buildings of our tribe. Our clan leader, Reese, asked him what he came for, and he actually smiled and said, "Oh, it was all a misunderstanding before. It was those two grandsons from the herbivorous tribe who were gossiping behind our backs. I'm here today to resolve the conflict." I spat. At that moment, I rolled my eyes in my heart. His face is thicker than a city wall. Of course, clan leader Reese didn't believe his nonsense, but he didn't tear the facade apart on the spot. As it turned out, as Jonathan was talking, his sneaky eyes fixed directly on me. I got goosebumps all over. Just then, Carlos swiftly stepped in front of me like a wall, blocking his disgusting gaze completely. Jonathan, still oblivious, provocatively challenged Carlo, saying he wanted to see his skills. Our Carlos simply replied with 2 words, "I'll accompany you." When Jonathan left, he shot me a meaningful glance, his eyes sticky like a snake. Carlo immediately held my hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." But we didn't know that someone was observing in the shadows, Lilith. Ever since she was isolated by the entire tribe, she had become like an invisible person. But the way she looked at Jonathan was one of obsession, as if she considered him her savior from suffering. On the other side, as soon as Jonathan left our tribe, he revealed his plans to his subordinates. They foolishly asked why he had to be so polite. Jonathan scolded them directly. "You bunch of idiots. Didn't you see the changes in the lion-tiger tribe? They must have some treasures. Just robbing them? That's too boring. I want them to willingly hand over everything. Then he issued an order. Go, find out what that female is all about. Great. Now I was truly targeted. Life went on as usual. The wheat seedlings in the field grew rapidly, reaching up to my calves, a lush green expanse that looked pleasing. The weather was getting hotter, and Carlo was worried about me, not wanting me to run to the fields too often. One evening at dinner, Kevin came over to mooch again, but Nina didn't show up. His face looked so dejected, as if the sky had collapsed. He even asked me if Nina was avoiding him. I was speechless. Wasn't it obvious? I simply asked him directly, Kevin, if Nina hadn't gotten hurt for you back then, would you still want to pair up with her? This question left him silent. Sigh, this dense guy. Carlo returned and interrupted our conversation. After dinner, his expression suddenly turned serious as he called over Kevin, Darl, and Abel. Seeing this setup, I knew something big was happening. Sure enough, Carlo said he had discovered something strange while hunting recently. Some wild animals had red eyes, and their temperament had changed drastically, becoming extremely aggressive. He mentioned that today he even encountered a red-eyed sheep beast, which was usually as docile as a lamb, but today it charged at him like crazy, still struggling to attack even after being stabbed. As soon as I heard it, my heart sank. Everyone's faces changed. What Carlo was most worried about was encountering the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. Just hearing that name made me feel uneasy. Amy quickly educated me, saying that thing is as tall as 3 Kevins, over 6 meters. It could take down a whole tribe with one bite. I gasped. Carlo immediately set a new rule. From now on, if we see a red-eyed beast, no matter what it is, just turn around and run. Never go solo. The hunting team must act collectively and cannot be alone. The atmosphere in the tribe instantly became tense, and even the guards were on high alert. A few days later, the people from the bird tribe came again. This time, they were quite respectful, saying that their great chief Jonathan, seeing that the hunting season was short on game, was concerned about the food security of the surrounding tribes and planned to lead a discussion conference to brainstorm solutions together to get through the tough times. I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, Chief Rice turned to us. Abel was the first to explode, firing back. Why didn't I see him being so kind before? Carlo couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly said, Go back and tell your chief that we in the Lion-Tiger tribe can handle our own matters. No need for him to worry. Chief Rice nodded in agreement. The few envoys were so angry their faces turned green. They dropped a few formalities and left. After they left, I looked at their retreating figures and became more certain. This Jonathan is definitely up to no good. And what happened? Just as we unified our stance, a traitor emerged from within. I tell you, Carlo and Xinran went back sweetly, leaving only Abel behind, looking like he was in a soap opera with that expression. The chief sighed while watching. But who would have thought, just as the people from the bird tribe left, someone from our tribe secretly followed them. Those from a bird tribe were making noise in the woods like a tractor, and they quickly noticed someone behind them, shouting, Who's there? Guess who walked out? Lilith. Goodness, she was quite bold, not backing down at all. The few men were initially wary, but when they saw a beautiful girl, their expressions instantly changed, grinning lewdly as they surrounded her. One of them teased, Hey, where did this little beauty come from? Want to join us and enjoy life in the tribe? As he spoke, his hand reached towards Lilith's face. The result? A crisp slap. Lilith retaliated with a hard slap, stunning the guy. I tell you, that dude blew up right then. Females are precious outside, but in their bird tribe, there are plenty who would throw themselves at them. How could he bear such humiliation? Just as he was about to explode, Lilith was even bolder, directly scolding. You guys have some nerve. Do you know who I am to dare touch me? I am the female chosen by your chief Jonathan. Try touching me again. As soon as she said that, the men were stunned. They hadn't followed Jonathan last time and didn't know if it was true. What if she really was the future chief's wife? They all instantly behaved themselves. Seeing that she had calmed the situation, Lilith raised her chin high, practically poking the sky, and began to make demands. Listen up, my name is Lilith, the most beautiful woman of the Lion-Tiger tribe. I want to make a deal with your chief. If anything happens in our tribe, I will inform him first. As long as he eventually takes over our tribe and marries me, it's all good. The envoys exchanged glances, thinking this was a feasible plan, and nodded eagerly to agree to report back. After Lilith finished this matter, she quietly sneaked back to the tribe, completely unnoticed. In her heart, she was calculating, thinking about becoming the chief's wife in the future and getting back at all those who looked down on her. Incredible. Just when we thought Jonathan's so-called meeting was going to fall through, a few unexpected guests arrived in our tribe a few days later, making us realize just how significant the schemes Jonathan had been hiding were. The guests were Chief Austin of the insect tribe, the same tribe where Carlo had traded several pigs for a piece of clothing last time. The chief specifically came to thank us for our help, saying that without those few boars, many people in their tribe wouldn't have survived the snow season. I have to say, this Austin chief is really nice. He's not tall, but he has a particularly kind smile and speaks frankly, which is very pleasant to listen to. Unlike those two from the herbivore tribe, who talk in a strange and sarcastic manner. Austin insisted on giving us a few of their specialty silk garments, which are quite precious, but Xinran was reluctant to accept them. In the end, it was Carlo who was clever. He quietly told Xinran to accept them and then give them more food later, so we wouldn't take advantage of them. Only then did Xinran accept the gifts. After the gifts were exchanged, the main point came. Xinran asked Austin, "Did you go to the conference of the bird tribe?" Austin looked bitter and sighed. "Yes, Jonathan personally sent someone to invite us. How could we, as a small tribe, dare to refuse? If we did, we would be the next to be attacked." Carlo immediately got to the point. "So what does he want?" Austin sighed. "Jonathan said that prey on the continent is becoming increasingly scarce, and he wants to unite all the tribes to follow his command. He guarantees everyone will have food to eat." I was almost stunned when I heard this. Wow, this guy really knows how to paint a picture. Isn't this just wanting to be emperor and have absolute power? Such ambition. Chief Reese was also anxious and asked, "Did you agree?" "How could we agree?" Austin shook his head. "That would be equivalent to handing over the tribe. But we also didn't dare to refuse directly. We all said we would go back and discuss it." Xinran curiously asked, "What about Joseph from the Sea Beast tribe? Isn't he the best at flattering Jonathan?" Carlo sneered and explained he wouldn't agree. The reason he is close to Jonathan is to find a backing to protect their salt. Now to ask him to hand over the entire tribe, he would be the first to jump up and protest. Austin nodded vigorously. Carlo is absolutely right. Joseph is the one who opposes it the most fiercely. Originally, we small tribes didn't dare to speak up, but when he took the lead, we just followed along and joked about it. Abel asked, "So will Jonathan just let it go?" "How could that be?" Austin looked helpless. Jonathan's face turned dark at that time, and in the end, he left a harsh comment, saying that we should think it over carefully. If necessary, he would come personally to talk to each of us. Does anyone understand? This is just a blatant threat. I have never seen such a bad person on the Ore continent, with no bottom line in his actions. Later, Carlo returned a lot of food to the insect tribe, meat, grains, and even taught them how to eat. Austin was so moved that he couldn't say a word, repeatedly saying that our lion and tiger tribe are true friends. After sending off the insect tribe, life returned to normal. One day, Xinran made some cakes to take to the little cubs who were training to give them a little extra food. Now, not only the adult orcs, but even the half-grown little orcs have been taken by Carlo from military training, working hard every day. When Karen and Kenny saw Xinran coming, they rushed over like they saw their mother, barking happily. Xinran divided the cake among them and took out the meat sandwiches she specially made for Carlo. Amy and Nina were also nearby. Amy looked around for Abel, but Dar came over and said Abel had gone hunting with the team. Amy was a little disappointed and handed the food she brought to Dar, making that big guy laugh with joy. "I told you." Carlo and Xinran found a secluded spot under a big tree, ready to enjoy their time together. When Xinran suddenly pointed to the nearby bushes and said, "Carlo, look there, it's moving." Carlo had already noticed it, but he couldn't sense any danger. So he reassured Xinran that it was probably just a rabbit. However, the bushes were shaking as if they had a motor, making one feel uneasy. Seeing that Xinran was anxious, Carlo stood up and said, "All right, I'll go check it out and bring it back." Just as they took a couple of steps, a small white creature suddenly darted out of the bushes like a flash of lightning, heading straight for the cake in Xinran's hands. Carlo reacted quickly and slapped the little creature to the ground. The little thing squeaked, but was surprisingly resilient, flipping over and crawling toward Xinran again. At that moment, we could see clearly that the creature was entirely snow white, with a black spot on its forehead, fluffy like a small puppy. But it had two pointed horns on its head and blood-red eyes. I thought to myself, this little thing seems to have some tricks up its sleeve. When Xinran saw how small it was, her heart melted. She stopped Carlo, who was ready to take action, saying it definitely meant no harm. As a result, the little creature realized no one was stopping it, jumped up, and snatched the cake from Xinran's hands, devouring it with delight. Xinran laughed, saying, "Wow, turns out it's a little foodie." She reached out to pet the creature, which was soft and fluffy, and instantly fell in love. After finishing a piece, the little creature looked at Xinran with its big, wet eyes and continued to squeak. Xinran had no choice but to take out more food from the basket to feed it. The little creature ate like it was starving, accepting everything offered, and after finishing, it completely attached itself to Xinran, following her everywhere. Xinran immediately decided, Carlo, can we keep it? Carlo's face darkened, and he firmly refused, saying, no way. Its eyes are red. Have you forgotten about those crazed beasts? He argued that the creature's origins were unknown, and it couldn't be brought back to the tribe. But Xinran was persistent, using her charm, shaking her arms, and batting her eyelashes, assuring him that it was so small that it posed no danger and promising to send it away if anything seemed off. Carlo couldn't withstand her persistence, and eventually sighed in resignation. Xinran was overjoyed and named the little creature Dien Dien. It seemed to understand, nuzzling against her in delight. After bringing it back to the tribe, the shaman couldn't identify what species it was. However, with its adorable face, Dien Dien quickly won the hearts of all the females and young ones of the tribe. This little creature was not only a voracious eater, but also very clingy. With Carlo being its only nemesis, as soon as Carlo glared at it, it would immediately behave. Just when we thought life would continue in such a warm manner. Something big happened a few days later. During a meal, Kevin suddenly said, have you heard? Tabitha has been acting like a different person lately. Tabitha was Lilith's well-meaning older brother. Kevin said he had been extremely irritable, arguing with people every day, and just a couple of days ago, he even got into a fight with Abel, drawing blood. As soon as Carlo heard this, his expression became serious. Sparring in the tribe was common, but drawing blood was a serious matter. He was about to finish his meal and go check it out when Darl rushed in, nearly bursting through the door, shouting, Carlo, it's bad. Tabitha is fighting Abel again. He's gone mad and wants to kill Abel. A group of us threw down our bowls and rushed outside. When we reached the square, we were stunned to see a crowd of people surrounding the scene. Abel was holding Tabitha down tightly, who had bloodshot eyes and was roaring like a beast, while Abel's arms were covered in blood. The chief and the priest arrived, shouting for people to pull them apart. But as soon as someone tried to intervene, Tabitha grabbed a weapon and started stabbing wildly. It looked like someone was going to get killed, so Carlo rushed in, disarmed Tabitha, and pressed her firmly to the ground. The chief was shocked and yelled at Tabitha, are you crazy? How dare you harm a fellow clansman? But Tabitha was completely out of her mind. Carlo said solemnly, her symptoms are exactly like those of the red-eyed beasts. At this, everyone gasped in shock. Abel, bandaging his wounds, said with a gloomy face, I don't know what happened. I accidentally bumped into her while passing by, and she said I did it on purpose. Then she attacked me, stabbing directly at my stomach. This was a serious matter, so Carlo had Tabitha tied up and locked away. The next day, when Tabitha woke up, she looked completely bewildered and had no memory of what had happened the day before. Carlo asked if she had eaten anything unusual recently. After thinking for a long time, she finally remembered that a few days ago, she had found a dead sheep beast in a trap and had roasted and eaten it in the wild. Carlo immediately pressed on. What color were the sheep beast's eyes? Tabitha looked confused. It was dead. Its eyes were closed. I didn't pay attention. Carlo then recounted what she had done yesterday in a frenzy. Tabitha's face turned pale with fear as she desperately tried to remember. Suddenly, a scene flashed in her mind. When she handled that sheep beast, it seemed its eyes were red. I remember now, Tabitha exclaimed in terror. It turned out she had eaten the flesh of a red-eyed beast. Just when we thought we had found the reason, as Carlo was about to untie her, he saw Tabitha's expression twist instantly, and her eyes slowly turned blood red once again. She began to scream wildly, struggling to attack Carlo. Carlo looked at her, sighed silently, and turned to walk out. It seemed that things were much more complicated than we had imagined. I'm telling you, everything is in chaos now. The priest is anxiously pacing back and forth, muttering, what are we going to do? We haven't figured out the root cause of the red-eyed beast's illness yet. And now Tabitha is infected. Isn't this just the end? We stared at each other, unable to say a word. In the end, we reluctantly agreed that until we find the antidote, Tabitha must be kept locked up. Otherwise, when he goes mad, he won't recognize anyone. Yesterday, I took a glance at the cut on Abel's arm, and good heavens, it was deep enough to see the bone. If it happens again, the person will be gone. The chief is also a man of action. He immediately called everyone together for an emergency meeting and detailed Tabitha's situation. The core message was simple. If you see a beast with red eyes, run. Don't even look at it, let alone try to eat it. Anyone who dares to be stubborn, Tabitha will be your tomorrow. Who would dare to disobey after that? Everyone nodded like little chicks pecking at rice, because that mad state was truly terrifying. I originally thought that as long as we kept our mouths shut, this matter would pass. But just a few days later, Austin, the chief of the insect tribe, rushed over in a panic and threw us a bombshell. He said the entire Orc continent was in chaos, with an outbreak of red-eye disease. 3 members of their tribe had already been infected, and along the way, many tribes had fallen, injuring quite a few people. We naively asked at the time, did everyone eat something they shouldn't have? As a result, Austin's one sentence left me speechless. He said, the key issue is that even if we don't eat that stuff now, there are still orcs inexplicably turning red-eyed. I told you, at that time, I was like an old person on the subway looking at my phone. JPG, everyone was dumbfounded. Not transmitted through food. Then how? Air? Water? Who understands? If it's airborne transmission, ISNT that the prelude to a zombie apocalypse? Wouldn't our entire tribe be wiped out in minutes? Xinran's mind was quick, and she immediately caught the key point. Is it only contagious among orcs? It seems like he didn't mention any females being sick. Austin nodded, confirming that indeed. All the sick ones he encountered were orcs, not a single female. This made it even more bizarre. Xinran decisively said that regardless of the transmission route, we should follow the highest standards of epidemic prevention. She taught everyone a bunch of methods we had never heard of before. Wash hands frequently, drink boiled water, eat cooked food, and avoid all raw and cold foods. After hearing this, Austin seemed to have received a royal decree and rushed back to convey the message with immense gratitude. Our tribe immediately implemented these measures. And now Xinran didn't even dare to look for new wild vegetables, fearing a misstep, safety first. Just when things had calmed down, Jonathan from the bird tribe sent someone again. The last time we were invited to a meeting and didn't go. This time the person came with a rather sarcastic tone. Tribe leader Rice, our leader wants to invite you all to discuss the red-eye disease matter. You didn't honor us last time. You can't refuse again this time, right? Hey, believe it or not, this time we actually agreed. After all, shutting ourselves off isn't a solution. It's always good to go out and hear some news. In the end, it was decided that the tribe leader, Carlo, Kevin, and Xinran would go together. Abel had to recuperate, and the priest had to stay behind. Carlo initially absolutely refused to let Xinran go, but Xinran insisted, saying she understood a lot and could help. Carlo had no way to convince her and could only agree. Just as we were about to depart, someone else caused trouble. Lilith, who understands, this girl directly threw a fit, insisting on coming along. The tribe leader was exasperated and shouted at her. What are you messing around for? What do you do there? Stay home and take care of your brother. But Lilith directly used Xinran as a shield. But Chu Xinran is also a female. If she can go, why can't I? This is for my brother. Why can't I, as his sister, go? Hearing this, Xinran felt a bit guilty and quietly hid behind Carlo. Carlo's face immediately darkened, shooting a glare at Lilith, who shivered in fright and dared not look over again, but still clung to the tribe leader's leg, pestering him. In the end, the tribe leader was so exasperated by her antics that he could only nod in agreement. So, we set off. Halfway there, Xinran discovered that her precious pet, Dian, had secretly hidden in Kevin's backpack and followed along. This made Xinran so angry that she scolded its little head. Kevin, tried to smooth things over, said since we had come this far, there was no point in sending it back, so we might as well take it along. Xinran had no choice but to tuck it away in her arms. Lilith watched coldly from the side, and her little schemes were practically overflowing, probably cursing the little monster for being a disaster or something. I tell you, this girl is bound to cause big trouble sooner or later. Upon arriving at the bird tribe, it was quite impressive. They didn't live in caves, but in small wooden houses surrounded by walls, resembling a small town. Many tribes had sent representatives, most of whom were quite polite to us, except for Joseph from the sea beast tribe, who immediately began mocking. Oh, isn't this the lion tiger tribe? I heard you become prosperous now, not coming here to trade salt anymore. Have you found a new way? As soon as he said this, everyone's ears perked up. Salt, that is hard currency. Carlo didn't even lift his eyelids, calmly replying, didn't you say you wouldn't trade with us anymore? We trade food with other tribes. With this one sentence, Joseph was left speechless and had to leave in disgrace. Once everyone had arrived, Jonathan finally made his grand entrance. He started with a bunch of nonsense, welcoming everyone and expressing his gratitude, while Xinran, bored, played with Dian in her arms, except for Lilith, whose eyes sparkled as if she had seen an idol. Finally, Jonathan got to the main topic, mentioned the red-eye disease, and then abruptly turned the conversation towards us. But before discussing the main issue, let us first talk about the lion tiger tribe. He walked over to us while smiling maliciously. You might not know this, but I visited the lion tiger tribe not long ago. Guess what I found? Kevin, with a temper, stood up immediately. Just say it, don't beat around the bush. All right, I'll be straightforward. Jonathan pointed at us and shouted to everyone. I found that the lion-tiger tribe is now living in large houses, eating rare food, using novel items, and each of them is well-fed and well-groomed. Look at their clothes and weapons. Which ones have we seen before? Why do you think the VE changed so much? Good heavens, he was trying to publicly open the box on our lion-tiger tribe. The gazes from the surrounding tribes instantly shifted towards us, filled with suspicion and jealousy. Xinran couldn't sit still any longer, stood up, and stared at Jonathan. Tribe leader Jonathan, what do you mean by that? Whether we're doing well or not, does it have anything to do with today as topic? Of course it does. Jonathan grinned even more smugly. You're living well. Have you thought about how other tribes are still starving and freezing? You can't be so selfish, can you? You need to help the weaker tribes, right? This was too inflammatory, and some smaller tribes immediately chimed in. Xinran was so angry her face turned white. Why should we give away what we worked so hard to obtain? But she couldn't say this outright, or she would become the target of everyone's ridicule. Just then, Carlo stood up. He first comforted Xinran, telling her to sit down, then walked slowly to Jonathan and asked one question. Tribe leader Jonathan, would you be willing? Jonathan was taken aback. Willing to do what? Willing to teach everything about your bird tribe as houses, weapons, food, everything to the other tribes. As long as you're willing, we lion-tiger tribe are willing too. I have to say, Carlo's move is simply a killer. The bird tribe is already more advanced than other tribes. They have houses and weapons. So why should only they enjoy it? Jonathan was completely stumped at the moment, his face turning red, unable to say a word. Of course, he wasn't willing. In the end, it was Austin who stepped in to smooth things over. Jonathan felt embarrassed, left with a huff saying they'd take a break today and talk about it tomorrow, and stormed off angrily. I tell you, the real highlight is at night. We went back to the house to rest, and that woman Lilith actually sneaked out to find Jonathan. She really dares to think. Directly telling Jonathan that she wants to pair up with him, with the condition that she acts as a spy and tells him all the secrets of our tribe. Jonathan, being the cunning person he is, saw through Lilith immediately. She's plain-looking and has a malicious mind, totally inferior to Xinran. But then he thought, this woman has some value. So he pretended to agree and even touched her face, saying, all right, my Lilith, don't let me down. Then he started asking about Xinran's background. As soon as Lilith heard that name, she became furious and exaggeratedly described Xinran as a wild girl that Carlo picked up from the Abyss Forest, claiming that all the changes in the tribe were her doing. After hearing this, Jonathan's eyes lit up. A female who could survive in the Abyss Forest and knows so much? His interest in Xinran intensified, and he firmly decided he would have that female. The next day, during the meeting, Jonathan indeed did not create trouble for us. But that look in his eyes, it was like he was glued to Xinran, making everyone feel sick. Carlo directly switched seats with Xinran to separate them. Everyone discussed back and forth, but still had no clue, only knowing that the symptoms of the sick orcs were getting worse. They wouldn't eat cooked meat and only wanted to eat raw, becoming more like beasts. Xinran quietly told Carlo that she felt this disease was not infectious. It seemed more like regression, causing the orcs to devolve into primitive, irrational beasts. When Carlo voiced this suspicion, the entire room was in an uproar. Just then, Jonathan jumped out again, revealing his true intentions, directly proposing, since that's the case, I suggest that all tribes move to our bird tribe, gather together, and will take responsibility for protection. Wasn't this just a ploy to swallow all the tribes? Joseph from the Sea Beast tribe was probably threatened last night, and he was the first to reluctantly stand up and agree. Seeing this situation, the other smaller tribes panicked. Just when Jonathan thought he had it in the bag and asked for our lion-tiger tribe's opinion, Carlo stood up again. He coldly looked at Jonathan. Aren't you afraid of something happening if you gather all the tribes together? We don't even know the transmission route now. Gathering together is just asking for a quicker death, right? What will you use to protect everyone if another rampaging Tyrannosaurus comes? Carlo's few words directly woke everyone up. Yes, if they live together, what if there's cross-infection? One Tyrannosaurus is already bad enough. If another goes wild, wouldn't that be disastrous? The tribes that had been hesitant instantly changed their minds. Joseph was the first to find an excuse and took his people to leave, probably still thankful to Carlo in his heart. The other tribes saw this and followed suit, all running away in a rush. The scene was like the school bell ringing, everyone running away so fast. Jonathan's face was as dark as a pot bottom, furious as he pounded the table. We didn't linger either. After a few polite words, we quickly slipped away. Once back at the tribe, Carlo took Xinran to see Tabitha. The situation was very grim. Tabitha's symptoms had indeed worsened, with her waking moments becoming shorter, and she began to howl for raw meat. Carlo immediately ordered that she must not be given raw meat under any circumstances. If she wouldn't eat cooked meat, she would be fed grains. At the same time, he warned everyone again to strictly follow the epidemic prevention measures that Xinran had mentioned. Fortunately, everyone was very obedient, and during this time, apart from Tabitha, there were no new cases in the tribe, and the situation was finally stabilized for the time being. Although the food problem was a bit troublesome due to fewer prey, we could still manage with various vegetables and stored supplies. Now, what worried Xinran the most was actually another matter. The hot season was coming, and the weather was getting hotter. I'm telling you, it's so hot that it's unbearable. Stepping outside for just a second feels like I'm that piece of pork belly sizzling on a hot grill, oozing with grease. I thought about covering the doors and windows with animal hides, but guess what? It went straight from outdoor barbecue to indoor sauna, making me dizzy and feeling like I was about to ascend right on the spot. Even that dog is so hot, it's like a useless pile of fur. Tongue hanging out all day long, almost like it should have the word hot carved on its face. Many people in the tribe have moved back to the caves to escape the heat, while our new house is cozy in winter but a nightmare in summer. But let me tell you the strangest thing. During the day, I can barely stand the heat, yet at night I sleep like a log, never waking up from the heat, even once. I always thought I had a different constitution until last night. I had an absurd nightmare where a T-Rex was chasing me, its big mouth exhaling hot air. Just when I felt like I was about to be cooked, a cool breeze suddenly blew over and saved me. Then I woke up, and when I opened my eyes, guess what I saw? Carlo. He was sitting by my bed with that makeshift grass fan I had made, not having slept all night, just fanning me. Who understands family, right? This pure love warrior must have descended right beside me, right? My heart melted at that moment. I quickly snatched the fan from him and told him to go to sleep, urging him to rest since we need to hunt tomorrow. But he just smiled at me and fell asleep in an instant. I looked at his handsome face, fanning him while scolding him for being so silly. How could he be so foolish? He didn't even realize how many days he had been doing this. This was the first time I saw him sleeping. Usually the domineering wolf king, but when he sleeps, he looks like a large feline. I watched him and couldn't help but touch his silver hair. Wow, it's smoother than when I wash my hair with soap nut powder. At that moment, I thought, this man is handsome, responsible, and so considerate. It's just incredible. Although I felt a bit guilty towards the director mom, I really hoped this dream wouldn't end. As I watched, I noticed his brows furrowing. So I reached out to smooth them, and for some reason, I ended up kissing his forehead. Just once. Oh my God. My face instantly turned as red as a frying egg, and I quickly fanned myself with the fan. The next day, I shared this little sweet moment with Amy and the others, saying I just realized it was Carlo who was fanning me at night. Can you guess Amy's reaction? She rolled her eyes and said, "So you're just bragging? Are you bullying us for not having Guardian Beast?" I was completely stunned. Guardian Beast? What the heck? The way Amy and Nina looked at me was like I was an alien. You don't know he's your Guardian Beast, and you live with him? I swear, my brain short-circuited. What the hell? Guardian Beast? Nina saw I was confused and quickly explained that, in simple terms, a Guardian Beast is equivalent to a fiancé on Earth. Everyone in the tribe assumes we are a couple. I was completely petrified. How did I not know I had a fiancé? Carlo never mentioned it. Nina saw my bewilderment and asked me a soul-searching question. Let me ask you, if Carlo were to move out now, would you be willing? Without thinking, I blurted out, "No way." Amy slapped her thigh, saying, "There you go. You like him." I was completely confused at that moment. Does this count as liking him? All I knew was that I couldn't do without him. That night at dinner, I still couldn't resist and indirectly asked Carlo, "Are you my Guardian Beast?" His face froze, and his expression darkened. "You found out?" Then he started apologizing, saying if I didn't want him to, he could move out. Goodness, buddy. Your thought process is all over the place. How can I not want you? I quickly explained, I'm not angry. Even if I had known back then, I would still choose you. Only then did he relax. Seeing him so tense, I started to regret bringing it up. Then he turned around and lectured me, saying I shouldn't stay up late to fan him anymore. Fine, we're even. I thought this matter would just pass, but the next day, that little brat Abel came to me with a plan. He helped me fetch a bucket of water and then mysteriously told me that there were leaves in the forest that felt cool to the touch, and I could use them to make a cool nest. I got excited. If I spread them on the bed, wouldn't Carlo be able to sleep well at night? I initially planned to wait for Carlo to come back and go together, but wanted to surprise him. I agreed to go with Abel directly. However, just as I was leaving, Carlo's younger brother, Karen, hugged my leg, refusing to let me go with Abel, saying, "Sister, let my brother go with you." I was in a hurry, so after comforting him a bit, I snuck off with Abel. I have no idea. Just as we left, Carlo came back from hunting. His brother, That little snitch exaggerated the story, and Carlo's face turned as dark as a pot bottom right on the spot. Kevin, who was nearby, tried to say something to comfort him, but was instantly silenced by a glare from Carlo. His aura was like 2 meters 8. By the time we returned, it was already dark. I was holding a big pile of leaves, excited like a fool, and shouted at Carlo, "Carlo, look at what I brought." And what happened? He looked up, shot me a cold glance, said nothing, and turned to go back inside. I was completely stunned. What is going on? I still don't understand what's going on. The tribe is in an uproar. Abel has been cornered by Amy, who is crying and scolding him for being heartless and running away. As for me, I was foolishly washing leaves by the river, my mind filled with thoughts of how happy Carlo looked when he saw the surprise. Then Abel came over, heard me talk about Carlo in every other sentence, gave a bitter smile, dropped the leaves, and walked away. What's going on today? Is there a collective bad luck? When I finished washing the leaves and excitedly returned to the house, I saw Carlo sitting there, expressionless, polishing his military knife. The blade was gleaming, reflecting his icy face, sending chills down my back. I brought the leaves over. Look, I have something good for you. He ignored me. I started to act spoiled. Are you angry? Is it because I went out without telling you? Am I not allowed to be wrong? He still ignored me. I got anxious, Carlo. If you don't speak, I will really be angry. This trick used to work every time, but today it completely failed. He was like a statue, not saying a word to me all night. The next morning, when I woke up, he was already gone, and he didn't even take the breakfast I had prepared in advance. Wow, is he really going to carry on a Cold War with me? I had no choice but to go find Amy first. When I saw her, her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and it turned out it was all because of Abel. I quickly apologized and explained that I had gone out with Abel yesterday to look for Yezi, and I also told her that Abel had picked leaves for her. Only then did she stop crying and laughed a bit, calling him an ungrateful bastard, but at least she felt a little happier. Then we thought about making a cool leaf mat with those leaves. You wouldn't believe it. It was so comfortable to lie on, refreshing and cool. The other females in the tribe saw it and were envious, so I simply organized a group of women and we went out to pick leaves again. By the time Carlo came back in the evening, I had already prepared a big table of his favorite dishes. He was still cold and aloof, but at least he reacted. During dinner, when he saw that I was just staring at him and not eating, he finally couldn't hold back and served me some food, saying just one word, "Eat." I knew then that there was hope. After dinner, I quickly pulled him to the edge of the bed, saying, "Quick, lie down and try it. See how it feels." He lay down, looking doubtful, but his eyes instantly lit up. I hurried over and said happily, "Are you happy? This is a surprise I specially prepared for you. You don't have to get up tonight to fan me anymore. You can rest a little longer. While I was busy with outside yesterday was this. Just think of it as being for your sake. So please don't be angry anymore, okay?" He finally spoke, his voice still a bit hoarse. "You went out yesterday just to get this?" I nodded frantically, yes, because the place where I picked the leaves is a bit far from the tribe. That's why I came back a little late. I promise, I will never sneak out again, and I won't come back this late. If I go out, I will definitely come find you first, okay? He finally smiled, and his expression was like an iceberg melting, his voice softening as he said, "All right, thank you for the surprise, I really like it. Remember what you said today." At that moment, my mind was still a mess. I didn't quite understand what he was angry about, but it didn't matter anymore. As long as he wasn't angry, I definitely wouldn't dare to engage in such reckless behavior again in the future. Just as this matter was settled, let me tell you, our noticeable pig, the one I raised, started causing trouble again. In the past, it would go out to play every day, and I was worried it would run away. Later, I found out this little thing was quite clever. It always managed to come back by itself. So I became lazy about it. But something fell off in the past few days. Every time it came back, its belly looked like it was inflated, round and wobbling as it walked. I grabbed it and pointed at its nose, saying, "Listen to me, you are not allowed to eat random things outside. What if it's poisonous? Look at your belly. It's almost like a ball. I'm punishing you by not giving you food today, confiscated. Consider it a way to help you lose some weight." Surprisingly, it seemed to understand, and when it heard it wouldn't get food, it became anxious and squeaked, its little eyes looking pitiful. But no, this was non-negotiable. I touched its almost bursting belly and resolutely took away the food bowl. If it ate any more, I was afraid it would explode right there. I thought that missing one meal would help it remember. But what happened the next day? When it came back, its belly was still round. Looking at its innocent little face, I couldn't help but sigh in frustration. What to do? I couldn't just lock it up. But at this rate, it would definitely eat itself into trouble. Seeing me worried sick over this trivial matter, Carlo took it upon himself, saying, "Leave it to me. I'll go out with it tomorrow and see what good things it's been eating." The next day, with its little short legs, bounced out again. and Carlo transformed into a big lion, quietly following behind. Let me tell you, that was really fast, darting around in the woods, and in no time, it reached a wide, open area on the other side of the forest. Then it dove into a patch of green stalks that were much taller than it, skillfully biting off a long piece from the stalk, quickly peeling the leaves away with its paws, and started munching on it. When Carlo turned back into human form and went over to take a look, he was amazed to see that the area was full of these strange stalks, all bearing fruit, many of which had been nibbled by small animals. He picked up Dot, who was still gobbling away, and casually picked several fruits, turning around to head back to the tribe. When he returned and placed the things in front of me, my eyes widened. You mean it has been eating this every day outside? Yes, when I followed it, it was eating this. I was so excited that I picked up Dot and gave it several big kisses, then grabbed Carlo's arm and shook it wildly. Carlo, do you know what this is? This is corn. It's a grain. Just like wheat, it can be eaten as food. Who understands this, family? That is simply our living treasure. Our tribe's food supply was almost running low, and it actually found us a cornfield. This outrageous fortune was given to us by a pig. I was so happy I felt like I could fly on the spot. Where's the cornfield? Hurry. Take me there. Call more people. Let us go harvest corn. Carlo immediately told the chief and the priest about it. And then we led a large group of orcs and females, carrying baskets and nets, setting off in a grand manner. When we arrived at the place, I was stunned to see mountains of golden corn cobs, heavy and plentiful, my eyes squinting with delight. I quickly demonstrated, everyone watch me, just grab it like this. Pull hard and it will come off. Don't break the stalks, and don't take the ones that have been nibbled, with a single command. The entire lion-tiger tribe sprang into action, working with great enthusiasm. However, the outer leaves of this thing were quite rough, and I only picked a few before my hands were scratched up. Carlo, being sharp-eyed, quickly noticed and came over to stop me. Your hands are too delicate. Don't pick anymore, go rest on the side. Is that okay? Everyone is working. How can I slack off? My hands really hurt, but I felt embarrassed. It's fine. I'll help you pick yours, just go. He directly took the basket off my back and urged me to go sit down. A female nearby joked. Exactly. Our hands are tough and thick-skinned. We're not afraid. If you keep picking, your hand will be full of cuts. Go rest. Indeed. Orc skin is as tough as a city wall, and the females all have calluses from working so much, while my hands are soft and tender. I really couldn't do it. Everyone chimed in to persuade me, so I had no choice but to blush and embarrassedly run to the side to sit down. Sitting there watching the cornfield, I still felt like I was dreaming. This Orc continent is so amazing. I thought I had explored all around the tribe, but I never noticed such a large cornfield. After sitting for a while, I couldn't sit still anymore and ran over to help everyone organize the harvested corn, putting them into baskets and nets. We worked until it was almost dark, and Carlo finally called for a stop. That's enough for today. Let us head back to the tribe. We'll come back for the rest tomorrow. The forest is too dangerous at night. We can't stay out. Back at the tribe, looking at the mountains of corn piled on the ground, everyone was smiling from ear to ear. I announced, let us taste it today. We'll have boiled corn. As for how to turn this into grain, I'll teach everyone tomorrow, once we harvested it all. I picked a dozen or so corn cobs, peeled them, and threw them into the pot to boil. Before long, the sweet aroma filled the entire tribe. Once it was done, I had the tough-skinned orcs break open the steaming corn, one for each person. So sweet. As soon as Karun and the other kids tasted it, they exclaimed. I took a bite as well, and indeed, it was fragrant and sweet, soft and delicious. Everyone tried it, and hey, it's delicious. The other females quickly followed suit, boiling corn, and by the end, everyone in the tribe had eaten their fill. And there was Dot, who had only eaten raw corn before. Now that it was cooked, it went wild, devouring one ear after another, unstoppable. That night, everyone slept contentedly. Knowing how delicious the corn was, the motivation to work the next day was incredibly high. Early the next morning, Carlo sent Abel and the others to continue harvesting corn while he stayed in the tribe to help me. I directed everyone to first clean the central square, spread out large leaves, and laid out all the corn we harvested yesterday to dry. The sun during this hot season was scorching, and the corn would dry quickly. Then I checked the stone mill we used for grinding wheat before. It didn't seem enough, so I had Carlo take people to make a few more as backups. When Abel and the others brought back the remaining corn, I discussed with everyone and decided to keep a small portion of the tender ones in the cellar, while all the rest would be laid out in the square to dry in the sun. Since the previous time we made that cooling mat was particularly successful, we used a plant called cooling leaf, which felt cool to the touch and was particularly sturdy. I had a sudden inspiration and had Carlo help me pick a large pile of corn. Together with Amy and Nina, we sewed a super large tarp with bone needles. Then I asked Carlo to find a few wooden sticks to support it, and just like that, we had a completely natural sunshade set up. This thing was simply a summer artifact. The females loved to gather under it while working because it was cool and shaded. When I was husking corn with the females, we did it under this big tarp. The children found it fun too, taking 2 ears of corn and husking them together, having a great time. Because I was scared after my hand got cut last time, I specially made a few pairs of thin gloves from animal skin. But no matter how thin the leather was, it was still quite stuffy. After wearing them for a while, my hands would be sweaty. So I could only wear them for a bit and then take them off. However, many hands make light work, and even the orcs came over to help after finishing their tasks. Before long, we had a mountain of husked corn. The husked corn kernels were spread out again to continue drying in the sun. After a few days, when they seemed dry enough, the hardest work began, grinding the corn into flour. I saved some of the corn kernels and didn't grind them all. But even so, the leftover ones still piled up like a mountain. This work could only be done by the orcs. The females were too weak to move the stone mill. In the hot weather, even grinding under the tarp would make you sweat profusely, as if you had just come out of the water. Carlo arranged for all the young and strong orcs to take turns, and he did more work than anyone else. Watching them work so hard while I couldn't help much, I had to put in more effort on the logistics side. I took Amy and the others to pick a lot of sour fruits, dried them, sliced them, soaked them in water, and made sour fruit drinks. In the evening, I put the wooden barrels of water into the river to chill, and the next day, the working orcs enjoyed it. It was icy cold and sweet and sour, perfect for relieving the heat, and it was very popular. Later, other females learned to make it too, developing various fruit concoctions, showcasing 100 flowers blooming. After several hard days, we finally finished grinding all the corn flour. Looking at bag after bag of food piled up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, that sense of accomplishment and security is something that cannot be exchanged for anything else. I tried making a few dishes with the corn flour. Although the texture wasn't as fine as wheat flour, it had its own unique flavor. If mixed with wheat flour, the texture was amazing, especially chewy. Because of this bumper corn harvest, the gloom that had hung over the tribe due to the red-eye disease had dissipated quite a bit. As for Tabitha, Carlo and I often went to check on him. After eating the food, his condition improved somewhat, but it only slowed the deterioration. It hadn't stopped. When we visited yesterday, he had already started growing wild animal fur, and his teeth were getting sharper. Just as life was stabilizing a bit, people from the insect tribe came again. Ever since the incident with the bird tribe last time, our two tribes had gotten particularly close, as if we had established diplomatic relations. Reese often sent people to deliver food to them, and their chief, Austin, frequently sent clothes and novel items over. One day, Austin came again, but this time it was different. He brought a particularly beautiful female with him. "This is my daughter, Allen," Austin said, feigning disdain. But his expression was bursting with affection. "She heard me mention your tribe several times and was very curious, insisting on coming to see you. I hope Chief Reese doesn't mind." Chief Reese laughed heartily. "Not at all. We welcome her." The girl named Allen stepped forward confidently and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Allen. It's nice to meet you." Her voice was incredibly pleasant. Amy whispered in my ear, "Xinran, she is so beautiful." I nodded. She really was beautiful. When Allen saw us, she walked over with a smile. "Hello, are you the females of the lion-tiger tribe? Can you show me around?" The three of us took her on a tour of the tribe. This girl was curious about everything, spoke very politely, and even offered to help anyone in need she came across. By the end of the day, everyone in the tribe had a very good impression of her. In the evening, when Austin was ready to take her back, Carlo happened to return with the hunting team. Austin pointed at Carlo and said to Allen, "That's the warrior Carlo from the lion-tiger tribe I mentioned to you." Allen's gaze immediately fixated on Carlo. With his silver hair, deep features, tall stature, and commanding presence, he was indeed striking. She stepped forward and softly said, "Hello, I'm Allen. Thank you for the boar tusks you sent to our tribe before. Otherwise, we might not have made it through the last snow season." Carlo set down what he was holding and replied indifferently, "You earned it with your labor. No need to thank me." After saying that, his gaze began to drift away, clearly searching for me. Allen, sensing his distraction, said, "Then I'll take my leave." "Goodbye." "Goodbye," Carlo replied, turning to walk back into the tribe. He must have been thinking, usually when he returns, I'm like a little tail running to greet him. Where am I today? I was inside, busy making a new nest for Dowdu. Its old nest had been chewed to pieces by itself. "Huh, you're back so early today?" I saw him enter without looking up. The food was still in the pot. "You eat first." "What are you doing?" Carlo noticed my attention was entirely on what I was doing, and his tone became a bit displeased. Making a nest for Dowdu. You eat first, don't mind me. Let me tell you, when he heard that, he became even less pleased and secretly glared at Dowdu, who was lying nearby. This little guy's position in my heart was rising more and more, almost surpassing Carlo. However, he didn't say much, serve himself some food, and insisted that I eat first. I couldn't argue with him, so I had to put down what I was doing. From that day on, Lon started visiting our tribe every few days. She was incredibly skilled with her hands, and many beautiful clothes from the insect tribe were made by her. Each time she came, she brought gifts. I even received a piece of clothing she made. Amy held the dress she received from her, unable to put it down, constantly praising her craftsmanship. Although every time she gave something, I would find a way to reciprocate with equivalent food, essentially making it a fair trade. I still held a good impression of her. She was skilled and not spoiled. Then one day, Amy mysteriously leaned over to gossip. Have you heard? The mothers in the tribe are saying that Lon might choose an orc to pair up with in our tribe. Is that true? I was a bit surprised, but thinking about it, it made sense. Our two tribes were on such good terms now. If we intermarried, it would be even closer. I guess both tribe leaders had that intention. That's great, I said. I think she's a nice person. It would be good to have another companion. Nina muttered softly beside us. I wonder who she will choose. For some reason, she seemed to have a bad premonition. I hadn't taken this matter to heart. But who would have thought that just a few days later, the tribe was buzzing with news that the orc Lon had set her sights on was Carlo. They might be pairing up. Amy, where did you hear this? I exclaimed, don't talk nonsense. How could Carlo possibly pair up with her? Nina, seeing my shock, hurriedly shouted at Amy. At first, I didn't believe it either. Amy was anxious and insisted, but several mothers saw it. They said they saw Carlo and Lon whispering to each other behind everyone's back. My face turned pale in an instant. Seeing me like this, Amy angrily shook her fist. Xinran, don't be sad. Let us go find Carlo and ask him directly. If he dares to betray you, I'll teach him a lesson. All right, Amy, don't cause trouble. Nina pulled her back and turned to comfort me. Xinran, don't worry. There must be a misunderstanding in this. At that moment, I finally regained my composure, shook my head, and forced a smile. Actually, it's really none of my business. Carlo and I have never talked about pairing up. So he wants to pair up with someone else. That's normal. I was talking and then suddenly couldn't continue. I desperately told myself it wasn't my business. But why did my heart feel like it was being pricked by needles, aching in waves, so much that I couldn't say anything else? Amy and Nina looked at me with concern. I took a deep breath. I'm fine. I just want to be alone for a while. Okay? They glanced at me worriedly, but still left. I sat on the ground, hugging my legs, my mind blank. Carlo is pairing up with someone else? Then, what am I supposed to do? Move out of that house. But every little thing in that house was arranged by me. Why should I move? If anyone should move, it should be him, right? Then I'll just occupy the house with Didi and drive him out. I sniffed and thought angrily. But that anger didn't last 3 seconds before I deflated, burying my face in my knees. Why am I angry? We have no commitments. He was bound to pair up with someone else one day. But why? Why am I so sad right now? So sad that I can't even pretend not to care. My heart feels like it's being roasted over a fire. Both hot and painful. I don't even know how long I sat there, my mind racing with chaotic thoughts, before I suddenly stood up. No, I can't sit here and think randomly. I need to go find him and ask clearly. Ask him if he really wants to pair up with someone else. If he does, I'll move out immediately, make space for them, and won't be a nuisance at all. I pumped myself up and went to find Carlo. I asked around, and someone said they saw him by the river. I headed toward the riverbank with only one thought in my mind. I must get a clear answer. But I never expected that when I found him, there was someone standing in front of him. It was Lon. I don't know what I felt at that moment. I just stood there, staring blankly. I watched as Lon smiled and handed something to Carlo. And Carlo smiled back, accepting it and putting it away with great care. In that instant, I felt like the sky had fallen. What else was there to ask? The facts were right in front of me. What right did I have to ask anything? I stumbled around and silently walked away. It was a long way before I realized that my face was covered in tears. What was there to cry about? Carlo never belonged to me. I was the foolish one, never realizing that I actually liked him. Yes, I liked him. Until this moment, my heart shattered into pieces, painful enough to leave me breathless. I finally understood that I had long liked Carlo, but it was too late. I used to think that I only depended on him, treated him like family. I never thought about the future, just felt that we would always live like this. But today a scene hit me like a heavy hammer, waking me up. Carlo can't be with me forever. He will pair up with other females and have his own family. Lon is the daughter of the clan leader, and Carlo is the son of the clan leader. They matched so well. And me? An unknown outsider, unable to do any heavy work, not even knowing how long I could stay here. What right do I have to wish to be with him? My mind is a mess, and I didn't want to go back to that home. What if when I return, he tells me he wants to pair up? I was pretty resolute earlier, saying I would move out, but when the time comes, I would definitely break down. Gurgle, gurgle. Dee had come over at some point, tugging at my leg and calling out. I looked up and saw it, gave a sad smile, and hugged it close. Dee, from now on, it will just be the two of us relying on each other. Luckily, I still have you. I stayed outside for a long time, and finally, after taking a deep breath and mentally preparing myself, I walked back with Dandan in my arms. No matter what I had to face when I got back, I had to hold on. As soon as I reached the door, Carlo rushed over, looking anxious. Where have you been? I searched the whole tribe for you and was about to go outside to look for you. I replied, I'm fine. Just went out for a bit to clear my mind, forcing a smile. He looked at me skeptically and asked, but what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I reassured him. Really, I'm fine. I might just be a bit tired. Before I came back, I had tidied myself up, so he shouldn't be able to tell that I had been crying. However, he still sensed something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Finally, he said, if you're not feeling well, you should rest. I'll cook dinner today. He reached for Dandan in my arms, but Dandan bared its teeth at him and took a defensive stance, refusing to let him hold it. I scolded Dandan and put it back in its nest, then nodded at Carlo before lying down on the bed. Carlo's expression turned serious. He definitely knew something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment, but still didn't take out the gift he was holding. Sighing, I thought to myself that if he knew what was going to happen next, he would have definitely given it to me and clarified the misunderstanding. The plot was all about misunderstandings. In the following days, things were particularly awkward between us. I avoided him, fearing he would confront me. He, on the other hand, wanted to talk to me, but couldn't find the opportunity. I also told Amy and Nina to not look for Carlo, that I would handle this myself. So, when Carlo privately asked them what was wrong with me, they didn't say anything. One day, I want to go to a nearby area to pick some wild vegetables. In the past, I would have definitely asked Carlo to join me, but now I was scared that when it was just the two of us, he would tell me about that incident. Seeing everyone busy, I hesitated but ultimately decided to go alone. After all, it wasn't far, and I had been there many times before, so it should be fine. I arrived at the spot alone and crouched down to start picking. As I was picking, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. When I turned around, I was shocked to see several unfamiliar orcs. I immediately stood up and backed away, trying to stay calm as I warned them. Who are you? This is the territory of our lion-tiger tribe. Our orcs are nearby. If I shout, they will come. Don't do anything reckless. However, those people didn't care at all and smiled as they approached me. I turned to run, but suddenly felt a pain in the back of my neck. And everything went black. Before I lost consciousness, I seemed to hear someone say, let's take her back to Chief Jonathan. Meanwhile, in our lion-tiger tribe, chaos had erupted. When did she leave the tribe? Which direction did she go? Tell me clearly. Carlo looked terrifying, his veins bulging, roaring at the orc guarding the gate like a demon from hell. The guard was so scared he nearly peed himself, trembling as he said, just a little while ago, she said she was going to pick some wild vegetables in that direction and will be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Carlo dashed off in that direction. By the time he reached the vegetable patch, there was no sign of me. Only my commonly used basket remained, along with the scent of unfamiliar orcs. Carlo's hands trembled uncontrollably as he picked up the basket. The thought that something might have happened to me made him lose his composure, and in a fit of rage, he wanted to tear everything apart. Kevin and the others heard the news and rushed over. Seeing Carlo about to break down, they quickly tried to calm him down. Carlo, don't panic. Let's split up and search. She'll be fine. Almost all the orcs in the tribe mobilized and turned the area upside down, but still couldn't find me. Carlo even ran out of the forest, searching further away, but to no avail. The thought of those unfamiliar scents made him extremely anxious. I must have been captured by other orcs. What should I do? I had no clue where to look for me. He felt utterly useless. He knew I must be very scared right now, waiting for him to rescue me. He told himself to stay calm. But how could he calm down? A whole day and night passed, and there was still no news of me. Carlo was on the verge of breaking down. Since discovering I was missing, he hadn't slept or eaten and had been frantically searching outside. If he still couldn't find me near the tribe today, he would go to every tribe in the area, searching one by one. And guess what? Just as Carlo was anxiously preparing to launch a full-scale search too, a clue presented itself. Good heavens! Lilith's father finally had a conscience. Seeing the chaos in the tribe and knowing that our Xinran had gone missing weighed heavily on his heart. After a long internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and tied up his daughter, dragging her like a dead dog to the chief. Lilith was throwing a fit, Dad, are you crazy? This has nothing to do with me. Her acting skills were so good, she could have competed in the Birth of an Actor 2025. But this time, her father was determined. He suddenly knelt before the chief and started banging his head on the ground, saying, "Chief, Carlo, I'm sorry. I suspect this is mostly related to my unfilial daughter." Then he publicly revealed that he had already noticed Lilith sneaking out of the tribe to meet with a few unfamiliar orcs. Lilith still wanted to argue, but Carlo exploded at that moment. He didn't wait for anyone to react, quickly stepped forward, and with one swift motion, grabbed Lilith by the neck and lifted her into the air. His gaze was as cold as that of a corpse, and I could almost feel the suffocation from a screen. "Speak." Lilith, terrified, spilled everything. It was Jonathan. It was Jonathan from the bird tribe, who captured Chu Xinran. As soon as Carlo heard that name, he immediately threw Lilith to the ground, turned around, and began gathering people to set off. Kevin, Abel, and more than a dozen of the tribe's strongest warriors quickly assembled. Even Dandon, the little guy, was anxious and insisted on following along. So Carlo finally tucked it under his arm and set off at full speed. Meanwhile, Lilith sat on the ground coughing, looking at her father with hatred overflowing in her eyes, cursing, "Why did you betray me? I'm your own daughter." Her father looked at her, disappointment written all over his face, saying that his biggest regret was not raising her well. But Lilith? She didn't feel she had done anything wrong, and in her heart, she was happily thinking that once Carlo found Chu Xinran, they would have already crossed the line, and she would see if he still wanted a second-hand female. The scene shifted back to Xinran, who had also woken up. She found herself lying on a strange wooden bed, surrounded by silence. Her first reaction was to check the military knife hidden in her clothes. Fortunately, her self-defense weapon was still there. She surveyed her surroundings and recognized the decor style, definitely a bird's nest style. It was 100 the bird tribe. The person who had captured her could only be that narcissist Jonathan. While she was thinking, the door opened, and Jonathan walked in, his face practically screaming, "I'm the CO? Come love me," grinning with pride. Xinran ignored him. He took a step forward, and she took a step back, resolutely maintaining a safe distance. Jonathan dropped the pretense and began to make grand promises, saying that with her brains and his strength, they would conquer the Orc continent, even claiming he had dismissed his harem of 3,000 for her. Xinran was about to roll her eyes and directly exposed him. "Stop talking nonsense. You just want what I could do. Don't put on a false front." Jonathan, caught off guard, wasn't angry. Instead, he stepped closer and said, "Stop mentioning Carlo. Today I'll make you mine." As he said this, he lunged towards her. In this critical moment, Xinran swiftly drew a military knife and pressed it against her neck, the blade already drawing blood. So decisive. "Take another step, and I'll show you what it means to end up with nothing." Jonathan immediately backed down. What he wanted was a living Xinran, a golden goose, not a corpse. Family, who understands? This extreme tug-of-war was practically a textbook counterattack. Seeing him back down, Xinran immediately took advantage of the situation and presented Jonathan with a choice. "You get me, but forget about my skills. I give you the skills, but you have to safely take me back. Choose one." Jonathan was stunned, pacing back and forth. He wanted both. In the end, he could only stammer out, "I'll think about it," and left in a huff. Once he was gone, Xinran's legs went weak, and she collapsed on the ground. Everything earlier had been a facade, but at least she had bought some time. However, she knew this was just a delaying tactic. She was afraid Jonathan would drug her food, so she didn't touch anything he sent. After 2 days, she was already feeling weak. Meanwhile, Carlo and the others had reached the entrance of the bird tribe. When Jonathan saw them, he pretended to be clueless. "Oh, rare guests. Who are you looking for?" Abraham, with his bad temper, exploded. "Stop talking nonsense. Hand over Xinran." Jonathan sneered, waved his hand, and dozens of orcs from the bird tribe surrounded Carlo and his 10 or so people, clearly indicating, "You think you can act wild here with just a few of you?" Just when Abraham was about to rush up to fight, Carlo calmly stopped him and said one word, "Leave." Abraham was shocked. "Leave? Xinran is still inside." Carlo didn't explain and led the group away. As soon as they exited the tribe, Abraham exploded, calling Carlo a coward. Kevin hurriedly tried to mediate. What happened next? Carlo wasn't scared at all. He was acting. He took out Dien from his arms. As soon as they entered the tribe, Dien had caught the scent of Xinran and was extremely excited. His little sidekick, Dien, had long been online. The plan was simple: retreat during the day and infiltrate at night. As soon as night fell, Carlo, with Dien, crept into the bird tribe like a ghost. Dien, the little navigator, was incredibly accurate, leading him to a heavily guarded wooden house. Let me tell you, Carlo was really determined to kill, not wasting any words. He sneaked up from behind, and with a swift motion, he took out the 2 guards without a sound. Clean and neat, not a sound was made. He cut the bolt and pushed the door open. Xinran, who had been on high alert inside, was startled. She grabbed the military knife to fight, but when she saw the face in the moonlight, it was the person she had been longing for. The knife clattered to the ground. Carlo. Xinran's tears streamed down as she threw herself into Carlo's arms. Carlo held her tightly, his heart, which had been in suspense for several days, finally settled. His voice trembled. It's okay, I'm here. Although he had a lot to say, this wasn't the time. Carlo picked up Xinran and began to slip away. However, they hadn't gone far when the shift changed for the guards to discover the bodies, and alarms rang throughout the tribe. Carlo didn't hide anymore and started running with Xinran on his back. But they were blocked at the entrance by Jonathan and dozens of others. Jonathan was so smug. Carlo, do you think you can still escape? Carlo carefully set Xinran down and told her not to be afraid. Just as Jonathan was about to give the order to capture them, Carlo suddenly let out a thunderous lion's roar towards the sky. The sound was deafening. In the next moment, a transformation occurred. Kevin, Abraham, and their group outside the tribe heard the signal, each with 2 torches, and like rain of fire, they threw them into the bird tribe. The houses in the bird tribe were all wooden, and once they caught fire, the entire tribe instantly turned into a giant barbecue scene. Everyone was thrown into chaos, with shouts of "put out the fire" everywhere. Jonathan turned pale. Should he capture people or put out the fire? This question was even harder than the one Xinran had posed to him. In the end, he could only watch as Carlo, carrying his wife, left gracefully amidst the flames. The group ran far before stopping, and Abraham and the others surrounded Xinran, concerned about her. Xinran hadn't eaten or drunk anything for several days, feeling weak all over. Carlo carried her all the way back to the lion and tiger tribe without letting anyone else take her. When they reached home, Amy, Nina, and the others were all in tears. Carlo settled Xinran down and immediately went to cook. Xinran drank a bowl of hot porridge, and as her tense nerves relaxed, she fell into a deep sleep. Carlo sent everyone away and sat by her bedside, watching her gently. Xinran slept for a whole day. When she woke up, she found no one beside her, only Dian guarding her. As she was talking to Dian, Carlo came in with porridge. The atmosphere between them instantly became a bit awkward, especially since they had been in a cold war before she was captured. After Xinran finished eating, she placed her hand on the bed and felt something cool. Picking it up, she discovered it was a particularly beautiful piece of clothing, smooth to the touch and comfortable. Just as she was about to ask, Carlo sighed and said, "This is what made you angry with me a few days ago." It turned out that Carlo knew Xinran was afraid of the heat. Hearing that the insect tribe had a special cool material, he had been going to find a female named Lon Allen every day, asking for her help to make a piece of clothing. Because the material was precious, he begged several times and promised to trade a lot of food before she agreed. He originally wanted to give Xinran a surprise, but it was seen by someone in the tribe, and as it spread, it turned into a misunderstanding, which led to all the subsequent events. I tell you, Xinyan's face turned bright red in an instant, so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After all that fuss, it turned out that Xinyan had just made up an entire drama in her head. Carlo didn't blame her. He just made her promise that from now on, wherever she went, he had to accompany her. With Xinyan's matter settled, only the last traitor, Lilith, was left. Her parents were completely too ashamed to plead for her this time. The clan leader originally wanted to expel her from the tribe, but Carlo stopped him. The best part came. How to deal with Lilith the traitor? Carlo simply said, "Pack her up and send her to Jonathan," saying it's a grand gift from our lion and tiger tribe. Wow. Family, what do we call this move? This is called waste utilization, precise strike. Sending her to the place she most wants to go, right into the hands of the person she hates the most. Letting her go at it, with Jonathan like dogs fighting. This operation is simply incredible. Let me tell you, the funnier part is yet to come. Lilith's friend has a truly unique way of thinking. When she heard that Carlo was going to send her away, she was so excited that she almost bowed to Carlo on the spot. She genuinely thought Carlo was being sentimental and leaving her a way out, swearing in her heart that she would never forget Carlo's great kindness in this lifetime. But what happened? As soon as she was sent to the bird tribe, Jonathan saw her and didn't even give her a smile. He just looked at her coldly, sneering with a smile colder than a knife. From that day on, Lilith's misfortune began. Jonathan doubled all the hatred he had for our lion and tiger tribe and directed it all onto her. Today he thought of a new way to torment her, and tomorrow when he got bored, he would toss her to his subordinates like trash, making her experience what hell on earth is like. What's even worse is that Jonathan has 3,000 beauties in his harem, none of whom are easy to deal with. And they all team up every day to bully this newcomer. Their tactics, wow, it's like a pro-max version of a palace drama. When Lilith was lying on the cold ground, finally, her wooden head realized that Carlo's trick was to send her to the afterlife, but only bought her a standing ticket. It was not to save her, but to make her live in a place worse than death. She cried out there, "Carlo, you have such a cruel heart." "Well, of course, for a traitor like you. If I'm not ruthless, should I light incense for you?" The most ridiculous part is that Jonathan didn't even send anyone to watch her. She could run away anytime. But guess what? She didn't dare. She would rather be treated like a dog there than run into the forest alone. It's laughable. She is truly a piece of mud that can't be lifted up. The scene shifts back to our tribe, which is thriving. Let me share some gossip. The girl from the insect tribe who is great at making clothes, Lana. Guess who she paired up with? Luke. Yes, that honest guy from the herbivore tribe who came over to join us. Everyone was stunned. Actually, Lana initially had a bitter crush on Carlo. But she is a sensible person. She saw how Carlo was with Xinran. The look in his eyes was so soft it could squeeze out water. And when he talked about Xinran, he just lit up. Lana understood right then that she couldn't enter this game, and decisively withdrew. She was simply clear-headed. Luke is a good guy, steady and reliable, and his mom treats Lana really well. After some time, this matter just worked out. This is my first time participating in the pairing ceremony here. To be honest, it's quite simple. Two people put on new clothes. Lana wears a flower crown on her head. The priest mutters a few words, swears to the beast god, and that's it. But I don't know why. Seeing the serious and happy expressions on their faces made my nose tingle, and I almost couldn't hold back my tears. Lana is a good person since she arrived. She's been very generous, teaching the females in the tribe how to make clothes. She has become incredibly popular. However, the biggest joy in the tribe recently has to be the wheat we've planted. It's ready to harvest. I tell you, during that time, Xinran dragged Carlo to the wheat fields every day. Seeing that golden expanse was even more exciting than finding gold. As soon as the weather turned cooler, the wheat was completely ripe and ready for harvesting. When this news came out, the whole tribe erupted with excitement. Families understand that this is not just a pile of food. It's our lion-tiger tribe's declaration of independence from relying on the heavens for food. In the past, if we had bad luck while hunting, we would go hungry. But now it's different. We can provide for ourselves. We are truly back. Carlo discussed with the chief, and everyone stopped what they were doing to go out and harvest the wheat together. No sickles. We used stone knives instead. It was slow, but no one complained. Everyone had a smile on their face, genuine and more precious than anything else. Thousands of people worked passionately for several days and finally brought all the wheat back, piling it up in the square like a mountain of gold. Next came threshing and drying the grain. Xinran directed the females to use winnowing baskets to toss out the plump wheat grains, while Carlo and the orcs made several large stone mills. When the first batch of steam buns came out and the first bowl of noodles hit the pot, the aroma wafted out, and everyone felt that every drop of sweat they had shed was worth it. With staple food, everyone felt much more secure, especially now that the red-eye disease is causing a stir outside, and no one can guarantee the safety of the hunted game. Now, it's better to eat more noodles and less meat. Safety first. Carlo also took this opportunity to increase the training intensity for the tribe's orcs, as he must always be prepared given the grudge with Jonathan. Days went by, and the weather became more comfortable. Xinran kept thinking about going into the forest to find some new ingredients. One day she, Carlo, Amy, and Kevin went together to pick a wild fruit called ginkgo. It's white on the outside, red on the inside, soft and sweet. When we got there, Carlo and Kevin climbed the trees to pick the fruit and throw it down, while Amy and I collected it from ground. Our little pet, Dudian, was frolicking all over the place, rolling around and chasing butterflies, having a great time. I bent down to pick up something for a while, and when I looked up again, hey, that little guy Dian was gone. I called out cheerfully a couple of times, but got no response, so I said I would go look for her. When Carlo saw she was going to go alone, he immediately jumped down from the tree and followed her. Not far ahead, they spotted Dian. That little guy was facing a flower, eager to open her mouth and take a bite. Dian, I shouted in fright. Let me tell you, that flower looked just one word, eerie. Blood red, with a huge flower head and what seemed like a black hole in the middle instead of a stamen, looking just like a mouth. It was particularly creepy. Dian was stopped by my shout and obediently stood still. I walked over, my curiosity piqued, and asked Carlo, have you seen this flower before? Carlo shook his head vigorously. Then, the scene of self-destruction came. I insisted on getting closer to take a look. Just as I approached that flower, the black hole in the middle suddenly opened wide and lunged at me like a carnivorous plant. In the blink of an eye, Carlo pushed me behind him but didn't manage to dodge, getting a face full of pollen from the flower. "Carlo, are you okay?" I asked, scared to death. Carlo wiped his face and shook his head, saying he was fine. I quickly took out my handkerchief to wipe his face, still not reassured. But Carlo looked perfectly fine. I lost my mood to pick fruit and pulled Carlo to leave. However, that eerie flower had Dian looking back longingly. Back at the fruit-picking spot, Carlo climbed back up the tree to make me feel better. But up in the tree, Kevin noticed something was off. Carlo's face suddenly turned very pale. His hands started to tremble, and a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. Kevin asked him what was wrong, and he forced himself to suppress the agitation in his heart, shaking his head. He didn't even know that in that brief moment, a bloodthirsty impulse surged within him, wanting to tear everything apart in front of him. I was still unaware of this under the tree, and seeing that we had picked enough fruit, I called him down to go home. Carlo jumped down from the tree, and, still not at ease, asked him again if he was okay. He still said he was fine. However, on the way back, Carlo suddenly collapsed, kneeling on the ground with both knees. We were all stunned. "Carlo, what's wrong with you?" Xinran quickly crouched down to ask, but Carlo kept his head down, and all we could see was that his whole body was trembling. "Carlo, what happened to you? Look up and let me see." Xinran was so anxious she was almost in tears. I can tell you that at that moment, Carlo was desperately trying to control himself. Just now, he had been looking at Xinran walking in front of him, gazing at her fair neck, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind, to strangle it. To avoid hurting Xinran, he could only use all his strength to fight against that crazy desire, and finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to his knees. He listened to Xinran's anxious voice, and his mind became more and more blurred. Finally, he stopped trembling and slowly raised his head. In that instant, Xinran was so scared she collapsed onto the ground, looking at him in disbelief. "Carlo, your eyes." Kevin and Amy also stepped back in fear. Carlo's eyes had turned into a terrifying blood red, veins bulging on his face, and his expression was twisted beyond recognition. "Carlo." Xinran was about to say something when Carlo suddenly lunged forward, his hand lightning fast around her neck. Xinran instantly couldn't breathe. "Carlo, are you crazy? Let go of Xinran." Kevin reacted and rushed forward to try to pry his hand away, but Carlo's strength was terrifying. He and Amy together couldn't budge him an inch. Xinran felt like she was really going to die. She looked into Carlo's eyes, filled with hatred, and her heart shattered. That gaze was as if she were his mortal enemy. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, her tears dripped down onto Carlo's hand. That cold touch pierced into Carlo's heart like a needle. In his blood-red eyes, he saw her tear-streaked face, filled with despair and sadness, but no hatred. "Let go. Xinran is going to be choked to death." Kevin shouted anxiously. The intense shock brought Carlo's sanity back for a moment, and he suddenly released his grip. Xinran immediately collapsed on the ground, coughing her heart out. Carlo looked at his hand in disbelief, then at the terrifying bruise around Xinran's neck, mumbling, "Xinran." Amy helped Xinran to catch her breath, while Kevin stood guard in front of them. Once Xinran recovered, she looked up to see that Carlo's eyes had returned to normal, filled with regret and pain. Ignoring Kevin's obstruction, she walked over, took Carlo's hand, and comforted him. "I know you didn't mean it. It must be the pollen's fault. We'll go back to the tribe. There must be a way." Carlo cautiously touched the injury on her neck, his voice trembling. "Does it hurt?" He usually wouldn't let her do any heavy work, but now he had done this himself. He wished he could kill the person he had just been. "It doesn't hurt. I'm fine. Let's go back." Kevin and Amy also breathed a sigh of relief. But Carlo was unusually calm. He looked at Kevin and said word by word, "Kevin, go find some rope and tie me up. I don't know when I will get sick again from now on. I must be bound." Xinran felt heartbroken, but she also knew this was the only way. Before leaving, Xinran asked Kevin to cover his mouth and nose, pulling out the cursed flower by the roots to take back. When they returned to the tribe, everyone was stunned that Carlo had come back tied up. The chief and the shaman quickly called us in the house to ask questions. Abel also came and was frantic when he saw Xinran's injury. Xinran quickly explained it was the flower's doing. Kevin took out the flower, and the shaman and the chief examined it for a long time, saying they had never seen it before, until Xinran described how the flower sprayed pollen to attack people. The shaman's face suddenly changed. I remember now, his voice trembling. "This is an ancient legend. The magical flower." Magical flower? We were all confused. The shaman said it was a story he had heard from the previous shaman when he was young. According to the legend, this kind of flower would confuse orcs and beasts with its pollen. Once inhaled, one would gradually lose their mind and become bloodthirsty and frenzied, until finally degenerating into a beast that only knew how to kill. "Is there an antidote?" Xinran's voice was shaking. The shaman shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and told a lie. The legend doesn't mention it, but maybe there is. It's just been too long, I don't remember. He couldn't bear to tell Xinran that he clearly remembered the last line of the legend. The poison of the magical flower has no antidote. Carlo looked at the shaman's expression and understood everything in his heart. But he just smiled at Xinran and nodded. Before being taken away and locked up, he quickly arranged, while he was still clear-headed, find out how many of these flowers are around the tribe and destroy them all. Tell everyone to stay away from them. The tribe was in a state of panic. Carlo was our backbone. Xinran insisted on locking Carlo in their own house, taking care of him herself. But it wasn't long before Carlo had his second episode. He was tightly bound in the corner of the wall, his eyes red, roaring like a beast. When he regained his sanity and looked at the mess in the room, he couldn't say a word. Later, Carlo carried Xinran and directly asked the shaman for the truth. The shaman helplessly nodded. Carlo was silent for a long time, then said, "Grandpa Shaman, promise me one thing. If one day I completely lose control and no one can subdue me, kill me." The shaman was frightened by him, but looking at Carlo's determined eyes, he knew Carlo was speaking the truth. With Carlo's strength, once he lost control completely, it would be a disaster for the whole tribe. The shaman finally nodded heavily. From that day on, Carlo's moments of clarity became shorter, and his episodes grew more frequent. But it seemed like he had engraved a mark in his mind. He must never hurt Xinran. Once, when he couldn't control himself, he began to pound the wall with his fists, using pain to exchange for a moment of clarity, hoarsely shouting at Xinran, "Don't come over. I'm afraid I will hurt you." When he regained consciousness, Xinran rushed over and looked at his bloodied hands, tears falling one by one. While treating his wounds, she cried. Carlo used his other good hand to gently touch her head, weakly saying, "Don't cry, I'm fine." Xinran wiped away her tears, her eyes incredibly firm. "Carlo, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to save you. You can rest assured, no matter what the cost. I will help you break the curse of the magical flower." I just set up my flag, and before I knew it, I plunged into the deep mountains and forests, starting my Shinnom herb-tasting mode. Let me tell you, during those days, my grandfather and I were like crazy. We would leave before dawn and return only when it was pitch dark, practically growing into the ground, to test the efficacy of the medicine. I even had Kevin and the others catch a small red-eyed beast. Let's call it unlucky egg number 1. Every time I prepared a new potion, I would first pour it down its throat. And the result? After trying dozens of formulas, that unlucky egg one not only didn't get better, but became more and more energetic, howling and wanting to smash us to bits. It was unbelievable. I have pulled out all the recognizable herbs, and Grandpa Shaman has taught me all the hidden tribal herbal knowledge he had. But we're like making some dark cuisine, completely lacking any method, relying only on guesswork. Seeing me squatting on the ground, digging like a groundhog, Grandpa Shaman felt really sorry. "Xinran, why don't you take a break? You haven't even had a sip of water." I didn't even lift my head, breathing heavily as I said, "It's okay, Grandpa. I'm not tired. You eat something first." As soon as I raised my hand, oh wow, my hand was covered in cuts and blisters. Grandpa, who was in charge of the ceremony, turned pale and pulled me up, saying, "Look at your hand. Hurry up and take care of it. Are you trying to kill yourself?" I pretended to be nonchalant, saying it was nothing and we'd talk about it later. But everyone knew that once I got stubborn, not even 10 oxen could pull me back. With Carlo in that state, how could I focus on myself? That day, after gathering enough herbs and casually appeasing the ancestral spirit, I turned around and dove back into my little pharmacy. I prepared another potent medicine and called for Abel to help me hold down that increasingly agitated, unfortunate creature number 1. Abel pulled the beast out of the cage, and I quickly administered the medicine. We both sat there like fools in front of the cage, eagerly watching, hoping for a miracle. In the end, there was no miracle, but there was indeed a fright. After taking the medicine, the beast's eyes turned red as if they were about to bleed, and it slammed against the cage, looking as if it wanted to swallow us whole. I felt discouraged at that moment, completely exhausted, pressing my hand against my buzzing temples. Just then, Abel grabbed my hand and raised his voice instantly. "What's wrong with your hand? Why aren't you putting on medicine? Did you get from digging up herbs?" I instinctively wanted to pull my hand back, but it's fine, I'll go in a bit. Family, who understands? What he said next made my CPU overheat. He shouted, "Xinran, look at what you become. The moment Carlo had an accident, you seemed like you lost your soul. And these useless herbs, do you know the formula? Or are you just experimenting randomly? What if you can't save Carlo, and you end up getting yourself into trouble first?" I exploded at that moment, tears rushed up, and I yelled at him, "What can I do? If I don't try, what can I do? Just watch him turn into a beast? Do you think I want to be this way? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I have to try." Abel looked at me crying and probably regretted it, becoming completely at a loss. He knew how much I cared about Carlo, and he didn't really want anything bad to happen to Carlo. He was just frustrated seeing me torture myself. He stammered, I didn't mean it that way. But the tension I had been holding for the past few days was too tight, and his shout completely broke me down. I still had to force a smile in front of Carlo, pretending to be calm, while bearing all the pressure and fear myself. When he said that, I felt like all my efforts were being denied, as if I were a joke. Seeing me cry uncontrollably, Abel panicked completely, reaching out to pat me, but then retracting his hand, clumsily comforting me. Oh, don't cry, I was wrong, I spoke without thinking. That herb is not broken. Not at all. If you want to try, just try, you can definitely do it. You can definitely find out. I cried for half a day, venting all the grievances I had accumulated over the past few days, and surprisingly, I felt much lighter in my heart. I wiped my tears and with a red nose, said to him, Abel, I'm not angry, thank you. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, looking like a big dog that had made a mistake, saying, as long as you're not crying, I won't say anything careless again. On the way back, I washed my face with river water to make myself look more spirited, and then I honestly applied medicine to my hand. I told myself that I couldn't fall down. I absolutely must not fall before Carlo gets better. When I returned to the room, I pretended very well, smiling as I handed Carlo his meal. Carlo, I made your favorite today. Eat some. He didn't take it, just staring blankly at my face. I felt a bit guilty and quickly lowered my head. What's wrong? Hurry up and eat. As a result, I was so focused on hiding my eyes that I forgot about my hands. He grabbed my hand wrapped in animal skin, which still emitted a strong herbal smell. What happened to your hand? It's nothing, just a little scratch. I've treated it. It'll be fine soon. I quickly pulled my hand back. He wanted to ask again, but when he looked at his own appearance, his gaze instantly dimmed. I knew he was blaming himself again, feeling useless for not being able to protect me. But I never expected that not only could he not protect me, he almost killed me. That night, the suppressed madness within him completely erupted. I was in a daze, awakened by his painful whimpers, and hurried to light a fire and run over. Because he had always been calm during his episodes before, I had no defenses. I didn't even notice that his eyes had turned into a terrifying deep red. His facial muscles twisted, and a layer of black beast fur had grown on his arms and legs. Our little cat, Dowdu, had all its fur standing up, letting out a threatening low growl at Carlo, and even tried to bite my clothes to pull me back. But at that moment, I was completely focused on Carlo and didn't notice at all. I ran to his side and anxiously asked, Carlo, where does it hurt? Are you feeling unwell? He lifted his head, and a wicked smile spread across his lips, one I had never seen before. It was then that I was horrified to realize that he had somehow managed to break free from the ropes. He suddenly extended his hands and lifted me off the ground with ease. I was terrified and struggled desperately in the air. In the next moment, he let out a beast-like roar, and with all his strength, he threw me against the wall like a sandbag. With a loud crash, I felt my bones shatter, and I slid down the wall, feeling faint and losing consciousness. Many people in the tribe heard the loud crash. Abel and Kevin, who were closest, rushed over like madmen. Abel was the first to burst in, and upon seeing me lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, covered in blood, he was immediately shocked. He rushed over and picked me up, but I had completely lost consciousness by then. Kevin saw the completely beast-like Carlo charging towards Abel's back, and without a second thought, he jumped in to fight Carlo. Abel heard the commotion and turned to see that Kevin was no match for the frenzied Carlo, so he had to put me down and join the fight. Soon, others arrived as well. Amy and the others screamed in shock at my terrible state. When the elder priest arrived, he directed an orc to quickly carry me to another room for emergency treatment. I tell you, the scene was chaotic. Abel and Kevin together couldn't hold Carlo down, and in the end, Dar and Luke rushed in, and the four big men barely managed to tie him up securely again. Carlo's brother, Karen, just stood outside, watching his brother roar like a monster and seeing me being carried away with my head covered in blood. He completely broke down and started crying loudly in place. It was Nina who took him away, covering his eyes to prevent him from seeing this cruel scene. Grandpa Shaman and Amy worked hard to stop my bleeding, applied medicine, and bandaged me up. Grandpa Shaman felt my bones and thankfully said, fortunately, no bones were injured. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Amy asked with a sobbing tone, when will she wake up? Grandpa Shaman sighed, his tone full of uncertainty. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. That night, the lion-tiger tribe was in turmoil. Fortunately, I woke up the next day. As soon as I opened my eyes, Amy rushed over. Xinran, how are you? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? I feel like I've been run over by a big truck. My whole body hurts. I touched the thick bandage on my head, and my first thought was, where is Carlo? How is Carlo? Amy's eyes were red with anger. Why do you care about him? You should take a look at yourself first. When I was changing your clothes, I saw that your body is covered in bruises. What could possibly happen to him? I know she cares about me, and I also know that Carlo didn't mean it. Nina came over, patted Amy's back, and said to me, Xinran, don't worry. Carlo is fine. Kevin and Dal are watching over him. Abel has come to see you several times. He just left. Karen was really scared last night, but she has calmed down and is now asleep. I endured the pain and closed my eyes, softly saying, Amy, Nina, can I ask you for a favor? Please tell Kevin not to let Carlo know about this, okay? Amy sighed in frustration. Nina advised me, Xinran, do you think you can keep this a secret? If you don't show up for so long, he'll definitely ask. Let us keep it hidden for as long as we can. Last time he hurt me, he blamed himself for so long. If he finds out I'm like this because of him, he'll hate himself. I don't want that. In the end, Nina nodded in agreement and went to find Kevin to coordinate their story. When Kevin saw Nina coming, he was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. After listening to Nina's request, he immediately nodded. I understand. I will try to keep it from him. After Nina finished speaking, she left, leaving Kevin staring at her back in a daze. His thoughts were so obvious. Kevin cleaned up the room that had been smashed to pieces to prevent Carlo from noticing anything when he woke up. Soon, Carlo woke up, and his eyes returned to normal. He moved and found himself tied up even more securely. You're awake? Kevin greeted him nervously. What's going on? Where is Xinran? Oh, Xinran said there has progressed with the antidote and that she needs to focus on her research these days. So she asked me to take care of you. Normally, Carlo would have seen through Kevin's lie at a glance. But now he was in excruciating pain and didn't want me to take care of him for fear of hurting me again. Hearing that I was busy, he thought that was fine. So he nodded and didn't ask more questions. But who is Carlo? He is as clever as a monkey. After 4 or 5 days without seeing me, he finally sensed something was off. Kevin, tell me the truth. What happened to Xinran? Kevin felt uneasy under his sharp gaze and could only grit his teeth and repeat the same story. Kevin, Carlo shouted angrily, his patience completely exhausted. Are you still lying to me? Even if she is busy, she wouldn't not come to see me for so many days. Unless something happened to her. If you don't tell me the truth, when I get better, I will definitely settle the score with you. Kevin was completely at a loss and sighed. Just wait. I'll find Xinran and let her tell you in person. When Kevin found me, I was sitting on the bed fiddling with herbal medicine. Although I was seriously injured, I could at least move. When I heard that Carlo had grown beast fur that night, my worries deepened. If I couldn't find the antidote, he might really not come back. I wasn't surprised by Kevin's arrival. I knew that excuse wouldn't hold up for long. I understand. I'll go see him now. Kevin, thank you for these past few days. Kevin waved his hand. We're brothers, it's what I should do. But if he finds out what he did, he definitely won't forgive himself. That was exactly what I was most worried about. But no matter what, I had to see him. The moment Carlo saw me, his pupils instantly dilated. He looked at the thick beast skin wrapped around my head and connected it to my disappearance these past few days and suddenly understood everything. The expression on his face shattered in an instant, filled with pain. Carlo, don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. I'm fine now. Seeing him like that made my heart ache. He hoarsely asked, I hurt you, didn't I? It was just an accident. You didn't know anything at the time. Xinran, tell me what happened that night. Every detail. His tone was exceptionally determined. I looked at him, knowing I couldn't hide it any longer, and sighed, telling him everything that happened that night, including the fact that he had grown beastly hair. After listening, Carlo closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, there was a terrifying calmness in his gaze. He said to me, Ran, let me go, and don't look for any cure anymore. I was completely stunned, my voice trembling. What? What do you mean? However, we all understood that growing beast fur meant the beginning of beastization. It wouldn't be long before I would turn into a beast devoid of humanity. I didn't want you to see me like that, and I didn't want to hurt you anymore. So, while I'm still a human, just kill me. He closed his eyes and said the cruelest words. I was struck by his words and stumbled back, tears streaming down my face. Carlo, how can you say that? How could I possibly kill you? I haven't given up yet, so why are you giving up? He was ruthless, terrifyingly rational. Did you see Tabitha? She's covered in fur, has claws and teeth, and is unrecognizable. Do you want to see me become like that? And I can't bear to hurt you with my own hands. He opened his eyes, filled with tenderness, even smiling slightly. In this world, the person I least want to hurt is you. I thought I could control it, but now it seems things have spiraled out of control. This is the second time. If there's a third time, I really will end it myself. No, How can you say such cruel things with a smile? I cried as I rushed to hug him. You can't die. I won't kill you. And you can't do anything foolish yourself. If you die, I'll hate you for a lifetime. I will find a way to save you. I won't allow you to give up. He reached out, trembling as he touched the wound on my head, and in that moment, the pain in his eyes was almost overflowing. I held on to him, pleading like I was grasping the last straw for survival. Carlo, I beg you, please agree to me? Don't do anything foolish. I know you're afraid of hurting me again. I promise to lock you in the cave, and every time I visit you, I'll bring someone with me. I guarantee you won't be hurt again. Is that okay? Seeing me so cautious and humble, Carlo's eyes softened, and he could no longer say no. He gently hugged me and replied in a hoarse voice, Okay, I agree. After that, I sent him into the cave, found someone to watch over him, and then continued my seemingly endless research on the antidote. Just when I was about to lose hope, Jonathan's people came to my door. They said they were sent by the chieftain of the bird tribe, inviting me to their tribe. I asked eagerly, Are you saying that your chieftain knows how to detoxify the poison from the magical flower? The orc nodded. Our chieftain said he asked many elder orcs and finally figured out that the red-eye disease is caused by the legendary magical flower. He also found out how to detoxify it. However, he said that you must personally go to the bird tribe to see him before he will tell you the antidote. All right, I'm going. I didn't hesitate for even a second. Wait a moment, I'll pack my things and go with you. As soon as this news broke, everyone was in an uproar. Amy was the first to oppose. Xinran, are you really going? That Jonathan looks like he has bad intentions. Aren't you just walking into a trap? Abraham also angrily said, What if he's lying to you? Just to trick you into going there, and you'll go? Regardless of whether it's a trick, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I must go. This might be the only hope to save Carlo. I was resolute. Seeing me like this, everyone knew they couldn't dissuade me. In the end, it was Abraham who initially opposed, who relented first. Fine. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Kevin immediately chimed in. I'll go too. So it was settled. Abraham and Kevin would accompany me to the bird tribe, mainly for support. We didn't tell Carlo. I knew he would definitely not agree. It was better to act first and report later. By the time he found out, we would already be on our way. Sure enough, 2 days later, Carlo found out and was so angry that he almost destroyed the cave, but he couldn't get out and could only fret. When we arrived at the bird tribe, Jonathan saw me, laughed triumphantly, and sat there on his high seat like a local emperor. Xinran, long time no see. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with him, so I got straight to the point. Jonathan, what exactly is the antidote you mentioned? What's the rush? He said lazily. Old friends should catch up first, right? I still remember the great gift you sent me last time. He glanced sideways at Abel and Kevin, clearly still holding a grudge about that fire. Abel, with a short temper, shot back immediately. Cut the crap. Is there an antidote or not? I advise you not to have any funny ideas. Oh, so fierce. I'm talking to Xinran. What are you interrupting for? If you scare me again, you might forget how to detox. Jonathan laughed shamelessly. I suppressed the disgust in my heart and tried to speak calmly. Jonathan, as long as you give me the antidote, I will agree to any conditions you propose. If you want to know how to build a house or how to make food, I can teach you. Upon hearing this, he laughed even more happily. Really? You will agree to any conditions? I nodded. For Carlo, I would do anything. He stared at me with burning eyes and spoke his true intention word by word. I want you to pair up with me. Willingly pair up with me. Dream on. Before I could say anything, Abel and Kevin exploded at the same time. Jonathan completely ignored them and just smiled at me. So, Xinran, will you accept my terms? Kevin was anxious. Xinran, think it through. You can't agree to him. Carlo wouldn't agree to it either. Abel was even angrier, his face turning pale. Xinran, you must not agree. For Carlo, are you really willing to go this far? I closed my eyes amidst their angry shouts, took a deep breath, and then slowly said, I promise you, as long as you can save Carlo. Xinran. Abel was completely furious, coming over to pull me away. Let's go, we're leaving this place. Are you crazy? I shrugged off his hand. Abel, I'm very awake. Jonathan, seeing my determination, smiled even more smugly. I looked at him and calmly asked, Now can you tell me how to the poison of the magical flower? Only then did he slowly begin to tell a story I had never heard before. I had asked the oldest elder of our tribe, who had lived the longest, and the magical flower was not just a legend, it really existed. Jonathan slowly said, A long time ago, the magical flower wreaked havoc, and the entire Orc continent fell into chaos. Then, a great priest appeared, leading all the tribes to eliminate the magical flower and cultivated a beast called the Detox Beast. Detox Beast? It was the first time for me, Abel, and Kevin to hear this term. That's right, the blood of the Detox Beast can 100 poisons. That priest saved many orcs who had been beastified with the detox beast. But after the disaster ended, everyone began to frantically seize this treasure, seeing that the continent was about to fall into chaos again because of greed. The great priest stood up and said that the appearance of the detox beast was to save the world, not to create chaos. So it would be better for it to disappear. At that time, no one believed him. As a result, that very night after he finished speaking, the priest and all the detox beasts on the continent disappeared overnight, and no one has ever found them again. Slowly, this incident became a legend known only to a very few people. After hearing this story, the three of us were shocked. Jonathan looked at me, a hint of fervor in his eyes. In my opinion, that priest was just a fool, having such great power but not knowing how to use it. If he were still alive, I would definitely find a way to make him work for me. I'm not interested in listening to him grandly envisioning his ambitions. So I interrupted him directly. So, the detox method you mentioned is the detox beast? Have you found the detox beast? And guess what? This guy shook his head stubbornly and said no. At that moment, I was like, what are you talking about, buddy? You have nothing. And you're just painting a picture here? He saw my expression, which looked like an old man on the subway staring at his phone, and confidently explained to me that even though he hadn't found it, he already had some clues. He said he discovered that many of the magical flower stamens have been nibbled on, and that thing is really dangerous. Anyone who gets close will be enchanted. The only one who can munch on it like a spicy strip is the detox beast, and it's the only one in the whole continent. So he concluded that the detox beast was back in action. I thought to myself, your logic is quite complete. I immediately wanted to ask him, do you know what the detox beast looks like? Do you know how to catch it? But this old fox, with a mysterious smile, directly saw through me. Chu Xinran, don't think about it. I can tell you today that I'm counting on you not being able to catch it. Just wait patiently. When I catch the detox beast, then marry me. I tell you, he talks with such certainty, but inside he is actually quite insecure. He has never seen a detox beast and is relying entirely on hearsay. However, he knows to use the magical flower as bait and has already set up a trap in the wild. When I saw that I couldn't get anything out of him, I thought, fine, you're tough. I gritted my teeth and promised him, Jonathan, as long as you can save Carlo, I, Chu Xinran, will keep my word and willingly pair up with you. Great. He was overjoyed, as if he had already become the emperor of the beastman continent. On the way back to the tribe, Abel was so angry his face turned green, repeatedly asking me, Chu Xinran, are you crazy? Do you really want to pair up with him? What could I do? I could only nod. To save Carlo, I would agree to anything, even if it meant going through fire and water. Abel saw that I wouldn't budge, and in anger, turned his head away, remaining silent all the way home. As soon as we returned to the tribe, Imanina and the others rushed over, eagerly asking questions. Kevin relayed Jonathan's claims and the conditions for pairing up to everyone, who in the family understood. The scene erupted. The elder shaman was shocked, saying he never expected the rumors to be true. But when they heard I was going to pair up with Jonathan, everyone fell silent. Amin was the first to jump up. How can this be? Chu Xinran, you agreed? Seeing me nod, she was almost frantic. Do you know how bad Jonathan's reputation is? He has a bunch of females around him, has a bad temper, and treats everyone poorly. Most importantly, what will happen to Carlo if you pair up with him? Everyone chimed in to persuade me, and I understood their reasoning, but seeing Carlo transform day by day, I really didn't have time. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, even if it was like drinking poison to quench thirst, I had to try. Later, I want to see Carlo. When he found out about this, he was furious, angry at my unilateral decision. But no matter how mad he was, his first question was still, did Jonathan make things difficult for you? My heart ached so much that I could only force a smile to deceive him. Saying Jonathan's condition was for our tribe to build houses and learn farming techniques. Carlo is so perceptive. He looked at me skeptically. Really? You're not lying to me? I tell you, lying to him while looking at his concerned face was breaking my heart. But I had to stay tough. Why would I lie to you? It's true. Your poison can be cured. I was afraid that if I said a few more words, I would slip up, so I quickly found an excuse to leave. Once back in my room, holding our little Dandan, my tears flowed like a burst water pipe. I just couldn't hold it in anymore. I hugged Dandan and told him my secret. I'm not from this world. I'm an orphan, how I met Carlo, and how I found a sense of home here. Dandan, I'm really not that great, but seeing the tribe getting better and better, and knowing Carlo has always been there supporting me, I feel particularly at ease. I never knew what liking someone meant until I thought he was going to pair up with someone else. That heart-wrenching feeling made me realize I had long fallen in love with him. I cried uncontrollably, touching Dandan's head, my eyes filled with despair. However, this relationship was about to end by my own hands right at the beginning. I'll tell you a secret. Once Carlo's poison is cured, I will run away on the way when Jonathan comes to pick me up. If I can't escape, I pause, my voice trembling. Then I'll say goodbye to this world. Dandin seemed to understand, anxiously chirping in my arms. I reassured it, saying, "Don't worry, I will leave you in the tribe. Carlo will take care of you." At that moment, I was truly prepared for the worst. But what I didn't expect was that, just as I made up my mind, something happened on Carlo's side. That pig teammate, Amy. She thought about it and felt it wasn't right, and in a moment of impulse, she ran to Carlo and spilled my whole plan. After hearing it, Carlo's expression changed dramatically, and Amy said she would never forget that look for the rest of her life. But he was surprisingly calm, telling Amy, "Okay, help me untie the ropes. I will go persuade her." Amy didn't think much and really untied him. Who knew that Carlo took a few steps and then stopped? He actually smiled, a smile of relief. He told Amy, "Help me tell Rand to live well and find someone she likes to pair up with." Before Amy could react to what he meant, she saw Carlo grab a stone knife nearby and slash it hard across his neck. Blood sprayed all over Amy's face. Amy's scream shattered the tranquility of the entire tribe. I rushed over with Dandin, and upon seeing that scene in the cave, my legs went weak and I fell to the ground. Carlo lay there in a pool of blood, motionless. My mind went blank, and I crawled over with all my strength, my whole body trembling. Amy was so scared she was speechless, apologizing to me incoherently, but I couldn't hear a word. I pressed my hand against the wound on Carlo's neck, which was bleeding profusely, and shouted hoarsely, "Get the mugwort! Hurry, we need to stop the bleeding." The shaman stumbled as he brought the herbs, and I chewed them up desperately to apply them. But it was useless. The blood wouldn't stop at all. What should I do? "Carlo, wake up. If anything happens to you, I'll hate you for the rest of my life." I cried until I was nearly blind, but he showed no reaction. Everyone present had red eyes. I watched his life ebb away bit by bit, and suddenly, something in my heart broke. "Carlo, you really are ruthless," I murmured, grabbing the stone knife beside him and trying to slash it across my own neck. Abel was quick and knocked the knife away. "Xinran, are you crazy?" I really went crazy. Carlo is gone. What meaning is there in my life? Just when I was completely desperate, Dowdu in my arms suddenly moved. It licked my hand, and then, as if it had made a decision, it jumped onto Carlo with great force. In the shocked gaze of everyone, Dowdu extended its tongue and began to lick Carlo's wounds. A miracle happened. The deep wound that could be seen to the bone slowly stopped bleeding. Then, it used its claws to scratch the stone knife hard, feeding its own blood drop by drop into Carlo's mouth. The entire place fell silent until Carlo's breathing gradually stabilized, and everyone erupted into thunderous cheers. I rushed over to check, and indeed, the bleeding had stopped. His breathing was steady. I looked at Dowdu, and tears streamed down my face again. This time, tears of gratitude. Although Carlo was saved, he remained in a coma. Amy came to apologize to me in tears, but I shook my head. No one could have anticipated this. If anyone was to blame, it should be me. A few days later, Carlo finally woke up. I had fallen asleep by the bedside, and I felt someone stroking my head. As soon as I opened my eyes, I met his gaze. I was still angry at that moment. When he asked me what was wrong, I got even angrier and shook off his hand, ignoring him. He insisted on getting up to pull me, which made the wound hurt, and I frowned in pain. I softened a bit inside and sat back down. He looked at me and softly asked, "Ran, are you mad at me?" Tears streamed down my face. "What do you think? When I saw you lying on the ground, my heart stopped. How could you do this? How could you treat me like this?" He held me in his arms, his tone particularly gentle. But the words he spoke left me stunned. When I heard what Amy said, I felt the same way you do now. He touched my face, speaking each word clearly. "Ran, your decision to sacrifice yourself to save me, and my decision to sacrifice myself to avoid burdening you, are essentially the same, aren't they?" I was completely stunned. He then said that he had long seen through my lies, but chose not to expose me. My forced smile made him feel even more useless. Both of us were engaged in a mutual harm disguised as concern for each other. He made me promise that no matter what difficulties we faced in the future, we would face them together and no longer hide things from each other. I hugged him and cried, nodding in agreement. Then I slapped my thigh, suddenly remembering the most important thing. I brought Dandin over, looking at him with bright eyes. "Carlo, I forgot to tell you, the magic flower poison has been cured." I recounted how I saved Dandin and told him that he hadn't had a single episode while he was in a coma these past few days, and that the blood from Dandin used in the ritual had also cured Tabitha. Carlo's poison was lifted, and all the misunderstandings between us were resolved. He looked at me with an unprecedented seriousness and said, "Ran, would you be willing to be my female?" He told me everything from the moment he first liked me, to his selfish desire to keep me, to his despair after being poisoned. I was listening, my face turning as red as a tomato, in his nervous yet expectant gaze. I muttered "fool" softly, then leaned in and pecked him on the lips. He was taken aback for a moment, but after realizing what happened, he pulled me in and deepened the kiss with a smile. He only let me go when I was almost out of breath, looking at my swollen lips. His eyes darkened, wanting to kiss me again, but I shyly dodged away. I covered my mouth and ran out. "You're still injured. I'm going to find Grandpa Shaman." Behind me, I could hear his deep, happy laughter. Carlo recovered quickly and was even stronger than before. Our relationship seemed to settle down as we spent every day together, and the people in the tribe laughed at us, except for Abel, who became increasingly silent. Later, Jonathan sent someone to invite me again, but I directly told them to go away. He must have been puzzled, wondering what was going on with this woman. Does she not want to save her man anymore? So he sent someone to inquire, and the person who returned told him that Carlo was not only alive and kicking, but the poison was also cured. I tell you, Jonathan was stunned for a long time, completely unable to believe it. How could it be? Carlo's poison was cured. His people swore they saw Carlo hunting. Jonathan paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. Could it be that the lion-tiger tribe found the detox beast? Impossible. I went through so much trouble, and didn't he find a single hair? How could they be faster than me? His subordinate cautiously asked, "Chief, could it be that they used another method?" Jonathan insisted, "Impossible. I've already found out that on this continent, besides the legendary detox beast, there is nothing that can cure the poison of the magical flower." This old man was so anxious that he kept pacing in circles, murmuring. I tell you, the expression on his face at that moment was just something else, like he was about to go bankrupt. He was calculating furiously in his mind. No way. Absolutely not. He muttered, if that detox beast fell into the hands of the lion-tiger tribe, wouldn't my grand dream of unifying the continent die right there? Would I have to look at their faces? Dream on. Goodness, the more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, and he decided to stir things up right then and there. He had a sudden idea. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Go. Call all the tribes over and say, I have major clues about curing the red-eye disease." Hey, you wouldn't believe it, but this tactic really worked. The red-eye disease was causing panic, and as soon as they heard there were clues, the leaders of each tribe rushed over to the bird tribe like they had seen their long-lost father. Once everyone arrived, Jonathan stood on the high platform, cleared his throat, and began his performance. "Brothers, I know everyone has been worrying about the red-eye disease to the point of turning their hair white." He had a pained expression. His acting was so convincing that I almost believed it while watching from the side. Our bird tribe is the same. I heard that Carlo from the lion-tiger tribe was about to be beatified due to the illness, but guess what? Hey, he is fine now, bouncing around. Our tribe's people saw him hunting outside again. As soon as those words came out, the crowd erupted. Everyone knew about Carlo's poisoning and felt sorry for a young warrior being wasted like that. Now hearing that he was fine? Didn't that mean the lion-tiger tribe had the antidote? Austin, the leader of the insect tribe, looked at Jonathan's smug face, and his heart skipped a beat, sensing that something big was about to happen. Sure enough, seeing that the atmosphere was right, Jonathan raised his voice by 8 degrees. When I heard this news, I was both happy and sad. Happy that Carlo is okay, but sad that the lion-tiger tribe has the antidote and is keeping it hidden, watching our brother tribes struggle in dire straits. Their hearts are too dark. I have to say, his ability to incite is simply at a master level of PUA. With just a few words, he directed all the anger of the tribes toward our lion and tiger tribe. Thinking of the suffering members in my tribe, the way these people looked at us changed. They were all gritting their teeth. Jonathan, seeing this effect, probably had a grin that could reach the sky, thinking, this time, let us see if your lion and tiger tribe will hand over the detox beast. Just as Jonathan finished his struggle meeting, Austin, the leader of the insect tribe, came rushing over to inform us, as if he had oil on his feet, rolling and crawling. He didn't even take a sip of water before spilling Jonathan's conspiracy, saying those people were about to come over in a group to demand an explanation. Xinran quickly brought him a bowl of water, and Carlo asked him with a serious face, "Do you have anyone in your insect tribe who is poisoned?" Austin shook his head, saying they didn't hunt much, so no one had been affected. We then understood that he was risking offending Jonathan to help us. Xinran took Austin to see his daughter, Lana, who was living plump and healthy here, which finally reassured Austin. Once Austin left, we quickly gathered to discuss countermeasures. No matter what, we absolutely cannot expose the Indian's existence. Xinran was the first to speak, her tone resolute. Think about it. For this little thing, the Orc continent was once thrown into chaos. If they find out Dian has truly appeared, won't they go crazy? Moreover, Xinran paused, not saying out loud that Dian, being so understanding, saved Carlo only in the most critical moment. She couldn't betray this trust. Besides, Dian is just a tiny creature, even if all her blood was drained. She couldn't save all the orcs on the continent. The tribe leader actually hesitated a bit after hearing this, thinking it was too cruel to watch someone die without helping. Just as he was about to speak up, Carlo spoke first. I agree with Xinran's view. Wow. With that, Xinran immediately smiled sweetly at Carlo. The priest and Kevin also nodded, but only Abel, recently, who knows what was wrong with him, stood there like a wilted eggplant, silent. The priest stroked his beard and analyzed. Xinran is right. This detox beast is a hot potato. Whoever gets it is in trouble. ISNT that old bastard Jonathan always thinking about it. Once exposed, our tribe will never have a peaceful life again. Everyone agreed. And the tribe leader didn't say anything more. Sure enough, not long after, Jonathan showed up with a large group of people, blocking the entrance to our tribe with a fierce momentum, looking like they were there to demolish the place. Reese tribe leader, you are too unreasonable. You have the antidote, but don't share it. Try and monopolize it. One tribe leader came up and started a rant, while Jonathan stood by with his arms crossed, watching the show with a smile. I was watching from the side, almost ready to give Chief Reese an Oscar for his acting skills. TSK. He pretended to be innocent and clueless. What do you mean, brother? What detoxification method? We don't know. Stop lying. Isn't Carlo from your tribe fine now? Isn't he standing there full of energy? That person pointed at Carlo, so angry he was jumping up and down. Rai shunt, wearing a look of helplessness. Carlo's poison has indeed been cured, but we also don't know how. We are currently researching it. And as soon as we figure it out, we will definitely inform everyone. This script was something we had discussed long ago, and both he and Carlo weren't really ignoring the situation. They just wanted to stall a little longer to see if they could come up with a win-win solution. But those people wouldn't believe it. They all looked at Jonathan, waiting for him to make a decision. Jonathan then slowly stood up, sneering. Chief Reese, do you really believe what you're saying? How could Carlo not know how his poison was cured? They started to engage in a verbal sparring match, with Reese stubbornly refusing to mention the detoxification beast, and Jonathan not proactively exposing it, both trying to use public pressure to force us to comply. I'm telling you, Xinran is as soft-hearted as cotton candy. She was quite calm while listening to them arguing, but when she turned around and saw a bunch of orcs behind them tied up, their eyes filled with longing and despair, her heart shattered instantly. Some orcs had blood-red eyes, screaming madly, but more were clear-headed. Upon hearing Reese say he didn't know the antidote, the light in their eyes just went out, and some even cried on the spot. When Carlo saw the distressed expression on Xinran's face, he knew what she was thinking. He had experienced that kind of despair himself, leaned down her ear and whispered, I have a way, follow me. The two quietly slipped back into the room while everyone was distracted. As soon as Dian saw them, he jumped off the bed immediately. Carlo didn't have time to scold him for getting back on the bed. He directly grabbed a wooden bowl. You want to save them, right? Carlo asked. Xinran nodded hesitantly. I don't want to put Dian at risk, but I can't bear to look at them. Am I useless? You're not useless. Carlo patted her head and then revealed a shocking secret. After I woke up, I always felt like there was a fire burning inside me. My strength has increased a lot. I asked Tabitha, and he didn't have the situation. Later, I figured it out. It might be because the blood he drank was diluted. Wow. When I heard Carlo's analysis, I was stunned. It turned out that during the ritual, they only got a little blood from Dian's claw, which had coagulated, and used water to dilute it for Tabitha to drink. As a result, Tabitha's transformation slowed down. Xinran also realized it, her eyes brightening. You mean, you drink pure blood, so it has additional effects, and they only need diluted blood to detoxify? Carlo nodded. This is simply the ultimate form of companionship. Just a little bit of blood can save so many people. Even more amazing, Dian seemed to understand, and actively stretched his little paw over the bowl, making little noises. Xinran was so moved that she hugged Dian and showered him with kisses, while Carlo's face darkened. He yanked Dian from Xinran's arms, took out a military knife, and quickly made a small cut, letting a few drops of blood fall, so fast that Dian didn't even react. They had the blood, but how to get them to drink it? Xinran was troubled again. The two murmured and discussed for a long time before finally coming up with a brilliant idea. They mixed Dian's blood into a large bucket of juice made from wild fruits and prepared a bunch of wild vegetables. When they returned to the doorway, Jonathan and Reese's debate was still ongoing. As soon as Jonathan saw them back, he immediately pointed his spear at Carlo. Carlo, the person involved. Don't you have anything to say? Don't tell me, you don't even know how you got better. All eyes instantly focused on Carlo. After learning about this situation, Jonathan anxiously paced back and forth. If the lion-tiger tribe really captured the detoxifying beast, it would be a disaster. If they used the detoxifying beast to control other tribes, wouldn't his dream of unifying the entire Orc continent be shattered? Moreover, he could very likely be at the mercy of the lion-tiger tribe. No, he must not let this happen. He had to find a way to seize the detoxifying beast. After thinking for a while, Jonathan instructed his subordinates, "Go, gather all the other tribes, and tell them I have clues to cure the red-eye disease." After receiving the order, Jonathan's subordinates acted quickly, soon relaying the news to other tribes. Due to the rampant red-eye disease, other tribes hurriedly came to the bird tribe after receiving the message. Jonathan looked at the leaders of the various tribes seated below and said earnestly, "I know everyone has been troubled by the sudden outbreak of the red-eye disease. Our bird tribe has also been working hard to find a cure. I believe many have heard that the red-eye disease is caused by the magical flower." Since the time Jonathan, Chu Xinran, Kevin, and Abel talked, the news that the red-eye disease is caused by the magical flower gradually spread, and many tribes became aware of it, but nobody knew about the existence of the detoxifying beast. I know you have all started to be wary of the magical flower and no longer approach it, but those orcs who have contracted the red-eye disease are still unable to recover and are suffering in agony. Some of those poison orcs are your relatives, some are your friends, so I understand your feelings. I sympathize with you. Seeing that the people below resonated with his words, Jonathan revealed a satisfied smile and continued, "Today I called you all here to resolve this issue. You all know that Carlo from the lion-tiger tribe also contracted the red-eye disease and reportedly showed symptoms of transformation. However, I recently heard that Carlo's red-eye disease has been cured and he has returned to normal. Our tribe has seen him begin hunting in the wild again." Upon hearing Jonathan's words, the people below began to discuss among themselves. They had heard about Carlo being poisoned and felt regretful, as the lion-tiger tribe had finally produced such a young and capable warrior, only to fall victim to the magical flower's poison. However, they hadn't heard the news of Carlo's recovery. Did the lion-tiger tribe master the method to detoxify? Austin, the leader of the insect tribe, looked at Jonathan's smug expression and had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Jonathan spoke again. "I was very happy to hear this news, as I have some acquaintance with Carlo, and it's naturally great to see his poison cured. But at the same time, I am saddened that the lion-tiger tribe has mastered the method to detoxify the magical flower's poison, but has not shared it with those of us who are still suffering." Jonathan's words successfully stirred up discontent among the other tribes towards the lion-tiger tribe, thinking of their tribesmen still suffering from the red-eye disease. These tribes gradually began to voice their grievances against the lion-tiger tribe. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Jonathan became even more complacent. This time he must force the lion-tiger tribe to hand over the detoxifying beast. Chapter 141. Provocation. Austin hurried from the bird tribe to the lion-tiger tribe, wanting to inform them of this matter. After stirring up the emotions of the other tribes, Jonathan said he wanted to come together to demand an explanation from them. Austin didn't even take a sip of water before hurriedly telling Reese and the others everything that had happened to the bird tribe. "Thank you for coming to inform us, Austin. Here, have a drink of water and take a break," Chu Xinran said, handing Austin a bowl of water. Austin shook his head. "It's nothing. I just think Jonathan might be plotting something bad against your tribe." Austin took the water and gulped it down. "Do you have any orcs in the insect tribe who are poisoned?" After Austin rested for a while, Carlo suddenly asked in a deep voice. "No. The insect tribe actually didn't have any orcs poisoned by the magical flower, but Austin couldn't offend Jonathan, so he had no choice but to go to the bird tribe. As you know, our tribe's orcs are weak in beast form, so we basically don't rely on hunting for survival and rarely approach the wilderness, so no orcs got poisoned." Chu Xinran understood that Carlo was asking this question to help the insect tribe, but since the insect tribe had no orcs poisoned, that was indeed the best outcome. After chatting with Reese, the priest, and Austin for a while, Chu Xinran took Austin to meet his daughter, Lana Lan. Seeing that Lana Lan was doing well and had gained some weight, Austin felt a sense of relief. He knew that sending his daughter Lana Lan to pair with the lion-tiger tribe was the right decision. After Austin left, several members of the lion-tiger tribe began discussing how to deal with Jonathan's instigation. In any case, the existence of Dian must not be revealed. Long ago, the orcs fought over the detoxification beast, causing chaos across the entire orc continent. If they discovered that the detoxification beast had reappeared, it would surely lead to great trouble. Chu Xinran said first. Moreover, There was actually another reason that Chu Xinran did not mention. She always felt that Dian was very perceptive. Perhaps Dian knew how great its abilities were and that it would attract the covetousness and greed of others. Therefore, when Dian first arrived in Carlo and got poisoned, it did not reveal its abilities and remained vigilant. It was only when Carlo was in a dire situation that Dian exposed its powers. Thus, Chu Xinran did not want to betray Dian's trust. She would not let Dian fall into danger. And with so many orcs needing saving, Dian was just a small beast. Even if it drained all its blood, it would not be able to save so many orc lives. After hearing Chu Xinran's words, the chief actually wanted to say something. He felt that so many orcs poisoned by the magical flower were innocent, and since the lion-tiger tribe had a way to save them, it seemed a bit cruel to watch them die without helping. However, since Chu Xinran was Dian's master, it was naturally up to her to decide, and the chief didn't want to say too much. But after thinking it over, the chief still wanted to try to persuade Chu Xinran, but before he could say anything, Carlo spoke up first. I agree with Xinran's view. Hearing Carlo stand on her side, Chu Xinran smiled sweetly at him. The priest and Kevin also agreed with Chu Xinran's idea. Abel had been very silent these past few days, so he did not express any opinions and just stood aside, quietly listening. What Xiaoran said is correct. The existence of the detoxification beast will drive many people crazy. Didn't Jonathan always want to obtain it? If we expose that our tribe has the detoxification beast, then our future days will be troublesome. Not only will Jonathan try to seize the detoxification beast from time to time, but other tribes will also come to trouble us. So the matter of the detoxification beast cannot be revealed, the priest said slowly while stroking his beard. Seeing that everyone agreed with Chu Xinran's view, the chief felt that those words could not be said and had to swallow them back down. Not long after Austin left, Jonathan arrived at the lion-tiger tribe with other orc members from tribes affected by the magical flower poison. Reese, your lion-tiger tribe is being quite ungrateful. Since you already know how to detoxify the magical flower poison, why don't you tell us? Before Jonathan could speak, another dissatisfied tribe chief spoke up first. While Jonathan stood aside, smiling and watching the show. What do you mean by that? We really don't know how to detoxify the magical flower poison. Chief Reese could only pretend to be foolish for now. Stop lying. Isn't Carlo from your lion-tiger tribe already detoxified? Isn't he standing there just fine? This tribe chief pointed angrily at Carlo, who was fine and standing there. Since these people were not friendly, the lion-tiger tribe did not let them enter the tribe. They were all gathered outside the entrance, a dark crowd. Carlo's poison has indeed been detoxified, but we also don't know exactly how it was detoxified. We are currently researching the reasons behind it, and once we understand, we will definitely inform you, Reese said loudly again. This was all pre-discussed. Chu Xinran and Carlo could not really stand by and do nothing. Chu Xinran wanted to take her time to see if she could find a way to save those poisoned orcs without exposing Dian's existence or putting Dian in danger. Although Reese said this, the other tribes did not really believe it. They all looked at Jonathan. Having watched enough of the show, Jonathan finally stepped forward and said, Chief Reese, you don't know how Carlo's poison was detoxified? How is that possible? Do you think we would believe that? Jonathan, I have no need to deceive you. If we had a detoxification method, why would we hide it from you? Jonathan and Reese began to argue back and forth without hurting each other. Reese would not reveal the existence of the detoxification beast, and Jonathan certainly would not bring it up either. He just wanted to pressure the lion-tiger tribe to secretly hand over the detoxification beast. Later, seeing that Reese could not argue with Jonathan, Kevin also couldn't help but join the debate with Jonathan. At this time, Chu Xinran was not paying much attention to their conversation. All her focus was drawn to the group of poisoned orcs tied up behind them. Chapter 142, coming up with a solution. Perhaps to put pressure on the lion-tiger tribe. Jonathan had those tribes bring all the orcs poisoned by the magical flower from their tribes. These orcs were all tightly bound. Among them, a small portion was in the symptomatic phase, their eyes red, fiercely glaring at everyone around them, and they kept making strange noises, but more orcs were currently clear-headed. The longing in their eyes as they looked at the lion-tiger tribe was full of desire. And when they heard Reese say that they did not know the detoxification method, their expressions all turned to despair, with some even crying out loud. Looking at these poor orcs, Chu Xinran thought she would remain calm and prioritize the bigger picture, but seeing the light in those orcs' eyes gradually extinguish, she suddenly felt soft-hearted. She looked at those orcs with some sadness. However, Carlo noticed Chu Xinran's unusual behavior, squeezed her hand, and asked in a low voice. Chu Xinran glanced at Carlo and then at the group of bound orcs. Carlo immediately understood what Chu Xinran was thinking. He looked at those orcs and suddenly remembered his previous situation. Seeing Chu Xinran's somewhat sad expression, he sighed and then leaned down to whisper in her ear, "I have a way, follow me." The two quietly left the entrance of the tribe, while everyone was not paying attention, and returned to their house. Chu Xinran thought no one noticed their actions, but actually, Jonathan, Abel, and Nina all saw it. Jonathan's face darkened, and his tone when speaking to Reese became even more arrogant and impatient. Dian heard the commotion when Chu Xinran and Carlo returned and excitedly jumped down from the bed. "Why did you run back to the bed again?" Chu Xinran hugged Dian, who jumped over to her and pointed at its nose. "Gulialu, Gulialu." Dian happily chirped twice while looking at Carlo with some guilt. But at this moment, Carlo did not care to scold Dian. He brought over a wooden bowl and placed it in front of Dian. "Carlo, what do you mean by this?" Chu Xinran looked at Carlo in confusion. "Ram, do you want to save those poison orcs?" Chu Xinran nodded, her expression somewhat conflicted. "I don't want to put Dian in danger, but seeing those orcs in such a pitiful state, I can't bear it. Am I being useless for not being able to come up with any good ideas?" Carlo comfortingly patted Chu Xinran's head and then said, "Actually, there is something I wanted to tell you. Ever since I woke up that time, I felt like there is a fire burning inside me. My energy has been overly abundant, and my strength has increased a lot." I asked Hobbies, and he didn't experience this situation. After thinking it over, I believe it might be because the blood of the detox beast that Tabis drank was diluted. That day, after Dian let Carlo drink blood, Carlo's wound visibly began to heal slowly. The shaman was greatly surprised, and when Chu Xin came to help bandage Dian's paw, the shaman saved a small drop of blood that dripped from Dian's paw. Later, after discovering that Dian's blood could cure Carlo's red-eye disease, the shaman wanted to give the saved drop of blood to Tabis, but because time had passed, the blood had coagulated and was very little. So, the shaman figured out a way to dilute that little bit of blood with water and let Tabis drink it. The shaman initially thought it would be useless, but unexpectedly, after Tabis drank that bowl of water, the speed of his beast transformation slowed down, and he gradually started to recover. After Carlo learned about this from Tabis and the shaman, he kept contemplating the true purpose of a detox beast. In a story told by Jonathan, the orcs across the continent were madly pursuing the detox beast simply because it could cure 100 poisons, which was clearly unreasonable. Unless Jonathan had deceived them, the detox beast could not only cure poisons, but should also have some more precious uses. Moreover, Dian saving Carlo also illustrated this point well. Carlo's wound stopped bleeding after being licked by Dian, and the speed of recovery was astonishing. Carlo directly drank Dian's blood, which not only cured the poison from the magical flower, but also increased Carlo's combat power. As for Tabis, his red-eye disease had become so severe that he was about to turn into a wild beast. Yet he managed to recover with just a few drops of diluted Dian's blood. The abilities of the detox beast were definitely not as simple as Jonathan claimed. After hearing Carlo's analysis, Chu Xin suddenly understood. "You mean you drank pure blood, so, in addition to detoxifying, it also had other effects. And Tabis' magical flower poison could be detoxified with diluted blood, right?" Carlo nodded. Chu Xin became excited. "If that's the case, as long as we use a little bit of Dian's blood, dilute it with water, we could save so many orcs." And Dian's level of intelligence was beyond Chu Xin's expectations. She didn't expect that after she finished speaking, Dian would consciously extend its paw over the wooden bowl, making a gulu sound. Dian. Chu Xin looked at Dian with emotion, picked it up, and kissed it several times. Seeing this, Carlo's face darkened immediately. He took Dian from Chu Xin's arms, then took out a military knife and quickly made a small cut, dripping a bit of blood into the bowl. Before Dian could react, Carlo had completed the blood extraction. Chu Xin applied some medicine to Dian's wound, then began to have a headache about another matter. "How do we get them to drink this? We can't say it's the blood of a detox beast. We can't expose Dian's existence." Chu Xin and Carlo discussed in low voices for a while and finally came up with a win-win solution. After preparing everything, they carefully hid Dian back in the house and went to the entrance of the tribe, where Jonathan and Rice's argument was still ongoing. When Jonathan saw Carlo and Chu Xin finally appear, he gritted his teeth and pointed his spear at Carlo. "Carlo, as the person involved, don't you have anything to say? Don't tell me you don't even know how your poison was cured?" As soon as Jonathan said this, everyone present looked at Carlo. Chapter 143. Plan failure. Seeing Jonathan pointing a spear at Carlo, Chu Xin stepped forward and stood in front of Carlo. "Jonathan, our chief didn't deceive you. We genuinely don't know how the poison was cured. Carlo himself doesn't know. Perhaps he accidentally ate some mysterious food and thus got rid of the poison." Jonathan sneered. "Are you kidding me? Is the magical flower poison so easy to cure?" How could eating some mysterious food detoxify it? Xinran, do you take me for a fool? I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, then I'll bring out some of the food Carlo has eaten in the past few days for you to try. Maybe after eating this random stuff, you can cure the poison too. Although Jonathan still didn't believe Chu Xinran's nonsense, he couldn't resist the other tribe's orc's desire for detoxification. Since they had come to the lion-tiger tribe, they might as well try everything. What if they really stumbled upon the cure for the magical flower poison? The orcs from other tribes echoed, urging Chu Xinran to bring out the food Carlo had eaten in the past few days. Chu Xinran led a few females into the tribe, while Jonathan coldly observed everything, wanting to see what Chu Xinran would produce. He didn't believe that anything other than the detox beast could cure the magical flower poison. Xinran, what is going on? What food are we going to get? Amy quietly asked in Chu Xinran's ear. This isn't what we agreed on before. Just follow me. Chu Xinran mysteriously replied in a low voice. Chu Xinran took Amy and Nina to the back of the house, where she and Carlo had already prepared some items. There were several wooden barrels filled with juice squeezed from wild fruits and some wild vegetables. The females helped carry these juices and vegetables to the tribe entrance, where everyone looked incredulously at the juices and vegetables. Jonathan sneered and laughed out loud. My dear Xinran, don't tell me this is the antidote for red-eye disease. That's too ridiculous. Yes, isn't this just the wild fruits and vegetables we often eat? Can it really cure the magical flower poison? The orcs from other tribes also expressed their doubts. Chu Xinran didn't respond to Jonathan's taunt, but earnestly said to the orcs, in order to prevent Carlo's beast transformation from worsening, he hasn't eaten meat and has only been eating these wild fruits and vegetables. The juice is a mix of various wild fruits. I'm not lying to you. You could try it and see if it can cure the magical flower poison. If this doesn't work, then we really don't know how Carlo's poison was cured. Although the juices and vegetables looked ridiculous, many orcs, seeing Chu Xinran's sincere demeanor, still approached half-believingly to take the juice and vegetables to feed the orcs in their tribe who were poisoned by the magical flower. After all the orcs poisoned by the magical flower had eaten, everyone present waited quietly for a miracle to happen. However, after a while, the beast-transformed orcs showed no reaction, and Jonathan's patience had worn thin. He looked mockingly at the lion-tiger tribe people and said, "Is it fun to play with us? I tell you, hurry up and hand over the detoxification method. Otherwise, all the tribes here will become enemies with your lion-tiger tribe. Just wait." But before Jonathan could finish his sentence, a cheer erupted from behind. The beast fur is disappearing. The beast fur is disappearing. These wild fruits and vegetables really work. As the first orc began to recover, the other beast-transformed orcs also slowly started to recover, and everyone cheered. It turned out these things really worked. Chu Xinran hadn't lied to them. Look, I didn't lie to you, did I? Carlo really got better after eating these random things. We also don't know what is going on. Seeing that the orcs had detoxified, Chu Xinran felt happy too. At this moment, no one doubted Chu Xinran's words anymore. They all excitedly came forward to thank the lion-tiger tribe's people. If it weren't for these items, the poisoned orcs in their tribe would definitely not have been saved. Although they didn't understand how the poison was cured, they felt that it must be the beast god protecting them. That it was the beast god's divine intervention that allowed these ordinary wild fruits and vegetables to have detoxifying properties. The beast god must be blessing them. Chu Xinran took the opportunity to say. After hearing Chu Xinran's words, all the orcs from the tribes nodded in agreement, believing that she was right, and that the beast god was indeed protecting them. Some excited orcs even knelt down and began to kowtow to the beast god. Although Chu Xinran knew that the orcs and females in the orc continent all believe in the beast god, she didn't expect their faith to be so devout, accepting her claims without any doubt and believing firmly. After the situation was resolved, these tribes prepared to leave. Before leaving, Chu Xinran asked them to take the remaining juice and wild vegetables back to give to those tribes that hadn't come. Only a portion of the tribes had come with Jonathan today. Many others had not. Jonathan, seeing that things had developed to this point, was filled with rage. He glared at Carlo and Chu Xinran, throwing out a remark that he would never let this go, and left in a huff. Jonathan's original plan was to use these tribes to pressure the lion-tiger tribe, and then negotiate with the lion-tiger tribe privately. If the lion-tiger tribe handed over the detoxifying beast, he would help them deal with these tribes, but if they didn't hand it over, he would lead these tribes to attack the lion-tiger tribe. However, he didn't expect that Chu Xinran, using some method, had managed to cure the poison of these orcs. He didn't believe in her nonsense about the beast god. It had to be related to the detoxifying beast. He wouldn't give up easily. The detoxifying beast must not be left in the lion-tiger tribe. These people would pay for it. After everyone left, The chief and the shaman eagerly asked what had happened. Carlo and I diluted the blood in the juice of those wild fruits. They definitely won't find out. Chu Xinran proudly raised her head and boasted. This was her idea. Although it was a bit unreliable, it managed to deceive those orcs and cured their poison, achieving 2 goals at once. The shaman helplessly patted Chu Xinran's head, reminding her not to joke about the beast god in the future. The beast god would punish her. Understood, I won't do it next time. Chu Xinran playfully stuck out her tongue and obediently nodded. Chapter 144. Attacking the lion-tiger tribe after Jonathan returned, he was unwilling to accept the situation. When he told the story to Chu Xinran and the others, he indeed concealed many things. He only told them that the blood of the detoxifying beast could cure the poison of the enchanted flower. But now, Chu Xinran and the others didn't know what method had been used to cure the poison. Had they discovered some greater use for the detoxifying beast? The more Jonathan thought about it, the more restless he became. Since he couldn't obtain the detoxifying beast through schemes, he would have to resort to force. Jonathan had never had something he wanted but couldn't get for so many years. He had to seize the detoxifying beast. As soon as he decided to act, Jonathan called his subordinates over, deployed the plan, and prepared to set out. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Do you understand? Jonathan shouted loudly from above. Yes. The orcs of the bird tribe also knew that their chief was serious this time because Jonathan hadn't personally taken action for a long time. He had previously only instructed his subordinates. Now he was going to personally lead the charge against the lion-tiger tribe, indicating that he was truly angered. Fueled by his rage, Jonathan quickly arrived at the lion-tiger tribe. The orcs patrolling near the lion-tiger tribe soon detected unusual movements ahead and hurried back to report to the chief. It seemed that Jonathan had finally taken action. Kevin, Abel Dar, let's get our weapons. Follow the previous plan. Carlo, upon hearing this news, was not surprised. He had long been prepared. Due to previous frictions with the bird tribe, Carlo knew that the lion-tiger tribe and the bird tribe would eventually clash. So he had started training the orcs in the tribe early on, planning to catch Jonathan off guard. After receiving the news, Chu Xinran, together with the chief, directed all the females, elderly, and children to hide in the cellar. Last time, hiding in the house had resulted in an accident, and it would also distract Carlo and the others from protecting them. Hiding in the cellar would make it harder for the orcs of the bird tribe to find them. Jonathan, hiding outside the lion-tiger tribe, was fully prepared but was unaware that Carlo had also made preparations inside the tribe. Let's go. We charge, Jonathan shouted, leading a team of orcs who transformed into their beast forms and flew into the sky, while another team rushed towards the entrance of the lion-tiger tribe. However, Jonathan didn't expect that as soon as they flew over the territory of the lion-tiger tribe, numerous sharp objects shot up from the ground towards them. Jonathan hurriedly began to flap his wings to dodge, but heard the surrounding orcs continuously letting out cries of pain as they were struck. Even worse, Jonathan heard screams coming from below. He looked down and saw that the orcs he had sent to attack the ground had all fallen into traps set in front of the lion-tiger tribe, which were filled with sharp wooden spikes that had deeply pierced their bodies. Jonathan realized that this was truly a grave situation. The lion-tiger tribe had actually made thorough preparations in advance, but at this point, it was too late to retreat. Jonathan could only do his best to dodge the arrows shot from the ground while directing the uninjured orcs to charge down and attack those on the ground. Shoot those who have already been hit by arrows, Carlo commanded while shooting arrows. Those orcs hit by one arrow were still barely flying in the air, but being hit by a second arrow would certainly cause them to fall. However, even with many arrows, they would eventually run out. Once the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe had used up all their arrows, Jonathan immediately seized the opportunity to lead the surviving orcs down. But the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe had now pulled out their spears and shields, firmly blocking the aerial attacks. Since there were not many orcs from the bird tribe still circling in the air, Jonathan couldn't find an opportunity to attack, and staying airborne was exhausting. He had no choice but to lead the remaining orcs down into the lion-tiger tribe, transforming into human form. You actually prepared in advance? Jonathan touched his face, which had been grazed by an arrow, and felt a hand full of blood. He glared fiercely at Carlo and said, "Carlo, will you still not admit defeat? Look at how many of you are left now." Carlo looked at Jonathan and warned him in a deep voice. The orcs that Jonathan had brought this time had already lost half of their numbers at the entrance of the lion-tiger tribe. Those still trapped in the pit couldn't come out, and half of the orcs circling in the air had fallen due to arrows, now lying on the ground and crying out in pain. Only a few orcs were still standing behind Jonathan. Admit defeat? Jonathan sneered disdainfully. "I've never known what the word defeat means since I was born. Charge!" With Jonathan's command, the remaining orcs rushed forward. and Carlo waved his hand to lead the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe to meet them. The orcs of the bird tribe were already few in number, and with Abel, Kevin, and Dar, who were extremely powerful, engaging in battle with them, the orcs of the bird tribe were being pushed back steadily, with only Jonathan still standing alone against Carlo. But Jonathan was increasingly feeling powerless as he fought. When did Carlo become so strong? Jonathan found it hard to believe. He had assessed Carlo's combat strength before. Although he was formidable among the young orcs, defeating him was still a challenge for Jonathan. But why had he suddenly become so powerful? Jonathan suddenly thought of something. Did you drink the blood of the detox beast? Jonathan shouted angrily. Carlo glanced at Jonathan coldly without saying a word, but his force and speed increased significantly, making it even harder for Jonathan to resist. Looking at Carlo, who was unscathed, while he himself bore wounds all over his body, Jonathan realized he would gain nothing today. He simply could not defeat Carlo. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Carlo seemed to not even be using his full strength. Jonathan began to feel a sense of dread. He shot Carlo a fierce look, seized an opportunity, transformed into his beast form, and flew away, shouting, "We retreat." When Jonathan left the bird tribe, he took many orcs with him, but only a few returned, which shocked the others in the bird tribe. This was the first time they had suffered such a devastating defeat with such heavy casualties. Jonathan mourned for the lost orcs, feeling immense sorrow at having lost so much combat power. He couldn't even bear to think about the fate of the captured prisoners. Chapter 145, Red-Eyed Tyrannosaurus Rex. To Jonathan's surprise, the lion-tiger tribe did not do anything to the prisoners. Carlo had them locked up first, and then some seriously injured orcs were given medicine and provided with food and water daily. However, the lion-tiger tribe sent word to Jonathan, demanding a ransom of 5 wild beasts for each orc in exchange for their freedom. When Jonathan first heard this, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury. 5 wild beasts for 1 orc? Why didn't the lion-tiger tribe just take them? But Jonathan couldn't simply abandon these orcs. In the end, he gritted his teeth and paid the hefty price to rescue the injured orcs, which made him realize that he seemed unable to take action against the lion-tiger tribe now. This method was actually suggested by Chu Xinran. According to the previous rules of the lion-tiger tribe, they would not kill these prisoners, but also would not go out of their way to save them. They would just abandon them to fend for themselves. However, Chu Xinran felt that it was too cruel to watch those orcs die helplessly, so it was better to use them to exchange for some food for the tribe. Chu Xinran's idea excited the tribe, and they implemented it immediately. In the end, they successfully exchanged these prisoners for a lot of food. This battle was indeed worth it. Chu Xinran thought that the crisis brought by the magical flower had finally passed, but unexpectedly, a greater calamity awaited them. While Carlo was out hunting with the orcs, he suddenly sensed a wave of unfamiliar auras approaching the lion-tiger tribe, and he immediately became alert. He instructed the others to return to the tribe first, and went with Kevin to investigate the source of the unfamiliar aura. However, to Carlo's surprise, it was not orcs or beasts wanting to attack the lion-tiger tribe, but Austin, fleeing in a panic with dozens of orcs and females. Seeing the dire state of the insect tribe, Carlo knew something must have gone terribly wrong. He and Kevin hurriedly welcomed them back to the tribe. When Chu Xinran heard the news, she rushed out. Seeing that many of the insect tribe orcs were injured, she quickly gathered a lot of herbs with Imanina and began treating the wounded orcs. The females from the insect tribe were also terrified, both scared and exhausted. Dian Yang was responsible for settling these females, giving them some food before letting them rest. Once all the orcs and females were settled, Reese finally had the chance to ask Austin what had happened. A look of utter despair appeared on Austin's face as he sadly told Chu Xinran and the others, "Our insect tribe is left with just a few of us." "What? How is that possible? What happened? Where are the others?" Lana Lan, who was busy caring for the other females, heard Austin's words and asked in disbelief, her eyes quickly filling with tears. "All of them perished." Austin choked up. Chu Xinran widened her eyes in disbelief. She remembered that the insect tribe had at least 100 members, but now over half had been lost, leaving only these few. What on earth had happened? "Austin, what exactly happened?" "It's the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus Rex." As soon as Austin spoke, everyone present changed their expressions. Chu Xinran had heard of Tyrannosaurus Rex, but had never seen one. She knew its destructive power was immense, and several orcs together might not defeat it. But now, a red-eyed Tyrannosaurus Rex had appeared. When we were in the tribe, we suddenly heard a huge roar. I went out to see a red-eyed Tyrannosaurus Rex charging towards our tribe. It was extremely aggressive, leaving nothing intact in its path. Everything was swept away by its tail. Seeing this, I quickly directed everyone in the tribe to escape, but it was too late. We couldn't outrun the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Austin recalled the scene and still felt a lingering fear. The red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex was enormous, easily capable of crushing an orc with a single paw. Its sturdy tail could sweep an orc away with just a light swipe. The red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex seemed to go mad, destroying everything in its sight, especially the orc females, who appeared as insignificant as ants to it. Even though Austin desperately led all the tribe members to flee, they were ultimately left with just these few, while the rest were killed by the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex. Hearing Austin recount the earlier events, some of the females from the insect tribe began to cry out loud. Many had lost their relatives, and some had lost their partners in that disaster. Upon hearing about the appearance of the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex, Carlo's expression became extremely serious as he asked Austin in a deep voice, "How far is the place where you lost the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex from here? Did you only see one?" "Yes, we only saw one, and it left our insect tribe in this state. The red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex chased us for a while, but then it seemed to find something else that interested it more and changed direction, about a day's journey from here." If it was only a day's journey away, that meant the lion-tiger tribe was also in danger, very close to the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex, because Chu Xinran knew that when Carlo and the others went hunting, they sometimes traveled half a day's journey, making it highly likely they would encounter that red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex. After clarifying the situation, Reese told Austin to let his people rest well, saying, "Don't worry, since you have come to our lion-tiger tribe, you can stay peacefully. You helped us so much in the past, and now we will not abandon you." Reese instructed Dian Yang to distribute houses to these insect tribe members, checking which houses still had empty beds so they could settle in properly. After learning about the existence of the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus rex, the people of the lion-tiger tribe also became anxious. Carlo was more cautious when going out to hunt with the orcs and also increased patrols around the tribe. If there were any unusual movements, they must report them immediately, leaving no room for negligence. Chapter 146. The southern side of the Orc continent, even with enhanced patrols in the tribe, Chu Xinran still slept uneasily at night, constantly worried about the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. Tossing and turning in bed finally caught Carlo's attention. He lay on the other side in the dark and whispered, "What's wrong? Can't sleep? Carlo, if the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus really comes to our tribe, do you think we can fight it?" Since she couldn't sleep anyway, Chu Xinran turned to face Carlo and asked him, "It's difficult." Carlo's succinct response made Chu Xinran even more restless, and she sighed, sinking into distress. "Carlo, I feel like this place might not be suitable for us anymore. If the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus really comes, we can't fight it or run away. Are we just going to wait here to die? You're not wrong, but moving is hard. The tribe won't agree to it." Carlo understood what Chu Xinran meant, but relocating was a significant matter, and the tribe members would never agree. They had moved to this place decades ago to escape danger, and after finally settling down, they wouldn't agree to move again unless absolutely necessary. Sigh. Chu Xinran sigh. She only had a preliminary idea about this, but she hadn't figured out how to implement it. "Carlo, are there really only these dozens of tribes on the Orc continent? Didn't they say the Orc continent is vast? Is what we see now the entirety of the Orc continent?" Carlo shook his head. "There should be more than these dozens of tribes, but I'm not very clear on the specifics. You can ask Grandpa Shaman tomorrow. He should know." After saying this, Carlo suddenly shifted positions and lay next to Chu Xinran. They had kept some distance while sleeping, but now Carlo closed that gap, startling Chu Xinran and causing her face to flush. Carlo pulled Chu Xinran into his arms, patting her back and softly coaxing, "Sleep early. There are many things to do tomorrow." Listening to Carlo's gentle voice, sleepiness gradually overcame Chu Xinran. With the steady and strong heartbeat of Carlo beside her, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Chu Xinran rushed to find a shaman. "Grandpa Shaman, are there only these dozens of tribes on the Orc continent? How big is the Orc continent? Is everything we see now all there is to it? Why are you suddenly interested in these questions today?" The shaman smiled while organizing the herbs in his hands. Chu Xinran didn't dare tell him that she was considering relocation. Instead, she acted cute and said, "I'm just curious. Please tell me." The shaman set down what he was holding and sat at the table. Seeing that the shaman was about to launch into a lengthy explanation, Chu Xinran hurriedly poured him a bowl of water and placed it in front of him eagerly. The shaman smiled at Chu Xinran and then began, "You know that the sea beast tribe lives by the sea, right?" Chu Xinran nodded quickly. She knew the sea beast tribe lived by the sea and that they likely used seawater to make salt. However, since it was the territory of the sea beast tribe, she had never been there or seen the vast ocean. The Orc continent is divided by that ocean. We are currently on the northern side of the Orc continent, and on the other side of the ocean is the southern side. This was the first time Chu Xinran had heard of this. She always thought that what she saw was the complete picture of the Orc continent, but it turned out to be only half. Then why do people never mention the southern side when talking about the Orc continent? Are there tribes on the southern side? Are they like us? Chu Xinran asked curiously. The shaman shook his head. I don't know. No one has ever crossed that ocean to see what's there, so no one knows if there are other tribes existing there. Therefore, we usually assume that side doesn't exist and consider the Orc continent based only on our northern side. Additionally, this idea has been passed down from earlier generations. In my lifetime, I have never seen an Orc come from the southern side. Perhaps there is nothing there, but it's also possible that it is just like our northern side with its own tribes. If the other side of the ocean is also a landmass, then since there are so many tribes surviving on this northern side, there must be tribes on the southern side as well. I wonder what they are like. Do they rely on hunting for survival, like us on the northern side? Since learning about this, Chu Xinran has been curious about the southern part of the continent. However, very few people knew about it, and no one had seen the southern side, so she couldn't gather more information. Later, the tribe leader discussed with the shaman, Carlo, and others and decided to officially take in the dozens of orcs and females from the insect tribe. They had spent a long time together with those from the insect tribe, and these orcs and females were hardworking and brave, with no ill intentions. Unlike the previous herbivorous tribe members who were ungrateful and greedy. After Carlo informed Chu Xinran about this, she readily agreed. She had always had a good impression of the insect tribe people. Just looking at the differences between Leader Austin and Leader Butte was enough to see the vast contrast in the kind of people they led. After learning this, Austin was extremely grateful to the Lion-Tiger tribe and voluntarily offered to resign from his position as leader of the insect tribe, stating that he would become a member of the Lion-Tiger tribe from now on, no longer the leader of the insect tribe. He understood deeply that it was an act of great kindness for the Lion-Tiger tribe to take them in, since the orcs from the insect tribe had no combat strength and could only do manual labor. Meanwhile, life in the Lion-Tiger tribe was flourishing, and by joining them, they could enjoy a better life. Chapter 147. The Beast Tide erupts. The situation with the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus was clearly just the beginning. The chaos on the Orc continent was not over. While Carlo, Kevin, and Abel were hunting outside, they noticed that some small wild beasts had recently been very restless, often panicking and running around the forest like headless flies. Kevin had even witnessed a long-eared beast crash into a tree right in front of him and die. Carlo, is the beast tide coming? Kevin couldn't help but say when another sheep beast crashed to its death before them. Carlo remained silent, but his expression was serious. They all knew this was a sign that the beast tide was approaching. Before a beast tide arrives, it is the smaller wild animals that first sense it. They will go into a frenzy several days before the tide, behaving in all sorts of incredible ways. Kevin picked up the sheep beast he had accidentally killed and returned to the tribe with Carlo and the others to inform the tribe members about it. Having experienced a beast tide before, Chu Xinran was not panicked this time. She packed her things with the females in the tribe and then hid in the cellar. Carlo made several holes in the cellar door for air circulation. Carlo took Kevin, Abner, and the others into the house to hide, as they still needed to observe the situation of the beast tide outside to avoid being caught off guard in case of any accidents. Fortunately, the Lion-Tiger tribe reacted quickly this time. They had barely hidden when the beast tide erupted. Carlo frowned deeply as he watched the frenzied beasts wreaking havoc inside the tribe. This time, there were many more red-eyed beasts compared to the last beast tide, with more than half of them having red eyes, madly destroying everything in sight and biting anything they encountered. Although the red-eye disease among the beastmen had eased, the wild beasts outside were completely uncontrollable. Lured by the magical flowers, these beasts had essentially been poisoned by them, turning the once rational beasts into even more brutal and savage creatures. Soon, the Lion-Tiger tribe was in ruins, everything in the square was in disarray and worse. The beasts smelled the scent of the beastmen in the house and were violently crashing against it, trying to break it open. At that moment, Carlo was very grateful that Chu Xinran and the others had hidden in the cellar, as even though the beasts could smell the presence of people underground, they couldn't find the entrance, which was utterly useless. The impact of the beasts became increasingly intense, although the walls of the house were very sturdy. They couldn't withstand so many frenzied beasts attacking at once. Carlo noticed that some walls had already developed cracks and knew that if they stayed in the house any longer, it would be destroyed. Thus, Carlo decisively instructed Kevin and Abner to join him in rushing down. They could no longer stay in the house. He told them to wait for his command, and they would kick open the door and rush out together, then find a way to create an opening and jump onto the roof. Kevin and Abner nodded, and Carlo waited for the right moment, shouting, "Charge!" The three kicked open the door and rushed out. When the beasts outside saw them emerge, they all drooled madly and surrounded them, wanted to tear them apart and eat them. Although the three of them were powerful, they couldn't withstand so many frenzied beasts attacking at once. They struggled to fight off the surrounding beasts while slowly moving outward, eventually finding an opening to jump onto the roof of the house. Seeing their prey slip away, the red-eyed beasts became even more agitated, roaring loudly. The scene was spectacular. Hundreds of beasts surrounded a house, raising their heads and roaring deafeningly at the three beastmen on the roof. Chu Xinran, unaware of what was happening outside, could only hear the thunderous sounds of the beasts trampling on the ground, causing dust and dirt to fall from the ceiling of the cellar, landing on those hiding inside, even getting into their eyes. Chu Xinran hurriedly urged everyone to cover their heads with animal skins to prevent the dust from getting into their eyes. Among the beasts surrounding Carlo and the others, some that could fly had already taken to the roof to attack them, but Carlo, Kevin, and Abner stood back to back, leaving no gaps, and unhesitatingly stabbed at the attacking beasts with their knives. Carlo's military knife was particularly sharp, capable of ending a beast's life in an instant. What frightened Carlo, Kevin, and Abner was that any beast that fell to the ground, whether dead or alive, were quickly surrounded by other beasts that devoured them, creating a bloody and brutal scene that almost made Kevin vomit. The flying beasts came in droves to attack, but they were all knocked down by Carlo and the others. The non-flying beasts gradually began to attempt to jump onto the roof to attack them, but they were all kicked off. Carlo and the others held their ground against the beasts for a long time, their stamina gradually wearing thin. Fortunately, the beasts seemed to realize they could not eat these three beastmen and gradually began to give up, turning to search for other food. Finally, when the last beast left the vicinity of the lion-tiger tribe and ran off, Carlo and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that it was over. After waiting a while to ensure the beast would not return, they hurriedly jumped down and opened the cellar door, urging the tribesmen inside to come out quickly. After so many days of hiding in the cellar, it must have been quite uncomfortable. Chapter 148. Attempt to migrate. When they emerged and saw the chaotic state of the tribe, everyone in the lion-tiger tribe was shocked. The destructive power of this beast tide was far greater than any previous ones. Almost everything visible in their tribe had been destroyed, with only the houses still standing intact, while everything else had been ruined. Chu Xinran looked at the scene before her with increasing worry. The number of red-eyed beasts would only grow, and the next beast tide would surely be even more severe. Would they just sit back and wait for that to happen? But fortunately, there were no casualties in the lion-tiger tribe during this beast tide. Only things were destroyed. Austin was also very relieved to have joined the lion-tiger tribe before this beast tide. If their insect tribe had faced such a crisis, it would have suffered heavy losses. Although feeling heavy-hearted, Chu Xinran quickly threw herself into the work of rebuilding the tribe. Since many things were destroyed this time, she and the females needed to weave many small items again, while the beastmen were responsible for constructing larger structures. Several walls of the houses had developed cracks, and they needed to find a way to repair them. After the beast tide ended, the chief sent Luke to other tribes to gather information about the current situation. But Luke returned with extremely bad news. You mean other tribes suffered heavy casualties? Some tribes were even wiped out? The chief exclaimed in disbelief. Luke nodded, explaining that this beast tide was too powerful. The red-eyed beasts were too frenzied. Many tribes that hid in caves could not withstand the attacks of the beasts, resulting in their entire tribe being eaten by them. Luke's words plunged everyone present into silence. It was truly terrifying. Such severe situations had never occurred before. How would they cope with future beast tides if this continued? Chu Xinran felt they could no longer sit idly by. She couldn't help but stand up and voice her thoughts. Chief, Grandpa Shaman, have you ever considered migrating from here? I really think we can't stay here any longer. Migrate? The chief and the shaman widened their eyes in shock. No, how can we do that? We have barely settled here and figured out the surroundings. What about the crops we planted? No, we can't do that. The tribesmen would never agree. Chu Xinran knew they wouldn't easily accept this idea, so she patiently advised. Uncle Chief, Grandpa Shaman, I understand your concerns. But now, there's not only the crisis of the beast tide, but also the existence of the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. What if one day the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus attacks our tribe? Are we supposed to hide in the cellar? The red-eyed Tyrannosaurus might even create a big pit in the ground. And while the food is indeed important, can anything be more important than the safety of everyone in our tribe? As long as we're alive, we can continue to create more food with our own hands. But if people are gone, we will truly have nothing left. In fact, Carlo had known about Chu Xinran's idea early on and agreed with her. Hearing her say these things, Kevin, Abel, and Eminina were actually persuaded by Chu Xinran. However, the older orcs and females found it hard to accept. The chief and the shaman had to consider stability for the entire tribe first. They were living well now. They couldn't take the whole tribe to take risks. Migration was not a small matter, and there were many factors to consider. Xinran, I understand your thoughts, but I cannot agree. Do you know how long it took for our lion-tiger tribe to find a suitable place during our migration? Many elders and females died on the way. Moreover, if we migrate, where will we go? Can you find a suitable place? Can you ensure that the place we migrate to will be safer than here? The chief sighed. We cannot be certain of these things. So in a situation where it is not absolutely necessary, we cannot migrate. And even if I agree, the orcs and females in the tribe will not. They have a strong sense of belonging to the tribe and are very satisfied with this place. Persuading them to migrate is very difficult. After hearing so much from the chief, Chu Xinran realized that he would never agree to the migration. She slumped her shoulders in frustration. The chief was right. She had considered it too simply. She only thought about migrating and leaving this place. But where could they migrate to? How would they get there? Would there be dangers on the road? She hadn't thought about any of this. Seeing Chu Xinran's mood drop, Carlo walked over and patted her head, softly comforting her. Don't be upset. I know you're doing this for the good of the tribe. We'll take our time discussing this. We'll find a way. Chu Xinran nodded firmly. She couldn't just give up. There would always be a solution. At least Carlo was still supporting her. Everyone in the lion-tiger tribe worked hard for many days to restore the tribe to its original state. Due to the significant losses some tribes suffered, the chief eventually sent people to deliver food to those struggling tribes. The lion-tiger tribe's actions earned them respect and gratitude from many tribes. The news of the lion-tiger tribe defeating the bird tribe gradually spread. And now these tribes began to realize that the era of the bird tribe's dominance seemed to be coming to an end. The lion-tiger tribe was the strongest tribe on their orc continent. When Jonathan heard this, he was furious and smashed many things. However, he truly couldn't do anything to the lion-tiger tribe now. He couldn't defeat them, and the recent beast tide had also caused heavy losses for the bird tribe, leaving them with no strength to deal with the lion-tiger tribe. Jonathan never expected that the young orc Carlo would one day push him to such a point when he saw him at the exchange conference. But he wouldn't give up easily. Did the lion-tiger tribe think they were safe just because they had the detox beast? Dream on. He had now learned some information about the lion-tiger tribe and was just waiting to give those from the lion-tiger tribe a good show at the upcoming exchange conference. Chapter 149. The exchange conference time passed quickly, and Chu Xinran still vividly remembered what happened at the last exchange conference. This year's exchange conference had arrived once again. Although many events had occurred recently on the orc continent, they still had to participate in the exchange conference, as it was a rare opportunity to gather all the tribes together and exchange many unexpected items. This time, Carlo, Chu Xinran, Kevin, Abel, and Eminina went to participate together. They brought some food from their tribe to exchange for other items. The lion-tiger tribe had already mastered many methods of planting food, so Chu Xinran didn't plan to hide this food anymore. After all, they couldn't selfishly watch other tribes continue to live in hardship. Letting these tribes know that this food was edible could at least help them somewhat. Because the lion-tiger tribe had defeated the bird tribe and sent food to other tribes previously, many tribes now held great respect and gratitude towards the lion-tiger tribe. Unlike the cold reception when the lion-tiger tribe attended the last exchange conference, this time, other tribes warmly greeted the lion-tiger tribe upon their arrival. After Carlo found a place to set up camp for Chu Xinran and the others, he took Chu Xinran to wander around to see if they could find anything new. As they walked, Chu Xinran once again saw Joseph, who was selling salt with the sea beast tribe's orcs. A long line had formed in front of him, and Joseph still had that familiar arrogant look on his face. After all, salt was a necessity for every tribe. So Chu Xinran understood why so many tribes would lower themselves to queue up and exchange high prices for salt from Joseph. Joseph also saw Carlo and Chu Xinran. But unlike last time, when he deliberately provoked them, this time he pretended not to see them and turn away. As Chu Xinran and Carlo walked past the salt exchange line, they heard a commotion and arguing ahead. Curious, Chu Xinran looked over, wondering what trouble Joseph had caused this time. She saw an older orc looking distressed as he faced Joseph, holding wild beast meat in his hands, pleading, "Did you not always say that this much wild beast meat could be exchanged for a jar of salt? Why has it now doubled? We barely managed to gather this wild beast meat. Please just exchange it for a jar of salt." "Can't exchange." "Then step aside. Can't you see all the people waiting behind?" Joseph glanced at the orc impatiently. "Do you think our sea beast tribe wants to raise prices? Look at how much has happened on the orc continent recently. We painstakingly produced this salt under such chaotic circumstances. What's wrong with raising the price a bit? If you can't afford it, hurry and step aside. Don't waste my time. Saying this, Joseph pushed the orc aside and began trading with the next one. Chu Xinran looked at the elderly orc pitifully crouched on the ground and hurriedly picked up the scattered wild beast meat. His eyes were filled with despair. And Chu Xinran felt a pang of sympathy as she rushed over to help him up. Are you okay, uncle? Chu Xinran asked as she assisted the elderly orc to his side. You are from the lion-tiger tribe? The elderly orc looked at Carlo with surprise. He had seen Carlo before. Chu Xinran nodded. Hearing this, the elderly orc's face showed a grateful expression as he excitedly said, I am an orc from the serpent tribe. After the beast tide, it was thanks to your lion-tiger tribe that you sent us so much food, which helped our tribe get through the tough times. Thank you so much. I had always wanted to find you to express my gratitude. The serpent tribe? Chu Xinran thought for a moment. From the meaning of the name, the beast form of the orcs in this tribe should all be snakes, which is the same as Abel's beast form, right? Did you not manage to exchange for salt? Chu Xinran recalled the scene she had seen earlier. The old orc sighed, saying, yes, I don't know what to do either. The last beast tide wiped out all the food our tribe had stored. If it weren't for your tribe sending us food, we might have starved to death back then. Now, we finally gathered enough beast meat, but who knew that the sea beast tribe would raise the price without any notice? What do you plan to do next? We can only find a way to hunt again. Our tribe must get salt. Otherwise, how will we survive in the future? But it's really difficult to catch prey here. The expression on the orc's face grew more helpless and pained. Almost all the tribes had gathered here, usually to prevent any unexpected events. The tribes that came to exchange items brought a lot of beast meat to avoid running out. However, a considerable number of tribes had already run out of beast meat and could only hunt nearby again. Because so many orcs were gathered here, the wild beasts would not come close due to the unfamiliar scents. Moreover, many orcs were out hunting, making it very difficult to catch prey near the exchange conference. Chu Xinran only learned about this later, realizing how impressive and formidable the 5-tusked beasts that Carlo had caught overnight to exchange for clothes for her were. However, seeing the old orc, she felt pity and hesitated before glancing at Carlo, who nodded at her. How about this? We have some extra salt, and we can exchange it with you at the previous price. Upon hearing this, the orc was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. Our snake beast tribe will not forget your help. Thank you so much. You are really too kind. Chu Xinran and Carlo led the orc back to their camp, where Chu Xinran brought out a jar filled to the brim with salt and handed it to the orc. The orc expressed endless gratitude to Carlo and Chu Xinran, as they had taken such good care of them. The jar of salt was filled to the brim, almost overflowing. The jar of salt exchanged with the sea beast tribe was usually not filled completely. After sending off the orc, Chu Xinran used the beast meat he gave to exchange for some small trinkets and wrapped up the first day of the exchange conference. Chapter 150. Jonathan makes a move that night. Chu Xinran told Abel about this matter, thinking he would be happy since the snake beast tribe should be similar to his beast form and might have some connection. However, Abel merely nodded lightly without saying anything. Chu Xinran was puzzled. Ever since Carlo's poison was cured, Abel had been silent. She had privately asked him if something had happened, but he refused to say. When Amy found Abel, he was sitting under a tree, staring blankly at the grass in front of him. Abel, what's wrong with you lately? You're not talking much, and you were indifferent when Xinran spoke to you just now. Abel remained silent. Seeing him like this, Amy felt a bit irritated. She raised her voice. Is it because Xinran is with Carlo that you look like you're half dead? Abel still said nothing, but Amy knew she had hit the mark. Ever since Carlo's poison was cured, although Carlo and Chu Xinran had not explicitly stated it, they could see that Carlo and Chu Xinran were officially together now. Previously, although they were close, there seemed to be a barrier between them, but now they had presumably opened up, and their intimate actions had increased significantly, creating a situation where no one could intervene. Abel had been feeling down because of this, and seeing him in this state made Amy feel sad for him. It was only a matter of time before Xinran and Carlo got together. You should have realized this long ago. But why do you still like Xinran? Amy's voice was somewhat desolate. She felt pity for Abel, but also thought that it was even more pitiful for her to sit here and try to advise him. You don't understand. Abel finally spoke, but what he said made Amy even sadder. What do you mean I don't understand? You're the one who doesn't understand. If you understood, why can't you see that I like you? Why can you only see Xinran? Abel, I know Xinran is a great female. She is smart and kind and treats everyone well. But Xinran is already with Carlo now. It's impossible for you too. Why don't you look at other females? Amy's eyes were red. No matter how much she had done for Abel, he couldn't see it. His eyes were only on Xinran. and all his emotions stem from her. Amy, I'm not a good orc. I'm just wasting time here. Do you understand? As soon as Abel said this, Amy's tears fell. She finally realized that it wasn't that Abel didn't understand or couldn't see, but whether he was willing to understand and willing to see. Feeling sad, Amy left. She had done everything she could, but it was still of no use. Listening to the gradually fading footsteps, Abel sighed. He wasn't unaware of Amy's feelings for him, but his heart had always been on Chu Xinran. At first, he was only attracted to Chu Xinran's abilities, thinking that being with her would help him become the tribe leader in the future, so he habitually paid attention to her. However, gradually, he saw numerous shining points in Chu Xinran. She was capable, warm-hearted, kind, and generous. Each of these traits deeply attracted him, causing him to gradually change his initial thoughts, leaving no room for anyone else in his eyes. Now that she was with Carlo, Abel knew it was only a matter of time, but he was unwilling to accept it. Why did Carlo have to compete with him for everything he desired? The position of leader was one thing, and now it was the same with Chu Xinran. But he would not give up so easily. Jonathan arrived with the bird tribe on the second day of the exchange conference. This time, Jonathan was not as flamboyant as before. Everyone knew that the bird tribe had suffered a terrible defeat against the lion-tiger tribe recently, and looked at Jonathan and the bird tribe with strange eyes. Although Jonathan was furious at the change in people's attitudes, he still needed to utilize these tribes. So he endured this time. He would make these tribes understand who the strongest person on the orc continent truly was. While Carlo, Chu Xinran, and their group were wandering around, Jonathan blocked them in the area with the most people. Jonathan, what is up? Didn't you suffer enough last time? What do you want from us this time? Kevin glanced at Jonathan and mocked him. At this moment, surrounding orcs and females had gathered around, and upon hearing Kevin's words, they all burst into laughter. When they heard that the lion-tiger tribe had defeated the bird tribe, they were extremely pleased. The bird tribe, which had been dominating the orc continent for so long, had finally fallen, and the tribes that had been bullied by Jonathan clapped and cheered. When Kevin brought up this disgraceful matter, Jonathan's face darkened. But he still held back his anger and calmly said, Carlo, I recently heard something and wanted to confirm it with you in person. Carlo glanced at Jonathan, but said nothing. Jonathan looked around at the gathered crowd, raising his voice, Please understand, I'm not here to cause trouble for the lion-tiger tribe. I just heard something shocking and wanted to verify it with you. This matter concerns the interests of every tribe on our orc continent, and I believe everyone will be curious about it. Chu Xinran was puzzled about what Jonathan was trying to hint at. What had he discovered? He spoke so mysteriously. After keeping everyone in suspense, Jonathan slowly looked at Carlo and asked his question. Carlo, I heard that your lion-tiger tribe has figured out how to make salt. As soon as Jonathan said this, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Chu Xinran's face stiffened. How did Jonathan know about this? Seeing the faces of the lion-tiger tribe members looking grim, Jonathan smugly said, I had someone investigate. Your lion-tiger tribe hasn't sought salt from the sea beast tribe since last year, nor have you exchanged salt with any other tribe. If you haven't mastered the method of making salt, then tell everyone, where have you been getting your salt all this time? At this moment, everyone was staring at the lion-tiger tribe, eager to know the answer to this question. Could it be that the lion-tiger tribe really knew how to make salt? Chapter 151. Resolving the crisis, this is impossible. Before the lion-tiger tribe could respond, Joseph couldn't sit still any longer and quickly stood up, loudly saying, This is impossible. The method of making salt is known only to our sea beast tribe. Moreover, the members of the lion-tiger tribe have never been to the seaside. How could they possibly make salt? That's impossible. Joseph didn't believe this. Everyone on the orc continent knew that salt was made from seawater, but they didn't know the specific method. The sea beast tribe lived by the sea and firmly controlled that area, making it impossible for any tribe to go to the seaside to collect water to make salt. Since the exchange meeting last year until today, has the lion-tiger tribe come to your sea beast tribe to exchange salt? Jonathan asked Joseph, seeing that he was unwilling to accept the fact. Joseph shook his head. Since he stated at the last exchange meeting that he would no longer trade salt with the lion-tiger tribe, they really hadn't come to seek salt from them again. Jonathan then turned to the other tribes present and asked, Has the lion-tiger tribe sought you for excess salt? The people present fell silent. The lion-tiger tribe had not sought them for salt. See, isn't everything clear now? The facts are right in front of you. The lion-tiger tribe couldn't have gone this long without salt. If they haven't exchanged salt with other tribes, it can only mean that the lion-tiger tribe has mastered the method of making salt. Jonathan's words were logical and reasonable, making it difficult for even the skeptics to find a reason not to believe. Carlo, do you really have a method for making salt? How is that possible? What do you use to make salt? Joseph looked at Carlo incredulously and asked, if the lion-tiger tribe also knew how to make salt, what would happen to their sea beast tribe in the future? Since only the sea beast tribe had known how to make salt in the past, they had held their heads high among the tribes. Apart from needing to curry favor with the bird tribe, the remaining tribes treated them with great respect. The rules for exchanging salt were also set by their tribe. They could exchange as much as they wanted. Now that the lion-tiger tribe had barged in, how could that be allowed? Chu Xinran and Carlo hadn't anticipated that Jonathan would suddenly attack them on this matter. They had let their guard down. At first, they had sought salt from other tribes to cover it up, but later forgot to continue the pretense, which led to Jonathan discovering the truth. Now it was no longer possible to deny it, as they couldn't explain where they had been getting their salt for such a long time. Seeing Carlo and Chu Xinran rendered speechless, Jonathan became smug. The facts are right in front of you. Do you still want to deny it? Carlo, Xinran, your lion-tiger tribe is really too selfish. We are all part of the Orc continent, and you know how important salt is to us. But now you have discovered how to make salt, yet haven't considered telling us or sharing it. Your lion-tiger tribe is truly too selfish. Listening to Jonathan's accusations, Chu Xinran could no longer sit still. Why was this Jonathan so annoying? He kept harping on the lion-tiger tribe. Everyone, let me say something. Chu Xinran stood up, not answering Jonathan, but addressing the crowd. Our lion-tiger tribe indeed has mastered a method for making salt. As soon as Chu Xinran said this, Jonathan broke into a smug smile, and the crowd began to murmur, while Joseph's face turned pale, looking at Chu Xinran in disbelief. Although we have mastered the method for making salt, we have not used it for any wrongdoing. We discovered it by accident. And I'm sure everyone can understand how important salt is to each of us. If we rashly reveal this matter, it would cause a huge uproar. Chu Xinran then looked at Joseph. Since everyone is willing to exchange goods for salt from the sea beast tribe, it means that everyone acknowledges that this salt belongs to the sea beast tribe, and they have the right to handle it. No one would pressure the sea beast tribe to hand over the method for making salt. But why is it now that when it comes to our lion-tiger tribe, Chief Jonathan demands that we hand over the method for making salt with a double standard? This is unreasonable, seeing that everyone's opinions were swayed by Chu Xinran's words. Jonathan angrily pointed at her and shouted. However, Joseph also reacted at this moment. If the lion-tiger tribe was forced to hand over the method for making salt, then their sea beast tribe would be similarly pressured to do so. Realizing this, Joseph quickly stood up. Yes, this method for making salt is our tribe's secret, belonging to our tribe. Why should we hand it over? If it were the case, then every tribe should disclose their own secrets. That would be fair. Joseph's words made some orc faces turn red. They had indeed entertained the thought of forcing the lion-tiger tribe to hand over the method for making salt. With Joseph's statement, it did make them seem somewhat shameless. Seeing Joseph also jump in to stir the pot, Jonathan glared at him. However, even though Joseph usually feared Jonathan, this matter involved the future interests of their sea beast tribe. Despite his fear, Joseph couldn't back down. With Chu Xinran and Joseph's statements, many tribe leaders stood up to support the lion-tiger tribe. They felt that the method for making salt was developed by the lion-tiger tribe themselves. And why should they share it with other tribes? If it were any tribe, they wouldn't be willing to do so. These tribes had previously benefited from the lion-tiger tribe, so they stood up to support them at this moment. Jonathan didn't expect the lion-tiger tribe to have such a good reputation among these tribes, that so many would stand up for them. His earlier words had only stirred the thoughts of a few tribes, while most were still reasonable. No matter what Jonathan said afterward, no one echoed him. Most of the tribes are now on the side of the lion-tiger tribe. There are a few tribes that, even if they want the lion-tiger tribe to share their salt-making methods, dare not speak up for fear of offending so many tribes at once. Chu Xinran did not expect that so many tribes would stand with the lion-tiger tribe. It seems that sending out so much food during the beast tide really had an effect. Chapter 152. Starting salt exchange. This incident ended like this. After returning, Chu Xinran and Carlo discussed and decided that the lion-tiger tribe would also start exchanging salt with other tribes. After all the tribes now know that the lion-tiger tribe can make salt, and if they do not exchange with other tribes, some might gossip. However, how to set the standard for exchanging salt became another problem. Chu Xinran felt it would be best to set the exchange standards low. First, making salt is indeed quite simple for them, as there are large amounts of salt rock in the caves. Second, is also to repay those tribes that spoke up for them yesterday. Doing so would win them more goodwill. The next day, Carlo announced in front of everyone that the lion-tiger tribe would also exchange salt, with standards even lower than those of the sea beast tribe last year. As soon as Carlo finished speaking, everyone cheered. The sudden price increase by the sea beast tribe had caught many tribes off guard, and many were on the verge of being unable to afford salt. They were surprised that the lion-tiger tribe was so considerate, exchanging salt at such low standards. While everyone was cheering, only Jonathan and Joseph had dark expressions. Joseph was angry that the lion-tiger tribe was so unreasonable, setting the salt exchange standard so low. What would the sea beast tribe do in the future? How could the lion-tiger tribe be so foolish? After returning home yesterday, Joseph was frustrated for a long time. But later he realized that although the lion-tiger tribe also knew how to make salt, currently only 2 tribes could do so. As long as the 2 tribes cooperated, they would not suffer any losses. Moreover, Joseph had heard that the lion-tiger tribe had defeated the bird tribe led by Jonathan not long ago, which was good news for him. He had long been unable to tolerate Jonathan's brutal personality, and this was a perfect opportunity to cooperate with the lion-tiger tribe, guarding the salt-making method while also gaining their protection, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But he did not expect the lion-tiger tribe to do this. What would the sea beast tribe do now? Jonathan's dark expression was due to yet another failure of his plan against the lion-tiger tribe. Not only did he fail, but he also allowed the lion-tiger tribe to take advantage of the situation to make a comeback. Listening to the orcs around him endlessly praising the lion-tiger tribe made Jonathan feel as if he had swallowed a fly. After Carlo announced the salt exchange standards of the lion-tiger tribe, many tribes rushed to exchange salt with them. However, the amount of salt Carlo and Chu Xinran had brought this time was limited and was quickly exchanged. Seeing the orcs still waiting in line behind them with dejected expressions, Chu Xinran comforted them. "We only brought this much salt this time. If you want to exchange more, you could go to our tribe. We still have salt." Upon hearing this, the orcs who hadn't managed to exchange for salt became cheerful again. They carefully inquired about the specific location of the lion-tiger tribe, preparing to go there personally to exchange salt later. In stark contrast to the bustling line at the lion-tiger tribe, there were no more people going to the sea beast tribe to exchange salt. Joseph glared resentfully at the lion-tiger tribe, gritting his teeth in anger. It was all the lion-tiger tribe's fault. If it had been in the past, their salt would have been snatched up long ago. But now no one was willing to exchange salt with them. They would rather make a long journey to the lion-tiger tribe than come to the sea beast tribe. As the exchange event was about to end, Joseph couldn't possibly take the salt back to the tribe. So he gritted his teeth and reluctantly lowered the salt exchange standards to the original level, just barely managing to get some tribes to come and exchange salt with them. However, even with Joseph lowering the standards back to the previous level, the lion-tiger tribe standards were still lower. So a considerable number of tribes still planned to run to the lion-tiger tribe to exchange. The exchange event ended as scheduled, and Joseph completely bore a grudge against those from the lion-tiger tribe. He did not know how they had figured out the salt-making method, but he noted this grudge. Moreover, Joseph had to hurry back to the tribe. He needed to inform his father, the chief, to investigate who leaked the salt-making method and to clarify how the lion-tiger tribe obtained the method for making salt from seawater. Joseph only knew of one method for making salt from seawater. He could never have imagined that the lion-tiger tribe was not using seawater at all, but rather the salt rock in the cave. After Chu Xinran and Carlo returned, they explained the whole situation to the chief and the shaman. The chief and the shaman understood that Chu Xinran had come up with this method out of helplessness, so they did not say much. Furthermore, this way, the lion-tiger tribe should have more interactions with other tribes in the future, which is a good thing in the long run. Not long after Chu Xinran and Carlo returned, tribes began to arrive at the lion-tiger tribe one after another to exchange salt. These tribes saw the significant changes in the lion-tiger tribe and truly realized that the lion-tiger tribe had become powerful. Their living conditions and resources were much better and more advanced than those of the other tribes, even surpassing the bird tribe. The strength of the lion-tiger tribe began to spread among these tribes, and the one who least wanted to see this scene was Jonathan. He was angrily throwing a tantrum in the tribe, but found himself powerless against the lion-tiger tribe. After all, it was he who exposed that the lion-tiger tribe could make salt. Why was it that every time he encountered the lion-tiger tribe, he ended up shooting himself in the foot? Just thinking about it made Jonathan very frustrated. However, he could not just sit back and wait. Their bird tribe had dominated the orc continent for so many years. How could they be replaced by a previously unknown small tribe? Ever since returning from the exchange event, Jonathan began training the orcs in his tribe. He was very unwilling to accept his previous failure in attacking the lion-tiger tribe. Jonathan had never lost before, so this time he was determined to train all the orcs well and be fully prepared. He would attack the lion-tiger tribe again, and he did not believe he could lose a second time, unbeknownst to Jonathan, who was planning a second attack. Chu Xinran was busy going out with the tribe's foraging team to find food. Although the rainy season had just begun, after witnessing the horrors of the snow season, She knew that they had to store food well during the rainy season. Otherwise, they would be doomed when there was no food to eat during the snow season. Chapter 153. Attacked by the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus, however. Before Jonathan had a chance to attack the lion-tiger tribe, the bird tribe encountered an unprecedented catastrophe. The long-lost red-eyed Tyrannosaurus reappeared on the Orc continent, and this time its target was the bird tribe. Even though Jonathan led the Orcs to fight against this red-eyed beast, the attack power of the Tyrannosaurus infected with the red-eye disease was several times greater than before. The combined strength of all the Orcs in the bird tribe could not defeat this red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. In the end, Jonathan had no choice but to order the surviving Orcs to transform into their beast forms and carry the surviving females away. Jonathan and the few remaining tribesmen fled in a sorry state for several days. When the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus finally left, they returned to the bird tribe only to find that their home had been completely destroyed. Those Orcs and females who had not managed to escape were nowhere to be found. They had become the Tyrannosaurus's meal. At this moment, Jonathan had to face the undeniable fact that the bird tribe was truly coming to an end. The once dominant bird tribe of the Orc continent had lost more than half of its members, completely losing its position as a ruler. Although the bird tribe had done many bad things in the past, when other tribes heard the news, they felt not schadenfreude, but an unprecedented sense of crisis. A powerful tribe like the bird tribe had been utterly defeated by the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus, suffering such heavy casualties. What would happen to them, the smaller tribes, if they encountered such a beast? After hearing about this, Chu Xinran felt increasingly uneasy. Carlo, do you think our tribe has a chance against the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus? When only Chu Xinran and Carlo were left in the house at night, she couldn't help but ask this question. Carlo had been serious since he heard about the incident, and, after thinking carefully, shook his head. Almost none. The Tyrannosaurus is already very powerful, and now with the addition of the magical flower's poison, its attack power has increased several levels. The Tyrannosaurus was one of the strongest beasts on the Orc continent. With a massive body, sharp teeth, and a flexible tail, a single sweep of its tail could destroy a house from the lion and tiger tribe. Carlo, I think we should find a way to leave here. I have a feeling that the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus is just the beginning. Now that one has appeared, there will be a second and a third, and even more powerful red-eyed monsters will emerge. We can't just wait passively. Where do you want to move to? This entire continent is already unsafe, Carlo replied, also considering the idea of relocation, but unsure where to go. Since the last time the chief had asked her those questions, Chu Xinran had been contemplating this matter. After thinking it over, she felt there was only one place that was most suitable. You're right. This continent is no longer safe. Carlo, I think we can cross that sea and go to the other side of the Orc continent. Those red-eyed monsters definitely can't cross that sea. Chu Xinran expressed her crazy idea. Cross the sea? Carlo had never thought of that direction and was startled by Chu Xinran's suggestion. But after thinking carefully, he realized that Chu Xinran made sense. If things continued this way, the northern part of the continent would be completely uninhabitable. They could only relocate to the southern part to escape the red-eyed monsters. However, implementing this plan wouldn't be easy. How could they cross that vast sea? I only have a preliminary idea about how to cross the sea. But the most critical thing right now is to convince the people in the tribe to leave with us. Although we have just entered the rainy season, if we don't act quickly, we won't be able to leave once the snow season arrives. After discussing, Chu Xinran and Carlo went to find the chief and the priest the next day. Upon hearing that Chu Xinran was thinking about relocating again, the chief and the priest did not immediately reject the idea as they had before, because they also learned about the situation in the bird tribe and were equally troubled by it. Chief, priest, you said last time that you wouldn't relocate unless it was absolutely necessary, but now we are in that extremely urgent situation. You've heard about the bird tribe. Such a powerful tribe has been devastated by a red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. Have you considered what would happen if the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus came to our lion and tiger tribe? Chu Xinran posuda. The chief and the priest pondered for a long time before finally nodding in agreement to Chu Xinran and Carlo. We both agree with your proposal, but you still need to persuade the others in the tribe. If you can convince them, then we won't have any objections. Hearing the chief's words, Chu Xinran felt delighted. She and Carlo quickly gathered the tribe members together. She initially thought the matter would go smoothly, but as soon as she brought it up, many people stood up to oppose it. Relocate? How can we do that? We've finally put down roots here. If we move, won't everything have to start over? How can my old bones handle that? An elderly orc hurriedly protested. Yes, we've worked so hard to build our tribe into what it is today. If we relocate, we will lose everything. And besides, the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus hasn't come yet. We can leave when it actually arrives. A young orc with a lucky mindset said. If the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus really comes, it will be too late. We can't defeat it, and the consequences will be severe. Chu Xinran said to the young orc, feeling frustrated. Xiaoran, we've lived here for so long that we consider it our home. Apart from us old folks who moved here from other tribes, many of the younger children in the tribe were born here. How can we bear to leave? Dia Anyang said, expressing her disapproval. Chapter 154. Successful Persuasion. Dia Anyang. And all the uncles and aunts, I hope you can listen to me for a moment. I know you don't want to change your stable lives. But is our life really that stable right now? Since the magical flower appeared on the orc continent, countless orcs have been poisoned and started to beastify. Those orcs who were saved are fine, but the beasts poisoned by the magical flower are still lurking around us. At first, only some small beasts contracted the red-eye disease. And we could still cope, but what about now? You've all heard about the bird tribe's current tragic state. Today it's the bird tribe that has faced such a disaster. Tomorrow, it could be any other tribe. There are still many orcs and females from the former insect tribe in our tribe. They were forced to leave their tribe because they encountered the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. Did they want to leave their tribe? Certainly not, but reality left them no choice. Chu Xinran's words reminded many from the insect tribe of the terrifying scene they had previously encountered. Yes, who would want to leave their tribe? But if they didn't leave back then, they would lose their lives, so they had no choice but to leave. I've heard from some of the uncles and aunts in the tribe that our lion and tiger tribe had to escape here after encountering a terrifying beast tide. That beast tide was a devastating blow to our tribe. Now we find ourselves in the same situation again. Why not find a way to avoid disaster before it strikes? Chu Xinran's words moved many people present, but there were still some who had concerns. Xiaoran, we've worked hard to grow so much food. If we relocate, all our previous efforts will be in vain, and we don't know what life will be like after the move. How much prey can we catch? How much food can we find? We have indeed put in a lot of effort to build this tribe, but no matter how important these things are, they cannot compare to our lives. As long as we are alive, we can create these things again with our own hands. There will always be a way when we get to the mountain. Although everything ahead is unknown, as long as we unite, we will definitely find a way to overcome it. When Chu Xinran said this, many people were already convinced. Plus, Carlos stepped forward and said, don't worry. Ran, and I will definitely take everyone to a safe place. Carlo had high prestige in the tribe, and after his words, some hesitant tribespeople felt reassured and nodded in agreement to this significant decision. Seeing that everyone agreed, Chu Xinran finally felt at ease. It was better to endure a little hardship during the migration than to wait here for the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus to attack. However, Chu Xinran did not expect that there would be some complications later. When night fell, some older orcs and females came to them with their own thoughts. What? No way. I won't agree. After hearing the elders' words, Chu Xinran shouted in shock. She did not expect that these uncles and aunts would suggest letting the young people and children leave, while leaving the older orc females behind. Xiaoran, we have all thought this through carefully. This is the best solution. This migration is a serious matter, and the journey is long. We don't know how long we will be wandering on the road. If you take us old folks with you, we will definitely be a burden if we encounter any danger. By leaving us here in the tribe, not only can we save food, but if this crisis passes, at least when you return, there will still be us old folks here to guard the tribe, Diani said earnestly. Even though Diani said this, Chu Xinran knew clearly that if they left these uncles and aunts behind, they would only be waiting to die. They wouldn't be able to get food at all. Diani was lying to her, merely trying to comfort her. No, we can't do that. Diani, you are all part of the tribe. How can we leave you behind? You must come with us. Once we find a stable place to settle down, you will be able to live better than now. Diani smiled gently and said, we have lived long enough. We have had our share. It is right for us to do a few last things for you young people. Xiaoran, I know what you say will come true in the future. The tribe's future is in your hands. Let us old folks contribute our last bit of value for the tribe. Hearing Dia Ani's words and seeing the determined expressions on the faces of the uncles and aunts behind her, Chu Xinran's eyes turned red. She didn't know what these uncles and aunts were thinking when they decided to stay here with a mindset of seeking death. But she knew that these uncles and aunts had devoted their lives to the tribe, and she absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Chu Xinran looked helplessly at Carlo, who comfortingly squeezed her shoulder and also stepped forward to advise, Dear Auntie, we will not agree to this. If we are to leave, we will leave together. If you do not want to leave, then we will stay with you. How can this be? The uncles and aunts hurriedly waved their hands. The situation is so critical now. Didn't you say the earlier we set off, the better? How can we stay here? You should hurry up and pack your things to prepare for migration. Uncles and aunts, Carlos said in a deep voice, you don't need to say anything more. Since you are unwilling to leave, we will stay with you. Hearing Carlos say this, the uncles and aunts, who had initially made up their minds, began to hesitate again. In the end, they reluctantly agreed to leave with the tribe. They couldn't let their decision delay the tribe's migration. Thinking about the expressions and tones of those uncles and aunts when they were determined to face death earlier made Chu Xinran very sad. They were truly great. And because of this, she couldn't just abandon these uncles and aunts. Carlo, we must find a suitable place to settle them down. We cannot let down their trust in us, okay? Okay. Chapter 155 Preparation to Depart. After officially deciding to migrate, the entire lion-tiger tribe mobilized to start packing things up, since there were many items to take. Chu Xinran and Imanina had been busy making vine nets and backpacks in the past few days. The tribe needed a large number of vine nets to pack and carry the necessary items. After deciding to migrate, Chu Xinran and Carlo went to find the chief and the shaman to suggest whether to inform other tribes about this news. If other tribes were willing to leave together, they could migrate as a group, which would provide some mutual support in case of any incidents. Chu Xinran initially thought that not many tribes would join in because she had exerted a lot of effort to persuade the lion-tiger tribe people before, and these other tribes would surely have even more concerns. However, she did not expect that when the chief sent someone to speak to these tribes, many tribes responded positively and were willing to leave with the lion-tiger tribe. In fact, ever since these tribes saw the current miserable state of the bird tribe, they realized that they could not stay here any longer. If even the bird tribe could be harmed to this extent by the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus, let alone them, they had long had the idea of wanting to leave, but lacking the courage to do so on their own. They found that the lion-tiger tribe had taken a lead. The lion-tiger tribe's reputation on the Orc continent was already quite high, and now that they stood up to say they were migrating, it sparked a response from many tribes. These tribes did not think too much and prepared to leave with the lion-tiger tribe. In fact, many tribes were so afraid of missing the departure with the lion-tiger tribe that they had packed their belongings in advance and arrived outside the lion-tiger tribe, ready to wait for the lion-tiger tribe to set off together. Chu Xinran looked at the many tribes stationed outside the lion-tiger tribe, feeling somewhat incredulous that these tribes would be so proactive. However, these tribes did not come to disturb the people of the lion-tiger tribe. They quietly waited outside the tribe while the orcs went hunting in the wild to store food for the future. Although those people did not come to disturb Chu Xinran and the others, she saw that the females outside the tribe were staring wide-eyed at whatever they were doing, especially when Chu Xinran and Imanina were making vine nets and backpacks. Those females watched intently, full of curiosity and desire. Finally, unable to withstand the eager gazes of so many females, Chu Xinran and Imanina walked out of the tribe and approached them. Do you want to learn how to make this thing in my hand? When these females saw that Chu Xinran had come to talk to them, they hurriedly nodded. You go pick some ula grass and vines, and we will teach you how to make it. The females were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude to Chu Xinran before hurriedly rushing to pick ula grass and vines. It was the first time they had seen such things. They found it extremely convenient for carrying items, unlike their current method of using animal skins. When they came from their tribe to the lion-tiger tribe, they had packed many things in animal skins, which became a burden and slowed down their travel. Chu Xinran and Imanina patiently taught these females how to make backpacks and vines, and when those females curiously asked about things they had never seen before, Chu Xinran answered all their questions one by one. After all, everyone would be relying on each other on the road in the future, so Chu Xinran felt there was no need to be as guarded against them as before. Apart from a small number of people with malicious intentions, most orcs and females were still simple and kind-hearted. The tribe stayed outside the lion-tiger tribe, witnessing many novel things from them. The people of the lion-tiger tribe did not deliberately guard against them and were generous in teaching them when they wanted to learn something. The most delightful thing for these tribes was learning the cooking methods of the lion-tiger tribe. The way they stir-fried meat was simply delicious. However, the lion-tiger tribe did not reveal everything, such as the source of the grains they usually ate, which they would not disclose. The other tribes felt too shy to directly ask what grains they consumed. After all, it was the lion-tiger tribe's own resource. Since they were leaving, they could no longer use the rock salt from the cave, so they needed to bring a lot of salt on this journey. Originally, they might never finish the salt here in their lifetime, but they had no choice to avoid the red-eyed monster. They could only leave and give up this endless supply of rock salt. After making many jars of salt, Carlo and Kevin sealed off the caves that contained the rock salt. Chu Xinran looked back reluctantly several times, not knowing when they would be able to return this time or if they would ever see these rock salts again. However, sealing the caves now might mean that one day they could come back here. After preparing enough backpacks and rattan nets, Chu Xinran and the females went out to pick many wild fruits and vegetables. Most importantly, Carlo gathered a lot of soap pods and ula grass, which were daily necessities. Since they didn't know if they would find these items in the future, they had to stock up to prevent any unexpected situations on the road. Chu Xinran also went with grandfather shaman to collect many herbs, which could be life-saving in emergencies, so it was naturally better to store as many as possible. They also had to take the wheat and sweet potatoes they had previously stored. These would serve as food on the road. Chu Xinran selected many quality seeds for grains and vegetables and packed them in a backpack. These seeds were extremely important for the lion tiger tribe, so she handed this backpack to Carlo for him to carry when they set off. Besides packing their belongings, Carlo also needed to take the orcs out to hunt, as they needed to store a large amount of food for the journey. Fortunately, it was the rainy season now, and there were plenty of prey. Even when the tribe stationed at the lion tiger tribe joined in the hunting, Carlo and the others were still able to catch a good amount of prey every day. Later, Chu Xinran checked and found that they had too much luggage to carry, making it impossible to move and affecting their speed. In the end, Chu Xinran had no choice but to ruthlessly discard some items, such as furniture and wooden goods, which were unnecessary to take along. They could always make new ones when they reached their new residence. Chapter 156. Official Departure. Finally, the day of their official departure arrived. Chu Xinran reluctantly touched every item in the house, each one personally acquired by her and Carlo. But now they cannot take any of it with them. It's okay. I will build you a bigger and better house in the future, Carlo said, gently comforting her as he patted her head, seeing how unwilling she was to leave. Chu Xinran tried hard to suppress her urge to cry and nodded vigorously. Yes, I know, and I believe. Although the dangers ahead were unknown and still a blur, as long as Carlo was with her, she was not afraid of anything. However, when they were about to set off, Chu Xinran did not expect that the bird tribe would also come. There had been no movement from Jonathan's side, and Chu Xinran thought he would definitely be unwilling to leave with them. But unexpectedly, the proud Jonathan also had a day of humility. It seemed that the last attack by the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus had truly weakened the bird tribe, leaving them in a state of disarray. Although Jonathan looked down on these smaller tribes, and even more so on the lion-tiger tribe, he deeply understood that they could not stay here any longer. If the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus attacked again, the bird tribe would truly be finished. Now, although the future of the migration was also uncertain, at least traveling with so many tribes would ensure some safety. When the wild beasts saw so many orcs gathered together, they would think twice before attacking. Although there was enmity with the bird tribe, the people of the lion-tiger tribe did not say much. They would travel together as long as Jonathan didn't cause any trouble in the future. Chu Xinran held DD in her arms, had a backpack on her back, held one hand of Kalen, and Carlo held her other hand. She looked back reluctantly several times, but ultimately followed Carlo forward without looking back again. She had been on the Orc continent for more than a year, except for the initial period spent living in the Abyss Forest. The rest of the time was spent in this small tribe. She had watched the houses in the tribe rise little by little, and life improved gradually, participating in every matter within the tribe. Now, although she felt very reluctant at the time of separation, it was for a better future. She believed that this time they would find a more suitable place to live, and the tribe's life would surely improve. In fact, the timing of this journey was not very good, as it was the rainy season. Therefore, it would rain intermittently on the road, especially after the rain. The roads became bumpy and difficult to walk. However, there was no choice. The snow season was approaching, and they had to find a suitable place to live before the snow arrived. When they started their journey, a large group set off with great momentum, indeed scaring many wild beasts, but at the same time, it also increased the difficulty of hunting along the way. Sometimes, when all the tribes stopped to rest at night, Carlo and the others had to run far to catch some prey, as many timid wild beasts had long vanished at the scent of so many unfamiliar smells. Because the temperature at night was very low, Chu Xinran took out the winter cotton clothes for the snow season, wrapping herself thickly in the cotton clothes. Carlo held her tightly, and Chu Xinran felt less cold. The aroma of cooking from the lion-tiger tribe often wafted to the other tribes, making the orcs and females from the other tribes drool. Chu Xinran noticed that the females from other tribes would secretly follow her to learn how to cook, but she didn't mind, openly letting them watch. The other tribes were also grateful for the generosity of the lion-tiger tribe and respected the people of the lion-tiger tribe even more. Although Jonathan did not say it out loud, He had to admit that the meat made according to Chu Xinran's method was indeed much tastier than the previous simple roasted meat. The children, Kalen and Kenny, did not yet realize the true significance of this migration. Although they felt a bit low for the first 2 days after leaving the tribe, they became curious again after a few days. Although the journey was tiring, the children were full of energy, bouncing around every day. Chu Xinran also saw Kalen and Kenny playing with the little orcs from other tribes, laughing and having fun together. While traveling with the bird tribe, Lilith's parents quietly observed the bird tribe, but did not find their daughter, Lilith. If Lilith was not with the people of the bird tribe, it was highly likely that something had happened to her. Although they said they had given up on Lilith, now that she was truly gone, they still felt very sad and secretly wiped away their tears. Their temporary destination this time was the sea beast tribe. Chu Xinran wanted to find a way to cross the sea to the south of the Orc continent, and that sea was currently part of the sea beast tribe's territory. So they had to reach the sea beast tribe first. Fortunately, these tribes had experience traveling to the sea beast tribe to exchange salt, so they were familiar with the route, especially Carlo. Since he came of age, he had been representing the lion-tiger tribe to the sea beast tribe for salt exchanges. So he knew the basic conditions of a road, including the shortest route and where dangers might lie. At the beginning of their journey, everyone was still able to cope, but as time passed, fatigue from the travel swept over everyone. The young and strong orcs were fine, as they were used to it, but the females, the elderly, and the children began to struggle. They took a break before continuing. Carlo noticed that Chu Xinran was starting to sweat and quickly shouted for the whole team to stop and rest for a while. "How are you? Too tired? Can you still hold on? Should I carry you?" Carlo asked, wiping the sweat off Chu Xinran's forehead. Chu Xinran shook her head. "You still need to lead the whole team. It would be inconvenient for you to carry me. I'm fine, I can still manage. It's just that I haven't traveled like this in a long time, so I'm a bit unaccustomed to it." Chu Xinran was now feeling sore and achy. Besides the pain in her legs and feet from traveling, sleeping outdoors at night brought a lot of dampness, and even though Carlo let her sleep on him, she still felt cold to the bone. Chapter 157. Arrival at the Sea Beast Tribe. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the Sea Beast Tribe. Even before seeing the ocean, Chu Xinran felt as if she could already smell the sea, hear the crashing waves, and feel the ocean's unique moisture. After walking a few more steps, a stunning view of the ocean appeared before her. It was her first time seeing this part of the ocean on the Orc continent, and as far as the eye could see, the sea was deep blue and seemingly endless, blending seamlessly with the horizon, leaving one breathless in awe. Apart from the orcs from each tribe who had come to the Sea Beast Tribe for salt, other orcs and females were seeing the ocean for the first time, and they were all struck by the vastness of the sea. Chu Xinran wanted to get a bit closer, to step onto the beach and feel the sea's breath. But suddenly many orcs appeared before them, holding weapons and blocking their path. "What do you want? Why have you come into our Sea Beast Tribe's territory? Do you intend to forcefully take our tribe's salt? How can you be so shameless?" Joseph, along with the orcs from the Sea Beast Tribe, obstructed their way. Seeing so many tribes appear, Joseph's voice trembled. What could all these tribes want at their Sea Beast Tribe? Chu Xinran noticed that beside Joseph stood a middle-aged orc, whose sharp gaze was fixed on them. He stepped forward to silence Joseph and said slowly to the many tribes, "I am Abbott, the chief of the Sea Beast Tribe. You have intruded into our tribe without greeting us. This is not appropriate." Rice and several other tribe chiefs approached Abbott to greet him and then explained their purpose for coming. "Chief Abbott, your Sea Beast Tribe is far from the inland, so you may be unaware of the recent events on the Orc continent. Recently, a plant called the magic flower has appeared, and beasts affected by it develop red-eye disease, becoming crazed and more aggressive. Many of our tribes have suffered attacks from these red-eyed beasts, especially the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. Therefore, the northern part of the Orc continent is no longer safe for us. We, the tribes, have discussed and want to cross this sea to reach the southern part of the Orc continent." Upon hearing Rice's explanation, Abbott felt they were being unrealistic. "Your idea is truly impractical. Our Sea Beast Tribe has lived by the sea for hundreds of years and has never seen an orc able to cross this sea. Even our orcs cannot sustain themselves in their beast form underwater for long. If we in the Sea Beast Tribe cannot do it, how can you find a way to cross the sea? Moreover, even if you find a way to cross, the southern part of the Orc continent has always been a legend. How can you guarantee survival there?" Abbott shook his head, feeling that these people were out of their minds, simply dreaming. "Chief Abbott, we came here to find a solution. We will surely find a way to resolve the issue of crossing the sea, so we hope you can allow us to stay by the sea temporarily and think of a solution," Chu Xinran said sincerely. Abbott looked at the lion-tiger tribe and firmly shook his head. What you're saying is utterly absurd. I do not believe you truly came for this reason. You are here to obtain the salt-making methods of our lion-tiger tribe. I will never agree to let you stay here. After hearing about the events at the exchange conference from Joseph, Abbott harbored strong resentment towards the lion-tiger tribe, let alone agreeing to let them stay. The same went for other tribes. Abbott, don't be ungrateful. If you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Our bird tribe will never help your lion-tiger tribe with anything in the future. Seeing that Abbott was unwilling to let them pass, Jonathan stepped forward and threatened disdainfully. In his impression, Abbott and Joseph had always treated him with deference, so he naturally thought that whenever he spoke, Abbott would hastily nod in agreement. However, Jonathan did not consider that the bird tribe was no longer what it used to be. It had long lost its dominant position on the orc continent, and the remaining orcs in the bird tribe were fewer than those in the sea beast tribe. Abbott was very aware of this. He glanced at Jonathan and scoffed. Do you still think you are the same leader of the bird tribe? Your confidence is misplaced. If our two tribes were to fight, it's uncertain who would win. You should just keep your mouth shut. You. Jonathan was so angry that he pointed his finger at Abbott's nose, but Abbott was not afraid of him, still looking at him indifferently. Just wait. In the end, Jonathan could only throw down a meaningless remark, as he could not really start a fight with the sea beast tribe. Rice and the other tribe chiefs saw that the sea beast tribe was unwilling to let them stay and tried to persuade Abbott many times, but he remained firm. In the end, they had no choice. After all, they were different from the bird tribe, which only knew how to use force. This was indeed the sea beast tribe's territory, and they could not act unreasonably and force the sea beast tribe to agree, as that would be no different from the bird tribe's previous actions. In the end, the lion-tiger tribe and the other tribes could only temporarily settle at the outskirts of the sea beast tribe, which was a distance from the ocean in a forest. The tribes that had come with the lion-tiger tribe felt some panic at this outcome. What would they do if they really couldn't cross the sea? They had worked hard to get here. Chu Xinran and Carlos stepped forward to comfort the tribes, telling them not to panic. They wouldn't know how long they would drift at sea in the future, so for now, they should focus on hunting as much as possible to store food for later. As for crossing the sea, they would find a way to solve that. Since they had already made this decision and arrived here, it was too late to back down. After hearing Carlo and Chu Xinran's words, the tribes felt reassured and began to work hard to hunt and store food. Chapter 158. Gathering seafood, Chu Xinran and Carlo took a stroll in the forest by the sea and found that it was similar to the place where the lion-tiger tribe used to live, with the same plants and wild animals. The sea beast tribe also relied on foraging for wild vegetables and fruits in the forest, but most of their food came from trading for wild animal meat in exchange for salt. The urgent task now was to persuade the sea beast tribe to allow them to go to the seaside. Until now, Chu Xinran could only see the ocean but could not approach it. After observing for a few days, she noticed that the sea beast tribe people seemed not to eat things from the sea. She had never seen them catch seafood, so she wondered if they didn't know those seafood were edible or if they had taboos against eating them. While picking wild fruits in the forest with Amy and Nina, Chu Xinran voiced her doubts. Amy, Nina, do our tribes on the beastman continent have any taboos about food? Do we not eat beasts that are like our tribe's totems? Hearing this, Amy and Nina shook their heads in confusion. How could that be? Those beasts are not our kin. They are just prey. As long as it's edible, we will find a way to eat it. Chu Xinran realized she was overthinking it. Indeed, life on the beastman continent was so tough that food was always the most important thing in their hearts. How could they not eat something because of taboos? So, it seemed that the sea beast tribe avoided eating sea creatures because they either knew those things were edible or they simply wouldn't eat them. With this thought, Chu Xinran suddenly had a great idea. She called Carlo, as only he could evade the supervision of the sea beast tribe's warriors to get to the seaside. Carlo, can you help me gather some things by the sea? Just the small sea creatures with shells, as long as they are alive and moving. Although Carlo didn't know what Chu Xinran was planning, he nodded and left as the sky darkened. Chu Xinran anxiously waited in the tree hollow where they were temporarily residing. They had found many large trees near the forest and dug out tree hollows for females, children, and the elderly to live in, while the warriors lived under the trees, unafraid of the dampness and insects in the woods. Chu Xinran felt that time dragged on like years after Carlo left, but fortunately, he quickly returned, carrying a full basket of items that almost made Chu Xinran jump with joy. Upon examining the basket, she found it mostly contained scallops, conchs, and even some abalones and crabs. Carlo, you are amazing. How did you find so many? Carlo smiled. There are plenty of these things by the sea. They are everywhere. Hearing this, Chu Xinran became even more excited. She took out some scallops and conchs and happily said, "I'll make something delicious for you all today, and you'll see why I asked Carlo to bring these back." Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, everyone present became excited, especially Kevin and Karen, who almost drooled at the mention of good food. Chu Xinran didn't make anything too complicated. She simply cleaned the scallops and conchs and then roasted some over the fire while boiling others in a pot. Seafood is best enjoyed in its original flavor and freshness, so there was no need for many seasonings. It would taste great just like that. Once the seafood was ready, Chu Xinran divided the scallops and conchs among everyone, teaching them how to pry open the shells to eat. When everyone tasted it, they were amazed by the chewy and fresh flavor. "Sister Xinran, this is so delicious," Karen exclaimed happily. "If it's good, then eat more. Here, have a few more." Chu Xinran handed Karen more scallops. At that moment, the others were too busy enjoying the rare delicacy to speak. With so many people, even though Chu Xinran had prepared most of the seafood from the basket, it still wasn't enough for everyone in the tribe. "Xinran, can you cook the rest for us too? I'm still not full." Kevin looked at Chu Xinran eagerly, but he didn't expect Chu Xinran to shake her head resolutely, giving no room for negotiation. "Why not? After we finish, I'll go gather more from the sea tomorrow. This time, I'll collect even more than Carlo did." But Chu Xinran still refused. "Don't worry, when we can go to the seaside later, I'll make as much as you want. But these seafood still have their purpose. I need them to persuade the sea beast tribe to let us go to the seaside." Hearing this, Kevin finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he could eat this delicious food again in the future. The next morning, Chu Xinran took the prepared seafood to find Chief Abbott together with Carlo. When Abbott and Joseph saw their arrival, they looked very unwelcoming. "What do you want again? I tell you, my father will never agree to your request. You should give up and leave our tribe quickly. You have already disturbed our sea beast tribe's normal life. Do you know that?" Joseph glared at Carlo and Chu Xinran with hostility. Chu Xinran placed the food she was holding in front of Abbott and Joseph. They looked at the food in front of them, unsure of what Chu Xinran meant. "What are you bringing these sea creatures for? Is it to show off? How did you get these sea creatures? What do you want to do?" Joseph angrily shouted after thinking it over. Carlo and Chu Xinran placing the dead sea creatures in front of them was just like a show of strength, right? Chu Xinran didn't expect Joseph to misunderstand it this way, and hurriedly waved her hand. "What are you thinking? Our lion tiger tribe wouldn't do something as boring as showing off. Don't you smell the aroma? This is food we brought for you." "Food? We didn't know these small sea creatures could be eaten." Abbott looked suspiciously at the items before him. "Chief Abbott, you and Joseph could try to eat these. They are all edible and very delicious. I'm not lying to you," Chu Xinran said sincerely. Abbott and Joseph exchanged doubtful glances, then tentatively put the items in front of them into their mouths, their expressions turning to astonishment as they had never tried eating these small sea creatures like this before. Chapter 159. Persuading the sea beast tribe. Seeing their expressions, Chu Xinran knew they had succeeded halfway. She hadn't expected the sea beast tribe to guard such a natural treasure of seafood without ever having eaten it. "Chief Abbott, how is it? Isn't it delicious? I can tell you how to prepare the seafood, but you also have to agree to let us stay by the seaside. We want to disturb your tribe. We just want to find a way to cross the sea." Hearing Chu Xinran say this, Abbott's eyes turned as he pondered for a moment and replied, "Now that we know these two types of sea creatures are edible, we can do it ourselves. Why do we need you to teach us? So I still can't agree to this." Joseph also smiled smugly. Carlo and Chu Xinran were indeed too careless, placing the food in front of them without even discussing the terms. Now that they knew, there was no longer any need for Carlo and Chu Xinran. Chu Xinran had anticipated that Abbott and Joseph would act this way. She calmly said, "Do you think I would be so foolish? Besides scallops and conchs, I know many ways to eat other sea creatures. If you only want to eat these two types, then you don't have to agree to our terms. But it would be a waste of so much edible food." Upon hearing Chu Xinran's words, Abbott and Joseph's expressions became somewhat stiff. In the beastman continent, it was known that the more edible food one could find, the better. The sea was vast, and if they learned how to eat those sea creatures, wouldn't their future food supply be endless? Think carefully. Although most sea creatures in the ocean are edible, some are toxic, and some may cause poisoning if not prepared properly. If you agree to our terms, I will tell you everything. Abbott hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. "All right, I agree. But don't deceive me. Rest assured, I won't deceive you." Seeing that the matter was finally settled, Chu Xinran happily exchanged glances with Carlo. After briefly explaining some methods of eating sea creatures to Abbott and Joseph, she requested that their tribes move over first. Once they had all moved, she would tell them the rest. When Carlo and Chu Xinran went to inform the tribes that they could move to the seaside, everyone cheered and looked at Carlo and Chu Xinran with deep respect, further believing in what Carlo had said. Chu Xinran also returned to share this good news with the tribe members. As soon as Kevin heard they could move, he eagerly began packing. Great! We can eat as many sea creatures as we want in the future. The place they were moving to was right by the sea. Stepping out from the tree hole and walking a few steps brought them to the sandy beach. After Chu Xinran set everything down, she led a group of people running towards the sea. Aside from some bold beastmen, a considerable number of beastmen and females were hesitant to approach the ocean. The sea was too vast, and getting too close made them feel like they would be swallowed by it, causing an involuntary sense of fear. Seeing the beastmen and females too afraid to approach, the people from the sea beast tribe, who had been watching from the side, began to mock them. Their tribe had lived by the sea for generations and were not afraid of it at all. They looked down on these fearful individuals and laughed at them. Chu Xinran, however, felt no such fear. She had loved water and swimming back on earth, often going to the swimming pool whenever she had free time and taking trips to the beach during vacations. Therefore, when she saw the ocean now, she felt a strong sense of familiarity. She took off her shoes and joyfully stepped on the sand, letting the waves crash against her feet. Carlo stayed by her side, smiling as he watched her have fun. After playing for a while, Chu Xinran noticed that no one else had come over. She curiously looked back at the shore and ran back. Why aren't you all coming over? It's so much fun. Sister Xinran, I'm scared, Kalen said. Though his eyes were filled with desire, he could not overcome his inner fear. Sister Xinran, I'm a bit scared too. What if the waves sweep us away? Amy and Nina also hesitated to approach. Chu Xinran turned to look at the calm sea. It's perfectly calm now. How could the waves sweep you away? You won't be harmed. Just come with me once and you'll see. She then turned to Kalen, comforting him, don't be afraid. Sister Xinran and your brother will protect you. Come, hold Sister Xinran's hand and let us go over. Don't be scared. Chu Xinran took Kalen's hand and slowly walked towards the sea, with Amy and Nina following behind, taking small steps towards the water. Kevin, who was picking up small sea creatures from a distance, saw Nina coming over and hurriedly set down what he was holding, carefully protecting her from behind. Seeing this, Nina bit her lip, wanting to refuse, but in the end, she said nothing. She had to admit that with Kevin protecting her from behind, she felt much more at ease. Watching Carlo protect Chu Xinran and Kalen while Kevin stayed beside Nina, Amy glanced at Abel, who was standing in the distance, staring at the sea, and sighed silently. Once they reached the shore and felt the waves crashing, the group initially felt restrained. But as they got used to it, their courage gradually grew. Amy and Nina even started splashing water with Chu Xinran. The children saw Kalen bravely going to the shore and begged their fathers to take them over as well. Before long, a group of children began to play wildly by the sea. So the ocean is so much fun. After playing for a while, Chu Xinran began to collect small sea creatures. The small sea creatures by the shore were plump and large, likely because no one had ever picked them before. There were indeed many small sea creatures by the beach. Seeing the lion-tiger tribe starting to collect small sea creatures, the other tribes curiously joined in as well. Whenever they noticed something new from the lion-tiger tribe, they would follow suit, knowing that they would learn many useful things by learning from them. Chapter 160. Teaching swimming. When Chu Xinran prepared delicious food with these small sea creatures, she also taught the other tribes. Once the other tribes learned, they were very happy and grateful to Chu Xinran and the lion-tiger tribe, as this meant they had another source of food. Abbott and Joseph were furious when they found out. With more people collecting small sea creatures by the seaside, they hadn't agreed beforehand with Chu Xinran to keep this from the other tribes. Now that these tribes had already moved over, it was too late to drive them away. So Abbott and Joseph had no choice but to swallow their frustration. In the following days, Chu Xinran kept thinking about how to cross the sea. Her first thought was to build a boat, but how could they build one? Even if they managed to build it, how could they ensure they would safely reach the other side? Carlo, can you swim? Chu Xinran suddenly asked. Carlo shook his head. No, I've never tried. Only the sea beast tribe could swim due to their natural beast form advantage, but they couldn't stay in the water for long. I'll teach you how to swim. Once you learn, you can teach the other beastmen, and then I will teach the other females, Chu Xinran said, her eyes shining. Swim? Carlo asked, confused. It's a way to move in the water. Once we learn it, we won't be afraid of entering the water. If we encounter any mishaps while crossing the sea on a boat, we won't be scared if we fall into the water. Although Carlo always trusted Chu Xinran, he had never heard of such a thing. Seeing her eager to demonstrate in the ocean, Carlo worriedly stopped her. Are you sure it's okay? Maybe we should think of another way. This seems too dangerous. Chu Xinran released Carlo's hand and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I've swum a lot before. If you don't believe me, I'll swim once for you to see. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xinran ran towards the sea. It was a sunny day with no rain, so she wasn't too worried about it being cold. She ran to a deeper part of the water and dove in, starting to swim further out. Carlo watched in amazement as Chu Xinran effortlessly floated in the sea without sinking. After swimming out about 10 meters, Chu Xinran returned, lifting her head out of the water and proudly saying, Look, how about that? I wasn't lying. Seeing Chu Xinran come out of the water, Carlo hurriedly wrapped her in a piece of animal skin. Although it was sunny, the wind could easily make one feel cold, so they had to be careful. Chu Xinran officially began teaching Carlo how to swim. She first had Carlo put her head underwater and hold her breath to see how long she could last. To her surprise, Carlo held her breath for a surprisingly long time, even longer than Chu Xinran had managed after learning for a long time. All right, Carlo, you can come up now, Chu Xinran called out anxiously. You've held your breath for too long. Your lung capacity is amazing. How are you so good at everything? It's really frustrating. Chu Xinran complained, feeling a bit aggrieved. Carlo had always been good at many things, and Chu Xinran had never seen her at a loss for anything. She thought this time she could finally show off in front of Carlo and see her flustered expression, wanting to be the teacher for once. But who would have thought that before she even started teaching, Carlo's lung capacity would shock her? How could she continue teaching like this? However, Chu Xinran's feeling of grievance was premature, as what surprised her even more was yet to come. After explaining the key points and things to pay attention to while swimming, Carlo began to try swimming. At first, she seemed to struggle a bit and was somewhat flustered, but by the second attempt, she started swimming smoothly. Chu Xinran stared in disbelief as she watched Carlo swim in the water, her mouth agape in astonishment. Carlo, you're amazing. There was nothing she could do. Chu Xinran simply taught Carlo several swimming techniques she knew. Carlo learned quickly and soon became proficient in the water. Chu Xinran watched Carlo swim with envy and jealousy. Although she loved water and swimming, it had taken her a long time to learn, and she had swallowed a lot of water and choked many times before she finally learned to swim. Carlo, on the other hand, only choked a little on her first attempt and quickly learned after that. Her talent was just too exceptional. Seeing Chu Xinran's aggrieved expression, Carlo playfully pinched Chu Xinran's nose and gave her a kiss on the cheek, saying, All right, my success is all thanks to you being such a great teacher. If someone else had taught me, I wouldn't have learned so quickly. That's true. It's because I'm a good teacher that you learn so fast, Chu Xinran said proudly, making Carlo chuckle and shake her head in amusement. After teaching Carlo how to swim, Chu Xinran began teaching Amy and Nina, while Carlo went to teach Kevin and Dale. Once they all learned, they would teach others. If Chu Xinran had to teach alone, she would be exhausted, due to their natural boldness and physical advantages. Kevin and Dale learned quickly and were soon able to swim in the water. However, Amy and Nina encountered some problems. When they first saw the ocean, they were very scared because they had never been exposed to it before, and now they were expected to swim in it, which was a huge challenge for them. Xinran, I don't want to learn anymore. I'm scared. I've swallowed a lot of seawater. It tastes so salty, Amy said with a sour face after choking on water again. Nina, though silent, also looked helpless. Amy, just hang in there a little longer. If you want to learn how to swim, you have to push through. When I was learning to swim, I choked on water many times before I finally learned, Chu Xinran comforted. Chu Xinran actually understood Amy and Nina. After all, it was indeed a bit difficult for them. Especially after choking several times, it was easy to develop a fear of water, making it hard to learn. But the more they feared it, the more they had to overcome it. Otherwise, they would never learn to swim. For this journey across the sea, Amy and Nina had to learn to swim. Otherwise, if something went wrong at sea, no one would be able to save them. Only they could save themselves. Chapter 161. Making fishing nets. It took a long time for Chu Xinran to teach Amy and Nina to swim, but the good news was that they finally learned. Xinran, I did it. I can finally swim. After overcoming her fear of the ocean, Amy swam a long distance in one go, excitedly swimming towards Chu Xinran, while Nina learned to swim a bit earlier than Amy. Seeing that Amy and Nina had finally learned, Chu Xinran breathed a sigh of relief. If she had to keep teaching, she would have been at a loss for what to do. After Amy and Nina learned, they went to teach other females, while Carlo's side progressed smoothly, teaching many beastmen. However, after they learned, Chu Xinran had them come to her to demonstrate their swimming, correcting any improper movements or points to pay attention to. After assigning Amy and Nina to teach the other females, Chu Xinran focused on teaching Karen and Kenny's children. Since the children were still quite fragile, it was better for someone with experience like Chu Xinran to teach them. The little beastmen from Karen and Kenny were easy to teach. They weren't afraid and bravely ran into the water, splashing around until they learned. Chu Xinran didn't have to exert much effort, but a few little females proved to be more troublesome. They were all shy and timid, and it took a long time of persuasion before they were willing to get in the water. Once in, they were at a loss, and Chu Xinran put in a lot of effort to teach them. Moreover, those little beastmen were quite mischievous. After learning to swim, they played wildly in the sea, and Chu Xinran had to scold them several times for running to dangerous places. In the end, Chu Xinran sought help from Carlo, asking him to come and handle the group of little beastmen one by one, which finally calmed them down. Most of the people in the lion-tiger tribe learned to swim, except for a very small number who simply couldn't learn. Chu Xinran had no way to help these few and could only advise them to try their best to learn as much as they could, while the others needed to keep practicing. They shouldn't think that just because they learned to swim, they could relax. They had to keep practicing. Other tribes had long noticed what the lion-tiger tribe was doing and came to ask for help to learn to swim. In the end, Carlo sent several skilled beastmen from the tribe to teach these tribes how to swim. The sea beast tribe was shocked when Chu Xinran and Carlo first started teaching swimming. They didn't understand how Chu Xinran and Carlo managed to do it. Clearly, only the sea beast tribe could enter the water on the beastman continent. So why could Chu Xinran and Carlo stay in the water for so long? They stayed much longer than the sea beast tribe could. No matter how shocked Abbott and Joseph were, they eventually obediently went to the lion-tiger tribe to ask for someone to teach them to swim. After all, this thing called swimming was truly impressive and far stronger than their innate ability to hold their breath in water, which allowed them to stay submerged for only about 10 minutes. After learning to swim, Chu Xinran began to consider the issue of food while drifting at sea. Not knowing how long they would drift, she felt uneasy no matter how much food they stored. What if they ran out of food? In the vast ocean, if they couldn't find anything, they might starve to death. Therefore, she had to find a way to obtain food at sea. After thinking it over and discussing it with Carlo for a long time, she decided to make several fishing nets first, which could be thrown into the sea to catch sea creatures. If we make a big fishing net and throw it into the deep sea, following the boat for a while, we should be able to catch a lot of small sea creatures and spiny creatures. Then we won't have to worry about food. Chu Xinran said excitedly. Can we use rattan for the net? Carlo asked. Chu Xinran nodded, saying that rattan would be fine, but the mesh holes needed to be smaller, and the net had to be large. The females in the tribe were experienced in making rattan nets. So Chu Xinran entrusted this task to them and informed them of the requirements and precautions. In addition to the fishing net, Chu Xinran also wanted to make fishing rods. Fishing rods are easy to make. You just need a long stick for the rod, a line for the fishing line, and a hook at one end of the line. By putting a bit of food on the hook, we can attract spiny creatures, she explained. However, the key was that the fishing line needed to be thin yet strong. And where could they find hooks? After hearing Chu Xinran's questions, Carlo thought for a moment and replied, how about using the sinew from a tusked beast? There is a thin and strong sinew on the back of the tusked beast. Although it's a bit short, we can find several tusked beasts and tie a few sinews together. Chu Xinran was hearing about the sinew on the back of the tusked beast for the first time and nodded happily, saying that it was certainly possible. But what about the hooks? Don't worry about the hooks. I know a type of beast whose claws have very sharp nails. If we sharpen them, they should work as hooks, Carlo said. Chu Xinran felt that asking Carlo about these issues was the right choice. He knew the beastman continent the best and could always find the most suitable alternatives for what she needed. So they got to work. Carlo hunted a few tusked beasts and extracted the sinews, tying them together. Then he used a military knife to carve a suitable wooden stick, tying the sinews to the stick and sharpening the beast's claws into a hook shape, which he attached to the other end of the sinews. Seeing the successful fishing rod, Chu Xinran jumped up in excitement, eager to take Carlo to the seaside to try it out. After hanging a bit of meat on the hook, she asked Carlo to throw the fishing line far out. Before long, she felt the rod starting to shake. Carlo, pull. Quick pull. A spiny creature is on the hook. Chu Xinran shouted anxiously. Carlo tugged at the fishing rod, but couldn't lift it. It seemed the spiny creature was quite large and strong. So Carlo pulled up with all his strength again, but unexpectedly, the wooden stick snapped and the spiny creature escaped. Although they didn't catch the spiny creature, Chu Xinran was still very excited. It's okay, Carlo. Our wooden stick was too flimsy. It seems I need to find some sturdier wood for the rod. But this fishing rod was a success, I didn't expect to catch a spiny creature so quickly. Since the beastman continent had never fished at sea, there were plenty of small sea creatures and spiny creatures in the ocean, growing strong and bold. They had never considered traps. So once they figured out how to catch them, they could catch many at once. Chapter 162, Making Fresh Water After that. Carlo searched for several types of wood and finally found the most suitable and sturdy wood. Once the fishing rods were completed, Carlo and the other beastmen made many more to have on hand. When the fishing rods were finished, the females had also completed the rattan nets. Chu Xinran went to take a look and was very satisfied, praising the females for their excellent work, which turned out even better than she had imagined. Recently, everyone in the tribe had been very busy, with the beastmen hunting while also making fishing rods, while the females were busy making jerky and cured meat in addition to the rattan nets. Since it would be inconvenient to start a fire at sea, the meat had to be prepared in advance as dried food for the journey. Other tribes had seen the jerky and cured meat made by the lion tiger tribe, but they seemed to think it was too troublesome and a waste of salt. They thought they could just bring wild beast meat, so they didn't follow suit, with only a few tribes try to learn it. Seeing this, Chu Xinran didn't say much and let them be. Chu Xinran considered the issue of lighting a fire on the boat. Since it was made of wood, starting a fire could easily burn the boat. Therefore, they needed to bring some stone slabs to separate the fire from the boat. Also, if they used wood for the fire, they would need to store a large amount of wood, which would take up too much space. At that time, it was uncertain how large the boat could be. If it was small, it would be difficult to board, let alone load so much wood onto it. Thus, they needed to minimize the amount of stuff they brought. Finally, Carlo recommended a type of dry leaf to Chu Xinran. She tried it and found that it was very suitable for burning and burned just as well as wood. Plus, dry leaves were small and could be stored in large quantities. So Chu Xinran took a few females to gather a lot of these dry leaves and tied them together. After temporarily solving the food issue, Chu Xinran needed to consider the water issue. A person cannot survive without fresh water. Seawater is too salty to drink. So they had to find a way to convert seawater into fresh water. Chu Xinran recalled what she had learned in class and created a simple device to convert seawater into fresh water. She had Carlo help her make a funnel out of wood and then used a wooden base filled with seawater, inverted the funnel on top, and placed it in the sun to dry. After some time in the sun, Chu Xinran turned the funnel over, and some clean fresh water had already accumulated inside. She poured the fresh water into a wooden bowl and asked Carlo to taste it. "It really isn't salty," Carlo said, surprised. Chu Xinran took a sip and found that it had no taste at all. It had truly transformed from seawater into fresh water. She taught this method to the tribe, so they could easily drink fresh water at sea using this simple device. This method received unanimous praise from many tribes. While living by the sea, they had to run far to find a distant creek whenever they wanted water, but now it was so convenient. The sea beast tribe was also shocked. For the first time, they felt that the lion tiger tribe was indeed different from their own tribe. They had lived by the sea for generations, but had never thought of this method, even though they used a similar method to make salt. At the same time, the sea beast tribe also realized that the lion tiger tribe must have truly learned how to make salt from seawater. Fortunately, although other tribes learned this method of converting seawater into fresh water, they used very little water, so no salt crystals appeared, which did not expose the sea beast tribe's method of making salt. After solving the freshwater issue, Carlo considered what to do if it rained while they were at sea. After all, it was still the rainy season, and it would rain from time to time. They needed to find a way to shelter from the rain at sea. And if it rained, the sea surface would also become turbulent, increasing the danger significantly. After Carlo raised this concern, the people of the lion and tiger tribe began to think about how to shelter from the rain, and finally, Chu Xinran proposed an idea. When it was time to build the boat, they could set up 4 wooden sticks at the 4 corners of the boat, and then sew a large tarp made of big leaves to block the rain. They had done this before in the tribe, with so many preparations in place. The next and most important task was to build the boat. The material for the boat was naturally wood, and since Chu Xinran couldn't describe what the boat looked like to Carlo and the others, they simply drew a rough sketch of the boat's shape on the beach with sticks. "Look, it's this shape. As long as we maintain this shape, the boat will float on the sea without sinking," Chu Xinran explained in detail to the orcs. Carlo and Kevin understood the general shape of the boat from the sketch, so they went to chop down a few sturdy trees and prepare to start trying to make it. With the machete, it was relatively easy to smooth out the wooden planks. As for how to connect the planks together, Carlo eventually decided to try using beast bones, shaping them into nails. Since these bones were very hard, they could easily be hammered into the wood. After several hours of hard work, the orcs finally managed to make a boat. But since it was their first time, the boat was quite small. Carlo, Kevin, and the others eagerly pushed the boat towards the sea to see if it was successful. Chu Xinran also opened her eyes wide, watching the wooden boat that was about to float on the sea, as it was crucial for their upcoming crossing. The other tribes watched anxiously from the side, fervently praying to the beast god for success. If they failed, everything they'd worked for during this time would be meaningless. However, the miracle did not happen. As soon as Carlo and Kevin's boat was placed on the water, it sank to the bottom and did not float at all. Everyone's faces showed disappointment, and they sighed silently. Chu Xinran hurried over to examine the boat, wanting to see what had gone wrong. But looking left and right, the structure of the boat seemed correct, and it looked no different from the wooden boats she had seen before. Where did the problem lie? Chapter 163. Successful boat building. After much research, Carlo suggested that perhaps the failure was due to the type of wood they used. He threw the wood they had used into the sea and found that it sank quickly, having identified the cause of failure. Carlo and Kevin began searching for suitable wood in the forest. To successfully build a boat, the wood used must float on the water, be sturdy, have great toughness, buoyancy, and be able to bear weight. Carlo spent a long time in the forest before finally finding satisfactory wood. This type of wood was quite solid, so others had never used it for firewood, but it was perfect for building a boat. With the previous experience, Carlo and the others were much faster this time, and they made a larger boat than before. When they finished making the boat and placed it on the water, it finally floated successfully. Seeing the boat successfully floating on the water, everyone cheered. Carlo took Kevin, Darl, and a dozen or so orcs onto the boat and began to row out to sea with the paddles they had made earlier. The orcs were strong, so the wooden boat glided quickly, and Kevin and the other orcs, experiencing such an interesting activity for the first time, became more and more excited and paddled faster. The boat was large enough to hold over a dozen orcs comfortably, and it was very stable on water. Chu Xinran called for them to row back first, then loaded a lot of heavy luggage onto the boat, and this time the boat set off smoothly again. After spending so much time, the boat was finally successfully built, and everyone was excited and thrilled, including Chu Xinran, who did not expect the boat-building process to go so smoothly. It was mainly because Carlo and Kevin were clever. After understanding the basic principles, they continuously adjusted their boat-building process according to their experience, which ultimately led to the creation of a perfect boat. Now the other tribes finally felt relieved. They were right to follow the lion and tiger tribe's decision to leave. They saw hope in the distance and believed they would be able to cross the sea safely this time. Jonathan and Abbott looked at the people of the lion and tiger tribe with envy and a bit of jealousy. Although Jonathan did not admit it, he couldn't help but marvel at the lion and tiger tribe's capabilities. If it were him, he wouldn't have thought of such a method at all. Seeing the lion and tiger tribe's performance during this time, Jonathan began to worry. How would he overturn them in the future with such a powerful tribe? Regardless of Jonathan's thoughts, the lion and tiger tribe's attempt to build a boat was finally successful. They began to build boats in large numbers. And this time the boats were even larger than the last, as larger boats would float more steadily on the sea. Other tribes also started to follow suit and build boats, asking the lion and tiger tribe for help whenever they encountered difficulties. And the lion and tiger tribe generously shared their knowledge. The sea beast tribe originally did not plan to cross the sea, but seeing so many tribes building boats, Abbott and Joseph discussed it and decided to build some boats as well, just in case. After the lion and tiger tribe finished building the necessary boats, they set up 4 wooden sticks on the boat and placed the previously made tarp on top. However, they were not in a hurry to set up the tarp. They decided to put it up when it rained. The 4 corners of the tarp were reinforced with strong sinew, so they could directly tie it to the wooden sticks when the time came. Although the boats were ready, Chu Xinran felt they should not rush to set sail. They still needed to store more food and check the boats several more times. She wanted to wait for a rainy day or when the sea was rough to test the boats and see if they would capsize. In fact, Chu Xinran also thought about whether to make something similar to a swimming ring, something that could allow people to float on the water. But after searching around for a long time, she couldn't find suitable materials and had to give up helplessly. After waiting for a few days, they finally had a rainy day and the sea began to surge. Carlo took a few orcs who could swim well onto the boat and rowed out to the depths of the sea to test the boat's safety. Fortunately, even though the boat was rocking unsteadily with the waves, it did not capsize. After the trial, Chu Xinran felt more assured. She believed they had completed all their preparations and could find an opportunity to officially start crossing the sea. However, she still felt that something was missing until Amy reminded her, and she suddenly realized. Xiao ran. How are we going to use the bathroom on the sea in the future? Amy quietly asked Chu Xinran. Hearing this, Chu Xinran slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten such an important thing? In the end, after thinking for a while, Chu Xinran came up with a solution. She had Carlo and the others build a slightly larger boat again and set up several wooden boards in the center of the boat to shield the surrounding view. We can tie this boat to the back of our boat with vines, and those who want to relieve themselves can jump down from the boat and swim to this boat to take care of it. Chu Xinran quietly shared her idea with Carlo. Carlo nodded and informed everyone in the tribe about this plan. In fact, Chu Xinran's purpose for teaching everyone to swim was not just for safety, but also to prepare for the current situation. They couldn't stay on the boat without moving. They would need to swim to other boats for transfer. Inspired by the specialized toilet boat, Chu Xinran suggested, how about we divide the boats into ones for people and ones for storage? We can tie the storage boat with vines to the back of our boat, which would give us more space on our boat. Actually, the boats made by Carlo and the others were already quite large. After all, they didn't know how long they would drift at sea. If all 10 or so people lay down to sleep, they would need a lot of space. So Chu Xinran naturally wanted to save more space. The larger the space, the better. However, after thinking for a while, Carlo shook his head and said, I think there's something wrong with that. If something unexpected happens in the middle, the storage boat might get separated from us in a rush. And then we would have nothing. The situation would be terrible. Chapter 164. The unexpected before departure. Chu Xinran thought carefully and realized that Carlo was right. She had been too simplistic in her thinking. As Carlo said, if something unexpected happened and they got separated from supplies, they would be done for. With no food or resources. You're right. I was thinking too far ahead. Let's keep the number of people on each boat smaller and put the supplies on each respective boat. After everything was prepared, they should have set off. But when Chu Xinran suggested finding a day for the official departure, many people suddenly became hesitant. Xiaoran, should we wait a few more days? Maybe prepare some more supplies before we set off? Amy said anxiously. Yes, I feel like there's still something we haven't done right. I'm quite anxious. How about we think it over for a few more days? The chief also expressed his opinion, feeling uneasy and hesitant about the departure. Seeing that the tribe members were becoming anxious, Chu Xinran didn't say much and agreed to their suggestion, allowing everyone to prepare for a few more days before setting off. Once back in her temporary tree hole, Chu Xinran's expression turned gloomy. Xiaoran, what's wrong? Do you think we're doing this wrong? Should we have set off earlier? Amy and Nina asked when they saw her like this. Chu Xinran shook her head. That's not what I mean. I thought I was prepared, but when it really came time to set off, I found myself feeling a bit uncertain. Chu Xinran didn't know how to express it. Their decision was indeed bold. Drifting on the desolate sea for a long time was daunting. If anything went wrong, they would be helpless in the vast ocean with nothing around. She was grateful for their trust in her and their willingness to take a risk with her, and she understood their fear. After all, people naturally feel a sense of fear towards the unknown, and even she was starting to lose her confidence. Seeing Chu Xinran's troubled expression, Amy and Nina didn't know how to comfort her, as they were also scared, unsure of what they might encounter at sea. Even though they had learned to swim, they still felt timid in the face of the deep ocean. At that moment, when Amy and Nina saw Carlo walk in, they exchanged glances and quietly left, leaving space for Carlo and Chu Xinran because they knew only Carlo could persuade her. What's wrong? Carlo approached Chu Xinran, holding her hand with concern. Carlo, we're about to set off. Are you scared? What if we encounter something unexpected at sea? Carlo comfortingly patted Chu Xinran's head. I'm not scared. Do you know why? Chu Xinran shook her head. Because we are all together, Carlo said firmly. As long as we are together, no matter what difficulties we encounter, I believe we can overcome them together. This journey may be filled with unknowns and dangers, but with me by your side, and with Kevin and Abel with you, what is there to be afraid of? After hearing Carlo's reassurance, Chu Xinran pondered for a moment and realized that Carlo was right. No matter how many dangers lay ahead, as long as they stayed together and figured things out as a group, she was confident they could overcome any challenges. You're right. Chu Xinran stood up, filled with determination, and clenched her fist. As long as we prepare well now, we won't be afraid of the dangers ahead. Since the tribe members have concerns, let's think of more ways to reassure them, to alleviate the worries of everyone in the tribe. Carlo brought Kevin and the others to make a few more boats as backups. If anything happened to their main boat, these boats could replace it. Chu Xinran also demonstrated to the entire tribe what they would do at sea. She had Carlo paddle her out to the water, then used a device to convert seawater into drinkable fresh water and caught a spiny fish with a fishing rod. She also had Kevin and Abel use the other two boats to demonstrate how to catch small sea creatures with a fishing net. Did everyone see that? We've completed all the preparations we could think of. No matter what we encounter at sea, we can handle it. So please rest assured and follow us. We will definitely reach the other side safely, Carlo said loudly to motivate the tribe. Hearing Carlo's words, the hesitant tribe members were also inspired by his enthusiasm and became excited. Carlo, you're right. We believe in you. They had already delayed for a long time at the Sea Beast tribe, and the longest delay had been building the boats. At first, they failed countless times, but gradually they found a pattern, and building the boats became smoother. Therefore, they had to set off. If they delayed any longer, the snow season would soon arrive, and drifting at sea during that time would be disastrous. They would surely freeze to death. Carlo represented the Lion-Tiger tribe to talk with other tribes and prepare to set off officially the next day. However, just like the initial response of the Lion-Tiger tribe, these tribes also became hesitant about crossing the sea. Do we really have to cross this ocean? What if something unexpected happens in the middle? Some even held onto the hope that the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus might not come here. So they didn't necessarily have to cross the sea. Staying here would be just fine. Chu Xinran kindly tried to persuade them, but aside from a few tribes willing to go with them, others remained hesitant. In the end, Chu Xinran had no choice but to go along with their decision. On the day before departure, Chu Xinran had the beastmen gather a large amount of vines to tie all the boats of the Lion-Tiger tribe together. Everyone remember, our boats are tied together now, so the chances of getting lost are much smaller. However, if something unexpected happens and you fall off the boat, remember that each boat also has a lot of vines. You must tie the vines around your waist immediately, so everyone is tied together and we won't lose anyone. Chapter 165. Departure. The next day, the Lion-Tiger tribe began loading everything onto the ships. After all the preparations were loaded, Carlo divided the dozen or so ships carrying people into 4 teams. He was in charge of one team, Kevin was in charge of another, Abel of another, and Dar of the last. Kevin wanted Nina to join his team, but Nina insisted on staying with Chu Xinran in Carlo's team, leaving Kevin with no choice but to give up. Dar also invited Amy to join his team, but Amy glanced at Abel and shook her head in refusal, joining Nina to come over to Chu Xinran's side. When the Lion-Tiger tribe was ready to depart, several other tribes were also preparing to leave with them, including the old orc who had exchanged salt with Chu Xinran earlier. When Chu Xinran saw him smiling at her, she suddenly remembered who he was. Noticing that Chu Xinran acknowledged him, the elderly orc approached and said, "Thank you for exchanging salt with us last time. Thanks to you, we can leave here together. Our tribe trusts your Lion-Tiger tribe, and we have prepared meticulously according to each step you outlined." Chu Xinran and Carlo had never hidden any of the preparations, as it was the Lion-Tiger tribe that first proposed to take these tribes with them, so they felt a responsibility to manage these matters. However, some tribes did not trust them and did not follow their steps closely. Seeing this, Chu Xinran felt a bit helpless. She couldn't force them to comply. But seeing some tribes trust them so much, she felt some comfort, knowing their hard work had not been in vain. Aside from the tribes preparing to leave with the Lion-Tiger tribe, many others were watching cautiously, wanting to see if the Lion-Tiger tribe could depart safely, how long they could drift at sea, and whether they would return shortly after leaving. When Carlo saw that everyone was ready, he prepared to give the order to depart. But before he could speak, a commotion erupted in the distance. "Run! The red-eyed Tyrannosaurus is coming. Hurry!" A thunderous roar from the Sea Beast tribe sent everyone on the beach into a panic. And indeed, a deafening roar from a Tyrannosaurus could be heard approaching. "Set sail. Carlo comanded decisively." The orcs responsible for rowing quickly got to work, and the ships swiftly left the shore, heading towards the sea. The other tribes that had also prepared to follow the Lion-Tiger tribe hurriedly commanded their people to set sail. At that moment, Jonathan was also watching from the shore with the people of the bird tribe, but he had been cautious and stored their belongings in front of their ship, assigning a few orcs to guard them. When the sudden situation arose, Jonathan immediately ordered his people to quickly load the items onto the ship and leave. Although it delayed them a bit, the bird tribe managed to set sail successfully before the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus reached the shore. But the other tribes were in dire straits. They hurried back to retrieve their stored belongings, but as they heard the roars of the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus getting closer, many felt their legs go weak. The red-eyed Tyrannosaurus was incredibly fast, reaching the beach in no time. Seeing so many people running frantically on the beach only excited it further. It swung its tail violently into the crowd, sending several people flying. Sitting on the ship and drifting further from the beach, Chu Xinran covered Colin's eyes, not wanting him to witness the brutal scene unfolding before them, where the beach was already flowing with blood. Many people had not managed to load all their belongings onto the ship before frantically rowing away, while others, clutching their possessions, found their path blocked by the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus, either being swept away by its tail or swallowed whole. Listening to the horrifying screams from the beach, everyone aboard the ships sailing towards the sea felt a heavy weight in their hearts, but they felt helpless. Going back to the beach meant certain death, as they simply could not contend with the rampaging red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. However, some fortunate tribes abandoned a large amount of their belongings, only taking a few items to jump onto the ships, leaving the beach before the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus arrived. These people were grateful to be alive, but regretted not listening to the lion-tiger tribe's advice, which led them to this predicament. What shocked Chu Xinran even more was that the roar of the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus attracted two more of its kind. The tribes floating on the sea looked in disbelief at the three red-eyed Tyrannosauruses on the beach. Normally, it was rare to see a Tyrannosaurus, yet three had appeared at once. Fortunately, they had left in time. Otherwise, if they had encountered these three red-eyed Tyrannosauruses, none would have survived. All would have been buried beneath their claws. At this point, there were no living people left on the beach. The three red-eyed Tyrannosauruses turned their attention to the tribes struggling to row, attempting to chase them into the sea. All the tribes grew tense, and the rowing orcs quickened their pace, putting all their strength into making their ships go further. Chu Xinran kept a close eye on the three red-eyed Tyrannosauruses on the beach, wanting to see what they would do next. Fortunately, as the three red-eyed Tyrannosauruses moved towards the sea, the rising water gradually submerged them. Although their eyes were filled with reluctance, they eventually gave up on pursuing and turned back to focus on eating the corpses on the beach. As the roars of the red-eyed Tyrannosauruses faded into the distance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly fortunate. Chu Xinran was also grateful that they had chosen the right time to leave. If they had delayed even a day, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and they would all have perished. Watching the distant red-eyed Tyrannosauruses shrink to small black dots, Carlo ordered the rowing orcs to take a temporary break and catch their breath, as they should now be far from danger. However, their unknown journey had just begun, and ahead lay countless dangers waiting for them. Chapter 166, Drifting begins, although they felt regretful about the earlier scene. Chu Xinran and the others had to continue with their lives. On the first day, drifting at sea, everyone was doing well, especially the children like Colin, who curiously gazed at the vast ocean, even dipping their hands into the azure water to play. That night, the sea became a bit cold, so Chu Xinran had everyone take out their blankets, which helped somewhat to ward off the chill. However, the other tribes were not so lucky. Those who left with the lion-tiger tribe had prepared and could use animal skins to combat the cold. The tribes that had rushed to the ships had no time to grab animal skins and only took some food. The next day, everyone was revitalized, but since they did not know the exact direction at sea, they could only keep rowing forward. Carlo, in charge of this team, arranged a rowing schedule, allowing each orc to row for a while before taking a break. At that moment, the scene on the sea was quite spectacular, with boats densely packed together. And hearing the constant chatter around her, Chu Xinran's previously troubled heart finally settled a bit. Xiaoran, what are you daydreaming about? I called you several times. Amy's voice pulled Chu Xinran back from her thoughts. At that moment, Amy was holding a bowl of food out to Chu Xinran, but seeing that she had not taken it, she raised her voice. Chu Xinran came back to her senses and took the food, smiling at Amy. Xiaoran, it turns out that drifting on the sea isn't so terrifying after all, except for a bit of boredom. Sitting here, watching the beautiful ocean, cooking something to eat when hungry, and without the danger of wild beasts, it would be wonderful to drift on the sea for a lifetime, Amy said. Chu Xinran and Nina both shook their heads and smiled helplessly. Nina glanced at the Na'vi, Amy, and said with a smile, Are you silly? How could you possibly drift on the sea for a lifetime? What if the food runs out? And we've only been drifting for a few days. Wait until you've drifted on the sea for a month, and you'll know how hard it is. That's right. Chu Xinran nodded in agreement. We still need to go into the water to get things, and the weather is actually a bit cold now. When the snow season comes, going into the water will really be painful. Although it's good now, every time we need to use the bathroom or get something, we have to swim to another boat. Swimming back and forth in the water all the time isn't a solution. Seeing that Chu Xinran and Nina were completely against her, Amy pouted, I was just joking. I didn't mean we really have to do that. Amy might be experiencing this kind of life for the first time. Her temperament was like that of a child. Karen, Kenny, and the others were also very happy drifting on the sea. Karen was very interested in watching Chu Xinran use the sun and wood to make fire, and he even wanted to try it himself. He was also very interested in using the sun to convert seawater into drinkable fresh water, finding everything he encountered fascinating. Oh, And Dudian? Chu Xinran looked around and found Dudian jumping back into the sea. It was only when they started drifting on the ocean that Chu Xinran realized Dudian could swim. At first, she was afraid that Dudian would drown if it fell into the sea, so she held it tightly in her arms, but Dudian struggled fiercely and kept making noise. Later, when Chu Xinran wasn't paying attention, Dudian broke free from her grasp and jumped into the sea. Just as Chu Xinran was about to jump in to save it, she found Dudian stretching its limbs and swimming happily in the water, even making a humming sound of comfort. Seeing Dudian like this, Chu Xinran couldn't help but chuckle, and the others who witnessed the scene also laughed. Meanwhile, Jonathan was watching from a distance, staring intently at the little beast swimming in the sea. Was that the detox beast? Jonathan's eyes seemed to shine as he focused on Dudian, but he couldn't make a move yet. With so many people watching, breaking ties with the lion and tiger tribe would bring him no benefit. However, on the third day, it suddenly started to rain heavily. The lion and tiger tribe hurriedly tied the prepared tarpaulin and set it up on the top of the boat. The raindrops pattered down on the tarpaulin, and the people of the lion and tiger tribe huddled together under it. The other tribes weren't so lucky. They envied the lion and tiger tribe's boat. No wonder there were 4 wooden poles standing on top of the lion and tiger tribe's boat. It was to block the rain. Of course, a small number of tribes, seeing what the lion and tiger tribe was doing, came over to ask and eventually set up their own, so they were also fortunate enough to avoid getting soaked. As the rain intensified, those tribes without tarps could only use animal skins to shield themselves, but the skins were useless once wet. They became heavy and hard to hold up. Abbott angrily wiped the rain off his face and looked over at the lion and tiger tribe, saying, "What bad luck. I didn't expect they were telling the truth. There really is a red-eyed Tyrannosaurus. If I had known, we would have done the same thing. We wouldn't be in such a miserable situation now." The sea beast tribe was the first to discover the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus and hurriedly ran to the beach with their belongings. Although they lost some tribesmen, most of them safely boarded the boat. However, because Abbott didn't trust Carlo and the others' words before, they had built boats but hadn't made many preparations. Now, facing the current situation, Abbott regretted his earlier decisions. He never thought there would really be red-eyed Tyrannosaurus on the beastman continent. Chu Xinran was hiding under the tarp, watching the other tribes getting drenched in the rain. She didn't feel much for the beastmen, but the elderly, children, and females were truly pitiful. Their bodies were not as strong as the beastmen's, and being soaked for such a long time would definitely make them sick. Getting sick on this vast ocean was a troublesome matter. "Shaoran, why don't we go help them?" Amy and Nina clearly couldn't bear to watch any longer. Their tribe had made a lot of tarps before, and there were many left over. After discussing with Carlo, Chu Xinran decided to temporarily lend the unused tarps from the lion and tiger tribe to each tribe. They could gather their elderly, children, and females on one boat and use the tarps to shield them, so they wouldn't get sick. Those tribes expressed their gratitude to the lion and tiger tribe, and they were at a loss for how to repay them. Chapter 167. Trying to fish. Fortunately, the heavy rain didn't last long. After the rain stopped, those tribes returned the tarps to the lion and tiger tribe and expressed their thanks once again. In the first few days at sea, the lion and tiger tribe had been eating dried meat. Chu Xinran first lit a fire with the dry leaves and then used a stone pot to cook meat soup. This method was the simplest and quickest. Although it tasted pretty good, eating too much of it could become a bit greasy. To improve the flavor, Chu Xinran decided to try fishing for spiny beasts with a fishing rod to see if she could catch any. Let us see who can catch the spiny beast first. After hanging a piece of meat on the fishing rod's hook and throwing it into the sea, Chu Xinran excitedly said to everyone. She believed she would be the first to catch a spiny beast because she had fished before and had experience, so she was sure she would win. "I think I'll be the first." Kevin, on another boat, loudly responded when he heard Chu Xinran. Although Kevin was on another boat, he had been paying close attention to this side because Nina was on Carlo and Chu Xinran's boat. When he saw them take out the fishing rods, Kevin also took his from his boat. Seeing Kevin's confident demeanor, the people on Carlo's boat inexplicably felt a surge of competitiveness and focused intently on their fishing rods, watching for any signs of spiny beast biting. Spiny beasts, having lived in the sea for a long time, were not very cautious. So soon someone's fishing rod started to show signs of movement. "I caught one," Kevin shouted excitedly. Seeing the commotion on Kevin's side, the people on Carlo's boat side. How did Kevin really catch the first one? However, Kevin was obviously a bit too early to celebrate. When he pulled the fishing rod up, he found that it suddenly sank down sharply. The fishing rod slipped from his hand due to inertia, and the spiny beast got away. Watching Kevin's face turn from excitement to gloom, the others on the other boats laughed and became even more focused on their own fishing rods. My rod is moving. Sister Xinran, my rod is moving. Brother. Just as everyone was concentrated, an excited voice broke the calm on the sea. Chu Xinran turned around to see it was Karen. His fishing rod was shaking violently, but whatever he had caught was clearly very strong, as Karen couldn't pull it up. Seeing this, Carlo reached out his hands to help Karen lift the fishing rod. With Carlo's assistance, the appearance of the spiky creature Karen caught gradually became clear. It was a stout black spiky creature. When Carlo helped throw the spiky creature into the boat, Karen was so excited at the sight of the wriggling creature that he almost jumped up. Sister Xinran, look, this spiky creature is so big. Karen did a great job. The first spiky creature was caught by Karen. You're really amazing. Chu Xinran also praised Karen happily. When they took out the fishing rods to catch more spiky creatures, Karen insisted on joining in. So Chu Xinran gave him a fishing rod and taught him how to fish. She thought Karen was just a little kid and would not really catch anything, but unexpectedly he actually caught one. And it was so big that Chu Xinran felt it was about half her body length. After Karen caught the first spiky creature, everyone else became even more excited and engaged in catching spiky creatures. By the end, each boat had basically caught a dozen or so spiky creatures, enough for dinner. As these spiky creatures were quite large, seeing that the fishing rods could actually catch spiky creatures, Chu Xinran breathed a sigh of relief. Even if their stored food ran out, they wouldn't starve with the spiky creatures around. Moreover, the spiky creatures from the deep sea were really large and fat. Chu Xinran felt that just a quarter of one would be enough to fill her up. Other tribes also had fishing rods and nets, and since this was about food, they had been very eager to consult the lion and tiger tribe. When they saw the lion and tiger tribe starting to catch spiky creatures, they followed suit and had rich harvests as well. When it was time for dinner, Carlo swam over to another boat that was empty and at the back, where he processed the spiky creatures. The other tribes saw what Carlo did and all followed suit. Seeing that these tribes were imitating him, Carlo pulled back his hand that was about to throw the processed entrails into the sea and reminded them, "Don't throw the processed entrails into the sea. It will attract giant beasts." Upon hearing Carlo's words, the other tribes quickly nodded. Since Carlo said so, they would definitely not do it, because in the vast ocean, if they attracted large beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable, and there would be nowhere to escape. Carlo actually intended to throw the processed entrails into the sea at first, but since he was only discarding a small amount, it wasn't a big deal. However, if all the tribes did this, the amount of bloody waste would surely attract giant beasts from the depths of the sea. Although Carlo had never seen a giant beast in the sea, he had heard Chu Xinran mention it before. When they were about to set off, Chu Xinran's greatest concern was the giant beasts in the sea. She said that in the place where she used to live, there were powerful beasts in the sea. After Carlo processed the spiky creatures, Chu Xinran put some of the meat on the fire to roast and threw the rest into a pot to make soup. The rich aroma quickly spread throughout the boat, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Once it was done, Chu Xinran distributed it to everyone on the boat, and they all devoured it hungrily. Be careful of the spines. Chu Xinran reminded Karen and the other kids to eat slowly. Chu Xinran didn't know what species these spiky creatures were. Some had many spines while others had few. However, she memorized the appearance of those spiky creatures with almost no spines, so they could specifically catch this type in the future. Some spiky creatures with many spines might taste better, but since these people from the tribe ate quickly and impatiently, Chu Xinran preferred that they all eat the spiky creatures without spines. The females from the other tribes also learned to cook spiky creatures from Chu Xinran. Although what they made didn't have spices like Chu Xinran's, the tenderness of the meat made them all indulge in it. It's really delicious. Chapter 168. Deteriorating emotions. Because the lion and tiger tribe had prepared a lot for this sea crossing and stored plenty of food, they still had food left for the time being. To avoid them getting tired of eating jerky, Chu Xinran began to make some dishes with spiky creatures and dough. The lion and tiger tribe had food left, but the tribes that hurriedly boarded the ship initially found their food running out after drifting at sea for about 10 days. Although they could temporarily catch some spiky creatures with fishing rods, it was not enough to feed all the beastmen. In the end, one of the tribes had no choice but to seek help from the lion and tiger tribe. After hearing about this from Carlo, Chu Xinran suggested that the tribe try using nets to catch spiky creatures, as nets could catch a large number of spiky creatures at once, which should temporarily alleviate their predicament. Carlo instructed that tribe to cast the net into the sea, with one boat's beastmen holding one end and the other boat's beastmen holding the other, so that the net could move along with the boats in the sea. After maintaining this action for a while, Carlo instructed the beastmen to swiftly and powerfully haul the net from the sea. The sight of a large number of spiky creatures rolling around in the net shocked everyone. They looked incredulously at the spiky creatures jumping around in the net. "Oh my God, this is so many. It's way easier than catching them one by one. I've never seen so many spiky creatures at once," exclaimed one beastman. The faces of everyone from the tribe that initially sought help from the lion and tiger tribe were filled with smiles. If they could keep catching so many spiky creatures, they wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. This was incredible. Once this tribe took the spiky creatures from the net and placed them on their boat, the other tribes eagerly began to use nets to catch spiky creatures as well. Although this method was suggested by Chu Xinran, she was also astonished. She hadn't expected that the net could catch so many spiky creatures. Chu Xinran roughly estimated that there were nearly 100 spiky creatures in that net. Perhaps because no one had ever caught these spiky creatures in the sea before, there should be a particularly large number of them at the bottom of the sea, which is why they caught so many at once. Moreover, Chu Xinran also saw that, in addition to the spiky creatures, many other small sea creatures were also caught. With the nets, the food crisis for those tribes was temporarily alleviated, and everyone continued to row toward the unknown ahead. However, after staying at sea for more than 10 days, everyone was getting tired. Every day, they woke up to the deep blue sea, and before closing their eyes, they still saw the sea. Even Amy, who had initially been very happy about this life, gradually found it exhausting and didn't know when it would end. Chu Xinran counted the scratches on the side of the boat and found that they had been drifting at sea for 15 days. On the first day of drifting, Chu Xinran would mark a scratch on the edge of the boat with a military knife every evening at dusk. Including today, there were already 15 scratches. Seeing everyone looking tired, to make things less boring, Chu Xinran thought of various little games for everyone to play. She had the beastmen compete in arm wrestling, taught the children to sing, and taught the females to do string tricks, but despite trying various methods, she still couldn't lift everyone out of their low spirits. "Everyone, please don't be like this. We have just started this journey. There is still a long way to go ahead, and we can't be discouraged now. We have been very lucky, traveling safely without encountering storms or raging waves, and we haven't come across any giant beasts. As long as we keep persevering, we will eventually reach the shore." Chu Xinran earnestly encouraged everyone in the tribe, hoping they could lift their spirits. When they decided to cross the sea, Chu Xinran anticipated this situation because facing the boundless ocean is indeed a painful experience. It can wear down a person's will and lead to despair. At this time, it is even more important to do a good job of reassuring these people and comforting them, so as not to crush their fighting spirit. "We have overcome so many difficulties before. Can we not overcome this one now?" Carlo said calmly. Hearing Chu Xinran and Carlo say this, everyone felt a bit ashamed. Yes, before setting out, they were all full of ambition, and now, after such a short time, they had thrown away their previous confidence. They had faced many challenges before. How could they be troubled by this little issue now? Thanks to Chu Xinran and Carlo's constant encouragement, the atmosphere in the lion-tiger tribe improved significantly. It was no longer so gloomy. Everyone was trying their best to find things to do to pass the time and stop overthinking. However, the atmosphere in other tribes was not as harmonious as that of the lion-tiger tribe. After drifting at sea for so long, some orcs with poor psychological endurance began to grow irritable and filled with despair. "How much longer do we have to stay in this godforsaken place? If this continues, I'm going to go crazy. I can't take it anymore." One orc from a tribe finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this orc's voice, everyone turned to look, and Chu Xinran sighed helplessly. After this orc spoke, some dissatisfied orcs and females began to complain, hinting at blaming the lion-tiger tribe for bringing them out and having them drift on this deserted sea. "If we had stayed in our tribe, maybe we could have avoided the attack of the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus and wouldn't have had any problems at all. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to some people's incitement. I wouldn't have to suffer here now," one orc said pointedly. Hearing this, many members of the lion-tiger tribe felt very heartbroken. They had generously taught these people everything they knew, helping them escape from that dangerous place. And now they received this kind of remark? Chu Xinran also felt completely disheartened towards some people, thinking that her good intentions were better off fed to dogs. Why can't some people learn to be grateful? If they hadn't left there, who knows how things would be now? Chapter 169. Encountering an uninhabited island. Once that orc's words were spoken, they surprisingly received some agreement from others, who nodded and said, "Yes, we really regret it now. In such a hopeless ocean, even if we regret it, we can't find a solution, and we don't know how much longer we have to live like this." Are we going to drift on the sea for the rest of our lives? How can you say that? Although some people began to blame the lion-tiger tribe, many others were grateful to the lion-tiger tribe and stood up to criticize these people. If the lion-tiger tribe hadn't brought us out, you would have been eaten by those red-eyed tyrannosaurs long ago. How could you still be standing here? The lion-tiger tribe taught us so much just to help us survive better. How can you do this to your conscience? Exactly. You are being too unreasonable. Moreover, the decision to migrate was made by you yourselves. How can you blame the lion-tiger tribe now? The lion-tiger tribe has already helped us so much. What more do you want from them? Seeing so many people standing up to criticize them, those who initially complained fell silent and stopped talking. However, Carlo had already memorized the faces of those who made these remarks. There would be time to settle the score later. Just because Chu Xinran could be magnanimous and not hold grudges didn't mean he would be the same. Carlo had been watching everything Chu Xinran did for these people closely. The person most pleased to see this commotion was Jonathan. He was keenly observing the development of the situation. But when he saw that things quickly calmed down and the complainers stopped talking, he pouted in boredom. Why did it end so quickly? He hadn't seen enough. Jonathan always thought Chu Xinran was a bit foolish. She tirelessly helped these people. But look at what she got in return. If it were him, he wouldn't care about these people at all. Everyone is essentially selfish. They act one way when they need something from you, and another when you fail to meet their demands. These people are utterly selfish. Helping them brings no benefit at all. Chu Xinran didn't feel that way, though. While she thought these people were indeed ungrateful, she helped them simply to be true to her conscience and never sought any reward. However, having seen the true colors of these people, she decided not to help them again next time. As the entire group became somewhat anxious while moving forward, Carlo suddenly noticed something unusual ahead. Look, what is that? Everyone followed Carlo's pointing finger and saw a dark spot ahead, not the familiar blue sea. Paddle at full speed. Let's go see what it is, Carlo ordered. At this moment, other tribes also spotted the dark spot and became excited. Could it be that we are about to reach the shore? This is wonderful. Everyone perked up and paddled towards the dark spot. With the orcs' efforts in rowing, the dark spot gradually revealed its true form. It was a solitary island standing alone in the middle of the sea. The island was not large, but it was lush with greenery and many plants were growing. Finally, they saw land, and many people became excited. Once the boat reached the shore, they couldn't wait to set foot on this island and looked around. With Carlo's assistance, Chu Xinran also stepped off the boat and onto the island. After half a month, she was once again standing on solid ground, and her emotions were quite peculiar. While at sea, she always felt as if she was floating. Only when she stepped on the ground did she feel secure. Chu Xinran was grateful for the appearance of this island, not because it would silence those who complained, but because it gave the members of the lion-tiger tribe hope, allowing them to ease their emotions and providing a temporary refuge. After getting off the boat, Carlo called over a few orcs to gather all the boats of the lion-tiger tribe together and tie them up, then asked a few orcs to guard the area and protect the belongings on the boats. Once these arrangements were made, Carlo walked over to Chu Xinran's side and accompanied her to explore the island. From a distance, this island didn't look very big, but once on the island, it was still quite large. At least, one couldn't see from one side of the island to the other. Chu Xinran looked at the vegetation on the island and found it similar to the plants they saw in the northern part of the Orc continent. But there were also many plants she had never seen before. She asked Carlo, and he had never seen them either. Carlo, do you think there are wild beasts on this island? Chu Xinran curiously asked while looking at the calm island. Carlo bent down to examine some tracks on the ground and the roots of some plants, nodding. There should be wild beasts on this island. There are claw marks on the ground and bite marks on the plant roots. Hearing Carlo say this, Chu Xinran curiously lowered her head to take a look and indeed found the traces Carlo mentioned. Once they arrived on the deserted island, everyone's mood relaxed. Chu Xinran had a few orcs bring down some food from the boat, and then she went to the island to pick some familiar wild vegetables, preparing to start a fire and cook a delicious dinner. It was getting dark, so they all decided to spend the night on the island for now. While cooking on the sea, Chu Xinran had been cautious not to waste dry leaves and food, so she had mostly made simple meals. Now that they had finally set foot on land, she decided to cook a proper meal to reward everyone, as they had truly worked hard during this time. Finally, they enjoyed steamed buns and noodles that they hadn't had in a long time, and the members of the lion-tiger tribe ate bowl after bowl until they were satisfied. Although other tribes were also making delicious food, compared to what the lion-tiger tribe had, they felt their own food had lost its appeal and became tasteless. However, after what had happened recently, no one dared to approach the lion-tiger tribe to ask for some of their food. They could only gnaw on their tasteless roasted meat. Enviously watching the lion-tiger tribe members, Chapter 170. Exploring the deserted island, everyone from the lion-tiger tribe had a hearty meal, and as it got dark, they rested on the beach of the deserted island, right in front of where their boat was docked. Once it was dark, everyone gathered around a fire. Chu Xinran looked at the scene, feeling as if she had come to a bonfire gathering. In the glow of the fire, she saw smiles on everyone's faces. Carlo. She never expected there would be such an isolated island in the middle of the sea, and she wondered how those wild animals managed to survive here. Chu Xinran found it amazing. She had indeed seen wild animals passing through the nearby woods while cooking in the afternoon. But since everyone had just arrived on the island and was still very tired, no one had gone hunting yet. "I will catch a few for you tomorrow," Carlos said. Hearing this, Chu Xinran chuckled, thinking it was incredible that wild animals could exist on such an isolated island, and she wondered how they had come to this deserted island. Those animals were so innocent. They would be caught just because of her words. "Let us stay here for a few more days to rest. The tribe members are really exhausted this time." "Okay," Carlo nodded. "Let us get some sleep." He covered Chu Xinran with a blanket, gently patting her to help her fall asleep. Sleeping on the boat had not been very comfortable, and Carlo felt that Chu Xinran was also tired. Carlo and Chu Xinran both agreed that they could only stay on this deserted island for a while. They couldn't remain here indefinitely because, honestly, the island was a bit small. What would happen if the wild animals were hunted out? However, some tribes did not think this way. Perhaps because of the recent drifting at sea, they felt very insecure, and a few tribes even wanted to stay here and not continue onward. When Chu Xinran heard about this, she was quite shocked. She asked in disbelief, "Are you really planning to do this?" The people nodded. Seeing this, Chu Xinran didn't know what to say. They would definitely regret staying on the deserted island. The tribes that decided to stay began moving their belongings from the boat. Watching them, Jonathan shook his head and muttered, "Stupid," wondering how these people could be so short-sighted. They were really foolish. These tribes that stayed on the deserted island began hunting. From their appearance, they were indeed preparing to settle here. Chu Xinran sighed, but didn't intervene further. She officially began to explore the deserted island to see if she could find anything useful. Wow, the air here is really great. After smelling the damp, salty odor of the sea for so long, the fresh scent of the plants was truly wonderful. Amy spread her arms and excitedly looked at the lush trees in front of her. Chu Xinran also felt very good. It had been a long time since she felt so relaxed. The few of them stepped through the grass-covered thicket, curiously observing everything around them. Carlo led the group at the front with a machete, cutting down grass that was half a person tall to clear a path. The plants on this deserted island had grown wildly, perhaps because it had not been visited for a long time. Even the grass was tall and sharp. "Carlo, be careful with your arms. Don't get cut by the grass," Chu Xinran shouted to Carlo at the front. Before they set off, Carlo had tightly wrapped Chu Xinran's arms and legs in animal skins, fearing that the sharp grass would cut her. However, he and T wrapped his own arms and legs. "Carlo, you should cover your arms and legs too," Chu Xinran quickly said when she saw him like this. But Carlo shook his head. "If I cover them, it will hinder my movement. If there is any danger, my speed will be slowed down, so it's unnecessary." Chu Xinran tried to persuade Carlo a few more times, but he insisted on this, and in the end, she had no choice but to agree with him, as he did have a point. After walking for a while, Chu Xinran discovered a plant that looked a lot like taro, with shield-shaped leaves and long, thick petioles, resembling taro in its characteristics. She stopped the few people who wanted to continue and squatted down in front of this taro-like plant, attempting to pull it out. However, no matter how hard she tried, the plant wouldn't budge. "I'll help you." Carlo shook his head and smiled, then came over to hold Chu Xinran's hand, pulling it together with her. With Carlo's help, the plant was pulled out in an instant, but due to inertia, Chu Xinran suddenly fell backward. Fortunately, Carlo was quick to catch her, or she would have fallen to the ground. Chu Xinran didn't have time to worry about almost falling. She hurriedly looked at the root of the plant and discovered it was indeed the familiar taro. Seeing Chu Xinran's excited expression, the others understood what was happening. "Xiaoran, is this something we can eat? It looks a lot like sweet potato." Amy also came over. Chu Xinran nodded, explaining that this was called taro, which looked similar to sweet potato, but was not as big or sweet. However, it could fill their stomachs. Upon hearing this, the others began searching for plants similar to this taro. Carlo and the other orcs found it easy to pull out taro, but Amy, Nina, and Karen had some difficulty. Nonetheless, they enthusiastically continued to pull out taro. In no time, they had gathered a lot of taro and filled their backpacks. Chu Xinran initially wanted to continue exploring, but since they had collected so much taro, everyone's bags were full. If they went further, there would be no place to put any more finds. So the group carried the taro back to their camp. When the other tribe members saw them returning with so much, they all gathered around. Chu Xinran had a few orcs wash some of the taro at the seaside and then put the clean taro into a pot to steam. Although steamed taro didn't have much flavor, it was very filling, and usually a few pieces would satisfy a person's hunger. When other tribes saw the lion-tiger tribe eating this, they curiously came over to ask about it. The tribes that had spoken on behalf of the lion-tiger tribe were naturally informed by the lion-tiger tribe. But when those tribes that had previously complained about the lion-tiger tribe came over to ask with thick faces, no one paid them any attention. These people found themselves in an embarrassing situation and had to leave awkwardly. Chapter 171. Life on the island because there were still quite a few taros. Chu Xinran took the females to wash them clean, then cut them into slices and laid them out in the sun to dry. Dried taro slices can be preserved for a longer time. After preparing the taros, Chu Xinran discovered a plant similar to ula grass on the deserted island. But this plant was even more pliable than ula grass. She gathered a lot of this plant and placed it on the boat as padding, making it more comfortable to sleep on the boat. At the same time, Carlo began hunting on the island. They hadn't had fresh meat for a long time, so when Carlo brought back several large wild animals with the orcs, Chu Xinran and the females turned all the wild meat into roasted meat and stir-fried dishes, allowing everyone in the lion-tiger tribe to enjoy fresh meat. After hunting once, Carlo did not go hunting on the deserted island again because the tribes that were planning to stay on the island looked at those hunting tribes with hostility and had strong objections. They would have to live here for a long time. What if these tribes caught all the wild animals? Moreover, the lion-tiger tribe still had plenty of food, so Carlo decided not to mingle with those tribes anymore. However, the generosity of the lion-tiger tribe did not mean that the other tribes were also generous, especially the bird tribe. Jonathan and the others didn't care about the nonsense excuses from the tribes planning to stay on the island. This deserted island doesn't belong to you. Why can't we hunt if you don't let us? Get out of our way. Jonathan shouted at the tribes standing in front of them. Although these tribes wanted to stop them, they were afraid of Jonathan's long-standing authority and dared not act easily, only watching angrily as the bird tribe continued to hunt on the island. Chu Xinran watched the dispute from a distance and shook her head helplessly. When everyone fled from the northern continent of the orcs together, they could temporarily stand on the same front when facing common dangers. However, this false peace could not last long. It would easily be broken when encountering a little problem and could no longer be maintained. However, the lion-tiger tribe would not participate in such disputes. During the more than 10 days of drifting at sea, Chu Xinran discovered many issues, and she was busy thinking of ways to solve these problems so that the subsequent journey would be easier. The boat that had been used as a toilet could no longer be used, so Carlo had to go to the island to find suitable wood to build another boat that could be used as a toilet. Additionally, the viscera from the spiny beasts needed to be buried in a suitable place on the island. However, what made Chu Xinran happiest was when she reached the other side of the deserted island and discovered coconut trees. Seeing these coconut trees excited Chu Xinran not because of the coconut juice to drink, but because the empty coconut shells could be used to make floating objects on the sea. During the more than 10 days of drifting on the sea, Chu Xinran found it most inconvenient to have to go into the water from time to time. The weather was a bit cold now, and going into the water would be chilly, plus her clothes would get wet. In short, it was very inconvenient. In the following days, Carlo forbade Chu Xinran from going into the water. If she needed to go to another boat, Carlo would lift her up in the water, trying to keep her from getting wet. But this made Carlo work too hard. Other orcs saw Carlo doing this and followed suit, lifting the females to keep them from getting wet. So Chu Xinran was always looking for a way to solve this issue. Chu Xinran couldn't climb trees, so she had to ask Carlo and Kevin for help. Carlo and Kevin had climbed countless trees while hunting and stalking prey, so climbing coconut trees was a piece of cake for them. Carlo and Kevin quickly climbed to the top of the coconut tree, and according to Chu Xinran's instructions, they twisted the coconuts, and the coconuts were easily picked. Throw down the coconuts you picked. They won't break. Chu Xinran shouted loudly, placing her hands near her mouth in a trumpet shape. The coconut trees on the Orc continent were also extremely tall. Looking up from the ground made Chu Xinran feel a bit dizzy. She thought that it would be difficult for Carlo and Kevin to climb so high, but they managed to do it so easily. Seeing Carlo and Kevin preparing to throw down the coconuts, Chu Xinran quickly pulled Karen and Imanina aside. From such a high distance, if a coconut hit them, it would definitely hurt, and they might even bleed. When she saw the coconuts thrown down by Carlo and Kevin hit the ground, Chu Xinran hurried to pick them up, startled by the size of the coconut in front of her. No wonder the coconut trees were so tall. This coconut was massive. It was several times larger than the coconuts she had seen on Earth. Carlo and Kevin quickly picked all the coconuts from the tree, then slid down and climbed onto another coconut tree. Karen also tried to climb these coconut trees, but always slipped and fell halfway up. Seeing Karen's dejected look, Chu Xinran patted his head and comforted him. Karen, it's okay. You're still young. When you grow up to be as tall as your brother, you'll be just as amazing. No, maybe even more amazing than your brother. Karen always believed in Chu Xinran's words, but this time he had doubts. He looked at his brother at the top of the tree, wondering if he would really be as capable as his brother in the future. His brother was so tall. When would he become like him? Seeing that Carlo and Kevin had already picked quite a few coconuts, Chu Xinran called them to stop. All right, you two come down. That's enough. Carlo and Kevin jumped down from the coconut tree, gathered the coconuts together, and used a vine net to carry them back to the other side of the deserted island. Other tribes looked over at Carlo and their commotion, wanting to see what they were preparing to make this time, as the things produced by the Lion-Tiger tribe were always intriguing. Now those tribes that had previously offended the Lion-Tiger tribe regretted it very much. If they had known, they wouldn't have offended them so early. Who would have thought they would encounter a deserted island now? They still needed the Lion-Tiger tribe's help in many places, but the Lion-Tiger tribe was no longer willing to pay them any mind. Chapter 172. Preparing to leave, the members of the Lion-Tiger tribe curiously looked at the coconuts. The shaman asked, Xiaoran, what is this? Is it a type of fruit? Chu Xinran smiled mysteriously. I guarantee you've never seen this before. Carlo, use your knife to make a hole in this coconut. Carlo followed Chu Xinran's instructions and made a hole in the coconut. Then Chu Xinran handed the coconut to the shaman. Grandpa Shaman, take a sip, there's water inside. The shaman took the coconut and drank a sip, discovering it was sweet fruit juice, and his eyes widened in surprise. The other members of the tribe also curiously gathered around to look at the water inside the coconut, all very amazed. They had never seen a fruit like this with juice inside. It was truly miraculous. After the juice was finished, Chu Xinran had Carlo cut the coconut in half, revealing the white flesh inside. After drinking the coconut juice, you can also eat the flesh inside, Chu Xinran introduced. Everyone in the tribe picked up a coconut and ate this amazing fruit that they had never seen or tasted before. Chu Xinran knew a lot. When she saw everyone drinking coconut juice, she reminded them, be careful when drinking coconut juice and try not to damage the coconut shells. They can be useful. Hearing this, everyone nodded. As the pile of coconut shells grew, Chu Xinran called Carlo to take the coconut shells to the seaside. She placed an empty coconut shell on the surface of the sea, and it floated, not sinking. Carlo, did you see that? These coconut shells can float on the sea. We could tie several of them together to make a buoy, and if someone lies on it, they won't fall into the water. Hearing Chu Xinran say this, Carlo became interested. He had wanted to make something like that for a long time to avoid Chu Xinran having to go into the water frequently. Together, Carlo and Chu Xinran thought of ways to seal the holes in the coconut shells, then securely tied several shells together to create a rectangular buoy. Carlo stepped onto the buoy to test it, and indeed, it did not sink. Seeing what Carlo and Chu Xinran had made, the tribe members gathered around with great interest. They all tried it and found that the buoy was really effective. Besides this buoy, Carlo also called Kevin and Darl to make several more buoys to place on their boat. If something happened to the boat later, these buoys could also be useful. At least they wouldn't let anyone drown. After solving this most troublesome issue for Chu Xinran, she felt much more relaxed. Before she set off, she had wanted to make a buoy like this, but there was nothing suitable that could float on the sea in the northern part of the Orc continent. She never expected to find it on this deserted island. In the past few days on the island, Chu Xinran had been very happy, discovering new things every day. However, as the snow season approached, they needed to leave the island. They had to reach the other side before the snow arrived. Seeing this deserted island gave Chu Xinran more confidence about reaching the other side. But before the Lion-Tiger tribe could set off, some unexpected incidents occurred on the deserted island. A few tribes took advantage of everyone's inattention to steal food from other tribes' boats and left the island under the cover of night. These tribes that stole food were the same ones that hurriedly boarded the boat earlier, including the Sea Beast tribe. They hadn't taken much food initially, so they set their sights on the food of other tribes. Now that they saw everyone was about to leave, they decided to strike first and stole the food to leave ahead of time. The tribes that had their food stolen were angrily scolding these selfish and greedy people. They were almost infuriated, but there was nothing they could do now. They couldn't leave the island temporarily. Only by storing enough food on the island could they continue their journey. This incident did not affect the Lion-Tiger tribe because when they first arrived at the island, Carlo had ordered several orcs to guard their supplies, preventing those people from succeeding. When Chu Xinran learned about this, She was very grateful for Carlo's vigilance. Fortunately, Carlo had made these arrangements in advance. Otherwise, the lion-tiger tribe would have suffered significant losses. After all, everyone knew that the lion-tiger tribe had the most food, and if they were to attack, they would definitely target the lion-tiger tribe first. After such an incident, the lion-tiger tribe felt sympathy for the tribes that had their food stolen, but there was nothing they could do. They had to set off as soon as possible. After making all the preparations, Carlo had everyone from the lion-tiger tribe board the boat and continue moving forward. Before boarding, Carlo had several orcs pick more coconuts to bring on the boat, and Chu Xinran also informed the tribes that stayed on the deserted island about many things, telling them which foods on the island were edible and which were not. The tribes were very grateful to Chu Xinran for sharing so much information and saw the lion-tiger tribe off as they departed. After officially setting off, Chu Xinran looked back, glancing at the people standing on the shore looking at them eagerly, feeling a bit sour in her heart. They had shared hardships together for a while, and she now just hoped that those tribes left on the deserted island could live peacefully and well. When they left the northern part of the Orc continent, there were dozens of tribes, but after going through so much, only a dozen tribes remained. Some chose to stay on the island, while others had already fled early. Chu Xinran could only sigh at the unpredictability of life. Regardless of what Chu Xinran thought, they set off on their journey again. Sitting on the boat, looking at the familiar sea surface, she sighed before they even set off, hoping that this time would be as safe as before, without encountering any storms. However, the more she wished for something, the more likely it would come. Chu Xinran had been praying not to encounter storms, but unexpectedly, not long after, they faced the biggest storm and waves in history. Chapter 173. Storm and waves. The lion-tiger tribe continued to sail smoothly. After resting on the deserted island, everyone felt much more energetic. On the second day of their departure, they suddenly encountered unprecedented good weather. It was the rainy season, so even when it didn't rain, the weather was always gloomy. However, this time the good weather was different from usual. The sun hung high in the sky, and even the sea water felt warm from the sunlight. After leaving the northern part of the Orc continent for such a long time, Chu Xinran finally felt like swimming in the sea in this warm weather, floating on the water and soaking up the sun, which lifted her spirits. At Carlo's pleading, Chu Xinran agreed to let a few children go into the sea to play. She had previously prohibited the children from swimming for fear they would get into trouble in the water. They had been carried around by the orcs. Later, when they had the buoy, she only allowed them to lie on it and play. Today, with the rare good weather, Chu Xinran agreed to let Carlo and the others go into the water, but they had to be tied with vines around their waists and couldn't swim far. Everyone enjoyed the rare sunshine. After swimming for a while, Chu Xinran climbed back onto the boat to take out the things that needed to be dried. The previous weather had been so overcast that she was worried the food would get damp and spoil, so she hurried to dry it while the sun was shining. However, Carlo looked at a dark patch on the horizon and felt that today's weather was a bit unusual. It was impossible for such good weather to occur during the rainy season, and everything felt off. He sensed that something was about to happen. Carlo's premonition was not wrong. After enjoying the sun for a while, suddenly a violent wind swept across the sea, and the bright sun disappeared instantly, hidden behind dark clouds and no longer visible, darkening the entire sea. Quick, bring Carlo and the others back up. The sky darkened too quickly, and many people did not react in time. Chu Xinran anxiously called out as she looked at the children still in the water. Carlo jumped into the sea and brought Carlo and the others back to the boat, while Chu Xinran hurriedly directed the females to quickly gather the food, and the orcs began to pull out tarps to cover the boat. Other tribes had also learned to make tarps when they were on the deserted island, so at this moment they were all in a flurry, pulling out tarps to cover the boat. Chu Xinran didn't expect the weather to change so suddenly, but what terrified her was that this change was obviously different from the usual rainy days. A fierce wind swept across the sea, and the ship began to sway. Seeing this, Carlo jumped into the sea again, starting to tie every ship of the lion and tiger tribe together with vines, while shouting loudly, "Everyone tie yourselves with vines. Everyone tie together. Hurry!" Kevin, Darl, and Abel also jumped down, starting to tie the ships they were responsible for. At this moment, heavy rain began to pour down, accompanied by the strong wind, and Chu Xinran felt like her face was being cut by a knife. She hurriedly took out some vines and handed them to the people next to her, urging them to tie them around their waists quickly. After Carlo secured the boats, he swam over to take the vines from Chu Xinran's boat and sent them to other boats, wanting everyone in the tribe to be tied together. The torrential rain poured down, making it difficult for people to open their eyes, as Chu Xinran listened to the continuous screams and the howling wind around her. Her heart was in chaos. Carlo had not yet boarded the ship, and everything was in disarray. She couldn't see where Carlo was. Even Kevin, Darl, and Abel had boarded the ship, but Chu Xinran still couldn't see Carlo's figure. Carlo, where are you? Hurry up and get on. Chu Xinran shouted Carlo's name loudly, constantly searching for him. Just as she was getting more anxious, Carlo finally appeared. He had tied all the vines of the tribe together and was trying to jump onto the ship with his hand supporting him. Chu Xinran quickly went to help Carlo up. Even though Carlo was strong, swimming in such strong winds and waves had exhausted all his strength. Hearing Carlo's heavy breathing, Chu Xinran was relieved that he had safely boarded the ship. What would she do if something happened to Carlo? At this moment, the waves on the sea were getting bigger, and the ship was swaying more violently, with darkness all around, making it hard to see anything else. Everyone crouched down. Stabilize your center of gravity. Don't be afraid. Carlo's voice rang out over the sea again. Everyone listened to Carlo's command, trying hard to crouch down and stabilize their balance. Chu Xinran crouched down with Carlo, feeling him tightly grip her hand, trying to calm her own emotions. Although she could hear screams and shouts all around, she felt that as long as they were together, they would surely get through this crisis safely. However, at that moment, Chu Xinran heard a huge cry from the ship behind them. She turned her head to look, trying hard to see what was happening. Lan na lan. It's not good. Lana Lan fell into the sea. Chu Xinran recognized Luke's voice. Don't panic. Pull the rope to bring Lana Lan back onto the ship. Don't jump into the sea. Don't go into the sea. Although Chu Xinran couldn't see what was happening behind, she still shouted loudly. After hearing Chu Xinran's words, Luke, who was about to jump into the sea, quickly pulled the vine net at his waist, trying to rescue Lana Lan. Fortunately, this method worked, and after a while, Lana Lan was pulled back to the side of the ship. Did you save her? Chu Xinran shouted again. Save her. We save her. Luke's voice was filled with relief. Carlo stood up to look at the surrounding environment, then quickly crouched down again, loudly instructing, everyone, don't panic. Stabilize your center of gravity, and try not to capsize the ship. If someone falls overboard, don't jump into the sea to save them. Just pull them back with the vines. Remember, we must not get separated. As long as we don't get separated, nothing will happen. Carlo's words encouraged many people, and they all tried their best to follow his instructions. Chu Xinran crouched beside him, listening to the deafening sound of the waves crashing and the howling wind, doing her best to maintain the ship's balance. She no longer had time to worry about how the other tribes were doing. As time passed, several ships from the lion and tiger tribe capsized. Seeing this, Carlo jumped into the sea without hesitation, along with Kevin, to transfer the tribe members who had fallen into the sea to another empty ship. Chu Xinran watched Kevin rescue people and could only silently pray for him. Chapter 174. The disaster passes. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the rolling waves finally calmed down, and the sky, which had been filled with dark clouds, gradually brightened. The clouds dispersed, and the sun peeked out again. Chu Xinran stood up from where Carlo was protecting her and discovered that the entire sea was in disarray. Many ships had capsized, and the belongings on the ships were scattered across the sea, creating a chaotic scene. Once the storm had stopped, Carlo and Kevin's first task was to count the number of tribe members. Fortunately, although many ships had capsized, everyone from the lion and tiger tribe was still together, tied securely with vines. After surviving the disaster, many people collapsed on the ship, having been terrified just moments ago. Thankfully, they had escaped the calamity without serious consequences. Great. It's finally over. I thought I was going to die from fear, Amy said, patting her chest exaggeratedly. Chu Xinran nodded. It was her first time encountering such a situation, and it was indeed terrifying. If they hadn't tied everyone together with vines in advance, some people would have definitely gotten lost. Furthermore, because their ship was quite large, they tried to keep their bodies low and maintain the ship's balance during the disaster, resulting in fewer capsized ships. However, at this moment, Chu Xinran was sadly realizing that apart from their own lion and tiger tribe, she could no longer see any other tribes. They had lost contact with them during the recent storm, but Carlo had previously informed them to use vines to tie themselves together in such situations. So Chu Xinran believed that those tribes would be fine. They had just gotten separated from dozens of tribes at the start of their journey. Only the lion and tiger tribe remained now. Chu Xinran didn't know what to say. She could only hope that those tribes would reach the other side safely. After everyone calmed down from the earlier panic, Carlo began directing people to clean up the mess. Some of their ships had capsized, and their belongings were floating on the sea. Carlo entered the water to check the belongings. If they were still usable, he would retrieve them and put them back on the ship, but if they had been soaked by seawater and were no longer usable, they had to be abandoned. After experiencing this disaster, Chu Xinran saw the shaman kneel down in the distance, hands clasped together, silently praying. Chu Xinran guessed the shaman was thanking the beast god. People from the beastman continent believed that if they survived a calamity, it was the beast god's protection. While the chief and Carlo were busy directing everyone to clean up, Chu Xinran counted the marks she had made on the ship, and with today's edition, they had been away from the northern beastman continent for over 20 days. Based on last year's experience, the rainy season lasted about 4 months, and they had set off in the second month of the rainy season. Therefore, they were now halfway through the rainy season, and they needed to reach the other side within the next month. Otherwise, even if they reached the other side, they would have no time to prepare for the upcoming snowy season, which would lead to dire consequences. After the disaster passed, the lion and tiger tribe continued to move forward. The days were manageable, but at night, without the sounds of other tribes, only the lion and tiger tribe remained. In the night, sea seemed particularly calm. Chu Xinran lay on the ship, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything, and her heart felt a bit unsettled. She reached out her hand and touched Carlo's hand. Sensing Chu Xinran's movement, Carlo tightly grasped her hand and quietly asked, "What's wrong? Can't sleep? It's so quiet now. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it, and I can't see anything, just a blanket of darkness," Chu Xinran said with a somewhat unsteady voice. "Should I light a fire?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xinran shook her head, but thinking that Carlo probably couldn't see, she spoke again. "No need, it would disturb others' rest." Seeing Chu Xinran like this, Carlo explained softly, "I can see your movements. Orcs can see in the dark." "Really? I didn't know that before." Chu Xinran had never known this. Perhaps because when Carlo was with her at night, he would always light a fire to take care of her, so she had never learned this fact. After knowing this, Chu Xinran felt much more at ease. Her wandering thoughts were just due to her fear of the dark, not knowing what might happen in the darkness. But knowing that Carlo could see things in the dark made her heart much more stable. No matter what happened, Carlo would always be there to protect her. As she talked with Carlo, Chu Xinran slowly drifted into sleep. The next day, hearing that Karen wanted to eat the small sea creatures they had eaten before, Chu Xinran asked Carlo and Kevin to throw a fishing net into the sea to catch them. Carlo held one end of the net while Kevin held the other, and the two boats moved forward together. After a while, Chu Xinran felt it was about time, and Carlo and Kevin pulled the net up together. Perhaps because they had reached the deepest part of the sea, the net caught many small sea creatures, some of which Chu Xinran had never seen before. She threw the unfamiliar small sea creatures back into the sea, unsure if they were edible. For safety's sake, it was better not to eat them. While sorting through the small sea creatures in the net, Chu Xinran unexpectedly found a cuttlefish, and a playful idea struck her. She squeezed the cuttlefish towards Carlo's face, and a large spray of ink shot onto Carlo's face. Seeing Carlo's face turn black, Chu Xinran couldn't help but laugh, so hard she almost couldn't stand up straight, and the others couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Carlo's inky face. Carlo could have dodged the attack, but since it was something Chu Xinran did, he didn't avoid it. Now, seeing Chu Xinran so happy, Carlo could only smile helplessly and indulgently. Karen became immensely interested in the ink-squirting creature, and later, when Chu Xinran found a few more cuttlefish, she gave them all to Karen, who took them to play with his friends. Chu Xinran picked out some familiar small sea creatures and cooked them for Karen to eat. Chapter 175, Arrival at the Opposite Shore. The following days passed peacefully, and along the way, they encountered a small island, even smaller than the previous one. After many days, the tribe members finally set foot on solid ground again and were very happy. Moreover, the jerky and food that the lion-tiger tribe had prepared were all gone, and after eating the spiny creatures for many days, everyone was tired of it. Now, on this small island, there was fresh wild game and wild fruits and vegetables, so everyone was very pleased. After resting on this small island for a few days, the tribe set off again. Along the way, the salt they had brought also ran out, but fortunately, they were on the sea. Chu Xinran collected some seawater and taught everyone in the tribe how to make salt from it. The sea beast tribe had always lived by the sea, so this should be their method of making salt. Now that they no longer had the salt rock from their previous tribe, they would probably have to make salt from seawater in the future, so everyone learned it as a precaution. Having gone through so many difficulties and hardships together, the tribe was now made up of trustworthy people, so Chu Xinran felt at ease teaching them the method of making salt. After drifting on the sea for over a month, nearing 2 months, everyone in the lion-tiger tribe finally saw hope. They spotted a distant landmass that was no longer the isolated island they had seen before, but a real piece of mainland, and they all cheered. "Did I see that right? We are really going to reach the opposite shore, right?" Chu Xinran asked, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Amy nodded vigorously, Xiaoran. You didn't see wrong. We have really reached the southern part of the mainland. That's great. This is truly wonderful. After drifting for so long, they finally saw hope to end this drifting life, and some people were so excited they even cried. It is truly the beast god's blessing. Our lion-tiger tribe is really saved this time. The beast god bless us. The priest clasped his hands together and began to pray. The chief's eyes also turned red. When Chu Xinran first told him about migrating, he was very hesitant. Later, as they drifted on the sea, his uncertainty grew more severe, but fortunately, they really reached the opposite shore. The legendary Orc continent's southern part truly exists. Seeing hope, the orcs rowing the boats felt even more energized. They rowed hard, eager to reach the mainland as soon as possible. When they arrived at the shore, before Carlo could help her, Chu Xinran excitedly jumped off the boat herself. She looked around and felt that this place was indeed different from the northern part of the Orc continent, as many of the plants were unfamiliar to her. Carlo instructed the orcs to unload the luggage from the boats first, then tied all the boats together, resting them by the beach. The plants on the southern part of the Orc continent seemed to be smaller than those in the north, all of a more normal size. But the trees were very sturdy, and the tree hollows were quite spacious. Chu Xinran saw an empty tree hollow and went inside to take a look. Being startled by its size, it was so big it could serve as a house. However, looking at the hollow, which was quite spacious, and seeing many marks on the trees, although it was covered in dust, Chu Xinran felt like someone had lived there before. Carlo, don't you think it seems like someone used to live here? Chu Xinran turned to Carlo and said. Carlo nodded, saying that the tree hollows were dug out by someone, showing signs of habitation. If that's the case, it means that there are orcs living on the southern part of the Orc continent, and perhaps they will encounter these orcs in the future. Carlo looked around and found several similar tree hollows. Could it be that the people here all lived in tree hollows? But this way, they had also found a temporary place to stay. These tree hollows were not far from the sea, and Carlo did not find any signs of other orcs living here. So their lion-tiger tribe could temporarily reside here. After they understood the situation better, they could consider their living arrangements more carefully. After dividing up the tree hollows, everyone took their belongings to their respective hollows. Because there weren't enough hollows, Chu Xinran, Amy, Nina, and several females were assigned to one hollow. Since arriving at the Orc continent, Chu Xinran had always lived with Carlo and had never experienced living with so many females before. However, listening to Amy and the others chattering away, Chu Xinran found this experience quite novel, as a group of females gathered together discussing topics they were interested in. Chu Xinran and Amy and Nina cleaned up the tree hollow they temporarily would stay in. It had probably been a long time since anyone lived there, so there was a lot of dust. Although everyone's faces were covered in dust after cleaning, they didn't mind because they were in a good mood, energetically tidying up the hollow. Chu Xinran walked around the tree hole and found some wormwood, which she had discovered in the north of the mainland. She didn't expect to find it in the south, but it was smaller here than in the north. Chu Xinran and Nina collected a lot of wormwood and spread it inside the tree hole. The bed was made by Carlo and the others from trees. And Carlo and Kevin carried the wooden bed into the tree hole where Chu Xinran lived. Chu Xinran also placed a lot of wormwood on the new wooden bed. Because the smell of the wormwood was strong, everyone temporarily stepped outside after placing it in the tree hole. It was then that Chu Xinran saw what Amy, who had disappeared for a while, was doing. She didn't know where Amy had gathered a lot of fresh flowers, which were placed at the entrance of their tree hole, making it clear that this was a female dwelling. After organizing their tree hole, Chu Xinran went with Amy and Nina to the tree hole where Carlo, Kevin, Darl, and Abel lived. Since the beastmen were busy making furniture like wooden beds, they didn't have time to clean their tree hole, and even if they did, it was likely that these rough beastmen wouldn't clean it very well. So, Chu Xinran and the females decided to clean Carlo's tree hole for them. By the time the females and beastmen finished their work, it was already dark and time for dinner. Given that everyone was tired today, they simply roasted some meat and then went to rest, as there was a lot waiting for them to do tomorrow. Chapter 176. Going out to explore inside the tree hole. Chu Xinran and Amy laid animal skins on the wooden bed and then took out the quilts they had made earlier. There was only a month left until the snow season, so the weather had already turned quite cold, especially at night. The weather in the southern mainland seemed to be similar to that in the north, with about the same temperature. Chu Xinran placed Dian back in its little nest, encouraging it to sleep quickly, and then she climbed onto the bed herself. Dian had been following Chu Xinran all the way, and she had brought its little nest with her, but today, when they first arrived in the southern mainland, Dian suddenly seemed a bit anxious. It took a long time for Chu Xinran to calm it down. She didn't know what was wrong with Dian, but fortunately, it had returned to normal and stopped calling out. Lying on the bed, with Amy and Nina beside her, Chu Xinran felt a bit uncomfortable, but she was so tired from the day that she quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, everyone in the tribe got up early. After breakfast, they began to continue the tasks they hadn't finished the day before. With about a month left until the snow season, they had to store enough food in that time. This was quite difficult, considering they had previously taken 4 months to store food, and sometimes even that wasn't enough during the snow season, let alone a month. However, the lion-tiger tribe had no other choice. They had to work hard to hunt quickly to prepare for the snow season. As they walked further towards the sea today, they discovered several boats similar to theirs. This was good news. Could it be that other tribes had arrived here as well? They wondered where they had gone. Finally learning some news about other tribes, Chu Xinran breathed a sigh of relief, glad that they hadn't encountered any trouble and had safely arrived here. Just like the lion-tiger tribe, Carlos said, "If fate allows, we will meet them in the future." Chu Xinran nodded, relieved to know they were not the only tribe that had safely arrived. Next, the entire lion-tiger tribe had to focus on preparing for the snow season. However, before storing food, Carlo felt that they still knew nothing about the entire southern mainland, which was not acceptable. It was necessary to understand the situation of the entire Orc mainland in the south. After some thought, Carlo decided to let Kevin and Darl lead the tribe's beastmen to hunt here and protect the entire tribe, while he and Abel would take a few beastmen to explore the surroundings to see if they could find other tribes and gather information about the area. As soon as Chu Xinran heard that Carlo was going out to explore, she decided to follow him. Carlo initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Chu Xinran's determined expression, he eventually nodded helplessly. Since it was decided that Chu Xinran would go, Carlo also agreed to let Amy, who had been clamoring to go, join them, as having another female along would be good for Chu Xinran's safety on the way. After Carlo reminded Kevin and Darl of some matters, they all headed into the depths of the forest together. It seemed that there were really no other tribes living in this area of the forest by the sea. They walked for a long time without smelling any unfamiliar beastmen. After walking all morning, Carlo finally sensed something unusual. Faint voices could be heard in the air. As they approached the source of the voices, Carlo and Chu Xinran encountered several beastmen and females. The beastmen, upon seeing them, raised their weapons warily and demanded, "Who are you? Where do you come from? Why have you entered the territory of our climbing beast tribe?" Chu Xinran felt that these beastmen and females looked different from those in the north. They were not only animal skins, but also clothes made of fabric, adorned with bones of wild beasts. Moreover, the females were well-dressed, wearing flower crowns on their heads, shell necklaces around their necks, and grass-woven bracelets on their wrists. "We are from the lion-tiger tribe in the north of the Orc mainland, and we have come to visit your land," she said. However, the impolite tone of the beastmen made Abel a bit angry and ready to lash out, but he was interrupted by Chu Xinran. Seeing a young female step forward to speak, the expressions of the beastmen relaxed somewhat, although the females still looked at Chu Xinran with strange gazes. After a brief discussion among themselves, one of the beastmen stepped forward and said, "Come on, I'll take you to meet our chief." Under the guidance of these beastmen and females, Chu Xinran and Carlo moved forward. Before long, they arrived at a large gate decorated with vines and branches, which must have been the entrance to the climbing beast tribe. Once inside the tribe, Chu Xinran noticed that the outer perimeter was densely surrounded by branches and vine nets, and the beastmen and females lived in tree holes inside. The people of the climbing beast tribe stared at them curiously, whispering and pointing, unsure of what to say. Chu Xinran observed that this tribe seemed to be more developed than those in the northern Orc mainland, unlike the lion-tiger tribe, which she first saw as impoverished and lacking in everything. This tribe had many daily necessities, and their clothing was different. The females seemed to love dressing up, wearing beautiful clothes and jewelry. After walking for a while, the beastmen led them to the door of the largest tree hole, where they respectfully announced, "Chief, a tribe from the northern mainland has come to see you." After receiving permission from the person inside, the beastmen led them in. Once inside the tree hole, Chu Xinran was taken aback by its size. It was enormous. At the very top of the tree hole was a wooden platform covered with animal skins, where a young and authoritative beastman sat, staring at them. "Are you the bumpkins from the northern mainland?" Chu Xinran had expected the chief to be older, but she was surprised to see how young he was, looking even younger than Jonathan. However, this handsome beastman greeted them with such ungracious words that Chu Xinran rarely frowned, replying, "You're the bumpkin. What? Am I wrong? You all take a look at what you're wearing. Now take a look at ours," the chief said with a smile. standing up from his seat with great interest. Chapter 177. The Climbing Beast Tribe compared to the tribes in the northern part of the Beastman continent. The Climbing Beast Tribe, indeed, pays more attention to appearances, with even the beastmen adorning themselves with a few accessories. In contrast, the tribes in the north struggle to meet their basic needs and cannot afford to focus on such decorations. It's unclear whether all the tribes in the southern part of the Beastman continent are like this, or if it's just the Climbing Beast Tribe. However, as a newcomer still trying to understand the current situation, Chu Xinran couldn't afford to clash with this chief. She suppressed her emotions and stepped forward to introduce herself. Hello, we are from the Lion and Tiger tribe, from the northern part of the Beastman continent. My name is Chu Xinran, and this is Carlo. She pointed to Carlo and then introduced Amy and Abel. The chief of the Climbing Beast tribe was surprised that these individuals remained so composed and regarded them with a higher opinion. Thus his tone became less harsh. I am Pierce, the chief of the Climbing Beast tribe. I have heard that there are tribes living on the other side of the sea, but I have never seen them before. It turns out you're quite similar to us, though compared to us, you seem a bit shabby. Chu Xinran was almost speechless at Pierce's attitude. Why did he feel the need to boast about himself in every statement? Couldn't he just speak properly? Nonetheless, although Pierce looked down on them, he still generously shared some basic information about the southern part of the Beastman continent, knowing they were new and unfamiliar with the situation. The basic climate in the south is similar to the north, but there are many plants here that are not found in the north. Additionally, life in the southern tribes is somewhat better. They rarely go hungry during the snow season and have more leisure time to engage in other activities instead of constantly worrying about hunting. Moreover, the females and beastmen in the southern tribes are very keen on decorating themselves, especially the single beastmen and females who have not yet paired up. Single females make beautiful clothes and jewelry for themselves, while beastmen wear teeth or bones from the wild beasts they have hunted themselves to showcase their bravery and strength. Chu Xinran noticed that the teeth around Pierce's neck were quite special. She felt she had seen them somewhere before. The teeth he wears are from a Tyrannosaurus. Carlo whispered in Chu Xinran's ear. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinran realized it was indeed a Tyrannosaurus. No wonder it looked so familiar. However, Pierce had just mentioned that the teeth and bones worn by beastmen are all personally hunted, meaning Pierce must have personally hunted a Tyrannosaurus himself. How impressive. The tribes in the south know that there are tribes in the north, but they're not interested in them at all because they know the northern tribes are very backward and cannot compare to them. Unexpectedly, upon seeing them today, it truly lived up to its reputation. You really do look like country bumpkins. Pierce added this remark after finishing all his words. Seeing Pierce's annoying expression, Chu Xinran couldn't hold back anymore and replied with a smile. A beastman hangs these miscellaneous teeth and bones on himself all day long. If someone mistook you for a traitor, would you exchange bones with them? Stop talking nonsense. Do you know what bones these are? Pierce shouted angrily. These are from a Tyrannosaurus. Do you know how much effort I put into catching one? There are no more than 3 people in the entire southern continent who can do it. Hearing Chu Xinran dare to question what he was wearing made Pierce furious. Chu Xinran rolled her eyes in silence and didn't speak further, which only made Pierce angrier. Pierce walked down from above, approaching Chu Xinran, tugging at the bones on himself. Wanted her to see clearly. Today, I want you, who has never seen the world, to take a good look. These are taken from a Tyrannosaurus. But before he could reach Chu Xinran, a hand blocked his way. Pierce turned around to see a tall beastman staring at him expressionlessly, his hand firmly blocking his body. Who are you? Get out of my way. This arrogant Pierce hadn't paid attention when Chu Xinran introduced them, so he didn't know who this silent beastman was. Carlo remained unresponsive, still standing in front of Chu Xinran. Pierce didn't take care. He had never been blocked from doing what he wanted. So, without hesitation, he reached out to kick Carlo aside. However, he didn't expect this beastman, whom he looked down upon, to move so quickly, dodging his attack and swiftly countering. After exchanging a few blows, the expressions on their faces grew serious. He realized that if they continued fighting, he might be at a disadvantage. So he withdrew his hand and took a few steps back, halting the fight. Are you really from the back of the Beastman continent? Pierce asked, his tone serious as he put away his contempt. Chu Xinran nodded. Yes, we are. Why would we lie to you? We are really new here and just wanted to visit your tribe. Pierce scrutinized them for a while, as if trying to discern whether Chu Xinran was telling the truth. After a long moment, he returned to his previous nonchalant demeanor, though without the previous disdain. Not bad with your skills, buddy. What did you say your name was? Carlo. Carlo replied in a steady voice. Pierce looked at Carlo a few more times before turning back to Chu Xinran, saying, Since you have come here, I will kindly tell you one thing. Life in the southern part of the beastman continent is not as free as in the north. What do you mean by that? Abel asked, staring intently at Pierce. Earlier, when Chu Xinran had mocked Pierce, Abel couldn't help but throw in a few jabs as well. So Pierce rolled his eyes dramatically at Abel. All the tribes in the southern part of the beastman continent are controlled by the beast eater tribe, and they must regularly offer food to the beast eater tribe. If they don't comply, the consequences will be severe. Beast eater tribe? As soon as Chu Xinran heard this name, she knew that the beast eater tribe was definitely not simple and could probably do anything. That's right, the beast eater tribe. Chu Xinran sensed an almost palpable hatred in Pierce's eyes. They took pleasure in harming their kind and liked to eat beastmen. Pierce's words shocked everyone present. The beast eater tribe actually liked to eat beastmen? Chu Xinran thought the beast eater referred to eating wild beasts, but she never expected it was about eating live beastmen. This was too inhumane. Chapter 178. A night's shelter. So if you want to survive in the southern continent, you must be wary of the beast eater tribe, or you will face serious consequences in the future. Although Pierce was sharp-tongued, he did share essential information with Chu Xinran and the others. Moreover, since it was already dark, he offered them shelter for the night, allowing them to leave the next morning. Pierce had someone take Chu Xinran, Carlo, and the others to a tree hollow, which would be their temporary residence for the night. The tree hollow in the climbing beast tribe was well equipped with beds and some furniture, clearly a place where people often lived. Chu Xinran and Amy tidied up a bit before starting to prepare dinner. Chu Xinran didn't expect the climbing beast tribe to have a designated cooking area, located in a clearing where many people were busy cooking. Chu Xinran saw a familiar-looking woman cooking and approached her to chat, asking, "Annie, why is everyone from the beast climbing tribe cooking here? Is there a reason?" Everyone in the beast climbing tribe already knew that these people had come from the northern part of the Ore continent and would be staying in their tribe for the night. The woman kindly replied, "Because we live in wooden houses, if we light fires carelessly, it can easily cause a fire. This has happened before. So our chief has asked us to cook in one designated area." Unexpectedly, this appears turned out to be quite strategic. Chu Xinran thought he was just an orc who could only mock and ridicule others. After clarifying how to use those things, Chu Xinran and Amy began preparing dinner together. The beast meat they would use for dinner was freshly hunted by Carlo and Abel, because Pierce had said that they could stay for the night. But they had to figure out their own meals. So Carlo and Abel went out of the beast climbing tribe to hunt, and Chu Xinran and Amy followed, because Chu Xinran had no seasoning except for salt. She wanted to see if she could find some wild garlic, wild onions, or peppers. Fortunately, the plants in the southern part of the continent were still abundant, and after walking a short distance, Chu Xinran found what she wanted to pick. Amy, who had been cooking with Chu Xinran for such a long time, naturally recognized the basic seasonings like wild garlic and wild onions, and she excitedly ran over to pick them, turning back to the slower Chu Xinran and saying, "There's so many wild onions here. They've grown in a large patch." Chu Xinran also squatted down and nodded. There were no signs of picking these wild garlic and wild onions, indicating that the tribe had no habit of using these seasonings. Although the tribes in the southern part of the continent were indeed more developed than those in the north, they were still only at a level barely meeting their basic needs, far from a truly good life. After picking the seasonings, Chu Xinran and Amy returned to the beast climbing tribe with Carlo and Abel, who had already caught the beast, and began making dinner in the designated cooking area. Chu Xinran carefully observed that the females of the beast climbing tribe cooked by either roasting meat or boiling meat soup in a pot with a bit of salt. Aside from that, there were no other methods. While cooking, Chu Xinran first rendered oil from the fatty meat, and the fragrant smell quickly spread throughout the beast climbing tribe, making everyone covetously stare at the actions of Chu Xinran and Amy. What are they making? Why does it smell so good? I want to take a bite. Little did they know that this aroma was just the beginning. Chu Xinran later used all her cooking skills to make many stir-fried dishes, stunning many people in the beast climbing tribe, who quietly watched from a distance. Pierce had long been drawn out by the aroma. He stared at Chu Xinran as she tossed the food in the pot with a spatula, almost drooling. What in the world is Chu Xinran making? Why does it smell so good? But he had previously said that these people had to solve their own dinner, so how could he go over and take a bite? Pierce regretted his earlier decision. If he had known, he would have let them use the ingredients from the beast climbing tribe. Then he could have openly asked for some to eat. When Chu Xinran and Amy carried the finished stir-fried dishes towards the tree hole, they noticed the gazes of those around them, all fixated on the dishes in their hands, their eyes filled with desire, especially Pierce, who was nearly drooling. Seeing them like this, Chu Xinran and Amy almost couldn't help but laugh. However, they still pretended not to see and walked into the tree hole with the dishes. When everyone saw Chu Xinran and Amy's figures disappear into the tree hole, they all sighed in disappointment. "What are you looking at? Go eat your own food." Pierce angrily slapped an orc on the head and said furiously. Seeing Pierce lose his temper, everyone else slowly dispersed. But while he sent everyone off to eat, Pierce remained rooted to the spot, gazing longingly at the tree hole where Chu Xinran and the others lived, unable to move his feet. He didn't expect that, after a while, Chu Xinran would come out again. When Chu Xinran came out carrying a plate of stir-fried dishes, she discovered that Pierce was still standing there, not leaving. She smiled and walked over to him, handing him the stir-fried dish. Pierce stared blankly at the stir-fried food in his hand, incredulous, pointing at himself. "For me?" Chu Xinran nodded. "Yes, for you. I originally wanted to take it to your house, but I didn't expect you to still be here. We made a little this time, so we can only give you some. The others will have to wait." Pierce looked at the stir-fried dish in his hand with excitement and waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, they don't have to eat." The other orcs, who had been listening intently, turned gloomy upon hearing Pierce's words. "Why is their chief like this? They also want to eat. It smells so good. It must taste even better. Chief, please share some with them." Unfortunately, Pierce was destined not to hear the heartfelt pleas of these orcs. All his attention was on the stir-fried dish in his hand, and now that he was closer, it smelled even better. "All right, you should hurry back and eat. It will taste bad if it gets cold." Upon hearing Chu Xinran say this, Pierce immediately took the stir-fried dish and ran back to his house, and the other orcs followed suit, wanting to see if they could also get a taste. The chief shouldn't eat alone. Chapter 179. Deciding on a residence, Pierce took a bite of the stir-fried dish in his hand and was amazed. He had never tasted anything so delicious. Although he agreed to let the other orcs have a taste, none of them could eat as quickly as Pierce. They stared in astonishment as their chief devoured all the stir-fried dishes in no time. After finishing the stir-fried dishes made by Chu Xinran, Pierce felt a bit reluctant when he saw they were about to leave the next day. He looked at Chu Xinran, Carlo, and the others, hesitating for a long time before finally asking, "Where does your lion-tiger tribe plan to live in the future? Will you come back to our beast-climbing tribe? We just arrived in the southern part of the continent and haven't decided where to settle down yet. For now, we are temporarily living by the sea over there." Chu Xinran replied. Hearing this, Pierce's eyes lit up, and he cleared his throat, saying seriously, "In light of the delicious food you brought me yesterday, I'll kindly tell you that the area by the sea used to have a tribe living there, but after they moved away, no tribe has lived there since. So if you decide to settle there, it would be a good choice." Pierce certainly wouldn't admit to having ulterior motives. The beast-climbing tribe currently lived right next to where the lion-tiger tribe was temporarily residing. If the lion-tiger tribe really settled there, it would be very convenient for him to enjoy delicious stir-fried dishes in the future. Moreover, he wasn't lying to them. That place was indeed suitable for settlement. The area by the sea was adjacent to a forest rich in beasts and plants, so they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. Most importantly, the area by the sea had not been inhabited for a long time, so there wouldn't be anyone going there. Even if they settled there, the food beast tribe wouldn't discover their presence. It was best for them not to be found by the food beast tribe before they truly established themselves in the southern part of the continent. In the south of the Orc continent, if the lion-tiger tribe encountered another tribe today, that tribe would definitely report this matter to the beast-eating tribe. However, Pierce would not do so. He has a feud with the beast-eating tribe. While he is temporarily bowing his head now, one day he will get everything back. After expressing their gratitude to Pierce, Chu Xinran and Carlo left the climbing beast tribe and returned to the place where their tribe was temporarily stationed. After hearing about the matters Chu Xinran inquired from Pierce, both the chief and the shaman were very concerned about the existence of the beast-eating tribe. The beast-eating tribe? This tribe sounds like a formidable one. Are they really so overbearing and unreasonable? The shaman said anxiously. It should be. I see that Pierce has quite a temper, and doesn't he seem like someone who would bow to others? But it seems that the climbing beast tribe also has to pay tribute to the beast-eating tribe, so the beast-eating tribe must indeed be very difficult to deal with. Chu Xinran sighed as she thought of Pierce's appearance. What do you think about Pierce's suggestion? Where should we settle? The chief asked again. Actually, I don't think Pierce lied to us. I also think this is a good place to live. Living by the sea is very convenient. Carlo, what do you think? Chu Xinran had always wanted to live by the sea, but previously when she was in the north of the continent, the sea beast tribe lived by the seaside, and she didn't have the opportunity to stay by the sea. Later, in order to cross the sea, she temporarily lived by the seaside, and during that time, she was actually very happy. Now that they have come to the south of the continent, there happens to be a ready-made place to live, and Chu Xinran feels that living here should be a good choice. Carlo asked Kevin and Abel about the hunting situation after they left, and also inquired about the surrounding environment. After discussing for a while, Carlo said, "I think we can live here. Kevin and Abel have had a good amount of hunting these past few days, and we have also explored the surroundings. So far, apart from the climbing beast tribe, we have not seen any other tribes. If we want to find another place to live, we might have to travel a long distance. The snow season is approaching, and we can't afford to waste time." After a long discussion, they called all the tribe members over to inform them of the decision, and everyone voted, ultimately deciding to stay here and make it their residence. Once the living place was determined, they began to prepare for future living arrangements. Carlo divided all the orcs in the tribe into two groups. One group was responsible for hunting, while the other group was tasked with building houses. The snow season was approaching, and Chu Xinran and the others didn't know how the tribes in the south of the continent lived in tree houses during the snow season. But they couldn't keep living in the tree holes because it was really cold inside, especially at night when the cold wind kept blowing in. If they stayed in there during the snow season, they would definitely freeze to death, so houses had to be built. Carlo first had a few orcs clear a plot of land in the middle of the woods. He observed that this was the best location for building houses, as it blocked the wind and had a solid foundation, making it easy to conceal within the dense forest. Having built houses before, they were much faster this time. And to make the houses even sturdier, Carlo dug up the silt from the seabed and mixed it into the building materials, which would make the houses more solid and durable. While Carlo and the others were building the houses, all the tribe members continued to live in the tree holes, and Kevin and Abel kept hunting outside. The females, besides cooking and mending each day, also started to try planting some of the plants that Chu Xinran had brought from the north of the continent. Although there were many species in the south of the continent, they were still from two different continents, so many plants were different. Some plants from the north could not be found here in the south, but fortunately, when Chu Xinran left, she collected a lot of seeds for the plants they usually needed. However, Chu Xinran was very pleased to find a type of plant here in the south. She actually found gourds. It is well known that gourds are the most convenient for carrying water. Upon seeing the gourd, Chu Xinran picked a large one, cleaned out the inside, cut a lid, filled it with water, and then covered it. A water bottle was completed. The wooden tubes they usually used to carry water were quite heavy and couldn't hold much water, but the gourd was different. It could hold water and had many other uses. Chapter 180. The houses are built. Chu Xinran dried many of the seasonings she found and ground them into powder, putting them into the gourds. She also carved words on each gourd with a knife for easy identification when using them. "Sister Xinran, what did you carve on the gourd?" Carlin asked curiously when he saw it. "These are characters. This gourd is carved with Sichuan pepper, and that gourd is carved with chili pepper," Chu Xinran explained patiently. At the same time, she realized that the people of the Orc continent seemed to have no writing of their own. One must understand that the development of civilization requires the existence of writing. Otherwise, their culture cannot be spread. "Carlin, after we finish this busy period, how about Sister Xinran teaches you to write? Once you learn to write, you can express everything you want to say in writing." "Writing?" Carlin couldn't quite understand these words yet. "Is it like the little people we often draw?" Chu Xinran had taught the people of the Lion-Tiger tribe to draw little figures a long time ago, and now they could basically all draw this and knew its meaning. Chu Xinran nodded. "Writing is derived from those drawings. In fact, learning to write is very convenient. In the future, you can record what happened today in writing, and you can look back at it from time to time, never forgetting it again." Carlin nodded in a daze, a flame of desire for learning to write igniting in her heart. Chu Xinran had forgotten to consider this matter before, but today Carlin reminded her that learning to write was a significant task. Now everyone was so busy that she couldn't spare the time, and she still had to think carefully about how to teach her. While the orcs were busy hunting and building houses, Chu Xinran took the females to the seaside to make salt from seawater. They would need a lot of salt for making jerky and cured meat, and at this time, the gourds came in handy. Salt could be stored in larger gourds. Although the females could not do the physical work of hunting and building houses, they still had many useful tasks. Besides picking plants, they could also collect some small sea beasts by the seaside. When the orcs had finished hunting, they would need to start making jerky. However, making jerky also needed a good opportunity. The shaman had been observing the weather for several days and finally said on a very sunny day, "Now we can make jerky. The next few days should be sunny." Chu Xinran did not know how the shaman could predict the weather, but she had to admit that the shaman's weather predictions were always accurate. Perhaps the shamans of the Orc continent really possessed some incredible abilities. Since the jerky needed to be sun-dried for several days, it must be made when it was sunny. Otherwise, it would be in vain. The sweet potato flour, corn flour, and wheat flour previously made were mostly eaten while drifting at sea. In fact, Chu Xinran still had some sweet potatoes, corn, and wheat, but these grains couldn't be eaten. She was waiting to use them for planting tomorrow. Therefore, the main food they would store for this snow season would still be meat. When Chu Xinran thought about having to eat meat for so many months in the future, it gave her a headache. She had to find a way to store more vegetables, and the best method for storing vegetables during the snow season was to make sauerkraut. Chu Xinran and Imanina found a lot of cabbage in the woods, and they picked all the cabbages together, then washed them and put them into stone jars, adding salt and chili before sealing them up to store. When the snow season arrived, they would open the jars, and the cabbages would taste sour and spicy, especially delicious. Chu Xinran described it so well that Imi and Nina were almost drooling. As for the small sea creatures they found by the sea, Chu Xinran was worried that they would spoil during the snow season, so she salted them and preserved them to eat later. Before Carlo built the house, he specifically discussed the construction plan with Chu Xinran. Although they didn't have much time, building a house couldn't be done carelessly since they might have to live there for a long time, so some considerations had to be thoroughly thought out. Carlo, I think if the houses are built here, there should be some distance between them. After all, each house will be their own home in the future. And if they are too close, there will be no privacy, Chu Xinran suggested. Carlo nodded in agreement with her idea. Additionally, when building the houses, they needed to leave some vacant land beside each house so that next year they could plant some vegetables there as a small garden. They also needed to quickly build a shed for raising wild beasts. Recently, Kevin and the others had brought back many live sheep and tusked beasts, which are still tied up by the sea. Carlo and Chu Xinran discussed for a long time before finalizing the entire house construction plan. After Carlo started building, he followed the plan they had set, occasionally making adjustments based on actual situations, but the overall outline was still built in the direction that Chu Xinran hoped for. Once the exterior of the house was roughly finished, the next step was to build the heated Kong inside the house. Everyone in the lion-tiger tribe missed the warm Kong from their original tribe the most. As the weather got colder, whenever they lay on the cold wooden beds, they would always recall the warmth of lying on the Kong before, so building the Kong inside the house was essential. They were supposed to store a lot of wood this time, but since they had cut down all the trees in this area for building, the cut trees could be used as firewood for the snow season, saving them some time and effort. With the snow season approaching, everyone in the lion-tiger tribe was busy. Even Kalen and Kenny were no longer playing around. Every day they picked up small sea creatures by the sea, trying to find more food for the tribe. Along the way, peers from the climbing beast tribe came by a few times. Knowing that the lion-tiger tribe had just arrived in the southern continent and was busy storing food, Pierce kindly sent them some wild beast meat, concerned that they might not have enough food in such a tight time frame. Chu Xinran accepted the beast meat and, as a thank you, returned some dishes she had specially prepared for Pierce. After receiving the gifts, Pierce's messengers became even more diligent. Finally, just as the snow season was about to arrive, the houses for the lion-tiger tribe were finally completed. Chapter 181. The arrival of the snow season. After finishing the houses, everyone in the lion-tiger tribe, who had been busy for a long time, felt a sense of joy. They all stopped their work and began to pack their things in preparation for moving into the houses. Chu Xinran had been living in a tree hole with Imanina during this time. When it was time to move into the house, Ami ran over to find Chu Xinran and cheerfully said, "Xiaoran, let's live in the same house. It will be so fun for us to all live together. Plus, I can't bear to part with Dian. I play with it every night, and if I suddenly can't see it, I won't be used to it." But before Chu Xinran could respond, Carlo, who was nearby, darkened his face and refused. "No, Ran has to live with me." During this time, Carlo had been living with Kevin and the others, and he was not used to not seeing Chu Xinran at night. He had to listen to Kevin's endless chatter every night, which had become unbearable for him. Finally, he had the chance to live with Chu Xinran again, just like before, and Imi was trying to intrude. Why should she? Imi was very dissatisfied with Carlo's domineering attitude. "Xiaoran is not just yours. What is wrong with her living with us? We females should live together anyway. You two aren't even paired up." Carlo's face darkened further. "I am her guardian beast, and we will pair up sooner or later." Hearing Carlo say this, Chu Xinran's face secretly flushed, but to prevent the argument from escalating, she hurriedly stepped in as a peacemaker. All right, stop arguing. It's not a big deal, don't fight." Seeing Chu Xinran step in to speak, Imi directly turned her spear towards her. "Then Xiaoran, you say, who do you want to live with? You decide." Carlo also silently looked at Chu Xinran. Under the pressure of the gazes from both of them, Chu Xinran felt a lot of pressure and looked at Nina, casting a pleading glance. All right, Amy, stop making a fuss. Xiaoran should definitely live with Carlo. It has always been like that before, so don't stir up trouble. Let's go check the rooms. Nina, receiving Chu Xinran's plea for help, stood up just in time, pulling Amy away. However, Amy was determined to argue with Carlo, refusing to leave Xiaoran. Hurry up and say, who do you want to live with? Realizing she couldn't avoid the question, Chu Xinran had to speak. Amy, the house was built according to the standards of living with me and Carlo, so it wouldn't be right to change it now. And if you can't bear to part with Dian, you can play with it during the day, or I can lend it to you for a few nights. Dian, still nestled in Chu Xinran's arms, had no idea that its owner was about to sell it to appease Amy. Seeing that Chu Xinran unhesitatingly chose him, Carlo's dark expression returned to normal, and he playfully shot Amy a smug glance. Amy was almost driven to madness by Carlo's provocation. But since Chu Xinran was on Carlo's side, she didn't even have the confidence to retort. In the end, she was so angry that she turned and walked away, with Nina hurriedly chasing after her. Sigh, why do you bother arguing with a child like Amy? Chu Xinran sighed helplessly. Amy was definitely annoyed now, and she would have to go and appease her later. Carlo didn't say anything, but he silently thought that he must take this issue of who was most important in Chu Xinran's heart seriously, and he was quite confident about it. Amy was just a child throwing a tantrum, but her mood would likely change quickly. Chu Xinran would probably just need to bring her some tasty food to cheer her up, so she wasn't too worried. She planned to tidy up her and Carlo's home first before going to find Amy. After everyone in the Lion-Tiger tribe moved into the house, there were only 3 or 4 days left before the snow season. Since the weather had already turned cold, many people had already lit the Kong on the day they moved in. Feeling the long-lost warmth, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The hard work from the past days had not been in vain, and they no longer had to worry about the coming cold. The only concern left was the issue of food. The snow season they experienced in the northern part of the continent left a deep impression on Chu Xinran. They had stored more food last time because there was still a lot of grain available, but later, due to various unexpected situations, the food ran out. In the end, they managed to survive thanks to the spiny beasts and their Lion-Tiger tribe. Now, having just arrived in the southern part of the continent, they face a predatory food beast tribe, and Chu Xinran is afraid that various unforeseen circumstances will arise again. What if they run out of food again? However, there's nothing they can do. They only have a few days left to prepare, and they will have to find a way then. Fortunately, there's a vast ocean in front of them, where they should be able to find small sea beasts by the seaside. They also wonder if the low temperatures during the snow season will freeze the surface of the ocean. If it freezes, they could use the previous method to catch the spiny beasts. In the last few days before the snow season arrived, Carlo led the orcs to hunt in the wild, catching as many wild beasts as they could. Once the snow season starts, it will be very hard to encounter any living wild beasts in the wilderness. During these last few days, Chu Xinran also took the children, Karen and Kenny, to cut a lot of grass. Kevin had previously caught many bleeding beasts and tusked beasts, and later Carlo caught some clucking beasts and long-eared beasts, so they were all well fed. The smaller wild beasts were looked after by the children, so they worked hard to cut grass to prevent the beasts from starving during the snow season. By the way, they also built several cellars this time, and these cellars are larger because they had previously sought refuge in a cellar to prepare for any future situations. The cellars were built bigger so that when the tribe members go in to take shelter, they will be more comfortable and safe. Chu Xinran placed the seeds of the most important food for her deep inside the cellar, carefully preserving them for planting next year. After making all the preparations, the snow season in the Orc continent finally arrived. This was their first time experiencing the snow season in the northern part of the Orc continent. Chapter 182. The first day of snow season, the signal of the arrival of the snow season, was a heavy snowstorm. Just as Carlo and the others went out, it started snowing, and they still hadn't returned. Chu Xinran anxiously stood at the door, watching outside. After a long wait, she finally saw a few orcs covered in white snow, and she hurried over with several females to hand them cotton clothes. I was afraid of this situation. I told you to put on the cotton clothes, but you didn't listen. Look at how frozen you are now. Chu Xinran scolded while brushing the snow off Carlo. Wearing cotton clothes makes it inconvenient to move. It's fine, we're not cold. Carlo stomped his feet and shook off the snow before walking into the house, where he was immediately enveloped by the warmth inside. Seeing Carlo's silver hair blended with the snow, making it indistinguishable from the snow, Chu Xinran quickly ran to get a towel to dry his hair. Wow, I'm finally alive. Kevin also walked into the room, stretching comfortably in the warmth. We didn't expect to be so unlucky to encounter the first day of snow season with such heavy snow. No wonder we didn't see a single wild beast after walking for so long. It turns out we've already entered the snow season. Carlo and Kevin had gone out hunting that day, but after walking for a long time without encountering any wild beasts, they ventured further in order to prepare better for the snow season, only to be caught off guard by the sudden heavy snowfall. The snow fell rapidly, covering the entire land in no time. Since they had walked quite a distance, the way back was difficult due to the snow, which delayed their return to the tribe. Here, hurry up and drink some ginger soup. Chu Xinran brought over the ginger soup she had prepared and served each of them a bowl. The house they were in was the tribe's meeting hall, which Carlo had specially built as a large house at the front for future meetings. The meeting hall had a heated bed and a stove, making it very convenient and warm during the snow season. After resting for a while in the meeting hall, Carlo and Kevin wanted to get up and find something to do. They couldn't just sit idle. What are you going to do? Chu Xinran, who was sewing something with several females in a corner of the room, hurried over to stop them. You were outside for so long and froze. Shouldn't you rest a bit longer? If you go out again now, you might get sick. But the perimeter and gate of the tribe haven't been built yet. We need to get that done quickly, because there wasn't much time before. Carlo and the others had only managed to build the houses. But the overall construction of the tribe wasn't complete. If the perimeter and gate weren't finished, it would be hard to defend against dangers. Knowing they were going to take care of important matters, Chu Xinran didn't stop them any longer. Even if she tried, Carlo wouldn't necessarily listen to her, because he couldn't sit still and was always looking for something to do. Since she couldn't stop them, Chu Xinran decided to make sure Carlo was fully prepared. She asked Carlo to wait in place for a moment, then ran back to their house to get the gloves and hat she had made for him, personally putting the hat on his head and helping him with the gloves. Carlo smiled at all of Chu Xinran's actions, allowing her to do as she pleased. Nearby, Abel's expression darkened, and he looked away. Kevin couldn't help but voice his jealousy, saying, "Sigh, how lucky Carlo is. I wish someone would put a hat and gloves on me." As Kevin said this, he kept glancing at Nina, but Nina didn't even look his way, and he sighed helplessly. "Shut up, go get your own hat and gloves," Carlo said to Kevin without any courtesy as he walked over after hearing Chu Xinran's reminder. Kevin shot Carlo a resentful glare, but ultimately returned to his room to get his own hat and gloves. In fact, they had all these things from last year. It was just that Carlo was now wearing the new hat and gloves that Chu Xinran made for him this year, and no female had personally put them on him before. Once Chu Xinran saw that Carlo and the others were fully equipped, she felt relieved to let them go outside. After stepping out, Carlo and the others began to use the trees they had chopped down to start building the tribe's gate. "Nina, are you still unwilling to pay attention to Kevin?" Once they went outside, Amy hurriedly leaned closer to Nina and asked in a low voice, having witnessed Kevin's dejected expression earlier. "No, I'm not ignoring him." Nina continued her work, not even looking up as she spoke. "I saw it. When he said that, he was looking at you the whole time, but you didn't look at him at all. He looked so dejected." Hearing Amy's words, Nina's hand trembled, and blood quickly seeped from her fingertip. "Nina, your hand." Chu Xinran was the first to notice the injury on Nina's hand, and Amy looked at her in shock. "Oh." Nina came to her senses and put her fingertip in her mouth. "It's fine. It's nothing serious." "Nina, do you still care about Kevin? You reacted so strongly when you heard his name." Amy asked cautiously. Nina shook her head. "What are you thinking? I just had an accident. I'm treating Kevin as an ordinary tribesman now. How could I still care about him?" "All right, enough about that. Didn't he want me to teach you how to sew this thing? Come on, I'll teach you now." Amy was distracted by Nina's words and started sewing things with her. Her hands were not as skillful as Nina's, and no matter how she sewed, it didn't turn out well. Only Chu Xinran watched Nina, seemingly deep in thought. A few days later, when Kevin returned to his room, he found a new set of hat and gloves on his bed. Upon seeing the set, Kevin's eyes lit up. The meticulous stitches and thick texture made it clear to him who had made them. He immediately put on the hat and gloves and ran in front of Chu Xinran and Nina, happily walking back and forth, trying to catch their attention. Although Nina didn't look up at him, and only Chu Xinran and Amy looked at him as if he were crazy, Kevin still felt delighted in his heart, knowing Nina must still have feelings for him to make these things. Chapter 183. Preparing hot pot after entering the snowy season. Chu Xinran reduced her outings. Compared to the icy world outside, she preferred to stay indoors where it was warm. It was just too cold outside. However, Chu Xinran thought of a food that was perfect for the snowy season: hot pot. She hadn't tried making this dish since coming to the Orc continent, and now that it had just entered the snowy season, many of the vegetables she had picked before were just right to eat. If left for a while longer, they would probably wither. Chu Xinran asked Carlo to invite Amy, Nina, Kevin, Darl, and Abel over for dinner. And she also called the clan leader uncle and the elder priest over, as she wanted to prepare a delicious meal for them. Amy and Nina were the first to arrive. Seeing Chu Xinran busy, they went over to help. Xiaoran, what are you washing these vegetables for? What delicious food are you making for us today? Amy asked while washing some cabbage. I'm making hot pot. It's very delicious, and the method is simple. You'll know soon. Chu Xinran replied. Amy and Nina helped Chu Xinran wash the vegetables, but the water was too cold in the snowy season, making their hands turn red from the cold. At this moment, Carlo and a few others walked into the house. Seeing Chu Xinran and the others washing vegetables, they hurried over and told them to take a break. They would handle the chores. You guys hurry up and rest. Our work hands are thick and not afraid of the cold. We'll wash, Kevin said. Seeing that they insisted on helping, Chu Xinran and the others didn't argue. Amy, Nina, come with me to the cellar to get some things. Chu Xinran noticed that while there were many vegetables, it still wasn't enough for hot pot. She decided to take out some of the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn she had planned to save for seeds. Otherwise, there would be too few vegetables. After bringing those items into the room, Chu Xinran began cutting them into suitable-sized pieces. When she saw Carlo and the others had finished washing the vegetables, she assigned them new tasks. Carlo, cut some meat from the bleeding beasts, tusked beasts, and horned beasts. Remember to slice it thin. And if anyone wants to cut some spiny beasts, go ahead. But make sure to find ones with fewer spines. I'll cut the spiny beasts. I'll cut the spiny beasts. Kevin shouted eagerly, as he loved to eat anything. His eager demeanor made everyone in the house laugh. Kevin was still as greedy as ever. Seeing everyone busy, even little Carlo joined in to help. The clan leader and the elder priest couldn't sit still either. Xiaoran, everyone has something to do. Why don't you assign us two old fellows some tasks? Uncle clan leader, elder priest, you two have worked so hard for the tribe. Just take a good rest today. Let us young ones do more work. It's also a way to train ourselves. Chu Xinran said with a smile, shaking her head. However, her words clearly didn't convince the clan leader and the priest. They stood up and wanted to help prepare the ingredients. Seeing their insistence, Chu Xinran had a compromise. She handed them some wild garlic and said, all right then, please help peel some wild garlic. We might need a lot later. Just after Chu Xinran finished speaking with the clan leader and the priest, she turned to see Carlo eagerly wanting to try cutting the spiny beast with a knife. Chu Xinran hurried over, took the knife from Carlo, glared at Kevin, who was encouraging Carlo to give it a try, and said, Carlo, you're still young. You can't touch a knife. Don't listen to your brother Kevin's nonsense. Go, help Uncle Clan Leader and Elder Priest peel the wild garlic. Though Carlo was mischievous, he still listened to Chu Xinran, especially since his brother was watching him. So he obediently walked away and ran to the side of the clan leader and the priest. While they were preparing the ingredients, Chu Xinran called Carlo over and asked him to help her set up a simple stove in the kitchen. There was a stove connected to the heated Kong, but it wouldn't work for hot pot. So Chu Xinran wanted Carlo to build this simple stove in the center of the kitchen, so everyone could gather around it to eat hot pot. This stove can be made of mud. Just leave an opening in the middle for the stone pot. Chu Xinran roughly described what kind of stove she wanted, and Carlo nodded. Chu Xinran always thought Carlo had excellent hands-on ability and comprehension. Basically, anything she wanted him to make, as long as she described it once. He could do it. Carlo worked quickly, and soon the stove was ready. After it was done, Carlo threw some wood inside and successfully lit the fire. Chu Xinran placed the stone pot on the stove. This stone pot was specially made for her by Carlo, and she loved it because Carlo had spent a long time making it thin and even, which allowed it to heat up quickly and made cooking very convenient. Chu Xinran first prepared the hot pot base. Although she didn't have a complete set of seasonings, she tried to include as many as she could find, adding Sichuan pepper powder, chili powder, and wild onions. These pepper and chili powders were ground from the ingredients she had dried when she was in the northern part of the Ore continent. Speaking of this, Chu Xinran felt a bit pain for the stone mill and other tools they had left behind. Carlo and the others had worked so hard to make those tools, but those tools were too heavy to carry on the road. So in the end, Chu Xinran had to give up on them. After arriving in the southern part of the continent, everyone was busy preparing food storage, so Carlo and the others didn't have time to make these tools again. However, Carlo said that after finishing the outer construction of the tribe, he would start making these tools again, as they would be needed for planting crops in the future. While making the hot pot base, the aroma of the stir-fried base filled the entire room. Amy sniffed the scent vigorously, nearly drooling. Xiaoran, it smells so good. When can we eat? It will be ready soon. Just finish preparing the ingredients, and we can eat, Chu Xinran replied. Hearing this, everyone quickened their pace, eager to eat this dish called hot pot. Chapter 184. The joyous occasion approaches once all the ingredients were ready. Chu Xinran's base was also completed. Although she didn't have many ingredients in hand, she still managed to prepare a full table of ingredients, with the largest portion being meat, as there were several orcs present, and meat was definitely essential. Chu Xinran gave each person a small bowl, which contained chili and garlic paste according to their individual tastes. This was the dipping sauce. Soon, they would put the vegetables into the pot, and once cooked, they could fish them out and eat. While dipping the food in the sauce, they could adjust it according to their own preferences with the condiments set aside. After introducing some eating methods, Chu Xinran first added the meat of the horned beast into the pot. Carlo had sliced the meat very thin, so it cooked quickly. While scooping some pieces into Carlo's bowl, Chu Xinran said, "It's done, hurry and eat. If it cooks too long, it won't taste good." As soon as they heard that they could eat, everyone grabbed their chopsticks and began. The moment the food entered their mouths, they were shocked by the flavor. Kevin paused for a moment, then increased the speed of his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this is really delicious. I didn't know it could be eaten like this." The others were too busy to speak and began to wolf down the food. After Chu Xinran added a few pieces of meat to both Carlo and Karen's bowls, she finally took a moment to taste it herself. The flavor was incomparable to the hot pot she had eaten before, but it was still very good. The key was that after such a long time, she could finally have a taste of hot pot, which made her quite satisfied. Seeing that everyone was eating so quickly, Carlo also added some meat to Chu Xinran's bowl. Otherwise, she wouldn't get to eat any at all. The meat that went into the pot was quickly finished. And Chu Xinran added other meats from the bleeding beast and tusked beast, which were also devoured once cooked. After finishing the meat, everyone was very happy eating the vegetables, which were full of flavor after being boiled. Coupled with the dipping sauce, it was simply delicious. Chu Xinran didn't expect their appetite to be so strong. In no time, the entire table of food was consumed. Seeing that they were still not satisfied, she had to ask Carlo to cut a lot more meat so they could eat enough at once. Finally, when everyone was full and their stomachs were stuffed, they all put down their chopsticks contentedly. "Xinran, this is really so delicious. And after eating, I feel all warm inside. We definitely have to eat this often in the future," Amy said happily, wiping her mouth. The others nodded in agreement, deciding they needed to eat more of this food called hot pot. It was truly too delicious. However, Chu Xinran still felt a bit regretful that there were no noodles available at the moment. If they could add some noodles after finishing the vegetables, it would surely be even better. They would have to wait until next year when they planted wheat and harvested grain to enjoy it like this again. After this hot pot meal, Chu Xinran made hot pot a few more times and taught this method to the other members of the tribe. In no time, the entire tribe was swept up in a hot pot craze, which only stopped when the chief saw that the food was being consumed too rapidly and intervened to put a stop to it. As the snow season arrived, except for Carlo and the others who were busy with some tasks, everyone else became lazy, preferring to stay in their warm houses all day and not wanting to go outside. When Chu Xinran first experienced the snow season, she was worried that the tribe members would lose their willpower and become lazy. Later, she learned that the snow season was a time for the orcs and females to rest. They needed to recuperate during the snow season to have more strength to work the following year. In previous snow seasons, they often couldn't keep warm or eat enough, so just getting through the snow season was good enough. They had no energy to truly rest. But ever since Chu Xinran arrived and taught them how to build houses and make heated beds, they began to enjoy a better life. However, this snow season also brought good news. Lana Lan suddenly fainted in her house, which startled Luke, who hurriedly ran to find the shaman and Chu Xinran. The shaman checked on Lana Lan and then smiled, saying, "Don't worry, your female is pregnant." Hearing this, Luke was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react, becoming overjoyed. But thinking about Lana Lan fainting, he anxiously asked, "Then why did she faint? When will she wake up?" "She fainted because she is a bit malnourished. Has she not been eating well lately?" "Don't worry, she should wake up soon," the shaman replied after examining Lana Lan. Hearing this, Luke slapped his forehead in frustration. "It's all my fault. Lana Lan hasn't had much of an appetite and has been throwing up for the past few days. I was planning to wait until I was done with my task to ask Xinran about it, but before I could, she fainted. The lack of appetite is probably due to morning sickness. You need to take good care of Lana Lan from now on. She has another baby in her belly, so her nutrition must be ensured." Hearing this news, Chu Xinran was also very happy for Luke and Lana Lan. Luke nodded, "Don't worry. I will take good care of Lana Lan." The other tribe members were very happy to hear this news. No matter when, the birth of new life is a joyous event, especially now that life has improved. Even if a female is pregnant during the snow season, it is not a big deal. Unlike before, they used to fear that a female would give birth during the snow season because it was very hard for a pregnant female to survive then. Luke, having just become a beast father, was very nervous about Lanalan's health. He often rushed to find the shaman and Chu Xinran at the slightest issue, which was starting to annoy Lanalan, but there was nothing she could do about it. The shaman and Chu Xinran understood that it was natural for Luke to be nervous as a first-time beast father, so they didn't mind going over and over again, as it was always good to pay more attention. Austin was overjoyed when he heard this news. He felt extremely fortunate that their insect tribe had joined the lion-tiger tribe. Not only did they live a good life now, but the people of the lion-tiger tribe never excluded them, treating them as part of the tribe. Now, his daughter was pregnant so quickly, and Luke treated her so well, Austin felt very gratified. Chapter 185. Sad Nina. When Nina heard this news, she was also very happy for Lanalan. Lanalan was a very gentle female who was good to those around her. After she paired with Luke, she became friends with Nina, Amy, and Chu Xinran. Nina had always known that Lanalan wanted to have a little cub for Luke, and now Lanalan's wish had finally come true. So Nina genuinely felt happy for her. However, after the joy passed, when Nina was alone, she thought about her own situation and became a bit sad. She might never be able to become a mother. She actually loved children very much. She had raised her younger brother herself. So she had always dreamed of finding a beloved orc to pair with, and then have a little cub, living a happy life as a family of 3. Now, she could no longer bear children, and no orc would be willing to pair with a female who couldn't reproduce. Even if there was one, Nina probably wouldn't agree, because she still liked Kevin. Amy always asked her if she had really given up on Kevin, if she truly didn't like him anymore. How could that be? How could she not like Kevin? He was the person she had liked for so long, someone she would rather die for. But she couldn't drag Kevin down. She wasn't worthy of him. Kevin often appeared in front of her, and she always restrained herself from looking at him, trying hard to convince herself not to care about him. When she saw Kevin showing distress and helplessness when facing her, her heart ached. But she couldn't show it at all. Previously, Kevin expressed his envy of Carlo in front of everyone for having Nina make him a hat and gloves. Since then, he had been watching her closely. She, of course, understood what Kevin meant. She knew those words were meant for her. Many of the things Kevin had were made by her own hands, but ever since that incident, Nina had not made anything for him again. Although she knew Kevin was using a strategy to soften her heart, Nina eventually succumbed to his ploy and secretly sewed him a new hat and gloves, delivering them to his house privately. She told no one about this, not even Chu Xinran or Amy. Nina, what are you doing standing here in a daze? It's so cold outside, hurry and come in. Chu Xinran called out when she saw Nina standing alone in the icy cold. Nina was pulled from her thoughts by Chu Xinran's voice and followed her into the house. Chu Xinran poured Nina a cup of hot tea to warm her up. Didi also ran over to Nina, who hugged her tightly. After Nina drank a few sips of hot water, Chu Xinran sat down and asked Nina, what's wrong? Did you just come back from Lanalan? Nina was silent for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, Chu Xinran sighed and took Nina's hand. Nina, actually, your body might still recover. After all, we haven't tried everything yet. The elder only judged based on his experience. Maybe your body will get better slowly, so don't be too pessimistic. There will always be ways to solve things. Xiaoran, you don't need to comfort me. Nina shook her head. The elder is the most accurate judge. If he says I can't have children, then there's no way to cure it. I've already accepted this result. It's just that seeing Lanalan pregnant makes me a bit sad. Don't worry, I'll be fine soon. Chu Xinran looked at Nina, who was pretending to be strong, and felt very heartbroken. She advised, Nina, have you really not considered pairing with someone else? Didn't an orc confess to you recently? Indeed, there was an orc in the tribe who had expressed his feelings for Nina. He didn't care whether she could have children, believing she was skilled and a good female. However, Nina later rejected him, and her parents had tried hard to persuade her, but ultimately gave up in frustration. I'm not considering it for now. Let's talk about the future later. Nina still had feelings for Kevin in her heart, so how could she accept someone else? Chu Xinran was also unsure about what Nina truly felt for Kevin, as Nina was indeed very cold towards him now. When the 3 of them talked privately, she had not mentioned Kevin at all, appearing indifferent to him. But seeing Nina so upset, Chu Xinran still hoped that an orc would take care of her. Whether it was Kevin or another orc, as long as they treated Nina well. Meanwhile, Kevin was unaware of Nina's thoughts and was pacing anxiously to the point where Carlo, whom he called over, was getting annoyed. Why did you call me over? Carlo asked impatiently, seeing that Kevin had yet to speak. Chu Xinran is still waiting for you to return for dinner. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well go back and look at her a few more times. What should I do? Kevin said anxiously, sitting down. A few days ago, an orc actually confessed to Nina. How can this be? Nina is my female. She is supposed to pair with me in the future. Don't forget, Nina hasn't agreed to you yet, Carlo bluntly pointed out. So what? Anyway, I will definitely pair with Nina in the future. I taught that brat a lesson yesterday for daring to confess to Nina. He won't dare to bother her again. Carlo, what should I do? Nina is so good. There will definitely be more and more orcs who like her. What had happened a few days ago was a huge shock to Kevin. He had always been confident. Even if Nina didn't accept him now, he believed she liked him. So they would definitely be together in the future. But he had forgotten that someone as wonderful as Nina would surely attract other orcs. What if Nina accepted another orc? The thought of that possibility made Kevin want to find that orc and beat him up again. No, Nina is his female. Other orcs shouldn't even think about it. He would definitely pair with Nina in the future. Carlo, what should I do? Chapter 186. Another refusal. Carlo had known Kevin since he was born. After knowing him for so long, it was the first time he saw Kevin looking so nervous. Kevin usually liked to joke around and didn't care much about anything. Seeing Kevin like this, Carlo also became serious. If you really like her, then tell her, Carlo said earnestly. Kevin was taken aback by Carlo's words about liking someone. He was momentarily stunned and fell into deep thought. He had never seriously considered his feelings for Nina before. At first, he treated Nina as an ordinary tribe member because she didn't talk to him much and they hadn't interacted much. He had spoken more to Amy than he had to Nina. It wasn't until the attack on the lion-tiger tribe by the bird tribe that Nina rushed out without hesitation to save him, but received such great harm herself. At that moment, Kevin almost broke down. He never expected Nina would risk herself to save him. It was then that Kevin realized Nina had silently liked him all along, doing many things for him in secret, but he had remained oblivious. At that moment, he resolved that Nina's situation was his responsibility, and he had to take responsibility for it. To that end, he even went to the chief to express his intention to pair with Nina. Since his parents had passed away when he was young, he grew up alongside Carlo with the chief. In his heart, the chief was like a father to him. So he wanted to inform the chief about this significant life event. However, he didn't expect Nina to refuse him without hesitation. He didn't understand why and was very confused, but Nina had firmly drawn a line with him. Of course, he wouldn't give up on Nina. So he kept pursuing her shamelessly until Chu Xinran asked him if he really liked Nina. At that time, he didn't know how to answer that question. But now that Carlo had mentioned the word like again, he felt he knew how to answer Chu Xinran's question. He indeed liked Nina, although at first, it may have been out of a sense of responsibility. The more he interacted with Nina and did things for her, his feelings slowly transformed. Nina was truly a very good and kind female. That's why he was so angry and panicked when he learned that the orc had confessed to Nina, fearing he would really lose her, all because he had fallen in love with Nina. Hey, brother, thank you for waking me up. Kevin finally smiled, excitedly giving Carlo's shoulder a friendly punch. Carlo was tired of seeing Kevin acting foolish again and didn't want to say anything more. He turned and left to find Chu Xinran. After a few days of contemplation, Kevin finally gathered his courage and went to find Nina. Seeing Kevin looking like he clearly had something to say to Nina, Chu Xinran and Amy exchanged glances and left the room together. Nina saw Chu Xinran and Amy leaving so quickly and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, you two wait." But by that time, Chu Xinran and Amy had already moved swiftly out, leaving behind two awkward individuals. Nina sighed silently in her heart and finally asked, "Did you need something from me?" "Nina," Kevin took a deep breath and said, "Don't accept that orc's confession. Pair up with me instead, okay?" Hearing Kevin bring up this matter again, Nina could only harden her heart and respond, "Whether I agree to him or not has nothing to do with you. I already told you that I will not pair up with you." Kevin thought that Nina had softened her heart when she gave him the hat and gloves, and that she might relent on this matter. He didn't expect Nina's attitude to be so resolute. He asked in surprise, "Nina, but you gave me a hat and gloves, didn't you? I thought you were willing to accept me. What hat and gloves? I didn't do anything." Nina lowered her head, continuing with what she was doing to hide her guilt. "It's the gloves and hat on my bed. Those must have been made by you. I recognize your stitching." Kevin was sure that those were made by Nina. Even if Nina denied it now, they were definitely hers. No matter what Kevin said, Nina refused to acknowledge that those things were related to her. "Kevin, that matter is long past. I've already moved on, so don't dwell on it. Stop thinking about pairing up with me. I've never complained about you, and you don't have to feel responsible for me because of that." "Nina, it's not like that." Kevin felt a bit flustered, unsure how to explain. "I'm not just proposing to pair up with you because of that incident. I actually like you, so I want to pair up with you." Kevin's words startled Nina. She looked up at Kevin in shock, trembling as she asked, "What? What did you say? I said I like you. I want to pair up with you because I like you, Kevin repeated firmly. Nina's eyes turned red instantly. This was the very thing she had longed to hear from Kevin. But thinking about her current inability to bear children, Nina ignored the pain in her heart and shook her head. Don't lie to me. I want to believe you. Kevin, I'll tell you one last time. It's impossible for us. No matter whether you like me or not, I don't like you anymore. So please don't come looking for me again. Find a female and live your life well. Nina's words not only broke Kevin's heart, but also tortured her own heart in agony. She wished she could let go of everything and be with Kevin, but she couldn't be that selfish, and she truly did not believe that Kevin liked her. It must be a lie he told to make her agree. Nina firmly rejected Kevin once more, and Kevin fell into a deep gloom for a long time. He didn't know what to do in the future. Now, no matter what he said, Nina wouldn't believe him. What should he do? After Kevin left, Nina cried in the embrace of Chu Xinran and Amy, and afterwards she never mentioned Kevin's name again, pretending to go on with her life as if nothing had happened. Watching the two people torment each other, the onlookers didn't know what to do. They had no position to say anything and could only silently accompany them through this sad period. Chapter 187. The gift incident. Perhaps because it was the snow season, everyone had some leisure time, or perhaps stimulated by Lana's pregnancy. Many orcs in the tribe had confessed to the females they liked recently, and the tribe was filled with joy. Amidst all this, Amy also noticed that Darl had been acting strangely lately. I don't know what is wrong with Darl lately. He keeps looking at me and smiling. When I ask him about it, he just doesn't say anything, just smiles foolishly. It gives me goosebumps. He is really weird. Amy quietly complained to Chu Xinran and Nina. Darl had been coming to find her often, saying some inexplicable things and giving her some strange gifts. Amy didn't know what was going on with him. It was all so odd. Chu Xinran and Nina exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Darl's behavior was already very obvious, but this silly Amy hadn't noticed anything. Amy, don't you feel that the atmosphere in the tribe is off lately? Think carefully, and you'll know why Darl is acting this way. Chu Xinran subtly reminded her, but Amy thought for a long time and still couldn't figure it out. What's wrong? Isn't everything normal in the tribe? I don't see anything wrong. Aren't we just resting in warm houses? You thick-headed girl. Chu Xinran and Nina were at a loss for words with Amy. You used to articulate so well when talking about me and Nina. How come you're so clueless when it comes to yourself? Can't you see that Darl likes you? He gives you so many things because he likes you. Nina straightforwardly pointed it out. Amy's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never thought of it that way before. But after Nina said it, she recalled carefully and felt that Darl really seemed to like her, causing Amy to panic a little. What should I do? I've always thought of Darl as a good friend. Just when Amy was talking to Chu Xinran and Nina, the strangely behaving Darl came to find her again, standing awkwardly at the door looking at her. Darl, are you here to find Amy? She is right here. What do you want with her? Chu Xinran hurriedly called Darl over. After Darl approached, he stood next to Amy and handed her something. What is this? Amy looked at the item in her hand, knowing Darl was about to give her another strange thing. Darl unwrapped the animal skin, revealing a necklace made of bones, beautifully crafted with nice shapes. Amy, this is for you. I heard from Abel that you really liked the things the females in the beast tribe wore around their necks when we climbed there last time, so I made you one. It was common knowledge that Darl liked Amy, but only Amy was unaware of it. Now that she saw so many orcs bravely confessing to the females they liked, Darl also felt a bit stirred. He didn't know how to please Amy, so he could only think of silly ways to give her things he made himself. However, for some reason, perhaps because he was too clumsy, the things he gave Amy were not liked by her, and she was unwilling to accept them, so he had been troubled for days. Just when he was worried about what gift to give Amy, Abel suddenly came to talk to him for some reason. Are you thinking about what gift to give Amy? Abel suddenly asked. Darl nodded dumbly. How did you know? I've been worried about this for days. Abel pretended to turn casually and said, last time when we climbed the beast tribe, Amy really liked the bone necklace the females there wore. Upon hearing this, Darl became happy and shouted loudly to the already distant Abel. Thank you, Abel. After hearing Abel explain the backstory of the necklace, Amy's expression turned furious. What did you say? Say that again. Did Abel tell you to give this to me? Darl, not knowing why Amy suddenly got angry, could only nod in confusion. Amy's expression grew increasingly grim. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In a fit of pique, she snatched the necklace from Dar's hands and said, fine, I'll accept your gift. I really like this necklace. Thank you. Although Amy said thank you, her expression clearly conveyed the opposite. After taking the necklace, she stormed off, leaving Dar looking confused. Did Amy like it or not? Why was she angry? Dar was clearly perplexed by the situation and looked to Chu Xinran and Nina for help. Having witnessed the entire scene, Chu Xinran and Nina were at a loss for words. Chu Xinran came over and patted Dar on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's okay. Amy should really like that bone necklace. She's not angry with you, so don't worry." Fuming, Amy took the bone necklace and went to find Abel. She glared at him and shouted, "Abel, did you tell Dar to give this to me? Why didn't you give it to me yourself? Do you want to push me off to someone else?" Abel glanced at Amy calmly and replied, "I didn't intend to give it to you. It was Dar's idea. I just kindly reminded him. Dar made that bone necklace himself, piece by piece. Since you've accepted it, you should cherish Dar's feelings." Amy was so infuriated by Abel's words that she felt tears welling up. She kicked Abel's leg hard and then ran away. Abel didn't expect her to actually hit him, and he instinctively hugged his leg in pain. The other orcs who noticed this scene were left dumbfounded, shocked by what just happened. After kicking Abel, Amy was still seething and kept berating him in front of Chu Xinran and Nina. "What right does he have? If he doesn't like me, then fine. Why does he have to humiliate me like this? That jerk. I will never like him again. Let that jerk regret it on his own." Chu Xinran and Nina cautiously tried to comfort Amy, unsure of what to say about their chaotic love triangle. Chapter 188. Refusing a confession. Amy, if you really don't like Dar, you should reject him quickly. Otherwise, Dar will keep waiting for you like a fool, and you all will get hurt in the process. Chu Xinran advised once Amy's emotions calmed down. "I know, but I don't know how to tell Dar. Plus, I accepted Dar's bone necklace in a fit of anger. What should I do?" Amy said, feeling troubled. "It's all that jerk Abel's fault." "Amy, have you really considered Dar? I think he's quite good. He treats you well and is hardworking and capable, even if he's a bit slow on the uptake," Nina suggested, believing Dar was a decent orc. "Nina, feelings can't be forced. Dar is great, but I don't have any romantic feelings for him. I just see him as a friend. So I can't agree to be with him." "Then do you just want to keep liking Abel?" Nina asked again. Amy shook her head. Just thinking about what Abel had done made her very angry. "I made up my mind. I won't like him anymore. Although I haven't forgotten him yet, over time, I will definitely move on. I will find an orc who likes me and whom I like. As for Abel, whoever wants to like him can go ahead." Chu Xinran and Nina weren't sure if Amy was just saying this out of anger. But even if she was serious, could someone really just stop liking someone else that easily? Chu Xinran only hoped that the three of them could reach a happy ending without anyone getting hurt. Although Chu Xinran suggested that Amy reject Dar, Amy genuinely didn't know how to say it to him. She was afraid of hurting Dar, so she had been avoiding him. She feared that if Dar confessed to her, she wouldn't know how to refuse, so she decided to just keep her distance. Dar thought that by giving Amy a bone necklace she liked and treating her well, she would eventually accept him. But why was Amy avoiding him more and more? However, no matter how much Amy tried to hide, they were still in the same tribe. And if Dar wanted to find her, it would be easy. When Amy saw Dar standing in front of her again, she felt a bit flustered. She sensed that Dar was about to say something important. As expected, Dar surprised her. Now that it was winter, flowers were hard to come by. But somehow Dar managed to bring a large bouquet to Amy. Looking at Amy, Dar sincerely said, "Amy, these are your favorite flowers. I specially brought them for you." "Amy, actually I've wanted to tell you for a long time that I really like you. I've liked you for a long time. So will you accept my pursuit and be with me? I will definitely treat you well." Amy looked at Dar's serious expression and felt quite touched. Upon reflection, Dar had indeed done many things for her silently. However, no matter how moved she was, she couldn't agree to Dar because she didn't like him. If she agreed, it would be unfair to Dar, so she had to harden her heart and refuse him. Amy took out the bone necklace that Dar had given her earlier. "Dar, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to you. This is the bone necklace you gave me before. I'm returning it to you. You should give it to a female you like in the future. We're not suited for each other." Dar looked at Amy with sadness and once again pleaded, "I know you don't like me, but I hope you can give me a chance. I will treat you well, and you will gradually come to like me." Amy shook her head. "I'm sorry, Dar, really sorry. I might have unintentionally hurt you many times before. You're so good. It's actually me who doesn't deserve you. I'm returning this bone necklace to you. It doesn't belong to me. I apologize for my earlier rashness in accepting your necklace." At this point, Dar already understood that Amy would not agree to him. He had always known that Amy didn't like him and that she liked someone else. But he believed that as long as he treated her well, she would eventually see his efforts and would be willing to accept him. However, it seemed that this path was not viable. "Okay, I understand." Dar accepted the situation, but he wouldn't take the bone necklace back. "This bone necklace was made for you. Keep it. Consider it my last request." Seeing Dar's sad expression, Amy felt a bit helpless and ultimately accepted the bone necklace. Dar was downcast for a long time after that. When Carlo and Kevin learned about the situation as his brothers, They didn't know how to comfort him and could only take him out to do more activities to distract him. After Chu Xinran heard Amy recount the whole story, she sighed silently. Although Dar was always a bit foolish, he was sensitive at heart. It would probably take him a long time to heal from this wound. Chu Xinran didn't expect that both of her close friends were having such troubled relationships. Fortunately, her relationship with Carlo was very good now, and they had communicated openly. Otherwise, if it were like before, they wouldn't know how many hardships they would have to go through. Chu Xinran went to see Lon Allen with the priest again, and this time the priest diagnosed whether Lon Allen was having a female or a little orc. Congratulations, Lon Allen, you have a lively little orc in your belly, and it's very healthy, the priest said kindly, stroking his beard. Lon Allen didn't mind. Whether it was a little orc or a female, she would love her child. However, Luke's face darkened immediately. How about a little orc? I want a cute and fair little female like Lon Allen. Little orcs are too mischievous. Luke genuinely wants a little female, and he's been silently praying to the beast god for it. What are you saying? Lon Allen patted Luke. Do you not like it if I give birth to a little orc? Seeing Lon Allen a bit angry, Luke hurriedly flattered, of course not. I like whatever you give birth to. It's just that little orcs are really too mischievous. I still prefer little females. They're so much cuter with their fair and tender skin. After hearing Luke's words, Lon Allen silently rolled her eyes at him. The people present couldn't help but laugh at the amusing scene between Lon Allen and Luke. Chapter 189. Learning to write names once the snow season arrived. Chu Xinran began to prepare to teach the children how to read and write. To do this, she first sought out the clan leader and the shaman with Carlo. Chu Xinran wrote a few characters in the snow with a stick. Uncle clan leader, Grandpa shaman, look, this is the writing used in my former tribe. These characters represent our tribe's name, the Lion Tiger tribe. The shaman looked in shock at the characters, his expression gradually becoming fervent. Can you explain to me in detail what these characters are all about? Chu Xinran had previously mentioned the idea of learning writing to the clan leader and the shaman, and at that time they were quite interested. However, the timing was not right then, as the tribe was busy storing food. Now that the snow season had brought some leisure, Chu Xinran brought up the matter again, and the clan leader and the shaman recalled its importance. Grandpa shaman, as long as we learn to write, we can record everything in writing, allowing all matters of our tribe to be passed down. We won't have to rely on oral transmission, which can lead to problems and errors over time. Chu Xinran briefly explained the importance of writing to them, and mentioned her desire to teach the children to write, receiving unanimous support from the clan leader and the shaman. So how do we start? The clan leader asked. I plan to teach the children in the assembly hall of the tribe. The materials needed are simple. I need a large, smooth wooden board placed in the center of the hall, and then make small wooden boards for each child, along with tables and chairs. Chu Xinran roughly described what she wanted of Carlo. I also need writing materials. Thin charcoals will do, but I don't yet know which type of wood produces usable charcoal. So I need to try out different woods to find the most suitable one. The wooden board that Chu Xinran wanted was easy to make, and Carlo called a few orcs who quickly completed it. However, the key was the charcoal. Carlo burned some of their commonly used wood, but it turned out to be too fragile and broke when used for writing. Later, Carlo went out with Kevin Dow, fully equipped, to look for suitable wood in the wild. Eventually, they brought back all the wood they could find and finally identified the most suitable type for making charcoal. When the tribe heard that Chu Xinran was going to teach the children to write, everyone was excited. On the day of the class, many people came to watch. Chu Xinran was startled to see the crowd behind her. There were probably more than 20 children in the tribe who had not yet reached adulthood. So she only prepared about 20 small tables and stools. She didn't expect so many people to show up. However, since it was the first day of class, the tribe's people were curious, which Chu Xinran understood, so she tried to ignore the crowd and focused on the children sitting in front of her. The youngest child was 3 years old, and the oldest was 15. They were all very interested in this new experience of attending class, curiously looking around, but not at Chu Xinran. Everyone, please quiet down. You can eavesdrop from the side, but remember not to talk, or you will disturb the children's learning. Hearing the rising chatter from the back, Chu Xinran emphasized some rules loudly. The onlookers nodded in acknowledgement and stopped gossiping. Chu Xinran looked at the children. Since you have decided to follow me to class, you must listen to me from now on. Understood? In class, you should not call me Sister Xiaoran. You must call me teacher. Not just me, but whenever anyone teaches you something, you should respectfully call them teacher. Understood? Understood, Teacher Xiaoran. The children initially responded obediently and loudly. Chu Xinran nodded in satisfaction and continued. Now that class has started, we also need to set some rules for future classes. From now on, we will start class every day after lunch and continue until dinner time. After every 3 classes, We will take a break for one day. Then resume class. During class, you must listen to the teacher. If you cannot attend class for any reason, you must ask me for leave, remember? Also, I will assign homework every time class ends, and you must complete it earnestly. If you perform well in class, I will reward you with a flower. Do you see that wooden board over there? Your names are written on it. If you perform well, I will draw a flower below your name. If not, I will draw a small cross. After a period of class, I will summarize that little wooden board. The best performer will receive a gift, and the worst will face a penalty. After all, these children in the tribe grew up freely, and Chu Xinran was afraid that suddenly confining them in class would make them unhappy and resistant. So she devised this reward and punishment method to instill a sense of healthy competition among them. After explaining these rules, Chu Xinran prepared to start the formal class. She had previously thought carefully. The language of the Orc continent differed from the languages of Earth in pronunciation. So she couldn't teach phonetics, but could only teach the children to write and recognize characters. Although this method would be slower, it was the best approach she could think of for now. Because it was the first day, Chu Xinran started by teaching them to write their names. She wrote Kalen on the wooden board with a charcoal pen. Look, this is how you write Kalen's name. If you want to learn to write, you must first learn to write your own name. Kalen, write your name on your wooden board and practice writing it a few times, aiming to memorize it by today. Chu Xinran wrote down the names of the other children, instructing them to remember them, and then they began to practice. During the children's practice, Chu Xinran walked around, correcting their writing posture and strokes. At first, the children's handwriting was crooked and messy, but Chu Xinran kept praising them and encouraging them to practice more. They would write better with more attempts. Chapter 190. Continuing classes. Since the children had never written before, their handwriting was very strange and crooked. Moreover, Chinese characters are inherently difficult to write, so at the beginning, the children were completely lost. In the end, Chu Xinran had to hold each child's hand, correcting their writing posture and teaching them how to write neatly. Don't rush. Take your time. Write each stroke carefully, and with more practice, you'll be able to write neatly. Of course, among these children, there are some very talented ones. When Chu Xinran saw a few slightly older children writing more neatly than the younger ones, she realized that even if they didn't copy the characters, they could still write them from memory. After practicing for an afternoon at the end of the class, Chu Xinran said to all the children, "Today's lesson ends here. After you go home, practice writing your names well. I will check tomorrow, and those who perform well will be rewarded with a small flower." It was rare to see these children sitting still for an entire afternoon, and Chu Xinran thought they would be happy to disperse and go home after class. However, she didn't expect that a few of the older children gathered around to ask her questions. Chu Xinran patted their heads and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? What do you want to ask?" "Teacher Xiaoran, can you teach me to write my dad and mom's names? I want to learn to write them so I can show them." The children looked at Chu Xinran with wide, eager eyes. Chu Xinran nodded and said, "Of course. Let's learn to write them together." After teaching these children to write their parents' names, many orcs and females who had been listening to the class in the back also came over, wanting Chu Xinran to teach them to write their own names. Seeing that the people in the tribe were eager to learn their own names, Chu Xinran decided to discuss with the chief and the shaman. "I think we can record the names of everyone in the tribe, compile them together, and make it our tribe's genealogy," Chu Xinran said. The chief and the shaman thought this suggestion was great, but with so many people in the tribe, where should the names be written? Later, after careful consideration and consulting with Carlo, Chu Xinran decided to use a large piece of animal skin to embroider everyone's names on it, making the embroidery small. Because this was a large project, Chu Xinran called Nina, Amy, and a few other females to help her with it. Chu Xinran first used charcoal to draw the imprints of each tribesperson's name on the animal skin, then had the females stitch the names onto the skin according to the imprints. After several days of hard work, they finally completed this large genealogy. On the day it was finished, everyone in the tribe gathered around to watch. They excitedly asked Chu Xinran which one was their name, staring at their names for a long time. "Your names are all here now, and I have written them together for each family. You could take a small piece of animal skin and, based on the names here, embroider your own names on it. In the future, this small piece of animal skin will be your identity symbol, and you can carry it with you at all times." Hearing this, everyone was very excited. Some mothers came over with animal skin and quickly made smaller pieces for their families. Within a few days, everyone in the Lion-Tiger tribe had a piece of animal skin embroidered with their own name, including the children. When the children returned home to practice writing their names and came back to class the next day, Chu Xinran gave them a small test, asking them to write their names on the spot. Most of the children could write their names from memory, and although it didn't look very nice, At least they could write it. A small number of children still couldn't write their names because they were too young, so Chu Xinran was not too strict with them. After teaching the children to write, Chu Xinran began teaching them the simplest numbers. She taught them Arabic numerals because they were easier to remember. Chu Xinran started with the simple numbers 1 to 10, which were relatively easy to teach, so it went smoothly. However, when it came to some more complex numbers later, the pace slowed down. But Chu Xinran was not in a hurry. They had plenty of time, and she could teach the children slowly. However, the content of the classes was always focused on teaching the children to write, and the constant repetition made it seem somewhat dull. Over time, some mischievous children couldn't sit still, especially the younger ones. At first, other tribe members also listened to the classes, but as Chu Xinran kept having the children practice writing, they found it less interesting and attendance among the adults gradually decreased. However, when they saw their children returning home, happily showing what they had learned, they felt extremely happy and gratified. Seeing the situation, Chu Xinran racked her brain to come up with a solution. But she was not a real teacher, had no experience, and didn't know how to improve her current teaching. Later, Chu Xinran thought of a solution. She couldn't just keep teaching the children to write. She could use class time to tell them some fables. After all, education is not just about teaching children to learn, but also about teaching them how to be good people. So, Chu Xinran changed her teaching method. One afternoon, she taught the children to write, and the next afternoon, she told them stories, then had the children explain what lessons they learned from the stories. So, during one of the classes, Chu Xinran didn't have the children pick up their pens to practice writing, but instead let them relax and listen to her tell a story. Today we will learn something a little different, Chu Xinran said with a smile. I will first tell you a story. Hearing that Chu Xinran was going to tell a story, all the children became excited. They knew that Sister Xiaoran had many interesting stories in her mind and had told them before. The story I want to tell today is called Waiting by the Tree for a Rabbit. Once there was an orc who hunted outside every day, but he never caught enough game to eat. He thought to himself, if only one day I could unexpectedly get some game meat. This orc never expected that one day he would really encounter such a windfall. Chu Xinran's captivating story drew all the children's attention, and they listened intently with wide eyes. One day, while hunting in the wild, this orc happened to encounter a long-eared beast that ran into a big tree and died right in front of him. Before Chu Xinran could finish her sentence, a little orc interrupted her. Teacher Xiaoran, why is this long-eared beast so stupid? How could it run into a tree and die? The other children nodded in agreement, saying how could there be such a stupid long-eared beast? They had never seen one before. Chu Xinran found their reactions both amusing and exasperating and asked them to stop discussing. She continued, the orc ate the silly long-eared beast and thought, if I wait here every day in front of this tree, I could eat long-eared beasts every day. So this orc stopped hunting and waited in front of the big tree every day, hoping to wait for another long-eared beast to run into the tree. Can you guess what happened in the end? In the end, this orc really waited for another silly long-eared beast, so he could eat long-eared beasts again. Karen shouted excitedly. Have you ever seen a long-eared beast that ran into a tree and died? Chu Xinran asked the other children upon hearing Karen's answer. Everyone shook their heads. They had never seen one. Long-eared beasts weren't that stupid. So, you see, the long-eared beast running into the tree was actually a very rare occurrence. But the orc thought that there would surely be long-eared beasts running into trees every day, so he waited there every day and stopped hunting, resulting in him starving to death. The children felt sorry for the orc after hearing about his fate. He was so stupid. He didn't do anything and ended up starving to death, Kenny said innocently. Then Kenny, if it were you, what would you do? Hearing Kenny's exclamation, Chu Xinran walked up to him and asked. After thinking for a while, Kenny replied, if it were me, I wouldn't be as foolish as him. I would set a trap over there, waiting for the long-eared beast to fall in, instead of just standing there doing nothing. Kenny was really smart. Chu Xinran patted Kenny's head and praised him, telling everyone to remember that when faced with problems, they must learn to be flexible and not be foolish like that orc, just waiting for the long-eared beast to hook itself. Instead, they should think of other ways to hunt the long-eared beast. Chu Xinran replaced the protagonist of the story with familiar foods for the children, making it captivating and relatable to their current lives. After telling today's fable, the children went back and recounted the story to their parents, sharing the lessons they learned. Chu Xinran was very pleased with this phenomenon. Over time, the entire tribe would gradually learn many principles of life. Perhaps the orcs and females were also interested in these fables, so during another storytelling class a day later, many orcs and females showed up. From then on, it became a habit that whenever it was storytelling time, the tribe would come to listen. They found Chu Xinran's stories very engaging, and the philosophies contained within them made a lot of sense. Every time Chu Xinran had a class, as long as Carlo was free, he would watch her teach from the back. He thought that her serious way of answering the children's questions gave her a unique beauty that made it hard for him to look away. In his eyes, there was only her. As time went on, the children's levels began to diverge. Some older, smarter children learned quickly, while the younger ones struggled to keep up. To address this issue, Chu Xinran came up with a solution. She divided the children into two classes based on their different levels, one for higher grades and one for lower grades. She personally taught the higher grade class, which had slightly more difficult content, while the older children were responsible for teaching the younger ones. This way, not only could the younger children learn to write, but the older children could also reinforce their knowledge, achieving two goals in one. After a while, Chu Xinran's first evaluation was about to begin. She recorded the number of small flower forks the children received and made a list, with the child who came in first being named Herbert. Chu Xinran knew him. He was 14 years old, and his beast father had passed away early due to an accident. Now, he only had a mother who raised him with the help of the tribe. During the first class, Chu Xinran noticed that he was very smart. He could quickly understand what she taught, and most importantly, he was diligent. Perhaps because he grew up without a beast father, Herbert was very sensible from a young age and would help his mother with things he could manage. He cherished the opportunity to learn from Chu Xinran and listened attentively in class, putting effort into completing his assignments. As a result, he rightfully took first place in the tally. Chu Xinran's reward for first place was generous, a small bag of flour. It was known that their lion-tiger tribe hadn't eaten flour for a long time and had only been consuming meat and vegetables. So receiving a bag of flour was a dream come true for many orcs and females. This bag of flour was the last bit in Chu Xinran's possession, and she decided to reward it to Herbert. When Herbert's mother saw him return with the bag of flour, tears of joy streamed down her face. She felt that her child was truly remarkable, never giving her trouble, and now performing so well was indeed a blessing from the beast god. Carlo, on the other hand, performed slightly worse than Herbert and did not receive a reward. Later, Chu Xinran heard from Carlo that Karen secretly wiped his tears because he did not receive a reward, resulting in Carlo scolding him, saying, "How can a proud orc cry?" After being scolded, Karen hurriedly dried his tears and promised Carlo that he would definitely take first place next time. "Why are you so harsh on him? Karen has already performed well," Chu Xinran said, somewhat dissatisfied. She always felt that Carlo was too strict with these young orcs, but Carlo believed that the education of orcs should indeed be stricter. Chapter 192. Interest class Karen actually received the second place reward. Chu Xinran selected the top 3 for rewards, but the rewards for second and third place were not as good as the first. Naturally, there were children who performed well and those who did not. Chu Xinran's punishment for those who performed poorly was to sweep the snow. As it was snow season, heavy snow would occasionally fall, covering the open spaces in the tribe. Therefore, someone in the tribe was specifically responsible for clearing the snow. The children who performed poorly were not unintelligent. They were just too mischievous, and Chu Xinran often found it hard to control them in class. They would sit still for a while before wanting to run out to play. Over time, the small forks under their names increased. Seeing the children who received rewards, the parents of those being punished were furious, personally supervising their children to clear the snow, wanted to give them a good lesson. Some hot-tempered orcs even directly spanked their children's bottoms, which scared Chu Xinran into rushing over to stop them. After being punished once, these children developed a sense of motivation. They did not want to be watched by the entire tribe while sweeping snow and scolded by their parents. Meanwhile, the children who had not received rewards saw Herbert's prize and became even more motivated to strive for first place next time. However, after this summary, Chu Xinran continued to use the small flower reward method for the younger children, while the assessment for the older children changed to exams. Periodically, there would be an exam for all the older children to test the material they had learned during that time, to see who performed best. Recently, Chu Xinran had devoted all her energy to teaching these children, trying to find ways to improve their levels. However, no matter how hard she tried, she realized that some children simply were not suited for learning these things. These children either had no interest in learning or lacked talent for it. No matter how they were taught, the results remained the same. Chu Xinran was truly exasperated with these few children. Later, she shared her frustration with Carlo, and his words alerted her. In fact, they did not necessarily have to learn these things. Her initial intention to teach them was to teach them how to be good people, right? Learning to write was just a formality, and it could be replaced with other methods. Carlo's words immediately made Chu Xinran realize that, indeed, her current thoughts had strayed from her original intention. She was only focused on making sure each child learned well, forgetting that each child is unique, with their own personalities and characteristics. She should guide and educate them according to their individual traits instead of insisting that they all learn the same things. Perhaps it was because Chu Xinran had only been exposed to exam-oriented education on Earth, which emphasized grades, that she unconsciously fell into that role and went down the wrong path. Fortunately, Carlo's words awakened her. Otherwise, she would have continued down the wrong road. Upon realizing this, Chu Xinran began to shift her mindset. She started teaching these children not just to impart knowledge, but to cater to their individual interests. Each child had different preferences, and she could teach them various things tailored to their likes. Moreover, the previous punishments couldn't continue indefinitely. Otherwise, the frequently punished children would lose their confidence over time. Therefore, on the second day of class, Chu Xinran began to investigate what each child enjoyed doing. "Kenny, do you like to draw?" she asked as she approached him. Kenny was a typical child who didn't enjoy studying. He couldn't sit still in class and always wanted to play outside with Karen. "What's drawing?" Kenny asked curiously. Chu Xinran brought over a small board and drew a house. "Look, doesn't it look like the house we live in?" Kenny gazed at her drawing in amazement. His eyes filled with wonder. Chu Xinran then drew a tree and a wild boar to show Kenny, and other interested children gathered around, watching the pen in her hand with fascination. "Teacher Xiaoran, your drawing looks amazing." Chu Xinran smiled. She had learned a bit of drawing before, and while her skills weren't exceptional, they were more than sufficient to teach these young children. She first taught the interested kids to draw simple things, then went on to inquire about other children's interests. Upon learning that some young beastmen were interested in hunting, she invited Carlo, who had been sitting in the back, to explain some hunting knowledge to them. The young females, on the other hand, were not interested in hunting. They preferred making crafts. After considering this, Chu Xinran went to find Nina, the most skilled among the females, who could make many things. It was most suitable for Nina to teach the young females how to create crafts. After her investigation, Chu Xinran finalized a few interest classes. She would teach the children to draw, Carlo would teach the young beastmen about hunting, Nina would teach the young females how to make crafts, and Kevin would teach some martial skills. Of course, regular lessons on writing couldn't be neglected, so Chu Xinran recorded the number of students and their names for these interest classes and then allocated time for regular studies, ensuring that these classes were staggered to allow children to choose the ones they were interested in. As a result, all the children became happy. They could learn things they enjoyed and were excited every time they went to class. The adults in the tribe saw their children learning so much and became even more supportive of their classes, paying close attention to them. The chief and the shaman also valued this matter and encouraged the tribe's adults to attend classes if they were interested, as learning more was always beneficial. Kevin and Nina were both teaching for the first time and were very excited, especially Kevin, who put in a lot of effort to teach the children. Every time he saw those kids looking at him with admiration, he felt even more motivated. Chapter 193. Food crisis. The children's classes have been running smoothly for 2 months now, and there were fewer worries for Chu Xinran. The atmosphere in the tribe was filled with laughter, but one heavy issue weighed on the minds of the chief and the shaman. The food in the tribe is running low. I'm afraid we won't make it to the end of the snow season. There's still over a month left. The chief said anxiously to the shaman. Reese, let's not tell Carlo and Xiaoran about this for now. They put in a lot of effort for the children's education lately. Let them rest without worrying about this, the shaman sighed. The chief nodded in agreement with the shaman's approach. However, the truth couldn't be hidden forever, and Carlo and Chu Xinran had always been very concerned about the tribe's food supply. They knew early on that the food would not last through the snow season due to the short preparation time. Chu Xinran went to the cellar and saw that food was already running low. She informed Carlo, who had already noticed the issue a few days earlier. The food in the cellar would last about 10 days for everyone in the tribe, after which it would be gone. Hearing this, Chu Xinran's brow furrowed even tighter. What about the domesticated beasts? We should be able to hold out a few more days with them, right? Carlo nodded. So we can last another half-month. With a month left until the snow season ends, we must find enough food for everyone in the tribe to eat for half a month. However, since the sea was close to the tribe, Chu Xinran felt they should be able to find something to eat. So she decided to go with Carlo to the seaside, first to assess the situation before making plans. Chu Xinran covered all exposed parts of her body. As the outside temperature was extremely low, the forest was cold, and the seaside would be even colder, so she needed to keep warm. The tribe was a certain distance from the sea, so once they left the tribe, Carlo transformed into his beast form, allowing Chu Xinran to hide in his warm fur. He carried her, which would be faster and help her avoid the cold for a while. Chu Xinran was taken aback by Carlo's large and powerful beast form. It had been a long time since he transformed after the tribe had gotten a heated floor. However, she remembered the times when it was cold and there was no heated floor. Carlo would transform into his beast form to keep her warm, allowing her to survive many cold nights. Chu Xinran nestled on Carlo's back, burying herself in the white lion's fur. Once Carlo confirmed she was settled, he set off swiftly. Although Carlo moved quickly, he was very careful to shield Chu Xinran from the wind during the journey. Listening to the howling wind, Chu Xinran felt nervous and tightly grasped onto him, even though she knew Carlo would not let her fall. Soon, they arrived at the seaside. Carlo gently set Chu Xinran down and transformed back into his human form. Chu Xinran gazed at the tumultuous sea, noticing that it had not frozen over. The waves were violently rolling, looking quite frightening. Carlo, it seems we can't use the method of catching spiny beasts as we did with the frozen river. We can only take a boat out to sea to fish, Chu Xinran said with some concern. Carlo nodded. We'll discuss this when we get back. The two stayed at the seaside for a while longer. Chu Xinran wanted to see if she could find some small sea creatures, but perhaps due to the cold weather, they were all hiding, and she didn't have much luck, not wanting to return empty-handed. She ultimately found some wild fruits in the woods by the sea and brought them back with Carlo. The chief and the shaman were aware that Carlo and Chu Xinran had learned about the food crisis in the tribe, so when they returned, they called them over to discuss the matter, along with Kevin, Abel, and the others. The sea hasn't frozen to catch spiny beasts. We can only take a boat out to sea, Chu Xinran stated. As soon as she said this, the expressions of those present grew serious. In this weather, going out to sea was a very dangerous endeavor. Carlo and I have checked. The waves in the sea are quite fierce. If we take a boat, it could easily capsize. At this temperature, if we fall in the sea, we could freeze to death. Shouldn't we think of another way? Chu Xinran said again. But if we don't go into the sea to catch the spiny beasts, what other options do we have? There is no trace of wild animals in the wilderness. And we can't find any wild vegetables either. It's already difficult to find food during the snow season. Time is running out, and food can only be found in the sea. So we must go into the water, Carlo said calmly, stating the current reality. The others agreed with Carlo's idea. When the time comes to go into the sea, it would definitely be Carlo, Kevin, and Abel who would go, and they were willing to venture deep into the sea for the tribe. However, Chu Xinran remained hesitant. She was afraid of accidents since there are too many uncontrollable factors in the sea, and once they fall in, even if they can withstand the cold, the harm to their bodies would be significant. But Carlo was right. It seemed to be the only solution for now. We can't just watch so many people in the tribe starve to death, can we? In the end, Chu Xinran reluctantly compromised and agreed to this very dangerous proposal, to take a boat into the deep sea to catch the spiny beasts. The few people who decided to go by boat were Carlo, Kevin, Abel, and Dao, each responsible for one of the 4 boats, working in pairs to use fishing nets to catch the spiny beasts. Before they set off, Chu Xinran went to find Nina to discuss ways to make their clothes thicker, blocking any gaps, in hopes that even if they fell into the sea, they could minimize the amount of seawater that could enter their bodies. Nina and a few females spent some time modifying the clothes for these orcs, and by the time Carlo and the others set off, it was already 5 days later. Chapter 194. A fright at sea. When they set off, the chieftain, the shaman, and Chu Xinran accompanied a few orcs to the seaside. If they really caught any spiny beasts, these orcs would be responsible for bringing them back to the tribe. As Carlo was about to board the boat, Chu Xinran anxiously reminded him several times to be careful, to maintain the balance of the boat, and not to let it capsize. All right, stop saying so much. Let's hurry up and set off. Abel, who was already on the boat, said unhappily. Carlo ignored Abel's words and looked at Chu Xinran, replying solemnly, "Don't worry, I will be fine. Just wait for me to come back." Chu Xinran nodded firmly and gave Carlo a kiss. Abel's face was already dark, and just as he was about to lose his patience, Carlo jumped onto the boat. Finally ready to set off, a few orcs helped push the 4 boats into the sea, and Chu Xinran could only stand on the shore, watching Carlo's figure gradually fade away. Just as Carlo and the others' boats started to move in the sea, a giant wave crashed down. "Lower your bodies, paddles flat," Carlo shouted urgently. Kevin and Dao quickly adjusted their positions according to Carlo's instructions, while Abel hesitated for a moment, recalling what had just happened, but ultimately followed Carlo's lead just before the giant wave hit. The giant wave did not capsize the 4 boats, and Kevin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Xinran and the chieftain, who had been watching from the shore, also relaxed. After the crisis passed, the group continued forward, splitting into 2 teams. Carlo and Kevin in one team, and Dao and Abel in the other, slowly paddling deeper into the sea. Although they encountered a few more winds and waves along the way, they all managed to get through safely. Once they reached the deep waters after passing through the shallow areas, everyone felt a sense of relief. As long as they could catch enough spiny beasts in this deep water area, the boat would be heavier on the way back, making it less likely to capsize. The fishing net was on Carlo's boat. Once the four boats stopped, Carlo threw one end of the fishing net to Kevin's boat with great force. Because Carlo exerted so much strength, the net smoothly landed in Kevin's hands, and they both skillfully tossed the net into the deep sea, each pulling on their side of the net. However, things didn't go as smoothly for Abel and Dao. When Dao threw the fishing net, he miscalculated and it ended up next to Abel's boat. Fortunately, Abel reacted quickly, swiftly dipping the paddle into the water to retrieve the net. After the net was thrown into the water, Carlo led them back in the direction they had come. Their plan was to go as far as possible on the way out and then catch on the return trip, which would be safer. Carlo thought they would return to the shore safely, but on their way back, the fishing net they had placed on the seabed suddenly shook violently, causing Carlo and Kevin's boat to start rocking precariously. What's going on? Kevin reached out to pull up the net, and Abel and Dao turned their heads to look over, as they were slightly ahead of Carlo and Kevin. Wait, Carlo shouted urgently. It seemed their net had encountered some kind of living giant creature. Pulling the net abruptly would only provoke it further. Carlo and Kevin's boat came to a halt, and the creature on the seabed seemed to sense no danger, calming down for a moment. But soon, when the creature tried to leave, it realized it was still trapped in the net and began to thrash violently. The creature's outline became visible, and even the usually calm Carlo felt a surge of tension as he saw its full form. The creature they had caught in the net was a gigantic spiny beast. Carlo and the others had never seen one this large. It was as big as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, if not bigger. Its mouth could swallow a boat whole, and its powerful tail thrashed against the surface of the sea. Now, this giant spiny beast, agitated, was rolling and struggling on the surface of the water, creating waves that rocked Carlo and Kevin's boat. Abel and Dao in front were also startled by the giant spiny beast. As they wanted to return to help Carlo, Carlo stopped them. You two keep going, take your nets, and leave quickly. Hurry. Abel ignored Carlo's words and wanted to continue coming back, but Dao always listened to Carlo. He knew Carlo had his reasons for saying this and trusted him. So Dao stopped paddling, urging Abel to follow Carlo's advice and move forward. Since Dao had stopped, if Abel continued backward, the spiny beast in their net would all escape. With no choice, Abel glanced back a few times and had to continue forward with Dao, aiming to reach the shore quickly and find someone to help them. At this point, the giant spiny beast was struggling even more fiercely, and it finally noticed the two culprits who had ensnared it, charging toward Carlo's boat with its sharp teeth glistening with hatred. Garlo! Kevin shouted in fear. If it collided, the entire boat would be shattered. And Carlo was still on it. Seeing the giant spiny beast attacking, Carlo made a quick decision and jumped off the boat, but still held tightly to one end of the fishing net. The boat Carlo had just been on was instantly smashed to pieces by the enraged giant spiny beast. Carlo disappeared beneath the surface of the sea, and Kevin anxiously searched for Carlo's figure on the water. At this moment, the giant spiny beast also lost sight of Carlo. It wanted to sink to the seabed, but couldn't due to the net, so it rolled in anger. Carlo had disappeared from the surface of the sea for a long time, and Kevin was increasingly anxious. At that moment, he suddenly heard Carlo's voice coming from ahead. Kevin, I'm going to attract its attention and swim forward. You follow behind, and remember not to lose the fishing net. Wrap it around and lead it to the shore. Kevin turned around and realized that Carlo had somehow swum to the front, and the fishing net was tightly wrapped around the giant spiny beast. Chapter 195. The giant spiny beast, seeing that Kevin had noticed him, Carlo thrust the weapon in his hand towards the giant spiny beast. The beast, feeling the excruciating pain, became even more furious, thrashing its tail and slapping the sea surface as it quickly swam towards Carlo, wanting to bite him to pieces. After throwing his weapon at the giant spiny beast, Carlo swiftly swam forward, with the beast frantically following him, trying to catch up. Kevin's boat at the back was being pulled forward by the power of the giant spiny beast. A race against time began. Kevin was being dragged behind the giant spiny beast, but as long as he kept steady on the boat, it was manageable. However, Carlo was now being chased by the giant spiny beast, and there was a constant possibility of being caught. The situation was extremely critical. At that moment, Abel and Dar returned to the shore. Chu Xinran watched them hurriedly rowing their boat towards the shore, and an ominous premonition arose in her heart. What's wrong? Where are Carlo and the others? What happened? Chu Xinran urgently shouted at Abel and Dar. Once they reached the shore, Abel and Dar quickly dragged the fishing net onto the beach. Come help. Quickly dragged the spiny beast from the net onto the shore. Seeing that other orcs had come over to help, Abel and Dar hurriedly jumped onto a boat. Wanted to rush back to the sea. What happened to Carlo and the others? Where are you going? Chu Xinran was already extremely anxious. But Abel and Dar were too busy to answer her, focusing on their actions. Only after the boat set off did Dar turn back and shout. Carlo and Kevin encountered the giant spiny beast. We need to go back to save them. Dar's words terrified Chu Xinran, causing her breathing to quicken. The giant spiny beast was the ruler of the sea. If Carlo and the others encountered it, it would surely spell disaster for them. May the beast god protect them and bring them back safely. The priest silently prayed nearby. Chu Xinran felt utterly helpless, like a headless fly turning around aimlessly. Hearing the priest pray, she, who usually didn't believe in the existence of the beast god, began to panic and kneeled beside the priest to pray, asking the beast god to ensure Carlo and the others returned safely. Carlo was using all his strength to swim forward, but after a while, he began to tire. His original plan was to jump into the water, tightly wrap the fishing net around the giant spiny beast, and then attract its attention, leading it to swim behind him until reaching the shore. However, Carlo underestimated the combat power of the giant spiny beast. Its speed was so fast that Carlo had to exert all his strength to swim forward, consuming a lot of his energy. And the cold seawater was rapidly depleting the heat in his body. If this continued, he might be eaten by the giant spiny beast before reaching the shore. Kevin also noticed that Carlo's swimming speed had slowed down, and several times he almost got caught by the giant spiny beast. Kevin became anxious. Just when it seemed most critical, Abel and Dar finally arrived to support Carlo. Seeing them, Kevin joyfully shouted, "Hurry and help Carlo. He's running out of strength." Upon hearing Kevin's words, Abel and Dar quickly jumped into the water, swimming to Carlo's side, each grabbing him and pulling him forward with all their might. With the help of Abel and Dar, their speed noticeably increased, and they worked together to swim towards the shore. At that moment, the people on the shore finally saw Carlo and the others, and they were also frightened by the massive spiny beast following them. How is this spiny beast so big? Carlo, keep going. You're almost there. Chu Xinran shouted loudly as she assessed the current situation. The giant spiny beast sensed the water was becoming shallower and felt something was wrong. Its speed began to slow down, but it was already too late. Carlo noticed the giant spiny beast attempt to escape and shouted to Kevin, "Kevin, swim over, pull the fishing net tight, and let's drag it to the shore together." Kevin jumped off the boat as Carlo instructed, swimming towards them to gather together, and the orcs on the shore also came over to help. The giant spiny beast, sensing danger, stopped swimming and desperately tried to return to the deep sea, but it was entirely wrapped in the fishing net. With over a dozen orcs pulling it towards the shore, the giant spiny beast was being gradually dragged towards the beach by these orcs. The giant spiny beast struggled fiercely, creating waves that crashed against Carlo and the others. But they endured the pain and used all their strength to pull the giant spiny beast towards the shore. They had come this far. They had to take down the giant spiny beast. Although the giant spiny beast was strong, the combined strength of more than a dozen orcs was not to be underestimated, and they slowly pulled the fishing net, getting closer to the shore. As they neared the beach, Chu Xinran and the tribal chief priest also came down to help. The water only reached their thighs. At that moment, the giant spiny beast had already reached the sandy beach and could no longer swim in the shallow water. Its eyes were filled with despair. It couldn't understand why it was being defeated by these insignificant orcs it had always considered food. In fact, Pierce hadn't told the lion-tiger tribe why the tribe that used to live in this place moved away. It was precisely because of this giant spiny beast. The previous tribe often came to the beach to catch spiny beasts, but this giant spiny beast had eaten many of their orcs, forcing the tribe to relocate. Seeing the giant spiny beast stranded on the beach and unable to escape, everyone present erupted in cheers. Chu Xinran hurried to check on Carlo's condition. Carlo was lying on the shore, breathing heavily, completely exhausted. "Carlo, how are you? Are you hurt? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Chu Xinran asked anxiously. Carlo shook his head, looking deeply at Chu Xinran. Thankfully, this time they succeeded. He had not let Chu Xinran down and had returned safely. Chapter 196. A bountiful harvest, seeing Carlo soaked through. Chu Xinran wanted to take off her cotton coat and wrap it around Carlo, but he refused. "If you take it off, you'll freeze to death. I'm Fine. You go find someone to quickly come and move this giant spiny beast back to the tribe." Carlo was the first to jump into the sea and had been in the water the longest. His lips were turning pale from the cold. Chu Xinran looked at Abel and Dar. Their conditions were also dire, since it was the snow season and the air temperature was already very low, let alone in the sea. If this continued, they would all get sick. Only Kevin was in slightly better condition because he had been in the water the least. Uncle Chief, Grandpa Priest, you handle things here first. I need to take Carlo and the others back. Otherwise, they will definitely get sick. Chu Xinran turned to the chief and the priest. The chief and the priest nodded. Don't worry, we will take care of this. Hurry up and carry Carlo and the others back to the tribe. The chief urgently called over a few orcs to help. They quickly lifted Carlo and the others onto their backs. The chief and the shaman were only slightly wet on their legs, and the situation wasn't serious. But Carlo and Kevin had to be sent back to the tribe quickly, since they needed to get back in a hurry. Chu Xinran's speed clearly couldn't keep up with those orcs, so in the end, the relatively okay Kevin carried Chu Xinran and hurried toward the tribe together. When the people in the tribe saw Carlo and the others in such a sorry state, they quickly made way for them to enter the warm room, placing them on the bed and wrapping them in thick blankets. Nina, Amy, hurry up and bring over the ginger soup. After settling Carlo and the others, Chu Xinran shouted towards the outside. Before setting out, she had specifically instructed Nina and Amy to keep simmering ginger soup over the fire in case of such situations. Nina and Amy hurriedly brought the ginger soup and fed it to Carlo and the others. Chu Xinran noticed that Carlo's lips were no longer so pale and breathed a sigh of relief. But her work wasn't finished yet. She ran to the pharmacy, found some herbs to prevent fever, boiled them, and fed them to Carlo and the others. Only then did Chu Xinran feel truly at ease. As soon as Kevin returned to the tribe, he quickly called all the orcs to head to the seaside, where the chief and the shaman were waiting for them to help. When these orcs arrived at the seaside, they were all stunned to see the giant spiny beast. My God, how can there be such a huge spiny beast? I've never seen one this big in my life. No wonder Carlo and the others were in such a mess trying to capture this spiny beast. To catch one this large is really impressive. The orcs all stood at a distance, shocked and unable to move for a while. Hurry up and come help. Let's transport this giant spiny beast back to the tribe. The chief shouted loudly when he saw them dazed. The orcs rushed over, preparing to lift the giant spiny beast. The beast had been on the shore for a long time and was now on the verge of death, but the orc's movements startled it, causing it to thrash around wildly for a few moments. This action frightened many, but fortunately, after a few thrashes, the giant spiny beast gradually stopped moving, finally ending its life. Seeing that the giant spiny beast was truly dead, the orcs felt relieved and began to pull it back to the tribe, while some other orcs were responsible for transporting the spiny beast caught in Abner and Darl's fishing net. Abner and Darl's net was quite full, having caught a whole net of spiny beasts. Due to the massive size of the giant spiny beast, many trees along the way were damaged as the orcs struggled to transport it back to the lion tiger tribe. All the female tribe members and children came out to watch the commotion. Carlo heard the noise and wanted to get out of bed to see, but Chu Xinran stopped him. You're not well yet. Stay in bed. I'll go check the situation. When Chu Xinran walked outside to see the giant spiny beast placed in the center of the tribe, she realized just how big it was, towering over their houses. She also noticed that the fishing net entangled around the giant spiny beast had many holes, but fortunately, due to its massive size, it couldn't escape the net. Otherwise, it would have fled long ago. The children of the tribe curiously touched the giant spiny beast, while Kevin began to boast to the children about the thrilling moments they had just experienced. You don't know how critical the situation was earlier. Luckily, Carlo and I were brave, and with the help of Abner and Darl, we managed to catch such a huge spiny beast. Seeing the children's admiring gazes, Kevin became more proud and animated. Chu Xinran shook her head with amusement and returned to the room to continue taking care of Carlo. Fortunately, Carlo, Abner, and Darl had good health. After drinking ginger soup and taking medicine, they rested for a while and their bodies almost recovered. The chief counted the harvest from this time and was very happy and excited. The lion tiger tribe truly had a bountiful harvest of food this time, and no one was injured, which was fantastic. Since it was snow season and the ground was covered in snow, the giant spiny beast could be left in the center of the tribe without worrying about it spoiling. Many people in the tribe couldn't help but go over to touch it and take a closer look, constantly exclaiming how big it was. Once Carlo and the others recovered, Carlo came out to see the giant spiny beast and asked Kevin to help him open its mouth. After they worked together to pry open the mouth of the giant spiny beast, everyone was startled by the sight inside. The beast's teeth were enormous and numerous, with thick molars and sharp, densely packed fangs. Carlo threw a stone at one of the teeth, and the stone shattered while the teeth remained unscathed. Carlo's expression turned rare with excitement as he said to Kevin, "Kevin, we have materials for weapons now." Kevin instantly understood Carlo's meaning and, looking at those sharp and sturdy teeth, became excited as well. Yeah, if we make weapons out of these teeth, they will definitely be powerful. This was truly amazing. Chapter 197. The feast of meat. The weapons used by the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe were generally made of wood and stone. While wooden weapons were very sharp, they weren't durable, and stone weapons, although sturdy, were dull and not sharp. If weapons could be made from the teeth of the giant spiny beast, then both the durability and sharpness issues could be resolved, and the resulting weapons would definitely be powerful and unbreakable. Chu Xinran, who had been listening to their conversation, also joined in. Actually, it's not just the teeth. Look at the fins of this spiny beast. The bones inside are also very sturdy and sharp, and can be used for many purposes. We haven't even seen the bones of this spiny beast yet. They might also have a lot of uses. Now the entire giant spiny beast had become a treasure, and Carlo was very grateful that despite the risks, he had managed to capture it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many treasures. Carlo took out his military knife and carefully began to knock the teeth of the giant spiny beast loose. Kevin also borrowed Chu Xinran's knife and joined in to help Carlo. After they had removed all the teeth, other orcs also rushed over. When it came to making weapons, all the orcs chimed in with their opinions. In the end, the sharp teeth were made into swords and knives, while the molar teeth were fashioned into hammers and similar tools. The fins of the giant spiny beast were very difficult to remove. Carlo and Kevin had to use a lot of strength to cut them off. Carlo wanted to use the bones from the fins for arrows, as they should have great power. However, later Chu Xinran came over and took a few bones from the fins, believing they were suitable for making bone needles. The bone needles they had used before were not durable and would break after a while, but these should last much longer. After utilizing everything usable from the giant spiny beast, Chu Xinran prepared to let the tribe members eat the meat of the giant spiny beast. On the day they were to eat the meat, all the people of the lion-tiger tribe excitedly gathered around the spiny beast, waiting for Chu Xinran to teach them how to eat it. Chu Xinran said that since the giant spiny beast was so large, they might as well try all kinds of dishes at once, allowing the tribe to eat to their fill. Since the giant spiny beast had very few spines, Chu Xinran decided to start with sashimi. She first squeezed some sour juice from the sour fruit she had found earlier, then made some spicy sauce, and asked Carlo to slice off a large piece of the tenderest meat from the belly of the giant spiny beast. Chu Xinran carefully cut the meat into slices with a military knife, allowing the tribe members to dip them in spicy sauce or sour juice to eat. After trying a piece herself, she found it very fresh and the meat was quite chewy. At first, the tribe members were excited about the new dish, but they soon felt that it wasn't filling enough. Seeing that they were not satisfied, Chu Xinran decided to change the cooking method. This time, she made a spiny beast meat hot pot. After preparing the base, she placed the meat slices in the pot to blanch, and they were cooked in no time. Since they were eating outside next to the giant spiny beast, it was a bit cold at first, but after having hot pot, everyone felt warm and very satisfied. The meat slices had no spines, making them very hearty, and with some vegetables and dipping sauce added, it was truly a dish that one could never get enough of. The members of the lion-tiger tribe were also tasting so much spiny beast meat for the first time, and they devoured it hungrily, with half of the meat from such a large spiny beast disappearing in no time. They also made stewed spiny beast soup, which the tribe members had made and eaten before, so it wasn't anything new. However, Chu Xinran was about to prepare a dish they had never eaten before. Chu Xinran had Carlo slaughter the last boar in the tribe, and, after Carlo finished processing the boar meat, she asked him to cut off all the fat from the boar and start rendering the fat into oil. Because this task was quite large, Chu Xinran enlisted many females to help her. She had them render the oil while she cut up the remaining meat from the giant spiny beast, this time cutting it into chunks instead of slices. Seeing how hard it was for Chu Xinran to cut the meat, Carlo came over, took the knife from her hand, and said, "You tell me how you want to cut, and I'll help you." Chu Xinran's hands were already sore and painful, so she didn't refuse Carlo's offer. After all, he was much stronger than she was. Following her instructions, Carlo quickly cut the meat from the giant spiny beast into chunks, finishing the task in no time. After cutting the meat, Chu Xinran placed the chunks into a large wooden basin, added a lot of seasonings, and began to mix them together, with Carlo taking over the stirring job, and later Kevin also came to help. Kevin knew that most of the delicious food Chu Xinran made ended up in his mouth, so it was only natural for him to help. After mixing, Chu Xinran let the meat chunks marinate for a while before moving on to other tasks. Once all the meat from the giant spiny beast was cut off, the complete skeleton of the giant spiny beast was finally revealed. Looking at the tall and orderly bones in front of her, Chu Xinran felt like she was seeing a dinosaur skeleton she had once seen in a museum. Moreover, while handling the giant spiny beast's internal organs, Chu Xinran discovered many usable items, starting with the swim bladders inside, which were very sturdy and could not be torn apart, even floating on the sea surface. She collected these swim bladders, knowing they would be useful later. Carlo kept the skeleton of the giant spiny beast, but removed the large fish bones to make weapons. There were only large fish bones on the skeleton, with no small fish bones inside the meat, making it very convenient and satisfying to eat. When the meat chunks were properly marinated, the rendered fat from the boar resulted in a full pot of oil. Chu Xinran heated the pot of oil over the fire, and once it was hot, she started frying the meat chunks from the giant spiny beast. The smell of the frying meat quickly attracted everyone's attention in the tribe. They all stared at the pot, watching the white meat chunks slowly turn golden brown, looking very tempting, not to mention the strong aroma that occasionally wafted over to them. Once the first batch of meat was fried, Chu Xinran first distributed some to the children of the tribe. The children happily devoured the fried meat chunks, getting their hands and mouths all greasy, and kept asking for more, exclaiming how delicious it was. Of course, the adults of the tribe wouldn't snatch food from the children, so they could only watch eagerly as Chu Xinran prepared more fried meat. They looked at her with longing, especially Kevin, who was almost drooling. Chu Xinran couldn't help but chuckle. After frying that batch of meat, the other members of the tribe finally got to enjoy the mouth-watering delicacy, while Chu Xinran called over a few females to teach them how to fry the meat chunks and control the heat. However, after the children and elders had eaten quite a bit of fried meat, Chu Xinran began to restrict them, explaining that the oil rendered from this meat was actually not very healthy and they should eat less of it, warning them that too much would be bad for their bodies. Although they were reluctant to part with the fried meat, the children respected their teacher, Xinran, and obediently refrained from eating more. This feast of spiny beast meat lasted for several days. One day, Abel and Darl caught many spiny beasts in their fishing nets. After finishing the giant spiny beast, there were still smaller spiny beasts left, and besides them, the nets also caught many small sea creatures. So the tribe members had plenty to eat and no longer had to worry about food. With the food problem resolved, Chu Xinran continued to teach the children with peace of mind. The remaining days of the snow season were few, and she wanted to use this limited time to teach the children as much as possible. Otherwise, during the hot and rainy seasons, she would be busy, and there would be less time to teach. Since discovering the teeth and bones of the giant spiny beast, Carlo had been busy making various weapons with Kevin and Abel. With these powerful weapons, their future hunts would be much more efficient, and they could better protect the tribe. At the beginning of the snow season, Carlo had worked with the tribe's orc members to build the tribe's gate and defenses. Now, as the snow season was coming to an end, and they had these ready-made weapons, Carlo began to discuss with Kevin and the others how to set traps around the tribe using these weapons. When the bird tribe attacked them previously, the traps they set around the tribe worked well, but those traps were filled with sharp wooden sticks. Now, they could replace them with the sharp fish bones from the giant spiny beast to deliver a lethal blow to the enemies. After agreeing on a plan, Carlo and Kevin began to set traps around the tribe, as they needed to complete this task before the snow season ended. There was still a predatory beast tribe lurking in the south of the Orc continent. Since it was the snow season and very cold, all tribes generally stayed within their own territories, so the beast tribe had not yet discovered them. But once the snow season passed and the beast tribe detected their presence, they would definitely come looking for them. Therefore, Carlo felt that their tribe must be fully prepared to be ready for battle at any time. As the snow season was about to end, Chu Xinran conducted a comprehensive test for the children, and she was very satisfied with the results. The younger children progressed a bit slower, but they had learned quite a few characters. The older children not only learned many characters, but also grasped simple arithmetic operations. Karen, you have 10 wild fruits in your hand, and you want to share these fruits among your 5 good friends. So, how many should each person get? Chu Xinran asked Karen a question in class. Karen gestured with his fingers for a while, then hesitantly replied, 2 for each person? Chu Xinran patted Karen's head and encouraged him, saying, you did great, but next time just be a bit more confident. Karen had always performed well in class. Although he was only 7 years old and in a lower grade, he had already learned some simple arithmetic. The best student in the higher grade was Herbert, who could now help her teach the younger children. However, some difficulties arose during the lessons, as some characters were really too difficult to teach. The children could memorize simple characters, but the more complex ones with many strokes could not be taught in the same way. After thinking for a long time, Chu Xinran finally recalled the earliest origins of these characters. They were all pictographs, originally derived from shapes of objects. So Chu Xinran carefully studied the shapes of the characters she wanted to teach, and then introduced them to the children in class. Look, this is the character for fire. Let me draw it for you. Doesn't this character look a lot like a fire we light? She asked. The children closely examined it, and indeed, as Chu Xinran had said, it resembled the shape of a campfire. With this method, teaching writing became much smoother for Chu Xinran in the following lessons. And the children gradually picked up the pace of learning. Although the snow season had not officially ended, the temperature had started to rise. Chu Xinran looked at the weather and carefully considered that once the snow season was over, their tribe would need to start replanting wheat. So it was time to find land for planting. Chu Xinran informed Carlo about this, and Carlo, along with the chief and the shaman, discussed the matter and immediately began preparations. After consuming the grains, everyone now understood how important food was to their tribe. Carlo and Chu Xinran searched for a long time outside the tribe before finally finding a suitable piece of land. This area was large and had good soil, but was overgrown with weeds and stones, needing some tidying up. In the following days, Carlo led several orcs from the lion-tiger tribe to take charge of this task, going out every day to clear the land. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran took advantage of the good weather to wash the animal skins, blankets, and clothes that had been used throughout the snow season. Since there were no small rivers nearby, Chu Xinran had to go to the seaside to wash clothes. She called Amy, Nina, and a few other females to go with her to the beach to clean these items. After washing, they laid them out to dry under the sun, enjoying the warmth of the long-missed sunlight. The snow outside began to melt, and the fires in the houses of the tribe had mostly stopped. The outside temperature was rising, and green shoots finally began to sprout from the ground. From these changes, Chu Xinran truly realized that the long snow season was finally coming to an end, and the lion-tiger tribe was welcoming a brand new year. Chapter 199. Digging for bamboo shoots with the snow season over and the snow on the ground melted. The first thing the lion-tiger tribe needed to do was to replant and grow food. Chu Xinran now had seeds for wheat and corn. Before the snow season ended, Carlo had cleared a large area, and when Chu Xinran went to check, she divided the area into two parts, one for planting wheat and the other for corn. Since wheat had been planted there before, Chu Xinran was not too worried, but it was her first time planting corn, so she had more concerns. After the land was cleared, Carlo began to plow it with the orcs. Because the land had never been cultivated before, it needed to be loosened to grow food. Otherwise, there was a high likelihood that nothing would sprout when seeds were planted. While Carlo and the others were busy with the farming, Chu Xinran started picking fresh wild fruits and vegetables in the wild with Amy and Nina. Throughout the snow season, they had not eaten fresh wild fruits and vegetables after the first few days. Seeing the abundance of fresh ingredients in the wild made Chu Xinran incredibly happy. It was still not officially the hot season, and there was a transitional period before it, so the weather was gradually warming up, not too cold, but still refreshing. A cool breeze felt very comfortable against their skin. Xinran, can we have hot pot again today? Amy asked while squatting down to pick vegetables. We haven't had hot pot since the beginning of the snow season. I really want to eat it again. Chu Xinran nodded. Sure. The weather is perfect for hot pot now. It wouldn't be suitable if it got any hotter. You all should pick more vegetables. Take as much as you like. Compared to the orcs who preferred meat, most of the females liked vegetables, so upon hearing Chu Xinran's suggestion, they all started to move faster, eager to pick more vegetables to take home. Moreover, Chu Xinran was fortunate to discover some mushrooms and black fungus growing in the damp environment under the big trees. Quite plump. Seeing these mushrooms and black fungus made Chu Xinran very happy. They tasted especially good in hot pot. But be careful when picking them, as some are toxic, and since you can't distinguish them yet, it's best to ask me if you're unsure. Hearing that some mushrooms and black fungus could be toxic, the girls quickly withdrew their hands. It sounded too scary, and they didn't dare to pick them anymore. Seeing their fearful expressions, Chu Xinran let them pick other vegetables first. After all, getting poisoned was no joke, so she would handle those. Chu Xinran was very careful while picking, only taking mushrooms she had eaten before. While the females were busy picking vegetables, suddenly, a cry came from the nearby bamboo forest. Chu Xinran and Amy Nina hurried over when they heard the crying. When they came out, they found Karen and Kenny playing nearby in the bamboo forest. Did something happen to them? As soon as Chu Xinran ran into the bamboo forest, she saw Kenny on the ground, crying nonstop, while Karen looked a bit helpless, trying to help Kenny up. What happened? Did you two get into a fight? Chu Xinran approached and helped Kenny up, asking. Sister Xiao ran. We didn't fight. I was fighting with Kenny. It was just that when Kenny was chasing me, he tripped over something and probably hurt himself. So he has been crying on the ground, Karen explained. Hearing that Kenny had fallen, Chu Xinran quickly looked over Kenny's body to see where he was hurt. Fortunately, he only had a little scrape on his arm. When they went out to the wild, they always carried some herbs just in case. Nina brought some herbs over to treat Kenny's arm and teased him, saying, "You're a little orc. How can you cry after just falling? Be careful. Your dad will scold you if he finds out. Other kids will laugh at you too." Kenny, who had been sniffling, immediately stopped crying when he heard Nina's words. He was not afraid of his dad, but he was scared that other kids would laugh at him. He quickly looked at Karen, and luckily, Carlo was not laughing at him, but was instead looking at him with concern. Seeing Kenny like this, Nina praised him and patted his head, saying, "That's right. This is our brave little orc from the lion-tiger tribe." At this moment, Chu Xinran lowered her head to see what the culprit was that tripped Kenny, hoping to clear it away so that others wouldn't trip over it as well. However, while searching with her head down, Chu Xinran suddenly found something that surprised her. This is what tripped me." Kenny saw Chu Xinran's hand reaching for the sharp object on the ground and quickly pointed it out. "Amy, bring me a hoe." Chu Xinran touched the sharp object on the ground and urgently turned to Amy and said. Amy ran back to get a hoe and handed it to Chu Xinran. Chu Xinran carefully began to dig around the sharp object with the hoe, and after a while, she dug out a round object. "Sharon, what is this? Can we eat this?" Amy asked curiously, looking at Chu Xinran's excited expression. "Of course we can eat it. This is bamboo shoot, very delicious. I didn't expect we would be so lucky today to find bamboo shoots." When they first arrived at the southern part of the Orc continent and decided to settle here, Chu Xinran had noticed a bamboo forest not far from the tribe's encampment. At that time, she thought that maybe they could eat bamboo shoots in the future. But later, busy with the snow season, Chu Xinran forgot about it, and she didn't expect to coincidentally discover bamboo shoots today. When Kenny heard that he had fallen and had actually uncovered food for the tribe, he instantly felt no pain at all. He blinked his big eyes at the plump bamboo shoots in Chu Xinran's hand. Chu Xinran praised Kenny. "Kenny, you're amazing. We were able to find bamboo shoots today, all because of you. You're really great." Chu Xinran began to teach the other females how to dig for bamboo shoots, explaining that there would be sharp objects near the base of the bamboo, which are bamboo shoots. But they had to be careful not to break the bamboo shoots while digging and to dig around them. The other females followed Chu Xinran's instructions and began to bend down to dig for bamboo shoots. Chu Xinran didn't expect there to be so many bamboo shoots here, and in no time, they had dug several baskets full, and in the end, the group returned with a full load. Chapter 200. Starting to farm not long after Chu Xinran and the others returned to the tribe. Carlo and the others also came back. "Carlo, how's the field doing now?" Chu Xinran approached and helped Carlo take the things from his hands, handing him a glass of water as she asked. "The plowing is almost done. We can start planting tomorrow." Hearing Carlo say this, Chu Xinran felt reassured. If that is the case, the timing is just right. Before the weather gets hot, the seeds should be able to be planted. You've been outside all day and must be tired. Take a break first. We're having hot pot for dinner, and we found a new fresh ingredient that I'll cook for you later. Chu Xinran began preparing dinner, and soon, Amy and Nina came over to help. They had agreed to eat together today, along with Kevin, Abel, and Doll. Since they had already made hot pot a few times before, the preparation was quick this time. Chu Xinran was mainly responsible for cleaning the bamboo shoots they had picked. After washing them, she placed the plump bamboo shoots onto a plate, which would be used as hot pot ingredients. Then, Chu Xinran took some clean bamboo shoots to stir-fry with meat, as stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots is also delicious and has a very fragrant taste. Before they officially began eating hot pot, everyone first tasted the stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots, and they all praised it. Amy finally understood why Chu Xinran was so excited to see bamboo shoots. It turned out they were so delicious. After finishing the stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots, they began to eat their favorite hot pot. Many people in the tribe love hot pot because it was both delicious and convenient, making it very popular. Everyone sat together eating hot pot, feeling deeply moved. "I can't believe we've really made it to the southern part of the Orc continent, and we've safely passed the snow season. Our tribe's life should go smoothly from now on," Kevin said happily. When Chu Xinran first suggested crossing the sea, everyone thought she was joking. How could they possibly cross the sea? It was something they never dared to imagine before, but now it had really come true. They had really done it. "Yes, as long as we work hard from now on, our future days will definitely get better and better." Chu Xinran also felt emotional. Fortunately, everyone is still together now. and no one is injured or left behind. After they finished this hot pot meal, they all dispersed. Abel wanted to stay and talk to Chu Xinran a bit more, but seeing Carlo beside her, he felt disheartened and said nothing more, silently turning to leave. The next morning, Carlo took the orcs with him, bringing wheat and corn seeds to plant. Thanks to their previous experience, this time the planting went relatively smoothly. The orcs were full of energy, so they planted the seeds quickly, and in just a few days they had sown all the seeds. After planting everything that needed to be sown, Carlo assigned Abel to go hunting in the wild, while he and a few orcs were responsible for making some essential tools for the tribe. They and T brought the stone mill and other items they had previously made, and these were things their tribe would need in the future. So Carlo planned to use the next few days to make more of what the tribe needed. Everything in the tribe was on track, and everyone was busy with their tasks in an orderly manner. Although it was tough at first, seeing the tribe gradually improve made everyone happy. Just then, Pierce suddenly arrived at the Lion-Tiger tribe with a few people. Previously, Pierce had always sent someone to the Lion-Tiger tribe to exchange things, but this was the first time he came in person. He curiously examined everything in the Lion-Tiger tribe. "Chief Pierce, did you come here for something today?" Reese spoke respectfully to Pierce, as he had heard Chu Xinran say that although Pierce spoke harshly, he had actually helped their Lion-Tiger tribe a lot. "Where are Chu Xinran and Carlo? I need to find them for something." Pierce looked around, but didn't see Chu Xinran and Carlo. He had actually come this time to taste the food that Chu Xinran had personally made, as previously, his subordinates always brought the food back to the tribe for him to eat, and by the time it was brought back, it was already cold. Freshly cooked food would taste much better. Xiaoran went out with the picking team, and Carlo is also outside working. I don't know when they'll be back, so you might need to wait here a while. Reese suggested Pierce sit down and have some water while waiting for Carlo and Chu Xinran. However, Pierce couldn't sit still after a while. He began to wander around the Lion-Tiger tribe, accompanied by Amy. "Your northern tribe doesn't look so backward? I've seen quite a few novel things." After asking Amy countless questions about things in the tribe, Pierce suddenly said, "Our northern tribe is not backward at all. That's your prejudice," Amy said somewhat defiantly, as she still remembered the last time she was mocked by the females of the climbing beast tribe when she went there. Hearing Amy say this, Pierce merely smiled meaningfully without commenting. He remembered when he first saw the people of the Lion-Tiger tribe. They were all dressed in animal skins and had no decorations, looking very unattractive. Pierce followed Amy around the Lion-Tiger tribe. Although he still thought that their lack of decorations was very backward, he had to admit that some of the tools they used were quite advanced, and there were many foods he had never seen before, which were very rare. He was shocked by the skeleton of the giant spiny beast standing in the center of the Lion-Tiger tribe. He never expected that the Lion-Tiger tribe could catch this monster from the sea, especially since the previous tribe had to move away because of this giant spiny beast. "You guys caught this giant spiny beast?" Seeing Pierce's incredulous expression, Amy finally felt a sense of pride. "Yes, it was caught by Carlo and the others." "Impressive, right? How did you encounter this giant spiny beast? Did you go into the sea?" Pierce still found it hard to believe. After Chu Xinran and Carlo left their tribe, he remembered that he hadn't informed them about the existence of the giant spiny beast. He thought that the Lion-Tiger tribe wouldn't go into the sea, so he didn't pay attention to it afterward. Who would have thought they actually encountered it, and even killed it? "Yes, we had no food during the snow season, so we had to go into the sea to catch spiny beasts." Chapter 201. Discovery of soybeans. Kevin had already spread the news of their battle with the giant spiny beast throughout the entire tribe. So Amy recounted the perilous process described by Kevin to Pierce, which left him in awe. It seemed that the strength of the Lion-Tiger tribe should not be underestimated. However, after waiting a long time in the Lion-Tiger tribe without seeing Carlo and the female, Pierce began to feel a bit impatient and asked Amy, "Why haven't Chu Xinran and Carlo returned yet? Didn't you say they would be back soon?" Amy also looked outside the tribe in confusion. Logically, they should have returned by now. Why were they still not back? Had something delayed them? Chu Xinran was indeed held up by something. While wandering in the wild with Dia and the others, she discovered a lot of soybeans. After observing these items that resembled small beans for a long time, she confirmed that they were indeed soybeans. Excited, she had everyone in the harvesting team stop and pick the soybeans to take back first. After Carlo finished his work in the fields, he came to find Chu Xinran and saw them picking soybeans, so he stayed to help. Finally, as it was getting dark, Chu Xinran and Carlo returned to the Lion-Tiger tribe. Chu Xinran was pleasantly surprised to see Pierce, as it had been several months since their last meeting. "Pierce, what are you doing here?" Pierce, with his arms crossed and a bit angry, said, "I just wanted to come and eat a meal you cooked. You guys have been out for so long. I waited for you all day, but you can't blame me. I didn't know you were coming today. Chu Xinran replied, while taking off the basket from her back. Amy, curious about what Chu Xinran had brought back, leaned in and asked, Xiaoran, what did you find? Is this edible? Chu Xinran nodded. Yes, it's edible, and there are many ways to prepare it. Upon hearing that the item was edible, Pierce lost his anger and became interested. Can we really eat this? I've never seen it before. When can we eat it? Can we eat it today? This can't be eaten yet. It needs to be dried first. Hearing this, Pierce's expression immediately turned disappointed. Kevin, who had come over upon hearing the news, also sighed. However, Chu Xinran quickly turned the conversation around to cheer them up. But don't worry, since you came here today, I will cook a lot of delicious food for you. Chu Xinran instructed Carlo to take a few orcs to find a clean place in the square to dry the soybeans they picked today, while she and Amy went to prepare the meal. Pierce thought he would just wait for the delicious food to be ready, but unexpectedly, Carlo told him to help them dry the soybeans. Pierce felt very reluctant. No one in the climbing beast tribe had ever dared to order him around. But since he was under their roof and wanted to eat the meal cooked by Chu Xinran, he considered it and decided to obediently follow Carlo to help. Chu Xinran first sliced some fresh tusked beast meat to prepare braised meat. During the entire snow season, apart from spiny beast meat, they hadn't had fresh meat much, mostly consuming previously made, cured meat and jerky. So as soon as the snow season passed and the orcs began hunting again, Chu Xinran had been making fresh meat dishes for several days, wanting everyone to indulge. After making a few stir-fried dishes, Chu Xinran also stewed some cuckoo beasts, adding some of the freshly picked soybeans into the pot. While working in the square, Pierce could smell the delicious aroma of the food being prepared, and he was almost drooling, frequently glancing over. Finally, when he saw Chu Xinran come out to say the food was ready and they could eat, he was the first to run over, even faster than Kevin, who was usually the quickest. Looking at the large table filled with delicious food, Pierce couldn't wait to start using his chopsticks, which he had learned to use from following Chu Xinran and the others. He tasted every dish on the table, and each one was delicious. He couldn't find a single dish that wasn't good. Usually, the most frantic eater was Kevin, but now it was Pierce, making Kevin feel a sense of crisis and speed up his eating as well. Chu Xinran quickly scooped some dishes into Carlo's bowl, but Carlo was much faster, and soon Chu Xinran's bowl was filled by him. A meal that felt like a battle was completely devoured, and Pierce still felt unsatisfied. The food was just too delicious. He had never had anything this good before. Xiaoran, have you ever considered coming with me to our climbing beast tribe? Don't worry, we will treat you very well. Pierce couldn't help but propose this. Carlo's face darkened instantly, glaring coldly at Pierce, which made Pierce shiver involuntarily. He quickly waved his hands and said, Don't worry. I'm not trying to steal anyone. I know Xiaoran is your female. You could tell just by looking at your relationship, okay? I just think Xiaoran's cooking is really too good, so I wanted her to come to our tribe. If you're worried, our tribe can accept you too. You can go with Xiaoran. Abel noticed that Pierce easily saw the relationship between Chu Xinran and Carlo, and his eyes dimmed. Chu Xinran gently stroked Carlo's hand, suppressing a laugh as she said, All right, Pierce, thank you for your kindness, but I'm a member of the Lion-Tiger tribe and will not leave. Although she had long expected this outcome, Pierce still felt disappointed when he heard Chu Xinran's answer, his shoulders slumping. It was such a pity that he wouldn't be able to eat her delicious cooking often in the future. As it was already dark, Pierce and the few orcs he brought would temporarily stay in the Lion-Tiger tribe tonight. Chu Xinran found them an empty house to stay in. Since arriving at the Lion-Tiger tribe, Pierce had been curiously looking around. He felt that this house was very comfortable, even better than the wooden houses in their tribe. Chapter 202. Encounter with Jonathan. After sending Pierce into the house, Chu Xinran suddenly remembered that there was something she hadn't done. All right, Carlo, there's something I want you to help me with. Sure, what is it? Carlo always unconditionally agreed to Chu Xinran's requests. Chu Xinran wanted a small stone mill that could grind yellow beans, smaller than the one used for grinding wheat before. After hearing Chu Xinran's specific description, Carlo went out with a military knife to find materials and then returned to the house to start making it. Carlo moved quickly, and before long, he had made a small stone mill. Chu Xinran then carefully cleaned the mill and placed it in a clean spot to dry before going to sleep with Carlo. The next morning, Chu Xinran got up early. After washing up, she went to the square to check on the yellow beans that had been drying the day before. She found that the pods were dry and, with a gentle squeeze, many yellow beans fell out. Chu Xinran collected some yellow beans, washed them, and placed them on the small stone mill to grind. The juice that came out fell into a wooden bucket she had prepared earlier. At this moment, many early risers from the tribe saw Chu Xinran doing something and curiously came over to watch. Chu Xinran took the soy milk from the bucket, squeezed in some sweet fruit juice as a sweetener, and poured it into small wooden bowls to share with the tribe members. "This is really delicious," a woman exclaimed in surprise. "This is made from the yellow beans picked yesterday. It's very nutritious. We can drink more of this in the mornings," Chu Xinran explained. Later, when Pierce woke up, he also tasted the soy milk and praised it. So when Pierce was leaving, Chu Xinran generously gave him some yellow beans and had Carlo teach them how to make a stone mill. Satisfied, Pierce left the lion-tiger tribe holding the yellow beans, feeling that his trip had been worthwhile. Chu Xinran made cakes from the leftover soybean dregs. They were delicious. In a food-scarce or continent, she simply couldn't bear to throw away the dregs. Also, since yellow beans could be ground in a flour, the tribe was excited to see many uses for yellow beans and paid more attention to similar pod-like plants when foraging in the wild. Eventually, they really did find some beans. When Chu Xinran ran over to check, she discovered they were red beans. Seeing so many red beans made her particularly happy. She had loved eating red bean buns back on Earth, especially those filled with red beans. She hadn't expected to find red beans on the Orc continent. However, since the wheat hadn't grown yet, she couldn't make red bean buns for now. So she washed the red beans, added some sweet fruit juice to a bowl, and steamed them. After steaming, the red beans in the bowl could be easily mashed, and when Chu Xinran tasted them, they were very sweet and soft. This steamed red bean dish was welcomed by all the children in the tribe, and some tribe members who liked sweets also enjoyed it. The lion-tiger tribe resumed their busy lives, but Chu Xinran didn't expect to encounter someone she thought she would never see again, Jonathan. Carlo had run into Jonathan while hunting in the wild, and Jonathan was followed by some people from the bird tribe, but clearly there were many fewer of them. Jonathan looked somewhat disheveled, as if he had gone through a lot of suffering. Carlo brought Jonathan and his few companions back to the lion-tiger tribe. Seeing the peaceful and stable life of the lion-tiger tribe, Jonathan couldn't express how he felt at that moment. "Why do you all look so disheveled? What happened to you after getting separated at sea?" Although Jonathan had done many bad things, seeing the tribes from the north while being in the south still made Chu Xinran feel somewhat happy, as they had shared hardships together. "After we got separated in that storm, our tribe's boat drifted and eventually reached the shore, but it was far from here. As soon as we landed, the snow season arrived, so to survive, we tried every possible way. Now that the snow season has finally passed, we were looking for a suitable place to settle down when we stumbled upon you," Jonathan explained. Jonathan's situation was not good. He really had suffered a lot. He looked around at the lion-tiger tribe's current state and sarcastically said, "You lion-tiger tribe really are impressive. You all drifted ashore, yet you quickly found a place to settle down and improved your tribe's living conditions compared to before. I am truly impressed, Jonathan." Hearing Jonathan's occasionally sharp remarks, Chu Xinran felt that some people never change. At first, she was happy to see Jonathan, but after just a few words, he was still the same Jonathan, speaking with sarcasm and ill intent, considering they came from the same place. Chu Xinran and Carlo kindly let Jonathan and his group have a meal at the lion-tiger tribe before sending them on their way. However, when Jonathan was leaving, he shamelessly asked for more food to take with him, which Chu Xinran refused without hesitation. "Jonathan, we've already been very generous. Letting you eat a meal in our tribe is enough. Have you forgotten the deep animosity between your bird tribe and our lion-tiger tribe? Just because you forgot doesn't mean we have. You should quickly take your people and find a place to settle down. Let us part ways here, and I hope we won't meet again in the future. Not giving it is not giving it. What is the big deal? Do you think your lion-tiger tribe is that amazing? Just wait. Once our bird tribe settles down again, we will definitely regain our former glory." Chu Xinran's words made Jonathan's expression somewhat grim. He knew his request was somewhat shameless. He snorted coldly and left the lion-tiger tribe with the people from the bird tribe. However, this encounter with the bird tribe also made Chu Xinran realize that the tribes that had followed them to the southern continent had likely survived. She just didn't know where they had drifted to, but even if she didn't know, it was fine as long as she knew they were alive. Chapter 203. Encountering the Beast Eater tribe after Jonathan left the Lion-Tiger tribe, he felt very upset. Thinking about how well the Lion-Tiger tribe was doing now and comparing it to the current state of their bird tribe made him furious. "Chief, there's a tribe ahead. Should we go and stay for a night?" One of his subordinates asked Jonathan. "It's getting dark. If we don't find a place to stay soon, it will be dangerous to be out in the wild at night." Jonathan kicked the orc hard and angrily shouted, "Do you need to ask me about such things? Can't you do it yourself? If we don't stay at this tribe, where else can we go?" Before encountering the Lion-Tiger tribe, they had struggled while sleeping outside at night, always having to patrol without sleeping. This tribe was the first one they had encountered since the Lion-Tiger tribe. Yes, Yes, I'll go right now. The orc hurriedly got up from the ground, not daring to say anything more. Jonathan had been very irritable lately, often yelling at them, so they were used to it. The orc ran to the tribe in front of them, explained their intentions to the orcs guarding the entrance, and after a long, strange look, the guards finally let them in. The chief of this tribe was also not very enthusiastic towards Jonathan and did not speak much to him, only having them taken to an empty wooden house. Although Jonathan was dissatisfied, he couldn't act recklessly on someone else's territory. He vowed to take revenge on these people when he rose again in the future. Jonathan and the people from the bird tribe rested in this tribe for one night. He never expected that the next day he would be captured by a group of tall and imposing orcs. These orcs looked fierce and were quite different from the orcs of the tribe they were staying in. It turned out that although the chief of this tribe had taken Jonathan and his companions in for a night, as soon as they entered the wooden house, the chief hurriedly sent someone to inform the Beast Eater tribe. The Beast Eater tribe had long ordered these tribes that if they discovered any unfamiliar tribes, they must report it to the Beast Eater tribe. Anyone who dared to shelter them would be severely punished. Although Jonathan struggled when he was captured, these orcs were quite skilled, and with their overwhelming numbers, no matter how hard he resisted, he was still taken away. At first, Jonathan cursed and swore, but every time he cursed, the orcs would give him a beating, which eventually made him shut his mouth and dare not say anything. By this point, his face was already bruised and swollen. Jonathan and the members of the bird tribe were taken to a very vast tribe. This tribe was huge, and Jonathan could not see its end no matter how he looked. The buildings in this tribe also appeared very sturdy and grand. Chief, we have brought the people over. This is the tribe that claims to have come from the northern part of the orc continent. As soon as they entered a house, the few orcs who had been arrogant towards Jonathan immediately knelt down respectfully. Jonathan looked up and saw a plump middle-aged orc sitting above, squinting at them, with several females attending to him. This was Jonathan's first time seeing such a fat orc on the orc continent, and his display seemed even more luxurious than before. What is the name of your tribe? Did you really come from the northern continent? Hanks, smiling and lazily stroking the hand of a female, did not even glance at Jonathan as he asked. At this moment, Jonathan had already figured out the situation. This tribe seemed very difficult to deal with, so if he confronted them directly now, it would be of no benefit. Thinking of this, Jonathan smiled and replied, "We are the bird tribe, and my name is Jonathan. Indeed, we have come from the northern continent. We never expected to meet you, the esteemed chief, right upon our arrival. What a blessing it is for us." Upon hearing Jonathan's flattering words, Hanks laughed heartily and nodded, saying, "I didn't expect you to be quite eloquent. Tell me, what was the situation in your northern continent before? Why did you suddenly migrate here? How many tribes came in total?" There was a plant called the magical flower that appeared in the north, which caused many beasts and orcs to suffer from a disease called the red-eye disease. In the end, we could no longer live there, so we decided to migrate here. Basically, all our tribes came south, but we got separated along the way. You mean all the tribes came here? For some reason? Upon hearing Jonathan's words, Hank suddenly became furious and slammed the table in front of him. "Yes, chief, all our tribes came here." The more Hanks thought about it, the angrier he became. If all the tribes had come here, then why had he only received this one report and captured the bird tribe? Where were the messages from the other tribes? Did those tribes dare to collude and not report it? Someone, investigate this matter thoroughly. Find out which tribes helped to shelter them. Have those tribes send a beast to me as tribute. Also from now on, make every effort to track down the tribes that came from the northern continent. Once discovered, capture them immediately. Yes. Several orcs quickly stood up in response, and then went off to do their tasks. Hanks then turned to Jonathan, which is the most powerful tribe in your northern continent. Jonathan initially wanted to say it was the bird tribe, but considering how this person in front of him might react, he thought better of it. He glanced around and replied, "It is the lion-tiger tribe." It was the lion-tiger tribe that led all our tribes away from the northern continent to come here. The lion-tiger tribe? Hanks thought carefully and did not have a strong impression of this tribe. However, since they could lead so many tribes across the sea, they must be quite powerful. But regardless of how strong they were, they would definitely not escape his grasp once they encountered the Beast Eater tribe. Where's the lion-tiger tribe now? They are living by the sea. We just saw them before coming here. Jonathan did not hesitate to betray the lion-tiger tribe. There was no other way. He had to do this to survive. Chapter 204. Joining the Beast Eater tribe. Jonathan, since you are so sensible, let me ask you a question. Are you willing to join our Beast Eater tribe? You should know that we're the most powerful tribe on the orc continent. If you are unwilling, I cannot guarantee that you will leave here alive, Hanks said, having walked down beside Jonathan, smiling with a hint of threat in his voice. Upon smelling Hanks's scent and recalling his earlier words, Jonathan's face suddenly turned pale. Hanks carried the scent of many orcs, which was impossible for a normal orc. A normal orc would only have its own scent. If Hanks had so many orc scents, it could only mean it meant that Hanks had eaten a lot of orc meat, and these scents had lingered on him for a long time. Moreover, Hanks had just told his subordinates to have those tribes send him a beast as tribute. Were those tributes meant to be sent for Hanks to eat? Seeing the terrified expression on Jonathan's face, Hanks laughed even more heartily and leaned closer to Jonathan, slowly saying, "Oh, by the way, I haven't told you what our tribe is called. I will tell you now. Our tribe is called the Beast Eater Tribe." Jonathan's legs went weak. It was at this moment that he truly realized what the name Beast Eater meant. The person in front of him was too insane. I would of course be willing to join the Beast Eater Tribe. It is an honor for our bird tribe. Cold sweat poured down Jonathan's face as he stammered his response. Upon hearing Jonathan's answer, Hanks laughed heartily, patted Jonathan on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, since you are willing to join our Beast Eater Tribe. I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you work well for me in the future." Hanks returned to his seat, his eyes fixed on Jonathan, and asked, "Now I ask you, how do you antidote the poison of a magical flower?" The poison of the magical flower is so powerful that generally, old orcs and females cannot survive it. Now tell me, how did you bring those old orcs from your bird tribe over? Hearing Hanks's question, Jonathan hesitated for a moment, but decided to reveal the matter of the detoxification beast. He had originally intended to get the detoxification beast, but the Hanks in front of him was clearly not a good person. If he concealed this matter, and it was discovered later, he would definitely face a terrible fate. The poison of the magical flower is detoxified by the detoxification beast. The detoxification beast? You found the detoxification beast. Where is the detoxification beast now? Hank stood up excitedly the moment he heard the words detoxification beast, asking several questions in quick succession. You know about the detoxification beast? Jonathan was somewhat surprised by Hanks's excited reaction. Generally, when people heard about the detoxification beast, they would only think it was a legendary creature and would not react as strongly as Hanks. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and tell me where the detoxification beast is. Hanks was clearly a bit angry and glared at Jonathan, seeing Hanks getting angry. Jonathan dared not delay any longer and hurriedly replied, "The detox beast is with the lion-tiger tribe. I saw it with my own eyes when we crossed the sea together. It must be the detox beast." After hearing Jonathan's words, Hanks thought for a moment and asked again, "Did you just say that the lion-tiger tribe is now living by the sea?" "Yes, Chief Hanks. They are living right by the sea and are doing quite well." "All right, you can leave now." Hanks waved his hand and instructed, "Someone will take you to your place. Follow their instructions from now on, and come back to me if you have any other news to tell." "Yes, thank you, Chief Hanks." After Jonathan was taken away, Hanks couldn't wait to leave the room and headed deeper into the Beast Eater tribe. Hanks arrived at a dark wooden house that was dimly lit and filled with an unpleasant medicinal smell, looking very eerie. "Priest, are you there?" Hanks called out, following Hanks's voice. An elderly orc with a wrinkled face, gray hair, and a cane stepped out. His eyes were murky. It was Charles, the priest of the Beast Eater tribe, and surprisingly, there was a skull hanging from his cane. "My respected chief, what brings you to me?" Charles asked in a hoarse voice. "Priest, there is news about the detox beast. It is in a newly arrived tribe called the Lion-Tiger tribe." "Really?" Charles's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked. This news should be accurate. After so long, we are finally going to find the detox beast. The day of our grand plan is finally coming. Have you confirmed the location of this Lion-Tiger tribe? Is this matter absolutely certain? Although Charles was happy, he still asked cautiously. "Priest, rest assured, when has Hanks ever failed at what he set out to do? The Lion-Tiger tribe is currently living by the sea, and the tribe next to them should be the Climbing Beast tribe. The Climbing Beast tribe has obediently delivered their tributes for many years. I thought Pierce had finally settled down, but I didn't expect him to still dare to defy me. Not reporting the news of the Lion-Tiger tribe to me." Charles touched the skull on his cane and shook his head, saying, "I have long said that Pierce cannot be kept. He will definitely cause great trouble in the future. You have taken his parents. This deep hatred he will not forget, but at that time, you thought he was just a child and wouldn't cause any trouble, so you let him be." Although Hanks had always respected Charles and listened to him, he still felt that Charles was somewhat overestimating Pierce. Back then, Pierce was just a child. Hanks could scare him to tears with just a glance. And the Climbing Beast tribe had been very obedient over the years, delivering tributes every year without making any mistakes. "Priest, I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. Not to mention that Pierce doesn't have the guts. Even if he dares, Hanks, will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Do you still not trust my abilities?" Although Hanks's words were somewhat arrogant, Charles knew that he indeed had the capital to say such things. Hanks was the most powerful orc he had ever seen, and no orc had been able to defeat him. Chapter 205. The Origin of the Detox Beast. Alright, now our plan is halfway complete. We just need to find the Detox Beast. Hanks, during this next period, needs to find all the tribes that have hidden in the southern part of the continent and bring them under your command, Charles instructed. Hanks nodded. I understand, priest. You can rest assured. When I unify the entire orc continent, I will definitely not forget your kindness. Charles's wrinkled face broke into a smile, saying, Hanks, don't say that. I have watched you grow up since childhood. As the priest of the Beast Eater tribe, this is my duty. Charles had lived a long time. Hanks's father was also someone he had watched grow up. His lifelong dream was to see Hanks reach the top of the orc continent. To achieve this, he studied for a long time and finally found a way to enhance abilities. This method, although cruel, was very effective. The name of the Beast Eater tribe originally meant eating wild beasts, but Charles changed its meaning. He had Hanks start eating the flesh of orcs since he was young. After special processing by Charles, orc meat would enhance an orc's abilities. Thus, Hanks began eating orc flesh from a young age, and his strength grew stronger. With Hanks's abilities, the Beast Eater tribe became increasingly powerful in the southern part of the orc continent, essentially unifying the entire southern region. However, Hanks was not satisfied, and neither was Charles with the current situation. Charles had traveled to many places in the orc continent when he was young, accumulating a lot of knowledge. He knew many legends of the orc continent, and, through a series of coincidences, learned that the Detox Beast indeed existed and even obtained an egg of the Detox Beast. When Charles first learned about the Detox Beast, he became very interested in it. After a long period of research, he finally figured out how to cultivate a Detox Beast. So, after Hanks could stand on his own, Charles began to focus on cultivating the Detox Beast. Heaven rewards those who work hard. After more than 10 years, using countless methods and precious herbs, he finally managed to raise a Detox Beast. He discovered that the Detox Beast he raised was extremely intelligent, able to understand human speech, and every part of it was precious. When Hanks learned that the Detox Beast had been cultivated, he was overjoyed, feeling that the moment he stood at the top of the orc continent was approaching. Just controlling the southern part of the orc continent was not enough for Hanks. He also wanted to gain control over the tribes in the northern part. Charles had known for a long time that there were tribes in the north, and had traveled to those northern tribes without revealing his identity. So the tribes in the north remained unaware of the existence of tribes in the south. Later, Charles came up with a plan. He sent several people with seeds of the magical flower to the northern part of the orc continent, scattering the seeds throughout the north. As long as the tribes in the northern part of the orc continent were poisoned by the magical flower, and the Beast Eater tribe had the Detox Beast, they could control these tribes and unify the entire orc continent. However, Charles and Hanks did not expect that something would go wrong. The Detox Beast had somehow slipped away, and they searched the entire continent without finding it. Unexpectedly, it was now in the hands of the Lion-Tiger tribe. The Detox Beast is very clever. I didn't expect it could cross that vast sea to the northern part of the orc continent. Hanks, the abilities of the Detox Beast are too powerful, so we must get it back. Otherwise, if the Lion-Tiger tribe discovers the abilities of the Detox Beast, one day this Lion-Tiger tribe will threaten our Beast Eater tribe. Hanks nodded. I understand. I will get the Detox Beast back as soon as possible. At that moment, Chu Xinran was still unaware that danger was approaching. She was busy reprimanding Karen and Dian. Karen, if you dare to take Dian outside the tribe to play again next time, be careful that I will tell your brother about this, and let him teach you a lesson. Do you know how dangerous it is outside? We've only just moved here and are still unclear about the specific conditions in the wild. What will happen if something happens to you? Little Ran, I know I was wrong, Karen said with her head down, looking wronged. Chu Xinran squatted down and patted Karen's head, saying, Karen, recently Little Ran and your brother have been very busy, so we might have neglected you a bit. Once Little Ran and your brother are done with their work, I'll personally take you out to play. So can you be good for the next few days? Karen obediently nodded. Chu Xinran then looked at the curled-up Dian, pointed at its head, and scolded, Don't think that just because you're playing dead here, I won't hold you accountable. Don't think I don't know. It must have been you who instigated Karen to go out looking for food. After raising Dian for so long, Chu Xinran had already seen how clever it was. Its IQ was very high, just like a mischievous little child, often leading Karen and Kenny into all sorts of trouble. Dian, if you dare to do this again next time, I won't personally make delicious food for you. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's threat, Dian quickly clung to her hand and cried out no. It wants to eat the food made by Chu Xinran. Its taste had been spoiled by Chu Xinran's cooking, and it refused to eat anything else. After scolding the two little troublemakers, Chu Xinran washed her hands and prepared to cook dinner. as Carlo would be back soon. The wheat and corn in the fields had already been planted, and Carlo had now taken the hunting team out to hunt. The weather was gradually getting warmer. So considering the heat, Chu Xinran decided to skip meat today and make something lighter, as eating meat now would be a bit greasy. She made several cold dishes and stir-fried vegetables, but considering Carlo's large appetite, she also made a big pot of buns with cornmeal. This cornmeal was left over from the recent planting. Chu Xinran had saved a lot of wheat and corn during planting, fearing there wouldn't be enough seeds. Little did she know that after planting the wheat, there was still plenty of corn left, so she distributed it among the tribe. As a result, the tribe had the pleasure of eating noodles again after a long time, which made everyone very happy, as noodles were not only delicious but also filling, and the orcs loved to eat them. When Carlo arrived at the tribe's entrance, he saw smoke rising from the house he shared with Chu Xinran and quickened his pace, knowing that Chu Xinran had been waiting for him at home to have dinner together. Chapter 206. The attack on the food beast tribe. Since joining the food beast tribe, Jonathan had been doing trivial tasks with the other orcs in the tribe, although he was very reluctant. After staying in the food beast tribe for several days and witnessing how brutal their actions were, he didn't dare to voice his dissatisfaction. One day, while he was working, he saw a group of people crowding around a beautiful female orc walking towards them. "Miss Arwa, you finally returned. The chief has missed you so much during this time, and even said he would personally come to pick you up," an orc said, bowing and scraping to Arwa. Arwa glanced at the orc but ignored him and continued walking toward Hank's house. When Arwa walked past Jonathan, the orcs beside him all bowed, and Jonathan hurriedly followed suit and bent down toward the beautiful female orc. After Arwa walked away, Jonathan straightened up and stared at her departing figure, asking the people around him, "Who is she? She's so beautiful." An orc from the food beast tribe looked at Jonathan with disdain and said, "Don't get any ideas about Miss Arwa. Let me tell you, Miss Alpha's father is our chief Hanks, and our chief dotes on Miss Arwa. Even if he find a mate for her, it won't be someone like you. So don't harbor any delusions. Miss Arwa has been playing in another tribe for the past few days and just returned today. If it had been in the past, Jonathan would have taught that orc a lesson, but now, after hearing what the orc said, he didn't react at all, though countless thoughts were churning in his mind. If Hanks truly dotes on Arwa, then if he paired with Arwa, his status in the food beast tribe would rise significantly. Perhaps in the future, when Hanks dies, the food beast tribe would become his possession. The more Jonathan thought about it, the more excited he became. He glanced at Arwa's back again, his eyes shining with a determined light. When Arwa found Hanks, he was discussing how to attack the lion-tiger tribe with Charles. "Dad, Grandpa Charles, I'm back." Arwa's clear voice interrupted Hanks and Charles' conversation. "Arwa, you're back. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were coming back? I would have personally come to pick you up. Did you have fun outside?" "Yes, Dad, Grandpa Charles, you don't know the interesting things I encountered while I was out." Hanks and Charles looked at Arwa lovingly as she excitedly recounted her recent experiences. Although they were both ruthless people, they were very indulgent towards the lively and adorable Arwa. After chatting for a while, Hanks let Arwa, who had been traveling for several days, go back to rest while he continued to discuss important matters with Charles. Once they finalized the specifics, Hanks called a few orcs in and began instructing them on what to do next. After hearing the orders, the orcs of the food beast tribe gathered to form a team and advanced toward the lion-tiger tribe's location, determined to capture it and not let down Chief Hank's trust. The first to sense the presence of unfamiliar orcs was Carlo, who was hunting in the wild with Kevin and several orcs. The strong scent of unfamiliar orcs scared away the prey they were stalking. "Carlo, is someone coming?" Kevin asked urgently as he emerged from the bushes after seeing the prey run away. Carlo looked into the distance with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back and activate our tribe's defenses." Hearing Carlo's command, Kevin shouted toward the direction of the tribe. The orcs inside the tribe, upon hearing the loud sound, hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed out. Chu Xinran and the others also heard the noise and quickly put down their bow and needles and ran into the house. "Everyone, don't panic. We'll hide in the cellar in order. Prioritize the elderly and children." Chu Xinran and the chief directed the females and elders of the tribe to hide in the cellar, knowing that another war was imminent. Once the females and elders were hidden in the cellar, Carlo and the others rushed back to the outer woods of the tribe. All the orcs were divided into 4 teams, led by Carlo, Kevin, Abel, and Dar, stationed at each of the 4 directions. At this time, the orcs of the food beast tribe were also approaching the outer woods of the lion-tiger tribe. As they looked at the silent woods, they felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Shall we go in?" One orc hesitated quietly. "Of course we should. Do you want to go back and be punished by the chief?" The other orcs thought that the one speaking was crazy. They were already here. How could they not go in? If they didn't capture the lion-tiger tribe this time, their return would be disastrous. What are you thinking? We've defeated so many tribes before. How could we lose to a small, unknown tribe this time? Let's go, all of you charge in. Under the leader orc's scolding, the group of orcs rushed toward the direction of the lion-tiger tribe in the woods. However, they did not expect that as soon as they stepped into the woods, countless sharp arrows would rain down upon them. Some fortunate orcs managed to dodge the arrows, but as they moved forward, they fell into traps on the ground or were caught in falling vine nets. For a moment, the woods were filled with the sounds of wailing and howling. Carlo stood on the outskirts of the tribe, watching the tragic situation of these orcs in the woods, methodically directing others to activate traps in every direction. This was the result of the hard work Carlo, Kevin, and Abraham had put in throughout the entire snowy season. After much discussion, and with many suggestions from Chu Xinran, they managed to create this comprehensive trap system. The lion-tiger tribe was situated in the center of the woods, surrounded by dense trees. Carlo and the orcs set many traps in the woods surrounding the tribe, with the switches for the traps placed outside the tribe's protective barriers. Now, Carlo, Kevin, Abraham, and Darl occupied the 4 positions where the trap switches were deployed. They just needed to press the switch whenever they saw someone appear in the woods ahead. At the same time, they were all armed, ready to deal with anyone who managed to get through the numerous traps set in the woods. Chapter 207. Angry Hankus, the leading orc of the beast-eating tribe, hurriedly called for the advancing group to stop. He instructed the uninjured orcs to carry out the severely wounded orcs first. If they moved forward, they might face total annihilation. What should we do? Should we rush in? The panicked orcs all looked at the leader, unsure what to do now. The leader, with a grim look at the large number of casualties, ultimately decided to retreat temporarily. We need to pull back. The lion-tiger tribe has set up defenses, and we can't attack them for now. Let's report this to the chief and see what he decides. Seeing the attacking orcs leave, everyone in the lion-tiger tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Carlo quickly opened the cellar door, urging the females and elders hiding inside to come out. How is it? Are you all right? Carlo asked quietly as he patted the dust off Chu Xinran's clothes. Chu Xinran shook her head. We're fine. The cellar is now a bit more spacious, and the air is circulating, so we can stay in here for a few more days without any issues. Carlo, those who ambushed us just now, are they from the beast-eating tribe? They should be. I saw those orcs wearing a skull emblem, Carlo replied. Pierce had once told them that the emblem of the beast-eating tribe was a skull, and almost every orc from that tribe would wear a skull as a symbol. So we were indeed discovered by the beast-eating tribe. However, it was only a matter of time. Sigh. Chu Xinran didn't know what else to say. But coming to the southern part of the orc continent and confronting the beast-eating tribe head-on was inevitable. She just didn't expect it to happen so soon, especially since they hadn't had a few peaceful days yet. Carlo gently stroked Chu Xinran's head, comforting her. It's okay. I will protect you. Back at the tribe, Hankus smashed the table in front of him in anger after hearing reports from his subordinates. Roaring, is what you said true? You didn't even face the lion-tiger tribe, and yet you were defeated? How can you all be so useless? Chief, calm down. A few orcs standing below quickly knelt down. We didn't expect the defenses of the lion-tiger tribe to be so formidable. We couldn't find any opportunity to attack. And if we hadn't left, we could have faced total annihilation. So we had to retreat for the time being. These are all excuses. Hankus's anger showed no signs of subsiding. Hearing their explanations only made him angrier. I will personally lead the attack on the lion-tiger tribe. I want to see just how strong their defenses really are. Saying this, Hankus stood up, preparing to lead another attack on the lion-tiger tribe. Hankus, wait a moment. We need to think this through carefully. Don't be so impulsive. At that moment, Charles appeared just in time, stopping the impulsive Hankus. Seeing Charles, Hankus's expression softened slightly, but he still said indignantly, Priest, our beast-eating tribe has never failed in such matters before, and now we've been beaten by an unknown lion-tiger tribe. I simply cannot accept this. If we don't teach the lion-tiger tribe a severe lesson, how will I, Hankus, hold my head up in the future? Charles had Hankus sit down and said earnestly, Hankus, I understand how you feel right now, but we should discuss this matter further. Although the lion-tiger tribe is an unknown tribe, they have managed to lead so many tribes across the sea and have even obtained a detox beast. Their abilities should not be underestimated. The detox beast is very powerful and also difficult to control. If the lion-tiger tribe can truly make the detox beast willingly stay with them, then their capabilities must be considerable. However, Charles would never have guessed that the detox beast was simply attracted by Chu Xinran's cooking and willingly stayed with the lion-tiger tribe. Isn't Jonathan still in our tribe? You can call him over to ask and see what the lion-tiger tribe is like, Charles suggested. Hankus sent someone to summon Jonathan, who approached Hankus and Charles somewhat nervously. Chief Hankus, Priest Charles, what do you need from me? Hankus glared at Jonathan sternly, asking sharply, what is the background of the lion-tiger tribe? Have you ever clashed with them? Were those traps they set outside their tribe? Why didn't you inform us beforehand? So the beast-eating tribe also suffered losses at the hands of the lion-tiger tribe. Hearing Hankus's questions, Jonathan felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. He had deliberately withheld information about the lion-tiger tribe from Hankus because of how Hankus had treated him. Watching the beast-eating tribe suffer such a significant loss made Jonathan feel that his recent frustrations had dissipated all at once. However, despite thinking this way, Jonathan could not say it out loud. He looked at Hankus in fear and said, "It's unfair, Chief Hankus. I didn't know the lion-tiger tribe had so many strange things. I wouldn't dare to hide anything from you. If I had known in advance, I would have informed you honestly. But I really don't know much about the current situation of the lion-tiger tribe, only that their strength is indeed very formidable." Hankus scrutinized Jonathan for a moment, as if trying to discern the truth of his words. He looked at Charles, who nodded at him, and Hankus let Jonathan go. "Priest, do you think Jonathan is trustworthy? He has some ability, but whether he is trustworthy is still uncertain. Let us observe him for a while longer," Charles replied. Hankus nodded and then asked, "What about the lion-tiger tribe? We still need to find a way to get the detox beast back." After thinking for a moment, Charles said, "How about this? Let us change our approach. For now, we shouldn't tear our relationship with the lion-tiger tribe apart. We should find a way to invite the lion-tiger tribe over to our tribe, start interacting with them, get a sense of their background, and then make further plans." "All right, then I'll send someone to invite them over." Hankus trusted Charles's words and readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 208. A dangerous invitation to invite the lion-tiger tribe over. Hankus eventually sent someone to deliver messages to all the tribes, asking them to gather at the beast-eating tribe. Upon receiving the news, Pierce immediately brought his people to the lion and tiger tribe to discuss the matter. When he learned that the lion and tiger tribe had also received an invitation, Pierce's expression became somewhat serious. Their tribe's existence had indeed been discovered by Hankus. Who is Hankus? Is he the chief of the beast-eating tribe? Chu Xinran asked curiously. That's right, he is the chief of the beast-eating tribe. Their shaman is named Charles, a very powerful shaman. Hankus started eating beastmen's meat because Charles encouraged him to do so. By the way, Hankus has a daughter named Alva, who is the highest-ranking person in the beast-eating tribe besides Hankus and Charles, and is very favored by Hankus. After hearing Pierce's words, the people present began to worry about the invitation from the beast-eating tribe. Carlo looked at Pierce and suddenly asked, "Now that the beast-eating tribe knows of our tribe's existence, will Hankus come looking for you?" Hearing Carlo's question, Pierce was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the usually taciturn Carlo to care about their tribe. He thought Carlo wouldn't care about anything except for Chu Xinran. He was somewhat taken aback. The others realized that Pierce's efforts to conceal the existence of the lion and tiger tribe could bring him trouble, and that the beast-eating tribe might hold him accountable, which made them anxious. "Yes, Pierce, why don't you skip this time? We don't want the beast-eating tribe to cause you trouble," Kevin suggested. Pierce shook his head. "Don't worry. Even if Hankus knows, I'm not afraid of him. I wish I could cut him into 1,000 pieces. If he comes looking for trouble, I would rather perish with him." Every time Pierce mentioned the beast-eating tribe, his expression was filled with hatred. After hesitating for a while, Chu Xinran finally asked, "Pierce, do you have a—" Chu Xinran's words trailed off, but everyone present understood what she wanted to ask. Pierce fell silent for a moment, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Hankus ate my father and mother." The shock of Pierce's words left everyone stunned, and they looked at him in disbelief. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Pierce sneered and continued, "Because my father was powerful, Hankus wanted to eat him. He despicably captured my mother and me to threaten my father, and then cruelly ate my father and mother right in front of me." The hatred in Pierce's eyes was almost overflowing, and his nails dug deeply into his palms. Yet he continued as if he felt no pain. "I was very young at the time, and Hankus didn't take me seriously at all, so he let me go. Over the years, I have never forgotten how Hankus ate my father and mother. I will never forget this hatred. I have been looking for an opportunity for revenge all these years, and one day I will personally kill Hankus to avenge my parents." Chu Xinran comfortingly patted Pierce's shoulder, unsure of what to say. The others were equally shocked, and Amy quietly said, "Hankus has done so many bad things. The beast god will surely punish him." After learning the details, everyone understood why Pierce hated Hankus so much, and they hesitated about the invitation from Hankus. "So are we still going? I don't know what Hankus is planning this time." Just a few days ago, he sent people to attack our tribe, and today he invites us to his tribe as guests. It definitely isn't with good intentions, Chu Xinran said with concern. This was the first time Pierce heard about this and looked at Chu Xinran, asking eagerly, "The beast-eating tribe has already attacked you? Did you defeat them?" Chu Xinran nodded. It wasn't exactly a defeat, but they had managed to repel them. Then Kevin detailed the events of that day to Pierce, leaving him shocked and unable to calm down for a long time. "You really defeated the beast-eating tribe? This is the first time I've seen a tribe able to fend off their attack." Pierce suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in his desire for revenge. The lion and tiger tribe was indeed much stronger than he had imagined. Pierce decided to accept the invitation, and Carlo ultimately agreed to go as well, to see what Hankus was really up to. "We will have to confront the beast-eating tribe sooner or later. If we don't go, they will continue to harass us endlessly. It's better to resolve this once and for all," Carlo said, and most people nodded in agreement. Although the chief still had some worries, he ultimately agreed with Carlo's idea. However, since they were going, they had to be fully prepared. Everyone needed to carry weapons to deter the beast-eating tribe and prevent them from acting recklessly. The lion and tiger tribe's relationship with the climbing beast tribe had become very close, and now that they knew about Pierce's deep-seated hatred for Hankus, Carlo also gifted Pierce some self-defense weapons. After agreeing on a time to set off together, Pierce left the lion and tiger tribe with his followers. The lion and tiger tribe began preparing for this dangerous journey. As usual, Chu Xinran wanted to go along, and despite Carlo's reluctance, he couldn't refuse her. Since Hankus had invited the lion and tiger tribe, the chief, Rice, also needed to go, while Carlo went to address some security issues in the tribe before his departure. Chu Xinran returned home to pack her things. Dian could clearly see that Chu Xinran was going on a long trip, so excitedly jumped around her side, constantly calling out, "No, Dian, you can't come this time. It would be terrible if someone found you, so you have to stay in the tribe. We'll be back soon." Hearing that it couldn't go, Dian looked very disappointed, its ears drooping. Chu Xinran had always brought it along whenever she went out, no matter how Dian pleaded this time. Chu Xinran was determined not to take it to the beast-eating tribe. She had a feeling that if she brought Dian, something bad would happen, so she was resolute in her decision. Chapter 209. Meeting Hankus when the agreed time arrived, Chu Xinran, Carlo, and the chief set out to join Pierce at the climbing beast tribe. The group consisted of Chu Xinran, Carlo, the chief, Kevin, Abel, and more than 20 young beastmen, while Darl stayed behind to protect the rest of the tribe. Upon meeting Pierce, everyone prepared to head to the beast-eating tribe together. Before setting off, Carlo specifically reminded everyone to stay alert during this trip to the beast-eating tribe, as they might encounter conflicts with the beast-eating tribe at any moment. Therefore, weapons should not be far from hand, and everyone should be ready for battle at all times. The distance from the beast-eating tribe to the climbing beast tribe was not short, so it took Chu Xinran and the others 3 days to reach the beast-eating tribe. As they approached the main gate of the beast-eating tribe, an inexplicable tension filled Chu Xinran's heart. However, despite her nerves, she unexpectedly ran into a few old acquaintances. The beast-eating tribe seemed to have gathered all the tribes from the northern part of the beastman continent, and many of those who came to the beast-eating tribe were the same tribes that had crossed the sea with Chu Xinran back then. "It's so good to see you. After we parted ways, I was really worried about you. It's great to see you all safe and sound here. Where have you all been since we separated?" The surviving tribes saw the lion-tiger tribe also appearing here and felt much more at ease. Excitedly, they said, "After we got separated, we lost our way. But after drifting at sea for a while, we gradually made it to shore. Only after coming ashore did we realize that we had inadvertently arrived at the southern part of the Orc continent." These tribes were not as fortunate as the lion-tiger tribe. As soon as they landed, they were handed over to the beast-eating tribe by the original tribes here. The beast-eating tribe threatened and tempted them, forcing them to submit, and they had to regularly offer tributes to the beast-eating tribe before they were allowed to leave. So this time, the beast-eating tribe brought them here again, and they had no idea what the beast-eating tribe wanted them to do. The tribes felt very uneasy, but seeing the lion-tiger tribe calmed them down a lot. The lion-tiger tribe was so powerful that they believed it wouldn't easily submit to the beast-eating tribe, and they hoped to stand with the lion-tiger tribe to resist the oppression of the beast-eating tribe. As soon as Chu Xinran and the others walked through the gates of the beast-eating tribe, several orcs came to lead them forward. And Chu Xinran also saw many unfamiliar tribes, which she guessed were likely the original tribes from the southern part of the Orc continent. Many tribes from the southern part of the continent were also seeing tribes from the north for the first time, and they curiously observed these distant tribes to see what differences there were. The lion-tiger tribe was led by the orcs of the beast-eating tribe into a large house. Well, they sat at the front on one side, while 3 people sat at the top of the room. Chu Xinran quietly glanced up and noticed that the middle-aged orc in the center was quite stout, sitting next to an extremely beautiful female, while another older orc with gray hair sat on the other side. This elderly orc looked older than their tribe's grandfather, but was not as amiable as Victor. His murky gaze was fixed on the lion-tiger tribe, emanating a dark and eerie aura. Once all the tribes were present, Hank stood up from his position and said with authority, "Welcome to my beast-eating tribe. As everyone knows, many distant tribes have recently arrived on our continent. So today I have gathered you all here to meet each other and get to know one another better. After all, we will be living together on this continent in the future, and we should understand each other more." As soon as Hanks finished speaking, many people echoed in agreement. Seeing that these people were so agreeable, Hanks smiled in satisfaction and then looked at the lion-tiger tribe, ambiguously asking, "So these are the members of the lion-tiger tribe? It's truly an honor to meet you." Upon hearing Hanks shift the topic to their tribe, Reese stood up and replied, "Neither servile nor overbearing, I am Reese, the leader of the lion-tiger tribe. We are newcomers. Please take care of us." Hanks walked over with his hands behind his back, approached Reese, scrutinized him for a moment, and then glanced over Kaler, Chu Xinran, and the others, smiling as he asked, "I just wanted everyone to come over to meet and get to know each other. Is it really necessary for your lion-tiger tribe to look so guarded? You're already inside the house, and still haven't put down your weapons?" Kaler coldly stared at Hanks and replied fearlessly, "We just saw a few orcs who had ambushed our tribe a few days ago, so we naturally have to be on guard. These orcs were found on your beast-eating tribe's territory. Shouldn't Chief Hanks assist us in investigating the origins of these orcs?" Upon hearing Kaler's words, Hanks's expression darkened. He had invited the lion-tiger tribe over today to avoid a fallout, to feel things out. But Kaler had immediately exposed the fact that he had sent people to attack the lion-tiger tribe a few days ago, making it difficult for him to continue the conversation. However, Hanks would not admit to what happened a few days ago, as the lion-tiger tribe had no evidence. With a forced smile, Hanks said, "If you are so worried, then keep your weapons with you. But everyone here should know that our beast-eating tribe is probably the safest place on this continent, so you don't have to worry about anything happening." Hanks's words were meant to indicate to the lion-tiger tribe that he would not attack them today. Hanks then turned to the crawling beast tribe beside the lion-tiger tribe, glaring at Pierce and asking, "Pierce, have you forgotten something? Your tribe should be delivering tributes, right? I heard that you still haven't delivered them until now." "Honorable Chief Hanks," Pierce said sarcastically, "you know how difficult it is to hunt these days. You and the beast-eating tribe don't have to struggle daily hunting outside, but we have to endure the sun and rain every day. You insolent fool. How dare you speak to me like that?" Hanks glared at Pierce, astonished at his audacity. The other tribes were also in an uproar. The tribes from the southern part of the Orc continent all knew how ruthless Hanks was in his ways, so they had always been afraid to offend him. They understood the deep-seated enmity between Pierce and Hanks, but Pierce had never dared to be so rude in front of Hanks before. What was wrong with him today? How could he treat Hanks this way? Had he lost his mind? Pierce had not lost his mind. He knew he had found allies. He had always thought that it was not that Hanks and the beast-eating tribe were too powerful, but that they were too weak. No matter how strong the beast-eating tribe was, as long as these tribes united, they could definitely defeat the beast-eating tribe. However, these tribes had become accustomed to being oppressed by Hanks and the beast-eating tribe, and no matter how Pierce urged them, they were afraid to confront the beast-eating tribe directly. Pierce and the crawling beast tribe were naturally too weak to oppose the beast-eating tribe. But now it was different. After interacting with Kaler and Chu Xinran, Pierce realized they were not the type to suffer in silence. Plus, the lion-tiger tribe had recently defeated the beast-eating tribe, so Pierce naturally felt more confident now. Seeing Hanks's furious expression, Pierce smiled nonchalantly. "What? Am I wrong, Chief Hanks? You have so many tribes regularly delivering food to your beast-eating tribe, and you can't possibly eat all that food. You'd rather watch it go to waste than let us deliver less." As Hanks's expression grew darker, Pierce became more animated. "You've thrown away so much spoiled food, yet you haven't noticed that there are tribes on our continent that are starving and can't get enough to eat? So I refuse to waste any more food by sending it to you. I want to send it now, and I want to send in the future." Pierce's words resonated with many tribes present. They worked hard to hunt, but a large portion of their catches had to be handed over to the beast-eating tribe, leaving them with barely enough to eat themselves. Meanwhile, the beast-eating tribe wasted the food they received from them at will, throwing it away as they pleased. Hanks could no longer tolerate Pierce's insolence. He clenched his fists, wanting to tear Pierce apart right in front of him. Kaler noticed Hanks's movement and also prepared to spring into action, fully focused on rushing to help Pierce at any moment. However, before Hanks could make a move, a delicate voice stopped him. Dad, is what he said true? Did our beast-eating tribe really do that? Hanks turned around and saw Alva. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. No wonder when Alva went to play in other tribes. She always sensed something strange about how the people treated her. Although they respected her, there was always a hint of caution and fear in that respect. Although Hanks and Charles were ruthless in their actions, they had kept all of this hidden from Alva, so she had no idea how many heinous things the beast-eating tribe had done. She had always been well protected. No, Alva, let me explain. Hanks didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected everything he had done to suddenly be revealed to Alva. Humph. Seeing Alva so devastated, Abel let out a disdainful snort. He couldn't believe someone could be so naive. Didn't she notice what her father was doing all this time? Because the whole scene was very quiet. Abel's cold snort immediately caught all of his attention. Although Alva had a naive and kind personality, she had been spoiled by everyone since she was a child. So she naturally had a pampered side, and no one had ever dared to be so rude in front of her. Alva looked at the orc who spoke and found that he was a very handsome orc, looking at her coldly. Alva felt a bit shy under his focused gaze, but still forced herself to point at Abel and ask, "What are you snorting about? Who do you think you're to look down on me?" At this moment, everyone present looked at Abel, and Hanks was also somewhat angry. No orc had ever dared to speak to his precious daughter like that. However, Abel showed no fear. He looked at Alva and disdainfully snorted again, sarcastically saying, "Don't you know what your father does? Have you not noticed that you've been enjoying the service of others all your life? You. Alva was so angry at Abel's words that she didn't know what to say. "I just don't know. What tribe are you from? What's your name? How dare you be so rude to me?" Abel didn't want to say anything more to Alva. He glanced at her, turned away, and his face was still full of disdain. Alva was so angered by Abel's glance that she was on the verge of tears. No orc had ever dared to treat her like this. What a shame that this orc was so good-looking, yet he was so fierce to her. "Just you wait." Alva threw down this sentence and ran away, covering her face. Hanks, seeing that Alva was hurt, hurried to check on her, disregarding the people present, and told them to go rest first, continuing the discussion tomorrow. Hanks found Alva crying in her room, and seeing her so heartbroken, he was filled with rage. "Alva, that orc is Abel from the lion-tiger tribe. How dare he treat you like that? Don't worry. Dad will go and catch him soon and teach him a lesson to vent your anger." "Dad, no." Alva hurriedly stopped Hanks. "He hasn't done anything. Don't go looking for trouble with him. If you do, I'll be mad at you." Okay, Dad won't touch him." Hanks was very indulgent with Alva, agreeing to whatever she said. Alva wiped her tears and looked seriously at Hanks, asking, "Dad, tell me the truth. Is what those people said just now true? Have you really been oppressing the people of other tribes?" "Alva, don't listen to their nonsense. You know what kind of person your dad is, right?" "Alva, these matters are for adults. You just enjoy your life and don't worry about these trivial matters. Dad will handle it." Although Alva still had some doubts in her heart, she trusted her father's words very much. She believed that her dad would never do such things. There must be some misunderstanding in between. Chapter 211. Alva's entanglement. After comforting Alva, Hank sighed as he walked out of her room. Although he felt that what he was doing was not wrong, he still didn't want the naive and kind Alva to be exposed to these cruel matters, not wanting her to know that her dad was a person who ate orc meat. Hank stood in place for a while, then went to find Charles. "Priest, what do you think of the people from the lion-tiger tribe today? Is there anything we need to pay special attention to?" Hanks asked. "After you left, I talked a bit with the people from the lion-tiger tribe. The tribe leader, Rice, didn't stand out, but I noticed someone named Carlo from their tribe who seems unusual. It appears that many decisions in their tribe are made by Carlo, so we should deal with him first if we want to take action." Hanks also had a deep impression of Carlo. He remembered Carlo's strong aura, but didn't know about his actual abilities. However, they probably didn't bring a detox beast this time. "I didn't see any sign of a detox beast, so we really can't act rashly against them this time," Charles added. Hanks felt somewhat uncomfortable at this. Were they really going to let them go so easily this time? They had failed to attack the lion-tiger tribe last time, and now that they had finally lured them over, would he just watch them leave without doing anything? That would be too humiliating. Seeing Hank's unwilling expression, Charles gently advised, "Hanks, now is a crucial time for us to unify the entire continent. You must remain calm and not act impulsively. Once we acquire the detox beast, we can spread the magical flowers throughout the continent, and all the orcs will listen to you then." After Charles persuaded Hanks for a while, Hanks finally calmed down. Meanwhile, the lion-tiger tribe, back in the room prepared for them by the beast-eating tribe, was also discussing the matters they had just encountered. That priest from the beast-eating tribe looked so scary. He had such a big skull on his staff. Chu Xinran said, still feeling a bit frightened. After Hanks left, just as they were about to leave that room, the eerie orc approached them and introduced himself as Charles, the priest of the beast-eating tribe. Chu Xinran immediately noticed the skull on his staff, which looked very creepy, and combined with the priest's hoarse voice, it gave her goosebumps. Rice hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. That priest Charles' skull should be real, a human skull. Rice's words startled Chu Xinran. She trembled and asked, "No way. How can the people of this tribe be so perverted? The tribe leader eats orc meat, and the priest walks around with a human skull." Just thinking about how she had been so close to that skull made her goosebumps linger. It was just too terrifying. She had thought it was made from the bones of wild beasts. There's no beast aura on it, only the scent of a human. Carlo quietly explained to Chu Xinran, then quietly held her hand. He hadn't intended to tell her about this, fearing it would scare her, but unexpectedly, his dad revealed it so quickly. Chu Xinran truly hadn't felt this hair-raising for a long time. She thought the beast-eating tribe was too evil. "We should leave here soon. We've already roughly understood each other, and it's better not to stay too long in case something unexpected happens." However, Chu Xinran's idea was destined to fail. As Hanks kept delaying their departure for the next few days, always finding reasons to keep everyone there a few more days. In the past few days, Alva had been coming to find Abel for reasons unknown to her. Even though Abel never treated her well, often mocking her, Alva still persistently clung to him. "Can you stop following me?" Abel said, on the verge of breaking down, looking helplessly at Alva trailing behind him. "What are you going to do now?" Alva initially felt hurt by Abel's impatience, but she had clearly adapted to it and casually asked, "I'm going hunting. Do you think everyone is like you? A young lady who doesn't have to do anything? If we don't go hunting, we'll starve, unlike you." Abel couldn't help but let his sharp tongue slip again. Seeing Alva is speechless from his retort, Abel continued, "Alva, we're about to leave here, and we won't meet again. So I'm begging you, please stop following me. I still don't understand why you're doing this." Alva was somewhat at a loss for words. In truth, she didn't understand why she was acting this way either. "You're the first orc who dared to yell at me like this. So of course I want to teach you a lesson. Your unhappiness makes me happy." Abel sighed helplessly. "Young lady, can I apologize to you now? I'm sorry for my rudeness a few days ago. Please let me go." Abel was genuinely frightened by Alva's persistence these past few days. No matter what he did, Alva was always right behind him. Even when he went hunting, Alva followed him, along with a group of orcs who were supposed to protect her. Abel's prey was mostly scared away by these orcs, but no matter how he warned Alva, she insisted on sticking with him, driving him nearly to the brink of collapse. When Alva heard Abel finally apologize, she didn't feel happy at all. She looked at him with a hint of grievance and said angrily, "Who cares about your apology? If you don't want it, then don't." After saying that, Alva ran off, followed by the group of orcs protecting her. Abel didn't understand which of Alva's fragile nerves he had touched with his apology, but regardless, she finally agreed to leave. Abel let out a sigh of relief and nodded to Carlo and Kevin, who had been waiting for him, and went outside to hunt with them. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran, who had been watching the entire scene, pondered for a long time and quietly concluded that she felt Amy would have some trouble in the future. Chapter 212. Preparing to leave in the past few days, Chu Xinran and Carlo also encountered an old acquaintance, Jonathan. When they saw Jonathan, he was handling the innards of a wild beast. As soon as Chu Xinran saw Jonathan, she understood why their tribe had been exposed. Angrily, she stood in front of Jonathan and questioned, "Jonathan, how can you be so ungrateful? We kindly let you eat a meal in our tribe, and this is how you repay us?" Jonathan was surprised to see Chu Xinran and Carlo, and he quickly hid what he was holding behind him. He knew that the lion-tiger tribe had come to the beast food tribe these past few days, but he had been intentionally avoiding them. Not because he was afraid they would come to settle scores, but because he didn't want Chu Xinran and Carlo to see him in this state and mock him. However, since they had already run into each other, Jonathan didn't care anymore and replied indifferently. "So what if I snitched? Do you think I wanted to? But if I didn't say anything, I would be the one in trouble. You know how brutal Hanks is?" Chu Xinran looked at Jonathan with a gaze that conveyed her hopelessness, leaving her speechless. Jonathan felt a sudden pain in his heart, seeing the female he once had feelings for looking so disappointed in him. He closed his eyes and said with his last bit of conscience, "I just wanted to remind you, Hanks knows that the detox beast is in your hands. He invited you this time to try to take the detox beast from you." After saying that, Jonathan didn't even look at Chu Xinran and Carlo again and turned to leave. After hearing Jonathan's words, Chu Xinran and Carlo realized what Hanks was planning. Luckily, they hadn't brought Donyan over, but now they couldn't stay in the beast food tribe any longer. They had to think of a way to leave quickly. Reese took Chu Xinran and Kevin to find Hanks again and proposed that they wanted to leave. Hanks naturally didn't want them to leave just like that, but he didn't know what excuse to use to keep them. Reese, you must know the rules here. If you want to settle down in the Orc continent, you must regularly provide food to our beast food tribe. Only then will our tribe protect you from some wild beasts. Chu Xinran didn't expect Hanks to be so shameless in stating this. She gave him a speechless glance. Reese was momentarily at a loss for words, but after thinking for a moment, he replied, Hanks, thank you for your kindness, but our tribe doesn't need your protection for now. Moreover, we just arrived here and are still unfamiliar with everything. We haven't even solved our own food problem, so how can we have the energy to provide for your tribe? Upon hearing Reese's excuse, Hank scoffed and said, Reese, no matter what you say, these are the rules here. You have to comply whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you won't leave here easily today. Carlo silently tightened his grip on his weapon upon hearing this, and Chu Xinran glared angrily at Hanks. Reese stopped a few people who wanted to take action and then smiled at Hanks, saying, we can provide food, but I hope Chief Hanks can give her tribe some time. After all, we just arrived here and don't have the capacity to catch that many prey yet. Although Hanks didn't want to let them go just like that, he recalled what Charles had told him earlier and ultimately took a step back, replying, all right, this time I'll let you off the hook, but next time you must provide me with food. Hanks and Charles were currently thinking of establishing a good relationship with the Lion Tiger tribe, planning to find out where the detox beast was later and then take action, ensuring a foolproof plan when the Lion Tiger tribe and the Climbing Beast tribe were preparing to leave the Beast Food tribe. Alva heard the news and ran out to see them off. Abel, are you really leaving? Why don't you stay a few more days in our Beast Food tribe? Our tribe is a lot of fun. Can't you stay a bit longer? Alva said, looking at Abel with reluctance. Abel ruthlessly shook his head. This is your tribe, not mine. Why should I stay here for so long? In his heart, Abel was actually very happy to finally be rid of all of his clinging. He would rather go back and face Amy than constantly deal with Alva. Ever since Amy had stopped talking to him, much after he tried to help Dar pursue her. It had been a long time since they had spoken. Although Amy used to cling to him, she was careful about it and wouldn't follow him around all the time. But Alva was different. Not only did she follow him constantly, but a group of people also trailed behind her, which was truly overwhelming for Abel. Alva then ran over and hooked her arm around Chu Xinran's, as she had gotten along well with Chu Xinran these past few days and had chatted quite a bit. Sister Xiaoran, can't you all stay a few more days? Seeing Arva's pleading expression, Chu Xinran replied helplessly, Arva, we have been in the beast-eating tribe for several days now, and it's time to go back. There are still many things waiting for us to do in the tribe. Besides, we will have opportunities to meet again in the future. So don't be too sad. When Arva saw that they had made up their minds to leave, she couldn't say anything more and could only watch them leave with her eyes wide open. She looked at Abel reluctantly, her sadness almost overflowing from her eyes. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had been watching from the side, was quite displeased and ran out to Arva, saying, Miss Arva, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to pick some flowers? Come on, I'll go with you now. No need. Arva shook her head dejectedly, ignoring Jonathan and just staring at the departing figures of the Lion Tiger tribe. Seeing Arva like this, Jonathan felt extremely angry. He had worked hard to get Arva to notice him, but before he could spend much time with her, Abel had come out and taken all her attention away. For his future, he had to win Arva over. What was Abel? Why should he compete with him for a female? Chapter 213. The chief's thoughts after leaving the beast-eating tribe for a while, Chu Xinran, Carlo, and the others stopped under a big tree to rest temporarily. After taking a sip of the water Chu Xinran handed him, Abel couldn't help but ask the chief, Uncle, are you really going to regularly deliver food to the beast-eating tribe? That would be unfair to us. Why should we hand over the prey we worked so hard to catch to them? The chief shook his head and replied, of course not. I only said that to deceive Hanks. If I hadn't said that, Hanks wouldn't have let us leave the beast-eating tribe so easily. Rather than having a conflict on their territory, it's better to play along with them for now. Abel understood that the chief's approach was considering the bigger picture, but he still felt a bit resentful. It was too frustrating. Hanks clearly wanted to give our Lion Tiger tribe a warning. Abel, you can't think like that. The chief explained kindly to Abel, patiently calming his emotions. Chu Xinran watched the harmonious scene in front of her, then looked at Carlo, who was standing alone and observing the surroundings, and felt that the scene looked a bit strange. Clearly, Carlo was the chief's child, but the chief seemed unaware of Carlo's presence. When Carlo did well, he wouldn't praise him, but when Carlo did poorly, he was the one who criticized him the harshest. If this was the chief's way of educating, it didn't seem right because the chief's attitude towards Abel was very loving. If Abel made a mistake, the chief wouldn't blame him. Instead, He would patiently comfort him and carefully point out what he did wrong. Chu Xinran had noticed the chief's differential treatment of Carlo and Abel a long time ago. Not to mention Abel. The chief's attitude towards Kevin and Dar was much gentler than towards Carlo. Chu Xinran didn't understand why the chief did this. Moreover, since the chief's favoritism was so obvious, Chu Xinran felt that even Carlo must have noticed it long ago. The more she thought about it, the more distressed she became. So she walked over to Carlo, who looked very lonely, and held his hand. Carlo was observing the nearby dangers when suddenly a warm little hand grabbed his. He held it back, looking puzzled at Chu Xinran's sad expression. "What's wrong?" Chu Xinran shook her head, unwilling to speak. Carlo couldn't figure out what was wrong with Xinran, but since this wasn't a good place to talk, he just silently tightened his grip on her hand. Abel was talking to the chief when he caught a glimpse of Chu Xinran getting cozy with Carlo, and his expression suddenly changed. Abel had long accepted the fact that Chu Xinran was with Carlo. He had previously hinted his feelings to Chu Xinran, but she had always diverted the topic. Since that time, Abel knew that Chu Xinran would never like him or accept him. Her heart was entirely on Carlo. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Amy liked him. As Chu Xinran's good friend, she kept her distance from him, giving him no hope at all. No matter how one looked at it, they couldn't be together. So Abel had resigned himself to that fate. However, despite his resignation, every time Abel saw Chu Xinran and Carlo's intimate actions, he felt uncomfortable. He didn't understand what made him inferior to Carlo, why Chu Xinran chose Carlo over him. Since Chu Xinran had already been taken by Carlo, Abel absolutely wouldn't let him take the position of chief away from him. Looking at the chief, who had always treated him kindly, Abel felt very confident. He didn't know about others, but if it came to the election of the chief would definitely stand by his side. After several days of travel, they finally returned to the tribe. Since Amy liked all kinds of flowers, Chu Xinran had specially picked some flowers along the way that were not found near their tribe to bring back for Amy. "Thank you, Xinran. I really like these flowers." Amy looked at the flowers in her hands with gratitude, not expecting Chu Xinran to think of her while out. "Xinran, how have you been in the beast-eating tribe these past few days? Did you encounter any danger?" Chu Xinran shook her head, saying, "Although the people in the beast-eating tribe are quite terrifying and strange, we were fine during our stay there. I didn't encounter any danger." Chu Xinran recounted the story of the skull-headed staff used in the beast-eating tribe's rituals, making Amy and Nina's skin crawl. "Thank goodness I didn't go. If I had seen that skull, I might have had nightmares for several days." Amy hugged her arms, speaking with lingering fear. Chu Xinran hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to mention Arva's situation, but she felt it was wrong to hide it from Amy. Besides, personally, she was certainly on Amy's side, so she should inform her about the situation on Abel's side. Ultimately, she decided to speak up. "Amy, it seems that Arva, the chief's daughter from the beast-eating tribe, really likes Abel. She was with him the whole time and even said she would come to our tribe to play sometime." Before leaving, Arva indeed said she would come to the lion-tiger tribe to find them a play. Amy was momentarily stunned, and Chu Xinran and Nina looked at her, unsure of how to react. After a moment of silence, Amy pretended to be indifferent and said, "It has nothing to do with me if someone else likes him. I don't care what he does." But although Amy said she didn't care, both Chu Xinran and Nina could see that she was very concerned, with her eyes turning red. "Amy, I'm fine. Don't mention him in front of me again. I don't care and don't want to hear it anymore. He has nothing to do with me now." Amy wiped her tears and said stubbornly. Seeing Amy like this, Chu Xinran and Nina could only nod helplessly. That night, after returning to her room, Chu Xinran kept thinking about the situation between Amy and Abel. Carlo noticed that Chu Xinran had been in a daze and interrupted her thoughts. "Xinran, what happened to you on the road today? You look like you're in a bad mood." Carlo's words reminded Chu Xinran, and she hesitated to ask, "Carlo, it seems that Uncle Chief treats you differently than others, right? Is he still blaming you for your mother's death?" Hearing Chu Xinran say this, Carlo's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 214, the candidate for the successor Chief Carlo. Carlo's mood became low, and Chu Xinran held Carlo's hand. After a moment of silence, Carlo replied, "Ran, my mother did indeed pass away because of me, so no matter how my father treats me, I won't blame him. My mother's death has always been something I can't let go of. It's all my fault, and I will never forgive myself for it." Chu Xinran, feeling a bit pained, hugged Carlo and softly comforted him. "Carlo, I won't comment on Uncle Chief's behavior, but I don't want you to think this way about yourself. Your mother was willing to sacrifice her life for you because she loved you. If you keep feeling this way about it, I believe your mother wouldn't be happy if she knew." Carlo, Chu Xinran tried to help Carlo step out of the shadow. "Think about it. If it were you back then, wouldn't you have also recklessly tried to protect your mother? If one day I were to sacrifice my life to save you, I wouldn't want you to be so despondent. I saved you because I hope you can live happily." Upon hearing Chu Xinran say this, Carlo's face suddenly darkened. He pushed Chu Xinran away and said seriously, "Ran, if one day you encounter danger and dare to sacrifice your life to save me, I won't be grateful. I will hate you for the rest of my life. So you mustn't do that. I will definitely hate you." Seeing Carlo so serious, Chu Xinran smiled and held his hand, saying, "All right, I was just saying if. Nothing has happened yet, so don't be so angry. I just want you to understand your mother's feelings and not treat this matter as your shackles." Seeing Chu Xinran care for him like this, Carlo smiled and patted her head. "Don't worry, with you by my side, I've already figured it out. I won't treat this as my shackles. I always remember this matter to remind myself that it's my lack of strength that caused harm to those I care about. So to protect those I want to protect, I will work twice as hard to become stronger." Hearing Carlo say this, Chu Xinran felt relieved. Chu Xinran always thought that Carlo had been unable to let go of this matter for so many years, and the chief had to bear some responsibility. It was precisely because the chief had treated Carlo differently over the years and his attitude had been inconsistent that it reminded Carlo that his mother died to save him. Carlo had always felt guilty about this matter, and coupled with the chief's behavior towards him, it made him feel that he had committed an unforgivable mistake, which is why the chief treated him this way. Chu Xinran wouldn't blame the chief for anything, but she strongly disagreed with the chief's actions in her heart. After the chief returned from the beast-eating tribe, he went to find the priest and recounted everything that had happened in the beast-eating tribe. After finishing, the chief was supposed to leave, but for some reason, he hesitated in his departure. "What's wrong? Reese, is there something you want to tell me?" The priest noticed the chief's hesitation and asked. Seeing that the priest had brought it up, the chief simply sat down again and spoke about the matter that had been on his mind for the past few days. "Priest, I've been thinking these days, and I feel it might be time for me to step down. Shouldn't we discuss the candidates for the next chief?" The priest was surprised to hear the chief say this. "Reese, why are you bringing this up out of the blue? You're still in your prime and can be chief for many more years. Why bring this up now?" The chief shook his head. "Priest, I'm no longer young. My thinking can't keep up with those young people. You don't know, when I went to the beast-eating tribe this time, I saw many other tribes where the chiefs are mostly young people. Plus, I feel that I'm getting older and can't handle many things as well, which is why I want to consider this. So what do you think? Who do you think is suitable?" The priest stroked his beard and asked. The chief's proposal didn't really surprise him, as there are several outstanding young beastmen in the tribe. The qualifications of these young beastmen are quite good, and if one of them becomes chief, it might bring about different changes for their tribe. Carlo, Kevin, Abel, and Darl are 4 capable beastmen well known in the tribe. So I think the candidates for chief should be chosen from among these 4. The priest nodded. "I agree with your opinion. Among these 4, who do you think is more suitable?" "If it were up to me, I think Carlo is the most suitable. He has done so much for our tribe. His abilities are evident, and everyone in the tribe respects him. He is the most reputable beastman in our tribe." Hearing the priest say this, the chief's expression seemed hesitant for some reason as he said, "What about Abel? I actually think highly of him as well. Carlo is indeed capable, but Abel is not bad either. I've known Abel since he was young, and I believe you know his character well too. I think he is also suitable to be chief. But Carlo has also grown up before our eyes. Don't you trust his character?" The priest looked at the chief with a serious expression. "Reese, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but Carlo has always performed excellently. Why do you have such high expectations of him? You never praise him when he does well, but always pick at his faults. Carlo is your child. Why are you so unfair to him?" "It's precisely because Carlo is my child that I hold him to such high standards. Moreover, as chief, I cannot be biased. If Carlo really becomes chief, won't others think I'm favoring him on purpose?" After listening to the chief's reasoning, the priest felt somewhat disappointed. He looked at the chief sadly and said, "Reese, how can you think like this? Not only does this insult Carlo's abilities, but it also insults the characters of others in the tribe. How can they think like that? Everyone sees how much Carlo has done for the tribe, so don't view the people in the tribe with such a narrow perspective." The chief realized he had misspoken and apologized to the priest. "I'm sorry, priest. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, never mind, we still have to discuss whether Carlo should be chief." The priest sighed helplessly at the chief's stubbornness. Chapter 215, The Sliding Barrel. However, after the chief and the priest talked, they reached a consensus to look for the next chief candidate, and it all depended on the performance of these young beastmen in the coming days. Chu Xinran was delighted to find that the wheat and corn they had planted earlier had begun to sprout. However, the weather was quite warm now, so they needed to water the fields more. The seawater from the ocean couldn't be used. and there was a small river along the boundary between the lion-tiger tribe and the reptile tribe. The reptile tribe has always used water from that river. After becoming friendly with the lion-tiger tribe, Pierce generously allowed the lion-tiger tribe to come here to fetch water as well. Therefore, when the people of the lion-tiger tribe usually went to the river for water, they sometimes saw the people of the reptile tribe also fetching water on the other side of the small river, and they would occasionally greet each other, which created a harmonious atmosphere. Because of the hot weather, the land for planting crops dried up quickly, so the people of the lion-tiger tribe have been busy carrying water in buckets to irrigate the fields. Pierce heard from his tribe that the lion-tiger tribe had been fetching a lot of water these days, and he was curious about what they were doing, so he came to the riverbank. Just then, he bumped into Chu Xinran and Imanina, who were washing things by the river. Xinran, what is your tribe doing these days? Why are you using so much water? Pierce shouted curiously from the other side of the river. Chu Xinran, who came to the river today, not only to wash some animal skins, but mainly to find a way to carry more water at once, replied loudly. We have planted some crops in the fields, and now the weather is too hot, and the ground is very dry. So we need to get more water to irrigate the fields. What did you plant? Is it tasty? Pierce's eyes lit up when he heard what Chu Xinran said. He had never seen anyone plant anything. Weren't the plants in the wild all naturally grown? Could they really be planted by themselves? We planted grains, and they are very delicious. When we have a good harvest, we will send you some to try. If you also want to plant, we can teach you how to do it next year. Great, Pierce responded excitedly. He was interested in anything edible. After clearing up his curiosity, Pierce intended to leave, but he looked at the cool river water and hesitated to leave. Since he was already there and the weather was so hot, he thought it would be better to catch some spiky beasts in the river. In the past, even when Pierce was hungry, he was reluctant to eat spiky beasts because they tasted strange and bitter, not good at all. It wasn't until he met Chu Xinran that he realized they had been preparing them wrong, which was why they tasted so bad. After following Chu Xinran's method of preparing spiky beasts, whether grilled or boiled, the meat became delicious and addictive. At this moment, while Chu Xinran was washing the animal skins, she suddenly heard the sound of splashing water. She lifted her straw hat slightly and saw Pierce and several orcs jumping into the downstream river to catch spiky beasts. Chu Xinran smiled and continued with her work, thinking about how to carry more water from the river at once. After finishing her work with Imanina, Chu Xinran looked at the vast river water and felt troubled. How could they carry more water at once? It was really troublesome to transport water using wooden buckets one by one, and the efficiency was low. Just then, Carlo came over with 4 wooden buckets. Carlo, why are you carrying so much water at once? That's too heavy. You won't be able to handle it, Chu Xinran said in surprise. Not knowing Carlo always carried so many buckets. It's fine, I can handle it, Carlo shook his head and replied. Seeing Carlo about to take the buckets to fetch water, Chu Xinran stopped him. Wait, let me think of a way. Using buckets like this won't work. Many ideas flashed through Chu Xinran's mind, but implementing them on the Orc continent was not easy due to the lack of tools. However, in the end, an idea struck her, and she excitedly shared her plan with Carlo. Carlo, first make a large rectangular wooden bucket. It needs to be very big and secure the boards with bone nails. Carlo nodded and quickly returned to the tribe to gather the necessary tools, starting to make the large rectangular wooden bucket by the river as Chu Xinran instructed. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran took a military knife to try to carve a wooden wheel, but this was quite difficult. She carved for a long time, yet the wheel was still not smooth enough. After Carlo finished the rectangular bucket, he came over to take over Chu Xinran's task. Once he understood what kind of wheel Chu Xinran wanted, he began carving a wheel with a military knife. When the wheel wasn't smooth enough, Carlo placed it on a stone to grind it until the surface was smooth and even. Seeing Carlo successfully make a wheel, Chu Xinran was extremely excited. She had Carlo make 3 more wheels and then installed them at the 4 corners of the rectangular bucket, completing a pushable wooden bucket. Everyone else who saw the completed bucket was amazed, saying, "This is incredible." Chu Xinran eagerly asked Carlo to fill the large rectangular bucket with water. Since it was very big, it could hold a lot of water at once, and they no longer had to run back and forth. Carlo pushed the filled bucket forward smoothly, making everyone present excited. However, joy turned to sorrow. Just as Chu Xinran was still happy, unexpectedly, the wheels under the bucket suddenly broke as it rolled along. The weight of the water was too heavy for the wheels to bear. "It's okay. We can make the wheels bigger," Carlo comforted Chu Xinran, seeing her disappointment. Carlo made the wheels larger and installed a total of 6 wheels underneath the bucket. After making these changes, the bucket became much more stable and was successfully pushed from the riverbank to the fields where they planted grains. This movable bucket was welcomed by everyone in the tribe, and later, under Carlo's guidance, they made several more. So moving heavy objects in the tribe would no longer be so laborious. Chapter 216. Alva arrives. Piers, who had been watching the whole process, couldn't wait to ask Carlo how to make this thing. He thought the people of the lion-tiger tribe were so smart, always coming up with these strange, yet very useful inventions. In the end, Chu Xinran even let a few children play with the sliding bucket. She had the children sit inside the bucket, and with a gentle push, it slid forward, making the children inside excitedly scream and have a lot of fun. After following Carlo to water the fields for a few days, under Carlo's strong request, Chu Xinran began to stay in the tribe and no longer went out frequently. Because the temperature was too high now, even when Chu Xinran wrapped herself up tightly every time she went out, she would still get sunburned. And wrapping up completely would be very hot and make her sweat a lot. Compared to humans, orcs were not afraid of the sun. So Carlo didn't allow Chu Xinran to go out of the tribe so often anymore. In such hot weather, Chu Xinran didn't expect Alva to come to the lion-tiger tribe under such a scorching sun. When Chu Xinran saw her, Alva's entire face was sunburned bright red, and she looked very disheveled. "Alva, hurry in and wash your face. I'll get you some cool water," Chu Xinran said urgently, seeing Alva's red face. After washing her face and drinking a bowl of water, Alva finally looked a little better. Chu Xinran then got some fruits for Alva and sat down to ask, "Alva, why did you come now? It's so hot. You should have waited until it cools down to come over." Alva smiled and said, "It's okay. Didn't we agree that I would come to your tribe to play? It's been so many days, and I thought I should come over." While talking to Chu Xinran, Alva's eyes kept scanning around, as if she was looking for someone. "Are you looking for Abel? He's not in the tribe right now. He went out hunting and will only be back at night." Chu Xinran noticed Alva's distraction and quickly realized what she was looking for. Hearing Chu Xinran's words, Alva's face suddenly flushed red. She nervously waved her hands, saying, "I wasn't looking for him. I'm just here for the first time and a bit curious." Chu Xinran smiled and didn't expose Alva's lie. When Alva came this time, she was accompanied by 4 orcs for protection, and now that Alva was in Chu Xinran's room, the 4 orcs were waiting at the door. The people from the lion-tiger tribe had no good feelings towards those from the beast-eater tribe, so anyone passing by Chu Xinran's house glared at the orcs from the beast-eater tribe unfriendly. These orcs were also quite unhappy, but before coming here, Alva had specifically instructed them not to cause trouble, so they could only bury their displeasure deep inside. Moreover, Hanks had also instructed them to keep an eye out for any signs of detoxifying beasts from the lion-tiger tribe, so their task was significant, and they could not afford any mistakes. The chief and the priest were also aware that Alva had brought several orcs with her. They entrusted the reception of Alva to Chu Xinran and had warned everyone in the tribe to keep a close watch on the actions of the orcs from the beast-eater tribe to prevent any ill intentions. While Alva and Chu Xinran were talking, Amy and Nina entered Chu Xinran's room and saw Alva. "Amy, Nina, this is Alva from the beast-eater tribe." Chu Xinran hurriedly introduced the 3 of them to each other. "Hello, I'm Alva." Alva stood up and smiled as she greeted Amy and Nina. "Hello," Nina responded to Alva, while Amy just smiled slightly at Alva without saying anything. The group sat down and resumed their conversation, but Amy, unlike before, spoke very little and quietly observed Alva. Alva was very beautiful, and she seemed to have no ulterior motives. She smiled while talking and didn't act pretentious. To be honest, if Amy were an orc, she would also like such a delicate female. Thinking of this, Amy's mood sank even lower. Chu Xinran noticed Amy's gloom, but couldn't say much in front of so many people. She could only try to mention Abel less to avoid triggering Amy's emotions. However, the center of all this conversation with them was always about Abel. She was very interested in him and kept asking questions. In this awkward and subtle atmosphere, they talked for a long time. When they heard that the hunters were returning, Chu Xinran sighed in relief, finally able to escape this atmosphere. Chu Xinran hurriedly led them outside to greet the returning hunters. By this time, the weather had turned slightly dark and the temperature had dropped, as the temperature difference between day and night was very large during the hot season. Carlo, Kevin, and Abel had quite a good harvest today, each carrying a full load of prey. As soon as Abel saw Alva, he was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Alva smiled and walked up to Abel, wanting to help him carry the heavy load. "I'm here to play in your tribe. Abel, we finally meet again. I told you we would see each other again sooner or later." Abel avoided Alva's hand, not letting her carry his things. "No, I'll do it." Seeing that Abel wouldn't let her help, Alva gave up but followed behind him, chattering away. Amy watched the interaction between Abel and Alva from the side, her heartache almost spilling over. When she used to talk with Abel, he mostly didn't respond, but when Alva spoke to him, even though Abel said very little. He generally responded to all of his questions. What Amy didn't know was that Abel acted this way because he had already experienced how persistent Alva could be. If Alva asked a question he didn't answer, she would keep asking until he responded. So, for the sake of his own peace, Abel chose to respond to all of his questions. Chu Xinran patted Amy on the shoulder, unsure of what to say to comfort her. Amy forced a smile at Chu Xinran and then followed the group back to the tribe. Chapter 217. An awkward atmosphere to welcome all of his arrival. Chu Xinran and Carlo invited the chief, the priest, Abel, Amy, and a group of people to their room for dinner. The 4 orcs that Alva brought had to take care of their own meals, as the lion-tiger tribe would not take care of them. The chief and the priest chatted with Alva, while Chu Xinran prepared food with Amy and Nina. Carlo was originally in the chief's room, but after a while, he couldn't resist coming out to help Chu Xinran. "What are you doing out here? Go back in and talk to the chief and the priest for a while," Chu Xinran said while washing the vegetables. Carlo shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm here to help you." Carlo took over the vegetable washing from Chu Xinran, allowing her to focus on other tasks. Since the cooking area was in the outer room, Alva could hear the commotion outside. Hearing the conversation between Chu Xinran and Carlo, she felt a bit envious. Carlo was really good to Chu Xinran, always paying attention to her actions, something she had noticed when she was in the Beast Eater tribe. Alva looked at Abel and wondered when he would treat her like that. Noticing all of his gaze, Abel coughed and slipped out of the room to help outside. As he went out, he happened to see Amy carrying a basin of dirty water, so he approached her, wanting to take the basin from her. "Give it to me. I'll help you dump it." Amy shifted her body slightly, not allowing Abel to take the basin from her, just giving him a brief glance without saying a word before leaving. Abel was puzzled by Amy's sudden behavior. He thought their past issues were long gone, and they had been interacting as ordinary friends during this time. What was wrong with Amy all of a sudden? However, Abel didn't dwell on it and continued to help others. Chu Xinran and Nina watched the entire process and exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. After Abel left the room, Alva also became restless and frequently glanced outside. Finally, she couldn't help but say, "Chief Reese, priest, I want to go out and help Xiao Ran and the others. I've never seen this way of cooking before." The chief and the priest nodded in agreement. Alva indeed had never seen this method of cooking, as their tribe cooked outside and gathered together, never having seen such an arrangement where cooking was done inside and separately. Seeing Alva come out, Chu Xinran sighed, knowing that this awkward and subtle atmosphere might last for a long time. So, while cooking, Alva followed Abel around, doing whatever he did, while the atmosphere on Amy's side remained low, occasionally glancing at Abel. After everyone's efforts, dinner was finally ready. As everyone sat down at the table, Chu Xinran sighed in relief and called everyone to hurry up and eat. "Alva, welcome to our lion-tiger tribe. Today, due to time constraints, we've only prepared a little food. Please forgive us." Chu Xinran placed a piece of food on all of his plate and said, "Alva, you should try this." Alva shook his head and replied with a smile, "Xiao Ran, what are you talking about? You all have made so many dishes. How can it be just a little? Moreover, I've never eaten so many delicious foods before. It's my honor." When Alva was cooking, he smelled the rich aroma, and now that he was eating, he was even more captivated by the deliciousness. It was truly amazing. "Abel, where are your parents?" During the meal, Alva kept asking Abel questions, and suddenly, out of the blue, he asked this one. As soon as Alva's question came out, everyone present fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing Abel's somewhat ugly expression, Alva knew he had asked the wrong question. She looked at Abel awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, Abel shook his head and replied, nonchalantly, "What's there to be sorry about? It's common knowledge. My parents are wandering beastmen. I wandered to the lion-tiger tribe and was taken in by the chief. They died long ago." "Abel, don't say that." The chief patted Abel's shoulder. "Your parents must have loved you. They risked their lives to bring you into our tribe because they loved you. And now that you've grown into a warrior, if your parents were still alive, they would definitely be proud of you." Hearing the chief's words, Alva felt even guilty. It was all her fault. She had said the wrong thing, causing Abel to recall such a sad past. "Abel, not having parents isn't a big deal. Look at you now. You've grown into such a powerful warrior. You're really brave." Upon hearing Alva say this, Abel scoffed and didn't say anything further. Seeing Abel's rebellious demeanor, Carlo raised his eyebrows slightly and exchanged glances with Chu Xinran, wondering why Abel's hostility had intensified so much. However, apart from Carlo and Chu Xinran, no one else noticed Abel's disdain, especially the chief and Alva, who felt very sorry for Abel's current state. Although Amy didn't say much, she also felt uncomfortable in her heart, thinking it was pitiful that Abel had no parents since childhood. To help Abel forget about the earlier matter, Alva made an effort to liven up the atmosphere. She had visited many tribes and encountered many interesting experiences, so she shared these stories, hoping to cheer Abel up. Listening to Alva talk endlessly about her interesting experiences, Amy secretly felt envious. No matter how she looked at it, she thought Alva was much stronger than her, knowing more than she did. How could she compete with such an excellent Alva for Abel? She felt she couldn't compete at all. Chu Xinran looked at Amy, who was forcing a smile, and didn't know what to do. Their situation was really tricky, and, as an outsider, Chu Xinran didn't want to intervene recklessly. Alva shared many interesting stories, and the dinner ended in a cheerful atmosphere filled with laughter. Chu Xinran arranged a house for Alva to stay in, and the day came to an end. Chapter 2:18. All of his persuasion early the next morning, Abel got up early and went hunting with a few beastmen. Although Alva also woke up early, she still missed Abel. Putting aside her disappointment, Alva had breakfast and went for a walk with Chu Xinran near the lion-tiger tribe. Since it was still early and the sun hadn't come out yet, the breeze in the woods was very cool and not hot at all. So Chu Xinran and Alva strolled slowly until they reached the seaside. Several beastmen followed behind Chu Xinran, as Alva had 4 beastmen from the food beast tribe with her, making the chief and the shaman uneasy about letting Chu Xinran go out alone with them. So this is the sea. My dad always said the sea was dangerous and didn't want me to come here, but now that I see the sea, it's really beautiful. Alva spread her arms and embraced the wind coming from the sea, closing her eyes as she spoke. Chu Xinran thought that Hankus probably didn't let Alva come to the seaside because of the giant spiky beasts. But the news that the lion-tiger tribe had eliminated the giant spiky beasts had spread far and wide, so Hankus no longer restricted Alva from coming to the seaside. Alva, did you come to our lion-tiger tribe just to see Abel? Chu Xinran looked into Alva's eyes, trying to discern her true thoughts. She was afraid that Alva had come to look for Dandan on Hankus's orders. When she learned that Alva had come, she hid Dandan away, and later, when Carlo returned, she secretly told him where Dandan was hidden and asked Carlo to take Dandan even further away. Alva seemed like a very kind female, and Chu Xinran didn't want to believe that she had come with such intentions. Yes, actually, even if I didn't say it, you could see it, I like Abel. At first, I thought Abel was a very annoying beastman who always targeted me and picked on me. But later, I slowly realized that no beastman had ever dared to treat me like that. Abel didn't treat me with the same reverence as Hankus's daughter. Instead, he treated me as Alva. Alva had also struggled with her feelings for a long time before finally admitting that she had developed feelings for Abel. Once she understood this, Alva was no longer shy about expressing her feelings because she had never been in a situation where she couldn't get what she wanted. Seeing Alva's serious expression, Chu Xinran would rather believe that she had come for Abel. Alva seemed completely unaware of the existence of the poison beast. Alva, you are Hankus's daughter. Even if Abel really agreed to be with you, do you think your dad would allow you to come to our lion-tiger tribe? Alva fell silent for a moment. She knew her father's temperament very well. Her dad had said long ago that he absolutely would not allow Alva to go to another tribe. If Alva liked any beastman, that beastman could only join the food beast tribe. Although it's inappropriate to say this in front of you, I will persuade Abel to come to our food beast tribe. Alva said confidently. Chu Xinran looked at Alva and said nothing. She didn't think Abel would agree to Alva's approach. After all, Abel had grown up in the lion-tiger tribe, and he had such a good relationship with Chief Al, having experienced so many things together. How could he possibly leave the lion-tiger tribe? Moreover, Chu Xinran also knew that Abel had always wanted to be the chief of the lion-tiger tribe, and for that reason alone, Abel would not choose to leave. The two stood by the seaside for a while longer and returned before the sun rose. Alva waited all day in the lion-tiger tribe and finally saw Abel return. This time, she pulled Abel aside, wanting to have a private conversation with him. What is it? Hurry up. I have other things to do, Abel said impatiently as Alva pulled him into the woods beside the tribe. Alva looked around and, seeing no one, quietly said to Abel, Abel, would you be willing to join our food beast tribe? Hearing this, Abel thought Alva was crazy. Why would I want to join your food beast tribe? You're being ridiculous. Abel, don't get so worked up. Just listen to me. Alva patiently soothed Abel. Abel, don't you want to be the chief of the lion-tiger tribe? So what if I do? Abel scoffed and replied, Abel, I know you want to be the leader of the lion-tiger tribe, but think carefully. Right now, the most respected in the lion-tiger tribe is Carlo. If your tribe really holds an election for the leader, do you have confidence that you can defeat Carlo? Of course I have confidence. Abel became very excited at the mention of this. Why wouldn't I have confidence? My abilities are on par with Carlos. Why can't I defeat him? Alva grabbed Abel's hand and said, Abel, I know you are very capable, but Carlo has done so much for your tribe, and many people in your tribe admire him. If it really comes to voting, you won't be able to defeat him. Abel wanted to say something more, but he suddenly realized something and coldly looked at Alva, asking, What does this have to do with you? Why do you care? Are you investigating me? I'm not investigating you. I can find out about these things just by casually asking around the tribe. Afraid Abel would misunderstand, Alva hurriedly waved her hand. She had just chatted with those people in the Lion-Tiger tribe today, and she learned everything easily. Even if you didn't investigate me. Why are you telling me all this now? What exactly are you planning? Seeing Abel's continued suspicion, Alva felt a bit wronged. I'm not planning anything. I just want to tell you a simpler way to become the leader. I'm doing this for your own good. Abel, can't you see that I like you? Abel had naturally noticed it long ago, and upon hearing Alva say this, he pretended not to hear and remained silent. Seeing Abel like this, Alva felt even more wronged. How could he be like this? She mustered her courage to confess, and he actually pretended not to hear. Chapter 219. Alva leaves Alva. I will not leave the Lion-Tiger tribe, and you don't need to persuade me anymore, Abel said coldly in the end. Abel, I know you want to be the leader, but with Carlo around, you will never have a chance in the Lion-Tiger tribe. If you join our beast-eating tribe and pair up with me. My father has already said that the future leader of our beast-eating tribe will be the orc who pairs up with me. Abel, please consider it, okay? Upon hearing Alva say this, Abel hesitated. He didn't want to be the leader and gain power, and what Alva offered was indeed very tempting. But to gain this power, he would have to give up the Lion-Tiger tribe where he grew up and give up Chu Xinran, whom he had always cared for. Seeing Abel somewhat swayed, Alva became even more urgent. Abel, I'm serious. Instead of being suppressed by Carlo in the Lion-Tiger tribe, you might as well join our beast-eating tribe. If you go to the beast-eating tribe, my father will definitely value you. Abel hesitated for a long time, but finally he shook his head. Alva, thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to leave this place where I grew up. Even if I want to be the leader, I will do it through my own efforts. Alva looked at Abel's stubbornness and sighed. Okay, but if one day you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. I will always be waiting for you. Alva and Abel returned to the house, and everyone could see that Alva's mood had dropped significantly. They didn't know what had happened between the two of them outside. Chu Xinran and the others accompanied Alva for a meal, and after dinner, Alva mentioned to Chu Xinran that she would be leaving tomorrow. Alva, you're leaving so soon? Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Chu Xinran was very surprised. Alva had clearly said in the morning that she wanted to stay a few more days in the Lion-Tiger tribe. So why was she suddenly leaving tomorrow? Alva shook her head and replied in a very low tone, I won't play anymore. I should go back. Alva came to the Lion-Tiger tribe to see Abel. But Abel was hardly around, and she couldn't see him much. Moreover, Abel didn't agree to her proposed conditions. So staying in the Lion-Tiger tribe no longer had much meaning for Alva. Xinran, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I had a great time in the Lion-Tiger tribe, and I welcome you to come visit our beast-eating tribe next time. Seeing that Alva was determined to leave, Chu Xinran couldn't say much more. She talked with Alva for a while, and then sent her back to her room to rest. The next morning, Alva left with the 4 orcs who had accompanied her. Chu Xinran watched Alva's departing figure and felt that the matter between Alva and Abel was not over yet, and there would definitely be more entanglements to come. When Alva returned to the beast-eating tribe, Hanks, having heard that she was back, hurried over to see her. Alva, what's wrong? Weren't you the one who insisted on going to the Lion-Tiger tribe to play? Why are you back looking so unhappy? As soon as Hanks entered Alva's room, he saw her lying on the bed, covering her face and ignoring everyone, looking very upset. Seeing that Alva wasn't speaking, Hank sat down by the bed and persuaded her. Alva, what's wrong? Tell your father. Did that guy named Abel bully you? Upon hearing Hanks mention Abel, Alva finally got up from the bed and looked at Hanks with a grievance, saying, Dad, Abel doesn't agree to join our beast-eating tribe. Hanks's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. This Abel really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Who does he think he is? If it weren't for your pleading, how could I have agreed to let him come over? Now he even dares to refuse? Alva, this orc is really not worth it. I'd rather you like Carlo. At least Carlo seems to have some ability. When Alva first told him she liked an orc from the Lion-Tiger tribe, Hanks was very angry. He thought those commoners from the Lion-Tiger tribe were not worthy of his daughter. Moreover, if he had to choose an orc from the Lion-Tiger tribe, he would only reluctantly accept Carlo. But he didn't expect Alva to fall for Abel. He didn't have a deep impression of Abel, only remembering that Abel seemed unfriendly to Alva. He couldn't understand why Alva would like Abel. After a long time of pleading, Hanks finally agreed to let Abel join the beast-eating tribe, but whether Abel could become the leader would depend on his future performance. But now, hearing Alva say that Abel actually refused to join the beast-eating tribe made Hanks extremely angry. Alva, since Abel is so ungrateful, you shouldn't like him anymore. Your father will find you another orc who is 100 times better than Abel. I will find a way to teach this ungrateful guy a good lesson. Hearing Hanks say this, Alva hurriedly waved her hand and shouted at Hanks, "Dad, you can't do that. If you dare to hurt Abel, I won't forgive you, Dad." "You girl, how could you?" Hanks said helplessly. "Dad, just let me handle this myself. I will make Abel change his mind. Dad, you must interfere, okay? Promise me." Alva pouted at Hanks. Although Hanks didn't want to agree, he really had no way to refuse Alva, so in the end, he could only nod helplessly. "All right, Dad promises you." "Thank you, Dad." Alva was very happy. She knew her dad loved her the most. After calming Alva down, Hanks called over the 4 orcs who had come with Alva to the lion-tiger tribe. When he learned that they hadn't found out anything about the detoxification beast and hadn't seen any trace of it, Hanks angrily kicked each of them, saying, "Useless? Not helpful at all." The 4 orcs hurriedly began to beg for mercy. Hanks waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to leave, and sat down to carefully contemplate the current situation. He had been treating the lion-tiger tribe gently, yet he hadn't even seen a shadow of the detox beast. Was he using the wrong method? Should he personally take action and directly raid the lion-tiger tribe? Chapter 220. The chief is injured after coming to this conclusion. Hanks originally planned to discuss it with the priest Charles first, but he hesitated upon remembering that Charles had always opposed him taking military action against the lion-tiger tribe. In the end, he decided not to consult Charles about this matter. He would act first and report later, directly attacking the lion-tiger tribe. Hanks called one of his subordinates and instructed, "Go and keep an eye on the movements of the lion-tiger tribe. Be careful not to get detected. Once you figure out the pattern of Carlo leaving the tribe, come back and report to me." Hanks' subordinate nodded and prepared to head to the lion-tiger tribe. This orc was known for his stealthy skills in the beast-eating tribe. They had relied on him many times in previous wars to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, the lion-tiger tribe remained unaware of Hanks' plot. Carlo needed to leave the tribe frequently to hunt in the wild, and to make matters worse, it was currently the hot season, making it much harder to hunt beasts than before. It had become increasingly difficult to find prey around the tribe. Carlo and his hunting team had returned empty-handed several times recently, and seeing the food dwindling, Carlo decided to take the hunting team further afield in hopes of better luck. "Carlo, how many days will you be gone this time?" Chu Xinran asked with some concern after learning of Carlo's decision. Carlo comfortingly patted her head. "It's uncertain. If luck is on our side, we could be back in 3 days. But if we don't encounter many beasts, it might take longer. Don't worry, I'll leave Abel and Dar behind to protect you." Although Chu Xinran felt an inexplicable worry, she understood that Carlo had to do this. The crops they had sown hadn't yet sprouted, so their food supply would be scarce until harvest time. In order for everyone in the tribe to have enough to eat, Carlo had to venture further to hunt beasts. Before leaving, Carlo gave many instructions to Abel and Dar, emphasizing the need to protect the entire tribe. If there was any danger to the tribe, they were to signal him. With a reluctant farewell from Chu Xinran, Carlo departed, leaving her watching his figure for a long time. Unbeknownst to everyone, Nina had also been watching from a short distance behind Chu Xinran, silently praying for Kevin's safety as he went out to hunt once more. The orc who had been secretly observing the lion-tiger tribe rushed back to the beast-eating tribe after seeing Carlo and the others leave, delivering this news to Hanks. Upon hearing this good news, Hanks excitedly sprang to his feet. Without delay, he quickly organized an elite team from the beast-eating tribe and quietly left the tribe. This matter could not be known to Priest Charles and Alva, or they would surely come stop him. Hanks was well aware that the previous failure of the person he sent was due to underestimating the enemy. So this time, as they approached the borders of the lion-tiger tribe, he instructed everyone to stay alert and not to be careless, carefully approaching the location of the lion-tiger tribe. Previously, the lion-tiger tribe had always been able to quickly detect signs of enemy invasion, largely due to Carlo's keen sense of smell. He could swiftly sense unfamiliar scents nearby, which had greatly aided him in hunting. But now Carlo was not present, and with Hanks being extremely cautious and having taken many measures to conceal their presence, the beast-eating tribe easily reached the gates of the lion-tiger tribe, evading the traps around the tribe. Abel was the first to notice enemies approaching outside the tribe. He quickly shouted, "Someone is coming. Grab your weapons and follow me." His shout alerted everyone in the tribe, and Dar, along with several orcs, hurriedly grabbed their weapons and charged out with Abel. Seeing that they had been discovered, Hanks stopped hiding and led his men to attack, and the two sides instantly erupted into battle. At this moment, it was too late to run to the cellar. Chu Xinran could only shout for everyone to hide inside the houses and lock the doors. Everyone, stay calm. Don't go outside. Barricade the doors with anything you can find. Chu Xinran shouted with all her might. The only person hiding behind Chu Xinran was Karen, who had just come to find her and unexpectedly encountered the situation. After Chu Xinran shouted, she hurriedly began moving furniture to block the door, while Karen, though frightened, bravely helped her. After they managed to block the door with everything they could move, Chu Xinran hugged Karen and peered through the gap in the door to observe the battle outside. Although she was frightened, she remembered hearing Dar shout a signal to Carlo at the very moment the chaos began, so she believed Carlo would come to save them soon. However, the situation outside was not optimistic. Hanks' abilities were indeed outstanding. Abel and Dar could barely hold off his attacks, and even then, they were both injured while Hanks remained unscathed. The orcs Hanks brought were all capable fighters, making it very difficult for the Lion-Tiger tribe-S orcs to contend with them. Chu Xinran saw several orcs from the beast-eating tribe break through the defenses of the Lion-Tiger tribe and rush toward the house. Her heart sank, realizing that this was a serious problem. At that critical moment, Chu Xinran suddenly heard a furious roar. The chief, along with several elder orcs, rushed out of the house to fight against the orcs from the beast-eating tribe. Although the chief and the others were old, they had experienced many wars in their youth. Now that these enemies threatened the tribe's females and children, it was their duty to protect them. However, the chief and the others were old, and their movements had slowed considerably. There was no way they could defeat these strong orcs. Watching them retreat step by step, bruised and battered yet still fighting hard, Chu Xinran couldn't help but tear up. "Chief, watch out!" she suddenly shouted, seeing an orc standing behind the chief, weapon raised to strike him in the back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chu Xinran watched helplessly as the weapon plunged into the chief's back. He let out a muffled grunt and fell to his knees. Chief. Chapter 221. Carlo arrives upon hearing Chu Xinran's cry. Abel quickly broke free from his fierce battle with Hanks and rushed over to block the attacking orc from continuing his assault on the chief. Engaging the orc in a struggle, Chu Xinran looked at the chief lying motionless on the ground, blood flowing from his back, and her heart filled with growing panic. This couldn't go on. She had to see how the chief was doing. The wound on his back needed to be stopped immediately. Seeing the chaos outside, Chu Xinran gritted her teeth and instructed Karen. "Karen, Sister Xiaoran is going out to get her dad into the house. You hide inside and don't come out. No matter what. When Sister Xiaoran comes over, you can open the door. If Sister Xiaoran can't come, you must guard the door well and must not let them find out." Karen nodded, crying, "Sister Xiaoran, you must come back. I will wait here for you to return." Chu Xinran patted Karen's head, looked at the situation outside, took some herbs from the house, and then moved some furniture blocking the door to reveal a gap she could slip through and slowly walked out. She bent down and quickly walked to the chief's side, hurriedly applying the herbs she had in her hand to the chief's wounds, and then pulled the chief's arm, moving him back toward the house with difficulty. After all, the chief was an orc, and Chu Xinran's size was too different from his, making movement very difficult. Moreover, during the movement, Chu Xinran had to keep an eye on the battle situation over there, carefully ensuring that those enemies would not discover her. However, Chu Xinran's plan was about to fail. The orcs from the beast-eating tribe gradually gained the upper hand. One orc turned his head and saw Chu Xinran, grinning proudly as he approached her with a weapon. At this moment, it was too late for Chu Xinran to escape. She hurriedly set the chief down, grabbed a weapon from the ground nearby, held it in front of herself, and stared intently at the orc's movements. The orc saw Chu Xinran's action and sneered, "Little female, do you think you can deal with me with that small frame? Let me teach you a good lesson and show you what despair feels like." Chu Xinran indeed felt despair at that moment, because after the orc said this, he quickened his pace, grinning menacingly as he reached out his hand toward Chu Xinran, wanted to grab her. Many females hiding in the house also saw this scene and shouted anxiously. Karen even wanted to open the door and run out to save her sister Xiaoran. At this moment, Abel also noticed the danger over by Chu Xinran and rushed over in panic. However, Chu Xinran was too far from him. He watched helplessly as the orc lifted Chu Xinran with one hand, ignoring her struggles and attacks, while the orc's other hand moved to rip her clothes off. Chu Xinran watched the orc's dirty hand getting closer to her, trembling all over, desperately struggling in fear. She thought she was about to be doomed, but just at that critical moment, Chu Xinran suddenly noticed that the orc holding her had a stunned expression, staring blankly at her, and then he suddenly fell back, releasing her. Chu Xinran fell heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain in her body, she hurriedly crawled away from the orc. At this moment, she saw Carlo running toward her from a distance, holding a bow an arrow, and the fallen orc had an arrow embedded in his neck. Carlo quickly reached Chu Xinran's side, helped her up, and anxiously asked if she was okay. Seeing the complex emotions on Carlo's face, panic, fear, anger, and terror, Chu Xinran finally snapped back to reality from the previous danger. She knew she was finally safe. Chu Xinran cried as she threw herself into Carlo's embrace, wanting to release her previous anxiety, grievances, and fear through tears. Carlo tightly held Chu Xinran, softly comforting her. "It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here, it's okay, be good. Don't cry." Chu Xinran cried for a while, but quickly realized that the current situation did not allow her to continue crying. She broke free from Carlo's embrace, wiped her tears, and said firmly, "I'm fine now. Help me carry Uncle Chief back to the house. His wounds need immediate treatment." "Okay." Looking at such a brave Chu Xinran, Carlo's tenderness deepened. He lifted the chief and took him back to the house, then urged Chu Xinran not to come out again before turning back to join the fight. The chief's bleeding had already been stopped by the herbs that Chu Xinran had applied, so the situation was not as dire. Chu Xinran asked Karen to find some strips of cloth. She needed to bandage the chief's wounds. Meanwhile, the situation on Carlo's side was also favorable. The orcs who returned with Carlo joined the fight, and there were not many orcs that Hanks brought this time. In terms of numbers, the lion-tiger tribe suppressed the beast-eating tribe. Carlo also sent Abel and Darl to deal with other enemies, leaving Hanks for him to handle. Seeing Carlo finally arrive, Hanks sneered. Although Carlo's strength was indeed formidable, he did not believe he couldn't defeat such a young guy. He wanted to see just how strong Carlo really was. Without saying a word, Hanks attacked Carlo, but as soon as they clashed, Hanks felt a bit shocked. He thought his speed was fast enough, but unexpectedly, Carlo's speed exceeded his. The moment he swung his fist, Carlo swiftly moved, and he couldn't even touch the edge of Carlo. Hanks gritted his teeth and increased his speed. But Carlo began to counterattack, and Hanks didn't even see how Carlo struck before he received a heavy blow to his stomach, nearly spitting blood. After exchanging a few blows with Carlo, Hanks gained no advantage and was instead hit hard several times by Carlo. Hanks knew that continuing the fight would not benefit the beast-eating tribe at all. He seized the opportunity to slip out of the battle, roaring, "We're retreating," and hurriedly fled. Of course, it was impossible for all the orcs from the beast-eating tribe to escape, aside from a few quick-reacting orcs who followed Hanks. The rest were all captured by Carlo and Kevin. Chapter 222. The emergence of a rift. Once all the members of the beast-eating tribe were driven away, the females and children hiding in the house quickly ran out. Many orcs were injured this time, but fortunately, none of the injuries were too serious, except for the chief, who was in the worst condition and had not yet regained consciousness. The shaman also came to check on the chief's condition, looking very serious. "Grandfather Shaman, how is my dad?" Carlo asked when he saw the shaman's expression was not good. The shaman shook his head. Fortunately, Xinran stopped the bleeding in time, so his life is not in danger. But Reese is quite old, and such a serious injury might leave after effects. The shaman's words made everyone present anxious. After the other members of the tribe heard about this, they also prayed fervently to the beast god, hoping for the chief's swift recovery. The chief had always treated them well, caring about every matter in the tribe, big or small. And this time he was injured because he rushed out of the house to protect the females of the tribe. Therefore, they sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to the chief, and that he could continue to lead the lion-tiger tribe forward. Abel had been guarding by the chief's bedside without leaving. The chief had taken him in and raised him, so he had a deep bond with the chief. Abel felt very guilty about the chief's injury, believing that he had failed to protect him at that time. Although Carlo was also worried about his dad, the tribe was still in chaos, so after seeing Abel guarding his dad, Carlo went out to deal with the mess outside the tribe. Chu Xinran helped the injured orcs bandage their wounds, while Carlo led the uninjured orcs to tidy up the disorganized tribe. Then Carlo went to retrieve the prey that had been thrown at the door. When Carlo and the others heard Dar's signal, they were hunting far away. After hearing Dar's distress call, they hurriedly ran back to the tribe with the prey on their backs, throwing the animals down at the entrance of the tribe. Their harvest over the past few days had actually been quite good, so the tribe's food supply was secured for the near future. However, food is hard to preserve during the hot season, and since these animals were already dead, Carlo, along with some orcs, needed to process the internal organs quickly. Excluding those injured and needing rest, Carlo took the orcs to the riverbank to handle the prey, while Chu Xinran took the females to bring out all the salt from the cellar to prepare for making cured meat and jerky. In the extremely high temperatures of the hot season, turning meat into cured meat and jerky is the best way to store it. Otherwise, the meat can spoil easily, wasting their hard work. Although they had just suffered a war, everyone in the Lion-Tiger tribe was busy working for the tribe. They couldn't rest until the crisis was completely resolved. The hostages taken from the beast-eating tribe had also been locked up by Carlo's orders, and they would eventually settle this score with Hanks. Hanks and his group had fled back to the beast-eating tribe in a sorry state. And only then did Charles and Alva realize that Hanks had secretly attacked the Lion-Tiger tribe. Hanks, you were too impulsive. What benefit is there in what you did? And you even lost to the Lion-Tiger tribe? That's simply ridiculous. Charles shouted angrily at Hanks. Shaman, don't be so angry. You don't know. I did manage to seriously injure their chieftain this time. Their chieftain Rice doesn't he even know if he can survive. Hanks felt that injuring their chieftain was a significant achievement. Charles, however, did not agree. He thought the beast-eating tribe had suffered greatly in this war. Hanks, even if you seriously injured Rice, what does that matter? Carlo, Abel, and Kevin from the Lion-Tiger tribe are all fine, as long as they are there. The Lion-Tiger tribe will not fall. Moreover, didn't he even see the detox beast this time, did you? By stirring things up, the Lion-Tiger tribe will hide the detox beast even more discreetly, and we will never find it again. Although Hanks felt some regret in his heart, he was unwilling to admit it out loud. He didn't want to acknowledge that he had indeed fallen to the obscure Lion-Tiger tribe. Hanks, you really are too impulsive. You've been defeated by the Lion-Tiger tribe, and this news will soon spread throughout the Orc continent. The Lion-Tiger tribe was just an unknown small tribe, but now they will quickly rise to fame on the Orc continent, riding on our beast-eating tribe's reputation. Charles sighed deeply, feeling rare disappointment at Hank's impulsiveness. At that moment, Alva also received the news and rushed over, grabbing Hank's arm in shock and asking incredulously, Dad, did you really attack the Lion-Tiger tribe? How could you do that? Didn't you say you would never oppress or bully others? What about Abel? Did you hurt him? Seeing Alva's distressed expression, Hanks felt a headache coming on. He had always hidden such matters from Alva, but now that he had returned in such a sorry state, he didn't have time to keep this news from her. Which is how she found out. Alva, listen to Dad. I was defeated by the Lion-Tiger tribe this time, so I didn't bully their tribe. To clarify things for Alva, Hanks had no choice but to admit that he had indeed lost to the Lion-Tiger tribe, and that Abel was unhurt. What you should be concerned about now is your dad. Abel didn't hold back when we fought. As Alva listened to Hank's explanation, she felt that her dad seemed much more distant. The dad she remembered was not like this. Could it be that what those people outside said about her dad was true? Hanks was hurt by Alva's doubtful gaze. Even if he was seen as a villain by others, he was definitely a loving father to Alva. How could she look at him with such eyes? As the atmosphere between them grew awkward, Charles, not wanting to dwell on Hank's actions any longer, quickly intervened. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. Hanks, you're injured. Hurry back and take care of it. Hearing Charles say this, Alva suppressed her doubts and helped Hanks towards the house. Although they appeared to be getting along on the surface, a deep rift silently stood between them. Chapter 223. The chieftain steps down the next day. The chieftain woke up, and the first person he saw was Abel. Uncle, how are you? Do you feel unwell? Abel hurried over to ask when he saw the chieftain awake. The chieftain weakly shook his head, looking around and only seeing Abel and Karen. Where's everyone else? Carlo and Chu Xinran are busy handling tribe matters, Abel replied. Hearing this, the chieftain felt a tinge of disappointment. His relationship with Carlo had always been distant. After hearing that the chieftain was awake, the shaman, Carlo, and Chu Xinran came to see him. The shaman and Chu Xinran helped change the bandages on the chieftain's back, and then the shaman said, Rice, you are no longer in danger, but your back is seriously injured, and you cannot do heavy work in the future. You need to rest in bed. The chieftain sighed upon hearing this. He had already anticipated such a result. After sustaining such a serious injury, there would definitely be after effects. Carlo reported the current situation in the tribe to the chieftain. We have finished processing the prey we caught this time, and the mothers in the tribe are busy making them into cured meat and jerky. With the high temperatures, it should be ready in a few days. All right, I understand. The chieftain slowly tried to sit up, and Abel hurried over to help him. Since the chieftain had been lying down due to his back injury, he was now sitting upright, looking seriously at the people present, and said, Today I want to announce something. I've been considering this for a long time, and it is time to tell you. Seeing the chieftain's demeanor, the shaman knew what he was about to say. Hearing the chieftain's words, everyone looked at him curiously, wondering what significant announcement he was going to make. I'm already quite old, and now with such a serious injury, I don't know what after effects I will have. Therefore, I think it is time for me to step down as chieftain and let you capable young people take on this role and continue leading our Lion-Tiger tribe forward. Uncle Chieftain. Everyone looked at the chieftain in shock, not expecting him to say such a thing. Uncle Chieftain, don't say that. If you rest, you will get better. You have led us so well. Everyone in the tribe hopes you recover quickly and continue to be our chieftain. Chu Xinran advised. The chieftain shook his head. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. I am telling you this mainly to inform you about how to elect a new chieftain. Upon hearing this, Abel raised his head, focusing on the chieftain. As this matter was of great significance to him, I discussed with the priest, and a new clan leader will be chosen from among Abel, Carlo, Kevin, and Darl. Once I feel better, I will gather all the members of the tribe together to vote. The others were stunned when they heard about this election method, and Abel was also somewhat surprised. He thought the election of the clan leader would involve candidates competing to capture prey or something similar. But it turned out to be a vote by the tribe members. In fact, the clan leader and the priest had debated for a long time without persuading each other. Generally speaking, a clan leader and a priest hold significant power and can directly appoint the next clan leader. But the clan leader favored Abel while the priest preferred Carlo. So neither could convince the other. Later, the clan leader proposed that Abel, Carlo, and the other two could go hunting, and whoever catches the most prey would become the clan leader. Many tribes use this method to elect their leaders, but the priest rejected this idea. In the past, when many tribes used this method, some orcs went to dangerous places to try to hunt more beasts to become the clan leader, resulting in injuries. The priest opposed this method, fearing that the young people in the tribe would harm themselves. After much discussion, they finally settled on the method of allowing all tribe members to vote for their preferred leader, which was the fairest way. Although Abel was surprised, he was still eager to seize the position of the clan leader of the lion and tiger tribe. Carlo, on the other hand, remained indifferent. Having no particular thoughts about the position of clan leader, it didn't matter to him whether he became one or not. Kevin and Darl were surprised that they were included among the candidates. Kevin quickly waved his hands, saying he didn't want to be the clan leader because it was too hard. He preferred to follow Carlo to hunt and enjoy meals with Xinran. Darl was equally confused, saying, "Why would I be included? I'm not good at many things. I can't be the clan leader." All right, the candidates are chosen based on their abilities. You four are the strongest young orcs in our tribe, so this matter is settled, the clan leader insisted. In the end, this decision was made, and the other members of the tribe were also curious when they learned about it, surprised that such a method could be used to choose a leader. However, it was also quite good as they could support the leader they wanted. After this matter, everything in the tribe returned to normal. Carlo did not dwell on the election for clan leader and continued doing what he was supposed to do. Abel was different. He became much more active in the tribe recently and was no longer as sharp-tongued as before, making it difficult for others to respond. Abel believed that this election method was relatively fair because he and Carlo had similar popularity among the tribe members. Carlo spoke little and seldom interacted with the tribe, while Abel's sharp tongue often left tribe members feeling exasperated, so neither had particularly favorable reputations. However, there was a significant variable next to Carlo, Chu Xinran. Abel thought that if females were included in the election for clan leader, Chu Xinran would undoubtedly become the leader of the lion and tiger tribe, as everyone in the tribe liked her. Abel had never seen anyone who didn't like Chu Xinran. So, would the tribe members vote for Carlo because of Chu Xinran? Abel was very worried. Chapter 224. The clan leader is chosen after resting for a few days. Reese gradually recovered, and when he was able to walk, he eagerly prepared to summon the tribe members to select the new clan leader. When Pierce heard this news, he came to join in the excitement. But he felt that this matter was entirely predictable. Even he, an outsider, knew that Carlo was the most favored candidate in the lion and tiger tribe. When Reese announced that the tribe would vote for Carlo, Abel, and the other three, he surprisingly received votes for Abel. From my personal perspective, I tend to favor Abel. He is quick-witted, calm in emergencies, and very capable, so everyone should think carefully. Upon hearing Reese's words, the priest looked at him with some anger. How could Reese be so biased? His words would undoubtedly influence some people's choices in the tribe. Chu Xinran looked at Carlo on the stage and noticed that he had no reaction, just standing quietly. When he saw Chu Xinran looking at him, he gave her a reassuring smile. Abel, hearing Reese's words, rarely showed a smile. He nervously clenched his hands, watching the people below. Pierce looked at Reese with some confusion. As far as he knew, Reese was Carlo's father. Why was he showing such favoritism towards Abel? The voting officially began, and everyone in the tribe had to go on stage and hand over a piece of grass to the orc they supported, perhaps influenced by Reese's earlier comments. The situation that Pierce expected, where Carlo would lead by a large margin, did not occur. The number of supporters for Carlo and Abel was surprisingly similar, while Kevin and Darl occasionally received a few scattered supporters. Half of the tribe had already voted when it was Chu Xinran's turn to go up. Abel watched as Chu Xinran walked step by step to the stage, feeling inexplicably nervous, focusing on every movement she made. Although he knew she would definitely support Carlo. What if a miracle happened? Unfortunately, no miracle occurred. Without hesitation, Chu Xinran passed by Abel and walked towards Carlo, handing him the piece of grass and giving him a comforting hug. As Chu Xinran embraced Carlo, the crowd below erupted in cheers, and Abel closed his eyes in pain, not wanting to see this scene that hurt him deeply. After Chu Xinran cast her vote, the following votes reversed the situation. Almost everyone who came up voted for Carlo, and Carlo began to take the lead. By the time Amy came to vote, Carlo had already pulled ahead of Abel by dozens of votes. Abel's face was already difficult to look at, as if he had suffered a great blow. Seeing Abel like this, Amy, feeling somewhat guilty, cast her vote for him. However, Amy's single vote could not change the fact that Carlo was leading by a large margin. When the voting ended, Carlo undoubtedly became the one with the most supporters among the four. Seeing this result, Reese's expression turned a bit dark. He looked at Abel with some sympathy. But Abel was looking down, making it impossible to see his expression, even though Reese was inclined towards Abel in his heart. Now that Carlo had been elected by the tribe, he had no choice but to step forward and announce to everyone. According to the voting results, our new clan leader of the Lion and Tiger tribe is Carlo. The crowd cheered, and Carlo maintained his usual calm demeanor. But Chu Xinran was very happy for Carlo. Previously, Chu Xinran had asked Carlo if he wanted to be the clan leader, and Carlo had replied that it didn't matter to him, whether he became one or not. He would still do what needed to be done for the tribe. Chu Xinran was delighted that Carlo had contributed so much for the tribe, which everyone had seen and supported. After Reese announced the result, Abel left the square without looking back. Seeing Abel like this, Reese worriedly chased after him. Amy wanted to follow as well, but seeing that Reese had already caught up, she stopped and stood still. When Reese found Abel, he was sitting by the river, staring blankly at the water. Reese quietly walked over and sat beside Abel, comforting him. Abel, don't lose heart. Not being elected as the clan leader this time doesn't mean your abilities are weaker than Carlo's. You mustn't let this setback bring you down. Uncle. Abel lifted his head to look at Reese, his eyes red. But my dream since childhood has been to be the clan leader, and you have always known that. Now that I can't become the clan leader, what should I do in the future? Reese patted Abel's shoulder and sighed deeply. He knew, of course, how obsessed Abel was with the position of clan leader, which is why he had been supporting him tirelessly. But now that the reality was like this, Reese didn't know what else to say. Abel had been abandoned by his wandering orc parents since childhood, leaving him with a profound sense of insecurity. He became very attached to everything he wanted, believing that only by tightly holding on to things could he prevent them from being abandoned or lost again. Throughout his life, Abel had only a few obsessions. One was Reese, who had raised him since he was little. His deep feelings for Reese often led him to compete for attention with Carlo, seeking Reese's notice. Once Reese realized Abel's thoughts, he felt pity for him and gradually began to favor Abel, who got what he wished for. The second thing he wanted was Chu Xinran, but she was wholeheartedly devoted to Carlo. No matter how much Abel didn't want to admit it, he had to face the fact that he couldn't take Chu Xinran away from Carlo. Abel's last and deepest obsession was the position of clan leader. He believed that only by sitting in that position could he have control over everything in the Lion-Tiger tribe and never be abandoned again, as a tribe would never abandon its leader. But now this last obsession had also been taken away by Carlo. Abel felt nothing but emptiness and deep resentment. Why did Carlo have to take the position of clan leader after stealing Chu Xinran? Why did all his efforts go unnoticed by the tribe and by Chu Xinran? All they saw was Carlo. Why was this happening? Chapter 225. Negotiating terms. When Carlo succeeded as clan leader, a simple ceremony took place. Reese handed over a ceremonial item representing the power of the clan leader to Carlo, officially announcing him as the new clan leader of the Lion-Tiger tribe. After Carlo became the clan leader, the Lion-Tiger tribe welcomed a guest, Arwa. Ever since she learned that Hanks was attacking the Lion-Tiger tribe, she had been worried, unsure if Abel would be harmed in the war, and whether he would hate her, considering it was her father who was attacking them. When Arwa arrived at the entrance of the Lion-Tiger tribe with several orcs, she was met with unanimous rejection from the tribe members, who still remembered the enmity with the Food Beast tribe and naturally had no good feelings for Arwa, who came from there. Faced with this scene, Arwa felt very awkward and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Chu Xinran came over just in time to help her out. Chu Xinran looked at the several orcs behind Arwa and hesitated before saying, Arwa, it's fine for you to come into our Lion-Tiger tribe, but these orcs behind you cannot. Arwa understood and nodded. I understand, it's okay. Let them wait outside. I'll go in alone. Hearing this, The orcs behind Arwa protested. No, Miss Arwa, the clan leader sent us to protect you. You can't go in alone. Who knows what they might do to you? Shut up. Arwa turned around and shouted at them. Follow my orders and wait here. In the end, only Arwa followed Chu Xinran inside. After the last war, Chu Xinran knew that Arwa shouldn't be blamed for it, but Hanks was indeed her father, and she didn't know how to interact with Arwa anymore. Xinran, can you take me to meet your clan leader? I have some matters to discuss with him. Chu Xinran nodded and took Arwa to see Carlo. When Arwa saw Carlo, she was surprised. Carlo, you become the clan leader of your lion tiger tribe? Yes, it was just decided a few days ago, Chu Xinran replied. Arwa was very shocked. If Carlo was the clan leader, then where was Abel? He must be feeling very down. What do you need from me? Carlo's voice interrupted Arwa's thoughts. Arwa collected her shocked expression and got down to business. I came mainly to talk about the several orcs from our food beast tribe that you captured last time. Their families are waiting desperately for their return, so I hope you can release them. No matter what conditions you propose, our food beast tribe can agree. This was actually Arwa's decision alone, as Hanks would certainly be unwilling to redeem these captives. He believed that those who were captured were weak and didn't want to redeem these incapable orcs. However, Arwa strongly opposed this. Seeing the sadness of these orcs' families made her feel compassion, so she insisted on coming to the lion-tiger tribe to negotiate, hoping to find a way to redeem these orcs. Hearing Arwa say this, Chu Xinran was somewhat surprised. She had heard from Pierce that Hanks wouldn't care about the captives taken by other tribes. He didn't care about their lives at all. But now Arwa had come personally to redeem them. Carlo thought for a moment and then said, 1 orc for 3 fawn-tooth beasts. The lion-tiger tribe had captured a total of 10 orcs from the food beast tribe, so Arwa would need to provide 30 fawn-tooth beasts to exchange for these orcs. This was already quite cheap. Previously, 3 fawn-tooth beasts couldn't even be traded for a can of salt. But Carlo considered that it was the hot season and wild beasts were difficult to catch, so he lowered the standard considerably. Arwa quickly nodded. As long as she could redeem these orcs, this reward was reasonable. All right, I will send someone to bring the 30 fawn-tooth beasts over as soon as possible. After Arwa finished discussing this matter, she looked at Chu Xinran and asked Xinran, where's Abel? I need to talk to him. I don't know where Abel is right now, but he should still be in the tribe. You can go look for him, Chu Xinran replied. Okay, thank you, Xinran. Arwa sincerely thanked her and then went to search for Abel around the tribe. As Arwa walked through the lion-tiger tribe, she could clearly feel the unusual stares from others, which made her a bit sad. After all, the last time she came, these people welcomed her warmly. Now, it had all been ruined by the war instigated by her father. Arwa searched for Abel for a long time in the lion-tiger tribe, but couldn't find him. Eventually, she found him under a big tree not far outside the tribe. Abel. Arwa ran to Abel's side. Abel looked up coldly at Arwa and said nothing. Arwa felt a bit sad at Abel's glance. She took his hand and said, I missed you so much after such a long time. What about you? Arwa knew Abel wouldn't answer this question, and she didn't expect him to. She asked again, Abel, I heard that Carlo has become a clan leader. Are you feeling down because of this? Isn't it obvious? Why are you asking me this? Are you here to mock me? Abel suddenly stared at Arwa and said coldly, without mercy. Alva was startled by the way Abel looked. It had been a while since they last met. And why did Abel seem so filled with resentment now? He was nothing like the old him. Abel, what's wrong? How could I possibly mock you? I'm just concerned about you. Abel let out a cold laugh without responding. Abel, I came to find you today because I actually want to persuade you to come with me to the Beast Eater tribe. Now that Carlo has become the chief. If nothing unexpected happens, you will never be able to become the chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe again. Why not come with me to our Beast Eater tribe? My father said he would definitely value you and train you to become the next chief of our Beast Eater tribe. After some heartfelt persuasion, Abel remained silent for a long time before finally asking, Can you guarantee that? Hearing Abel's question, all of his eyes lit up with surprise, and he quickly nodded, Yes, yes, yes. Abel, does this mean you agree to come with me to our tribe? Abel looked towards the Lion-Tiger tribe with some hesitation and replied, I haven't agreed. I still need to think about it for a while. When I made my decision, I'll let you know. All right, all right, all right. I'll arrange for a beastman to stay by the sea. If you decide, just go find that beastman. Alva was very happy. Abel's attitude had softened a lot this time. Chapter 226. Relationship progress. Carlo had just become chief and was busy with many things. Chu Xinran tried to make him some delicious food at home to replenish his strength. One day, when Carlo returned, he unexpectedly brought a bouquet of fresh flowers for Chu Xinran, who was very surprised to receive them. What made you think of giving me flowers today? Chu Xinran asked happily, finding a vase to put the flowers in. Seeing Chu Xinran so happy, Carlo felt he was doing too little. Today, he had seen Kevin hunting and stopped to pick some beautiful flowers, knowing they were for Nina. Carlo thought he should also pick some for Chu Xinran. Since that day, every time Carlo came back from outside, he would bring a fresh bouquet for Chu Xinran, who would always be very happy and change the flowers in the vase every day. However, besides the flowers, Chu Xinran felt that Carlo had been acting strangely lately. He had been giving her various gifts. Not that he hadn't given gifts before, but not as frequently as now. Moreover, he had been going out to hunt more often recently, sometimes for many days at a time, returning with injuries. Chu Xinran discussed this with Amy and Nina, who just smiled at her without saying anything, as if they were hiding something. "You two, tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me?" Chu Xinran asked suspiciously. "Oh, you'll know when the time comes. We can't tell you now." No matter how Chu Xinran pressured or coaxed them, Amy and Nina remained tight-lipped, leaving her feeling anxious and confused about what they were planning. One day, Amy and Nina took Chu Xinran to the wild to pick some wild fruits. After they had enough, Chu Xinran wanted to return to the tribe, but Amy and Nina insisted she stay. Nina looked at the sky and suggested, "Xinran, let's wait a bit longer. I want to pick a few more wild fruits." Chu Xinran looked at the fruits in their hands and asked curiously, "But we have enough already. If we pick more, we won't be able to eat them all, and they might spoil. I've had a good appetite lately. I can eat several, so don't worry about them spoiling." Nina lied poorly. Chu Xinran could tell that Amy and Nina were lying, but she was unsure of what they were up to, so she stayed with them in the wild a bit longer. When the time was right, Amy and Nina finally led Chu Xinran back to the tribe. As she walked, Chu Xinran felt uneasy, thinking something big was about to happen. When she reached the entrance of the tribe, she was startled to see that the gate was decorated with many flowers, looking very beautiful. Inside the gate, there was also a flower path leading to the house she shared with Carlo. Chu Xinran covered her mouth in surprise, feeling both delighted and touched. Carlo stood in front of their house, holding a bouquet of flowers. What surprised Chu Xinran even more was that two Tyrannosaurus beasts were lying behind Carlo. Their massive bodies sprawled out. "What is going on? Where did you get these Tyrannosaurus beasts?" Chu Xinran asked, astonished, as she approached Carlo and pointed at the beasts. Carlo did not answer her question. Instead, he looked at her affectionately, took out a necklace from his pocket, and nervously yet firmly asked, "Xinran, will you pair with me?" Chu Xinran immediately understood Carlo's intentions. She looked at the necklace in his hand, her voice choked with emotion. "What are you doing?" "Of course, I want to pair with you. Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" Chu Xinran had heard from Amy and Nina that there was a tradition on the beastman continent, when a beastman wanted to pair with a female, to express the importance of the female and to ask for the beast god's blessing for the couple to be together forever. The beastman would typically capture the two most powerful wild beasts on the continent, either a Tyrannosaurus or a fire beast. They would then knock out the teeth of the Tyrannosaurus and fire beast to make a necklace to give to their beloved female, and the beast god would bless them to be together for eternity. However, the Tyrannosaurus and fire beast were the most fearsome beasts on the continent, and very few beastmen could subdue them. Many lost their lives when encountering these beasts. Yet Carlo had somehow captured two Tyrannosaurus beasts for her. It was the hot season, and the Tyrannosaurus was already difficult to find. In the past, Carlo and his group would avoid confronting them directly. How much hardship had Carlo gone through to hunt these two Tyrannosaurus beasts? No wonder he returned from hunting with injuries during this time. The other members of the tribe stood to the side, watching them with smiles. Chu Xinran saw Reese, the priest, Kevin, Dao, Amy, Nina, and even Pierce, all looking at them with blessings, and Amy even wiped away tears of emotion. Carlo smiled and carefully placed the necklace around Chu Xinran's neck, then solemnly asked, "So, will you pair with me?" "Of course I will," Chu Xinran said with a smile, and immediately jumped into Carlo's arms. The onlookers began to cheer loudly, shouting, "Kiss! Quiche! Quiche!" Chu Xinran playfully glared at the crowd, but still happily pulled Carlo closer and kissed him. Carlo leaned down in response, and the two embraced in a kiss. The cheers from the tribe grew louder, and the lion-tiger tribe was filled with laughter and joyous atmosphere. Since Chu Xinran had agreed to pair with Carlo, their pairing ceremony needed to be scheduled, and the tribe members could clearly see that Carlo had been in a good mood lately, smiling much more often. Chu Xinran and Carlo were filled with laughter, but on Abel's side, it was bleak. He couldn't believe that Chu Xinran was really going to pair up with Carlo. In a short period of time, he had lost the position of chief that he had longed for, and now he had also lost the female he liked. All of this was taken away by Carlo. Chapter 227. Abel's pain while preparing for the pairing ceremony with Chu Xinran. Carlo also began training the orcs of the tribe. After the previous battle with the beast-eating tribe, Carlo knew that they would eventually face them again, So in order to defeat the beast-eating tribe in the future, the combat power of the lion and tiger tribe needed to be raised to another level. Otherwise, they would struggle in battle. Later, Carlo sought out Pierce. Pierce, are you willing to join us in fighting against the beast-eating tribe? Carlo asked. Pierce nodded without hesitation. Of course. My parents were killed by Hanks, and I will never forget this grudge. I'm always ready to take revenge on him. After reaching a consensus with Pierce, the lion and tiger tribe trained together with the orcs of the climbing beast tribe. In addition to developing more weapons, Carlo focused primarily on strengthening the orcs' physical fitness and their reaction abilities. During these days of training, Abel was always distracted. After Carlo reminded him several times without effect, he let Abel return to rest first and come back to train when he was in better spirits. Although it was currently the hot season, the orcs in the tribe were very enthusiastic about training. Carlo also discussed with Chu Xinran and decided to hold their pairing ceremony during the rainy season. Because it was the hot season, the orcs consumed more energy during training, and each time they returned, they were drenched in sweat. Chu Xinran was constantly thinking of ways to help these orcs replenish their energy. Previously, she often used to soak black fruits in the cold river water overnight, and after chilling, they were very refreshing to eat. However, they hadn't found many black fruits yet, so this method was no longer feasible. In the end, Chu Xinran came up with a solution. She asked Carlo to make her a stone vessel similar to a garlic masher, making it thinner with a few small holes drilled at the bottom. She placed the cleaned wild fruits inside, used a long wooden stick to mash them, and, after mashing, the juice flowed out through the holes at the bottom, allowing the tribe members to drink the juice. After chilling the extracted juice in the river overnight, it turned out to be even better than directly placing wild fruits, and it was well received by everyone in the tribe. Chu Xinran still set aside time every day to teach the children in the tribe. The older children were making rapid progress and had learned a lot. After Carlo became the chief, Chu Xinran had the children register everyone's names in the tribe, writing down the names of each family together, and then counting how many people there were in the tribe, recording everyone's detailed information. Everything in the tribe was proceeding smoothly. But Chu Xinran noticed that Abel had been acting very strangely lately, unable to concentrate on anything, often lost in thought, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Even Amy, who had long stopped talking to Abel, was worried and went to talk to him. Abel, I know that Carlo and Xinran pairing up has affected you, but you can't keep going on like this. Amy said worriedly, looking at Abel. Our war with the beast-eating tribe is about to start, and if you continue to lack spirit, what will happen on the battlefield? Abel, we are one tribe. Regardless of any sentiments, I don't want anything to happen to you. So you need to adjust your mindset. Let's work together to make the tribe better, okay? Amy earnestly spoke for a long time, but Abel showed little reaction, leaving Amy frustrated as she didn't know what to do with him. Abel, are you really going to keep falling into despair like this? Can you not live without Xinran? Do you owe it to the tribe that raised you since childhood? Do you owe it to Uncle Reese, who cares for you? Amy exclaimed angrily. Abel glanced at Amy and hoarsely replied, I owe it to them. Abel, have a clear conscience. I owe it to everyone in the tribe. But how do you treat me? Not even the ones who voted for me to be chief are here. Am I so unworthy of trust in your eyes? So you're still upset about not being voted for chief? Amy looked at Abel with disappointment. Yes, I am upset. I can't understand where I fall short compared to Carlo. I can't understand why Carlo has taken everything from me. Abel couldn't help but shout in anger. What you're saying makes no sense. Those things were never yours. How can you say Carlo took them from you? And if we're talking about taking, you were the one who took Carlo's father away. Although they didn't say it out loud, everyone could see that Uncle Reese had always favored Abel since childhood and had been very harsh on Carlo. Whenever Carlo had a conflict with Abel, Uncle Reese would always help Abel, scolding Carlo on his behalf. Those who watched from the sidelines felt it was unfair for Carlo. But Carlo never complained, and since Uncle Reese was an elder, they felt it inappropriate to criticize him. So they simply watched Carlo grow up under Uncle Reese's unfair treatment. Carlo had never complained about anything. The position of chief and Xinran were all earned through his own efforts. How could Abel now say that Carlo had taken his things? Abel was stunned, but quickly retorted, Uncle Reese treats Carlo this way not because of me, but because he resents Carlo for killing his female. Can you honestly say you haven't exaggerated? Can you say you haven't done anything? Amy was extremely disappointed in Abel. She had always thought that although Abel was somewhat obsessive, he was a good person, just a bit sharp-tongued. But hearing him now shift all the blame onto others, pushing his failures onto others, left Amy utterly disheartened. Is the position of chief really that important to you? Amy sighed and asked this question before turning away without looking back. Only Abel remained behind, muttering to himself. Of course it's important, the most important. You all don't understand its significance to me. Chapter 228. The final choice first. He lost the position of chief. And now even Chu Xinran was going to pair up with Carlo. Abel was now completely engulfed in despair, not knowing what he could do next. After talking with Amy, Abel thought for a long time and ultimately decided to talk to Chu Xinran once more. When Chu Xinran saw Abel coming to find her, she was not surprised at all. She had felt that Abel was acting strangely lately and had been wanting to talk to him. The two arrived at a large tree not far from the tribe, and neither spoke first. In the end, it was Chu Xinran who broke the silence. Abel, what's wrong with you lately? You seem like a different person. We are all very worried about you. And you? Are you worried about me too? Abel coldly laughed and replied, Of course. We are friends, and we have gone through so much together. Not only am I worried about you, but Amy and Nina are also worried about you, and Carlo and Kevin are too. Do you understand? Chu Xinran looked at Abel, whose eyes were gloomy, and said with concern, You know very well that's not what I meant. Chu Xinran fell silent, unsure of what to say. She has always known about Abel's feelings for her, but she thought that as long as she pretended not to know and kept her distance from Abel, their friendship could continue as it was. However, it was clear that Abel wanted to make things clear now. Abel, you know that I'm going to pair up with Carlo. After a long time, Chu Xinran said this. Abel closed his eyes, feeling a bit sad. I know, you don't need to remind me. Xinran, I've known you for so long, and I've treated you so well. Why didn't you want to like me? Why did you choose Carlo? What am I lacking compared to him? Abel, the first person I met when I came here was Carlo. You can't understand the kind of feeling. No matter how many people I meet in the future, I will never forget Carlo. It took a lot for Carlo and me to be together. Feelings are strange things. Once you fixate on someone, it will always be that person and can never change. Chu Xinran found it hard to explain why she liked Carlo. But by the time she realized it, Carlo had already deeply rooted himself in her heart. Carlo always put her first in everything he did, and she felt the same way about Carlo. She willingly stayed in the lion-tiger tribe to help the people there with many tasks. And a large part of the reason was Carlo, aside from her friendship with those people. When she did these things with Carlo by her side, she felt at ease. Whenever she was tired, just a glance at Carlo would fill her with strength. These were things that no one else could replace. Listening to Chu Xinran talk about her feelings for Carlo, Abel felt like his heart was bleeding. At first, Abel only thought of Chu Xinran as a means to an end. He knew she had many creative ideas that could strengthen a tribe, which would be very useful for him to become the leader of the lion-tiger tribe. But as he spent more time with Chu Xinran, his heart became increasingly uncontrollable. He had resisted before, but he couldn't deceive his own heart. Watching Chu Xinran's relationship with Carlo improve, his heart was in constant torment. Xinran, can you give me one more chance? Don't pair up with Carlo, okay? I've already lost my position as leader. I don't want to lose you too. Abel was unwilling and wanted to fight for it one more time. Seeing Abel's increasingly desperate demeanor, Chu Xinran didn't know what to say. She took a few steps back and advised, Abel, you know this is impossible. I like Carlo, and I want to pair up with him. Abel, feelings cannot be forced. Why do you have to be so fixated on me? There are many females in the tribe who like you. When you take your eyes off me, you'll find many others worth liking. Abel didn't want to hear Chu Xinran say these things. He knew she cared about Amy. Is it because of Amy that you won't accept me? Of course not, Chu Xinran said in frustration. It's because I like Carlo that I can't accept you. It's because I consider you a friend that I can't accept you. Abel, you're a good person, and I'm very willing to consider you a good friend. Chu Xinran didn't want to make things awkward with Abel. They were from the same tribe and would have to get along for a long time. And Abel was indeed a good person. Although he could be harsh at times, he was also a capable orc who would help others. Abel sneered, clearly not believing Chu Xinran's words. If he were really such a good person, then why didn't Chu Xinran like him? All of Chu Xinran's words felt like lies to him. Abel, I hope you understand that many people in the tribe are worried about you. Carlo, Kevin, and Dahl have grown up with you. Although they don't say it, they're all concerned about your recent abnormal behavior. I hope you can become the old Abel again. But I'm not in a hurry. You can adjust your mindset slowly, and we'll all wait for you. Chu Xinran earnestly spoke to Abel, hoping to improve his mood and help him recover quickly. However, what Chu Xinran didn't know was that the more she spoke, the more Abel could clearly feel that she didn't like him and only treated him as a friend from the tribe. His dark thoughts became increasingly difficult to suppress. Xinran, I'll ask you one last time. You still choose Carlo, right? Abel clenched his fists and asked. Yes, I'm sorry. Abel, Chu Xinran replied apologetically. Okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me so much today. I'll think it over. You should go back now. I want to be alone for a while. Chu Xinran looked at Abel with some concern, wanting to say something, but she had already said what needed to be said, so she slowly left. Abel watched Chu Xinran's departing figure and gave a miserable smile. It wasn't his fault. They forced him. The position of leader was taken by Carlo, and Xinran stood on Carlo's side. They were all forcing him. If Xinran were willing to give up Carlo, he would never have taken this step. They were all forcing him. Abel's nails dug deeply into his palms as he walked away without looking back, heading toward the sea, toward the orc that Alva mentioned. Chapter 229. Abel's betrayal. Abel found the orc that Alva had left by the sea and told him that he had decided to leave the lion-tiger tribe. Are you sure? You need to know that once you choose to follow me to our beast-eater tribe, you'll be one of us forever and can't go back to the lion-tiger tribe. Abel turned to look back at the direction of the lion-tiger tribe. Thinking of his suffering these days, watching Carlo become the leader while Chu Xinran was about to pair up with Carlo, he nodded firmly. Let's go. There's nothing here worth my nostalgia anymore, Abel said decisively, seeing that Abel was indeed determined. The orc nodded in satisfaction and led Abel toward the direction of the beast-eater tribe. At this moment, no one in the lion-tiger tribe knew that Abel had betrayed them, the place he had grown up in. Chu Xinran was very worried that Abel had not returned for a long time. Why hasn't Abel come back yet? He said he would return after a while. Hearing this, Carlo comforted her by patting her back. Don't worry, Abel is very capable. He generally won't run into trouble. Even if he encounters some danger, he can handle it. Just wait a bit longer. However, Abel still had not returned by nightfall, and Carlo finally sensed something was wrong. He asked Chu Xinran and Amy to stay in the tribe to prepare dinner while he went outside the tribe with Kevin and Dahl to search for Abel. Carlo stepped out of the tribe and roared at the sky, but there was no response for a long time. Seeing this, Carlo's frown deepened. Carlo, Abel wouldn't really have gotten into an accident, would he? Kevin and Dahl were also very worried because this was the signal they usually use to contact each other. If Abel heard it, he would definitely respond. Carlo's expression became grim. Let's keep looking. Carlo's sense of smell was always keen, and he led Kevin and Dahl along Abel's scent, eventually arriving at the seaside. But when they reached the seaside and carefully sniffed the air, Carlo's face suddenly became serious, and he said in a low voice, "Something's not right. Why is there a scent of beast-eater tribe orcs here?" The orcs from the beast-eater tribe, due to countless killings, always left behind some brutal aura in their surroundings. Carlo, having fought against the orcs from the beast-eater tribe, immediately recognized this scent. No way. Kevin and Dar were somewhat incredulous. The seaside was considered part of their lion-tiger tribe's territory, and orcs patrolled it every day. If there were orcs from the beast-eater tribe staying here, they certainly wouldn't go unnoticed. However, Carlo and Kevin carefully searched along the beach and found signs of habitation behind a rock, a pile of ashes from a fire and remnants of beasts. Who was responsible for patrolling this area? Carlo asked coldly. Kevin and Dar thought back and realized that it had always been Abel who patrolled the seaside. No wonder when I suggested rotating everyone's patrol areas last time, Abel strongly opposed it, insisting that he alone should be responsible for the seaside. What is Abel up to? Is he really colluding with the beast-eater tribe? Kevin was unwilling to believe this, but Abel had indeed been acting strangely lately. The most crucial point was that there were orcs from the beast-eater tribe living by the seaside, yet Abel had been concealing this from them, even protecting the orcs from the beast-eater tribe. If it weren't because Abel had colluded with the beast-eater tribe, then what could be the reason? Carlo, what should we do? Kevin and Dar looked at Carlo, feeling somewhat at a loss. Carlo was silent for a moment before finally responding. Let's return to the tribe first. Don't tell anyone about this. Just say we haven't found Abel yet. The three of them returned to the tribe with heavy hearts. Chu Xinran and Amy rushed over as soon as they saw them back. How is it? Did you find Abel? Carlo shook his head, and at that moment, Reese and the priest hurried over upon hearing the news. What is going on? Carlo, you've just become the leader, and such a big mistake has already happened. How can you be the leader like this? Reese immediately began to blame Carlo. Uncle, this isn't Carlo's fault. Carlo has done his best to find Abel. How can you blame him? Chu Xinran defended Carlo, looking at Reese. But Carlo is now the leader of a lion-tiger tribe. If anything goes wrong with anyone in the tribe, Carlo, as the leader, must take responsibility. Reese replied, somewhat angrily. Now that Abel is missing, we don't even know what happened. Reese was getting anxious and piled all the blame onto Carlo. It must be because Carlo becoming the leader has caused Abel to feel hopeless. I've said it before, Abel has a deep obsession with becoming the leader. If he didn't become the leader, something would definitely happen. After hearing Reese's words, everyone was at a loss for words. Yes, Abel was indeed very obsessed with becoming the leader, but Carlo was elected by the votes of everyone in the tribe. It couldn't be that just because Abel wanted to be the leader more, everyone had to choose him, and Carlo had to give up the position. Uncle Resh. Abel's disappearance has nothing to do with Carlo. You shouldn't blame Carlo. This is not his fault at all. Even Kevin, who usually seldom contradicted Reese, couldn't help but speak up. But the more people stood by Carlo, the more Reese felt sorry for the lonely Abel. Why was there no one willing to stand by Abel's side? Carlo, since you are now the leader, you must be responsible for finding Abel. If you can't bring him back, it means you're not fit to hold the position of leader. Your abilities are insufficient. In a fit of anger, Reese's words became even more hurtful. Reese, you have gone mad. The priest finally couldn't help but scold Reese. The others looked at Reese in shock. Uncle Reese, how can you say that? What has Carlo done wrong? Kevin truly couldn't understand why Reese would belittle Carlo like this. He held back again and again, but ultimately couldn't resist revealing what they had discovered today. Okay, don't you want to know where Abel has gone? Then let me tell you. Abel has colluded with the orcs from the Beast Eater tribe. He might have already gone to the Beast Eater tribe with those orcs. What? Everyone present exclaimed in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Abel would never do such a thing. Reese shouted emotionally, unable to believe that Abel would do this. Yes, although Abel has indeed been in a bad mood lately. How could he betray our tribe? He would never do such a thing. Amy also refused to believe it. The Abel she knew was not that kind of person. Why would I lie to you? At first, Kevin also couldn't believe it. But the facts are right in front of us. There's been an orc from the Beast Eater tribe living by the seaside, and Abel was responsible for patrolling there. Yet he never told us about it. Now, Abel has disappeared along with that orc from the Beast Eater tribe. If Abel hasn't betrayed us, then why else would this happen? Many people present fell into shock. Most of them had watched Abel grow up since childhood. Although Abel had a somewhat eccentric personality, he had done a lot for the tribe. How could he choose to betray the tribe? Carlo, you speak. Is what Kevin said true? Reese refused to believe Kevin's words and looked sternly at Carlo. Carlo glanced at Reese and replied calmly, Dad, what Kevin said is true. Abel is indeed missing and has disappeared with that orc from the Beast Eater tribe. Reese seemed to be greatly impacted, stepping back a few paces, his hands trembling. How could this happen? How could that child do this? The atmosphere in the Lion-Tiger tribe became gloomy. No one expected that Abel would truly leave the Lion-Tiger tribe. Why did this happen? Everyone, don't be too anxious. Perhaps this is all just a coincidence. We're still not sure if Abel really went to the Beast Eater tribe, so please don't be so sad. Chu Xinran couldn't help but step forward to comfort everyone. Seeing their sorrowful faces, no one responded to Chu Xinran's words. Only Carlo came over and took her hand. Chu Xinran might be right, but everyone present knew that all the signs indicated that Abel had indeed betrayed them and colluded with the people from the Beast Eater tribe. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere in the Lion-Tiger tribe, a lively welcome ceremony was taking place in the Beast Eater tribe. Abel, welcome to our Beast Eater tribe. Hanks laughed heartily as he shook Abel's hand, happily saying. Abel forced a smile, but his mood was low. Even now, he still didn't know if his decision was right. But from the moment he stepped into the Beast Eater tribe's gates, there was no turning back. Alva appeared particularly excited beside him. She hadn't expected that Abel would really be willing to join their Beast Eater tribe. She looked at Abel with affectionate and happy eyes. Hanks, seeing Alva finally happy again, sighed. Their relationship had been somewhat tense lately, as Alva had begun to doubt his past actions. To please Alva, Hanks had wholeheartedly accepted Abel this time and promised to promote him in the future, which brought a smile back to Alva's face. However, aside from Hanks and Charles, who genuinely welcomed Abel, many orcs in the Beast Eater tribe were not fond of Abel. Hanks had always been very strict with the orcs in the Beast Eater tribe. Even if someone achieved merit, once they made a mistake, Hanks would immediately turn against them. So these orcs always acted cautiously. But now that Abel had arrived, Hanks had directly expressed his intention to promote Abel, which made it hard for the other orcs to accept. Apart from these people, more orcs who were dissatisfied with Abel were, because of Alva. Alva was very popular in the beast-eating tribe, with many suitors. Besides being beautiful and having a naive and lovely personality, she was more importantly the daughter of Hanks. It was well known that Hanks had only one precious daughter, Alva. If someone could win Alva's favor, the position of the tribe leader of the beast-eating tribe would be within reach. So many people were vying to win Alva. However, now seeing Alva's infatuated gaze towards Abel, these people all knew they had no chance. Alva clearly liked Abel very much, and her eyes couldn't accommodate anyone else. Hey, Jonathan, didn't you say you were determined to have Alva? But look, Alva isn't even glancing at you now. Her eyes are only on Abel. An orc teased Jonathan. Jonathan had been in the beast-eating tribe for a long time and had become familiar with the orcs there. He often told them that he would definitely be with Alva. Now seeing Alva infatuated with Abel, these orcs began to tease Jonathan. Jonathan clenched his fists and shot a cold glare at Abel. Abel seemed to notice Jonathan's gaze and glanced over. Recognizing an old acquaintance, Abel smiled playfully at Jonathan, surprised to encounter him here. Jonathan was further enraged by Abel's smile. In his view, Abel was provoking him. Jonathan had never regarded Abel highly before, but now he found himself looking up to him, standing in the crowd and watching Hanks warmly welcome him, and watching Alva, who had long ignored Jonathan's attempts to please her, now chatting amiably with Abel. Hanks was oblivious to the tension between Jonathan and Abel. Although he accepted Abel because of Alva, he still wanted to see if Abel was truly worthy of his attention. Abel, I welcome you to join our beast-eating tribe, but since you were once a member of the lion-tiger tribe, I must see some of your determination before I can truly trust you. Abel looked coldly at Hanks, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said, "Don't worry, I understand. In the next few days, I will lead people to attack the lion-tiger tribe once, so you can see my determination." Hearing this, Hanks nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Then let me see how great your determination really is." Jonathan was taken aback by Abel's words. He hadn't expected Abel to genuinely betray the lion-tiger tribe. He truly had become an enemy of the lion-tiger tribe. Chapter 231. Heartless madness. At this moment, the lion-tiger tribe was still unaware that Abel, whom they were lamenting and discussing, was plotting a war against them. Since learning about Abel's situation, Amy had been feeling very low, and Chu Xinran and Nina didn't know how to comfort her. When Amy accidentally pricked her hand again, Chu Xinran couldn't help but ask, "Amy, are you okay?" Amy forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine. I just still don't understand why Abel has become like this. Is the position of tribe leader so important to him? Important enough for him to abandon us, his friends, and the tribe he grew up in?" As Amy spoke, tears began to fall. Chu Xinran, feeling sad, patted her shoulder. "Amy, let's not dwell on Abel anymore. Let's focus on helping the tribe strengthen its military power and do our part. When the day comes that you see Abel, you can ask him these questions, okay?" Nina, putting down what she was holding, walked over and said. Amy wiped her tears, nodded, and said, "Okay, I understand. You don't have to worry about me. I'll figure it out soon. Rest assured, I won't hold the tribe back." Amy was still thinking that when she saw Abel, she would try to persuade him. She believed that Abel must have been momentarily confused, and as long as they talked to him, he would definitely return to the lion-tiger tribe. But while Amy held such naive thoughts, a cruel war shattered her fantasy. While everyone in the lion-tiger tribe was busy with their own tasks, a fire suddenly broke out in the woods at the front of the tribe, sending thick smoke rising into the air. When Carlo and Kevin discovered the situation, they hurriedly began gathering all the orcs to fetch water from the river to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran also led the females to use the stored water from the tribe to fight the fire. The area was surrounded by trees, and if the fire spread, they wouldn't be able to escape. At first, the fire wasn't too large. Carlo quickly brought many buckets of water from the river using wind carts, and the orcs from the climbing beast tribe also came over to help extinguish the flames. With the combined efforts of the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe, the fire quickly diminished and was gradually extinguished. Seeing the fire finally put out, Chu Xinran breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that a greater disaster had been averted. However, what Chu Xinran didn't know was that the worst was yet to come. Just as everyone was relieved, many orcs from the beast-eating tribe suddenly ran out, charging at them with weapons, led by Abel. The surprise attack from the beast-eating tribe caught everyone off guard, as many orcs from the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe had been busy fighting the fire and did not have their weapons. Only a few orcs had kept their weapons on them. Carlo quickly ordered all the females and elders to retreat while they, the orcs, stood in front to resist the enemies. Abel led the orcs from the beast-eating tribe fiercely, directly engaging in battle with Carlo, Kevin, and the others. Chu Xinran watched in disbelief as Abel fought at the forefront, her heart aching. She couldn't imagine that Abel would truly turn against his former brothers and use such despicable means. "Abel, what are you doing?" Reese shouted in despair from the back. But Abel didn't even glance back. He just kept swinging his weapon at these former tribesmen. The people Abel brought were all fully armed and well prepared, while many orcs from the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe had no weapons, having to use wooden buckets or pick up sticks from the ground to defend themselves, making it impossible to compete with the beast-eating tribe. Carlo drew the military knife that he had always kept close and wounded many orcs from the beast-eating tribe. However, the orcs from the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe suffered the most injuries. Even though Carlo fought valiantly, he still couldn't turn the tide. Kevin, gritting his teeth, charged at Abel, striking fiercely with every move. He wanted to kill this traitor. He wanted to kill this person who had betrayed his friends. Abel and Kevin fought evenly matched, but because Kevin was filled with hatred, Abel started to fall behind. As they fought and retreated, Kevin pursued Abel, trying to capture this traitor. "Kevin, come back. Be careful of traps, Carlo shouted suddenly, glancing at Kevin's position. But it was already too late. Abel had lured Kevin into the encirclement. When Kevin turned to leave, an orc hiding behind him stabbed a knife deep into his abdomen. Kevin, Nina, who was standing at the back, saw the scene and shouted excitedly, even wanted to rush over, but she was held back by Chu Xinran, who hugged her waist and Wu Ti let her go to that dangerous place. Nina, calm down. You can't go over there. Let me go. No, Kevin will die. Nina cried with tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't break free from Chu Xinran's arms. Nina, calm down. Come on, let us go back and get the medicine. Chu Xinran tried her best to calm Nina down, pulling her towards the direction of the tribal house. While Carlo was reminding Kevin, he quickly dealt with a few people in front of him and flew towards Kevin, supporting the fallen Kevin and urgently covering his bleeding abdomen. At that moment, Abel also ordered the beastmen of the beast-eating tribe to stop, making everyone retreat to the side, proudly looking at Carlo and the others in front of him. Abel, are you even human? Carlo looked up and said this to Abel, then picked up Kevin and ran towards the priest. Kevin liked to chase after people when fighting, and Carlo had reminded him many times. But he could never change this habit. Abel, who grew up with Kevin, was all too clear about this. Carlo didn't expect Abel to be so crazy as to use this against Kevin. Chapter 232. Complete breakup regarding Carlo's accusation. Abel sneered, completely unconcerned. Carlo brought Kevin to the priest, who quickly stopped Kevin's bleeding, and at that moment, Chu Xinran and Nina also ran over with medicine. Carlo stood in front of the beastmen from the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe, glaring angrily at Abel. Pierce also didn't expect that Abel, who had shared meals with him several times in the past, had now become this way. Abel, how can you be so wicked? Darrell couldn't help but say to Abel as he looked at the severely injured Kevin. Abel smiled indifferently, not caring about their accusations. Abel, what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Reese stepped forward, looking at Abel with deep sorrow. Seeing Reese, Abel's indifferent expression disappeared. He whispered, Uncle Reese. Don't call me uncle. Reese had always made excuses for Abel, but now that he saw Abel truly coming to deal with them, didn't he know how to face this child anymore? Abel, how can you do this? Kevin grew up with you, yet you use such despicable means against him. That fire earlier was set by you, right? You deliberately burned all the traps in the forest, didn't you? Abel, how have you become like this? How have you been educated all your life? Reese couldn't believe that Abel's thoughts had become so twisted. He knew that the traps in the forest were set by the lion-tiger tribe, but still deliberately burned them. Then, while they were unprepared and putting out the fire, he launched a surprise attack. Now many people from the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe were injured, while the beastmen Abel brought were mostly unhurt. This battle could be said to be a complete victory for Abel. Seeing that many people from the lion-tiger tribe were now looking at him with strange eyes, even Reese, who had always doted on him, looked disappointed. Abel couldn't help but retort. Yes, Uncle Reese, I did all this, but so what? You all forced me first. If you hadn't wronged me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. What did we force you to do? Where did we wrong you? The priest couldn't help but scold. Grandpa Priest, you've always favored Carlo. I've never said anything, but now you say you didn't wrong me, which is not true. Abel quickly hardened his heart and said, Favor Carlo, why don't you say how much Reese favors you? If I didn't favor Carlo a little, I don't know what he would have turned into by now. The affairs of the priestly tribe were always fair. But in life, he often cared for and looked after Carlo because he felt Carlo was truly pitiful, while Reese as a father had never cared for Carlo. The priest looked at Abel with anger and continued, You say we wronged you? Don't you think you're just upset that we didn't make you the chieftain? Is that why you hold a grudge against us? Have you ever thought about it? Who took you in when you were wandering? Who raised you from childhood? Who taught you all your skills? All of this was helped by everyone in the lion-tiger tribe. Abel did not deny what the priest said. But the people of the lion-tiger tribe also took away his dream of becoming chieftain. So what? So you think these can offset the harm you caused me? From a young age, I aspired to be the chieftain. Uncle Reese has always known this and encouraged me. I was determined to have the position of chieftain. But Abel pointed angrily at Carlo. But Carlo always wants to compete with me. I want to be the tribe's first warrior. But you all think Carlo is the first warrior of the lion-tiger tribe. I want to be the chieftain, but you all voted for Carlo. Even when I wanted to get Xiao Carlo got there first. Why does Carlo have to compete with me for everything I want? Abel's entire face became excited and distorted. Amy looked at this Abel in disbelief, wondering where the Abel who used to help the tribe had gone. Abel looked at Chu Xinran, but he found that although Chu Xinran had already stopped Kevin's bleeding, she didn't even glance at him, not even giving him a shred of peripheral vision. Xiao, why won't you look at me? What is wrong with me compared to Carlo? Why won't he even look at me? Abel roared. But Chu Xinran didn't react at all, using the medicine to treat other injured beastmen, completely ignoring Abel's direction. In Chu Xinran's view, the moment Abel laid hands on the people of the tribe, he became her enemy. She would no longer spare a shred of emotion for this person. He simply didn't deserve it. It was as if all her previous concern for Abel had been fed to beasts. Seeing Chu Xinran like this, Abel laughed even more crazily, observing the expressions and gazes of everyone in the lion-tiger tribe, deeply imprinting them in his heart. Remember, I, Abel, will be a member of the beast-eating tribe from now on, no longer a member of the lion-tiger tribe. Today's lesson ends here. If I see you again next time, I definitely won't let you off so easily. Saying this, Abel prepared to turn and leave, but then as if remembering something, he added, "Oh, by the way, I advise you not to oppose us beast-eating tribe anymore. From now on, hand over your tributes obediently, or your fate won't be as simple as today." After finishing, Abel laughed heartily and left. The war today made everyone realize Abel's true nature at this moment, and they truly understood that Abel had completely turned against them. After Abel left, Chu Xinran hurriedly had someone carry Kevin back to the tribe. Earlier, she had only simply bandaged Kevin's wound. His injury was deep and needed careful treatment back home. The injuries of the other beastmen were not as serious as Kevin's, and the priest took a few people to handle them, while Chu Xinran was mainly responsible for treating Kevin's wounds. Meanwhile, Nina had been crying since Kevin got injured, not hearing a word of what Abel said, only looking at Kevin with worry, fearing for his condition. Someone was lifting Kevin and heading toward the tribe, and Nina hurriedly followed. Chapter 233, Dangerous Thoughts. Chu Xinran instructed the orc carrying Kevin to place him on the bed, then said to Nina, "Nina, go brew a bowl of medicine with those mugworts and bring it to Kevin." "Okay, I'll go right away," Nina replied and rushed out. Kevin was unconscious and had not yet woken up. Chu Xinran carefully checked his condition and felt it was okay. It should not be life-threatening. But the wound on his abdomen was too deep and would take a long time to heal. When Nina returned with the medicine, Chu Xinran instructed her to feed Kevin the medicine bit by bit. Seeing Nina stay close to Kevin, Chu Xinran took the opportunity to remind Nina of the precautions for Kevin's recovery during this period. Nina listened attentively and nodded vigorously, saying, "Don't worry, I will take good care of him." Before leaving, Chu Xinran glanced back at Nina, who was holding Kevin's hand and seemed to be saying something to him. Chu Xinran smiled with relief, feeling that Kevin's long wait might finally bear fruit because of this injury. After Chu Xinran left, she found Amy sitting in the square, staring blankly at the tribe's gate. "Amy, it's so hot. You shouldn't just sit here. Your skin will get sunburned." Chu Xinran hurried over and pulled Amy up, leading her back to the house. Amy had been sitting in the scorching square, her face flushed from the sun, and she was sweating profusely. Chu Xinran brought Amy back to her house. Carlo had not returned yet, and was probably still busy dealing with the aftermath of the battle in the woods outside the tribe. Chu Xinran had Amy sit down, then filled a basin with water for her to wash her face. Amy seemed to have lost her spirit. She did whatever Chu Xinran said, but lacked any energy, her eyes vacant. "Amy." Seeing Amy in a daze, Chu Xinran called her several times with no response, so she raised her voice, startling Amy awake. "What's wrong?" Chu Xinran smiled helplessly and said, "Amy, are you still thinking about Abel?" Amy nodded sadly, saying, "I'm wondering why someone familiar has become so strange now." "Amy, the human heart is very complex," Chu Xinran sighed. "A person's inner world is complicated. You think he's like this, but he might actually be like that. Abel may have grown up with you, so you can't accept his changes now, but it's easier for me to accept. Although I still feel betrayed, I can quickly convince myself to change my perspective. Abel is no longer our friend. He is now our enemy. But it's hard for you, especially for you. Amy, you liked Abel. I don't know if you still like him now, but since you liked him before, there must be something about him that you found shining. Now that Abel has suddenly become unfamiliar, no longer the person you liked, it's understandable that you feel sad. But what I want to tell you now is that while it's okay to feel sad, don't spend more emotions on someone who has already changed. Okay?" Chu Xinran said a lot to Amy, trying to comfort her not to be so upset. However, Amy had invested so much emotion in Abel before, and it was hard for her to let go all at once. She wanted an explanation for why Abel had become this way. "Xiaoran, I know what you're saying is right, but I still want to ask Abel personally why he's become like this," Amy said sadly, closing her eyes. "Do you know what I was thinking while sitting in the square just now? I was actually wondering if I should run to the Beast Eater tribe and ask Abel in person." Seeing the shocked expression on Chu Xinran's face because of her words, Amy smiled helplessly. Look, I know this thought is crazy, but I was just thinking of doing that. If you hadn't brought me back, I might have already set off. Chu Xinran didn't know what to say. Amy had such a crazy thought for Abel. Silly Amy, do you know what season it is now? It's the hot season. If you go out and walk, you might get sunburned. Even if you don't get sunburned, there's so many wild beasts on the way. What will you do if you, a female, encounter a wild beast? Chu Xinran tried hard to dissuade Amy from this idea. Even if you safely reach the beast eater tribe, those orcs are so brutal. Do you think you can come back? Do you think Abel will protect you then? Abel can even harm Kevin. No one knows what more cruel things he might do. Amy knew that Chu Xinran was right, but if she didn't ask Abel personally, she really wouldn't feel at ease. Amy, I said the human heart is a very complex thing. Even if you go ask Abel in person, he might not be able to articulate why he has become like this. What we should focus on now is not why Abel has changed, but to learn to accept this fact. When you encounter Abel next time, you must not treat him as a friend anymore. After hearing Chu Xinran's words, Amy understood that some things really couldn't be changed anymore, and tears of sadness fell. You're right, Abel has already become like this. It makes no sense to pursue the reasons anymore. Seeing that Amy had finally changed her mind, Chu Xinran breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Amy had truly come to terms with it and would not do anything foolish anymore. After sitting for a while, Carlo returned, and Amy left first. Carlo still had blood splattered on him from the earlier fight, and Chu Xinran handed him a new set of clothes to change into. Did you take care of everything outside? After Carlo changed his clothes, Chu Xinran asked. Yeah, it's all taken care of. Are you hungry? I'll go cook now. Okay, I'll help you. The two tacitly avoided mentioning the previous matter about Abel, knowing that no matter what Abel had done, it would not affect their lives. They still had their own lives to lead. Chapter 234, Mutual Honesty. Meanwhile, Kevin had also woken up. The last memory he had before fainting was a knife stabbing into his abdomen, and now, waking up, he vaguely saw Nina holding his hand, looking at him with concern. Is he dreaming? Why would Nina look at him with such gentle eyes? But as his consciousness slowly cleared, Kevin realized this didn't seem like a dream. Nina was really holding his hand. Nina, seeing Kevin wake up, her eyes shining as she looked at him, Nina hurriedly let go of his hand, pretending that nothing had happened. Trying hard to ignore Kevin's dimmed eyes, Nina asked with concern, Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Are you hungry? Let me know what you want to eat. Although Nina had let go of his hand, she asked him so many questions with care that Kevin suddenly felt that this injury was worth it. I'm not hungry. I just want you to stay with me a little longer. Don't go anywhere. Hearing Kevin say this, Nina blushed and obediently sat by the bed, not moving again. Kevin was so happy that he almost wanted to jump up, but suddenly remembering what had happened earlier, he angrily shouted, Where's that little brat Abel? Did Carlo catch him? I have to teach him a good lesson. Be careful of your wound. Nina saw Kevin moving around and hurriedly stopped him, fearing that he might cause his wound to split open. Sit still. Don't move. Abel had left with the food beast tribe and had injured many of our orcs. Nina gradually told Kevin what had happened before. When Kevin heard Abel say that he felt everyone owed him an apology, he was furious. Abel is really taking advantage and pretending to be wronged. Uncle Reese has always favored him the most. Ever since he was little, Uncle Reese let him do whatever he wanted and would find ways to get him whatever he wanted. Nina, you grew up with us. You've seen all this too, right? Nina nodded. It was true that Reese had treated Abel the best since childhood, even better than Carlo. Many in the tribe jokingly said that if they didn't know better, they might think Abel was Reese's son. If Carlo had something, Abel would definitely come and snatch it. Yet Uncle Reese would still stand by Abel's side, making Carlo give his things to him. Among our group, aside from Karen's belongings that Abel couldn't take, whose things hasn't he stolen? Kevin was really angry that Abel would choose to betray the Lion Tiger tribe. He was simply heartless. All right, don't be angry anymore. You're still injured, so focus on healing. Carlo and Sharon will take care of Abel's matter. Kevin always listened to Nina's words. He nodded and didn't say anything more. In the following days, Nina stayed by Kevin's side, taking care of him. And Kevin felt that this was the happiest moment he had experienced in a long time. He felt that Nina seemed to have returned to the gentle Nina from before. And he was cheerful every day. Chu Xinran and Carlo came to visit Kevin one day, and Kevin's smile hadn't faded at all. He was grinning widely. Okay, put that smile away for a bit. While Nina went out to get something for Kevin, Carlo, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't stand Kevin's smug smile anymore. What's wrong? Jealous? I won tea. I'm going to keep smiling. Kevin grinned, even wider. Who told you show off how good Shaoran is to you every day? Now that Nina is finally willing to pay attention to me. I'm going to show off in front of you and let you taste this feeling. Chu Xinran, didn't he expect Carlo would still show off in front of Kevin? She glanced at Carlo in surprise, feeling sweet inside. Carlo noticed Chu Xinran looking at him and shot a glare at Kevin, telling him to shut up. Just as Kevin was about to say something more, Nina suddenly came back in, and Kevin hurriedly started talking to Nina again, ignoring Carlo. Seeing that Kevin was recovering well, and not wanting to become two light bulbs with Carlo, Chu Xinran greeted Nina and left with Carlo. After Chu Xinran and Carlo left, Nina suddenly asked Kevin, "What were you saying with Xinran before I came in? You look a bit strange." "I didn't say anything." Kevin pretended to be clueless and tentatively asked, "Nina, Xinran and Carlo are about to pair up too. When will we pair up?" Kevin finally mustered the courage to ask this question. After a long silence without hearing Nina's response, Kevin looked up at her with some disappointment and asked, "Nina, don't you want to pair up with me?" Nina was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "You really don't mind my body?" "Of course I don't mind," Kevin hurriedly replied, grabbing Nina's hand. "I don't care about that at all. I'm not lying to you. It's just the two of us living our lives together. Whether we have children or not is the same. What I care about is you. So, you want to pair up with me out of responsibility?" Kevin shook his head vigorously. "Of course not. Nina, I told you a long time ago that I was a bit stubborn and didn't realize my feelings for you. But over time, I'm now very sure that I like you. I want to pair up with you. I want you to be my female." Kevin gathered his courage and expressed his deepest feelings. He truly liked Nina. Nina's eyes turned red upon hearing Kevin's heartfelt confession, and she wrapped her arms around Kevin's. Choking up, she said, I also, like you, I've always liked you." Kevin's eyes also grew slightly red. They finally revealed their innermost thoughts to each other. Didn't he miss their chance? Kevin hugged Nina tightly, knowing that he would never let go of her for the rest of his life. Chu Xinran was the first to notice the change between Kevin and Nina. She secretly asked Nina, who shyly nodded in acknowledgement. "This is really great." Chu Xinran clapped her hands excitedly. "Nina, I'm truly happy for you and Kevin. You two have finally gotten together." Nina smiled with her lips pressed together. This was indeed the happiest thing for her. Chapter 235. Abel's weakness after Abel's great victory. He returned to the food beast tribe with high spirits. Hanks, hearing that Abel had defeated the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe, was so excited that he stood up from his seat. Good, good, good. Abel, you did very well. Finally, we food beast tribe can hold our heads high. Now, I want to see how those people from the lion-tiger tribe can continue to be arrogant." In his excitement, Hanks threw a feast at the food beast tribe, inviting everyone to join in the celebration of their victory. During the banquet, Hanks once again praised Abel vigorously. "Abel is now the hero of our food beast tribe. He led our orcs to defeat the lion-tiger tribe, severely injuring those orcs. This is something worth celebrating for our food beast tribe." Hanks had already inquired about the situation of the orcs who went with Abel, and they recounted Abel's actions and words to him without missing a detail. Hanks was quite satisfied with Abel's performance, especially since he had severely injured Kevin and many orcs from the lion-tiger tribe. However, many orcs sitting below were still unconvinced by Abel, especially Jonathan, who quietly complained to the orc next to him. "Abel is just a despicable little man who traded his betrayal of the lion-tiger tribe for this victory. Using such despicable means, what is there to be proud of? It's not honorable at all." Many orcs nodded in agreement upon hearing Jonathan's words. Orcs on the continent would never betray their tribe unless the entire tribe was truly on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, honorable orcs simply wouldn't join other tribes. Yet Abel had so easily betrayed the tribe that raised him since childhood, which was looked down upon by other orcs. Hanks, of course, didn't see anything wrong with this, as he always believed that as long as it could solve problems, any schemes could be used, regardless of what was right or wrong. The one who laughs last is the strong one, no matter what means they use. However, while he was satisfied with Abel, Hanks felt that Abel still had a weakness. Thinking of this, Hanks suddenly said to Abel, "Since the lion-tiger tribe has been severely weakened, why not take this opportunity to pursue victory and completely annihilate the lion-tiger tribe?" Abel hesitated. He believed in his own abilities, so he felt he could defeat the lion-tiger tribe at any time, not just at this moment. Yes, this was Abel's weakness. He wasn't ruthless enough and always left room for the lion-tiger tribe. Even though the lion-tiger tribe couldn't defeat Abel at that time, he still left with his people. Now he brought up this matter again, but Abel was still unwilling to take advantage of the lion-tiger tribe's weakness to strike them down. "Dad, Abel just fought such a physically exhausting war. Can't you let him rest a little longer?" Alva said to Hanks from the side, although Alva had always opposed war and killing. This was the only way for Abel to gain her father's trust. In order to help Abel become the leader he had always dreamed of, Alva hesitated for a long time and ultimately chose to abandon the principle she had held onto for so long, allowing Abel to prove himself through war. Seeing Alva speak up for Abel, Hank said no more. However, looking at the many orcs below with discontent in their eyes towards Abel, he knew he had many ways to correct this weakness of Abel's, as long as he made good use of the many dissatisfied orcs below. After the banquet, Hanks and Charles kept Abel behind. Hanks casually asked Abel, "Abel, have you ever heard of the detox beast in the lion-tiger tribe?" Detox beast? Abel looked puzzled, as if he had never heard of it before. Hanks and Charles observed Abel closely. He really seemed to be unaware. Could it be that Carlo and Chu Xinran hadn't told anyone about the detox beast? Hanks and Charles exchanged glances. Then Charles asked, "Have you seen a small white beast in the lion-tiger tribe? Are you talking about Dandon?" Hearing Abel say this, Hanks and Charles became excited, realizing that the detox beast was indeed with Carlo and Chu Xinran. Charles asked Abel to describe the appearance of the small beast named Dandon in detail, and it was clear that this was definitely the detox beast. Seeing the excitement on Hanks and Charles's faces, Abel skeptically asked, "What exactly is Dandon? From the looks on your faces, it's not an ordinary small beast?" Realizing they couldn't hide this from Abel anymore, and that revealing it would further sow discord between Abel and Carlo, Hanks decided to tell him everything about the detox beast. No wonder, at that moment, Abel finally understood. No wonder those orcs' red-eye disease was so easily cured. It was because of the detox beast. Abel, see, Hanks exaggerated. Carlo and Chu Xinran don't trust you at all. They've kept the detox beast a secret from you. Even if you had become the leader of the lion-tiger tribe at that time, as long as Carlo brought out the detox beast, the position of leader would definitely belong to him. Abel's fists clenched tightly. He felt Hanks was right. Carlo and Chu Xinran had indeed been wary of him all along, and they hadn't told him a word about the detox beast. Seeing the flames of hatred reignite in Abel's eyes, Hanks and Charles exchanged glances and smiled with satisfaction. Carlo and Chu Xinran had no idea that Abel had misunderstood this matter. They hadn't told the tribe about Dandon because the matter was too serious. The more people who knew, the more likely it was to cause trouble and expose Dandon's existence. So they chose to keep it a secret for now. Once all dangers were eliminated, they would reveal the detox beast, but they never expected it to be misunderstood by Abel and exploited by Hanks and Charles, deepening Abel's hatred towards them. Chapter 236. Hanks's scheme after the banquet. On his way back to his room, Abel ran into Jonathan, who was waiting for him. "You've been doing well lately. I wonder if you still remember your old friend?" Jonathan said sarcastically, looking at Abel. Abel sneered and tried to walk past Jonathan, but Jonathan blocked his way. "What? Trying to pretend you don't know me?" Jonathan never expected that Abel would betray the lion-tiger tribe now. "You traded your betrayal of the lion-tiger tribe for your current glory. How? Do you think you're very proud?" Jonathan glanced at Abel's not-so-good expression and continued, "I remember Carlo and Chu Xinran treated you well. Why would you do this?" Hearing Jonathan mention Carlo and Chu Xinran, Abel reacted strongly, angrily saying, "Do you think I owe them? They were the ones who wronged me first. If Carlo hadn't taken my position as leader in Ran, I wouldn't be in this situation." Seeing Abel say this, Jonathan laughed disdainfully. "Abel, you're too ridiculous. The position of leader in Ran never belonged to you. You competed fairly with Carlo and lost to him. Now you say Carlo took them from you? You're just deceiving yourself. What nonsense are you talking about? Those should have been mine. Carlo took them from me." Abel was now completely obsessed, stubbornly believing that Carlo had taken what belonged to him. "Abel, I once liked Ran too, but I know her heart belongs only to Carlo. Nothing could separate them, so I wisely gave up. Ran never liked you. How can you think this way now? I really don't understand what you're thinking." Jonathan felt that Abel was now like someone possessed, not listening to anything, only convinced that his thoughts were correct. Seeing him like this, Jonathan had no intention of persuading him further. After all, this was a matter between Abel and Carlo, and it had nothing to do with him. He was only concerned about Alva now. "I warn you," Jonathan pointed at Abel. "Keep your distance from Alva. Alva is my female, and I will definitely pair with her in the future. You better give up on your thoughts about Alva." Abel finally understood why Jonathan had come to find him. He sneered, "I thought you suddenly came to find me for something simple. Turns out it's for Alva. You think your intentions are so pure? Don't think I don't know. You want Alva to get the position of leader of the beast-eating tribe. Let me tell you, that position of leader is mine for sure. I will never let anyone take it away. Then let us see who has the ability." Jonathan sarcastically threw down this sentence and turned to leave. Abel stood in place, angered by Jonathan's words, tightly clenching his fists. In the following days, Abel's life in the beast-eating tribe was not easy. Although Hanks, Alva, and Charles treated Abel well, many orcs in the beast-eating tribe couldn't stand him, often finding fault with him and creating a lot of trouble. Hanks's subordinate reported this to Hanks, but Hanks waved his hand, telling his subordinate to leave first and not to worry about this matter. Hanks, I don't quite understand. Didn't you say you were going to promote Abel? Why are you ignoring him now that he's being bullied? After the subordinate left, Charles asked, puzzled. Hanks confidently replied, I want to reuse him, but some of his character flaws are quite unsatisfactory to me. He is still too soft-hearted towards his enemies, especially towards those from the lion-tiger tribe. Such a person cannot become a qualified leader. Hanks stood up from his seat and continued, a qualified leader must be ruthless and have a heart of stone. Right now, Abel is being bullied in the tribe, and of course, I won't intervene. It will only be when Abel can no longer endure the bullying that he will understand that mercy does not exist. Showing kindness to others is merely harming oneself. Seeing Hanks become such a terrifying figure that he had nurtured himself, Charles felt a sense of unease. Is it really good for Hanks to become such a bloodthirsty and emotionless orc? Would there come a day when Hanks would even turn against him? But thinking of Hanks' feelings for Alva, Charles felt a bit reassured. As long as Hanks still had affection for Alva, it meant he had not reached the point of being unrecognizable, nor had he become a beast that only knew how to consume and kill. While Hanks and Charles were talking, Alva approached. Hanks quickly concealed his cold and brutal demeanor and put on a loving smile. Alva, somewhat angrily, grabbed Hanks' clothes and began to complain, Dad. You need to do something about those bad orcs in the tribe. They bully Abel every day. No matter how much I scold them, they always admit their mistakes in front of me, but behind my back, they continue to humiliate Abel. Dad, you have to stand up for Abel. Hanks, feeling somewhat troubled, patted Alva's head and said, Alva, it's not that Dad doesn't want to stand up for Abel. But as the chief of the Beast-Eater tribe, I have to consider the thoughts of so many orcs in the tribe. Abel has just joined the Beast-Eater tribe and has already been given important responsibilities. You have to allow those orcs in the tribe to have a process of acceptance. Even though Dad is the chief, I can't forcefully change their thoughts. Seeing Hanks in such a difficult position, Alva felt that she might indeed be putting him in a tough spot. Even if her dad was the chief, she couldn't ask him to use his power to oppress those orcs, right? What was the difference between that and being a tyrant? Then what should I do, Dad? I can't just watch Abel get bullied like this. Alva was at a loss for what to do. Foolish child. Abel is being bullied because of his own reasons. He clearly has the ability to retaliate against those who humiliate him, but by enduring it, those people will only bully him more. Only when Abel understands this will the matter truly be resolved, Hanks said earnestly. After listening to Hank's words, Alva pondered for a moment and decided to go find Abel. She greeted Hanks and Charles, then hurriedly left. Chapter 237. The beginning of brutality at this time. Abel was being surrounded and troubled by several orcs from the Beast-Eater tribe, while Jonathan watched the situation from a distance with a cold gaze. Oh, isn't this our recently famous Abel? Why are you still going out to hunt yourself? What? The chief didn't assign you a few servants? One orc deliberately bumped into Abel and said maliciously. Abel glanced at the group of orcs, turned to leave, not wanting to engage with them. But how could these orcs let Abel go so easily? Another orc laughed and said, Abel has the most beautiful female in our tribe, Miss Alva. So what does he need other servants for? If he messes around with other females, Miss Alva might get angry and he could be kicked out by our chief. You're right, I almost forgot about that. Abel is only being treated favorably by the chief because of Miss Alva. The orcs burst into loud laughter. Abel looked at them, his fists gradually clenching, but he didn't come to the Beast-Eater tribe to compete with these people. He was there to become chief. Thinking of this, Abel relaxed his fists. He knew that many people in the Beast-Eater tribe were not convinced by him, and even the people who cooked for him secretly played tricks, putting a lot of salt in his food, which was why he had to go hunting for himself. But he didn't care. As long as he could become chief, he could endure everything. Seeing that Abel had no reaction, the group of orcs became even more excessive. We shouldn't say anything bad about Abel anymore. What if he gets angry and betrays our Beast-Eater tribe to join another tribe? The chief would be furious with us. Yes. Abel could betray the lion-tiger tribe he grew up in, so he could certainly betray our Beast-Eater tribe that he has only been in for a few days. If he suddenly leaves in anger, we can't bear the chief's blame. Listening to the orc's mockery, Abel's face grew even darker. Seeing Abel's expression, Jonathan spat disdainfully. Serves you right. Who told you to betray your own tribe? At this moment, Alva arrived and heard what those people had said. Angrily, she shouted, You all shut up. Who gave you the guts to speak to Abel like that? In the past, when these orcs saw the chief's favorite Alva, they would have quickly admitted their mistakes and pleaded for mercy. However, this group of orcs had received Hank's orders and had to keep up the act. Miss Alva, what we said isn't wrong. Abel did betray his own tribe, and we're just speaking the truth, with no fabrications, the orc who first troubled Abel said. You are really outrageous. Abel joined our Beast Eater tribe and has done so much for us, yet you treat him like this. You are truly too much. Alva grew even angrier. She looked at Abel and comforted him. Abel, don't listen to their nonsense. You have done a lot for our Beast Eater tribe, and we are all very grateful to you. You are really amazing. Remembering what her dad had just told her, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately whispered to Abel. Not wanting to see him bullied anymore. Abel, don't you want to be chief? But if you let these people bully you, even if you become chief later, they won't respect you. My dad told me that to become chief, you not only need the approval of my dad and Grandpa Charles, but also a large portion of the tribe's recognition. The Beast Eater tribe has always respected the strong, and only when you earn their respect can you become chief smoothly. Hearing all of his words, Abel was stunned. Had his long-held thoughts been wrong all along? This kind of tolerance only led to these orcs becoming more demanding. The more merciful he was, the more they bullied him. So why should he continue to be merciful to these orcs? His tolerance and compassion were unnecessary at this moment. When Abel looked up at those orcs again, Jonathan noticed a change in Abel's eyes. It was no longer the lack of desire he had before, but rather a hint of brutality and ruthlessness hidden within. He sneered at the orcs. What did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again. The orcs also clearly sensed Abel's change. They took a step back in fear, but recalling Hank's orders, they mustered their courage and said, What's wrong? Did you betray the Lion-Tiger tribe? The orc's words had barely left his mouth when Abel grabbed the orc by the neck and slammed his head against a nearby tree. You madman. Let me go. Are you tired of living? Let me go. Abel relentlessly slammed the orc's head against the tree again and again. With every insult the orc shouted, Abel would retaliate with a blow, and soon blood began to flow from the orc's head. The orc initially held his ground, but as time passed, he started to plead for mercy. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please let me go. I'm dying. I can't take it anymore. But even as the orc begged, Abel showed no signs of stopping. The sight of the orc's blood and the sound of his pleas filled Abel with a bloodthirsty thrill that excited him. Seeing that the orc was on the verge of passing out, Alva rushed over to intervene. Enough, Abel. He is going to die. You can't keep this up, or someone will get killed. Upon hearing Alva mention that someone might die, Abel glanced at the nearly incapacitated orc and unhesitatingly tossed him to the ground. As if discarding trash, the other orcs began to sense the danger and turned to flee, but it was too late. Abel charged at them, knocking them to the ground and beating them nearly to death. Jonathan watched from the sidelines, and as he observed Abel's behavior, a sense of dread filled him. Abel's eyes and demeanor had transformed. He had become brutal, as if he were a completely different person. Chapter 238. Riza's distress since then. Abel had completely changed in the Beast Eater tribe. He no longer remained silent. If an orc dared to provoke him, he would beat them into submission. The female who had tampered with Abel's food was not spared either. He taught her a harsh lesson, demonstrating his brutality and ruthlessness to everyone in the Beast Eater tribe. Hanks was very pleased to see Abel's transformation. He felt he was witnessing a younger version of himself. If he were to choose a successor for the tribe leader, Abel in his current state would be the most suitable. In addition to using violence to command respect within the tribe, Abel began to devise strategies for the tribe's development. He shared everything he had learned from the Lion-Tiger tribe, how to grow crops, what foods were edible, and how to store food, revealing it all without reservation. Furthermore, Abel began to improve the weapons used by the orcs in the Beast Eater tribe. The weapons designed by Chu Xinran were highly effective, and when Abel shared this, many orcs were shocked. Only then did they truly come to respect Abel. Who came up with these ideas? No wonder we suffered such a terrible defeat against the Lion-Tiger tribe last time. It turns out they had such powerful weapons. Hanks asked in astonishment. Abel remained silent for a moment before finally saying, These are methods conceived by people from our tribe. No, they are from the Lion-Tiger tribe. They worked together to create them. Hanks did not press the issue of who had come up with the ideas. The important thing was that they had now learned how to make them. Hanks was extremely satisfied with Abel. Not only had he abandoned his compassion, but he was now sharing everything he knew with the Beast Eater tribe, leading Hanks to genuinely believe that Abel had sincerely joined their ranks. The various methods Abel shared significantly improved the lives of everyone in the Beast Eater tribe, elevating his status within the tribe. Those who had previously disrespected him began to show him respect, greeting him whenever they crossed paths. as Abel continued to grow more liked by the tribe members. Alva tried to suppress her slight unease about her conscience. She convinced herself that everything she did was right. Her father was correct. Abel was doing well now, and for him, she would do anything. Since Abel's provocation, Carlo had been busy training the tribe's orcs, and with Kevin injured and unable to help, only Carlo and Dao were in charge of the task, which left them short-handed. Consequently, Carlo had been extremely busy lately, only returning at night. Although Kevin had been in good spirits recently, he could not move freely. He had to lie in bed to recover, and Nino was strict with him, refusing to let him go outside no matter how much he pleaded. Life continued to pass slowly, and the sweltering heat of summer was finally beginning to wane. The crops the tribe had planted previously had grown tall, and Chu Xinran estimated they would be ready for harvest by the rainy season. Thinking of this, Chu Xinran felt excited. If they could successfully harvest food here for the first time, it would signify that the lion-tiger tribe had truly settled down. From then on, they could gradually plant crops and raise beasts, breaking away from a lifestyle that relied solely on hunting for survival. Though Abel's actions had caused many in the tribe to feel down for a time, they had more important matters to attend to. They needed to continue living well on Orc continent, so they chose to forget about Abel's situation. However, Reese fell gravely ill after witnessing Abel's actions against the lion-tiger tribe. The priest looked at the now thin Reese and sighed, saying, "Why are you so troubled? How long will you let Abel's actions weigh on your mind? You're not young anymore. Don't keep torturing your body. Why has Abel become like this?" Reese kept muttering to himself. He had been so obedient as a child. When I first encountered him in the wild, he looked at me with such a desperate, pleading gaze filled with a desire to live, which is why I brought him back and raised him with all my heart. Why has he turned out like this? Reese was genuinely heartbroken. He might be the one in the lion-tiger tribe who could least accept this situation. He had raised Abel from childhood and believed he understood him best. He knew Abel had always wanted to be the tribe leader, so he did his best to support him, even neglecting his own son Carlo to back Abel instead. But becoming the tribe leader was not something he could control alone. The tribe ultimately chose Carlo, a fact he could not change. During that time, Abel's mood had been consistently low. Reese had thought it was just a temporary phase, believing that once the time passed, Abel would return to normal. However, he never expected that Abel would choose to betray the lion-tiger tribe and turn to the beast-eater tribe. This was a devastating blow for Reese. He had always regarded Abel as his own child, putting more effort into him than even into Carlo. Yet Abel had committed such an ungrateful act, making Reese feel as if all his years of investment had become a joke. "Reese, you need to think about yourself, but also about Carlo and Karen. You're still their father. If you hurt yourself over Abel's actions, what will happen to those two brothers?" The priest advised. However, seeing Reese still unresponsive, the priest sighed deeply. Reese was truly confused. From being confused in my youth to now, I've done so many foolish things and I still have such a stubborn temper. I really don't know what to do with him. Chapter 239. The rainy season arrives, time flies, and the hot season of the beastman continent is finally over. A torrential downpour signals the arrival of the rainy season. Chu Xinran stands at the door, staring blankly at the scenery outside as the rain suddenly starts to pour. What is she thinking? Due to the rain, the tribe's training has temporarily stopped. Carlo sees Chu Xinran standing motionless at the door and walks over to ask her. Chu Xinran sighs, "I was just thinking how fast time flies. I've been here for almost 3 years without even realizing it." She remembers that when she first came to the beastman continent, it was during the hot season. Back then, she knew nothing and later followed Carlo to the lion-tiger tribe, then helped the tribe migrate from the northern part of the continent to here. In the blink of an eye, it has been 3 years. Her memories of Earth have become somewhat blurred. She has adapted to life on the beastman continent, found someone she loves, made good friends, and met countless people. Carlo looks at the sentimental Chu Xinran and gently touches her hair, feeling a mix of incredulity. He remembers the first time he met her, when he was attracted by her bravery. Over time, they have gone through so much together, and now they are about to become a pair, to be together for a lifetime. Perhaps rainy days are indeed sentimental. Chu Xinran initially wanted to say something more emotional, but then she catches sight of Dian preparing to dash outside and shouts angrily, "Carlo, quickly catch Dian," seeing that Chu Xinran has noticed him. Dian speeds up to run outside, but he is no match for Carlo's speed, who swiftly grabs the skin around Dian's neck and lifts him up. Chu Xinran takes Dian from Carlo's hands and points a finger at his nose, reprimanding, Dian, you can't go out to play anymore. If you go out, you'll come back all dirty, and then not only will you have to take a bath, you might get sick." Chu Xinran doesn't he understand why Dian loves rainy days so much? Whenever it rains, he wants to rush outside to play wildly, returning covered in mud, which is why she generally doesn't he let him out on rainy days. Dian looks at Chu Xinran with big, pleading eyes, but she ignores his pitiful gaze and puts him back in his nest. This little incident breaks Chu Xinran's earlier sentimental thoughts. Seeing the rain outside, she decides to tidy up the house with Carlo, pulling out things that need to be dried so they can quickly dry them when the sun comes out. There will only be more heavy rains like this in the future. However, thanks to the rain, when Chu Xinran goes to check on the crops after the rain stops, she finds that the crops have grown significantly taller in the time she hadn't checked. During this time, Carlo has also been busy. He has led people to reset the traps around the lion-tiger tribe. Since Abel knows many of the traps in the tribe, Carlo specifically replaced many of the old traps to prevent Abel from using them against them again. Kevin, who has been sick in bed for a long time, is feeling a bit better now. At least Nina has started letting him get out of bed. During Kevin's recovery, Nina, knowing that he has a big appetite and loves good food, has been coming to Chu Xinran almost every day to learn how to make delicious dishes. When she learns, she makes them for Kevin. Nina's parents are relieved to see that Nina is finally willing to be with Kevin. They had previously overlooked Nina, focusing too much on her younger brother. However, they are still Nina's parents and naturally want to see her doing well. Recently, though, one thing that worries Chu Xinran is Reese's health. Ever since Reese was injured by the beast-eating tribe Essork last time, his health has not been good. Recently, due to Abel's situation, Reese fell seriously ill again. Plus, Reese is getting older. The continuous illnesses have taken a toll on him, and he has been coughing a lot lately, looking unwell, which makes Chu Xinran very concerned. Karen has grown a bit as well. When Reese is sick, Karen takes care of him, and Chu Xinran also brings Carlo to visit Reese. However, when Carlo and Reese are together, they always seem to have nothing to say to each other, creating an awkward silence. Reese and Carlo's relationship has always been a bit awkward. They mostly talked about tribe matters, but now that Carlo has become the chief, he could decide many things on his own, which leaves them with little to discuss. Additionally, due to the recent events involving Abel, Reese's attitude towards Carlo has become even more complicated. Chu Xinran doesn't understand why their relationship has turned out this way, but she feels that most of the problems lie with Reese. She has seen with her own eyes how Carlo has tried to talk to Reese about everyday matters, but Reese only ever brings up Abel, which gradually leads to Carlo saying less and less. Nonetheless, Carlo still has feelings for Reese, as he is his father. After visiting Reese, Carlo asks Chu Xinran, "What is my father's health like now? Why hasn't he recovered after all this time?" Chu Xinran sighs and replies, "Uncle Reese is getting older, and he has been unable to cope with these continuous blows. He can only recover slowly in the coming days and cannot suffer any more shocks." Hearing this, Carlo falls silent, unsure of what to say. He knows that his father is still troubled by the matter of Abel, which is why he has not been able to recover. However, the betrayal of the lion-tiger tribe by Abel has become a settled matter that cannot be changed. Even if Abel genuinely regrets it one day, he will not accept someone who has once betrayed the tribe back into it. "Carlo, don't worry too much. Uncle Reese will slowly recover. And as for Abel, I believe Uncle Reese will figure things out in time." Carlo nods, hoping that things will develop, as Chu Xinran said. Chapter 240. Surrounded Abel is now thriving in the beast-eating tribe, gaining more and more trust from Hanks. When Hanks once again suggests that Abel attack the lion-tiger tribe, Abel nods without hesitation this time. "Don't worry, I'm very familiar with the terrain near the lion-tiger tribe. This time, I will ensure they have no way to escape, and I have a great plan to eliminate them without losing a single soldier." Abel holds a high position in the beast-eating tribe. Apart from Hanks and Charles, he is the most powerful orc. Abel has finally obtained the power he has long desired, which allows him to act without hesitation and be merciless towards the lion-tiger tribe. He has long realized that if he continues to be lenient toward the lion-tiger tribe, when will he ever become the chief of the beast-eating tribe? Therefore, he must speed up the process of dealing with the lion-tiger tribe. Seeing Abel so proactive, Hanks is very pleased. "Oh, what plan do you have? Share it with me." The lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe are separated by a river, and the two tribes are very close, surrounded by forest. If we surround both of their tribes, then they will be stuck in that place and unable to escape. We won't need to expend our military force. We just need to station a large number of people around their tribes, armed with bows and arrows, and guard there. If anyone tries to escape, we will shoot them with arrows. We can keep this up until they are trapped there. Once their food runs out, they will either starve to death or come out to surrender to us. Ha ha ha. After hearing Abel's great idea, Hanks laughed excitedly. "Good. As expected of Abel. Only you could come up with such a good plan. And that bow and arrow you taught us to make is really useful at this time. Abel, if you have any ideas, just go ahead and do them. I will fully support you. Thank you, Chief. I will do my best with this. Abel, if you succeed this time, I think it's time for me to step down from the position of Chief and leave it to you young people in the future. Hank said this, knowing it was what Abel most desired. Are you serious? Abel exclaimed excitedly. Of course I'm serious. Why would I lie to you? But besides this matter, I hope you can also bring back the detox beast. If you really bring it back, then the position of Chief will be yours. All right, I will definitely bring the detox beast back for you. Abel was completely thrilled, confident about the task ahead. As long as he did it well, he could truly become Chief. Alva knew that Abel was about to lead a group to attack the lion and tiger tribe again, and she felt very reluctant. She secretly approached Abel, saying, Abel, take me with you. I don't know how long you'll be gone this time, and I won't be able to see you for a long time. I don't want that. Take me with you. Abel was focused on sharpening his knife, and, without thinking, he refused. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not taking you with me. We're facing a war this time. What would a female like you do there? Even if I agreed, your father wouldn't. You should give up on this idea. Abel, Alva shouted anxiously. I won't tell my father. I can follow you secretly. And even if my father finds out, I'll tell him it was me who forced you to take me with you. I won't let him blame you. Seeing how determined Alva was to go, Abel stopped sharpening his knife, looked up at her, and asked ambiguously, I'm going to kill everyone in the lion and tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe. Haven't you always been against war? Why do you still want to follow me to sea? Besides, I remember you have a good relationship with Xinran. Can you bear to watch Xinran die? Alva was at a loss for words. Seeing her like this, Abel sneered. But who would have thought that after a moment of silence? Alva suddenly said in a low but firm voice, as long as it's something you want to do, I'll support you, regardless of right or wrong. Abel was taken aback by her response, and he fell silent, but he still did not agree to her request. Later, when Abel grew impatient with all of his persistence, he went to Hanks to tell him about the situation. Hanks, upon learning this, sternly criticized Alva for once and arranged for several orcs to keep an eye on her every day, forbidding her from following Abel to the lion and tiger tribe. Hanks was not going to risk all of his life for her whims. This war would be dangerous and arduous, and Hanks could not allow Alva to suffer alongside Abel. Moreover, if Alva were captured by the lion and tiger tribe, it would be a serious problem. After a long preparation, Abel finally set off with a large group of orcs towards the direction of the lion and tiger tribe. Just before leaving, Abel unexpectedly saw Jonathan in the departing group. However, a small Jonathan was not worth Abel's attention. What could a defeated foe stir up? Abel let it be. Abel was very familiar with the terrain of the lion and tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe, so he did not approach the territory of the lion and tiger tribe or enter the forest. Based on his understanding of Carlo, he knew that the traps in the woods must have been reset, so if he recklessly entered now, he would surely suffer a great loss. Since Abel brought many orcs this time, he simply expanded the range of the encirclement, allowing their men to sneak in without alarming the lion and tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe. If they stepped into the lion and tiger tribe's territory, the keen-nosed Carlo would definitely discover them first, and then they would not be able to sneak in, ruining the entire plan. Under the cover of darkness, Abel stationed people around the lion and tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe, armed with bows and arrows directed toward the tribe. Anyone who came out would be shot. By the next day, when Carlo noticed something was wrong, both their tribe and the climbing beast tribe had already been surrounded. Chapter 241. A crisis. Upon discovering this situation, Carlo and Dal attempted to break out from the front of the tribe. However, as soon as they stepped out of the woods, a rain of arrows shot toward them. Carlo and Dal quickly dodged to avoid being hit by the sharp arrows. After several more attempts, they found it nearly impossible to escape. They were completely trapped. Abel watched Carlo and Dal fail several times and laughed loudly from the front of the crowd. Carlo, I never thought you'd have a day like this. Carlo looked coldly at the overjoyed Abel, utterly disappointed in him. Abel not only betrayed them, but also sold all the weapons that Chu Xinran had taught them to the Beast Eater tribe. Hearing the news, Chu Xinran stood in the woods watching outside, realizing that they truly seemed to be in trouble. The situation was extremely critical. If Abel continued to guard them here, their tribe would eventually be trapped to death. Ignoring Abel's mockery, Carlo and Dal tried other directions of the tribe. But those places were also surrounded by the Beast Eater tribe's orcs, making it impossible to escape. At this time, Pierce also arrived at the lion and tiger tribe and found Carlo, informing him that their climbing beast tribe was also surrounded. It seems that Abel has surrounded both our tribes. We can't get out from our side either, Piers said anxiously. For a moment, everyone fell silent, not knowing how to respond to this sudden crisis. Our area to move in is still relatively large, but if we continue to be trapped like this, the food will eventually run out, Chu Xinran said after a while. Chu Xinran had just gone to check, and fortunately, they still had access to the field where they grew food. Once the crops were ready, they could last for a long time. However, being restricted by the beast eater tribe like this would not be sustainable in the long run. Moreover, we can't go over to the sea now, which means we can't make salt anymore. Once the salt stored in the tribe runs out, our situation will become dangerous. Carlo raised the issue of salt, which made everyone anxious. Their tribe still had a decent amount of salt stored, but it would eventually run out. When that time came, they would have to break out of here by any means necessary. A few people discussed the matter for a while, but they still couldn't come up with a good response, so they could only leave it as it is for now and plan for the long term. No one told Reese about this matter, fearing that he would suffer another blow. However, a few days later, while the tribe was discussing, Reese learned about it and, feeling angry, hurried out to the woods, only to see the Beast Eater tribe members aiming their bows and arrows at him. Looking around, he didn't see Abel, and guessed he must have gone to do something else. Seeing the orcs eyeing him with their bows drawn, Reese hesitated for a moment and turned back to the tribe. Since the tribe was surrounded, many people were anxious and unsure about what to do next. Seeing everyone so flustered, Carlo called everyone together. They all saw the situation outside their tribe, but Carlo urged them not to panic and to focus on what they were doing. They would definitely find a way to resolve the current situation. Carlo spoke loudly and calmly to everyone in the tribe. His composed demeanor eased many people's worries. Carlo was known for keeping his word, so they believed in him and trusted he would lead them out of this crisis. Also, Carlo continued, the climbing beast tribe is in the same situation as us, so I hope everyone can get along well with them, help each other, and strive to get through this tough time together. The lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe were now in the same boat, so it was especially important to unite in this critical moment. After stabilizing everyone's anxious emotions, Carlo continued to hunt around the tribe during the day. There were still plenty of wild beasts in the woods, so they didn't have to worry about food for now. Besides hunting during the day, Carlo would patrol the area around the tribe at night with Darl, looking for opportunities to strike at those outside. However, at night, Abel would also arrange for some people to keep watch, monitoring the movements of the lion-tiger tribe. So Carlo and Darl couldn't find a suitable opportunity to break out for the time being. By the time Carlo returned from patrolling late at night, he was surprised to find Chu Xinran still awake, waiting for him. You shouldn't wait for me to come back to sleep. I don't know when I'll be back at night. Staying up like this will take a toll on your health, Carlo said, feeling a bit pained and reproachful. Chu Xinran smiled and shook her head, coming over to help Carlo take off his things. I'm fine. Haven't you been staying up late too? You haven't had a proper rest for a long time because of the tribe's matters. I'm stronger than you. But listen to me, okay? Don't wait for me to come back. Get some rest. Seeing Carlo's serious expression, Chu Xinran had no choice but to nod reluctantly. All right, I promise you. This is the last time. Chu Xinran prepared water for Carlo to wash up, and then they finally lay down on the bed. Carlo held Chu Xinran in his arms, listening to her breathing, and said guiltily, Ran, our pairing ceremony might have to be postponed. I'm sorry. It's okay. I understand. Chu Xinran shook her head in Carlo's embrace. Now that the tribe is in trouble, our pairing must be delayed. I can understand all of this. Don't feel sorry for me because of this. I'm also part of the tribe, and when the tribe is in trouble, I certainly want to help resolve it first. They had originally planned to hold the pairing ceremony during the rainy season, but now that the tribe was in this situation, they had to find a way to deal with the Beast Eater tribe outside first. As for their pairing ceremony, Chu Xinran was not in a hurry. It could be held later once things were resolved. Carlo gently kissed Chu Xinran and held her tightly, softly coaxing, sleep now. It's late. Chapter 242. Request to meet. After Kevin learned about this matter, he became very angry and excitedly jumped out of bed. That despicable little man, Abel. How could he do this? Does he want to watch us all die here? No way. I have to settle the score with him. Nina hurriedly pressed Kevin down, shouting, Don't be anxious. Your injury isn't healed yet. Who are you going to settle the score with? You should stay at home and recover, okay? Even though Nina said this, Kevin remained indignant and couldn't calm the anger in his heart for a long time. He looked at Carlo and asked in confusion, Carlo, why do you think Abel has become like this? He grew up with us. Although we may not have treated him exceptionally well, we certainly never mistreated him. Why does he hate us so much and want to put us to death? Why Abel became like this was a big question in the hearts of many in the lion-tiger tribe. They simply couldn't understand how a person's character could change so quickly and become so ungrateful. doing so many despicable things. Carlo didn't speak. He didn't know why Abel was acting so ruthlessly. Although Carlo had never said it out loud, he had always valued every member of the lion-tiger tribe. He and Abel had never gotten along, and in a sense, Abel had taken his father away from him, so he had always had little interaction with Abel. It wasn't until Chu Xinran came to the lion-tiger tribe that he had more interactions with Abel, often doing things and training together as Chu Xinran came up with various ideas to build a tribe. He wouldn't say he understood Abel completely, but he did know that Abel was indeed a capable and honest person. Now that Abel had become like this, betraying the tribe, Carlo was utterly disappointed in him. If he encountered Abel on the battlefield in the future, he would definitely not show any mercy. Under Carlo's reassurance, the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe resumed their normal lives. The orcs went hunting in the woods every day, while the females took care of everything in the tribe. The orcs from the beast-eater tribe outside, seeing them so calm, began to feel uneasy. Lord Abel, why do the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe seem completely unbothered? Have they found a way to deal with us? What will we do if this continues? One orc asked Abel with concern. Abel confidently shook his head. What are you worried about? We have them surrounded so tightly. Where can they escape from? Just wait patiently. When their salt runs out, they will be finished. Abel was not worried at all. The lion-tiger tribe could not access the sea now, so they couldn't make salt. Once the salt in the tribe was consumed, they would eventually die here. Just follow my orders and remain vigilant. Don't be careless, especially at night. Do you understand? Abel instructed seriously. The others nodded, obediently following Abel's orders. After giving these instructions, Abel temporarily returned to the beast-eater tribe, because Abel had many matters to attend to. He couldn't stay here all the time and could only visit the beast-eater tribe from time to time. After hearing Abel report on the situation there, Hanks was very satisfied and said with a smile, Abel, you did very well. As long as we take down the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe, once we get the antidote beast, the entire orc continent will be ours. Abel also smiled, feeling that taking down the lion-tiger tribe was a sure thing. At this moment, the triumphant Abel was unaware that Reese was searching for him everywhere, since learning that Abel was guarding outside the tribe with others. Reese pondered for a long time and felt that he should meet Abel and have a good talk with him. He wanted to persuade Abel to change his mind, to guide him back to the right path, and not continue down the wrong one. However, Reese looked out into the woods several times and did not see any trace of Abel, and he did not dare to easily go outside the woods. After all, he was already old and not as agile as Carlo and Darl. If so many arrows were shot at him, he would definitely not be able to dodge them. But after not seeing Abel for a long time, Reese became somewhat anxious. He felt that as long as he saw Abel, he would definitely be able to convince him to return to the right path and stop doing bad things to the lion-tiger tribe. If he could persuade Abel, then the current crisis of the lion-tiger tribe could be smoothly resolved. But now he couldn't even see Abel. How could he persuade him? After hesitating for a long time, Reese decided to take the risk and try to walk outside the woods. Fortunately for Reese, the orc guarding in the direction he was heading was an old acquaintance, Jonathan. Upon seeing Reese, Jonathan hurriedly waved his hand to stop the orcs nearby from shooting arrows, saying, Wait, this person is closely related to Abel. If you hurt him, Abel won't let you go. The other orcs looked at each other, unsure whether to believe Jonathan's words, but thinking of Abel's brutality, they all dared not act rashly. If what Jonathan said was true, and they hurt this person, then Abel would certainly not let them off easily. Jonathan shouted towards Reese, Chief Reese, if you take another step forward, we will shoot arrows. Jonathan? Reese was surprised and stopped in his tracks, not expecting that the orc guarding here was Jonathan. Jonathan greeted him with a mischievous smile, saying, Chief Reese, long time no see. How have you been lately? I didn't expect you to remember this old acquaintance of mine, but even though we are old friends, if you take another step forward, my arrows won't have eyes. If I hit you, I won't take responsibility. At this time, Carlo and Chu Xinran also received the news and hurried over. Seeing Reese standing alone in the dangerous central area, they both broke into a cold sweat. Uncle Reese, what are you doing? It's very dangerous. You should come back quickly. Chu Xinran shouted from the edge of the woods. Carlo had already prepared himself to rush out to save his father. Reese glanced back at Carlo and Chu Xinran, ignored them, and shouted toward Jonathan, Jonathan, where is Abel? I want to see him. Chapter 243. Meeting face to face, Jonathan looked at Reese's determined expression, thought for a moment, and replied, Abel is not here right now. If you really want to see him, I will let him know when he comes back. As for whether he wants to see you, that's not my concern. Reese nodded and slowly retreated back into the woods. At this time, The priest also arrived and scolded Reese upon seeing him. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What were you doing just now? Are you so confused? Reese shook his head and said, It's nothing. I just wanted to see Abel. Jonathan has already promised me he would let Abel know. When I see Abel, I will persuade him to leave the beast-eating tribe and not continue down this wrong path. The priest thought Reese was too naive, wondering how he could think that Abel would listen to him. Reese, listen to me. Abel has completely lost his rationality now. He is no longer the Abel you once knew. If you rashly go to see him, what will you do if he turns on you? How will you escape? Reese did not believe what the priest said and strongly denied. No, Abel won't do that to me. I know him. He won't harm me. Dad, I think it's best if you don't go see Abel. It's very dangerous, Carlo also said solemnly from the side. But Reese was not willing to listen to their advice. No matter what they said, he was determined to meet Abel. Later, with no other choice, Carlo and Chu Xinran discussed and sent an orc to watch over Reese, preventing him from getting closer to the woods, which made Reese extremely angry, and he threw a big tantrum. Carlo, now that you are the chief, you think you can disregard me, right? I am your father. How can you treat me like this? You actually sent someone to monitor me? I tell you, I am determined to see Abel. Seeing Reese scolding Carlo so harshly, Chu Xinran defended Carlo, saying, Uncle Reese, don't say that about Carlo. Carlo is doing this for your own good, and this method was also discussed with Grandpa Priest. You can't blame Carlo alone for this. Uncle Reese, you're being too biased. Hearing Chu Xinran say this, Reese moved his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing and turned his head, not wanting to look at them again. After Abel returned from the beast-eating tribe, Jonathan told Abel about this matter, but after thinking for a while, Abel ultimately shook his head. The situation had reached this point. What else could he say when he saw Uncle Reese again? The only thing he could do now was to let Uncle Reese go at that time, leaving him alive. However, Reese was not so easy to give up. Even though someone was watching him, he still tried various ways to run to the edge of the woods and shouted Abel's name loudly. Abel listened to Reese shouting there, feeling anxious and restless, not knowing what to do. Are you really not going to see him? He comes here almost every day to look for you. Jonathan suddenly appeared behind Abel and said, I heard you were raised by him. Are you really so heartless as to not even see him once? At this moment, Abel's feelings were complicated. He finally closed his eyes and said coldly, Bring him over. I will see him. When Reese heard Jonathan calling him to come over, he was overjoyed, knowing that Abel was willing to see him. Reese was taken by the orcs of the beast-eating tribe to meet Abel, who was sitting at the top of a wooden house waiting for him. Upon seeing Abel, Reese's expression became excited, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Abel waved his hand, asking the other orcs to leave first, leaving only him and Reese in the wooden house. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time, and finally, it was Abel who spoke first, calling out Uncle Reese. Hearing Abel call him that, Reese felt a pang in his nose and said with difficulty, You silly child, why are you doing this? You are clearly not that kind of person. Abel also felt very uncomfortable inside. He didn't know why he had come to this point. Everyone in the lion-tiger tribe had wronged him, but the one he felt most sorry for was the old man in front of him. Uncle Reese had raised him since he was a child, taking care of him as if he were his own child, and now he had hurt his feelings. Uncle Reese, I'm sorry, but I have to do this. I want to become the chief, you know? Reese had always taken care of Abel out of pity for him being an orphan without parents. He would always remember how he found Abel, how pitiful he looked at that time, starving in skin and bones, with no meat on him. He took him back and raised him little by little. At that time, Reese's mate was still alive, and he and his beloved mate raised Abel as their own child. Later, after Reese's mate passed away, he raised Abel alone, wanting to fulfill the last wish of his mate while she was alive. He still remembers his female lying in the snow, blood all around her, touching his face, weakly saying to him, Raise a few children well. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you anymore. At that time, Karen had just been born for a short while, and Abel and Carlo were already half-grown children. Because of his female's death, he grew resentful towards Carlo, not knowing how to face him, and became much colder to Carlo. Kevin, on the other hand, lost his parents during the beast tide that took his female's life, so Reese adopted Kevin at that time. Therefore, compared to the other children, he was most inclined towards Abel, raising him with all his heart and meeting all his needs. However, Abel might have been traumatized by the tragic life of wandering during his childhood, feeling very insecure, no matter how good Reese was to him. There was always a hint of uncertainty in his heart. Abel always felt that as long as he became the clan leader and gained power, no one would abandon him again and would always follow him. After Reese learned about Abel's thoughts, he felt heartbroken for his insecurity. So he always wholeheartedly supported Abel in becoming the clan leader. But in the end, things did not go as hoped, and Carlo became the leader of the lion-tiger tribe. Reese had actually done a lot for Abel to become the leader. He argued with the priest about this almost every day, and only as a last resort did they come up with the most fair method of voting, but in the end, Abel still missed out on the position of clan leader. Chapter 244. Failed persuasion. Abel, no matter how much you want to become the clan leader, you can't betray the lion-tiger tribe. Do you know how much this hurts those who have watched you grow up since childhood? Reese said with deep sorrow. If Reese had said this to Abel when he had just left the lion-tiger tribe, Abel might have felt a bit touched. But now, having experienced so much in the beast-eating tribe, the thrill of gaining power and resolving everything with violence, Abel had become hard-hearted. Uncle Reese, if you want to become a great person, some sacrifices are necessary. If I care about this person and that person, then I will never become the clan leader, and I will always be a failure. Looking at the unfamiliar Abel, Reese didn't know what to say and sadly asked, Abel, is the position of clan leader really that important to you? You could abandon your kin. Can you freely hurt your own tribesmen for the sake of becoming the clan leader? Is that it? Why have you become like this? Hearing Reese's accusations, Abel did not speak. He knew that what he was doing was crazy, that no one could truly understand his inner thoughts. He had become accustomed to it. But no matter what, he had to obtain the position of clan leader. If he couldn't become the leader of the lion-tiger tribe, then he would give up on it altogether. Reese asked one last time, Abel, I asked you one last time, are you willing to come back to the lion-tiger tribe with me? As long as you stop now, I can guarantee that everyone in the lion-tiger tribe will welcome you back. Go back with you? Abel found it a bit laughable. How could what had happened be treated as if it didn't exist? Even if Reese was willing to forgive him, would Kevin, whom he hurt, forgive him? Would Carlo and Chu Xinran forgive him? Abel would always remember how Chu Xinran ignored him back then. Surely she had completely regarded him as an enemy. Faced with Chu Xinran's hateful gaze, he would rather stay in the beast-eating tribe, enjoying the hard-won power he had. Uncle Reese, you're thinking too simply. Even if I go back, can you make Carlo give me the position of clan leader? If you can do that, then I will go back with you right now. Reese fell silent, not knowing how to answer Abel's question. Seeing Reese like this, Abel had already anticipated the answer and smiled, saying, see, you can't. Carlo is already the clan leader of the lion-tiger tribe. Where would I have a place in the lion-tiger tribe if I go back? Not to mention, I have also hurt Kevin. These hatreds have already been sown. They are not so easily erased. But Abel, are you really happy in the beast-eating tribe? Are you really happy? Abel also asked himself this question deep down. He faced countless killings every day, treating defeated beastmen like wild animals. And Hank and the surrounding beastmen would also eat the flesh of beastmen, even urging Abel to eat as well. Abel couldn't overcome that barrier in his heart, so he had never eaten human flesh. But how long could he continue to hold on like this? Everyone around him was eating. In such an environment, he felt like an anomaly. How long could he persist in his principles? Perhaps one day, he would also become like them. But even so, despite facing so many brutal things, looking at the respectful gazes of those around him, their obedience, their willingness to follow his orders, he felt truly satisfied deep inside. These people followed him. As long as he remained strong, they would always follow him, never leaving him. Uncle Reese, I'm very happy now. Happier than I was in the lion-tiger tribe. You don't know how much those people in the beast-eating tribe admire me, how much they respect me. Abel said with shining eyes. He looked at Reese eagerly and said, Uncle Reese, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Just wait a bit longer. Once I become the clan leader of the beast-eating tribe, I will bring you over too, so you can live this good life as well. Then we can live like we used to, and I will treat you like my own father. Reese shook his head in disappointment at Abel. I will not betray my own tribe. Even if I die, I will choose to die in the lion-tiger tribe. Abel, you really disappoint me. You are blinded by power now, and one day you will regret it. Hearing Reese say this, Abel's expression turned grim. He knew that their conversation was coming to an end, and their positions were different, and neither could persuade the other. Uncle Reese, if that's the case, then please go back first. Remember not to come to the border again. If I'm not here, those people will not be merciful to you. Reese knew that he couldn't persuade Abel to return with him this time. He felt very sad, took a deep look at Abel, and then followed the beastmen of the beast-eating tribe out of the wooden house, heading towards the lion-tiger tribe. What Reese didn't know was that on the way to the lion-tiger tribe, a beastman behind him aimed a bow and arrow at him, ready to shoot. But Abel knocked the bow and arrow out of his hand. Who told you to act on your own? Abel shouted angrily at the beastman. Lord Abel, this is what the clan leader told us to do, saying that not a single person from the lion-tiger tribe can be spared. If there's a chance, we must shoot them all dead. The beastman answered with some fear. looking at Abel's furious expression. Now that I am here, whose orders do you intend to follow? Do you still want to stay here? Have you rebelled against the heavens? We dare not. Lord Abel, we are sorry. The beastmen hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Remember this. From now on, all actions must obey my orders. Try acting on your own again. Abel was very annoyed that Hank had intervened in this matter. Hank had clearly said that all matters here were to be commanded by him, but now he was secretly giving orders to these beastmen behind his back. We are sorry. We know we were wrong. From now on, we will ask for Lord Abel's instructions before doing anything. These orcs did not dare to offend Abel casually. After all, Abel was currently the most favored person in front of Hank's. Moreover, Abel acted ruthlessly, and, compared to Hank's, he was even more extreme. So they all wanted to avoid offending Abel. Chapter 245. Chu Xinran's anger. Reese returned to the lion and tiger tribe feeling very low. At this time, Carlo, Chu Xinran, and the shaman had already received news that Reese went to meet Abel. Seeing that Reese had returned safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Reese's disappointed expression, the shaman knew without asking that he must have failed in persuading Abel to come back with him. Reese, I told you long ago that Abel would never listen to you. Look at you, what is the point of all this fuss? You made so many people in the tribe worry about you. Reese was in a bad mood today, not only because of Abel, but also because he was reminded of his deceased female. Hearing the shaman say this, he looked at Carlo, who was standing silently behind everyone, and pointed at him with a sneer. Are you sure he cares about me? Since I came back, he hasn't even looked at me once. Everyone looked at Reese in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly targeted Carlo. Chu Xinran could not tolerate Reese wronging Carlo like this, and stepped forward, saying, Uncle Reese, why do you say that? Before you returned, Carlo was standing at the edge of the woods watching. He only came back to tell us the news when he saw you return safely. Yes, Uncle Reese, Xinran is telling the truth. It's too unfair for you to accuse Carlo like this. Kevin, who was supported by Nina, also chimed in, seeing that everyone was on Carlo's side. Reese felt even angrier and blurted out, now I understand how Abel feels. No matter what happens, you all stand by Carlo. No wonder Abel was forced to leave the lion and tiger tribe. Reese's words were too serious, and the shaman, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't take it anymore. Reese, have you had enough of this nonsense? Why do we all stand by Carlo? Because everything Carlo does is right. We all have eyes and can see clearly what is right. I always thought that stepping down from the chief position would allow you to live your life peacefully. But why are you even more confused now than before? During the competition for the chief, you used every means for Abel, and now that Abel has betrayed our tribe, you are still finding excuses for him. Now that you return from Abel without success in persuading him, you vent your anger indiscriminately on Carlo. How unlucky is Carlo to have you as a father? I think Carlo is even more unfortunate. Reese shouted, I wish I had never had this child. If it weren't for him, his mother wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have lost my female. At this, everyone present fell silent, looking at Reese in shock. Carlo had become accustomed to Reese's unjust treatment of him and had not reacted much to Reese's words, but hearing how much Reese hated his existence, he looked at Reese and calmly asked, Dad, do you really think that? Chu Xinran stepped forward and held Carlo's hand, silently wanting to comfort him. Seeing everyone's strong reaction, Reese realized he had misspoken and didn't know how to answer Carlo's question. Even Karen, who was nearby, suddenly cried out, Dad, why do you say that about my brother? Aren't we a family? Brother is your child, and I am also your child. Why do you say such things? Karen was now in an age where he could understand adult conversations and knew that what Reese had just said was excessive and hurtful to his brother. When Karen's mother passed away, he was still very young, so he had no impression of her. Since Reese was the chief, he was often busy, and during his childhood, it was mostly Carlo who took care of him. Carlo would carry him wherever he went, so he had a deep bond with Carlo. Now that his father spoke like this about Carlo, Karen found it hard to accept and was in disbelief. At this moment, Chu Xinran thought of the injustices Carlo faced and Reese's bias, and her anger towards Reese reached a peak. She couldn't care less about being respectful to elders and coldly said to Reese, Uncle Reese, do you really think that? You believe that Mom lost her life saving Carlo. So you resent Carlo, right? Reese did not speak, but his demeanor clearly indicated he was acquiescing. Uncle Reese, you don't understand your own female at all. If Mom were still alive and saw you treating Carlo like this, she would never forgive you. Hearing Chu Xinran say this, Reese clearly became anxious. Don't talk nonsense. She wouldn't blame me. It's impossible. Uncle Reese, Mom was willing to sacrifice her life for her children. She exchanged her life for Carlo to survive. She hoped Carlo could live well. But as Carlo's father, you can't even understand the good intentions behind Mom's actions. Uncle Reese, I understand your feelings for Mom. But as Carlo's father, you have not fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of father at all. If Mom knew that the outcome of her sacrifice was your resentment towards Carlo, what would she think? And Uncle Reese, I hope you can think rationally about this. Is this really Carlo's fault? He was still just a half-grown child at that time, and he could do nothing in the face of his mother's death. If he had the ability, I believe he would have used all his strength to protect her. Chu Xinran held Carlo's hand tighter and said indignantly, Uncle Reese, do you think you're the only one who has suffered all these years? Carlo has too. He has lost his mother, and he is even more miserable than you. He has been filled with guilt, blaming himself for his mother's death, while also facing your cold words. I can't even imagine how Carlo has been living these years. Chu Xinran's words made some older females present unable to hold back their tears. Chu Xinran was right. How bitter had Carlo been all these years? He was just a half-grown child at that time, yet he had to face the situation of his mother's death and his father's resentment towards him. Chapter 246. Discussing countermeasures. Reese was struck by Chu Xinran's words. Although he was unwilling to admit it, her words were all true. His behavior over the years had been wrong. He had blamed all his dissatisfaction over his female's death on an innocent child. Unable to bear the blow, Reese took a few steps back, and his face turned pale, looking as if he had aged several years. Seeing Reese's pitiful appearance, Chu Xinran no longer said anything. She returned to Carlo's side, silently giving him strength. When Carlo was young, he always saw Reese smiling at Abel and caring for him. But he was unwilling to say a word to Carlo. At first, he felt very disappointed and always wondered if he wasn't doing well enough. However, when Carlo worked hard to improve his abilities and tried to do everything well, Reese was still dissatisfied with him, always scolding him and finding fault. Gradually, Carlo became accustomed to Reese's treatment and accepted having such a father. Perhaps at the beginning, Carlo still yearned for his father's love, but after mentioning his mother once, he saw the faint hatred in his father's eyes directed at him. Carlo then understood completely that his father hated him and would never forgive him. So Carlo has now gotten used to Reese's indifference towards him. He learned not to feel disappointed or to have desires, and thus he no longer feels sad. Reese initially was unwilling to admit his wrongdoing, but upon seeing Carlo's calm gaze, he suddenly realized that even if he recognized his mistake now and wanted to change, Carlo no longer needed him as a father. Carlo had grown into a strong individual on his own and had someone he valued dearly. His father's concern held no value for him anymore. When Carlo needed him, he was absent, and now Carlo had become a formidable orc. Even if Reese recognized his errors and wished to make amends, Carlo no longer required him. At this point, Reese had to admit that he was indeed a failed father. He had made mistakes for many years. He looked at Carlo and trembled as he asked, Carlo, do you hate me? I don't hate you, Carlo replied calmly. I understand that you resent me for my mother's death, and I also thank you for not following her to the grave, but instead raising both me and Karen. Upon hearing this, Reese could no longer hold back his tears and began to cry bitterly. When his mate passed away, he truly wanted to leave this world with her. But looking at the still growing Carlo and Karen, he gritted his teeth and survived. However, he had been unable to face Carlo and had treated him wrongly for so long. After this incident, Reese was greatly affected, aging several years in one go. He began to stay at home, no longer involved in tribal matters, living a quiet life. Only during ceremonies did Karen often visit him. Occasionally, Chu Xinran would accompany Carlo to visit Reese. Carlo and Reese exchanged few words. It was mostly Chu Xinran who spoke. And soon after, they would leave. The lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe remained trapped in the woods, unable to escape. The salt on the climbing beast tribe's side had run out, so Carlo allocated some salt to Piers to help them survive. However, the lion-tiger tribe salt was also running low, and they could not continue like this. They had to find a way to escape their current predicament. At this time, Kevin's body had fully healed, and only then did Nina allow him to go outside. One day, Carlo gathered Chu Xinran, Kevin, and Piers together to discuss how to deal with the current situation. I have an idea. I will find a way to escape on my own and seek help from other tribes that have been oppressed by the Beast Eater tribe. As long as all the tribes unite, we can definitely take down the Beast Eater tribe. Carlo had already planned to unite with other tribes when training the Lion-Tiger tribe's strength, but before he could go out to seek cooperation, they were surrounded by Abel and his men. But how will you get out? The Beast Eater tribe's orcs are watching very closely. Even at night, they are still on guard. Chu Xinran said worriedly, no matter how skilled you are, you can't dodge so many arrows coming from above. It's too dangerous to be out there alone in the wild. However, if I don't do this, are we really going to be trapped here forever? Listen to me. I can handle the situation outside on my own. Trust me. We have no other good options right now. We have to take this gamble. Then how will you get out? The area is surrounded by beast-eater tribe orcs. Kevin asked thoughtfully. Carlo looked into the distance and answered calmly, "Don't worry, I will find a way." That night, Carlo quietly left the house. And Chu Xinran could only anxiously wait for his safe return. Carlo went to the place he had observed during the day, climbed down into the bushes, and hid. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted Jonathan. Abel was very clever. Fearing that Carlo and the others might find a loophole, he changed the guards' positions every day. Carlo had taken a long time to observe and finally figured out the pattern of the guard rotations, which allowed him to find Jonathan that night. Jonathan had been standing there somewhat bored, casually gesturing with his bow and arrows when he suddenly heard a squawking sound. Wasn't that the sound of the detox beast? While drifting at sea before, Jonathan had heard this sound almost every day and recognized it immediately. However, the other orcs of the beast-eater tribe were unaware of the detox beast's existence, so they paid no attention to the sound, thinking it was just an ordinary bird. Chapter 247. Escaped. Jonathan looked around and then jokingly said to the indifferent orcs, "I haven't had anything good to eat lately. I'm nearly dying from hearing this bird's call. Brothers, you stay here and guard. I'm going to catch this bird." Jonathan wanted to secretly catch the detox beast. If he succeeded, his current lowly life would end, and he could rebuild his bird tribe and unify the entire orc continent. The other orcs nodded knowingly and replied, "All right, but don't eat it all yourself. Make sure to share some with us." "Don't worry, I'll definitely share it with you. Wait here, I'll be back soon." With that, Jonathan slipped into the woods under the cover of night. He waited until he was out of sight of the orcs behind him before cautiously pushing through the bushes, trying to find the detox beast that had been calling earlier. However, after searching, Jonathan could not find any trace of the detox beast, and at that moment, the detox beast had also stopped calling. Just as Jonathan was puzzled, a shadow suddenly pounced on him from behind, pinning him to the ground and covering his mouth. Jonathan was startled and struggled to break free from the grip of the person behind him, but then he heard a familiar voice, "Don't move, it's me." Jonathan immediately recognized Carlo's voice, stopped struggling, and turned to look at Carlo in confusion, as if asking what he was doing. Carlo made a gesture for Jonathan to be quiet, and then released him. "Carlo, what exactly are you doing? How could you be so despicable as to lure me with the detox beast sound?" Jonathan said in an agitated whisper, still shocked from the scare, thinking he had really encountered some danger. "Jonathan, I need your help right now. I must escape from here," Carlo said, glancing around at the commotion and then seriously addressing Jonathan. "You want me to help you?" Jonathan looked at Carlo doubtfully. "Have you forgotten that we were enemies before? And if I help you, what's in it for me? You can't expect me to risk so much to help you for nothing. Are you really willing to stay in the beast-eater tribe forever? The beast-eater tribe's actions on the orc continent are too cruel and have already caused dissatisfaction among many tribes. Sooner or later, all the tribes will unite to deal with the beast-eater tribe. When that day comes, if you remain in the beast-eater tribe, you will never have a chance to rise again. If you help us, the lion-tiger tribe this time, on the day we are defeated by the beast-eating tribe, we will let go of everyone from the bird tribe." Jonathan certainly did not want to stay in the beast-eating tribe forever. He was once the respected leader of the bird tribe. It was only under Hank's threat that he had no choice but to join the beast-eating tribe. If given the choice, he would never have interacted with the beast-eating tribe. After contemplating for a while, Jonathan finally nodded and said, "All right, I will help you. You must ensure that every person from the bird tribe is spared." Although Jonathan had joined the beast-eating tribe, his desire to rebuild the bird tribe had never died. The people of the bird tribe were now scattered throughout the beast-eating tribe, but they still secretly referred to Jonathan as their leader. They were unwilling to be dismantled by the beast-eating tribe. Seeing Jonathan agree, Carlo and Jonathan lowered their heads to discuss a strategy. And then Jonathan and Carlo caught several bird beasts, with Jonathan heading back in the direction they came from while holding the bird beasts. When the other beastmen saw that Jonathan really brought back the bird beasts, they all became excited. "I didn't expect you to be so loyal. You didn't keep it all for yourself. You were gone for so long. I thought you secretly ate it all." One beastman joked, "What are you talking about? How could I eat it all by myself? It's just that the bird beast was hidden too well, and since everyone wanted to eat, I thought I'd catch a few more, which is why it took me so long," Jonathan replied with a smile. He processed the bird beasts and called over the surrounding beastmen. "Everyone come over. I've started the fire. Let's roast and eat together." A few beastmen exchanged glances. Their appetites stirred, and some couldn't resist the temptation and came over to start roasting the bird beasts. However, there were also some timid beastmen who were a bit uneasy. "Do you think the lion-tiger tribe will take the opportunity to escape? If they get out, Lord Abel will definitely not let us off." Oh, just eat with peace of mind. It's so late. The lion-tiger tribe must be sleeping, Jonathan said, trying to hide his anxiety and acting nonchalant. Yeah, Jonathan is right. Several beastmen agreed with Jonathan, some displeasedly saying, I don't know how long we have to guard here. Those lion-tiger tribe members are living so comfortably inside. They're eating and drinking without worry, while we have to stay here day and night, not eating well or sleeping well. When this was mentioned, the few beastmen expressed their shared feelings and began to complain. Everyone remember, today's matter must not be leaked. We can't let Lord Abel know. If he finds out we slacked off today, he will definitely punish us. The others nodded. Of course, they wouldn't let this matter slip. Just as Jonathan and the group of beastmen were eating roasted meat and chatting, a shadow quietly walked past Jonathan's direction. Since the shadow had its back to the beastmen, only Jonathan saw it. After seeing the shadow slowly walk away, Jonathan finally sighed in relief. Finally escaped. Now it depends on Carlo. This is all he could do to help. After avoiding the beastmen of the beast-eating tribe, Carlo successfully escaped the encirclement. He checked his direction and then ran into the darkness without looking back. Carlo finally escaped the siege of the beast-eating tribe. His purpose this time was to find other tribes, seek their help, and unite these tribes to attack the beast-eating tribe from the outside. Meanwhile, the lion-tiger tribe would work from the inside to try to drive back the beast-eating tribe, helping both the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe break free from their predicament. Chapter 248. Unite. Carlo traveled for a day and a night, finally finding the first tribe he was looking for at dawn. This tribe had originally fled from a northern part of the Beastman continent to the south alongside the lion-tiger tribe. And the tribe's leader was the elderly beastman who had previously exchanged salt with Chu Xinran and Carlo. They had met before in the beast-eating tribe, and that elderly beastman had specifically mentioned the location of his tribe, inviting the lion-tiger tribe to visit when they had the chance. When Carlo came to visit, the elderly beastman welcomed him with surprise. Carlo, what brings you here? It's been a long time. How is your tribe doing lately? Leader Abner, to speak frankly, I have come today to ask for your tribe's help. Hearing this, Abner invited Carlo to sit down and hurriedly asked, What happened? Is something wrong with your tribe? If you need help, just say it. I will do my utmost to assist you. Abner had always remembered the kindness of the lion-tiger tribe. Initially, Chu Xinran and Carlo had kindly exchanged salt with them, and later, during their crossing of the sea, Carlo had generously taught them many things. Thanks to the help of the lion-tiger tribe, they had escaped from the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus beasts and safely settled in the southern part of the Beastman continent. Abner had always remembered this kindness, and now that the lion-tiger tribe was in trouble, he would definitely lend a hand. Carlo informed Abner of the current situation of the lion-tiger tribe. Our tribe and the climbing beast tribe are trapped there and cannot get out. Our salt is running low, and if this continues, things will not end well. Therefore, I would like to ask for your tribe's assistance in attacking the beast-eating tribe's beastmen from the outside, while our beastmen work together from the inside to drive back the beast-eating tribe. Carlo knew that this proposal would be difficult for Abner because the beast-eating tribe was too powerful and ordinary tribes would not dare to confront them directly. But to his surprise, after considering it for a while, Abner nodded without hesitation. You really agree? Leader Abner, you need to think this through. This matter is very dangerous. If it were not absolutely necessary, I wouldn't want to involve your tribe. Abner nodded. Carlo, rest assured, I have thought it through. You have helped us so much in the past. I, Abner, am not an ungrateful person. Now that your tribe is in trouble, we cannot just stand by and do nothing. Hearing Abner say this, Carlo resolutely said, Leader Abner, I really appreciate it. Please rest assured, I will do my best to protect your tribe and ensure there are no casualties. Once it was confirmed that Abner would help, Carlo then asked Leader Abner, Do you know where the other tribes are currently located? Just having your tribe may be too dangerous. We need to find more tribes to unite and deal with the beast-eating tribe together. I know where those tribes that came to the southern continent with us are located. I will take you to find them now. After these tribes moved to the southern continent, they did not want to have any contact with the beast-eating tribe. So they lived far away from the beast-eating tribe, which took Carlo and Abner quite a bit of time to locate. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran was anxiously waiting. I wonder how Carlo is doing now. Is it going smoothly? Chu Xinran said worriedly to Kevin. That night, when Chu Xinran didn't wait for Carlo to return, she knew that Carlo should have successfully escaped. However, now Carlo had been gone for many days, and there was still no news, which made Chu Xinran increasingly anxious. Xiaoran, don't worry. Carlo will definitely be fine. Let's be patient a little longer. He will surely succeed in bringing the people from the other tribes back here. Kevin comforted. They had been very cautious during this time, afraid that the orcs stationed outside would discover Carlo's absence. However, Judging by the current situation, they had not noticed anything yet. But if Carlos still didn't return, the suspicious Abel might very well discover the matter, as Carlo, being the leader of the lion-tiger tribe, had not appeared in the woods for a long time, which was indeed quite strange. I believe in Carlo. I'm just afraid that he might have encountered some trouble while persuading those tribes, Chu Xinran said worriedly. But unlike Chu Xinran's concerns, Carlo was actually doing quite well over there. Those tribes had all received help from the lion-tiger tribe in the past. Upon hearing Carlo's intentions, although they hesitated for a long time, they ultimately nodded in agreement. Carlo found a total of 7 or 8 tribes, and the leaders of these tribes all agreed to help the lion-tiger tribe. Although Carlo was anxious about the current situation of the lion-tiger tribe and eager to return, he could not joke about the lives of these orcs. So Carlo gathered these orcs together, taught them how to make sharp weapons, and shared many combat experiences. Carlo taught these orcs for 3 full days before finally leading them towards the lion-tiger tribe, ready to take down the orcs of the beast-eating tribe in one fell swoop. At this time, Abel was still unaware of this matter. He was currently talking with Hanks from the beast-eating tribe. Ever since he learned that Hanks had secretly given orders to those orcs behind his back, Abel had felt quite uncomfortable. He always felt that Hanks didn't trust him as he claimed. Otherwise, why would he do those things behind his back? Hanks was also quite unhappy. As the leader, it was natural for him to give orders to those orcs, yet Abel had the audacity to question him about it. Although the two did not openly confront each other, a rift had appeared in their hearts, and they both felt dissatisfied with each other. Abel, you finally returned. How much longer were you going to stay there? Arva rushed over happily after hearing that Abel had returned to the tribe. She had missed him dearly during this time, so she ran over without a second thought. Seeing Arva, Hanks also put away his earlier displeasure and transformed back into the kind father figure. Abel couldn't help but sneer inwardly at Hanks's hypocrisy and casually brushed off Arva. Chapter 249. The war begins. Carlo led these orcs relentlessly towards the lion-tiger tribe. When they were about to reach their destination, Carlo had the orcs rest in place and then emphasized again how to break in and fight against the orcs of the beast-eating tribe. After all the preparations were complete, Carlo let out a roar towards the sky, and Kevin, who was inside the tribe, immediately heard the signal. Everyone move. Hurry. Grab your weapons and fight. Before leaving, Carlo had already discussed with Kevin and Dar that if he successfully brought people here, he would signal them. If they heard the signal, they would start attacking the orcs of the beast-eating tribe from the inside. Carlo had been gone for many days, and Kevin felt that he might return at any moment. So he had long prepared the tribe's orcs to be ready for battle. Meanwhile, Abel had just come from the beast-eating tribe, and upon hearing Carlo's roar, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Everyone get ready. Aim your bows. Abel shouted angrily. Having experienced so many battles with Carlo, he understood the meaning of that roar perfectly. Carlo must have made complete preparations, which was why he wasn't afraid of them discovering their actions. All the orcs of the beast-eating tribe perked up and focused on the direction of the lion-tiger tribe and the climbing beast tribe, but they never expected that a large group of orcs would suddenly charge at them from behind. Watch out behind. Quickly shoot arrows. Abel shouted urgently. Many orcs from the beast-eating tribe hurriedly turned around and shot their arrows with all their might, and a rain of arrows instantly shot towards Carlo and his group. However, Carlo had already made preparations. The orcs behind him all raised their shields, blocking not only from the sides but also overhead, and the arrows shot by the beast-eating tribe's orcs were deeply embedded in the shields. At that moment, the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe also rushed out from inside. Abel quickly directed part of his people to turn and shoot arrows this way, but the shields of the lion-tiger tribe had already been prepared and were tightly held up. Initially, Carlo had intended to use this method to lead the orcs of the tribe out, but the number of orcs from the beast-eating tribe was large, and they had many arrows. Even with shields, they couldn't hold out for long, and the shields would soon be pierced. However, the situation was different now. The orcs of the beast-eating tribe had to deal with the people charging from outside, while also facing the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe rushing out from inside. No matter how many arrows they had, they were now somewhat flustered. At this time, Chu Xinran had already taken the other members of the tribe to hide in the cellar with the priest. The reason for hiding in the cellar was not that they were afraid of being caught by the beast-eating tribe, as Abel definitely knew of the cellar's existence. And even if they hid there, they would ultimately be discovered by Abel. The most important reason for Chu Xinran to take them to hide in the cellar was to avoid the arrows shot from a distance. Although the tribe was still a certain distance away from the beast-eating tribe station area, some arrows, due to the force used by the orcs, had already shot over to their side. Chu Xinran was afraid that the people in the tribe would be accidentally injured, so she had them all hide in the cellar. At this moment, several arrows had already been shot into the wooden planks above the cellar. And Chu Xinran felt that their house must have also been shot by many arrows. Abel, leading the orcs of the beast-eating tribe, was now feeling overwhelmed. They were running low on arrows, while the orcs led by Carlo and Kevin were advancing towards them, using shields to press in from both sides. Finally, after all the arrows had been shot, Abel had no choice but to have everyone pick up their weapons and confront Carlo and Kevin head-on. Seeing that the arrows of the beast-eating tribe had finally run out, Carlo instructed everyone to throw down their shields and began to fight against the orcs of the beast-eating tribe. The orcs led by Carlo and those led by Kevin quickly surrounded Abel and his group, and due to the disparity in numbers, the orcs of the beast-eating tribe soon found themselves at a disadvantage. From the start of the war, Kevin charged straight at Abel. Still remembering the grudge from their last encounter, Abel and Kevin began to grapple. Seeing Abel's familiar moves, Kevin couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Why had they come to this point? They were both so familiar with each other's techniques because they often sparred in the tribe. Why had they now become enemies on the battlefield? However, Kevin's sadness quickly dissipated when he noticed that Abel was consistently targeting his injured abdomen during the fight, which made Kevin feel disgusted. Abel, you little man, I really overestimated you before. Kevin didn't expect you to be so despicable. He angrily shouted and fearlessly charged forward. However, in order to avoid letting Abel injure his already hurt abdomen again, Kevin's movements became somewhat hesitant, and he quickly fell into a disadvantage against Abel. Seeing this, Abel smiled smugly, thinking, what does it matter if it's despicable? As long as I can win, that's a good method. At this time, Carlo had already brought his people to join Kevin, and seeing the situation on Kevin's side, Carlo approached. You go deal with others. Leave Abel to me. Carlo shouted to Kevin. Kevin glanced at Carlo, then at Abel, and finally nodded okay. Abel saw that Carlo had finally arrived and glared at him with hatred. Finally, we will have our showdown. Carlo, we have so many grievances to settle this time. I will never let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Abel charged forward, launching fierce attacks aimed at Carlo's vital points. However, Carlo quickly dodged and took out his military knife, no longer showing mercy, striking with deadly intent. Abel's skills were actually not as good as Carlo's, so he had been practicing hard in the beast-eating tribe with the hope of one day defeating Carlo. But while Abel was improving, Carlo had never been slack, so Abel still couldn't beat Carlo at this moment. Carlo's military knife had already carved many wounds on Abel's body, and he was now covered in injuries, bleeding continuously. Feeling his life force rapidly fading, Abel knew he couldn't keep fighting here. He would lose his life. Chapter 250. Abel's defeat. Abel looked around and found that the orcs he had brought were now few. As Carlo lunged at him again with the military knife, Abel quickly grabbed a companion beside him to block Carlo's blade and took the opportunity to slip into the nearby bushes to escape. Carlo's military knife plunged deep into the orc's body, and the orc, unwilling, stared wide-eyed, never expecting to be used as a scapegoat by his own companion. Carlo forcefully withdrew the knife, but by then Abel had already vanished without a trace. Jonathan could no longer hold on, shouting, Carlo, don't forget what you promised me. The remaining orcs are all from our bird tribe. Jonathan had known about this early on and secretly informed his former tribesmen. So during the fight, Jonathan and his tribesmen hadn't put in much effort and had been carefully dodging. Carlo called for everyone to stop fighting. These few were his own people. No need to fight anymore. Hearing Carlo say this, Jonathan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you going to stay with us or return to the beast-eating tribe? Carlo asked after Jonathan rested for a moment. Jonathan sneered and replied, of course, we will return to the beast-eating tribe. That Abel just abandoned us. I naturally want to go back and report this to Hanks. Hearing Jonathan say this, Carlo did not force him to stay and let him take those orcs away. Kevin still didn't understand what was going on, so Carlo explained Jonathan's assistance to him, which changed Kevin's impression of Jonathan quite a bit. Unexpectedly, this Jonathan still has some humanity, choosing to help us. After driving away the people from the beast-eating tribe, Carlo thanked the orcs from the lion-tiger tribe who had come to help them and invited them to stay a few more days. However, since the lion-tiger tribe had just gone through a war, they might not be able to host them, so these tribesmen understandingly left, not wanting to trouble the lion-tiger tribe any further. They were also grateful to Carlo for teaching them so many weapon-making methods, which had greatly helped their tribe. Carlo opened the cellar door and let Chu Xinran and the others come out. As soon as Chu Xinran saw Carlo, she rushed over and hugged his neck. Nearly worried sick over the past few days, Carlo tightly hugged Chu Xinran, relieved that he had returned safely and that their lion-tiger tribe had successfully escaped this predicament. Just as the lion-tiger tribe was cleaning up the battlefield's wreckage, Abel had escaped back to the beast-eating tribe. Alva looked at his disheveled appearance and was immediately frightened to tears. Alva called for people to heal Abel's wounds, and soon Hanks and Charles arrived. Looking at Abel like this, Hanks asked darkly what happened. Where are the others? Carlo gathered many other tribes to attack us, and we didn't have enough people, so... Only I came back. The others were all killed. What? Charles couldn't help but exclaim. Their beast-eating tribe had never suffered such a devastating defeat. After all, those who followed Abel were half of the beast-eating tribe's orcs. If what Abel said was true, then half of their fighting strength had been wiped out, which would be a catastrophic blow for the beast-eating tribe. How could you be so useless? Hanks angrily pointed at Abel, unsure what to say. Dad, you can't blame Abel for this. Didn't you hear Abel say that many tribes united? Of course, he couldn't beat them. Alva hurriedly defended Abel. At this moment, Abel lowered his head, not arguing. But just then, an orc suddenly rushed in, shouting loudly, "Chief, Jonathan has returned with a few orcs." Really? Hanks's expression improved a bit, quickly letting him in. When Abel heard that Jonathan had actually returned alive, his expression changed, knowing his lies would be exposed. Jonathan and a few orcs walked in, and Hanks quickly asked them, "Is it just you left? Where are the others?" Jonathan glared at Abel resentfully and accused, "Chief, only we are left. Abel is truly despicable. He actually abandoned us and escaped by himself. We fought tooth and nail to escape back." Hearing Jonathan say this, everyone present was shocked, looking at Abel in disbelief. Hanks was even more furious, pointing at Abel and cursing, "Good job, Abel. How dare you deceive me? You abandoned so many people and ran away like a coward. Are you still human?" In his anger, Hanks didn't notice that the few orcs who returned with Jonathan had all been Jonathan's tribesmen, originally from the bird tribe. Abel knew that it was useless to argue at this point. He was pale for blood loss and looked very weak, which made Alva start to feel sorry for him. "Dad, you shouldn't say that about Abel. He had no choice. Otherwise, he would have died there." Hanks felt that Alva really disregarded everything for Abel, even saying such things. Although Hanks himself was brutal, his daughter had grown up to be very innocent and kind. But now, Alva had become unable to distinguish right from wrong for Abel. Even if Abel had done something wrong, she was still doing everything to defend him, regardless of the lives of others. "Alva, you really..." Hanks was at a loss for words, angrily looking at Abel. "Abel, I won't let this matter go easily. Considering your injuries, I won't hold you accountable for now, but once you're healed, I will settle this score with you." After saying this, he left in a huff. Hanks is now very disappointed in Abel. The main reason he valued Abel, aside from considering Alva, was because he wanted to rely on Abel to obtain the antidote beast. However, now Abel not only failed to retrieve the antidote beast, but also lost so much of his combat power, which made Hanks extremely angry. Chapter 251. The harvest of grain. After bringing Chu Xinran and the others hidden in the cellar out, Carlo asked the females to stay in the tribe first. Many arrows had been shot into the tribe, and Carlo asked them to help pull out those arrows. Meanwhile, the orcs went outside the woods to clean up the bloody battlefield, because many orcs from the food beast tribe had died there. Carlo didn't want Chu Xinran and the others to see such a cruel scene. The orcs from the lion-tiger tribe worked together to transport the bodies of the food beast tribe orcs far away and buried them. Although these orcs from the food beast tribe had once been their enemies, the people of the lion-tiger tribe couldn't bear to see their bodies being eaten by wild beasts. However, this war also connected the lion-tiger tribe with other tribes, increasing their interactions and facilitating future discussions. These tribes had reached a consensus. Since they had already offended the food beast tribe, they should find an opportunity to unite and attack the food beast tribe together to defeat them in one go. Pierce was also very grateful that he had taken in Carlo and Chu Xinran when he first met them. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he could avenge his parents. Although he hadn't killed Hanks himself yet, he at least saw hope, the hope that they could defeat the food beast tribe. After this lesson, Carlo increased the patrols around the lion-tiger tribe to prevent falling into such a situation again. By this time, the rainy season had passed for quite a few days. When Chu Xinran went to check on the crops, she was pleasantly surprised to find that they had all matured. The joy of the harvest dispelled the gloom of the previous war, and everyone in the lion-tiger tribe happily began to harvest the grain. Many people from the climbing beast tribe also came to help. After this incident, the relationship between the two tribes had become much closer, and everyone felt like family. With the help of the climbing beast tribe, the planted wheat and corn were quickly harvested. Chu Xinran had left a lot of seeds before, so this time she planted a large area, and the final harvest was beyond her expectations. The amount of grain was enough for them to eat for a long time. The lion-tiger tribe also shared a lot of grain with the climbing beast tribe and taught them how to make flour. Pierce was completely conquered by the taste of the flour, wanting to eat it almost every day. He didn't expect Carlo and Chu Xinran to be so generous, even teaching them how to grow grain. Carlo, Xinran, thank you so much for being willing to give us such precious things, Pierce said. Chu Xinran smiled and replied, Pierce, you don't have to be so polite. Our two tribes have gone through so many hardships together, and our relationship is at this level. How could we possibly hide these things from you? Chu Xinran listened to Carlo recount his experience of seeking help from those tribes. She was very moved to hear that many tribes were grateful for the help they had received from the lion-tiger tribe and had agreed without hesitation to help them through difficult times. When Chu Xinran had just arrived on the Orc continent, she was always afraid that the things she knew would attract others' ill intentions. So she rarely revealed these matters in front of outsiders. Later, during the crossing of the sea, she couldn't bear to watch those tribes die at the hands of the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus beast, and since their lion-tiger tribe had become quite powerful by then, she, along with Carlo, taught them many things. However, Chu Xinran didn't expect that her kindness back then would bring them vitality now, when their lion-tiger tribe encountered difficulties. These tribes extended their hands without hesitation. So now, Chu Xinran changed her previous thoughts. She felt that aside from some selfish people, there were many kind-hearted individuals on the Orc continent. Since she knew so much, why not teach these things to those kind-hearted people? Moreover, their lion-tiger tribe was now quite strong, and with Carlo protecting her, Chu Xinran was no longer afraid of those with ulterior motives. After discussing with Carlo, she decided to send the harvested grain to those tribes that had previously helped them. When those tribes received the grain, they were all very excited and happy. While delivering the grain, Carlo also discussed with these tribes about attacking the food beast tribe again. They had previously driven away the orcs of the food beast tribe, but Carlo believed that Hanks and Abel would not easily give up. Rather than waiting for the food beast tribe to attack, it would be better for them to take the initiative. All the tribes readily agreed to Carlo's proposal. They would follow Carlo's command and could attack the food beast tribe at any time. After Carlo returned to the lion-tiger tribe from delivering the grain, many tribes from the southern part of the continent came one after another, all wanting to unite with the lion-tiger tribe to deal with the food beast tribe. The reason Carlo hadn't sought help from these tribes before was that he had no connections with them, and the chances of them refusing his request were high. The food beast tribe had a reputation for being brutal, and they wouldn't be willing to attack them. If Carlo had indeed approached these tribes earlier, they would have refused. They weren't willing to risk opposing the food beast tribe. But now the situation was different. Carlo had actually led those tribes to defeat the food beast tribe. This gave the local tribes hope, as they realized that so many tribes uniting could indeed defeat the powerful food beast tribe. Furthermore, they had heard that the lion-tiger tribe had edible grain. So after much consideration, these tribes eagerly came to the lion-tiger tribe. Carlo had no objections to the tribes wanting to unite to attack the food beast tribe. But if they wanted to obtain grain, it would likely require a period of evaluation. After the lion-tiger tribe harvested all the grain, they ground it into flour for storage. With this grain, they would have to worry during the upcoming snow season. Since Carlo wanted to defeat the food beast tribe in one go, he still wanted to train the orcs a bit more, even though he had discussed plans with these tribes. During this time, Carlo was busy outside, discussing tactics and strategies with those orcs. Although Chu Xinran felt sorry for Carlo's hard work, she also knew that the food beast tribe was a problem that needed to be resolved for their tribe to survive peacefully in the southern continent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have peaceful days ahead. Chapter 252. Alva's decision. While the lion-tiger tribe was smoothly preparing everything, things were not going well for Abel. Ever since it was known that Abel had been defeated by the lion-tiger tribe and had left so many orcs behind to escape alone, Hanks had been neglecting Abel, basically no longer caring about him. The people of the food beast tribe also knew about Abel's actions by this time. They hated Abel for abandoning his companions, especially the families of those orcs who had already died. They wished they could tear Abel apart. They all felt that if it weren't for Abel, their family members wouldn't have died. Therefore, Abel's life in the food beast tribe was not easy. No one treated him kindly, and every time he appeared, someone would mock him coldly. Abel was very angry that these people dared to disrespect him. Although he wanted to teach these rude individuals a lesson, he found that he had been unwell for a long time and had no strength at all, making it impossible to confront them. Abel had once enjoyed the supreme glory that power brought him, but now everyone suddenly despised him and looked down on him, which he could not accept. However, he could not use violence against those people and could only suppress his feelings deep inside. He silently vowed that when his health improved, He would teach those who dared to disrespect him a good lesson. However, a long time had passed, and Abel's conditions still had not improved. In fact, it seemed to be worsening, which drove him almost to madness. Alva came every day to take care of Abel, and he vented all his frustrations on her, often shouting at her. Yet, despite this, Alva still came every day to personally care for Abel and bring him meals. Later, this situation was discovered by Hanks, who was furious that Abel would treat his daughter this way. So, when Alva was not around, he went to Abel's house. When Abel saw Hanks arrive, a glimmer of joy flashed across his face. He thought Hanks was there to make amends. Perhaps he had finally recognized his importance and returned to seek him out. Little did he know, as soon as Hanks saw Abel, he started to curse him. "Abel, let me tell you, you are nothing but a waste now. I will never allow my daughter Alva to be paired with you, so stop having designs on her. Most importantly, if you dare to shout at Alva again, I will break your legs. What do you think you are? How dare you treat her like that? Are you tired of living?" Abel did not expect Hanks to come and say these things to him. He glared at Hanks with hatred, panting heavily as if he wanted to kill him. Hanks was not afraid of Abel. He mocked. "What? Do you want to hit me? Just look at what a useless thing you are now. Abel, you better remember what I said today." After saying that, Hanks left, leaving Abel standing there filled with hatred. When Alva came to bring food again, Abel knocked over her meal. "What are you doing? I made this meal for you," Alva exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. She had made this food herself and had burned her hands several times in the process. She had no idea what had happened to Abel. He seemed fine when she visited yesterday. "Don't come here anymore, so as not to tarnish your noble status. I don't want to be scolded by your father again," Abel said coldly. Upon hearing this, Alva understood why Abel was in a bad mood today. "Did my father come to see you? Why is he like this? I'm going to find him," Alva said angrily, turning to run. Alva found Hanks and angrily asked, "Dad, did you go to see Abel? What did you say to him? Didn't I tell you not to bully him anymore?" Hanks glanced at Alva and said sternly, "Alva, I told you before, you are not allowed to associate with Abel anymore. Just look at his current state. Does he deserve you?" "Dad." Hearing Hank speak about Abel like this made Alva very unhappy. Abel's poor health was due to his bad mood, and his bad mood was because you, Dad, are ignoring him and letting the tribe bully him. If you were to reinstate Abel, he would recover quickly. Hanks had no intention of listening to all of his words. To him, Abel was finished, and he would never reinstate him. However, Alva was persistent and kept pestering Hanks to reinstate Abel. Finally, Hanks, feeling annoyed by her persistence and about to lose his temper, suddenly had a brainwave and thought of a good idea. He looked at Alva and asked, "Do you really want me to reinstate Abel?" "Yes." "Dad, please agree." Alva hurriedly pleaded. "I can agree, but the task I assigned to Abel, he has failed. Are you willing to help him complete this task? If you succeed, I will reinstate him." "What task?" Alva asked, somewhat confused. Hanks explained the matter of the antidote beast to Alva, emphasizing its importance to him. "The antidote beast is currently with Chu Xinran. If you can trick it away from her, I will spare Abel this time and give him another chance." "Are you serious? When has Dad ever lied to you?" "Abel's fate is in your hands." Hanks thought that Carlo and Chu Xinran would not harm Alva as a female, so he felt it was appropriate to send her. Alva hesitated. Chu Xinran had always been nice to her. Did she really have to trick her out of something? But if she didn't do it, what would happen to Abel? She didn't want to see him continue to be so sad and upset. Finally, Alva gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and nodded. "Okay, Dad, I agree. I will bring the antidote beast back, but you must keep your word." Hearing Alva say this, Hanks smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 253, Stolen. When Chu Xinran heard that Alva was requesting to see her outside the tribe, she was surprised. Given the current hostile relationship between the Lion-Tiger tribe and the Beast Food tribe, she thought Alva would no longer come to the Lion-Tiger tribe. What did she possibly want now? Remembering the previous war, Chu Xinran shook her head and said, "Go tell her that it's not a good time for us to meet. Please ask her to return." The beastman in front of Chu Xinran nodded and returned to the tribe's entrance to relay her message to Alva. However, Alva was not so easily discouraged and stubbornly said, "Then I'll wait here for Xinran until she is willing to see me." Seeing Alva's determination, the beastman said nothing more and returned to his post, continuing to guard the gate. Alva had only brought one beastman with her this time, and knowing the deep-seated animosity between the Lion-Tiger tribe and their Beast Food tribe, he silently lowered his presence and stood behind Alva without saying a word. Alva waited outside the gate from day until night and did not leave. The beastman who had relayed the message saw that Alva, a female, had waited for so long and felt a pang of sympathy. He went back inside to inform Chu Xinran of the situation. "Alva hasn't left." Chu Xinran was somewhat surprised. She thought Alva would have left after hearing her message. She hasn't left and has been waiting until now. It's dark outside. Will she be safe out there? The beastman hesitated to say. Chu Xinran thought for a moment. Carlo was not in the tribe, having gone to negotiate with another tribe, and she had no one to consult with. However, she ultimately felt a bit of compassion and nodded. Let her in, but the beastman accompanying her is not allowed to enter. Understood. Alva was overjoyed to hear that Chu Xinran was willing to see her. She instructed the beastman accompanying her to wait there and entered the lion-tiger tribe alone. When Chu Xinran saw Alva, her feelings were very complicated. To be fair, she still quite liked Alva, but their current positions were different, which meant they could no longer continue being friends. Alva, why are you so insistent on seeing me? What is it for? Alva looked at Chu Xinran with guilt and said, I'm here to apologize to you. I'm sorry. I didn't expect my dad and able to do such things. They kept it from me, and if I had known earlier, I would have stopped them. Alva's words sounded a bit strange. Although many orcs from the beast-eating tribe had died, why was Alva here to apologize? It was a bit too odd. Despite her doubts, Chu Xinran maintained a calm demeanor and replied, It's fine. It's not your fault. Did you come all this way just for this? Alva gave an awkward smile and said, Not just that. I'm also here for Abel. I know there are many misunderstandings between Abel and you now, but Abel's intentions are not like that. Please don't misunderstand him. Chu Xinran felt that Alva seemed odd today, different from the innocent and lovely Alva she had met before. Alva, do you even know what you're talking about? Abel is already part of your tribe. He has no connection with us anymore. He chose to become our enemy. And then Chu Xinran stared at Alva and said, If I'm not mistaken, it was you who facilitated Abel's joining the beast-eating tribe, right? Why are you now saying these nonsensical things in front of me? Do you still want us to forgive Abel? Hearing Chu Xinran, who had always been very friendly to her, say this, Alva felt a bit sad and defended herself. No, that's not what I meant. I just think Abel is very pitiful right now. His health has not been good. All right, I don't want to know how Abel is doing. Chu Xinran interrupted Alva. Alva, the lion-tiger tribe and the beast-eating tribe are now like this. We can no longer continue being friends. So, I'll let you stay for one night, but you need to leave the lion-tiger tribe tomorrow. Chu Xinran found Alva's words and actions today very strange. She didn't believe that Alva truly knew nothing about what Hanks and Abel had done. So she was beginning to regret letting Alva into the tribe. However, it was impossible to kick her out now. So she could only let her stay for one night and leave quickly the next day. Chu Xinran took Alva to an unoccupied house, allowing her to stay there for the night. Alva awkwardly thanked Chu Xinran, who then left, and Alva stood at the door watching Chu Xinran's departing figure. Although she felt guilty towards Chu Xinran, for the sake of Abel, she could only do this. In the dead of night, when everyone in the lion-tiger tribe was asleep, Alva quietly slipped out and came to the window of Chu Xinran's house. At that moment, Didi was curled up in its nest, but upon hearing some noise, it tensed up, staring intently at the window. Alva took out the item Charles had given her and blew it into Chu Xinran's house, quietly listening to the sounds inside. Didi twitched its nose, detecting an uncomfortable smell, but before it could make a sound, it fainted. Alva softly called out Chu Xinran's name a few times at the window, and seeing no response, she felt relieved and walked in through the door, finding Chu Xinran lying on the bed, sound asleep. When Charles had given it to her, he told her it was a strong sedative herb. Just a whiff would cause loss of consciousness, regardless of whether it was a person or a beast. Alva felt fortunate that Carlo wasn't there. If he had been, her plan might not have gone so smoothly. At the bedside, Alva found a small nest with a pure white little beast lying on it. She carefully picked it up and cautiously walked out of Chu Xinran's room. Alva didn't hurry to leave the lion-tiger tribe. It was nighttime, and there were surely patrolling orcs outside. Leaving now would definitely get her discovered. Alva took the detox beast back to her room and let it inhale the sedative herb a few more times, try to keep it from waking up. By the time dawn broke the next day, Alva stuffed the detox beast in her clothes and left the lion-tiger tribe nonchalantly. Chapter 254. Hank's ecstasy. Hanks and Charles were overjoyed to see that Alva had really brought back the detox beast. However, seeing that the detox beast was still unconscious, Hanks anxiously asked, What is going on? What did you do to it? I was afraid it would wake up on the way and attack me, so I let it sniff the sedative herb a bit more, Alva explained. Who told you to act on your own? Hanks shouted angrily. Priest, you need to check if the detox beast is all right. Alva was startled by Hank's roar. She had never seen her dad so fierce, wanting to say something in her defense. She looked at Hank's grim expression and held her tongue, not daring to say anything more. Charles examined the detox beast's condition and said, It's nothing serious. It will wake up once the effects wear off. He then turned to Alva and reassured her. It's fine, Alva. You might not know, but the detox beast is very docile. It won't attack on its own. As long as it's in your hands, it will listen to your commands. So you don't need to worry. Charles had discovered that when he first hatched the detox beast from its egg, it seemed to have no sense of ownership. Whoever held it, it would follow their orders. Hanks, realizing he had misunderstood Alva, awkwardly apologized. Alva, don't blame your dad. He was just worried and said that out of concern. Alva wasn't concerned about that. She hurriedly asked, Dad, Grandpa Charles, you can't blame Abel anymore. Once he gets better, you have to treat him like before. Hanks laughed and nodded. Don't worry. Dad always keeps his word. Alva, you did great this time. Once Abel is better, I'll reinstate him. Upon hearing this, Alva immediately felt happy and excitedly ran out to find Abel to tell him the good news. Charles watched Alva's joyful figure and quietly asked, Are we still going to continue using that kind of medicine on Abel? Yes, keep using it. Hank said darkly. I only promised Alva that once Abel is better, but if Abel doesn't get better, then I won't use him anymore. From the time Abel was injured, the medicine Hanks had Charles give him had issues. This medicine was specifically researched by Charles. It not only didn't heal orcs, but also worsened their injuries, slowly draining their strength until they became completely incapacitated. Abel had already taken enough medicine, and his body was completely ruined, making it impossible for him to fight or hunt again. Hanks initially wanted to use Abel to obtain the detox beast, but since Abel not only failed to get the detox beast, but also caused a huge mess, Hanks naturally wouldn't keep him around anymore. Once Abel couldn't even move, Hanks didn't believe Alva would still be infatuated with him. Alva was unaware of the truth. She excitedly told Abel about what she had done and that her dad had finally agreed to reinstate him. Is that true? A glimmer of light flashed in Abel's dimmed eyes as he eagerly asked. Alva nodded vigorously. I'm telling the truth. My father said that once you recover, he will send you back to work. So, Abel, you shouldn't give up on yourself any longer. You must take good care of your body and get better as soon as possible. Abel nodded excitedly. He would no longer mistreat his body. Although he had been unwell for a long time, he felt it was because he had been so depressed and had not taken his health seriously. As long as he took good care of his injuries now, he would surely recover quickly. However, Abel thought for a moment and asked, You said you tricked Xinran into giving you this detox beast when you were young? Alva nodded guiltily. I actually didn't want to do it. Xinran was kind enough to take me in, yet I did something like this to her. Abel looked at Alva and felt somewhat unfamiliar. The current Alva had changed a lot compared to the female he first met. She was no longer as innocent and kind-hearted. Alva, you've changed a lot. Abel couldn't help but say. Chu Xinran had always treated Alva well and had done nothing wrong to her. Yet Alva could still calculate against her. Alva knew she had changed a lot, but it was all for Abel, and she had no regrets. I know, but Abel, I said I would do anything for you. Seeing Alva so obsessed, Abel suddenly felt a chill. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran was still deep in sleep, unaware of what was happening. Amy and Nina initially didn't notice anything unusual, thinking that Chu Xinran might have slept late last night and was just lazing in bed today. It wasn't until Carlo came back from outside and heard that Chu Xinran still hadn't gotten up that he realized something was wrong. Chu Xinran never slept this long. No matter how late she went to bed, she would still wake up early in the morning as she was used to it. Carlo hurriedly ran into the house and saw Chu Xinran lying on the bed with her eyes closed, still not awake. Quick, get the elder priest. Carlo shouted to the people behind him. The priest rushed over upon hearing the news and began to check on Chu Xinran's condition. While the priest was examining her, Carlo took a quick look around the house and found some suspicious herbs on the floor by the window. Xinran seems to be fine. It looks like she's just sleeping. But it's strange. Why has she been asleep for so long and still hasn't woken up? The priest said, puzzled. Carlo showed the remnants of the herbs to the priest. Elder priest, what do you think this is? The priest carefully examined the items and recognized them. This is the dream herb. If someone smells it, they'll fall into a deep sleep, but don't worry, it doesn't harm the body. However, it's strange. The dream herb has long been extinct. How could it appear here now? Hearing the priest say this, Carlo finally breathed a sigh of relief. I asked earlier. And it turns out Alva was the only one who came to our tribe yesterday. She must have done this. Just as Carlo and the priest were talking, Chu Xinran finally woke up. Chapter 255. The Final War. What are you all doing here? Chu Xinran said, still a bit dazed, feeling as if she had slept deeply and had many dreams. Carlo explained everything that had happened to her, and she regretted, I knew something was off about her yesterday. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her into the tribe. You can't blame yourself. Who knew Alva would seem like a different person? Nina comforted her. But what is she trying to achieve by doing this? Chu Xinran asked curiously. She had checked around and found that nothing in the house was missing. Carlo had also inquired within the tribe, and nothing had been stolen. What could Alva's motive be? Where's Dian? Amy suddenly asked while looking around. Dian usually isn't around this early. It must have gone out to play, Chu Xinran replied, but she had an uneasy feeling in her heart. After waiting the entire day without Dian returning, she realized something was wrong. Dian must have been taken away by Alva. The members of the Lion-Tiger tribe gathered together to discuss the matter seriously. Dian is the detox beast, and the beast-eating tribe has always wanted to obtain it. Alva must have been sent by Hanks, Chu Xinran said with some frustration. Carlo comforted her by patting her shoulder, as they had already informed Kevin and the others about the detox beast. The priest was the most surprised. He never expected the legendary detox beast would appear before him. Yet, Dian seemed like just a playful little beast and didn't resemble the powerful detox beast from the legends at all. The matter of the detox beast is serious. Should we launch an attack on the beast-eating tribe with the other tribes? We can rescue Dian at the same time, Kevin suggested. Carlo thought about it. They were nearly ready and could go to war at any time. With that in mind, Carlo nodded. All right, let's do as Kevin says. Carlo, can you take me with you? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Dian listens to me the most. If I go, I can definitely find it, Chu Xinran said, feeling guilty about losing Dian and wanting to retrieve it herself. Carlo initially didn't want to agree, but seeing Chu Xinran's determined expression, he reluctantly nodded. He was fully prepared and confident about taking down the beast-eating tribe, so bringing Chu Xinran along shouldn't pose much danger. After deciding on this, Carlo went to notify the other tribes the next day. By the third day, all the beastmen had gathered and set off. Chu Xinran wrapped herself up and followed Carlo. When she couldn't walk anymore, Carlo would transform into his beast form and carry her. After traveling for more than a day, they finally reached the boundary of the beast-eating tribe. At that moment, Hanks was already informed but was not the least bit anxious. Instead, he leisurely held the detox beast while watching the aggressive beastmen approach. Hanks, your death is near. I must avenge my father and mother. Pierce was the first to step forward, angrily shouting at Hanks. Many other beastmen from different tribes had also lost family members to Hanks and stood up to accuse him in outrage. However, Hanks paid no attention to the ants before him. With the detox beast in his hands, he was the most powerful person on the beastman continent. The day after the detox beast was brought to the beast-eating tribe, it woke up. Hanks looked at the detox beast excitedly, noticing it turned its eyes back and forth a few times, then became docile and showed no signs of resistance, appearing lazy. Dian looked at this familiar place and realized it had returned to its birthplace. However, its master was not there, only these two foolish guys in front of it. Dian closed its eyes, not wanting to pay attention to them, waiting for its master to come. But Hanks interpreted Dian's docility as obedience, and he was extremely excited. The thing he had dreamed of was finally about to come true. Many people on the Beastman continent did not know that in addition to detoxifying poisons, the most important ability of the detox beast was to control thousands of wild beasts. As long as Hanks gave the detox beast an order, it would attract countless wild beasts, all of which would obey its command. Therefore, Hanks felt no fear facing the many beastmen approaching with ill intent. Abel was also supported by Alva as he stepped out to stand aside. Seeing Hanks so confident, he felt much more at ease. He did not make a wrong step. And victory indeed belonged to the beast-eating tribe. Abel, how could you still have the face to come out? You shameless traitor. Kevin couldn't help but scold as he saw Abel standing next to Hanks with a smug smile. Abel smiled even more proudly, his face now very pale. He coughed and then said, "You are facing death now, so stop talking nonsense. What's wrong with me coming to the beast-eating tribe? If I had stayed in the Lion-Tiger tribe, would I have had a day to rise? But it's different here in the beast-eating tribe. Chief Hanks will reuse me and even said the chief position will be mine in the future." Chu Xinran, standing behind Carlo, noticed Abel's current appearance and frowned. Why does Abel look like he's about to collapse? He had no color in his face, his limbs were stiff, and he looked like skin wrapped around bones. Who knew Hanks would suddenly turn to Abel and sarcastically say, "Who said that? Who said they would pass the chief position to you? Who said they would reuse you?" Hearing this, Abel's face turned even paler, and Alva looked at Hanks in panic. "You said that once I recovered, you would." Abel began, but Hanks interrupted him with a cold laugh. "Look at your body now. Do you think it will get better?" "Abel, let me tell you the truth. You will never get better in this lifetime." "What do you mean?" Abel glared at Hanks, gritting his teeth and asking, "Don't you realize your body is not only not improving, but it's getting worse?" Hanks continued, "I'll tell you, The medicine I initially gave you is problematic. Taking it will only make you weaker until you become a motionless cripple. Chapter 256. Abel's fate. Seeing Abel filled with hatred and disbelief, Hank smiled even more smugly. You caused the deaths of so many of my tribesmen. Do you think I would let you go so easily? You've taken so much medicine. No one can save you now. Even if you stop taking it now, it's too late. Abel, just wait to die slowly or become a useless person who can't even move. Hanks's words nearly made Abel collapse. He couldn't believe what Hanks was saying. How could he, Abel, become a cripple? He was clearly going to be the chief in the future, with countless powers waiting for him to enjoy. How could he end up like this? But Abel pushed away Alva, who was supporting him, trying to take a few steps forward, only to find that without anyone's help. He could barely move, let alone fight. Do you see? Useless. You are a useless person now. Do you still hope to become the chief? A useless person like you only deserves to be someone else's meal. Hanks continued to insult him. Dad, you lied to me. Alva was on the verge of breaking down. Why did you lie to me? You clearly said that if I brought back the detox beast, you would let Abel become a chief. Why did you lie to me? Looking at Alva's hateful gaze, Hanks felt uncomfortable. Alva, Dad is doing this for your own good. Are you really going to get angry with Dad for such a useless person? Be obedient, come over here, and Dad will find you a beastman 1,000 times better than Abel. Don't call him useless. Abel is not useless. Alva shouted in despair. Watching the farce unfold and seeing Abel's heartbroken expression, Chu Xinran felt a bit sorry for him. After conspiring so much and even betraying his own tribe, he ended up with this fate. It was truly pitiful and lamentable. But all of this was Abel's choice. It was his own doing, and he couldn't blame others. At this moment, Abel could no longer hear Hanks and all of his quarrel. His mind was blank, and his ears buzzed with noise. But he couldn't make out what was being said. He lifted his hand and found even that movement was difficult. Tears streamed down his face. Why had he become like this? He was clearly Lord Abel, a person of high status in the beast-eating tribe, who would soon succeed to the position of chief and become the highest-ranking person in the tribe. Those people in the beast-eating tribe would depend on him, worship him, and could not live without him. But why was he now going to become a useless person? If he could do nothing, couldn't use force against those who disobeyed, couldn't hunt anymore, what was the meaning of his existence? If he really became a useless person, everyone would leave him. Alva would also look down on him. She wouldn't stay with a useless person. People around him would also look at him with disdain. No one would regard him highly again. Uncle Reese was now utterly disappointed in him, and those from the Lion-Tiger tribe hated him. Carlo, Kevin, and Dar, once his brothers, had now turned against him and would never forgive him. And what about Xinran? How would Xinran see him? She would probably think he brought this upon himself. She had never looked at him before, and now that he had become a useless person, she wouldn't spare him a glance. Abel didn't know how he had come to this point. Did he really want power that much? All he wanted was not to be abandoned. But he chose the wrong methods and hurt so many people's feelings. While Hanks and Alva were still arguing, Abel suddenly snatched a knife from a beastman beside him. Abel. Carlos saw it first, but it was too late. Abel used the knife to slash at his own neck with all his strength. Blood gushed out, and Abel fell into a pool of blood. He vaguely looked toward the direction of the Lion-Tiger tribe and murmured, "I'm sorry," before never waking up again. Everyone present was shocked by this turn of events. Alva was stunned, staring blankly at Abel lying on the ground, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. After a long time, she finally reacted, crying out and rushing toward Abel. "Abel, why did you do this? How could you be so cruel? How can you leave me all alone? Wake up. I beg you, wake up." But no matter how Alva shook Abel, he could never wake up again, and she collapsed into tears. Jonathan, who was closer, walked over in shock and checked Abel's pulse, sighing and shaking his head. Chu Xinran looked at Abel lying on the ground in disbelief, feeling a mix of emotions she couldn't articulate. Abel just died like this? How could he do this? Chu Xinran blamed Abel for making such a choice, but unconsciously, her eyes also turned red. Why was Abel so foolish? She saw the last look he cast toward them, and she believed that at the moment of his death, he truly regretted it. Sigh. Carlo and Kevin were also in shock, and everyone from the Lion-Tiger tribe remained silent for a long time. Seeing that Abel had chosen to commit suicide, Hanks snorted coldly, showing no reaction. He looked at the people in front of him and shouted, "So, how is it? Have you seen enough? I'm giving you one last chance. You can either surrender now or face the same fate as Abel. You choose." "Hanks, you are too overconfident. This is what we should be saying to you," Kevin said loudly. "I'll tell you, the detox beast is now in my hands. You all better think it through." Hanks looked at the other tribes. "I will not spare the Lion-Tiger tribe and the Reptile tribe. but if you tribes surrender now, I could consider sparing your lives. Bah! The orcs from several other tribes spat disdainfully at Hanks, making his face turn pale with anger. Good, just wait for me. Saying this, Hanks lifted the detox beast in his hand, ready to command it to summon thousands of wild beasts. But at that moment, Hanks suddenly noticed that the people in front of him were looking in surprise at something behind him. Feeling something was off, Hanks hurriedly turned around and saw Alva crazily plunging a knife deep into his abdomen. While muttering, "Die." Chapter 257. The war ends. Alva could not accept Abel's death. She looked at his corpse in despair, her eyes filled with hatred directed at Hanks. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, Abel wouldn't have died. Abel wouldn't have ended up like this. She wanted to hate Hanks to death. She wanted revenge for Abel, yes. She wanted revenge for Abel. Like a possessed person, Alva picked up the knife from Abel's hand and stabbed it fiercely into Hank's back. Hank stared in disbelief at the knife in his abdomen. The one holding the knife was his beloved daughter, who he had cherished for over a decade. For a beast, his daughter, whom he had doted on for so long, had aimed the knife at him and stabbed him without hesitation. Hanks kicked Alva away, and the people nearby rushed to support him. "Chief, are you okay?" The wound on his abdomen was nothing to Hanks. The most devastating blow was to his spirit and emotions. He couldn't understand how his dearly beloved daughter had become his enemy, hating him so much that she wanted him dead. Charles was also shocked by all of his actions. How could Alva dare to do such a thing? She had never harmed even a small beast before. She was so kind-hearted, yet now she was stabbing her own father. Hanks was completely disappointed in Alva. He ignored her lying on the ground and seized the detox beast, angrily saying, "Now I command you to immediately summon thousands of wild beasts. Tear these orcs who dare to offend us to shreds." Dien looked at Chu Xinran in the distance, then at Hanks, and surprisingly stood up, howling at the sky. The orcs who had come with Carlo looked at Hank's actions in astonishment, and after a while, they indeed heard the earth-shaking sound of footsteps, as if thousands of wild beasts were rushing toward them. The orcs smelled various unfamiliar beast scents. Their faces turned pale as they looked at Hanks in disbelief. Seeing their reaction, Hanks burst into laughter. Soon, thousands of wild beasts surrounded everyone, panting and staring at them with bright eyes. All the orcs present began to sweat coldly. It was the first time they had seen so many wild beasts appear simultaneously, even more than during a beast tide. Carlo nervously gripped Chu Xinran's hand, regretting bringing her along. Hanks was very pleased, arrogantly commanding the detox beast, "Let those wild beasts tear these orcs to pieces." However, strangely, the detox beast did not obey him this time, remaining motionless in his grasp. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and give the order. Otherwise, I'll crush you," Hanks warned anxiously. At that moment, Chu Xinran finally stepped out from behind Carlo and called out to Dien. "Dien, come here." Hearing Chu Xinran's call, Dian's eyes lit up instantly. It bit Hank's hand hard, causing Hanks to involuntarily release his grip. Dien quickly ran back to Chu Xinran, excitedly burrowing into her arms. When Chu Xinran came over, Dien had seen her and had wanted to run to her, but unexpectedly, Chu Xinran had shaken her head at it. So Dien had to endure and stay by Hank's side. When Chu Xinran saw Dien, she knew it should be fine, although it was still in Hank's grasp. It looked lazy and bored, dozing off. Chu Xinran didn't let Dien come over because she wanted to see what Hanks was trying to achieve by desperately wanting the detox beast. She didn't expect it to give her such a big surprise. Dien could actually control so many wild beasts. Seeing the detox beast run into Chu Xinran's arms, Hanks roared, "Give me back the detox beast. Hurry up and get it back to me." Dien saw this person daring to yell at its master and growled at the ferocious beasts, which turned threateningly toward Hanks, growling lowly as if they were ready to tear him apart at any moment. Hank's legs went weak. He angrily told Charles, "Didn't you say the detox beast wouldn't recognize a master? What the hell is going on now?" Charles was also sweating profusely. "I don't know. The detox beast clearly doesn't recognize a master. Why is this happening?" Charles was puzzled, but what he didn't know was that the detox beast's intelligence had evolved rapidly. It could distinguish who treated it well and who did not, with intelligence far beyond what he thought was just obedient to commands. The other orcs present breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect Hanks to suffer such a setback after trying to cheat. Chu Xinran instructed Dien to send the wild beasts away first. This was a war among the orcs, and Hanks should pay for his actions. Carlo no longer wasted time and charged towards Hanks with everyone. The beast-eating tribe had gone through so many upheavals and was now a broken army. The orcs from these tribes quickly beat them to the point of no resistance. Hanks, already injured, was soon overwhelmed by the orcs who bore a grudge against him. leaving him exhausted and gradually unable to hold on. Carlo knew that many orcs wanted to kill Hanks, so he didn't do anything to him but focused on dealing with others. In the end, Pierce shouted, "Hanks, die! I want to avenge my father and mother," as he chopped off Hanks' head. Thus, the countless evils committed by Hanks finally came to an end, and the war was over. Charles also died under the anger of the orcs because he had helped Hanks do many things, even capturing innocent orcs for herbal experiments, causing many deaths. Except for females and children, most of the beast-eating tribe members had died, and the once dominant beast-eating tribe finally perished. Chu Xinran looked at Alva, who was still holding Abel's corpse, unsure of what to say. "Alva, you're hurt. Please go heal first, okay?" Alva had just been kicked by Hanks and spat blood. She now looked unsteady. Alva shook her head. She couldn't see anything around her. Only Abel in her arms was real. With all her strength, Alva pulled Abel's body and walked toward the distance. Chu Xinran didn't know where Alva was going or if she would ever see her again. Watching Alva and Abel like this, Chu Xinran felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Chapter 258. The end. Later, Carlo discovered a laboratory underground in the beast-eating tribe, filled with countless herbs. It seemed this was the place Charles used for his experiments. Jisai took over the laboratory, keeping all the beneficial herbs for people, but destroying all the harmful ones. Amy also learned about Abel's suicide. She locked herself in the house for a long time, and Chu Xinran did not disturb her, giving her space to grieve alone. After coming out of the house, Amy acted as if nothing had happened and never mentioned Abel again. Jonathan and his kin were naturally not dead. He led them to re-establish a bird tribe. Perhaps seeing the fates of Hanks and Abel made Jonathan much more settled after becoming the chief of the bird tribe, and he no longer engaged in robbery or harm. After the lion-tiger tribe defeated the beast-eating tribe along with other tribes, these tribes now respected the lion-tiger tribe greatly, especially since they knew the detox beast was in Chu Xinran's hands. Having witnessed its immense power, they naturally dared not entertain any improper thoughts. Moreover, the lion-tiger tribe treated them so well that they certainly would not repay kindness with enmity. Following the lion-tiger tribe allowed them to live better lives. Chu Xinran completely taught everything she knew to all the tribes, which sent people specifically to the lion-tiger tribe to learn these skills to improve their living conditions. Some smaller tribes simply wanted to join the lion-tiger tribe, and after confirming the character of these people, Carlo nodded in agreement for them to join. After seeing that the lion-tiger tribe would indeed take in these smaller tribes, more people came to the lion-tiger tribe, wanting to join in. To accommodate so many people, everyone in the lion-tiger tribe was busy for a long time, and the children of the tribe were responsible for registering the names of these beastmen and females. The family tree of the lion-tiger tribe grew larger and larger. Watching the number of people in the lion-tiger tribe increase, Chu Xinran had many visions for the future. With more and more people, the tribe's area needed to expand, and more houses needed to be built. They could establish a city, a big city, where all the tribe's people could live. After everything was settled in the future, Chu Xinran also wanted to establish an orphanage on the Beastman continent. Because she had come from an orphanage, she wanted to build one to take in those wandering children and give them a home. When Carlo heard Chu Xinran talk so much about the future, he held her tightly and gently replied, "Okay, I will accompany you in all these matters. As long as we are together, we will slowly make these things happen." As the snow season was approaching, Chu Xinran and Carlo finally held their pairing ceremony. Carlo had carefully decorated for a long time, covering the entire lion-tiger tribe with flowers and inviting many people as witnesses. Kevin was happily helping out at the pairing ceremony. He was excited not just because his good brother Carlo and Chu Xinran finally became a couple, but also because Nina finally agreed to hold a pairing ceremony with him. Once Carlo and Chu Xinran's pairing ceremony was over, he would start preparing for his own pairing ceremony with Nina. How could that not excite him? Also, now that Darl had finally confessed his feelings to Amy, she predictably rejected him. However, Darl was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he kept trying, Amy would eventually be moved by him, and he was confident. When Chu Xinran and Carlo exchanged gifts, Chu Xinran suddenly couldn't help but cry. It was rare to see Chu Xinran cry, and those present, Kevin, Nina, Darl, Amy, Pierce, and Jonathan, smiled kindly, as they had never seen Chu Xinran like this before. However, at that moment, Jonathan finally let go of his obsession with Chu Xinran and smiled to bless her. He knew that such a vibrant Chu Xinran could only be brought out by Carlo. What Carlo brought her was something that no one else could replace. In the pairing ceremony on the Beastman continent, one item was the exchange of gifts between the beastmen and females. Chu Xinran gave Carlo a piece of clothing she had made with her own hands over a long time, while Carlo gave Chu Xinran a carved wooden model. This model was of the orphanage that Chu Xinran had described to Carlo when she was young. Carlo did not know how long it took him to create such a large, intricate model. Touching the dense scars on Carlo's hands, Chu Xinran's tears fell uncontrollably. "Don't cry." Carlo wiped her tears and said, "You once told me that place is your home, where you grew up. At that time, I saw the nostalgia and reluctance in your eyes. I was very anxious, fearing you would choose to leave me and go back to that place. Now I give you this thing, hoping you can understand that I want to give you a home. This is also your home. Please don't leave me, okay?" Although Chu Xinran had never told Carlo about her crossing over, Carlo must have already realized that Chu Xinran did not belong to the beastman continent. So he was always worried that one day she would leave him, wanting to use this clumsy method to keep her. "You silly." Chu Xinran cried and then laughed. "How can you be so silly? I won't leave you. I will never leave you." Although she did not know how she came to the beastman continent. The one from Earth had already disappeared. Now, only the one on the beastman continent was real, and she would not leave Carlo. She wanted to be with Carlo for a lifetime. Chu Xinran sniffed and then looked at Carlo seriously, asking Carlo, "I want to ask you a question I have wanted to ask for a long time. Would you like to have a few little cubs with me? Let's raise them together and learn how to be a dad and mom, okay?" "Okay." Carlo looked at Chu Xinran gently and then kissed his little female. "Thank you for coming into my life and bringing me so much hope and joy. When others criticize me, you stand up to speak for me. When I feel tired, I can always see you silently supporting me from behind. You once said that the first beastman you met upon coming to the beastman continent was me, and you felt very lucky. But I want to say that meeting you is my luck." Extra. Alva used all her strength to drag Abel away from the beast-eating tribe. As she walked, she reflected on why things had turned out this way. The father who loved her most had been stabbed by her own hand, and Abel had been driven to suicide by her father. From birth, Alva was the most special existence in the bird tribe. Hanks doted on her to an unreasonable degree. However, Alva remembered that Hanks had no feelings for her mother. Besides her father, Hanks had many other females. Alva had quarreled with Hanks many times over this matter, and later, when her mother unexpectedly passed away, Alva had no reason to demand Hanks to remain faithful to her mother anymore. Alva did not understand why Hanks doted on her so much. Perhaps it was because she was Hanks's only child, but Alva loved her father dearly. Hanks created a beautiful, growing environment for Alva, never letting her come into contact with dark things. However, after encountering Abel, Chu Xinran, and Carlo from the lion-tiger tribe, Alva gradually learned about the things her father did outside. When Alva first found out, she was very angry. She could not accept that her caring father was a ruthless beastman who had killed so many innocent beastmen and females. However, as all of his feelings for Abel deepened step by step, she suddenly understood her father's actions. If it was for Abel, then she was willing to do those things as well. At that moment, Alva felt that she truly was Hank's daughter. She had inherited the inherent cruelty and brutality of Hank, which had never been triggered before. Alva felt very hypocritical, saying all sorts of naive and kind things. But her actions began to become unscrupulous. When it came to Abel, Alva could still feel a lot of different sweet feelings deep in her heart. Feelings she had never experienced in her more than 10 years of life. Since childhood, she had not lacked the pursuit of beastmen around her. Those beastmen might have been attracted to her father or her beauty. They had always been enthusiastic and respectful towards her, wanting to pair with her. However, deep down, Alva looked down on those beastmen. She thought they were just trying to please her father by getting close to her. But Abel was different. Alva encountered a beastman who did not regard her as anything special, who was not afraid of her father's power, and spoke freely. Perhaps it was the first time she met a beastman who was different from others, or perhaps Abel had rarely ignited all of his competitive spirit. But she began to be curious about Abel, wondering why he treated her this way and why he was different from other beastmen. It started with curiosity, but Alva quickly fell into love. Every time she saw Abel, her heart raced. When Abel spoke to her, she became excited and thrilled. Even though Abel often had a displeased expression towards her, she still tirelessly followed him. Later, when Abel left the bird tribe with the lion-tiger tribe, Alva fell into deep longing for Abel, and at that moment, she knew she could not live without him. During the days when she could not see Abel, she could not eat or sleep well, and all she could think about was Abel. Alva pleaded with her father, wanting Abel to join their bird tribe. In the end, Hank could not resist her pleas and agreed to it. Alva eagerly ran to the lion-tiger tribe to tell Abel about it. Finally, with her pushing, Abel came to the lion-tiger tribe, and Alva was very happy during that time, even though she saw that Abel sometimes looked unhappy. The thought that he could always be by her side made Alva feel secretly pleased. There was actually something Alva had never told anyone. Her happiest days were when Abel was injured. At that time, Abel needed her care, and seeing Abel unable to do anything without her gave Alva a perverse sense of satisfaction. She vaguely knew that her father had other motives, but for the sake of that satisfaction, she pretended not to know and cared for Abel every day as if nothing had happened. However, Alva did not expect things to come to this point. She underestimated her father's cruelty. She thought her father just wanted Abel to be more obedient and was only giving him a lesson. Alva finally dragged Abel's lifeless body to a deserted place. Looking at Abel's silent form, she could no longer hold back her tears and cried out loud. She hated her father, but she hated herself even more. It was she who had harmed Abel step by step. If she had not acted selfishly, Abel's illness would not have dragged on for so long, and he would not have desperately chosen to end his own life. If at the very beginning, she had not selfishly tempted Abel to join the bird tribe, then perhaps Abel would not have ended up like this. It was all her fault. Abel, I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Alva cried as she apologized to Abel, but she knew that no matter what she said or how she apologized, Abel would never wake up again. After suffering a huge blow and being kicked away by Hank, Alva could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as she cried. Knowing her time was short, Alva began to dig into the ground with her hands. Abel, don't worry, I won't let your body be eaten by beasts. Wait for me. I will come to accompany you soon. Alva used all her strength to dig in the ground, her hands bleeding, but she paid no attention. After digging a large pit, Alva placed Abel's body inside, adjusted his position, then smiled and kissed Abel's lips, lying down beside him. Alva began to cover herself and Abel with the soil she had just dug up, when only their heads were left above the ground. She took a deep look at Abel one last time. Abel, we can finally be together forever. No one will find us here, and no one will disturb us again. Abel, I really love you. Alva smiled contentedly, closed her eyes, and sprinkled the last handful of soil over herself and Abel's heads and faces, then held Abel's hand tightly. Extra. About Reese. When Reese learned of Abel's suicide, he remained silent for a long time. The priest patted Reese on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't be too sad. That child. Abel just got trapped in a vicious cycle and couldn't find a way out, which led to this outcome. Reese sighed, his voice somewhat bleak as he said, It's my failure to teach him well. And Abel's character is so stubborn. I'd already noticed it but didn't guide him in time, which resulted in him becoming like this. It's all my fault. I'm sorry to that child. Since Abel joined the beast-eating tribe, the priest had never spoken well of Abel again, always arguing with Reese over Abel's matters. But now that Abel had passed away, the priest sighed and said no more. After the priest left, Reese sat alone at the table, lost in thought. He thought his life was truly a failure. His female had left him, and he had not taken good care of the 2 children she left behind. Karen was somewhat better, but Carlo was now like a stranger to him. There was little they could say when sitting together. Reese had transferred almost all the love he should have given to Carlo onto Abel, nurturing and teaching Abel with all his heart. As for Carlo, he ignored him. No matter what Carlo did, he always found faults and harshly criticized him. Reese never said it out loud, but he was actually very happy when he saw Carlo achieve something. However, whenever he wanted to express praise, he would think of his deceased female. He darkly wondered why his female died in that cold, snowy season, while Carlo, who had survived thanks to his female, was living so well. With that thought, Reese could not bring himself to say any words of praise. He began to harshly criticize Carlo, and seeing the disappointment on Carlo's face gave Reese a sense of revenge. Over time, Reese habitually began to impose strict demands on Carlo, and he could no longer express any words of praise. Sometimes he realized that his behavior was incorrect, but after a long time, he could not change it. It was precisely because of his indulgence towards Abel and neglect towards Carlo that made Abel slowly feel that the position of the Lion-Tiger tribe leader should be held by him, that Reese regarded him as the most promising successor. Therefore, Reese felt very unsuccessful. Not only did he fail to fulfill his responsibilities as a father to Carlo, but he also harmed Abel for a lifetime, leading him to this tragic end. Reese has completely awakened this time. He feels ashamed and regretful about his past actions. But Carlo has already grown up, becoming a truly responsible orc, and he has paired up with his own female. No matter how much Reese wants to make amends now, it is already too late. Reese feels very sad, and the emotional turmoil has caused him to fall ill again. But this time, only Chu Xinran and the priest came to see him and treat him. Carlo did not come again. As for Carlo, Reese hesitated for a long time, staring at the door, and finally asked this question. Uncle, recently many people from other tribes have come to our tribe wanting to join us. Carlo has been busy with this matter, so he hasn't had time to come see you. But don't worry, once Carlo is done, he will come to see you, Chu Xinran patiently explained. Rice nodded and didn't say anything more, but deep down he felt very disappointed. Uncle, your illness is greatly related to your emotions. If you keep feeling down, your illness won't get better. The weather has actually been nice lately. You could go out for a walk and enjoy the scenery outside. Seeing Rice's gloomy expression, Chu Xinran advised. I understand, thank you, Xinran, Uncle knows, Rice replied. After his previous serious illness, Rice had aged a lot. Looking at the increasing number of gray hairs on Rice's head, Chu Xinran sighed helplessly. After treating Rice, Chu Xinran and the priest left, leaving only Anyang to continue taking care of him. Rice lay on the bed, staring at the outside world, lost in thought. In the evening, an uninvited guest arrived at Rice's house. Rice was somewhat surprised to see Carlo sitting at the table. He never expected Carlo would actually take the time to visit him. The two remained silent for a long time, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. Rice didn't know what to say to break the silence. After hesitating for a while, Rice finally spoke, "Where's Xinran?" Hearing Chu Xinran's name, Carlo's stiff expression visibly softened as he replied in a low voice, "She is at home cooking, waiting for me to come back for dinner." Upon hearing this, Rice hurriedly said, "Since Xinran is waiting for you to come back for dinner, you should hurry back. There's nothing important here." What Rice wanted to say was clearly not this, but somehow it just slipped out. Carlo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "You take care of your health, I'll be going." Just as Carlo was about to leave, Rice urgently called out, "Carlo?" Carlo stopped, but did not turn around. "Do you hate me?" Carlo remained silent, and in the agonizing silence, Rice anxiously awaited Carlo's answer. Finally, Carlo turned his head, looked at Rice, and said, "I don't hate you, it's all in the past. Take good care of yourself, and I will come to see you again when I have time." After saying that, he turned and left. Rice watched Carlo's back, tears finally streaming down his face. He knew he had done many wrong things in the past. Initially, he planned to go underground to meet his female, but Chu Xinran was right. If his female knew how he treated Carlo, she would definitely be angry. So he could not cowardly escape like this. Now Carlo's words gave him hope. There was still a long time ahead. As long as Carlo didn't hate him and could still forgive him, he could use the remaining time to slowly make amends. Only in this way. 100 years later, would he have the face to go underground to meet his female, and he could truly take on the responsibility of a father. Extra. Establishing the capital city. 1. The first tribe to want to join the Lion-Tiger tribe was led by Chief Abuna. Abuna had received favors from Chu Xinran and Carlo in the past, trading a few boar beasts for a jar of salt, so he always remembered the help the Lion-Tiger tribe had given them. When the Lion-Tiger tribe faced difficulties, he didn't hesitate to extend a helping hand. While fighting alongside the Lion-Tiger tribe, they learned a lot from them. The people of the Lion-Tiger tribe were very generous and taught them many things they knew. Abuna was actually quite old, and it was time for him to find a successor for the tribe. However, he felt ashamed that the young orcs in his tribe, although honest and hardworking, were rather dull and difficult to take on the position of chief. Abuna had been troubled by this for a long time. He feared that after his death, the tribe would become a scattered group without capable leadership and would be consumed by other tribes. Rather than let that happen, Abuna thought it would be better to join the Lion-Tiger tribe now, as they had all witnessed the good character of those people. Moreover, if they joined the Lion-Tiger tribe, the people of his tribe would be able to live better lives. After considering for a long time, Abuna shared this idea with the tribe members. To his surprise, there were not many people opposed. Most were willing to join the Lion-Tiger tribe. Only a few felt insecure about joining another tribe, fearing that their lives would get worse. However, after Abuna's detailed persuasion and explanation, those people nodded in agreement with the proposal. After obtaining the consent of everyone in the tribe, Abuna specifically went to the Lion-Tiger tribe to inform Carlo of this matter, requesting him to take in their tribe. "You mean you want to join our Lion-Tiger tribe?" Carlo asked in surprise. It was understandable for Carlo to have doubts because in the Orc continent, everyone was very loyal to their tribe, and they would absolutely not join another tribe unless it was absolutely necessary. Abuna nodded. "Chief Carlo, rest assured, we sincerely want to join your tribe. If you're willing to take us in, we will definitely work hard and slack off." Carlo thought for a moment and then said, "All right, I need to consider this matter further. It's not easy for you to come to our tribe, so stay here for a few days, and I will let you know my decision as soon as possible." Abuna nervously nodded. He knew that his proposal was somewhat abrupt, but they genuinely wanted to join the Lion-Tiger tribe, so he hoped Carlo would seriously consider it. After parting with Abuna, Carlo returned to the house he shared with Chu Xinran. As soon as Chu Xinran saw him, she smiled widely and happily asked, "Why are you back so early today?" "I haven't cooked yet." Carlo walked over to Chu Xinran, kissed her, and then took her hand. Didn't I say to wait until I come back to cook? How are you feeling? Are you still uncomfortable? Carlo and Chu Xinran had held their pairing ceremony at the beginning of the snow season. And now that the snow season had just passed, perhaps due to the drastic temperature changes, Chu Xinran had caught a cold and had been feeling unwell for the past few days. Oh, I'm fine now. Don't worry about me, Chu Xinran said, pulling Carlo to sit down, playfully complaining, I've been lying in bed for days. I'm going to go crazy if you don't let me do something. Hearing Chu Xinran say this, Carlo smiled and gently ruffled her hair without responding. Finally, after Chu Xinran insisted, she and Carlo prepared dinner together. However, most of the talking was done by Chu Xinran, while Carlo handled the heavier tasks. When Amy and Nina came over that day, they told Chu Xinran that ever since Carlo paired up with her, his smile had visibly increased. The tribespeople also felt that their chief had become much more approachable. In their leisure time, he even started joking with them. Chu Xinran thought about what Nina and Amy had said today, and her smile grew even brighter as she kept staring at Carlo. Why is he in such a good mood today? Carlo noticed Chu Xinran's gaze and looked up at her with a smile, asking. Chu Xinran shook her head, smiling as she changed the subject. How's everything in the tribe today? I heard from Amy that Chief Abner came to our tribe today. Is that true? Upon mentioning this, Carlo remembered the matter Abner had brought up today. He put down his chopsticks and said, Yes, Chief Abner said their tribe wants to join our lion-tiger tribe. What do you think? Chu Xinran pondered for a moment and felt that this was actually a good thing. Now, there are no more tribes with ulterior motives on the Orc continent. Chu Xinran actually wanted to teach everyone on the Orc continent everything she knew that could change their lives. However, those tribes had their own chiefs and shamans, and they might not listen to what she and Carlo said. But if they joined the lion-tiger tribe, Chu Xinran could gradually improve their lives and change their beliefs in a subtle way. Carlo, I think as long as we confirm that they have no bad intentions, letting them join our lion-tiger tribe is a good thing, Chu Xinran said. She looked at Carlo and asked seriously, Carlo, have you thought about the future? Our lion-tiger tribe is currently the most prominent tribe on the Orc continent, and everything we do is being watched by everyone on the continent. Carlo understood what Chu Xinran meant. The lion-tiger tribe was already the most powerful tribe on the Orc continent. Even if it didn't take the initiative to do anything, other tribes would still keep an eye on them and be wary of them. So it would be better for them to take the initiative. Actually, I've always wanted to establish a capital city belonging to our lion-tiger tribe. We can build high walls for this capital city to keep dangerous beasts out. Everyone in the capital city would be safe, live abundantly, and be happy. But we can't build this capital city with just us. We need more people to join. Chu Xinran shared her vision of the future with Carlo little by little. Carlo, can you accompany me in establishing this ideal capital city? Okay, I will accompany you. Carlo would do his utmost to fulfill whatever Chu Xinran wanted. After discussing, Carlo informed Abner that they agreed to let his tribe join the lion-tiger tribe. Abner was very excited when he learned about it. After thanking Carlo, he wanted to return his tribe to share the news. Hold on, Chief Abner, Carlo stopped him. Let me tell you about our tribe's current plans first. Carlo had the excited Abner sit down and describe the upcoming plans to him. If your tribe joins us, you won't need to give up your original tribe. I want to establish an Orc capital city, and you will still be the chief of your tribe. Your tribe will be a part of this capital city. When other tribes join us, you will be equal to them. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Abner understood his meaning. Then how long will it take to establish this capital city? There are still too few people right now, so it's too early to establish a capital city. Once more tribes join us, the capital city can be established. Carlo replied, Chief Abner, you should go back and discuss this well with your tribe. We are not in a hurry. If you decide to move over, we still need to build houses here. Otherwise, we won't have enough space. Abner nodded, I understand. After I tell the tribe this news, I will send orcs over to help build the houses. After Abner left, Carlo gathered everyone from the lion-tiger tribe together and shared the vision of the capital city that he and Chu Xinran had come up with. Many people from the lion-tiger tribe were filled with enthusiasm upon hearing it. At first, the people of the lion-tiger tribe only thought about basic survival. But now they had learned to plant crops, and their hunting tools had advanced significantly, making it much less dangerous than before. Moreover, their living conditions were guaranteed, and they wouldn't freeze to death during the snow season. With these material conditions met, they now thought about spiritual fulfillment. The children of the tribe were still learning knowledge from Chu Xinran, and besides the daily necessary work, the adults had little to do, which left them feeling empty. However, Carlo's words gave them a new goal and reignited their previous fighting spirit. Therefore, everyone was filled with hope for what Carlo said, eager to build a safer, more fulfilling, and happier place through their efforts. After discussing with everyone in the tribe, Carlo led the orcs to begin building new houses the next day. Carlo, Chu Xinran, and Kevin discussed and decided that the center of the capital city would be where the lion-tiger tribe currently was, and when other tribes arrived, they would build their houses radiating from the lion-tiger tribe's location. Additionally, they would leave areas around the tribe for planting vegetables and fruits, until enough people were accepted. This area would not have walls. Once there were enough people in the capital city and the houses were built, they would designate a large area and enclose this large capital city with walls. The farmland would be located further away from the lion-tiger tribe, and when the walls were built, those farming lands would be included as well. Abner soon brought the orcs to help, and the people of the lion-tiger tribe, knowing that they were about to join, welcomed them warmly, teaching them step by step how to build sturdy houses and how to construct fire pits. Everyone from the lion-tiger tribe got to work, enthusiastically rebuilding this area. The news of the lion-tiger tribe establishing a capital city spread quickly, and many tribes heard about it. However, none of them were as brave as Abner's tribe to leave their own tribes, so they merely observed from afar, watching what they would do next. However, some smaller tribes that were on the brink of survival seized this opportunity. Upon hearing that the lion-tiger tribe welcomed other tribes to join, they eagerly brought everyone from their tribe to the gates of the lion-tiger tribe. Carlo and Chu Xinran did not expect that a tribe would come to join so quickly, and they came with the entire tribe and their belongings, and there weren't enough houses for them to stay. In the end, Chu Xinran had to redistribute the houses in the tribe, freeing up a few for the females, elderly, and children from those tribes to live in first, while the orcs would temporarily make do outside. The females and elderly were amazed by everything in the lion-tiger tribe, many things they had never seen before, and many foods they had never tasted. Chu Xinran looked at their eager expressions and gradually introduced these things to them, bringing them plenty of food. The people from these tribes touched the houses they were about to live in, finding them solid and sturdy, unlike the wooden houses they had lived in before, which could easily catch fire in the woods. Now that the snow season has passed, these people still do not know that the greatest advantage of these houses is not their sturdiness, but the fact that they can heat a Kong in the winter, making it very warm and eliminating the risk of freezing to death. The children of the lion-tiger tribe also warmly welcomed the new children. When Karen and Kenny saw a few kids curiously staring at the toys in their hands, they enthusiastically pulled them over and taught them how to play. Soon, a group of children were playing together with no barriers between them. While Chu Xinran was helping the females and elders get familiar with the tribe, Carlo was leading the new orcs to start building their own houses. Although these orcs had lived a poor life before, they were not lazy or unwilling to work. They simply lacked the means to support the entire tribe. Now that they had come to the lion-tiger tribe and enjoyed such good food, they worked very hard, and these houses were being built for themselves. They were immensely grateful for all the help from the people of the lion-tiger tribe. After staying in the lion-tiger tribe for a few days, everyone in the tribe was glad they made this choice, as life in the lion-tiger tribe was truly beyond anything they had ever dared to imagine. Moreover, they discovered that the children of the lion-tiger tribe were learning a type of writing they had never seen before. Every day, these children attended classes to learn knowledge, a scene they had never encountered or hoped for. In just a few days of the lion-tiger tribe, they experienced many things they had never known before. In the extra chapter, Establishing the Capital City, 3, watching the children of the lion-tiger tribe attend classes every day, the children of these orcs and females envied them, often peeking through the door to watch the lessons. Although these children did not understand what was being taught, they knew it was a world they had never been exposed to before. The orcs and females felt heartbroken seeing their children's eager eyes. Before they could muster the courage to ask if their children could join the classes, Chu Xinran brought up the issue first. In fact, on the first day, Chu Xinran had noticed the children secretly hiding outside to watch, but since their arrival was so sudden, she was not prepared and could not allow them to join the class yet. The children of the lion-tiger tribe had already learned many things, and their progress was different from that of the new children. If the new children were to join the class directly, they would not understand anything and would fall behind. Therefore, Chu Xinran called Herbert to help. Herbert was the best student in the tribe, always ranking first. Chu Xinran wanted Herbert to teach the new children, so she called him over to confirm the daily lesson content together. Herbert gladly nodded. He felt it was his duty to teach the things he knew to those children who did not understand, because he knew how eager they were to learn, just like he had been. After discussing with Herbert, Chu Xinran found the parents of these children and informed them of the situation. The children of our lion-tiger tribe are now attending classes to learn writing and knowledge. If you are willing, your children can also come to class. But once they start, they must stick with it and not give up halfway. Rest assured, we will ensure the children learn well. Thank you so much. The orcs and females expressed their excitement and gratitude to Chu Xinran, truly thankful for her decision. Chu Xinran smiled and nodded, then had the orcs and females each give Herbert their children's names so he could write them down. Go back and tell your children they can come to class tomorrow, Chu Xinran said. After sending off the excited orcs and females, Chu Xinran and Herbert went to check the classroom for the next day's lessons. The previous classroom was only big enough for the children of the Lion Tiger tribe. So Chu Xinran organized a new room and had a few orcs make several tables and chairs to put inside. After preparing everything, the next day Herbert officially started teaching the new children. On the first day of class, Chu Xinran sat in the back to listen, and she was very satisfied with Herbert's performance. Perhaps because Herbert was still a young boy, his teaching style was very engaging, quickly capturing the children's attention, and they listened intently. After attending one class, Chu Xinran decided not to interfere with the teaching anymore, as she trusted Herbert to handle it well without her worrying. Seeing their children start learning in class made the orcs and females work even harder. Every time they saw their children come back, excitedly showing off what they had learned that day, they felt their hard work was worthwhile, and everything they did was for these children. After sorting out this matter, Chu Xinran went out with Amy and Nina to gather food. With the snow season over, a new round of planting had begun. As soon as Chu Xinran left the tribe, she saw Kevin leading a group of orcs tilling the soil from a distance. I was wondering why I didn't see Kevin with you today. Turns out he had something to do. Amy joked with Nina. Nina shyly laughed. Don't say that. Amy was not joking. Throughout the snow season, no matter where they went, Kevin had followed Nina closely, and it was well known that they were inseparable. Chu Xinran smiled and said, "How could that be? You have Kevin, and Carlo is with me, while I'm still single." Looking at the sweet Nina, Amy sighed and said with a hint of envy, "But you still have Darl, right? How have you been with Darl lately? Are you still unwilling to accept him?" Chu Xinran turned to Amy and asked. Amy shook her head, her expression slightly dim as if lost in thought. "Darl and I are just friends. There's nothing more." Seeing Amy like this, Chu Xinran felt it was not appropriate to urge her to accept Darl, knowing that matters of the heart cannot be forced. If Amy did not have feelings for Darl but accepted him, it would only cause pain for both of them. Chu Xinran smiled and changed the subject, joking with Amy and Nina again. The three of them went out to gather many wild fruits. During the snow season, there were very few wild fruits to eat. So once the snow season passed, one of the favorite activities of many females in the tribe was to go out and gather wild fruits. After bringing back the wild fruits, Chu Xinran, Amy, and Nina squeezed the fruits into juice and delivered the juice to the orcs to drink. The hardest hit right now are the orcs, who have to build houses, plant crops, and hunt wild meat for the females of the tribe. So, these females can only reward them more with food. Looking at the sky, it was about time for those orcs who went out to work to come back. Chu Xinran, along with Amy and Nina, started preparing dinner. Today's dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring potato stew with gugu beasts, braised tusked beast meat, and roasted spiky beasts. After preparing these hearty meat dishes, Chu Xinran also stir-fried a few vegetable dishes. The meat dishes were mainly for the hardworking orcs, but as the weather gradually warmed up, Chu Xinran and Amy's appetites were not so good. They couldn't eat greasy meat dishes and preferred more vegetables. Recently, because Carlo, Kevin, and Darl were very busy and consuming a lot of physical strength, Chu Xinran, Amy, and Nina all cooked together with more people. They could prepare more food to ensure these orcs had enough to eat. However, after finishing the meal, Carlo and the others had not returned yet, which puzzled Chu Xinran. Carlo usually returned on time, and if he was late, he would have someone inform her. Such a situation had never occurred before. What happened to Carlo and the others? Why had they not returned by now? Chu Xinran looked outside with some concern. "Big sister, can I go outside to look for my brother?" Since Chu Xinran paired up with Carlo, Karen began to call her big sister. "No." Chu Xinran shook her head in refusal. "It's dark outside now. It's very dangerous." "Karen, you're still young. You can't go out alone." Recently, Karen had reached a rebellious age, always feeling like a capable orc and often itching to go out and hunt with the other orcs. But Chu Xinran was very uneasy and, generally wouldn't let Karen go out of the tribe alone. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's disapproval, Karen sighed in disappointment. "Karen, be good. When your brother comes back, I'll let him take you out of the tribe, but it's too dangerous to go out now that it's dark. I can't be at ease." Karen nodded in understanding. "Big sister, don't worry. I won't sneak out. I'll wait for my brother to come back." While Chu Xinran was talking to Karen, Amy suddenly shouted, "Hey, they're back." Chu Xinran looked up and saw Carlo walking at the front, followed by Kevin and Darl, heading towards a house. Just as Chu Xinran was smiling and about to go greet Carlo, she suddenly saw a female behind Carlo, and her heart skipped a beat, hesitating in her steps. Carlo didn't notice Chu Xinran's hesitation and quickened his pace towards her, then took her hand and said in a deep voice, "Were you worried? Sorry to keep you waiting. We were delayed by something on the road." Seeing that Chu Xinran wasn't looking at him, but rather at the female behind him, Carlo turned to glance back and realized she had been staring at the female they had rescued. Chu Xinran felt an indescribable anxiety in her heart. Although she knew this female must have nothing to do with Carlo, she just felt uncomfortable, mainly because she had never seen this female before and Carlo returned so late. She was clueless about what had happened. "This is..." Amy spoke up first, asking. The female, seeing several people staring at her, timidly hid behind Darl, a fearful expression on her face. Observing the female's actions and looking at Darl, who was gently comforting her, Chu Xinran suddenly understood something. She smiled wryly, feeling that she had been overly nervous. It was clear that this female had a story with Darl. "Lucera, don't be afraid. Xiaoran, Amy, and Nina are all very nice. They won't hurt you, so don't be scared," Darl hurriedly reassured as he saw Lucera cowering behind him. Lucera seemed to trust Darl a lot. Upon hearing his words, she stepped out from behind him, curiously looking at Chu Xinran and the others. "Hello, Lucera. I am Chu Xinran. You can call me Xiaoran." Chu Xinran stepped forward to greet Lucera warmly, then turned to Darl and asked, "Darl, what is going on? What happened on the way?" Darl explained the situation to Chu Xinran, Amy, and Nina. It turned out that Lucera was a female from another tribe who had joined the Lion-Tiger tribe. When her name was registered, she was sick, so only her parents came to register her name without her being present, which was why Chu Xinran had never seen her. Additionally, Lucera was naturally timid and shy, so she had gone out much recently. Today, Lucera's mother took her out of the tribe, thinking it was not good for Lucera to stay indoors all the time and wanting to show her the world. However, they ended up getting separated, and Lucera got lost. When Carlo and the others encountered her, she was being chased by a bleeding beast. The bleeding beast was very strong, so some robust females in the tribe could sometimes handle it, and it generally wouldn't attack humans unless provoked. Therefore, those females typically had no danger when encountering bleeding beasts in the wild, as long as they didn't disturb them. Carlo and the others didn't know how Lucera had provoked the beast. They only saw her running for her life while crying out desperately. Darl was the first to rush up to help. He picked up a sturdy stick from the ground and knocked the rampaging, bleeding beast unconscious. Before he could react, he saw Lucera rushing toward him and hugging his waist, crying loudly. Darl was stunned, having never been so close to a female before, and he looked at Carlo and Kevin, unsure of what to do with his hands. Seeing Darl in such an awkward situation, Kevin not only didn't come to help but burst out laughing instead. Darl's expression was too funny, and even Carlo had a faint smile on his face. Darl didn't know how to handle the situation, so he could only wait helplessly for Lucera to calm down. However, Lucera seemed to have been terrified for a long time, crying for quite a while, which delayed their return to the tribe. Perhaps because Darl had saved her. Lucera relied heavily on him. When Darl spoke, she kept hiding behind him, quietly observing Chu Xinran and the others. Understanding the whole situation now, Chu Xinran looked at the still frightened Lucera and gently asked, "Lucera, can you tell me your mother's name? You got separated from her, and she must be very worried about you right now. If you tell me her name, I can send someone to inform her that you've been found, so she can be at ease." Lucera quietly mentioned her mother's name, and Chu Xinran listened carefully to understand it. She recalled that she had indeed heard this name during the initial registration and looked at Carlo, who nodded in acknowledgement and temporarily left to find Lucera's mother. "Come in. We just finished cooking. Let us eat together." After Carlo left, Chu Xinran invited Lucera. Lucera followed Darl into the room, feeling a bit anxious. Amy and Nina were very curious about her and kept staring at her, making Lucera feel even more awkward under the gaze of so many people. "All right, everyone, let's eat first and not just sit here." Chu Xinran spoke up to break the awkwardness for Lucila, urging everyone to sit down. Lucila was very dependent on Darl, sitting next to him as if only he could give her a sense of security. Although they were supposed to eat first, Carlo hadn't returned yet, so nobody moved their chopsticks after sitting down, all waiting for Carlo to come back to eat. Chu Xinran asked Lucila a few more questions. Although Lucila was a bit scared and spoke softly, she answered seriously, which made Chu Xinran's impression of her improve a little. In no time, Carlo brought Lucila's uncle and aunt back. As soon as Lucila's aunt saw her, she became emotional and cried, pulling Lucila close and reproaching her. "What are you doing running around? Do you know how worried your father and I were? Fortunately, the beast god protected you, and you didn't get into any trouble. Seeing her aunt cry, Lucilla also started to cry, saying, I'm sorry, Aunt, I won't run around again. I promise to stay right behind you when I leave the tribe in the future. Lucilla's uncle, though emotional, managed to keep a bit of composure and gratefully said to Carlo and Kevin, Thank you, Chief Carlo, Kevin. Thank you for saving my daughter. Hearing her uncle's words, Lucilla shyly but firmly said to him, Uncle, and Darl too. Lucilla glanced at Darl. It was Darl who saved me. I was being chased by a sheep beast, and Darl suddenly swooped down from the sky to save me. Lucilla's uncle and aunt were very grateful to Darl for what their daughter said, and thanked him warmly for a long time. Darl scratched his head, feeling a bit at a loss, and smiled sheepishly, repeatedly saying, It's nothing, it's what I should do. Later, Chu Xinran invited Lucilla and her uncle and aunt to stay for dinner, but they were afraid of disturbing Chu Xinran and the others, so they left first. After Lucilla and the others left, Chu Xinran and Carlo finally began their dinner. The dishes had gotten a bit cold, and Chu Xinran said, I'll go heat them up. Just as she was about to get up, Carlo stopped her. It's okay, you've already worked hard to make so many dishes, just eat as it is. Carlo was still a bit concerned that Chu Xinran had ignored him when she first saw him, and he couldn't understand why. Yeah, Xinran, sit down and eat. Carlo is right, and it's so hot now, it's fine if the food is cold. Kevin, with his mouth full of food, said indistinctly, Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Nina noticed how hurried and fast Kevin was eating, knowing he must be starving after a day of hard work. Who says no one is competing with me? Darl, that big guy, eats faster than I do. Kevin looked at Darl, who was eating even more than him. Kevin ate because he enjoyed it. He loved good food, but Darl simply had a big appetite, which is why they often competed for food. Hearing Kevin mention him, Darl smiled, but his hands didn't stop, eating even faster. Once Kevin finished eating, he finally set down his chopsticks. Although he still wanted to eat more of the delicious food, his stomach was already too full to take in anything else. But Darl didn't stop at all, eating rapidly. Although Kevin had seen Darl's big appetite before, he was still a bit surprised to see him eat so much now. Mumbling, Darl, you can really eat. If Lucilla saw how much you eat, she'd definitely be scared off by you. Hearing Kevin say this, Darl quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. I only saved Lucilla once. She doesn't like me, so don't slander her reputation. Lucilla was following you the whole time. Her eyes never left you. Do you think I'm blind? Even the oblivious Kevin could see how obvious Lucilla's feelings were. Moreover, in the story Xinran told us before, those females saved by beastmen would repay them with their bodies. Lucilla, I think she's a really good female, Darl. You must not miss her. Hearing Kevin mention her, Chu Xinran smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Since Kevin brought up Lucilla, Amy's smile had faded a lot, and now her expression was blank. Kevin naturally knew that Darl liked Amy, but after Darl had pursued her for so long without any hope, and seeing that he and Carlo had both found someone, he was naturally anxious that Darl still hadn't found a female to take care of him. Nina noticed Amy's disappointment and felt uncomfortable with Kevin praising another female. So she secretly stepped on Kevin's foot hard under the table. Kevin yelped in pain, and seeing everyone at the table looking at him, he quickly waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Kevin looked at Nina with an innocent expression, not knowing what he had done wrong. But he didn't bring up the previous topic again. After dinner, Nina pulled Kevin away from there, wanted to teach him a lesson about his bad habit of talking too much. Darl wanted to walk Amy home, but she shook her head to refuse. Darl wasn't upset, as he had been rejected by Amy too many times and had grown used to it. Watching the changes among them caused by the arrival of a female, Chu Xinran sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. As she was lost in thought, Chu Xinran suddenly felt a pair of broad hands gently pressing her temples. It was Carlo. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Chu Xinran shook her head, pulling down Carlo's hand to hold it. I'm fine, just thinking about Lucilla. I've never seen her before. You don't need to press my head anymore. It's not hurting now. You've had a long day. Let me prepare some water for you to soak your feet. As Chu Xinran said this, she tried to get up, but Carlo stopped her again. Chu Xinran turned her head to look at Carlo questioningly, as if asking what was wrong. Carlo hesitated for a moment, then asked, What happened when I came back today? Why did you ignore me? Hearing Carlo bring this up, Chu Xinran's face immediately turned red. That incident was her petty misunderstanding of Carlo, and she felt embarrassed thinking about it now. It was clearly an unfounded concern, yet she had been very angry at that moment. Chu Xinran fidgeted for a while, not wanting to reveal the embarrassing reason, but seeing Carlo looking at her insistently, and since they had previously agreed not to hide things from each other, she finally closed her eyes and helplessly spoke up. It's just, I thought Lucilla was the female you brought back, and I thought. Although Chu Xinran didn't finish her sentence, Carlo already understood what she was thinking at that time. But I only like you. And I have nothing to do with other females, you know that. Carlo didn't know whether to blame himself for not giving Chu Xinran a sense of security or to blame her for not trusting him, emphasizing this point. Chu Xinran quickly nodded. I know everything. Of course, I believe you, but because I care about you, I still feel insecure. But don't worry. I'll tell you anything on my mind from now on. Can you forgive me? Chu Xinran softly pouted, and Carlo's last bit of displeasure disappeared as he picked her up and walked towards the bed. For a while after that, Chu Xinran saw Lucila more often in the tribe. Perhaps it was because she had a good impression of Chu Xinran, Amy, and Nina when they first met. Lucila was no longer so timid about going out. When Chu Xinran saw Lucila knocking on her door, she was very surprised. Lucila, what brings you here? Chu Xinran quickly welcomed Lucila in, let her sit down, and poured her a glass of water. It's so hot. Why aren't you wearing a straw hat? Chu Xinran remarked as she noticed Lucila's sunburned face. Lucila shyly smiled while holding the cup of water. My mom went out, and I was bored at home by myself, so I thought I'd come find you to play. I can't make a straw hat. The only one we had was taken by my mom. Hearing this, Chu Xinran went to the back room and brought out an extra straw hat, handing it to Lucila. Here, I have an extra straw hat at home. You can have it. Lucila quickly waved her hands, embarrassed to accept Chu Xinran's gift. No, I can wait for my mom to come back and make one for me. Chu Xinran stuffed the straw hat into Lucila's arms. It's fine. Making a straw hat is very simple. Just take this one for now. I'll take you out and teach you how to make one, okay? Lucila hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the straw hat from Chu Xinran and put it on her head as they went out together. Chu Xinran took Lucila to the riverbank. Although it was very hot, there were many large trees by the river, making it cooler to sit under them. Chu Xinran picked some wild grass and sat down with Lucila under a big tree, then started teaching her how to make a straw hat. Lucila probably had never done this before, so she was a bit clumsy, but she was very interested and patiently repeated the process even when she failed. Chu Xinran was actually a bit curious about Lucila, because it was her first time seeing a female who didn't know how to do anything. After all, this was the beastman continent, where every female learned to work from a young age to survive. It was rare to see a female like Lucila who had never done any work. Perhaps sensing Chu Xinran's curiosity, Lucila explained, I was weak as a child and often sick, so my mom didn't let me do anything for fear that I couldn't handle it. Over time, I just stayed at home and rarely went out. Lucila's skin was very pale, likely because she had spent too much time indoors, but her pallor was unhealthy. This won't do. Staying at home all the time can make a person sick. You should try to go out more. Look, even though it's hot now, sitting by the river and feeling the breeze is quite pleasant, isn't it? Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, and Lucila closed her eyes to feel it. Nodding her head, you're right, it really is comfortable. But I don't know how to do anything, so I'll have to trouble you to teach me more in the future. What's the big deal? Just come to me whenever you want to learn something. Chu Xinran patted Lucila on the shoulder, and they exchanged smiles. After that, Lucila often came to play with Chu Xinran, and her meetings with Amy and Nina increased as well. Over time, Amy and Nina felt that Lucila was indeed a very good female. Even though she didn't know how to do many things, she wasn't afraid of hard work and learned carefully bit by bit. Lucila's parents were initially worried about her health, but after seeing her become sturdier from spending time outside in the sun and wind without getting sick, they felt reassured. As Lucila had more interactions with Chu Xinran, her encounters with Darl also increased significantly. Every time Lucila saw Darl, she was very excited. She had always remembered how he saved her and wanted to repay him. If Darl hadn't saved her, she would have definitely been in trouble at that time. Whenever Lucila learned to make something with Chu Xinran, Amy, and Nina, she would always make a portion for Darl, leaving him quite flustered. It was the first time a female had done this for him. Over time, more people in the tribe began to tease Lucila and Darl. Every time Lucila heard others teasing them, she would shyly lower her head, unsure of what to say. Darl, on the other hand, would rarely take a serious tone to prevent others from spreading rumors, fearing it would tarnish Lucila's reputation as a female. In the side story about establishing the capital city, 7, seeing Lucila and Darl like this, Amy had been feeling unusually down lately. Noticing Amy was distracted while working, Chu Xinran took the stone knife from her hands. Amy, stop doing that for now. If you keep getting distracted, you might accidentally hurt yourself. Amy was cutting fruit with the stone knife, and Chu Xinran was worried she might injure her hand. Hearing Chu Xinran's words, Amy snapped back to reality and quickly replied, It's fine, just give me the knife. I want to get distracted again, and I want to hurt myself. Chu Xinran shook her head, looking at Amy with concern. Amy, what's wrong with you lately? Is it because of Lucila and Darl? Amy paused, unsure of how to respond. After a long while, she sighed and said, I don't know what is wrong with me. When Darl was pursuing me before, I didn't like him, so I didn't want to accept him. But now that Darl has a female he likes, I feel uncomfortable about it. Shaoran, do you think I'm being bad? Chu Xinran didn't know how to advise Amy, because she wasn't sure whether Amy actually liked Darl. If she did like him, why hadn't she accepted him back then? But if she didn't like him, why was she feeling uncomfortable now? Not wanting to give any rash advice before figuring out whether Amy truly liked Darl or if it was just possessiveness, Chu Xinran said, Amy, you should follow your heart with this. You need to see if you really like Darl. If you do, you should bravely express your feelings. But if you don't give him any hope. That would be cruel to him. Darl would still come to help Amy with work, but Amy continued to reject him as always. Chu Xinran noticed the hope in Darl's eyes gradually turning to disappointment. If Amy kept this up, even the deepest feelings could be worn away. After hearing Chu Xinran's words, Amy fell in a deep thought. Her mind was in a jumble, with the image of Abel lingering in her thoughts. It was because of Abel that Amy had kept rejecting Darl. She felt she hadn't forgotten Abel. If she accepted Darl now, it would be a betrayal of her feelings for Abel. She had liked Abel for a long time, and even though he had done many wrong things, Amy believed he must have regretted them before he died, regretting all the bad things he had done. Just thinking about how Abel had died alone in the wild made Amy's heart ache. Lilith was gone too. If she forgot about Abel, who else in this world would remember him? Amy didn't want the traces of Abel's existence in this world to be erased bit by bit. At least she would always remember him. After thinking for a long time, Amy felt she still couldn't accept Darl. When Darl came to ask her for help again, Amy said somewhat cruelly, Darl, don't come looking for me anymore. I can do these things by myself. Lucilla is a good female. Don't let her down. You understand what I mean, right? Although Darl had always been a bit slow, he understood what Amy meant when she spoke so clearly. Amy, do you really not want to accept me? Is there not even the slightest possibility? Looking at the sad doll, Amy's lips moved slightly, and she finally nodded with her eyes closed. You know, I've always liked Abel. Even though Abel is no longer here, I still can't forget him, so I'm sorry. Darl fell silent. He had always known that Amy liked Abel, so when Abel was alive, he never thought to compete. But after Abel passed away, Darl thought he could heal the wounds in Amy's heart and make her willing to accept him. However, despite his efforts for so long, he could not surpass Abel's position in Amy's heart, even though Abel was already gone. Okay, I understand. I won't disturb you anymore, Darl said hoarsely. He had always been a big fool, not understanding many social matters, but after this incident he seemed to have matured a lot. Many things he didn't understand before were now clearer to him. Watching Darl walk away, Amy felt a pang in her heart. She might not fully understand what she had lost, which was the wholehearted and unwavering love of an orc for her. After leaving Amy, Darl ran into Lucilla, who had come to find him. Lucilla immediately noticed that Darl seemed to be in a bad mood. Although she didn't know why, she said nothing more and simply walked silently beside him. Darl walked in silence for a while before realizing that Lucilla was still following him. He had been walking a bit fast, so Lucilla had to jog to keep up, which was quite difficult for her. Darl stopped, and Lucilla jogged up to his side, looking up at him with a smile, revealing a brilliant smile beneath her straw hat. Although she was already sweating profusely, Lucilla had no complaints and continued to look at Darl happily, asking Darl, what's wrong? Where are you going now? Darl looked up and realized he had already walked out of the tribe. He looked at Lucilla apologetically and said, sorry, I didn't notice you earlier. Now that we're out of the tribe, it's not safe. Let me take you back. Lucilla shook her head. It's okay. Since we're already out of the tribe, why don't you take me around? I'm not very familiar with the surroundings and want to see more. Darl scratched his head, unsure of where to take Lucilla. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, then I'll take you to a place. Darl brought Lucilla to a spot downstream by the river. And as soon as Lucilla arrived, she saw a large area of flowers and many bright red wild fruits. How beautiful! Lucilla exclaimed as she dashed into the field of flowers, which had flowers of every color, looking very pretty and spectacular. Seeing Lucilla so happy, Darl smiled and said nothing. Because Amy liked flowers, he often came here to pick flowers and wild fruits for her. He had originally planned to bring Amy here to play, but unexpectedly, he ended up bringing Lucilla instead. Due to the large number of people, the houses for the newly joined tribes were quickly built, and the tribes settled down here. Carlo and Kevin held a meeting with the leaders of these tribes, making a detailed record of the names of every orc, female, elderly, and child in each tribe. They then divided these orcs and females into teams, each responsible for different tasks. The team leaders were temporarily chosen from the orcs and females of the Lion Tiger tribe because they were very experienced and had learned a lot from following Carlo, and Chu Xinran for such a long time. However, Carlo also emphasized that the selection of team leaders was not fixed and was only a temporary arrangement. If in the future, any orc or female showed more outstanding abilities than the team leaders, the selection could be changed at any time. After forming the teams, Carlo needed to discuss something he thought would be more challenging for them to agree on. Next, I want to talk to you about the distribution of food and resources in our capital city. Hearing Carlo say this, everyone present felt puzzled. Wasn't the game hunted and the food gathered the common property of all the tribes? They had always eaten together as a tribe. But now it seemed that Carlo wanted to change this method. I believe you have been here for a while and have noticed that we in the lion-tiger tribe eat separately, unlike before when we all ate together. So I hope that in the future, you can also do the same and eat separately according to the small families registered earlier. Several tribe leaders were shocked by Carlo's words. Will this work? After all, we have always eaten together. If we suddenly start eating separately now, many people might not be used to it, one leader hesitantly said. Carlo certainly understood their concerns and patiently explained, look, haven't we in a lion-tiger tribe gradually adapted to this? In fact, eating separately has many benefits, and let me explain it to you in detail. Although all the orcs and females were divided into teams, they were still categorized according to families. Each day, the team leaders would record how much work each orc and female did, and the food for that day will be distributed based on the amount of work done. The more work done, the more food distributed. The less work done, the less food distributed. This was the first time these people had heard of such a novel method, and they all widened their eyes to listen as Carlo continued. This method can effectively prevent any orc or female from slacking off. Of course, I know that these orcs and females are hardworking and brave, but over time, it's inevitable that some may start to slack off. Therefore, distributing food based on daily work is the fairest method. Additionally, team leaders cannot arbitrarily record each person's daily work. Each team also needs to select someone to supervise the team leader. What about the elderly and children who cannot work? Someone raised a question. Because some elderly and children do not have the ability to work, the food brought back by the working orcs and females will be partially allocated to them. The food for children under 18 and elderly over 45 will come from the portion submitted to the capital. Thus, in a family, in addition to the adult orcs and females needing to provide for themselves, the food for children and the elderly will be supplied for free by the capital. Chu Xinran and Carlo had discussed the age division in detail, as the females and orcs on the orc continent often did a lot of physical work when they were young, leaving them with many ailments. Generally, by the age of 45, their physical strength would already be quite poor, so Chu Xinran set the age limit for the elderly at 45. As for sick orcs and females and pregnant females, the capital would also provide special care, ensuring they received food even if they did not work. The food submitted to the capital, aside from being allocated to these elderly and children, will be stored for future emergencies. In addition to these, Carlo also explained a lot about how to distribute based on labor. And at first, the people had doubts, but as Carlo's explanations deepened, their eyes began to shine. Why hadn't they thought of such a good method before? Carlo's method is really good. The more work they do, the more food they receive, which will stimulate the orcs and females' motivation. To ensure their families get more food, the orcs and females will definitely work hard and will not slack off. Carlo initially thought these people would find it difficult to accept, as they had lived in the old way for decades. But he did not expect that after he explained the benefits of distributing according to labor, they quickly accepted it. When these clan leaders returned to inform their tribes about this matter, Carlo also went back to tell Chu Xinran that things were progressing smoothly. Great, as long as they are willing to accept it. Chu Xinran was very happy, but this was just the beginning. If they wanted to establish a capital city, there was still a long way to go. Carlo, the current labor distribution is just the initial stage. We need to standardize everyone's code of conduct first. After this has been implemented for a while, if everything goes smoothly, we will enter the next phase. At that point, we need to have these orcs and females hand over the food they obtain to the capital for centralized distribution, as that would lead to problems in the long run. Instead, we will let the orcs and females keep the food they obtain in their own hands, only needing to give a portion to the capital, while the rest can be freely distributed by them. Also, if we want to establish the capital, currency must be introduced. Only then can the entire capital operate smoothly. Chu Xinran had previously explained the concept of currency to Carlo, so he naturally understood its importance. They are still in the initial stage and need to take it step by step without rushing. After the clan leaders returned, they informed their tribes about the matter. Some were able to accept it, but others could not understand. The clan leaders explained it in detail to those who did not understand. If they still could not accept it, Carlo and Chu Xinran would come personally to explain it to them until they were willing to implement it. Although Carlo could have directly enforced this rule, he knew that doing so would certainly lead to a loss of trust from these people in the Lion-Tiger tribe, causing dissatisfaction, which would be detrimental to the future construction of the capital. After establishing the leaders of each team, the orcs and females began to perform their duties, striving for the construction of the capital city and to provide a better life for themselves and their families. Since Amy once again firmly rejected Dar, it seemed that Dar had come to terms with it and stopped revolving around her, starting his own life. Lucilla still enjoyed finding Dar, and Dar began to gradually help Lucilla with some things. Seeing how smoothly the relationship between Dar and Lucilla was progressing, Chu Xinran and Nina both had their own orcs, leaving Amy still alone. Even though Amy's personality was cheerful, she couldn't help but feel a bit down. Noticing Amy's poor state, Chu Xinran asked with concern, "Amy, are you okay? You haven't looked well these past few days." Amy sighed, unsure how to express her tangled feelings of the past few days. "Is it because of Dar and Lucilla?" Chu Xinran asked again. Everyone in the tribe could see that Dar and Lucilla were getting closer, and Chu Xinran knew that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before Dar and Lucilla got together. "Do you know, when Dar came to find me, I once again cruelly rejected him, and this time he really wants to give up on me." A hint of sadness flowed in Amy's eyes. Now, she couldn't see that big silly guy who used to always be around her. She had to admit that she felt a bit hurt inside. "Since you are so sad, why do you still reject him?" Chu Xinran sighed and asked, not understanding why Amy felt so down after rejecting Dar. "If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place?" Amy herself couldn't figure it out either. She thought she didn't like Dar, but after he truly gave up on her, she vaguely felt that she might have liked him a little, but it was too late now. She and Dar were no longer possible. "Amy, I've always wanted to tell you that feelings cannot withstand consumption. You should understand this principle. You liked Abel for such a long time, and in the long time without a response, Abel was still cold to you. Did you ever feel tired during that time? Did you feel a bit exhausted? Dar is just like that. Although he is a bit silly and sincerely cares for you, being rejected so many times will make him feel disheartened and hopeless." What Chu Xinran hadn't mentioned was Lucilla. Her timing was just too perfect, appearing right when Dar was feeling a bit disheartened about this relationship. Without Lucilla, perhaps Dar would have been sad for a while after being rejected by Amy and would have regained his spirits to continue pursuing her. If that had happened, the outcome would have been either Amy finally being moved by Dar and accepting him, or Amy continuing to reject Dar, leading him to ultimately feel disheartened and give up. But now Lucilla appeared, accompanying Dar during his low moments, comforting him, and her feelings for him were so pure. Chu Xinran watched from the side and also had a very good impression of Lucilla, so it was inevitable that Dar and Lucilla would develop further. Amy and Dar might just be fated to be out of reach. All feelings in this world cannot withstand the word fate. Just when Amy finally felt a bit of movement in her heart, Dar had already lost hope, and the two of them missed each other by a twist of fate, becoming two parallel lines. As Amy listened to Chu Xinran's words, her eyes gradually became red. Chu Xinran was right. She had been taking advantage of Dar's feelings for her, continuously hurting him, which ultimately made him feel tired and want to give up on her. While she was chasing after Abel, Dar had always stood behind her, watching her. When she was sad because of Abel, Dar would appear to comfort her and cheer her up. Watching her constantly be sad for another orc, Dar still had to come and comfort her. Amy couldn't imagine how sad Dar must have felt during that time. In fact, Dar at first never thought about being with Amy. He knew she liked Abel, so he always helped her do everything she wanted to do. Later, when he realized that Abel couldn't bring happiness to Amy and was only hurting her, Dar stepped up to pursue her, wanting to replace Abel and give her happiness. The more Amy thought about it, the sadder she became. Now she finally understood what she had lost, the most sincere feelings of an orc for her. A friendship where an orc was willing to offer his heart for her to tread upon. The more Amy cried, the harder she cried. Chu Xinran, feeling sad, hugged Amy, wanted to give her some comfort. Chu Xinran didn't know what to do about this situation either. Even if Amy regretted it now, there was still Lucilla. The three of them were entangled together, and it was destined that one person would get hurt. Moreover, whether Amy, being so proud, would be willing to chase after Dar was still unknown. "Amy, what do you plan to do next?" After Amy's emotions stabilized slowly, Chu Xinran cautiously asked. Amy was silent for a while, slowly wiping away her tears. "Xiaoran, Dar and I are destined to be out of reach. Let's leave it like this from now on. Maybe I'm destined to be alone for the rest of my life." Two relationships left Amy deeply hurt, and she might never find it easy to like someone again. Chu Xinran gently stroked Amy's head and comforted her. Amy, you're such a great person. You will definitely find a beastman who loves you wholeheartedly. And you will love him too. Amy nodded with a forced smile, but deep down she knew she no longer had the strength to love someone. In the side story of establishing the capital city, 10, an old friend whom the tribe hadn't seen in a long time came to visit. Chu Xinran was very surprised when she saw him. Jonathan, what brings you here? It's been so long. Since Jonathan fought alongside them against the beast-eating tribe, the hostility between him and the lion-tiger tribe had been resolved. Chu Xinran could see that Jonathan had indeed changed his previously cruel ways. She heard that Jonathan was looking for the people of the former bird tribe and helped them find a suitable place to live, starting to build the tribe with his own hands, no longer competing with other tribes for resources. Jonathan was happy to see Chu Xinran. After learning that he was working hard to rebuild the bird tribe, she sent him many supplies and taught him a lot of useful knowledge. So this time Jonathan came specifically to thank her. Xinran, Jonathan called out joyfully. Seeing Carlo's unfriendly gaze beside Chu Xinran, he jokingly said, Carlo, please don't glare at me. I have no romantic interest in Xinran anymore. I'm here just to thank her for helping our bird tribe. At Jonathan's words, everyone laughed, and even Carlo had a faint smile on his face. Jonathan, I didn't expect you to really turn over a new leaf. You don't know how much I used to dislike you. Every time I saw you, I just wanted to fight, Kevin said incredulously. Come on, you think you were so likable back then? Every time we met, you wanted to argue with me, which made me dread seeing you. The atmosphere lightened as the group let go of their past grievances and joked with one another, something that would have been unimaginable before. Xinran, thank you so much for sending us so many supplies. When they heard I was coming, many people from the bird tribe insisted on coming with me to thank you in person, but I stopped them, Jonathan said. Chu Xinran smiled and shook her head, saying, There's no need to thank me. These things aren't secrets. If you want to learn how to make them, feel free to come find me anytime. Jonathan looked around at the orcs and females from different tribes working together and sighed. When I first heard you were building an orc capital, I thought you were crazy. How could that ever be done? I didn't expect you to have made such progress. It looks like the orc capital will really be established soon. Hearing Jonathan's admiration, Carlo said seriously, Are you interested in joining us here? Jonathan paused, unsure how to respond. After thinking for a while, he replied, Maybe not. You know, I can be quite domineering and prefer to keep the tribe under my control. Carlo nodded in understanding. He knew that even if he explained to Jonathan that his power wouldn't be taken away, Jonathan might not believe it. So it was better to take things slowly. Jonathan would eventually see the changes in the capital city and its tribes. All right, I won't pressure you. If you change your mind one day, feel free to come find me. The bird tribe was an excellent tribe, with orcs like Jonathan having strong combat skills. Joining the capital would provide significant support, which was why Carlo wanted to invite Jonathan. Since Jonathan had come, Chu Xinran suggested he stay for a few more days, and he agreed. He was amazed at the changes he saw. The place was growing larger, and more people were moving in. Slowly, an orc capital would be established. While wandering around the lion-tiger tribe, Jonathan was suddenly blocked by an elderly orc and a female. Is there something you need from me? Jonathan asked, puzzled. Do you remember Lilith? Where is she now? The elderly female asked sadly. Jonathan paused, thinking for a moment before recalling who Lilith was. He quickly realized that the pair in front of him must be Lilith's parents. I'm sorry. When we migrated from a northern part of the orc continent to here, Lilith went missing, so I don't know where she is. I truly apologize for all the reckless things I did in the past. Jonathan genuinely could not remember Lilith's whereabouts. But even if she had survived at that time, there were so many red-eyed beasts in the northern continent that she wouldn't have been able to survive there either. Lilith's father shook his head. This isn't your fault. We can only blame Lilith for her own choices. After that, he helped his frail wife leave. Watching the two elderly figures walk away unsteadily, Jonathan felt a sudden pang of sadness. He had acted recklessly in the past and had done many terrible things, not realizing how many families he had destroyed. Those people's relatives must hate him. If he had a chance to start over, he would never commit such inhumane acts again. Sometimes, people are strange. When they harm others, they usually do not realize how terrible their actions are and simply do whatever they want. It is only when they wake up one day that they realize how absurd their past behavior was, but the harm has already been done, and no amount of compensation can bring it back, leaving them to face their conscience's condemnation and regret for life. After staying in the lion-tiger tribe for a few days, Jonathan left. Upon returning, he often reminded the bird tribe members about their past wrongdoings, trying to help them recognize their mistakes. Perhaps having suffered the oppression and harm from the beast-eating tribe and experiencing bullying firsthand, these people had come to realize how cruel their previous behavior was, and they would no longer act as they did before. In the side story of establishing the capital city, 11. Although many tribes had come to ally with the lion-tiger tribe, most were weaker tribes that feared they couldn't survive on the orc continent, which is why they were willing to join the orc capital. Other tribes, like the bird tribe, which had strong combat capabilities, wanted to survive independently and were unwilling to join the orc capital. If these tribes did not join, the scale of the orc capital would not expand further. Chu Xinran initially thought the construction of the capital might temporarily hit a deadlock, as those tribes might only consider joining once they saw the orc capital become the most powerful existence on the continent. However, an unexpected event soon broke this deadlock. A legendary beast, previously thought to only exist in orc folklore, suddenly appeared on the continent. During a hunting expedition, several orcs from one tribe went missing for an unusually long time. When the tribe's chief sent someone to look for them, they discovered the bodies of the orcs burned to blackened remains. After this incident occurred, the chief of the tribe instructed everyone to be more vigilant and not to go out into the wild easily. However, other tribes also began to experience similar incidents one after another. These tribes were unable to determine the cause, and seeing the tragic fate of the dead orcs made everyone very sad. Eventually, they found the lion-tiger tribe, hoping they could clarify the matter. Carlo and Chu Xinran were shocked when they learned about this. "Are you saying the orcs were burned to a crisp?" Chu Xinran asked in disbelief. She had never heard of such a thing. How could a living orc be burned to death? Moreover, if the forest really caught fire, it should have burned a large area. So why were only these few orcs burned? The shaman pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. Could it be the Qian beast? Qian beast? What is that? This was the first time Chu Xinran had heard this name. The Qian beast, like the Tyrannosaurus beast, is one of the most powerful beasts in the orc continent. However, no one had ever seen a Qian beast before, so it was thought to be just a legend. The manner of death of these orcs resembled that of the Qian beast, as its main attack method is to burn with fire, and it can breathe fire. Carlo explained to Chu Xinran. It can breathe fire? Chu Xinran's eyes widened. Could a beast really have such an ability? This was too incredible. Since the Tyrannosaurus beast has appeared, the emergence of the Qian beast is not strange, the shaman said. Very few people had seen the Qian beast and the Tyrannosaurus beast before, so only some older orcs and females knew about this legend. They never expected that the legendary Tyrannosaurus beast and Qian beast would appear one after another in front of them. So what else can the Qian beast do besides breathing fire? Why does it breathe fire at orcs but not eat them? Chu Xinran asked. Previously, the Tyrannosaurus beast would eat orcs, but this Qian beast only burned them to ashes without eating them. The shaman recalled the rumors he had heard in the past and replied, "I heard from the previous shaman that although the Qian beast looks fierce and is comparable in size to the Tyrannosaurus beast, it has a very cruel nature. It does not like to eat orc flesh. It enjoys spraying fire on orcs and finds it amusing to see them struggle in the flames, making excited sounds." Hearing the shaman's words, Chu Xinran felt a chill. This Qian beast was too perverted, taking pleasure in torturing orcs. It was simply insane. The other tribespeople listening felt very sad. They were filled with hatred for the Qian beast, thinking of how their companions have been cruelly toyed with and killed. "We must avenge our brothers. This Qian beast is too vicious. We must capture it and chop it into pieces," the orcs from the tribes seeking help said angrily. "Do not act rashly," Carlo quickly intervened. "The Qian beast is very ferocious, and since it can breathe fire, if you're not fully prepared and recklessly try to capture it, there could be significant casualties. Also, we still do not know how many Qian beasts there are. If there is only one, it is manageable, but the worst-case scenario is if there is a group of Qian beasts." After hearing Carlo's words, the people felt it made sense, but did that mean they would just watch the Qian beast burn people to death without doing anything? What should they do? Should they just keep watching? "You should go back first. We will think of a solution. However, after you return, try to stay in the tribe and do not go out. You should also strengthen the defenses around the tribe. If you notice anything unusual, make sure to evacuate the elderly, children, and females in the tribe in time." Carlo then explained to these tribes how to protect their tribe and how to prepare hiding places before letting them return. After these tribes left, Carlo's face showed a rare sign of tension because he knew that if they did not find a way to deal with the Qian beasts soon, the orc capital would also be affected, leading to casualties. "Carlo, what should we do next?" Chu Xinran asked with some concern. Carlo comfortingly held Chu Xinran's hand and said, "Don't worry, we will think of a way to solve it together. The tribes where the Qian beasts have appeared are all in the southernmost part. So these Qian beasts should be coming from the south. There is still some distance to us, which is enough time for us to prepare thoroughly. Carlo then looked at the shaman. Shaman Grandpa, please think carefully about the legends of the Qian beast after you return, and ask the older people in the tribe if they can find out the weaknesses of the Qian beast. The shaman nodded. Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of this. Although the Qian beast had not yet impacted the orc capital, Carlo could not just watch the tribes in the south suffer so many deaths. After briefly organizing the daily work in the orc capital, Carlo prepared to take Kevin and several orcs to check the situation in those tribes. Watching Carlo leave again, though Chu Xinran felt reluctant, she knew he was going to do important work. So, as Carlo's female, her only task was to help him pack his belongings and pray for his safe return. After Carlo and Kevin left the lion-tiger tribe, they hurried on their way. The other tribes had left earlier than them, but Carlo and his group did not waste any time on the road. After 2 days of travel, they finally caught up with the tribes. The people from those tribes were surprised to see Carlo and his group catch up. Chief Carlo, how did you come here? Carlo looked at the state of these orcs and saw they were okay. It seemed they had not encountered any troublesome situations in the past few days. He nodded and replied, I was still a bit worried, so I decided to go see the situation in your tribe. Let's go. We will set off together. Hearing Carlo say this, the others were very touched. They did not expect that when they encountered difficulties, Carlo and his group would not only think of ways to help them, but even come personally to check the situation. Carlo's actions left a deep impression on the hearts of these tribespeople, and they developed a deeper understanding of the orc capital, no longer feeling as resistant as before. During the days they traveled south, Carlo and his group, having more knowledge than these tribes, took care of them along the way, teaching them survival skills and what to pay attention to while hunting. In short, during these days of interaction, the people from these tribes had a very good impression of the orcs from the lion-tiger tribe and gained a direct understanding of their strength in survival. Some orcs even thought to themselves that perhaps joining the orc capital in the future wouldn't be a bad thing after all. Upon reaching these tribes, the residents welcomed Carlo and his group very warmly, but Carlo's first task upon arrival was to inspect the bodies of the dead orcs. When Carlo brought this up, the others showed sad expressions. They led Carlo and Kevin to the place where the orc bodies were laid out. There are too many dead orcs. We haven't had a chance to bury them all, so we can only keep the bodies here and find a day to bury them collectively. One orc who brought Carlo and Kevin there said sadly. Carlo and Kevin squatted down to look at the bodies of the dead orcs, discovering that their corpses had turned to ashes, their features unrecognizable, and there were no visible wounds on the bodies. Carlo originally wanted to find some clues from these corpses, but the dead orc bodies were in such a tragic state that he couldn't find any leads. Kevin sighed and said with a hint of sadness, "This flame beast is truly despicable. It clearly takes pleasure in playing with the lives of these orcs. It could have given them a quick death, yet it chooses to use such cruel methods, watching them burn to death in agony." Kevin understood the feelings of all the orcs and females in the southern tribes. If the orcs from the lion-tiger tribe were treated this cruelly, he would also hate those flame beasts to the bone, wishing to turn them to ashes. Although Carlo had never seen the legendary flame beast, he knew it was as formidable as the Tyrannosaurus due to its reputation. Moreover, Grandpa Shaman said that the flame beast was even more brutal than the Tyrannosaurus, so Carlo knew this would be a tough battle. "Let's go check out the place where these corpses were found," Carlo said, patting Kevin on the shoulder. Kevin and Carlo exchanged glances and nodded. Now was not the time to think about such things. Their only task was to eliminate these potential dangers for their relatives and friends. Carlo and Kevin arrived at a forest not far from the tribes. The forest was lush and seemed very tranquil, but hidden beneath that tranquility were unpredictable dangers and unknowns. "We usually hunt in this forest. Although it's quite deep, since the tribes in the south often hunt here, it's not that dangerous, and there are few wild beasts," one orc who led them explained. "Because this forest isn't that dangerous, we often don't pay much attention. Many orcs come here alone, hoping to catch a gugu beast or a mimi beast. The first orc who got into trouble did so here. He came alone, and by the time we realized he was missing, several days had passed, so we rushed to find him. Who would have thought we would find his body under a big tree, already charred to a crisp for being burned? But what's strange is that, despite being a forest with so many trees and plants, only that orc was burned, and the surrounding flora and trees were completely unharmed. Since that orc's incident, more and more orcs in the tribe have been getting into trouble, all with the same cause of death." After hearing what the orc said, Carlo thought for a moment and asked, "Were the later orcs who got into trouble also alone?" "Yes, they all encountered trouble alone." Carlo and Kevin exchanged looks, finding this quite strange. Logically, the flame beast should be very powerful, so why would it only target solitary orcs? Could it be that it couldn't take on more than one orc at a time? Kevin was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Grandpa Shaman said the flame beast is massive, comparable to the Tyrannosaurus. Even if the flame beast didn't have the ability to breathe fire with its huge size, several orcs wouldn't be its match, let alone the fact that it can breathe fire, Carlo said. Kevin found Carlo's reasoning valid, but this flame beast was indeed very strange. However, Carlo and Kevin shared a common understanding that the fact the flame beast only targeted solitary orcs might become a breakthrough in solving the problem with the flame beast. Carlo and Kevin searched the forest for a long time, but found no trace of the flame beast. Logically, a creature as large as the flame beast should have left many traces in the forest, yet it seemed to be hiding somewhere, leaving no clues at all. The situation had temporarily reached a stalemate. After discussing for a long time, Carlo and Kevin ultimately believed they should focus on the fact that the flame beast liked to target solitary orcs. Carlo decided that he would act as bait to lure the flame beast out. Carlo, isn't that too dangerous? Why don't we think of another way? Kevin said worriedly. The flame beast was truly formidable, and if Carlo encountered it, his chances of escaping would be slim. If something happened to Carlo, how would he face Chu Xinran when he returned? So Kevin felt this matter needed further discussion. Kevin, listen to me. If we don't try this method, we'll never uncover the flame beast's true nature. Don't worry, I won't recklessly engage the flame beast. I just want to see how many of them there are, and if I can find their weaknesses. Such a dangerous task could only be managed by Carlo. Although Kevin had 100 reasons to persuade Carlo not to go, seeing Carlo's serious and stubborn expression, he ultimately nodded helplessly. All right, Carlo, you must come back safely. For the past few days, Carlo had been wandering around the forest near these tribes, trying to lure the flame beast out. But progress was not going well, as the flame beast did not take the bait. There was not a trace of it. Carlo turned to glance at Kevin and several orcs hiding not far away, sighed, and walked over to them. Kevin, you guys shouldn't follow me anymore. If you keep following me, the flame beast won't show up. It must sense that there are multiple orcs, so it won't easily fall for the trap. Seeing Carlo discover them, Kevin awkwardly crawled out from the bushes. Upon hearing Carlo's words, he could only nod and say, Okay, Carlo, then we'll head back for now. You must be careful on your own. When Carlo nodded, Kevin, feeling somewhat uneasy, left the forest with the orcs behind him. Carlo was right. Perhaps it was their presence that kept the flame beast from appearing. After they left, Carlo continued to wander through the forest, occasionally catching a wild beast to roast and eat. The next day, while sitting by the campfire eating roasted meat, he heard a significant commotion behind him. Carlo quickly grabbed the military knife beside him, stood up, and looked back. What he saw startled even the experienced Carlo. For not far from him was a beast larger than the Tyrannosaurus, and it was incredibly ugly. The most striking feature was its enormous mouth, which occupied 2/3 of its face. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and at that moment, the flame beast was greedily eyeing the roasted meat in Carlo's hand. Drooling profusely, Carlo glanced at the remaining roasted meat in his hand, tore off a large piece, and threw it towards the flame beast. The flame beast quickly moved its body to catch the piece of roasted meat and began to tear into it hungrily. While the flame beast was engrossed in the roasted meat, Carlo cautiously stepped back, trying to exit the flame beast's attack range. However, the flame beast quickly finished the piece of roasted meat and turned its greedy gaze back to the remaining meat in Carlo's hand. Although the flame beast now looked like a gluttonous wild beast, Carlo could not afford to let his guard down because no one knew when this flame beast would suddenly turn hostile. After all, it was a very ferocious beast. Carlo looked behind the flame beast and saw no signs of other beasts. Could it be that the killer of so many orcs was this flame beast before him? If there was only one flame beast, then the orcs might still have a chance if they fought desperately. The blazing beast in front of him clearly hadn't had enough roast meat. Carlos thought for a moment, glanced at the route behind him, and then threw all the roasted meat he had in his hand towards the blazing beast. Taking advantage of the beast's attention being fully on the meat, he quickly ran forward. This time, the blazing beast did not rush to eat the meat. Its emotionless yellow eyes glanced at the direction Carlos was fleeing. Then it opened its mouth and let out a roar, spewing a powerful flame towards Carlos's back. Feeling the heat behind him, Carlos turned his head and saw a large wave of golden heat rushing towards him, the flame's heat almost scorching his face. Carlos had no time to think. He could only run for his life, trying to dodge the flames. After spewing fire, the blazing beast began to leisurely enjoy the delicious roast meat. However, when it finished eating and looked up to see the miserable state of the foolish orc being burned by the fire, it realized that the orc was actually faster than the flames it had spat out, and his figure was already fading from sight. The blazing beast roared angrily at the sky and swiftly charged towards the fleeing orc, as no orc had ever evaded its attacks before. Carlos heard the roaring sound behind him and knew that the blazing beast was closing in, but he couldn't fight it alone, so he had to escape first. Because there were many trees in the forest, Carlos ran around them, while the large body of the blazing beast got stuck between the trees, naturally slowing its speed. Seeing itself being toyed with by an orc it had never taken seriously, the blazing beast was filled with rage. After roaring a few times in anger, it began to crash into the trees, flattening all the trees in its path, leaving a scene of devastation. The beast's violent actions shattered the trees in the forest, and debris continued to fly onto Carlos's back, hitting his body. Carlos endured these attacks, while the blazing beast kept spewing fire behind him. He knew that at this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. Just as Carlos became a bit distracted, the blazing beast closed the distance between them again. This time, it gathered strength and fiercely spat a stream of fire at Carlos. Carlos felt a sharp pain on his back. His clothes were burning from the flames. And things are getting dire. In the side story about establishing the capital city, 14, enduring the pain of his skin being burned, Carlos ran wildly through the woods. He vaguely remembered that there should be a river not far away from where he had been wandering in the woods these past few days. He had to find a way to extinguish the fire on his back, as he could already smell the scent of his flesh being scorched. Seeing that the orc who dared to provoke it was finally set on fire, the blazing beast became even more excited, drooling greedily while relentlessly pursuing Carlos, continually spewing flames. Many trees burned down in the path of the blazing beast. Kevin, who was guarding outside the woods, saw the thick smoke rising and knew that something was wrong. Carlos must have encountered the blazing beast. Grab your weapons and follow me. Kevin shouted to the other orcs behind him and hurriedly ran towards the rising smoke. Feeling that Carlos's situation must be dire, otherwise, Carlos would have found a way to signal him. The fact that Carlos hadn't signaled meant that things were urgent, and during that time, he must be in a predicament. Carlos still didn't know that Kevin had come to rescue him. He endured the severe pain in his back and finally spotted the river he had seen before, jumping in without hesitation. Once in the water, the fire on his back was finally extinguished, and he sighed in relief. At that moment, the blazing beast saw the orc jump into the river and roared angrily at the sky, its brutal eyes fixed on Carlos, who had submerged in the water, as if wanting to tear him apart. However, strangely, the blazing beast paced anxiously by the riverbank, but did not dare to enter the water to attack Carlos. Carlos quickly realized this. Watching the blazing beast's restless pacing, he understood that this blazing beast was probably afraid of water and did not dare to enter it. Perhaps it was because the blazing beast's attribute was fire, and water was its natural enemy. Whatever the case, this was good news for Carlos. Carlos calmed down and roared into the sky, sending a signal. Kevin, who was anxiously searching for Carlos, heard the signal and quickly pinpointed Carlos's location. Realizing that Carlos was likely safe, upon hearing the noisy footsteps nearby, the blazing beast knew that the orc's companions had arrived. It cast one last furious glance at Carlos and ultimately left, filled with rage. One day, it would make this audacious orc pay the price. These foolish orcs were truly naive. The next time they met would be when these orcs faced their punishment. Seeing that another orc had arrived, the blazing beast chose to leave, and Carlos confirmed once again that this beast would only attack solitary orcs. This made things easier. When Kevin and the orcs rushed over, they only saw the back of the blazing beast leaving, which was much larger and faster than they had imagined. "Carlos, are you okay?" Kevin asked anxiously as he looked at Carlos still in the water. Carlos shook his head and walked out of the river. At this moment, Kevin noticed that Carlos's clothes on his back had been burned off, and the flesh on his back was severely scorched, with some areas even blackened. "You're hurt." Seeing the shocking wounds on Carlos's back, Kevin didn't know what to say. Carlos didn't feel much, only saying, "I'm fine. Quickly call more people to put out the fire." Many trees in the woods are burning now. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. The raging blazing beast had sprayed flames in all directions while chasing Carlos, causing many trees to catch fire. If they did not quickly extinguish the flames, the entire forest could burn down, endangering countless wild animals. Ignoring the injury on his back, Carlos teamed up with Kevin and the others to fetch water and began to fight the fire. After a long time, they finally extinguished all the fires in the woods. After putting out the fire, Carlos returned to the temporary settlement with Kevin. Kevin had the shaman of the tribe bring some herbs to apply to Carlos's back. Carlos's back was already burned, and after soaking in the water for a long time, The wounds looked very terrifying. Kevin thought that if Chu Xinran saw Carlos's wounds, she would surely be heartbroken again. Carlos was indifferent to the wounds on his back. What he cared about were the weaknesses of the blazing beast that he had discovered today. Our previous speculation was not wrong. The blazing beast indeed only targets solitary orcs. Today, it hurriedly left after hearing your approach. Carlos quickly gathered the leaders of several tribes to discuss important matters. Moreover, I discovered a fatal weakness of the blazing beast. It fears water. After I hid in the river today, it kept pacing by the shore, not daring to enter the water. This may be a breakthrough point for us to defeat the blazing beast. How many blazing beasts are there in that forest? Kevin asked from the side. From today's situation, there should only be one. The commotion I made with that blazing beast in the woods was so loud that if there were other blazing beasts, they should have appeared. But today, I only saw that one. However, I can't guarantee this. Carlo was a bit uncertain, so he didn't dare to rashly let everyone follow him into the adventure. However, it was clear that the other tribe leaders were getting a bit impatient. Chief Carlo, as you said, if there are other fire beasts, they will definitely be drawn out today. But since no other fire beasts have appeared, it means there is only that one fire beast here. Now that we know it is afraid of water, we should strike quickly and take it down all at once, one of the tribe leaders said. Yes, Chief Carlo. This fire beast has killed so many of our tribesmen and now has everyone on edge. If we don't get rid of it soon, it could become a major threat. Chief Carlo, you've been here for so many days. We feel quite bad about troubling you for so long. Since we have a way to eliminate that fire beast, let's act quickly. Under the persuasion of many, Carlo hesitated. He felt a bit uneasy, but thinking about how long he had been away from the lion and tiger tribe and from Chu Xinran, he realized it was indeed time to resolve this matter swiftly. In the end, Carlo nodded and agreed. Since they decided to take action against the fire beast, Carlo, Kevin, and several tribe leaders began discussing the plan of attack. It was evident that the fire beast was afraid of water, so they needed to start from there. After thinking for a long time, Carlo finally came up with a strategy. First, we need to find an open space in the woods and dig around it, leaving only one path. We will fill the deep pit we dug with water, creating a circular river around the central area. Then I will lure the fire beast to the center of this circular water ring, and Kevin, you will block the only path with your men. Everyone should have a water bucket. If the fire beast tries to escape, you will splash water on it from the sides. When the fire beast is trapped in that circle and cannot get out, the others will shoot arrows at it from outside the water ring until we kill it. Kevin had to admit that Carlo's plan was perfect. If the fire beast took the bait, it would indeed be trapped. However, Kevin still worried about Carlo's safety. Carlo, how will you escape then? Shouldn't I lure the fire beast instead? Carlo shook his head and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. The one the fire beast hates the most right now is me. If I lure it, it will be much more effective. Once I bring it to the center of the water ring, I will jump into the water. It won't be able to attack me. Hearing Carlo say this, Kevin's heart eased a bit. Carlo's method was indeed the best way to deal with the fire beast at the moment. Without further delay, Carlo and Kevin immediately began digging the circular water ring in the woods. The area of the water ring was quite large, needing to be much bigger than the fire beast itself. However, since everyone from several tribes helped out, the circular water ring was completed in just a few days. All the beastmen also helped transport water to fill the ring. Once the circular water ring was ready, Carlo and his team covered it with a lot of grass and mud. When the fire beast was lured into the center of the water ring, they would simply uncover the grass and mud. After all the preparations were done, Carlo went into the woods alone while the others hid nearby the water ring, some digging holes to hide underground, while others climbed up high trees. This time, the fire beast seemed much more vigilant. Carlo spent several days in the woods without seeing it. However, Carlo was not anxious. He continued with his own activities, believing the fire beast was quietly observing him, waiting for an opportunity. Finally, as Carlo had expected, on the 5th day in the woods, the fire beast finally appeared. This time, when the fire beast appeared, Carlo was still roasting meat. The fire beast greedily drooled at the roast in Carlo's hands, but Carlo did not throw the meat to it this time. Instead, he tore off a large piece of roast meat and provocatively looked at the fire beast, then began to eat it himself. Seeing Carlo taunt it like this, the fire beast roared in anger and lunged at Carlo. Carlo quickly threw away the roast and ran towards the position of the circular water ring they had set up in advance. This time, Carlo's speed was even faster than when he had run away before, so the flames the fire beast spewed did not catch him. Carlo's injuries were already severe, and if he were burned again, the scars on his back might never heal. Carlo knew that if Chu Xinran saw these scars, she would be very upset, so he must not let himself get hurt again. The fire beast, consumed by rage, lost its rationality and did not notice the unusual surroundings. It followed Carlo right into the circular water ring as he had planned. Kevin, hiding not far away, saw the fire beast take the bait and quickly signaled for everyone to come with weapons and uncover the grass and mud covering the water ring. Only then did the fire beast realize it had fallen into a trap. It furiously ran around the center of the circle, trying to find an escape route. But the only path was tightly blocked by Kevin and his men. As soon as the fire beast approached the path, torrents of water were splashed on it. The fire beast glared at Carlo with hatred and roared as it charged towards him. But at that moment, Carlo had already jumped into the water, which drove the fire beast even more frantic. Meanwhile, the people standing outside the water ring had also taken their positions and began shooting arrows at the fire beast. Carlo crawled out of the water, took a bow, and started shooting. He aimed for the fire beast's vital spots, shooting arrows into its eyes. At that moment, the fire beast was filled with arrows, but horrifyingly, it showed no signs of falling. It continued to run wildly in the center of the water ring, roaring into the sky. Carlo knew that the fire beast would not go down easily. They could only keep shooting arrows until they killed it. However, watching the fire beast roar in a rhythmic pattern in the center of the water ring, Carlo suddenly had a bad feeling. Carlo walked over to Kevin and said in a deep voice, "Kevin, something seems off. Listen carefully to the fire beast's roars." Kevin perked up his ears and listened for a while, his expression growing serious. "Carlo, its roars follow a pattern of 3 long and 1 short. Is it signaling its companions?" Both of them changed their expressions simultaneously. Carlo turned and shouted loudly, "Something has changed. Quickly withdraw. Stop shooting arrows." Carlo's sudden shout caught everyone's attention, but many did not react in time. Wasn't the fire beast already trapped? Why withdraw suddenly? This was a great opportunity to eliminate the beast. It would be a shame to leave now. Seeing that many people were not moving, Carlo and Kevin began to pull at those around them. "We've been fooled. There's not just one fire beast. Run quickly." Upon hearing Kevin's words, the people around finally realized the seriousness of the situation. But when they tried to run, it was already too late. The heavy thundering footsteps around them turned everyone's faces pale. It's over. They were surrounded by the fire beasts. Extra chapter. Establishing the capital, 16. 4 or 5 flame beasts came running from a distance, and a massive flame beast had completely surrounded Carlo and the others, leaving no way to break through. The flame beasts were getting closer to Carlo and Kevin, who could only move step by step towards the center, while the flame beast behind them kept a close watch, ready to pounce at any moment. Carlo glanced at the distance of the flame beasts and realized they were getting dangerously close to the range of their fire attacks. He shouted to the orcs nearby, "Quick, jump into the water. They're about to breathe fire." Hearing Carlo's words, all the orcs hurriedly jumped into the water ring. As expected, just as they dove in, the flames spewed by the 4 or 5 flame beasts flew over their heads. If they had been even a second later, they would have definitely been burned. Everyone submerged underwater. If they showed their heads, the flame beasts would attack them with fire. However, staying submerged for too long was not a viable option, as they needed to surface to breathe. If this continued, some orcs would definitely be burned. "Carlo, what do we do now?" Kevin, hiding at the edge of the water ring where the flame beasts couldn't reach, anxiously asked Carlo. Carlo looked around at the positions of the flame beasts, his expression serious. He had been careless this time and had fallen for the trick of the flame beast. He underestimated their intelligence, thinking they only knew how to attack humans and eat. But he didn't expect them to set traps to deliberately lure them in. The flame beast that had appeared alone had a purpose. It wanted to lower their guard and then find an opportunity to catch them all at once. Staying in the water was temporarily safe, but as for how to escape, Carlo needed to think further. His brows furrowed deeply as he stared at the few flame beasts circling by the shore. If it were just Carlo alone or with Kevin, Carlo would be confident in breaking through the encirclement. However, now that so many orcs were with him, any mistake could cost many lives. So Carlo was very cautious and didn't dare to act recklessly. Carlo and Kevin were completely trapped in the water ring, unable to get out. The flame beasts were very patient, just waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. Although hiding in the water prevented them from being attacked by the flame beasts, being submerged for too long caused their bodies to absorb too much water, resulting in many orcs having wrinkled skin and even turning pale from being soaked. But that was not the most serious problem. The most severe issue was that they could not access any food. They could barely drink the water in the ring. But without food, given the orcs' physique, they could only last about 10 days at most. After 10 days, if they were still trapped here, some would definitely starve to death. Before finding a better solution, Carlo, and Kevin remained submerged in the water. It was the hot season, and the weather was very warm, so they could hide underwater when it got too hot. However, after several days of being exposed to the sun, Carlo realized another severe problem had arisen. The sunlight was so intense that the water in the ring was gradually evaporating under its rays. If this continued, the water in the ring would be completely dried up. Carlo looked at the diminishing water in the ring and then at the orcs beside him, who were so weak from hunger that they had no strength left. He knew they could no longer sit idly by. He had to find a way to lure the watchful flame beasts away so that the orcs could escape. Carlo gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and silently made a decision in his heart. But when he shared this decision with Kevin, he faced strong opposition. No, Carlo, you can't. You can't go ashore to lure those flame beasts away alone. They are so ferocious, they'll tear you to shreds. Kevin looked at Carlo in disbelief, exclaiming. He would not agree to Carlo's plan. It was akin to sending Carlo to his death, and he couldn't accept that. Kevin, listen to me, Carlo said firmly. If I don't do this, we all will perish here. Let me go out and try. At least it might give us a glimmer of hope. No. Kevin still shook his head in refusal. Carlo, we both know how dangerous this is. You might not come back. Carlo, even if you don't think about your own safety, you should think about Xinran. She's waiting for you to return to the tribe. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to Xinran when I go back? Carlo was momentarily stunned, and the image of Chu Xinran smiling and saying she would wait for him to return before he left flashed in his mind. If something happened to him, Chu Xinran would surely be devastated, but looking back at the orcs who were on the brink of death, Carlo's heart ached. He couldn't just watch these people die. They had followed him out because they trusted him, and he had to ensure their safe return. Listen to me. Carlo tightly grasped Kevin's shoulder and said seriously, this is the only way to save us now. I must go out and lure those flame beasts away. Don't worry. I will be extra careful. Kevin, we have fought side by side so many times. Don't you trust my abilities? Thinking of Chu Xinran, Carlo's eyes softened. If anything happens to me and I can't return for a while, please tell her to wait for me. I will crawl back to her, so she shouldn't worry. I won't leave her alone. Kevin called Carlo's name sadly, and the orcs around them looked at Carlo with deep respect upon hearing their conversation. They knew Carlo was giving them a chance at life, while putting himself in danger against the ferocious flame beasts. But how could one orc fight against so many flame beasts? Carlo's fate was uncertain. Kevin, I will go up and try to attract the attention of those flame beasts, then lead them to the other side. When their focus is entirely on me, you look for a gap and lead everyone to escape. I will hold them off for you. Remember, don't look back. No matter what sounds you hear, just run forward. Do you understand? Okay, I will listen to you, Kevin replied, his voice choked with emotion. He felt very sad and hoped Carlo would be safe and not encounter any problems. Carlo smiled and patted Kevin's shoulder, then turned his determined gaze towards the flame beasts. I'm going, Kevin. Extra chapter. Establishing the capital, 17. Carlo jumped out of the water, instantly attracting the attention of all the flame beasts, which rushed towards him, flames swirling around him. One misstep could result in being burned. Carlo endured the pain of the flames, trying to escape through the gaps between the flame beasts, but they were very agile as soon as Carlo got close. They immediately extended their claws to pin him down. While dodging, Carlo suffered burns and scratches from the claws of the flame beasts, looking very disheveled. Kevin watched from the water as Carlo faced so many flame beasts, narrowly dodging deadly attacks multiple times, feeling anxious and tightly clenching his fists. Suddenly, Kevin saw two flame beasts trying to sneak up on Carlo while he was focused on another flame beast. Just as Carlo was about to be surrounded by them, Kevin anxiously shouted, Carlo, behind you, be careful. But it was too late. When Carlo turned around, he saw two flame beasts with their massive jaws wide open charging at him. At that moment, Carlo realized he couldn't escape. His mind went blank, and he could only remember the way Chu Xinran had always smiled at him. Silently, he whispered in his heart, I'm sorry, Ran. I can't go back. Just then, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream. Carlo. No. Carlo, who had already given up struggling, opened his eyes in shock. Wasn't that Chu Xinran's voice? How could she be here? After hearing that voice, Carlo instinctively used the last of his strength to drop to the ground and rolled several times, miraculously avoiding the attack of the flame beasts. Just as the flame beasts were about to continue their assault, a strange call echoed out. The call was very rhythmic, like a piece of music. But the strangest part was that upon hearing this sound, the flame beasts all stopped moving and stared blankly in the direction of the sound. At this moment, Chu Xinran had already run to Carlo's side, hurriedly helping him up and anxiously asking, Carlo, are you okay? How are you? You're bleeding a lot. Her voice was already tinged with tears, showing how scared she had been by the earlier scene. "Ran, what are you doing here? Get out of here. It's dangerous." Only then did Carlo realize that what he had heard earlier wasn't an illusion. Chu Xinran had really come. But it was very dangerous here, and she shouldn't have come. "Ran, hurry and leave. I'll take care of things here. Quickly." Carlo was covered in blood but still struggled to stand, pushing Chu Xinran aside, wanting her to leave this perilous place as soon as possible. Chu Xinran tightly hugged Carlo, crying as she said, "Carlo, don't panic. Look over there. We're okay now. It's all okay." Carlo turned to look at the flame beasts and was surprised to see that they had all sat down in one direction. In front of that group of vicious flame beasts was the detox beast, Didi, softly calling out. The beastmen hiding in the water also watched in disbelief at this scene. The flame beasts actually followed the detox beast orders, sitting down in a neat row in response to its calls, completely still. Didi saw that the detox beasts were now sitting still and let out a few short calls towards Chu Xinran, as if showing off how impressive it was. Then Didi continued to call, but this time it changed to a different tune. Compared to the previous gentle calls, this time the call was much more solemn, giving a deafening feeling. With Didi's call, the flame beast stood up again and started moving towards the water, the direction they feared the most. Seeing the flame beasts enter the water, the beastmen who had previously been hiding in the water hurriedly crawled out, reaching the shore and staring in amazement at what was happening. The flame beasts had buried themselves in the water, and some of them began to struggle for breath as soon as they entered the water. However, even so, the flame beasts continued to obey the detox beast commands, remaining motionless in the water. After a while, the flame beasts began to slowly stop breathing. Those fierce flame beasts that could tear apart several beastmen gradually lost their lives in the water. The other beastmen watched the entire process in astonishment, as if witnessing a sacred ritual. The immense power of the detox beast rendered these flame beasts powerless, willingly meeting their demise. This shocking scene lingered in everyone's hearts for a long time, hard to forget. Carlo, barely holding on, saw that all the flame beasts had been dealt with by Didi, and finally let out a sigh of relief before losing consciousness. Carlo. Feeling Carlo's body go limp, Chu Xinran was startled. Kevin, hearing her exclamation, rushed over. However, Chu Xinran had been too tense earlier, causing her to call out. After checking Carlo's condition, she realized he had only fainted, which relieved her. Since the flame beast had been dealt with, all the beastmen followed Chu Xinran and Kevin back to the tribe. Kevin carried Carlo on his back, while Didi, after handling the flame beasts, excitedly jumped onto Chu Xinran, continuously calling as if seeking praise. Chu Xinran patted Didi's head, praising, "Didi, you did great." At that moment, the other beastmen looked at the little beast with sacred and awed gazes. This little creature was truly remarkable and magical. Kevin carried Carlo back to the temporary shelter in the tribe, and when Chu Xinran treated Carlo's wounds, she discovered the numerous injuries on his body, especially the burns on his back, which had turned white and festered from being soaked in water for too long. As she applied medicine to Carlo's wounds, tears silently fell from Chu Xinran's eyes. How much suffering had Carlo endured? Kevin felt uneasy as well. He had clearly come out with Carlo, but now Carlo was injured so badly to protect them while he was unharmed. He felt utterly useless, still needing Carlo to protect him. Extra. Establishing the capital city, 18. When Carlo woke from his coma, he found Chu Xinran leaning over the bed next to his arm, seemingly having fallen asleep from exhaustion. Carlo reached out and touched the bruise under Chu Xinran's eyes, knowing in his heart that she must have suffered a lot on the way here to save him. His movement startled Chu Xinran, who was already in a light sleep. When she opened her eyes and saw Carlo awake, her face instantly lit up with joy. She anxiously asked, "How are you? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Carlo weakly shook his head and then held Chu Xinran's hand, asking with concern, "Why did you come?" "I told you to wait for me in the tribe, didn't I? Did you come alone? It's so dangerous." Tears welled up in Chu Xinran's eyes as she angrily replied, "If I hadn't come, I might never see you again. I heard Kevin say what happened. How could you do this? Time and again putting yourself in danger. Didn't you think about what would happen to me?" Carlo knew that his earlier state had frightened Chu Xinran. He gently stroked her head and said, "I'm sorry for scaring you." Carlo, being strong, healed quickly, and seeing this, Chu Xinran finally felt relieved. She had been waiting patiently in the tribe for Carlo to return. But after many days without any news, she began to feel uneasy. When Carlo was first burned by the flame beasts, Chu Xinran, who was cooking in a lion-tiger tribe, inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety and found it hard to breathe. Although the elder priest said it might be due to her being depressed and needing to rest, Chu Xinran still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She always sensed that something must have happened to Carlo far away. Just as Chu Xinran was hesitating whether to set out to find Carlo, Didi suddenly ran out, anxiously circling around her and calling continuously, biting at her clothes and leading her in the direction Carlo had left. Seeing Dian like this, Chu Xinran immediately knew that Carlo must be in trouble because Dian had always been very perceptive. Its urgency must mean that something had happened to Carlo. Without hesitation, Chu Xinran quickly packed her things and set off with Dian. Dar and the priest were worried, so they sent 2 orc escorts to accompany Chu Xinran to Carlo. Concerned about Carlo, Chu Xinran hardly rested along the way and hurried to the tribe where Carlo was located. Upon arriving, she heard from the tribe's people that Carlo had gone into the woods to catch a fire beast, so she rushed into the woods to find him, splitting up with the 2 orcs to search for Carlo. When Chu Xinran found Carlo, she happened to witness a thrilling scene, and just as she was about to rush over, Dian suddenly started making noise, attracting the attention of the fire beast. Chu Xinran still hadn't fully understood how powerful Dian was, but once again, it saved them, and she felt truly grateful to Dian, thankful that it had been lured to her by delicious food, thus recognizing her as its master. During the days Carlo was recovering, Chu Xinran made many delicious meals for Dian as a reward, and Dian happily bounced around every day, feeling that life was truly wonderful. The orcs from the tribes in the south witnessed the detox beast display of power that day and immediately began to respect it. The detox beast, which could control such a fierce creature, became a symbol of the beast god in their eyes. They believed that the detox beast was sent by the beast god to help them through this difficult time. Naturally, the lion-tiger tribe, which possessed the detox beast, became mysterious in their eyes. Initially, the tribes in the south were unwilling to join the orc capital, but after seeing the detox beast's prowess, they began to waver. If the detox beast was sent by the beast god to help them, then the orc capital established by the lion-tiger tribe must also represent the beast god's will. Wouldn't it be against the beast god's wishes if they did not join? Carlo and Chu Xinran never expected the tribes would think this way, but it was a good thing. Inadvertently, these tribes had the idea of joining the orc capital, and the scale of the orc capital established by Carlo grew larger. After Carlo's injuries healed, he took Chu Xinran and the orc group back home. Everyone in the lion-tiger tribe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their safe return, thankful that Carlo and the others had not encountered any major issues, or they would be in trouble in the future. A few days after Carlo and Chu Xinran returned to the tribes in the south sent people to prepare to join the orc capital. Other tribes that heard about the detox beast's impressive display also became eager. After much thought, they decided to join the orc capital. As more and more tribes joined the orc capital, Carlo and Chu Xinran gradually became busier. However, despite becoming busy, Carlo and Chu Xinran felt that their lives were very fulfilling. Every morning, after having breakfast together, Carlo would attend to the daily affairs of the capital, while Chu Xinran would first teach the children to read, then work with the females on how to make things and improve their cooking. In the afternoon, once Chu Xinran finished her tasks, she would return home to prepare dinner, and by the time Carlo returned, dinner would be ready. They would sit together for dinner, sharing interesting stories from the day, living a simple yet warm life. After being busy for a long time, the orc capital had already taken shape, with everything running smoothly and orderly. Carlo was no longer as busy as before. He delegated some affairs of the capital to Kevin and Dar, promoting many talented orcs to manage the city's matters. He now had more time to spend with Chu Xinran, accompanying her to places she wanted to go and doing things she wanted to do. Once everything stabilized, Chu Xinran wanted to fulfill a dream she had long held, to travel around the entire orc continent and see sights she had never seen before. Upon learning of Chu Xinran's dream, Carlo immediately began preparations, first delegating all matters of the capital to Kevin and Dar, then starting to gather the necessary supplies for the journey. Since traveling around the orc continent would take a long time, Carlo had to prepare a lot of things to ensure a safe journey and not let Chu Xinran suffer. Just as Carlo and Chu Xinran were wholeheartedly preparing for this, an unexpected event disrupted their plans. Chu Xinran walked out of the priest's place feeling a bit dazed and found Carlo, who was making tools. A bit at a loss, she said, "Carlo, we might not be able to travel around the orc continent for a while." "What happened?" Carlo furrowed his brow, put down what he was holding, took Chu Xinran's hand, and asked calmly. Chu Xinran's initial confusion slowly turned into joy, her bright eyes shining as she said, "Carlo, you might be becoming a father." Chu Xinran would never forget the expression on Carlo's face at that moment. Joy, excitement, caution, and confusion. He immediately hugged Chu Xinran and carefully asked, "How are you feeling now? Do you need to lie down? What should I do now? Or what do you want to eat? I can get it for you right away." Seeing Carlo's rare foolishness, Chu Xinran couldn't help but laugh. She patted his tense, stiff shoulders and said, "Don't worry. The priest said the baby is very healthy, and I'm perfectly fine. It's just that we can't go on the road anymore. The bumps would be too much for the baby." Carlo carefully avoided Chu Xinran's belly, then held her tightly, his voice trembling as he said, "It's okay. Once the baby is born, the three of us can go complete your dream together. Thank you, really thank you for giving me a home." Chu Xinran smiled and hugged Carlo tightly, rubbing her face against his chest. She should be the one thanking Carlo. She had come to this orc continent all alone. And fortunately, she met Carlo. Carlo had given her a home, allowing her to have attachments and bonds in this unfamiliar land. Meeting Carlo was the greatest fortune of her life. Summary: Chu Xinran wakes up to find herself in a perilous forest, but is fortunately rescued by a silver-haired handsome man. However, she is shocked to see him suddenly transform into a majestic lion before fainting again. What? The men here can turn into beasts? And these orcs struggle for basic needs? This is unacceptable. There are plenty of resources everywhere, while helping these orcs improve their living standards. Chu Xinran has her eyes set on the silver-haired handsome man not far away.